Ding! Limited time talent trial system activated. A sudden chime echoed in Suja's mind. Random talent draw available 1-month trial. Suja froze, then burst into euphoria. Finally. After 28 years in this brutal high martial world, my system has arrived. Born into this realm with mediocre talent, he'd stagnated as a second-rank martial artist stuck at the peak for over 3 grueling years. As a teaching assistant at Nanhai Martial University, the pressure was crushing him. Students mocked his weak cultivation, boycotting his classes and petitioning for his replacement. Colleagues pretended sympathy while sneering behind his back. Worst of all? The university had issued an ultimatum: reach 3rd rank in 3 months, or you're fired. His family depended on his salary. Failure wasn't an option. He'd spent his life savings on elixirs for one last desperate push. Now, with only a day left, breakthrough felt impossible. System, draw a talent, he commanded, heart pounding. Draw successful. Acquired, 100x Martial Insight Acceleration, 1-month trial. Use now? 100x acceleration? Suja's breath hitched. His bottleneck wasn't from lack of resources or effort, just cripplingly slow comprehension. Without hesitation, he activated the card. Boom! A tsunami of martial insights flooded his mind. Concepts once opaque as stone now crystallized with perfect clarity. Seizing the momentum, he channeled his chi, reinforcing every meridian, bone, and organ with surgical precision. Each success propelled him closer to breakthrough, smooth, effortless. Then, at his dantian, chi swirled into a vortex. Crack! A qualitative transformation. 3rd rank martial artist achieved. And it didn't stop. His power climbed relentlessly, stabilizing just shy of mid-3rd rank. Suja exhaled, reborn. This trial ability is insane. With enough resources, his growth would now be exponential. A shame it lasted only a month. But for now? No more expulsion. No more humiliation. He grinned, sprinting toward the dean's office. Time to register his breakthrough and demand a promotion. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy 500 years ago, biological mutations occurred, and passages to realms of myriad races descended. Humanity struggled to survive through martial arts, eventually forming the battlefield of myriad races within the passages. Martial arts universities were established near each battlefield of myriad races, continuously supplying a steady stream of resistance forces to the battlefield. The South Sea Battlefield of Myriad Races is a newly opened battlefield of just 30 years, and the South Sea Martial Arts University was founded in the same year. It is precisely because it was established recently that its strength is not significant. Suja was only able to luckily get admitted back then and also managed to stay on as a teaching assistant by chance. Although his situation is a bit miserable, Suja can still be considered one of humanity's elites. This is simply because the chances of becoming a martial artist are extremely slim, less than 1 in 10,000. Today, Suja, who has stepped into the ranks of a 3rd-grade martial artist, still cannot compare to those prodigies. But in the eyes of non-martial artists, he is also an awe-inspiring existence. Ha! Xiaosu, your aura has grown stronger. Have you broken through to the 3rd grade? As soon as he entered the office, Dean Su Xingyan noticed the change in Suja and was a bit surprised. Yes, Dean Su, 3rd rank now. Suja smiled somewhat bitterly. That's great news. Congratulations. Su Xingyan patted Suja's shoulder, genuinely happy for him. Suja was already serving as the dean of the Pill Academy while he was still a student. This child is good in every way, and he has his own methods in teaching, but his talent is just too ordinary. In this world, strength is revered, and personal relationships come second. As a 3rd-grade alchemist, Suja can still make some contributions to the school. Su Xingyan didn't think much and immediately approved Suja's registration as a 3rd-grade martial artist, as well as his mentor qualification certification. Suja didn't linger and went straight to the Internal Affairs Department to collect the subsidy for being promoted to a 3rd-grade martial artist. 5 vitality pills and 100 spirit stones, quite substantial. Vitality pills are the most common elixirs for cultivating vitality below the 4th grade, with each pill valued at 100 spirit stones. And spirit stones are the hardest currency in the high martial world, with 1 spirit stone worth 10,000 yuan. At this moment, Suja, having relieved his psychological burden, found himself in a dilemma. Should he exchange some money to support his household, or use it all for his own cultivation? The Martial Dao Insight 100-fold acceleration card's effect was still active, and he didn't want to waste it in vain. Since I've unlocked a cheat, who would still want to be a slacker for life? But it's been 2 months since the family sent any money over. Could something have happened? While he was still worrying, a mass message popped up on his phone. Congratulations to our school's Alchemy Academy teaching assistant Suja for advancing to a third-rank martial artist and officially becoming a mentor at our school. Not only that, even the announcement board on the school's website displayed this rolling good news. Soon, he received congratulatory messages from several colleagues and students. Some were happy for him, some were envious, and some were flattering. In the blink of an eye, everyone's attitude changed. This is the huge gap between the second and third grades, cruel yet realistic. And this made Suja make a choice: cultivate. He must cultivate to become stronger. After becoming stronger, everything will be within reach. Suja returned to the dormitory and immediately entered a cultivation state. 15 hours later. The time had reached the next morning. Suja used up 2 blood chi pills, and his cultivation stabilized at the mid-stage of the third rank, moving upward. Such a cultivation speed would have taken at least several months and dozens of blood chi pills in the past. Suja stood up satisfied, ready to have breakfast and continue his training afterward. His goal was clear: to reach the 4th rank in martial arts within this month. Although the system would allow him to draw another ability experience card next month. Who could guarantee that the ability drawn next month would be as extraordinary as this one? Ding! At this moment, the phone chimed with a notification sound. Suja thought to himself, it must be another congratulatory message from a colleague or student. But when he opened it, he found it was actually a voice message from his wife, Shin Qingyan. Yes, Suja was not only married. And there's also a 9-year-old daughter. Back then, as soon as the martial arts exam ended, the 18-year-old Suja registered for marriage with his high school classmate Shin Qingyan. Speaking of which, the two of them haven't seen each other for almost 3 years. Shin Qingyan sending a message at this time must be because her family has run out of money, right? Suja clicked on the voice message with some guilt. Unexpectedly, his wife's tearful voice, like a bolt from the blue, struck straight at his heart. Honey, when are you coming back? Xiao Jin, she got pea poisoned, ate garbage, food poisoning. This world encourages early marriage. Early marriage allows for early pregnancy, contributing to the growth of the human population. Suzhou and Shin Qingyan can't be said to be deeply in love, but they definitely have mutual affection. At an age when their feelings were just beginning to blossom, they followed the trend, listened to their parents' advice, and settled a major life decision early on. After getting married, Suja entered Nanhai Martial Arts University for further studies. Shin Qingyan, due to not meeting the required vitality standards, failed to get into the martial arts university and could only stay at the Nanhai base, paying her own way to train at a martial arts school. Although the Nanhai base and Nanhai Martial Arts University are less than 300 kilometers apart. In this high martial era dominated by wild beasts, such a distance undoubtedly meant a long-distance separation. The transportation between the two places relies solely on fully armed special routes, which are not only expensive but also have a quota limit. Reservations must be made in advance, and if there are too many people, one has to queue and wait. Waiting for 1 or 2 months, or even more than half a year, is not uncommon. Meeting someone face-to-face is not easy. After graduating from university, Suja stayed on campus as a teaching assistant with the status of a second-grade martial artist. And Shin Qingyan, through her own efforts and Suja's resource support, successfully advanced to a first-rank martial artist. She became a teacher at their alma mater, Nanhai No. 3 High School. Suja is only allowed one opportunity per year to return to the Nanhai base to visit family. The year before last, due to a busy work schedule and wanting to save the high transportation costs to provide more financial support to his family, he didn't go back. Last year, there happened to be a war outbreak in the Foreign Passage, and he was conscripted to the battlefield, which caused a delay. The last time he saw his daughter, she was only 6 years old. She's probably grown a lot taller by now. After being married for so many years, Suja hasn't really spent much quality time with his family. He feels very guilty, yet also helpless. Many families in this world are actually like this. Recently, Suja has been hiding the fact that he might be expelled from school and hasn't told his family. He only mentioned that he was aiming for the 3rd rank, and all the resources and subsidies would be used to buy pills. For at least 2 months, he wouldn't be able to contribute to the household expenses, so he asked Shin Qingyan to understand and bear with it. At that time, Shin Qingyan said nothing and silently agreed. It was initially thought that Shin Qingyan should have some savings usually, and lasting 2 months wouldn't be a problem. Now it seems like something major has happened. Suja hurriedly and anxiously made a call to Shin Qingyan. Only after asking did he find out that his daughter, Su Xiaojin, had fallen seriously ill 2 months ago. All the family's savings had been spent. In order not to disturb Suja's cultivation and breakthrough, Shin Qingyan had been keeping it from him and endured it on her own. She had been living frugally for more than 2 months. Who would have thought that the food at home was so poor and insufficient? The daughter, Su Xiaojin, was so hungry that she ended up rummaging through the trash can for something to eat. And from eating that, she suffered severe food poisoning. At this moment, Su Xiaojin is lying in the intensive care unit. Although the critical period has passed and there is no longer any danger to life, the hospital's enormous medical expenses must still be paid. Otherwise, it will affect Su Xiaojin's continued treatment. Shen Xingyan has tried every possible way and borrowed all the money she could. Having no other options, she finally thought of sending a message to Su Jia. She felt that it was her failure to take good care of the family that almost cost her daughter's life. Woof, woof. On the phone, Shen Xingyan kept crying, her voice filled with deep guilt. Xingyan, I'll transfer money to you right away. Pay the medical expenses first, we can't delay Xiaojin's treatment. I'm taking leave and coming back right now. Wait for me. Also, it's time to collect this month's warrior subsidy. Speaking with a slightly hoarse voice, Su Jia said, Xingyan, I'm sorry for making you suffer. I promise that from now on, I will never let you and our daughter endure such hardships again. Shen Xingyan finally regained her composure. After hanging up the phone, Su Jia wasted no time converting the subsidy into money and transferring it to Shen Xingyan. Then he went to ask the dean for leave to go home. The dean told him that he would have to wait at least a month for the special train back to the base. This made Su Jia extremely anxious. Fortunately, by the evening, Su Xiaojin had already woken up. Weakly, she said to Su Jia over the phone, Daddy, when can you come back? Can you wait for Daddy for 1 more month? Daddy promises to come back. Su Jia forced a smile as he made the promise to his daughter. At this moment, Shen Xingyan instead persuaded her daughter, Xiaojin, do you want Daddy to see you lying in a hospital bed? That would look so ugly. As soon as Su Xiaojin heard this, she quickly changed her tone and said, Daddy, don't come back for now. I don't want you to see me like this. Then on the day Daddy meets Xiaojin, Xiaojin must look beautiful, okay? There was no way around it. No matter how anxious Su Jia was, he couldn't go back. The only thing he could do was to train like crazy and improve his cultivation. For this, he even took out a loan from the dean. With the system plugin, Su Jia wasn't worried about not being able to pay it back. As long as he breaks through to a 4th grade martial artist, his family will no longer have to worry about money. 2 days later, in the teacher's office of Nanhai No. 3 High School, a gentle and graceful woman with fair skin and beautiful features is bent over her desk, busy with her work. Suddenly, a familiar voice comes from behind. Teacher Shin, today is the day to collect the subsidy. Want to go together? Registered martial artists can receive corresponding subsidies every month based on their grade. Su Jia's 2nd grade martial artist subsidy has always been collected on his behalf by Shen Xingyan as a family member. The money Su Jia sent over a couple of days ago was almost entirely spent on medical expenses. Fortunately, it's time to collect the monthly subsidy again. Sure, Sister Wang, let's go together, Shen Xingyan replied with a smile. Sister Wang and Shen Xingyan are not only colleagues in the same office but also longtime friends. However, Sister Wang's husband serves in the military and is also a 2nd-rank martial artist. She often complains that the military is too dangerous, and she might end up becoming a martyr's family member someday. She envies that Shen Xingyan's husband is an assistant instructor at a martial arts university, who, apart from being drafted during major wars, is mostly very safe. Usually, Shen Xingyan would smile without saying a word. The military is dangerous, but the rewards are greater. With good luck on the battlefield last time, one could make a fortune. Otherwise, with Sister Wang's aptitude, without relying on her husband to pile up resources, she would absolutely not have been able to become a martial artist. Compared to the rewards, Shen Xingyan naturally hopes Su Jia stays safe. The two have been married for 10 years, and her husband Su Jia's martial arts talent is just average, while hers is even worse. She did not expect her husband to achieve great success or gain prominence, but only wished for peace and safety. The two left the office and soon arrived at an off-campus internal affairs station, where they began queuing to receive their subsidy. When it was Shen Xingyan's turn, the staff member checked the information. Then their expressions subtly changed, becoming extremely warm and respectful. Miss Shen, your subsidy here amounts to 25 spirit stones and 100 kilograms of spirit rice. All the other supplies are listed here. Please take a look. If everything is correct, we will deliver them to the home address you provided. Hearing the amount of this subsidy, everyone present looked at Shen Xingyan in astonishment. Because it was too much. Most of those coming to claim subsidies are family members of 1st-grade martial artists, with very few being 2nd-grade martial artists. The subsidy for second-grade martial artists is only 5 spirit stones and 20 pounds of spirit rice per month. Could it be a mistake? Shen Xingyan was also stunned, her pretty face full of confusion. She definitely didn't want to mistakenly claim so much due to a staff error, as that would also be illegal. That's correct, Ms. Shen. Your husband, Mr. Su Zhe, is receiving the allowance based on the standards for a third-grade martial artist. Additionally, as an instructor at Nanhai Martial Arts Academy, he receives extra subsidies. Plus, with your own first-grade martial artist allowance, the total comes to this amount. The staff member explained respectfully and affirmatively. Hearing this, everyone, including Shen Xingyan, couldn't help but be utterly astonished. A third-rank martial artist, a mentor at Nanhai Martial Arts University. Such strength and status are already at the level of a significant figure for ordinary people. It should be noted that the highest-ranking official at the Nanhai base, the base governor, is merely a fourth-rank martial artist. But the deputy governor and the commander of the base guard are only peak third-rank martial artists. The total number of third-rank martial artists in the entire South Sea base is less than 20. A third-rank martial artist is already qualified to serve as a captain of a combat unit in the military. Is Shen Xingyan's husband really this powerful? Oh. Shen Xingyan stared blankly at the list for a moment, then quickly signed her name and left. She didn't want to become the center of attention. Teacher Shen, congratulations. At this moment, Sister Wang, who had caught up, offered her congratulations to Shen Xingyan. Don't be fooled by the fact that her husband earns more than Su Zhe. Once Su Zhe became a third-rank martial artist, the gap widened instantly. In the future, she might even have to rely on Shen Xingyan for more support. Thank you, Sister Wang. Shen Xingyan responded somewhat absent-mindedly. Last time I forgot to ask him if he had advanced to the third rank. Now it seems he succeeded. No wonder he said the subsidy was enough for living expenses. This is more than enough, it's more than sufficient. Shen Xingyan felt happy and thought silently to herself. At this moment, her mind was filled with Su Zhe's image, hoping he could appear in front of her right now. As she thought about it, a blush crept onto her face. It had been 3 years since they last met, and she wondered whether he had gotten thinner or gained weight. A month later, Su Zhe walked out of his new apartment after practicing through the night. Standing on the balcony, he stretched comfortably in the morning sunlight. The peak cultivation of martial arts level 3 made his aura increasingly restrained and refined. Unfortunately, he still couldn't break through to martial arts level 4 in the end. This time, it wasn't due to insufficient insight, but rather a lack of cultivation resources. Su Zhe had used up all the qi and blood pills he bought with the loan. Not only that, but this month he also took his students out for several field training sessions, gaining some decent resources. Yet, the cultivation resources were still insufficient. The further it goes, the more resources are needed for cultivation, and the rarer they become. If it weren't for the fact that the Foreign Realm Passage had no major disturbances, Su Zhe would have wanted to make a trip to the 10,000 races battlefield. Fortunately, that 100-fold cultivation insight acceleration card has reached its 1-month limit. This also means, Su Zhe can once again draw a system ability. Let's see what ability I can draw this time. Su Zhe suppressed his excitement and silently chanted in his mind, draw. Ding. Draw successful. Obtained a System Mall Flash Sale Experience Card, valid for 1 month. Flash Sale Experience Card, each week, you can purchase 3 randomly refreshed items in the store for the price of 1 Spirit Stone. Su Zhe's eyes lit up, he could actually draw such an ability. What he lacks the most right now are cultivation resources, especially good items, which are extremely scarce. 3 items refreshed weekly, roughly 12 items can be snatched up in a month, costing only a total of 4 Spirit Stones. If this can produce high-quality pills, it would be an absolute win. Su Zhe didn't think much further and immediately entered the system shop interface, silently chanting, refresh. The information of 3 items was instantly displayed. A bottle of healing pills, a bottle of spirit refining pills, and a spirit origin fruit. Seeing these 3 items, Su Zhe couldn't help but be overjoyed. The blood recovery pill is a second-grade elixir, the most common and effective divine medicine for restoring vitality and blood, with great utility. Its value starts at 100 spirit stones per bottle. The spirit refining pill, on the other hand, is the best cultivation elixir for martial artists below the 2nd grade to enhance their cultivation. It is also a 2nd-grade elixir, valued at 500 spirit stones and above. What surprised Su Zhe the most was the Lingyuan essence fruit. It is a divine fruit that stimulates a warrior's talent and potential, extremely rare and precious. It is said that the earlier it is consumed, the better the effect. Even someone with no martial talent at all can become a warrior with absolute certainty after using it. For those with good talent and aptitude, the effect is even more astonishing. The auction price can reach an astonishing tens of thousands of spirit stones, equivalent to over 100 million in money, and yet it remains priceless in the market. The Lingyuan spirit fruit is usually an essential divine item for the descendants of supreme powerhouses and rarely appears on the market. Unfortunately, it has little effect on Su Jia, who is already 28 years old. However, Su Jia doesn't plan to use it himself but intends to save it for his 9-year-old daughter. It can be considered as compensation for my daughter during this trip home. Although the first week didn't yield the most suitable items for Su Jia's cultivation, Su Jia wasn't disappointed at all. Instead, he looked forward even more to next week's refresh. At the cost of 1 spirit stone, he obtained 3 items. Su Jia went straight to the dean's office, reported to the dean, and requested a 1-month leave to return to the South Sea base. Xiao Su, has your martial aura grown even stronger? Su Xingyan looked at Su Jia with some surprise and asked, "What's going on with this Su Jia? Could it be that his innate martial talent has awakened? It's only been a month, but why do I feel like he's about to break through to martial arts level 4? Seems like it, lucky enough to have some insights," Su Jia said with a laugh. Su Xingyan didn't delve into it. Everyone has their own secrets. Martial artists who reveal astonishing talent only after adulthood are rare, but there are precedents. Moreover, Su Jia's rapid improvement is also a good thing. Humanity lacks warriors, and even more so, powerful warriors. Alright, I approve your leave. It's been years since you last went home, so take the opportunity to spend quality time with your family. Su Xingyan smiled and handed Su Jia an exclusive pass. With this exclusive pass, Su Jia not only doesn't need to take the special train but can also take an armed aircraft directly to the South Sea base. You should know that armed aircraft are used to transport urgent military supplies and provide troop support. This is a privilege only 4th-grade martial artists can enjoy, and Su Xingyan made an exception for Su Jia this time. Thank you, Dean. I'll strive to earn this privilege for myself as soon as possible, Su Jia said with a smile as he took his leave. You brat, you're quite confident. Ha ha. Nanhai No. 3 High School. Shen Xingyan received a message from Su Jia, "I'm starting my journey back today." Looking at the message, Shen Xingyan's heartbeat inexplicably quickened, and she murmured to herself, "Finally coming back." Xingyan, what do you mean by finally coming back? Who's coming back? At this moment, Sister Wang, who was sitting at the front workstation, turned her head and stared at the slightly blushing Shen Xingyan with a puzzled expression. She rarely saw Shen Xingyan show such an expression, so she had some guesses in her mind. A 3rd-grade martial artist, and a mentor at Nanhai Martial Arts University. This kind of backing is even stronger than the principal of Nanhai No. 3 High School. Why would Sister Wang have any reason not to continue maintaining a good relationship with Shen Xingyan, or even take it a step further? Oh, my husband is coming back. Shen Xingyan hesitated for a moment but still decided to tell the truth. Ah, Professor Su is going back to his hometown, that's great news. Sister Wang was a little excited. She had been pondering something for a while. Since Shen Xingyan's husband, Su Jia, is a mentor at Nanhai Martial Arts University and also an alumnus of Nanhai No. 3 High School, why not invite Su Jia back to his alma mater to provide some special training and guidance to the junior students? Sister Wang and Shen Xingyan are co-teachers. A liberal arts teacher and a martial arts teacher are responsible for the senior year class 10. With the martial arts exam approaching, the results not only determine each student's future but are also directly tied to the teacher's performance evaluations and bonuses. Based on the current performance of senior year class 10, it's estimated that not even one student will make it into a martial arts university. Across the entire Nanhai No. 3 High School, including the advanced classes, fewer than 10 students are expected to get into a martial arts university. Becoming a martial artist has always been this difficult, 1 in 10,000. This made Sister Wang a bit troubled and anxious. Last time, when she learned that Shen Xingyan's husband, Su Jia, was a mentor at Nanhai Martial Arts University, she had this idea. Now, with Su Jia returning, it is an opportunity that comes once in a lifetime. Xingyan, could you ask your husband to give our class students some special training? Sister Wang mustered up her courage and shared her idea with Shen Xingyan. As soon as Shen Xingyan heard it, she understood Sister Wang's intention. She, too, wanted to leverage external help to give the students a boost before the martial arts exam. After all, that was also her student, and if the martial arts exam results were good, her own performance would improve as well. But she hadn't seen her husband Su Jia for 3 years, and as soon as they met, he brought up such a selfish request. Moreover, the most important thing was that every time Su Jia came back to visit family, he could only stay for a few days before leaving again. Even if Suja agreed, would such a short period of special training really be effective? With mixed feelings, Shin Xingyan ended her day's work. She returned home early. South Sea Base, a certain martial artist community. As soon as Shin Xingyan entered the door, an adorable little figure leapt into her arms. The daughter, Su Xiaojin, enthusiastically helped Shin Xingyan hang up her bag, showing great thoughtfulness. Mom! She could be considered born into a family of martial artists. Although Suja might not have spent enough time with his daughter, he never neglected Su Xiaojin's martial arts enlightenment and education. From a young age, Su Xiaojin also displayed a martial arts talent surpassing that of her parents. At just 9 years old, her vitality was nearly 100 calories, far surpassing Suja back in the day. Xiaojin, Daddy is coming back. Shin Xingyan immediately shared this good news with her daughter. Really? That's awesome. Su Xiaojin's eyes couldn't hide her joy. The little girl's longing for her father was no less than Shin Xingyan's, and even surpassed it. Especially as she grew older day by day, her understanding of martial artists also increased. She admired her father, a third-grade martial artist, even more, not to mention that he was also a mentor at a martial arts university. That's someone much more impressive than their principal. Grandma, Dad's coming back. Su Xiaojin excitedly shouted toward the kitchen. Oh, that boy, he still remembers to come home, huh? Grandma carried a freshly cooked dish into the living room, complaining with her mouth but full of joy in her heart. Ever since Suja's father passed away in a disaster caused by an alien invasion 20 years ago, her son had become her greatest concern. Not seeing her son for 3 years, how could she not miss him? Is he really coming back? Grandma asked Shin Xingyan for confirmation. Well, they texted me this afternoon, probably will arrive in a few days. Shin Xingyan smiled as she took out the bowls and chopsticks, and the family of 3 prepared to have dinner. This scene is the most common one in martial families of this world, men fighting and sacrificing on the battlefield, while women and the elderly live alone at the rear base. It's hard to say how heartbreaking it is. At least Suja's family still lives in the secure and well-protected martial artist community. Ordinary communities for non-martial artists have weak security forces and often encounter incidents of mutant beasts injuring people. Although the base has a guard team, a massive base with tens of millions of people is bound to have security loopholes. The martial artist community is also a priority protection target for the guard team. It's cruel, yet realistic. Which warrior fighting for their life on the battlefield wouldn't hope for their family to receive some care in the rear? If a brutal war breaks out and there aren't enough people, even a first-rank martial artist like Shin Xingyan would be conscripted to the 10,000 races battlefield. The 10,000 races battlefield in the South Sea is less brutal because it is a newly established passage to foreign territories. In other battlefields of the myriad races, even underage warriors have to go to war. Xiaojin, do you think Dad will bring you a gift this time when he comes back? At the dining table, Grandma asked her granddaughter with a smile. I don't want a gift, I just want Dad to stay a few more days, Su Xiaojin said stubbornly. In response, Shin Xingyan just smiled and shook her head. Although the figure of the husband, Suja, rarely appears in this home, he is still the pillar of the family. Over the years, he has not only shouldered the majority of the expenses but also supported Shin Xingyan and their daughter Su Xiaojin in their cultivation. It was only a few months ago when Suja was attempting to break through to the 3rd rank, and Su Xiaojin fell ill and was poisoned, that an unexpected crisis arose in the family. Now, the storm has passed, and everything is back to normal. Not only that, last month the news of Suja becoming a 3rd-rank martial artist spread like wildfire. It even caused quite a stir in the neighborhood, with neighbors all talking about it. Shin Xingyan married a good husband, and Shin Xiaojin has a good father. Indeed, Shin Xingyan thinks so too. But being separated in different places for a long time, with more time apart than together, is indeed unpleasant. Ding dong. Just as Shin Xingyan was lost in her thoughts, the doorbell rang. Shin Xingyan assumed it was a neighbor and got up to open the door. But in the next moment when the door opened, a familiar yet slightly unfamiliar figure appeared. He stood there dumbfounded in front of her, grinning foolishly. Wife, I'm back. Shin Xingyan's eyes widened, and unexpectedly, a hint of moisture welled up in her eyes. 3 years, it's been 3 years since we last met. Honey, how did you get here so quickly? Shin Xingyan suppressed her excitement and asked with some confusion. I came back on a military aircraft, Suja explained with a smile. Oh. Shin Xingyan was a bit confused. She had thought that even if Suja took the special train that day, it would still take at least a few days to arrive. But unexpectedly, in just one afternoon, Suja appeared in front of her. An armed aircraft is not something just anyone can casually board. Shin Xingyan once again experienced the difference brought about by Suja's change in identity. At this moment, Su Xiaojin also caught sight of Suja's figure as he entered the door. "Dad!" She immediately threw down her chopsticks, sprinted over, and leapt into Suja's arms without the slightest hint of awkwardness. "Xiaojin." Suja tightly embraced his daughter as well. "I noticed that my daughter has grown taller compared to when she was 6, her face is fuller, and she has become more beautiful." Xiaojia. At this moment, Grandma got up and walked over. For parents, seeing their children safe is their greatest comfort. "Mom." Although Suja's main job is as a teaching assistant, he has also been to the battlefield quite a few times. The entire South Sea Martial Arts University is a massive battlefield, where martial artists face the risk of losing their lives. Now that she saw her son without missing limbs and with improved strength, she felt much more at ease. "Come, let's eat. This is still the spiritual rice Qingyan brought last time." Mother Su called her son to the table. And Shin Xingyan had already taken out the bowls and chopsticks, serving the meal and placing it in front of Suja. Now, their family not only uses spiritual rice as their daily staple but also has some surplus that Shin Xingyan can take back to her parents' home for her father and mother. Shin Xingyan's father is also a first-grade martial artist, and spiritual rice is beneficial to him. Otherwise, Shin Xingyan wouldn't have spared any for the Shin family. She also has a few brothers, none of whom are accomplished. She definitely doesn't want to waste precious spiritual rice on those few people. Spiritual rice is considered a relatively valuable resource. Although it cannot enhance cultivation, it can strengthen the body. Ordinary people rarely get to eat it a few times a year. Spiritual rice is not only expensive but also regulated, with only martial artist families receiving monthly subsidies. The idea behind this policy is very simple. Families of martial artists have a higher probability of producing martial artists. Everything is for combat power. Most of Shin Xingyan's spiritual rice was left for her daughter, Su Xiaojin, to eat. At her daughter's age, it is not suitable to use too many qi and blood pills for cultivation. Spiritual rice is instead the best nurturing resource. At the dining table, the atmosphere among the family of 4 was somewhat subtle. The main thing is that Suzhou and Shin Xingyan haven't seen each other for a long time, and their relationship wasn't particularly close before. For a moment, it was a bit awkward. Su's mother noticed and was the first to break the silence, saying, "Xiaojia, how long are you staying this time before leaving?" "I've taken a month's leave, so I can stay longer this time." Suzhou looked at his wife and daughter and smiled as he spoke. Since he went to Nanhai Martial Arts University at the age of 18, he had never stayed at home for such a long time. To be honest, he was also very happy in his heart. The whole family, upon hearing this, showed joyful smiles on their faces. Especially Shin Xingyan, who, amidst her happiness, suddenly remembered Sister Wang's suggestion from earlier today. "Previously, I didn't agree with Sister Wang mainly because I was worried Suzhou wouldn't have enough time. Now it seems there might actually be time." However, Shin Xingyan didn't bring it up right away but happily finished a reunion dinner. During this time, Suzhou learned a lot about the family's affairs. Overall, there were no troubles or issues, which put Suzhou at ease. "This time, I brought gifts for all of you." Right after finishing the meal, Suzhou grinned and looked at his daughter, saying, "Xiaojin, can you guess what gift Daddy brought you?" "What gift?" Su Xiaojin's eyes widened, sparkling with excitement. Dad staying a bit longer has come true, along with a gift. Isn't this even better? Suzhou lovingly patted his daughter's little head and didn't keep her in suspense. He directly took out the most valuable item from the entire bag. Lingyuan spirit fruit. It was a pea-sized fruit, pale red with a hint of dark green. Unlike ordinary fruits, its appearance was very rare and unusual. Su Xiaojin stared at it with a puzzled expression. "Is this thing tasty? It's so small, not even enough for one bite." Mother Su was also a bit puzzled. "Is this something valuable?" Only Shin Xingyan took a closer look and said in shock, "Could this be the spirit origin fruit?" As a martial artist, although she had never seen something so precious, she had heard of it and could recognize it. But could her husband really get the spirit origin fruit? Yes, it's the Lingyuan spirit fruit, used to help Xiaojin develop her martial potential. Suzhou nodded affirmatively to Shin Xingyan. "After eating this Lingyuan spirit fruit, our daughter is guaranteed to at least become a martial artist. In the future, she will also have a good chance of getting into a decent martial arts university." Shin Xingyan took a deep breath and immediately brought the Lingyuan spirit fruit to her daughter's mouth. "Xiaojin, eat it. Eating it will make you stronger." "Really? I like this." As soon as Su Xiaojin heard it could make her stronger, she swallowed the Lingyuan spirit fruit without hesitation. Moreover, fruits in this world are rare and luxurious items. Although the family is well off, Su Xiaojin can only eat them a few times a year, and even then, it's pitifully little. This is so delicious, Dad, is there any more? The taste was so exquisite that she still felt unsatisfied. Shen Xingyan tapped Su Xiaojin's head lightly. Even if we sold you, we couldn't afford a second one. Just be content. Su Xiaojin quickly hid behind Su Jia and stuck her tongue out at Shen Xingyan. Like eating it, huh? Then Dad will find a way to buy more for you next time. Su Jia said dotingly with a smile. As for the Lingyuan spirit fruit, the more you eat, the better the effect, of course. If luck is on your side, the system shop might refresh next time, and maybe another one will appear. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but roll her eyes at Su Jia. So, you just get to be the good dad, and I'm the wicked stepmother, huh? So, she quickly pulled Su Jia aside and asked seriously, Honey, where did you get this Lingyuan spirit fruit? Just lucky, I happened to come across it on the battlefield. Naturally, he couldn't mention the system, so Su Jia used the excuse he had already prepared. The Lingyuan spirit fruit can only be found in the 10,000 races battlefield, and its growth environment is unpredictable. Most of the time, it can only be harvested by chance. However, when Shen Xingyan heard this, it didn't sound as casual as Su Jia made it seem. She knew that plants with strong spiritual energy were always guarded by powerful fierce beasts, and Su Jia must have gone through great hardships to obtain it. Su Jia didn't want to say much, clearly because he didn't want her to worry. Anyway, safety comes first, Shen Xingyan said with concern. Su Jia smiled and took out something else. These are gifts for you too. The gift Su Jia prepared for his mom was a bottle of blood-nourishing pills. I know. Ordinary people can use it for healing or to improve their constitution, equivalent to a high-end health supplement. And what was given to Shen Xingyan were cultivation resources. The bottle of spirit purification pill generated by the system was practically tailor-made for Shen Xingyan. In addition, Su Jia also purchased a few more bottles at the internal price of Nanhai Martial Arts University. If luck is on their side, it might even help Shen Xingyan advance to a second-grade martial artist. Su Jia knew that Shen Xingyan had always had the heart of a martial artist. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to a martial arts school for further training after failing the martial arts exam, enduring hardships to eventually become a martial artist. It's just that Shen Xingyan's aptitude and talent were slightly lacking. Back then, Su Jia was just lucky. His martial arts exam results weren't much better than Shen Xingyan's. But he just luckily got into Nanhai Martial Arts University, and from then on, the gap between the two only grew larger. Thank you, hubby. Shen Xingyan happily accepted these gifts. She naturally knew these items were quite valuable, but since they were from her husband, she didn't feel much psychological burden. Moreover, my husband is now a third-rank martial artist, it's different now. Afterward, the family happily chatted for quite a while, and before they knew it, it was time to rest. The daughter, Su Xiaojin, shared a room with her grandmother, while Su Jia went to sleep in his own bedroom. Looking at the familiar room, with their wedding photos still placed on the bedside table, Su Jia couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. Married for 10 years, the time spent together could be counted on one hand. However, after the two shared some whispers, the feeling of intimacy returned. At this moment, Shen Xingyan suddenly hugged Su Jia from behind and said in a soft, tender voice, Husband, I want. Su Jia naturally didn't hold back, turned over, and got on the horse, leading to a lively scene. Although his legs were a bit weak, Su Jia still got up early and went to the training room to meditate. This was a habit he had developed over many years. The next morning. There was no other way. When talent wasn't enough, hard work had to make up for it. Shen Xingyan, having been quite exhausted, was still sound asleep, and Su Jia naturally wouldn't disturb her. It's just that if this happens every night, after a month, it might be a bit overwhelming. Now, Su Jia's martial arts cultivation has reached the peak of the third rank, and he's gained enough insight for a breakthrough. What he lacks is gradual accumulation. This time, upon returning, he even took out a loan from the school for some spirit stones and bought a lot of cultivation resources. Before the system shop refreshes, he can only cultivate step by step. Near noon, Shen Xingyan finally woke up. When she saw Su Jia, she couldn't help but blush with shyness. She hadn't expected herself to be so wild. One reason was the long drought. Another reason was that she wanted to put in more effort in front of Su Jia because she had a favor to ask of her husband. Luckily, she didn't have any classes in the morning, otherwise, if Sister Wang asked about the reason, it would be utterly embarrassing. Get up, let's eat. The experienced Mother Su said nothing and silently brought lunch to the table. Of course, she was eager to have another grandchild or something. Having one more even came with rewards, and quite a lot at that. During the meal, Shen Xingyan finally mentioned Sister Wang's suggestion. Honey, can you spare some time to give my class a special training session? Suja thought for a moment and replied, I need to see their situation in person. With just over a month left until the martial arts exam, Suja had a general understanding of the situation in Shin Xingyan's class. Based on the current blood energy levels of those students, 9 times out of 10, none of them would pass. The South Sea base has been established for less than 100 years, and the spiritual energy is relatively weak, which results in the general martial arts potential of the people in the base being somewhat lower. Although the admission threshold for South Sea Martial Arts University is also the lowest, the policies have undergone some reforms in recent years. The authorities are more inclined to concentrate resources on nurturing students with greater talent. A single strong individual is far more effective on the battlefield of myriad races than 10 ordinary martial artists. This is something that cannot be helped, humanity has no other choice. With the current education policy, Suja definitely wouldn't be able to get into martial arts university. The students in Shin Xingyan's class are the same. It should be said that the situation at Nanhai Third High School as a whole isn't much better. After all, his wife had spoken up, and it was also his alma mater. Within the scope of his abilities, if the special training proves effective and doesn't interfere with his own cultivation, Suja is certainly willing to lend a hand. Thank you, hubby. Shall we go take a look after dinner? Shin Xingyan said with a radiant smile. There's been quite a lot of change at the South Sea base over the past 3 years. I wonder if our alma mater, South Sea No. 3 High School, has changed much. Shin Xingyan was driving, while Suja sat in the passenger seat, gazing at the scenery outside the window and sighing with emotion. All right. Along the way, not only had many new buildings been constructed, but the defenses had also been strengthened. Some new types of weapons had also been set up along the main roads. They both graduated from Nanhai No. 3 High School, and Shin Xingyan's father was also a teacher there. Back then, Shin Yonghui, the father-in-law, was their martial arts teacher. Shin Yonghui admired Suja's diligence, reliability, and potential, which is why he defied opposition to marry off his daughter, the school beauty Shin Xingyan, to Suja. It should be noted that Shin Xingyan had been a great beauty since childhood, with countless admirers. But at that time, she had no feelings for boys, including Suja, and was wholeheartedly pursuing martial arts. Her father told her to marry, so she married. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. The school hasn't changed much, it's been quite ordinary all these years. The martial arts exam results have been getting worse year by year, as all the good students are heading to the top-ranked schools. Also, the old principal retired last year, and the new principal is a veteran from the South Sea battlefield. He got injured, isn't very old, not even 50, and is determined to change the school's current situation, but the results haven't been satisfactory. Shin Xingyan also spoke with Suja with deep emotion. The car quickly drove into the campus of Nanhai No. 3 High School. The scene of Suja and Shin Xingyan getting out of the car together immediately attracted the attention of many people. 27-year-old Shin Xingyan was at the peak of her beauty and, being a martial artist, was considered an absolute goddess by many students. It had long been rumored that Shin Xingyan was married and even had a daughter. Today they really want to take a good look at what kind of person stole their goddess. Quite ordinary, actually, not even as handsome as me. Keep your voice down. I heard Teacher Shin's husband is a third-rank martial artist. He could crush you with just one finger. Wow, so handsome. Is this what a third-rank martial artist looks like? Truly impressive and majestic. I want to marry a husband like this in the future. Faced with these onlookers' comments, Suja was quite speechless. On the other hand, Shin Xingyan not only didn't mind but was even a little proud. She raised her head, straightened her chest, and confidently brought Suja into the office. This office was also familiar to Suja. It used to be his father-in-law Shin Yonghui's office. Shin Xingyan proudly introduced Suja to her colleagues. The colleagues were all curious and enthusiastic, as the news of Suja being a third-rank martial artist had already spread. Sister Wang, this is my husband, Suja. Honey, this is Sister Wang, Wang Qifeng, the teacher I work with. She takes good care of me. Finally, Shin Xingyan specifically introduced Sister Wang. Hello, Mr. Su. Sister Wang shook hands with Suja excitedly and respectfully. Cannot help but be respectful, the new principal is merely a peak first-grade martial artist. Even her husband, who serves as a combat company commander in the military, is only a mid-second grade martial artist. But the person before them is a genuine third-grade martial artist, on the same level as the deputy governor of the base. Moreover, Suja's appearance here also means that the matter previously mentioned to Shin Xingyan has potential. Sister Wang, hello. Suja was also very polite. Next, after Suja briefly learned about the situation of Class 10 in the third year of high school, He followed Shen Xingyan to the martial arts teaching site, the training classroom. Shen Xingyan followed her plan and conducted the class as she had intended. Suja sat to the side, carefully observing the situation of these students, which was roughly the same as what Shen Xingyan had mentioned. Most of the students in the class had blood energy between 420 and 480 calories. There were no particularly outstanding ones, nor any particularly poor ones, just very mediocre. Last year, the lowest-ranked Nanhai Martial Arts University had a minimum blood energy requirement of 500 calories for admission. This year, the standard might be raised even further. As for other renowned martial arts schools, don't even think about it. Among the dozens of universities in the entire South Sea base, only a few might be admitted. Don't underestimate a gap of just 20 or 30 points. Trying to improve within a little over a month is extremely difficult. Fortunately, Suja has a solid foundation in martial arts knowledge and extensive teaching experience. Quickly recorded some students' traits and potential candidates. After class, they came to the office. Shen Xingyan and Wang Qifang eagerly looked at Suja, asking for his thoughts. Time is very tight. With the current situation, not a single one will pass. Suja bluntly concluded first. Hearing this, Shen Xingyan and Wang Qifang both lowered their heads in disappointment. They had anticipated this result. Previously, they still held on to a glimmer of hope, but now that Suja had said this, it was no different from sentencing this class to death. But they invited Suja precisely to solve this problem. Honey, you have a way, right? Shen Xingyan suddenly looked at Suja with a coquettish gaze and said sweetly. Suja was startled, remembering the crazy torment he endured from Shen Xingyan last night. Oh, what a nightmare. It was fate as well. Suja happened to have a month's vacation, and he wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. It's not completely hopeless. Suja paused for a moment and said, South Sea Martial Arts University is a bit of a stretch, but a new otherworldly passage will open in the southern region this year. A new martial arts university will be established, and the preparations have already been underway for some time. They will definitely start enrolling students this year. The admission standards for the new university will certainly be relatively lower, so this is a good opportunity. This insider information is not so easily accessible to ordinary people. But for Suja, a third-grade martial artist and also a mentor at the Martial Arts University, it is completely within his authority. The number of admissions for the first year of the new Martial Arts University will definitely be small, and it is still within the pilot phase. Many students may not know about it, and even if they do, they may not necessarily apply. But Suja knew that this new martial arts university would not be any worse than Nanhai Martial Arts University in the future. Really? Is this new martial arts university reliable? Shen Xingyan and Wang Qifang's eyes lit up as they pressed for more information. Of course it's reliable. Suja nodded affirmatively, then continued. However, even if the admission standards are slightly lower, there's still little hope if their vitality doesn't reach 500 calories. Don't count on getting lucky. If you want to increase their vitality in a short time, you can't just follow the routine of attending classes and training. The only way is to leave the base, face danger, and rely on real combat for stimulation. The martial arts exam, in addition to the basic blood and energy standards, originally includes practical combat scores. Suja felt that the students in this class had no chance. Apart from their blood and energy, the most critical issue was their poor combat experience. Combat talent can be developed later, but the improvement of strength is always inseparable from practical combat. The two complement each other. Suja could only say this much: he knew that getting the students out of the base was not an easy task. If an accident occurred, no one could bear the responsibility. Shen Xingyan and Wang Qifang exchanged a glance. The hope that had just been ignited was once again clouded by difficulty. For the sake of the students, they also didn't want to jeopardize their own futures by doing something thankless and unrewarding. We need to discuss it with the principal, Shen Xingyan said hesitantly. Suja couldn't make the decision for Shen Xingyan, so he ultimately gave his own opinion. As for the school, you can decide for yourselves. I just think it's better to leave this choice to the students themselves. Afraid of danger, unwilling to face death, then just be an ordinary person. Why bother being a martial artist? In this world, everyone must take responsibility for themselves. Hearing these words, a flash of understanding appeared in Shen Xingyan and Wang Qifang's eyes. That's right, the martial arts exam can change a person's fate, but everyone's destiny is ultimately in their own hands. They absolutely don't need to make decisions for all the students, taking them outside the base to gain experience and face the dangers of exotic beasts. Some students are destined to have no chance of becoming warriors. If you forcefully take them, even if it's out of goodwill, they might not necessarily see it that way. Moreover, once outside the base, even some professional hunting teams often encounter accidents. The only thing they are confident about is that with Suja, a third-rank warrior, leading the team, the risks would be much smaller. For some students, this is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It all depends on their own choices. Alright, thank you, hubby. Shen Xingyan and Wang Qifang discussed for a while and then went to have private conversations with the students. They hope the students won't miss this opportunity, but the reality is far from ideal. Out of more than 60 students in the class, only 9 expressed willingness to join the special training. More than half rejected it on the spot, while the rest said they needed to discuss it with their families before deciding. Going outside the base and facing the threat of exotic beasts, there really aren't many high school students with the courage for that. It is human nature that the fewer people there are, the better. Too many, and it becomes harder to manage. Regarding this expected outcome, Suja offered a different perspective. He was only at the peak of the third rank in martial arts, so he couldn't claim absolute safety in the wild. If there are more than 10 students, the difficulty of taking care of them doubles. Moreover, special training is different from traveling. He must provide corresponding guidance based on the characteristics of each student. If it weren't for his wife's earnest request, he wouldn't want to do such a strenuous task. At South Sea Martial Arts University, Suja often took students for outdoor training. But those were all university students, most of them first-rank martial artists, with the ability to protect themselves. Suja once again came to Nanhai No. 3 High School with Shen Xingyan. Shen Xingyan decided not to report this matter to the school, taking responsibility herself if any problems arose, to avoid implicating the school. Suja didn't say anything either. In his view, anything that doesn't involve war is not a big deal. The next day. In the end, only 10 students were willing to participate in the special training. After confirming, Shen Xingyan said to Suja with some helplessness. To be honest, she was a bit dissatisfied. These students were simply too sheltered. Wanting to become martial artists without putting in the effort, how could there be such an easy path? Alright, it's all their own choice, that's all. I'll do my best to help these 10 students. Suja comforted Shen Xingyan. Afterward, he went to the practice room to meet the 10 students. Hello everyone, I will be your special training instructor before the martial exam. Suja got straight to the point, activating the energy and blood within his body to unleash a powerful aura that enveloped the students. No need for unnecessary words, strength is the most convincing argument. So strong. Is this the aura of a third-rank martial artist? How terrifying. As expected of a mentor from the Martial Arts University, and also of teacher Shen's husband, the students were instantly awed by this display. In this world, the strong are revered. How could they usually have the chance to interact with a third-rank martial artist? Everyone's face showed an expression of admiration. Some were willing to come for the special training because they had heard of Suja's reputation. At this moment, it seemed that his reputation was indeed well-deserved, very strong. Immediately, an inexplicable sense of anticipation arose in their hearts. With this powerful martial artist's special training, it's possible to get into the Martial Arts University. This time, we made the right choice. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan beside him smiled without saying a word. A trace of pride appeared on her face. My husband is really amazing. Suja glanced at the 10 students and couldn't help but think that some things are destined. Yesterday, he observed a dozen or so students with decent potential, and most of them are here. Alright, do whatever I tell you to do. If you can't, then get out of here. Suja adopted his usual strict demeanor and began the first special training. Extreme physical training. The students initially thought it would be easy, just physical training, something they did every day. Who would have thought that Suja would directly increase the difficulty in training volume tenfold? The main focus was to push them to their limits, as long as they didn't collapse from exhaustion. 3 hours later, gritting his teeth as if forcing himself into a dead end, he began battle training. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked into the training room and then proceeded to the adjacent training room. With a puzzled expression, he asked, Teacher Shen, what's going on next door? Principal. Shen Xingyan continued teaching the remaining students in the regular class, anticipating that the principal would surely find out. Explained everything in full detail. Principal, those 10 students volunteered to participate. If anything goes wrong, I will take responsibility and won't implicate the school. Shen Xingyan emphasized this point. Principal Fang Daxiang frowned. He understood that Shen Xingyan's actions were for the sake of the students. How could he not hope for more students from the school to get into Martial Arts University? But, does it help? Teacher Shen, which instructor did you hire? Fang Daxiang asked bluntly.
Shin Qingyan made a decision without his consent, which indeed made Fang Daxiong feel somewhat uncomfortable. Although the two have different positions, they are both first-class martial artists, and their social status is not much different. Fang Daxiong is at the peak of first class, but he is injured. Shin Qingyan is in the mid-stage of first class, younger than him, and the person Shin Qingyan invited to be a special training instructor is probably not simple either. He definitely didn't want to offend someone for no reason without understanding the situation. "It's my husband, Suja," Shin Qingyan replied firmly.
Oh, so it's Mentor Su," Fang Daxiong said with some surprise. He had also heard about Shin Qingyan's husband coming to the school yesterday. But how could he have imagined that a dignified third-rank martial artist, a mentor at Nanhai Martial Arts University, would actually come to be a special training teacher for high school students? Even the top-ranked #1 high school in the entire Nanhai base, with all the school leaders involved, couldn't invite such a big shot. Besides, which third-rank martial artist would be so idle? "Teacher Shin, you've worked hard. It's not easy for you to think so much for the school," Fang Daxiong said with a smile, his tone carrying a touch of warmth and respect. Then, he took it upon himself to go observe and learn. Shin Qingyan couldn't stop him and followed along to the practice room next door. Suja saw Shin Qingyan walking in with a middle-aged man and guessed a bit, so he walked over. "Mentor Su, thank you for your hard work. We appreciate your support for our school." Fang Daxiong saw Suja approaching and took the initiative to step forward and express his attitude. "Honey, this is our Principal Fang," Shin Qingyan introduced. Suja politely said, "Hello, Principal Fang." He immediately noticed Fang Daxiong's martial arts cultivation and also saw his injuries. Martial artists who can go to the battlefield are not cowards. Fang Daxiong's injuries were not severe, yet he chose to retire at such an age. It does indeed suggest some fear of fighting on the battlefield, but Suja would not hold any prejudice because of this. "I heard that Mentor Su is also an outstanding talent who graduated from our #3 high school," Fang Daxiong enthusiastically asked in a friendly manner. "That's right, Qingyan and I were in the same class, and the martial arts teacher was my retired father-in-law," Suja replied calmly. Unknowingly, he had become quite a figure at the South Sea base. Although he felt that his martial arts journey had only just begun due to the awakening of the system, what he could currently do for the South Sea base was still very limited. Fang Daxiong wanted to build a connection, but Suja was powerless to help. After exchanging a few words later, he clearly told Fang Daxiong that this special training was entirely for the sake of his wife's face, and it just so happened that he had the time. Fang Daxiong was also very tactful and did not make any excessive demands. At the same time, Fang Daxiong couldn't help but glance at the 10 students who were struggling to hold their ground in the battle. "You guys are really lucky. A third-rank martial artist and special training from a martial arts university instructor are not privileges that ordinary students can enjoy. You better make me proud and get a few more admissions. That way, I can also share in the glory." Are the remaining students in class 10 out of their minds? Such a great opportunity, and they actually refused it. They deserve to never become martial artists in their lifetime. After a day of extreme training, the next day, Shin Qingyan received some bad news. 3 students couldn't hold on and quit. It's only been a day. For those who can't persist, it's always the best choice, Suja said nonchalantly. With 3 fewer people, it will be even easier when going outdoors. Those 3 fools have no idea what they missed. Principal Fang, upon learning about this, was almost ready to curse in frustration, deeply distressed. After the first day of extreme physical training, Suja had a rough idea of the current limits of these 7 students. With a blood energy of 500 calories, there was some hope, so on the second day of special training, Suja focused mainly on understanding their combat skill levels. Fortunately, there weren't many students, so Suja had them take turns sparring with him. Too many unnecessary moves, all flashy and showy. Hesitant and timid. When you strike, aim for the enemy's vital points. Never rely on luck. All you know is attacking, with no attention to defense. People like you die the fastest. You guys like this, and you still want to get into the martial arts university? You're far from it. Suja pointed out their flaws in the most ruthless way based on each student's characteristics, then corrected them. In the practice room next door, Shin Qingyan would come over to take a look whenever she had free time, or rather, to secretly learn. I have to say, my husband truly lives up to being a mentor at the martial arts university. His understanding of the students, mastery of training methods, and the effectiveness of his approach are all immediately evident. You have to know, these are her own students, yet in just 2 days, Suja seems to understand them even better than Shin Qingyan.
especially since Suja can uncover each student's hidden potential and shortcomings.
This was something Shen Xingyan could not do at all. In the following days, Suja's training kept escalating. The intensity of the confrontations kept soaring, with no mercy whatsoever.
The students felt like they were about to break apart. It was sheer inhuman torment.
Suja originally thought that among the 7 students, at least 1 or 2 would give up and choose to quit. Surprisingly, they all persevered. 5 boys and 2 girls, not a single one quit.
Especially one of the girls named Song Cheng. She is the weakest in vitality among the 7 and also the most frail.
High-intensity training was the hardest for her to endure, yet she still persevered.
However, Shen Xingyan knew where Song Qing's motivation came from. Song Qing's parents both died on the battlefield of the myriad races, and she grew up relying on her elderly grandfather. Since her parents are not martial artists, the pension is not much. She is determined to become a martial artist. Even if she dies in battle in the future, the martial artist's pension would be enough for her grandfather to live on. Although her blood vitality is the weakest, Suja said that Song Qing is the most talented among these 7 students.
If she can endure the special training, there is a high probability she will be admitted to the martial arts university.
6 days passed like this, and the 7 students endured the hellish special training, transforming completely as if reborn. Perhaps there wasn't a noticeable improvement in their vitality, but they gave off a much stronger impression.
This is the effect Suja wanted to achieve.
For martial artists, the most important thing is never the amount of vitality, but their spirit and energy. Next, they would leave the base and face the threat of death head-on. Through external stimulation, quickly enhance chi and blood.
Everyone, go back early today and prepare. We'll leave the base tomorrow.
On the last day of special training, Suja revealed the plan to the students. In the students' eyes, there was fear of the unknown, but also a hint of anticipation, because the effects of the special training were truly remarkable. They have already unconditionally trusted Suja. As for Suja, he naturally has the ability to protect the safety of these 7 students, but he simply doesn't say so. He wants every student to maintain sufficient vigilance.
Only when their lives are threatened will humans unleash infinite potential. Ding!
The system mall has been refreshed this week.
Would you like to check it?
At this moment, the system notification sound echoed in his mind. A week had passed, and it was time to snatch system items at the ultra-low price of 1 spirit stone again.
Check. Suja eagerly checked the information on the 3 items. A bottle of spirit origin pills, a bottle of healing pills, and 100-year-old emperor silver grass. Suja's eyes lit up, very satisfied.
The Lingyuan pill is a special elixir for martial artists above the 3rd rank, and its effects are countless times better than the chi and blood pill.
It was exactly what he needed most at the moment, an essential item for cultivation.
The more blood recovery pills, the better.
This item is a standard for every martial artist and is always in short supply on the battlefield.
The century-old Huangyin grass is relatively rare and can increase the probability of advancing to a 4th-grade martial artist by at least 10%. If put up for auction, it would easily fetch tens of thousands of spirit stones with people scrambling to buy it. After all, those 3rd-grade martial artists waiting to break through are all elites and don't lack money. With the Lingyuan pill and Huangyin grass, the chances of breaking through to the 4th grade this time are even greater. Suja was not in a hurry and planned to talk about it after bringing the students back from the wild. Suja left the South Sea base alone with 7 students. When leaving the city gate, the base's guard team repeatedly verified Suja's identity with some confusion. After all, the 7 students didn't look like members of a hunting team, and the leader was just a young man. Wasn't he afraid of death? After confirming Suja's identity as a 3rd-rank martial artist, they were shocked and let him pass. After leaving the base, Suja went directly to a wilderness area most suitable for student training.
The next day,
Suja was thoroughly familiar with the distribution of exotic beasts near the South Sea base.
After so many years of natural reproduction, the exotic beasts in the wild would not easily migrate.
Soon, Suja discovered a group of mutated 4-eared hamsters. These 4-eared hamsters are small in size, extremely fast, and have vitality ranging from about 400 to 500 calories, making them suitable opponents for you. Additionally, the 4-eared hamsters' attacks are average, but they excel at group assaults, so you'd better be cautious. After saying this, Suja leapt onto a giant pine tree and left them to their own devices. 7 students were slightly startled but quickly showed determined expressions ready for battle. They swiftly spread out into formation, adopting a stance that balanced offense and defense, and actively charged toward the group of 4-eared hamsters. In response, Suja also revealed a gratified smile. The psychological resilience of these 7 students had greatly improved, and their reaction abilities were quite impressive. Apart from the effects of the special training, they themselves also have a strong desire to become martial artists. The other 6 students are similar to Song Qingdu, coming from humble families. The martial arts exam is their only chance to change their fate. Looking at them, Suja seemed to see his former self. Among them, there was a boy named Huang Zhang, who worked as hard as he did back in the day. Huang Zhang had the highest vitality and the strongest abilities, becoming the team leader among the 7. After a moment of tension, he was the first to strike and kill a 4-eared hamster. Faced with the frenzied counterattack of the 4-eared hamster, every student fought with bloodshot eyes, giving it their all. In the end, with 3 people injured, they managed to deal with the group of 4-eared hamsters. Fortunately, the injuries weren't serious, and Suja paid out of his own pocket for healing pills for them. The other 4-eared hamsters, seeing how ruthless this group of humans was, all fled in panic.
We won, we won.
Huang Zhang, Song Qing, and the other 5 showed unprecedented excitement on their embarrassed faces.
But Suja didn't give them any time to rest, briefly summarizing the combat experience.
Soon, the intensity was increased.
He led them to face even stronger exotic beasts.
Suja spent 7 whole days in the wild with 7 students. The beasts they fought not only grew increasingly stronger but also had various distinct characteristics. Some were ferocious attackers, some excelled in defense, some used poison, some were cunning, and there were even those that used mental attacks. Moreover, Suja also had them compete in groups, taking on the beasts in team duels. Various combat experiences and methods allowed them to experience everything.
After each battle, Suja would provide precise summaries and guidance.
Over the past 7 days, the students have been walking on thin ice, enduring unbearable hardships. In fact, Suja would clear the area of major safety hazards in advance every time. The exotic beasts that posed a threat to the students were either killed by Suja or driven away.
If an accident still happens under such circumstances, it can only be said to be fate. Luck is also a part of a warrior's strength.
Over the past 7 days, the students have lived intensely and fulfillingly, and their gains have been tremendous. Not to mention the obvious improvement in vitality, the rewards from hunting exotic beasts alone are considerable.
Although they are all low-level exotic beasts, they are still worth some money.
The earnings from 7 days out are enough to cover most of their expenses for half a year. At sunset, Suja returns safely to the South Sea base with 7 students, dragging their weary bodies. Meanwhile, Shen Qingyan and Wang Qifang were already waiting at the city gate in advance. Finally, everyone has returned safely.
Upon seeing Su Zhou and his group, the 2 teachers, Shen Qingyan and Wang Qifang, breathed a sigh of relief.
If any student had an accident, the trouble they would face would not be minor. Although the students participated voluntarily and their families were informed, it would inevitably invite criticism and be a significant blow to their reputations.
While feeling relieved, Shen Qingyan and the other person immediately noticed the changes in the students. Miserable is truly miserable, covered in scars and looking like they've lost half their lives.
Yet it gives off a sense of dangerous, violent slaughter, as if they've undergone a complete transformation.
Sure enough, they've all become stronger, more mature. Shen Qingyan sighed sincerely and gave Suja a grateful glance.
Suja smiled and said to the students, "All right, the special training is temporarily over. Before the martial exam, just maintain your daily practice.
Until the very last moment, you must not slack off. Understood?"
"Understood," the students responded in unison, their voices loud and clear.
After these 7 days of life and death training, the students' vitality will steadily improve.
Before the martial arts exam, the standard of 500 points for vitality and blood should be achievable for these 7 students.
Next, it all depends on themselves.
A week has passed, and the system shop has refreshed again.
This time, luck wasn't as good.
The 3 items were all very common pills, with a total value of no more than 200 spirit stones. For this, Suja had no complaints. The first 2 times yielded great items, enough for an ordinary person to spend several lifetimes.
This time, Suja didn't delay and directly used the Lingyuan pill and the 100-year Imperial Silver Grass.
Finally, after a week, he successfully broke through to martial arts 4th grade. The system awakened less than 2 months ago, and I've already broken through from the peak of the 2nd rank to the 4th rank. At this speed, even the prodigies at Martial Arts University would probably be shocked. Even I can hardly believe it myself. Suja smiled as he felt the changes happening in his body. Although the amount of vital energy and blood has reached the 4th grade realm, the strength has not yet reached it. The 4th grade of martial arts is a major realm that requires the condensation of martial momentum. And condensing martial momentum requires a certain amount of mental strength. Suja currently only meets the standards for physical strength and vital energy and blood, so he can only be considered a pseudo-4th grade. As long as he spends more time consolidating, he will eventually be able to condense martial momentum. Next, Suja also claimed the final system item. This time, luck was decent, yielding a bottle of Lingyuan pill and 2 bottles of bone tempering pill, at least useful for his own cultivation. Unknowingly, the 1-month vacation was about to end. Due to the upcoming martial arts exam, Shen Qingyan was very busy. No matter how busy she was, her enthusiasm remained high in the evening, and happiness filled her heart completely. Before leaving, Suja made a trip to Nanhai No. 3 High School. In addition to cheering on Huang Zhang and the other 6 students, he also gave each of them a bottle of healing elixir,
wishing them success in getting into martial arts university. It is comforting that the students' vitality has almost reached 500 calories. Even Song Qing, who had the lowest vitality, did not fall behind. Shen Qingyan was full of gratitude toward her husband, and Wang Qifan even regarded Suju as an idol, personally escorting him out of the school gate. After a brief farewell to his family, Suju embarked on his journey back to Nanhai Martial Arts University. Nanhai Martial Arts University, Dean's Office of the Pill Medicine Academy. Xiaosu, you've reached the fourth rank in Qi and blood? Su Xingyan looked at Su Zhe, who had returned travel-worn, with a face full of astonishment. Taking a month off to go home, and you've gone from the 3rd rank to the 4th? Since when did advancing in martial arts become so easy? Dean, I was just lucky to come across 100-year-old Emperor Silver Grass in the wild. Moreover, I was fortunate enough to experience a martial arts epiphany. Su Zhe replied with a smile. The Emperor's Silver Grass was real, but the epiphany was pure nonsense. Martial arts enlightenment is somewhat metaphysical. Anyone might enter a state of enlightenment and see their cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. There really isn't anything to nitpick. Su Xingyan's eyelid twitched, leaving him speechless. Royal Silver Grass is indeed effective, and he had tried enlightenment before, but had never achieved such a rapid rate of improvement. It can only be said that Suju is truly a late-blooming prodigy. Give him some time, and he might grow into a powerful figure in the future. Dean, this is the pass. Also, I'd like to apply for another loan from the academy to buy something to enhance my mental strength and solidify my 4th grade cultivation. Suja stated his purpose. Is that so? Su Xingyan approved a loan of 100,000 spirit stones for Suja without a second thought. For a late-blooming genius who advanced to the 4th rank so quickly, what is 100,000 spirit stones? As long as Suja continues this heaven-defying growth, Nanhai Martial Arts University might just stabilize in the future. Suja had his eyes on this point when he asked for the loan. As long as the strength of the 4th rank is solidified, repaying 100,000 spirit stones will be no pressure at all. The gains from a trip to the 10,000 races battlefield would be more than sufficient. Before that, it was time for the monthly ability draw. After returning to his new apartment, Suja eagerly muttered to the system in his mind, "Draw. Ding. Draw successful. Obtained a skill proficiency 100-fold acceleration experience card. Limited time experience for 1 month, would you like to use it?" Suja's eyes lit up instantly, filled with joy. He was just planning to choose a more advanced martial skill after returning and trained diligently. In addition to enhancing combat power, practicing martial techniques is also one of the most effective ways to improve mental strength. It's even better than taking pills for mental strength. System, you really understand me. Without hesitation, Suja left and headed to the library. He needs to make the most of his time to improve both his martial skills and mental strength. Ensure that within the 1-month trial period, he successfully becomes a true 4th grade combat martial artist. In fact, becoming a 3rd grade martial artist already allows one to choose a decent martial skill. Now that his vitality has reached the 4th grade standard, Suja has even more options. In the past, when my strength was lacking, survival in the wild relied mainly on endurance-focused martial techniques, such as defense, agility, and escape. The biggest weakness is the lack of offensive martial techniques. With this thought in mind, Suja set his sights on a blade martial technique. Mad God Blade Art, a slash like a raging storm, a divine strike. This is a very domineering blade technique, with a low threshold for practice but formidable power. Martial skill proficiency is divided into 4 levels: beginner, proficient, master, and subtle. Suja had previously mastered a proficient blade technique, and based on that foundation, the Mad God Blade technique is the most suitable choice. Combined with his already mastered movement technique and defensive martial skills, his overall combat strength is now very well balanced. Coming out of the library, Suja immediately began practicing. With the martial skill proficiency 100-fold acceleration experience.
Card, it took less than 3 days for Suja to master the entry-level stage of the 5 moves of the Mad God Blade technique. Given the grade of the Mad God Blade technique, it would normally take at least 1 or 2 months to reach the entry level. The system's effect is truly remarkable. At the same time, Suja's mental strength also underwent significant changes along with the improvement of his martial skills. In the following half-month, apart from teaching, Suja divided all his time into several parts. Improving cultivation, practicing blade techniques, studying the insights of predecessors on the grand momentum of martial arts, and attempting to condense his own martial arts momentum. Repeating this process, monotonous yet fulfilling. By the time the Mad God Blade technique reached the proficient level, his mental strength doubled, his vitality entered the stable early stage of the 4th grade, and he vaguely grasped the shadow of the martial arts momentum.
Suja made a bold decision. To train and break through on the battlefield of the myriad races in the South Sea. The so-called condensing of martial momentum, the best training environment is actual combat.
The blade is a weapon for killing. Martial arts, the way of slaughter. Suja knew clearly that his aptitude and talent were insufficient, and only slaughter could make up for it. And slaughter was the martial path most suited to him. Suja first went to the Internal Affairs Department and spent a fortune to buy a long blade worth 20,000 spirit stones. Bought another set of armor with stronger defense, worth 30,000 spirit stones. In addition, the corresponding pills and supplies are all fully prepared. With the internal discount, the total cost came to nearly 70,000 spirit stones. Fortunately, after advancing to the 4th rank, there's still a subsidy to claim, otherwise, no amount of money would be enough to cover the expenses.
Suja gave a wry smile and left the Ministry of Internal Affairs.
Actually, it was just that Suja was used to being cautious, others heading to the battlefield wouldn't prepare so thoroughly.
After making up his mind,
hopefully, this breakthrough will succeed, and I can earn a bit in the process.
Suja gathered his equipment and stepped into the South Sea battlefield. The passage to the South Sea battlefield of all races is located just 5 kilometers away from South Sea Martial Arts University. This area has been constructed into a large military base, serving as the final line of defense for the South Sea battlefield of all races. Not only is it heavily guarded, but there are also many large-scale human weapons stationed there. In addition, the entire entrance to the passage is reinforced with powerful formations.
The gate of the passage is forged from materials of grade 9 or higher, with a hardness beyond imagination.
No amount of fortification for each passage is excessive for humanity.
If breached by the myriad races, it would bring catastrophic disaster to every base.
Of course, human warriors are not to be underestimated either. 500 years of resistance history has given humanity sufficient combat power. No group can single-handedly defeat the human race.
Suja, instructor at South Sea Martial Arts University, registered 3rd grade martial artist.
Identity verification successful.
Suja successfully passed the identity verification and entered the passage. It wasn't his first time on the 10,000 races battlefield, so he was still very familiar with some procedures and things to pay attention to. After walking through a heavily guarded main path, Suja arrived at the strategic stronghold of the battlefield.
South Sea Base.
It is called a stronghold, but it is more like a defensive fortress on a battlefield. The main enemy faced by the South Sea stronghold is a race among the myriad clans known as the Wasteland Clan. This race closely resembles humans in appearance but is taller, more robust, and extremely fierce and brutal. 30 years ago, a foreign dimensional space descended upon this world, forming this otherworldly passage in the southern region, which has since evolved into today's battlefield of myriad clans. Today, the South Sea battlefield of myriad races has become an independent and complete fusion world. Mountains, rivers, and various terrains and landforms are all present. The main territories belong to 2 factions, the Wasteland Tribe and the human race, though some other races are also active in the No Man's Land. The Wasteland Tribe and the human race have been waging war on the South Sea battlefield for years, not only to prevent being annihilated by the other side, mainly competing for precious resources on the battlefield.
The Wasteland Tribe is inherently belligerent.
They are never satisfied with occupying more resources but aim to monopolize the entire space. They even break through passages to enter the human stronghold, Blue Star.
Over the past 30 years, the Wasteland Tribe has launched countless attacks.
The most severe incident destroyed the South Sea stronghold and nearly broke through the passage gate, charging into the southern border of the Great Xia Kingdom. Since then, the defense of the South Sea stronghold has been reinforced. It is said that a powerhouse above the 9th rank was dispatched to guard the South Sea stronghold.
Suja had never seen them. Even if they met face to face, Suja probably wouldn't recognize them. Such an existence, if they wanted to conceal their aura, how could Suja possibly identify them?
Soon, Suja left the stronghold. Alone, he arrived at a desolate mountain range called Ghostly Wild Nest.
Suja had a purpose in choosing this place for training.
Besides its complex and mysterious terrain, it was filled with various poisonous miasmas. It was also rich in a fruit called condensed frostfruit, which could help enhance mental strength to some extent.
Many third-grade martial artists aiming to advance to the fourth grade would come here to harvest.
This also resulted in the area being frequented mostly by third-grade martial artists, both from the human race and the wilderness race. Those with too little strength don't dare to come, and those with too much strength have no need to come. Suja came once when he was at the peak of the second rank, but he didn't gain much and almost got poisoned. At that time, he mainly ambushed on the outskirts, scavenging and casually killing enemies. But this time, he chose to stride in boldly. The goal is to attract the Wasteland tribe to besiege him and condense martial momentum through slaughter.
A third-grade human? And alone? Not long after venturing deep into the eerie nest of the wilderness, a team from the Wasteland tribe discovered Suja. There were 6 in total, 3 third-grade ones and 3 at the peak of second grade. Suja's eyes lit up. Without waiting for the opponents to surround him, he accelerated and charged forward. Suja instantly unleashed the vitality of the fourth rank, appearing in the midst of the 6 people in a flash. With one strike, he took down 3 second-rank peak opponents. Not only did Suja's cultivation overpower them, but his weapon and martial skills were also clearly superior in every aspect. Killing second-rank opponents was as effortless as slicing through melons and vegetables. The remaining 3 third-grade warriors panicked instantly. Damn humans, it's actually fourth-grade blood energy, this is too much. The leading third-grade warrior of the wilderness tribe, furious beyond measure, charged forward, intending to rely on his physical strength to suppress Suja, then gang up 3 against 1 to wear the enemy down. Unfortunately, this wishful thinking was overplayed. Suja didn't dodge at all and directly confronted the opponent head-on. Prepare to die.
A lightning-fast slash deflected the opponent's attack, followed by a swift counter-strike. The leader, a third-grade fighter, had his head severed and died on the spot. Suja's vitality now reached the standard level of a fourth-grade fighter, with martial skills and combat experience far ahead of others. Killing these third-grade Wasteland tribe members in the eerie wild nest wasn't too difficult. When encountering some powerful fourth-grade auras, he wouldn't take the risk to force his way through. After all, this time he came out alone, and his purpose wasn't to kill enemies but to cultivate. With continuous slaughter, his martial momentum was being refined step by step. At the same time, the material gains were also quite considerable. Unfortunately, he didn't have any space-type treasures and only took the relatively valuable parts.
Crack!
It continued like this for nearly 7 days, and the aura of slaughter around Suja grew increasingly intense. With the existence of the Martial Skill Proficiency 100-fold Acceleration Experience card, every time he used the blade technique, he could condense a bit of mental strength. The speed was unbelievably fast, and he felt that achieving mastery was not far off.
I need to speed up a bit.
Suja's gaze was resolute. He had to become a true 4th rank before the trial card expired.
Suja pressed on with full force, wielding his long blade, and quickened the pace of harvesting the Wasteland tribe.
2 days later, he faintly felt that his killing intent had already reached its peak. In the next moment, the aura around Suja began to surge wildly. Immediately afterward, as expected, a mysterious force surged within the sea of consciousness. Vast spiritual power.
The martial momentum formed by this pure spiritual power is the true hallmark of a 4th-grade martial artist.
It is also the dividing line between mid-grade and low-grade martial artists. The great momentum of martial arts has been achieved. Kill. Suja felt the changes within himself, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. At this moment, he officially stepped into the ranks of intermediate martial artists. Buzz. However, Suja did not become complacent but quickly distanced himself from the area of the eerie wilderness nest.
On the battlefield, gathering the momentum of martial arts without control could very likely attract unknown risks.
Moreover, the goal has been achieved, so he has no reason to stay here any longer. Just as Suja's figure disappeared from the spot not long ago, sure enough, a team of Wasteland tribe people arrived.
He's gone. It was indeed the aura of a human gathering the momentum of martial arts.
What a pity. The leading member of the Wasteland tribe shook his head regretfully. The first time one condenses the momentum of martial arts, there will be a flaw of unstable mental strength. With the strength of their squad, they had every chance to bring down a 4th-grade human martial artist here. Even if they couldn't kill him, they could make his realm fall, cutting off his path to advancement.
Running so fast?
This group of Wasteland tribes searched around for a while, but after finding nothing, they withdrew. At this moment, Suja had already successfully returned to the South Sea base. He directly exchanged all the gains from the past 10 days into contribution points at the base. Then returned to school, went to the Department of Internal Affairs, and exchanged some cultivation resources. After seeing the storage ring, Suja gritted his teeth and exchanged for one. Although it had less than 5 cubic meters of space, it was ridiculously expensive. If purchased with spirit stones, even with the school's internal discount, it would cost as much as 100,000 spirit stones, equivalent to 1 billion xia coins. If it weren't for the large number of Wasteland tribe members slain this time, Suja wouldn't have been able to afford it no matter what. However, with a treasure like the storage ring, resources won't be wasted on the battlefield in the future. The moment he got the storage ring, Suja smiled with satisfaction. He was broke again. Not only had he not paid off the school loan, but he had also spent all the money he had just earned. Martial artists are really expensive. It's okay, I'm now a 4th grade martial artist, so I can borrow a bit more. Thinking this, Suja returned to his residence. He planned to first familiarize himself with and stabilize the grand momentum of martial arts. Spiritual power unleashed. Suja experienced the true abilities of a 4th grade warrior and was very satisfied with the results. Not only could he exert mental suppression, but his strength and speed also saw significant improvements. Especially when performing martial techniques, the addition of martial momentum greatly enhanced both power and precision, making them incomparable to before. It is said that high-grade warriors can suppress lower-grade warriors with mental pressure alone, rendering them unable to lift their heads. Even more terrifying, it can even cause low-grade martial artists to suffer mental breakdowns, leading to suicide or self-destruction. High-grade martial artists? With the system, I might just be able to reach that level. A confident glow appeared on Suja's face. In less than 3 months, he had consecutively broken through the 3rd and 4th grades. Nothing is impossible. 3 days later, Suja's martial arts aura had stabilized, and only then did he emerge from seclusion. He took out his phone to check and found nothing urgent. There was a small matter that surprised Suja a bit. It was sent by Shen Xingyan. The martial arts exam has ended, and out of the 7 students who received special training from Suja, 6 have met the admission standards for martial arts universities. If they follow Suja's suggestion and apply to that newly established martial arts university, there shouldn't be any issues. However, 1 student failed to pass. Shen Xingyan didn't mention which student it was. Suja thought for a moment and still sent a message to ask about it. He found it quite unexpected that the cultivation of these 7 students had not slackened. Moreover, with the pills he had sponsored, there was no reason they couldn't even meet the admission standard. Shen Xingyan didn't reply to the message immediately, and Suja didn't rush her. He planned to first register his identity as a 4th grade martial artist. Breaking through the 4th rank comes with a generous reward, and the daily benefits will also be significantly upgraded. Upon arriving at the dean's office, it was surprising Su Xingyan was there. This made Suja feel a bit puzzled. Every time he came to see Dean Su in the past few months, he was always in the office. It seems that he has been staying at the school all this time without going out. In the past, we could hardly meet a few times a year. Xiao Su, you're here. What's with that expression? Surprised to see me relaxing in the office? Su Xingyan said with a peculiar smile. It is indeed surprising, Suja nodded in agreement. Su Xingyan did not hide anything and said thoughtfully. Xiao Su, you are now a mentor at the school, and in the future, you might even become a pillar among the mentors. Let me be honest with you, the higher-ups are planning a comprehensive reform of the martial arts university system. Our school will follow suit. Simply put, the school will introduce a more ruthless elimination mechanism, concentrating existing resources on top students to cultivate future powerhouses. Suja nodded. This kind of reform is an irreversible trend. The new batch of students is about to enroll, and the reform will be implemented immediately. In this world, martial arts universities don't have summer or winter vacations. Students must enroll right after the martial arts exam ends. The battlefield of the myriad races constantly needs fresh blood to join. Oh, by the way, did you need something from me? Su Xingyan sighed and asked. I'm not here specifically to see you, Dean. I just came to your office to register my 4th grade cultivation level. Suja explained his purpose. What? You're at the 4th grade? Su Xingyan was momentarily stunned. After condensing martial momentum, if a martial artist uses spiritual power to conceal their aura, it really becomes difficult to sense. Su Xingyan saw Suja's indifferent expression and knew it was true. At this point, he found it a bit hard to stay calm. Advancing from the peak of the 2nd rank to the peak of the 3rd rank, Suja's speed was astonishing, but still within the realm of acceptance.
However, the fourth rank was a major threshold, requiring the condensation of martial momentum, and the difficulty was extraordinarily high.
There are quite a few martial artists stuck at the third rank in the entire Great Xia, and no matter how talented they are, it would take them years to even get close. Su Xingnian had previously made a bold prediction that with Sujia's late-stage awakening talent, he might reach it in 1 or 2 years.
And now you're telling me, in less than a month, you've reached the fourth rank?
Fourth rank, absolutely genuine. Sujia released a trace of stable mental power. Looking at Su Xingnian's shocked expression, he found it very amusing.
In fact, Sujia had seriously thought about it.
The reason he was able to condense the momentum of martial arts so quickly was that the system provided the most direct assistance. Another reason might be related to him being a transmigrator, possessing the soul of 2 lifetimes.
Because mental strength is closely connected to the soul.
Sujia's martial arts aptitude and talent are truly ordinary, but his talent for cultivating mental strength is inherently extraordinary.
Good boy, you're really something. After confirming without a doubt, Su Xingnian's face immediately lit up with joy.
No matter which martial arts university it is, adding a 4th grade mentor is always a cause for celebration. Especially for the relatively weaker Nanhai Martial Arts University, where Sujia from the bottom-ranked Alchemy Academy is still very young. With this momentum, the day he carries the banner of the Alchemy Academy might come sooner than expected. At this moment, Sujia's importance in Su Xingnian's heart has risen to another level.
Alright, the registration for the 4th grade martial artist certification is completed for you. Su Xingnian personally took charge and quickly handled the procedures for Sujia.
Thank you, Dean. Sujia said gratefully. Afterward, Su Xingnian held Sujia back to chat about many things. It was as if Sujia was regarded as the successor of the Alchemy Academy.
The school reform is not only aimed at new students but applies to the entire school. Based on enrollment time, those whose vitality does not meet the standard each year will be forcibly expelled and recommended to directly join the non-warrior army.
The saved resources will be used to increase rewards for outstanding students, especially the most exceptional ones, with significant rewards. Su Xingnian also revealed that the higher-ups are already studying how to classify the strength levels of all martial arts universities and allocate resources accordingly.
The higher-ups have always tilted resources toward good universities.
Now they even plan to increase this tilt, making the strong stronger while the weak have to find their own way. Sujia didn't have much opinion about this. The strong getting stronger is a universal law that applies everywhere.
It's just the bottom-ranked Nanhai Martial Arts University, its future days are likely to be tough.
Martial arts universities are the cornerstone of every battlefield of the myriad races. In addition to continuously supplying warriors to the military, they themselves possess a strong ability to resist the myriad races.
This is because the instructors and students of martial arts universities are all warriors.
Pulling one thread affects the whole body. This kind of change is likely related to the situation on the battlefield of myriad races. Before this, Sujia was only a 2nd-grade assistant instructor, and he couldn't access much high-level information. After reaching the 4th grade, he gradually began to come into contact with more secrets. The path of a warrior's growth relies too heavily on cultivation resources. These resources are not just pills, treasures, and spirit stones, but also techniques and martial arts.
Guaranteed practical combat opportunities are even more important.
For those students who are ordered to drop out, if they don't train in the military, wanting to progress further might be as difficult as reaching the heavens. Of course, the rear also has its own advantages.
At least the rear is safer.
The strong are all forged with blood. Sujia doesn't know what the future holds, he only knows he must become stronger.
After chatting with Su Xingnian for a while, Sujia hurried to the Internal Affairs Department. He received a large advancement subsidy and a 4th grade salary. A monthly total of almost 1,000 spirit stones in wages is quite a considerable fortune.
However, the consumption is fast. After Sujia bought a batch of cultivation resources, there was hardly anything left. This was even after he used the extra resources from last month's system store, otherwise, the consumption would have been greater.
It seems the fastest shortcut for cultivation above the 4th grade is to go to the battlefield and use battles to aid cultivation. Sujia was even considering whether to resign from his mentor position and join the military. It didn't seem that urgent.
If the system could grant an extraordinary ability next month, it would make up for it. Thinking this, he suddenly received a congratulatory message from the school. Congratulations to our school's Alchemy Academy mentor, Sujia, on being promoted to a 4th-rank martial artist. The scrolling congratulatory message on the school website has also been updated. The last time Sujia was promoted to the 3rd rank, although it garnered some attention, it hardly caused any stir. After all, an assistant instructor who had been stuck at the peak of the second rank for many years being promoted to the third rank wasn't much to talk about. But this is different. The entire school was shocked by this news. What? Suja advanced to the fourth rank? It's been less than 3 months since he broke through the third rank. No way, the fourth rank. That's the fourth rank. Only those who truly understand how difficult it is to break through to the fourth rank can grasp how explosive this news is. Especially those who had been mentors at the school for many years and were still stuck at the third rank, all looked at Suja with newfound respect. They knew that Suja had now pulled far ahead of them. Looks like I need to work harder. I can't be a salted fish my whole life. If Suja can do it, so can I. Suja, however, had no idea how many people he had unintentionally motivated. After returning to the apartment, many congratulatory messages were received. In addition to some familiar colleagues and students, there were also quite a few mid-level mentors, including 4th and 5th grade ones. A few highly respected 5th grade mentors also sent congratulatory messages. They were not lowering themselves, but rather acknowledging Suja's immense potential. Sure enough, strength is the true path to dominance. Suja responded to everyone's congratulations one by one with emotion. He was never a solitary person, so why would he have any reason to offend others? Before long, Shen Xingyan also replied to his message. Honey, the one who failed the exam is Song Cheng. 3 days before the martial arts exam, Song Cheng's grandfather suddenly fell seriously ill and was hospitalized. She took care of her grandfather day and night, which delayed her cultivation time and affected her blood energy improvement. Unfortunately, in the end, her grandfather still couldn't make it through. I have already contacted a good martial arts school and plan to adopt Song Cheng as a goddaughter, supporting her to continue improving and prepare for next year's martial arts exam. Honey, what do you think? Seeing this message, Suja was quite surprised. He remembered that Song Cheng was the most promising among the 7 students, but he hadn't expected this. Supporting Song Cheng, Suja had no objections, but what was the deal with adopting her as a goddaughter? Could his wife Shen Xingyan be overwhelmed with maternal love? It should be noted that Suja is 28 years old this year, while Song Cheng is 18, only 10 years apart. Suddenly having such a grown-up daughter out of nowhere is indeed a bit odd. Song Cheng's talent and potential are quite good. Spending a year at the martial arts school would just be a waste of time. I'll go and discuss with the institute leaders to see if I can get a special admission spot to bring you to our school. Don't get your hopes up too high. Even for a special admission spot, an assessment is still required. Suja replied to Shen Xingyan. He understood Shen Xingyan's thoughts. Back then, Shen Xingyan missed getting into martial arts university by just a little, and this has been her biggest regret in life so far. It might be that she saw her own shadow in Song Cheng. Moreover, Song Cheng's grandfather passed away, making her an orphan. Shen Xingyan sympathized with her. Honey, you're amazing. Love you. Shen Xingyan replied cheerfully. Suja was speechless as well. Taking care of Shen Xingyan's feelings is one aspect, but there's also the idea of not wanting to waste a good talent. After the school year begins, the school will implement a new policy. If the assessment is not passed within 1 year of enrollment, students will be forced to drop out. How far Song Cheng can go depends solely on herself. Regarding the special admission quota, Suja sent a message to Su Xingyan. No problem, I trust your judgment, Su Xingyan responded cleverly. The main thing is that this aligns with the school's policy. There are always a few overlooked talents in martial arts exams, and the school doesn't want to miss out on a promising student. Nanhai Third High School. After obtaining Suja's consent, Shen Xingyan immediately went to find Song Cheng. She felt that Song Cheng's failure to pass the exam was partly due to her own negligence. Because there were too many things happening before the martial arts exam, Shen Xingyan only learned about Song Cheng's situation after the exam was over. Moreover, in this martial arts exam, Class 10 of Senior Year 3 performed exceptionally well, with all 6 students, including Huang Zhang, surpassing the admission threshold. Significantly boosted the overall admission rate of Third High School. This not only brought a broad smile to Principal Fang Daxiong's face but also made Shen Xingyan famous. After the martial arts exam ended, Shen Xingyan was surrounded by various awards and praises. This made her feel even more guilty. If they had noticed Song Cheng's situation at the time, maybe she would have passed the exam. Among the 7, Song Cheng had the weakest foundation but the best talent. She had also been the most diligent during this period, yet she carried such feelings. Shen Xingyan sincerely said to Song Cheng, Song Cheng, the teacher truly likes you and believes you have a broader future. I genuinely want to take you as my daughter. Don't feel any psychological burden.
Being a warrior has always been your pursuit, do you really want to give it up? Mentor Su said the same thing.
You should believe his words, after all, he's a third-rank martial artist.
Song Qing originally didn't want to agree.
She felt that Teacher Shin had already helped her a lot. Even the medical expenses were covered by Teacher Shin, and she didn't want to accept too many favors. But hearing Suja also say that she had great potential finally broke through her so-called pride.
Alright, Teacher Shin, I promise you. I definitely won't let you and Mentor Su down. Song Qing bent down, performed a deep bow to Shin Xingyan, and acknowledged her as a godmother.
A determined tear involuntarily rolled down her small face. At this moment, Song Qing still didn't know that an even bigger piece of good news was waiting for her. Huang Zhang and the others were extremely grateful that they had chosen to join Suja's special training, and had persevered through it.
Those students who didn't join or quit halfway. Now, I'm filled with deep regret. An incredible stroke of luck came to Class 10, but I missed it for nothing. If only I hadn't refused back then, I might have gotten into martial arts university by now. This might have been the only chance in my life to become a martial artist, and I killed it with my own hands. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in life. Not long after Song Qinggang agreed, Shin Xingyan received a message from Suja. Got the special admission spot?
Shin Xingyan was both surprised and delighted. She hadn't held much hope initially, but she hadn't expected Suja to give such a definite answer so quickly. She had heard about the special recruitment policy, it was too difficult. So far, the South Sea base recruits at most one student through special recruitment each year, sometimes none. The students who are specially recruited are already very strong, and it might just be that they underperformed in the martial arts exam. Even so, the quota still requires a recommendation.
I didn't expect my husband to be so influential at Nanhai Martial Arts University.
Xingyan, don't get too excited just yet. It's just a special admission slot, and whether you can pass the assessment is another matter. Besides, even if you get admitted, with the current reforms at the Martial Arts University, students who fail to meet the standards after a year will be expelled by the school.
Suji explained clearly to Shin Xingyan. It doesn't matter, I believe Song Qing can do it.
Shin Xingyan, however, was indifferent.
The opportunity to attend martial arts university was too rare.
Even just 1 year there was better than staying at the martial arts school. Shin Xingyan immediately couldn't wait to share this great opportunity with Song Cheng, and reminded her to keep it a secret for the time being. As long as you're not foolish, you'd choose to apply for this position.
Really, is it okay? Song Qing felt a little dazed.
She never expected such an incredible opportunity and was so excited that she was almost in tears. At the same time, Song Qing was also very aware that this was thanks to her godfather. In order not to disappoint his godfather and godmother, Song Qing secretly made up his mind. He must work twice as hard, first pass the assessment, and then strive to stay. Only by improving his own strength can he better repay his benefactors. Following this, Shin Xingyan began making arrangements to take Song Qing to South Sea Martial Arts University to complete the formalities. Just taking advantage of this opportunity, she could also make a breakthrough in martial arts at South Sea Martial Arts University. The concentration of spiritual energy there is higher than at the South Sea base, making it more conducive to breakthroughs. During this period, with Suja's help, Shin Xingyan's martial arts cultivation is about to advance from mid-stage of the first rank to late stage of the first rank. Upon learning of this situation, Suja suggested,
Xingyan, why don't you bring my mom and Xiao Jin along? I have a travel expense reimbursement quota. You've never been to my school before, so just treat it as a holiday visit. After the martial arts exam, Shin Xingyan had a vacation. Previously, she wanted to visit Suja but couldn't afford the travel expenses. Now, it's different. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Shin Xingyan was immediately tempted.
A family can gather at Nanhai Martial Arts University and take care of business at the same time, so why not? After returning home, Shin Xingyan told her mother-in-law about this.
At first, Su's mother was a bit reluctant because it was really too expensive.
Upon hearing that Suja had a free spot, she no longer had any concerns. Daughter Su Xiaojin was beyond excited. Upon hearing that she could visit Nanhai University and see her father, she couldn't wait to set off immediately. That day, Suja used his rights as a fourth-rank martial artist to arrange the trip perfectly. Fortunately, there happened to be an armed aircraft available for them to take.
Shin Xingyan and her group of 4 didn't need to take the train. They would arrive at Nanhai Martial Arts University by tomorrow afternoon.
In this world, martial artists are respected in every aspect. If one can reach the level of Su Xingyan's 7th rank, there will be armed aircraft dedicated to serving a single person, while waiting for his family to arrive.
Suja finally welcomed the system's monthly draw moment. Extraction successful.
Congratulations on obtaining a combat power doubling experience card, valid for 1 month.
Doubling combat power.
Suja didn't expect to draw a purely consumable ability card. The place where this experience card can be most effective is undoubtedly the battlefield of 10,000 races. With his current cultivation at the peak of the early 4th rank, doubling it would elevate his aura to the late 4th rank and early 4th rank, granting him late 4th rank combat power, which is very suitable for causing trouble on the battlefield. Going to the battlefield suits me perfectly, but I'll wait until my family has left. Thinking this, Suja planned to conduct today's martial arts theory class as usual.
Mentor Su, Mentor Su.
Walking through the campus, many colleagues and students greeted him warmly. In less than 3 months, he had broken through 2 major realms, a piece of news that caused quite a stir at Nanhai Martial Arts University. No one could have imagined that the seemingly unremarkable Suja would turn out to be such a formidable figure with such strong potential. If I had known earlier, I would have chosen Professor Su when selecting a mentor.
You really know how to think. Back then, Professor Su was just a teaching assistant, okay?
What a blessing in disguise. At first, I was a bit upset about being assigned to Professor Su, but now it seems like I've struck gold. The students sighed with emotion one after another. In the eyes of many mentors and students, Suja at this moment is like a stock with immense potential.
A 4th rank mentor teaching first-year students is an unprecedented high standard.
Typically, first-year students are taught by 3rd rank mentors, while 4th rank mentors usually teach at least 2nd year students. Some experienced 4th rank mentors even teach 3rd and 4th year students. The entire Pill Academy has no more than 20 instructors above the 5th grade, and each of them is treated like a treasure at the university. With Suja's potential, reaching the 5th grade is a sure thing. It is also possible for him to grow into a high-grade martial artist above the 7th grade in the future.
My former instructor was a 7th grade martial artist. It sounds very impressive when you say it. Faced with everyone's enthusiasm, Suja couldn't help but feel emotional.
He had been at Nanhai Martial Arts University for 10 years, always remaining a nobody. Among his peers, some were worse off than him, while others had died on the battlefield. Most of them had done better than him and were now influential figures of great importance.
Only he was just now being reintroduced to the entire faculty and student body.
Many students now greatly admire Suja, not because Suja is particularly strong today or has achieved any remarkable feats he hasn't,
but because Suja, as an ordinary person with an ordinary background, ordinary qualifications, and ordinary talent,
remained ordinary for 10 years, yet one day managed to achieve greatness and astonish everyone. This undoubtedly gives great hope to many people with average talent. Many students even dug out some martial arts theory notes that Suja had lectured on in class during his early years as a teaching assistant. They wanted to see if they could find some insights in them. Suja was speechless. Those martial arts theories were based on the experiences of predecessors and were not his original ideas.
He really was just a teacher.
Nanhai Martial Arts University is well known to the people of the southern region.
There are not many ordinary people who have actually been there.
Shen Xinyan naturally hadn't been there either, and she was filled with anticipation for this trip. She started packing at home early, afraid of forgetting something. After all, it had once been her dream destination. Songqing needs no further mention. Every student dreams of Martial Arts University, let alone the fact that she now has the chance to become one of its students. Su Xiaojin was purely excited. She had never left the Nanhai base her entire life, let alone taken a plane.
Even Su's mother couldn't help but imagine, what would the place where her son works look like?
And so, with a mix of nervousness and excitement, the next day, a group of 4 arrived at the armed airfield of the South Sea base. The route from the South Sea base back to the South Sea Martial Arts University had a moderate number of passengers. Most of them had purchased tickets at high prices, and those who could board this plane generally came from well-off families.
At the very least, their families definitely included martial artists.
If they weren't related to martial artists, they wouldn't even qualify to board.
Big sis, are you going to Nanhai Martial Arts University or the Nanhai military camp?
As soon as they found a seat, an older lady started chatting with Su's mom.
Being of the same age, the older lady naturally felt Su's mom would be easier to talk to.
Oh, we're going to Nanhai Martial Arts University.
Mama Su didn't reveal much. It was her first time going out, so she decided to be cautious. She adhered to one principle, not to cause trouble for her son. The aunt, however, was a chatterbox, talking about her own matters to others. She said she was going to the Nanhai military camp to see her son, who was a first-rank martial artist.
He had earned military honors, and there was going to be a commendation ceremony. Because she hadn't seen her son for many years and time was tight, she gritted her teeth and bought a plane ticket. Next to her, Shin Xinyan listened to the aunt's vivid description, which didn't seem fake, and didn't say much. It was the family's first time traveling far from home, and since she was the only martial artist, she naturally had to be more cautious. In this world, danger is everywhere. There are strange beasts in the wild, and there are still quite a few cult followers inside the base. Recently, the news also reported that a gifted student was killed by a cult. She was alone with an elderly person and 2 children, so being extra cautious was never too much. Fortunately, the armed aircraft was relatively safe, and it reached the airport in less than an hour.
Here already.
When getting off the plane, Sue's mother and the others were amazed. In their understanding, Nanhai Martial Arts University was a very distant and hard-to-reach place.
They didn't expect to arrive so quickly.
After walking out of the airport, the group quickly spotted Suja's figure. With his tall and upright posture, dressed in the instructor's uniform of Nanhai Martial Arts University, he didn't particularly stand out in the crowd, yet he was especially pleasing to the eye.
Dad!
Su Xiaojin was the first to rush over.
Xiaojin, you've gotten stronger again. Suja happily lifted his 9-year-old daughter high. Then, Shin Xinyan and the other 2 walked over with smiles to greet Suja. Xiaojia. Honey. Teacher Su.
Suja smiled and said, "Let's go, get in the car." As he spoke, he pointed to a nearby 7-seater luxury car, signaling them to get in. This was a special reception car Suja borrowed from the school by using his status as a 4th-rank mentor. If it were the previous 2nd-grade assistant instructor, they could only take the school bus to witness this scene, which happened to be seen by that aunt earlier. The aunt's son, dressed in a military uniform, had already taken her luggage and was preparing to head toward the nearby bus. "Son, why do they have a private car?" the aunt asked her son with some confusion. The son glanced at Suja's clothes and replied directly, "That should be a mid-grade instructor from the martial arts university, someone who could be my superior's superior." The aunt's face instantly turned a bit awkward, and she hurriedly pulled her son's hand and left in a rush. Just a moment ago, she had been bragging about her son in front of others, talking about his achievements and how he was favored by his superiors.
Who would have thought that the eldest sister's son would turn out to be so impressive? It was utterly embarrassing.
To Sue's mother, the aunt was nothing more than a talkative passerby.
Soon, the car drove from the airport into Nanhai Martial Arts University. This is Nanhai Martial Arts University.
The entire school wall is made of special materials. Not only that, there is also a special defensive formation within the school grounds, which is particularly sturdy.
The school serves as the 2nd line of defense for the Nanhai battlefield of 10,000 races.
If the alien races emerge from the passage and break through this line of defense, they will rampage into the interior unchecked, with unimaginable consequences. But there's no need to worry too much. It's not that easy for the aliens to break through the South Sea base and the passage gate.
Suja gave a brief introduction.
Shin Xinyan and the others leaned against the car windows, curiously observing the scenery outside. They traveled all the way from the gate to the apartment building below Suja's residence.
"Mentor Su, are these your family members? Mentor Su, may I sit in on your class? Mentor Su, could you take me on a field training trip?" As soon as they got off the car, quite a few students came up to greet them.
Suja smiled and responded briefly, "Recently, too many students had been coming to him."
These students, even though they weren't his responsibility, still came one after another.
It was making Suja a bit irritable. But in Shin Xinyan and the others' eyes, this scene was a completely different experience.
So, Suja is so famous and popular at school.
Their faces instantly lit up with pride, feeling happy and proud for Suja.
When they went up to the apartment building, they discovered that Suja was living alone in a luxurious 3-bedroom apartment.
It was even bigger than their homes at the South Sea base.
Shin Xinyan and Song Qing noticed it immediately.
The spiritual energy here is extremely rich, far surpassing that of the Nanhai base. It's worth noting that the martial artist community where Shin Xingyan's family lives already has a higher concentration of spiritual energy compared to other ordinary areas in the Nanhai base. But compared to Nanhai University and Suja's apartment area, it's simply not on the same level. Training here for a long time is at least twice as effective as at the South Sea base.
Shin Xinyan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. No wonder everyone fights so hard to get into Martial Arts University. Just the advantage of the spiritual energy concentration alone can create an insurmountable gap in training.
Unfortunately, she can only stay here for a short period of time.
Shin Xinyan quickly felt relieved again.
In this environment, breaking through to the late stage of the 1st rank would not encounter any obstacles.
Perhaps before the age of 30, she could also become a second-rank martial artist.
Now, her husband is making a strong comeback, and the matters outside can be left to him. For her, simply protecting her family is the greatest happiness. At this moment, the only thought in Song Qing's mind was, make sure to pass the assessment and stay here, even if it costs your life. After a short break, Suja took his family to tour the school. Nanhai Martial Arts University is very large. Apart from the basic facilities, it is essentially a small base. Every time Suja introduced a place, Shen Xingyan and Song Qiang listened with great interest. The martial arts university held extraordinary significance for them. Suja took his family to the mentor's cafeteria to have something to eat. What impressed them was that the cafeteria even served exotic beast meat, which was not only delicious but also boosted vitality. The student cafeteria also offered it, but it required contribution points. The cultivation conditions and resources at Martial Arts University were incredibly abundant, far surpassing even the most advanced martial arts halls in the South Sea base by a huge margin. Song Qing, if you want to stay here, improve yourself as soon as possible. With your aptitude for admission, passing the elimination assessment a year from now is still very likely. Seeing the longing in Song Qing's eyes, Suja spoke earnestly. Yes, Teacher Su. Song Qing nodded heavily, her eyes filled with gratitude. Although she had become their goddaughter, calling them godfather and godmother was still difficult for her. Just like with Shen Xingyan, she addressed them as teachers. Subsequently, Suja took his family to complete Song Qing's special admission procedures. While passing by the dean's office, Suja specifically went to greet Su Xingyan. Dean, these are my family members. This is Dean Su of our Alchemy Academy. He has always taken good care of me. Suja gave a brief introduction in 2 sentences and was quite grateful to Su Xingyan. First, he approved a month's leave for him, and then gave Song Qing a special admission spot, which was quite a big favor. Su Xingyan didn't think much of it, as it was all within the scope of policy. He just sped up the process a bit. In fact, he was more than happy for Suja to owe him more favors. That way, if he needed something in the future, Suja would find it hard to refuse. Hello, Grandpa Su. Song Qiang and Su Xiaojin, the 2 girls, one older and one younger, greeted Su Xingyan warmly. Good, good, good. Su Xingyan smiled as he took out 2 meeting gifts. Here are 2 spirit pears, they're delicious, take them. The 2 girls looked at Suja, and only after Suja smiled and nodded did they happily accept them. Thank you, Grandpa Su. This old man has plenty of good stuff, so it doesn't hurt to owe him a little more favor. In Shen Xingyan's eyes, there was a hint of shock. Ling pears are suitable for all ages and are luxurious items worth thousands of spirit stones, yet he gave them away so casually. How extravagant. He's not a good person anyway. If Xiao Su advances to a high-grade martial artist in the future, there will be plenty of such fruit quotas, ha. Su Xingyan chuckled as he spoke. Suja listened and smiled without saying a word. A high-grade martial artist? You think it's that easy to advance? Truly boasting shamelessly. After leaving the dean's office, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but ask Suja, husband, Dean Su must be a high-grade martial artist, right? Well, I was already a 7th-rank martial artist 10 years ago before becoming the dean. My current level is classified information. Suja replied thoughtfully. In fact, he also wanted to know Su Xingyan's true strength, but he couldn't see through it. Hearing this, admiration involuntarily appeared on Shen Xingyan and Song Qing's faces. They actually had the chance to meet such a powerful figure, and the other party seemed to value Suja a lot. This made them even more excited and proud. After a day of touring, the family was filled with surprises and gained a lot. Even Su's mother was extremely happy, feeling very gratified to see her son doing so well at the martial arts university. The next day, after finishing his classes, Suja focused on guiding Shen Xingyan and Song Qing in their cultivation. After advancing to the 4th rank, Suja could extend his mental power outward, allowing him to more accurately grasp a person's martial arts state. He provided cultivation guidance that was more precise than ever, hitting the key points. This is why 4th-rank mentors usually don't teach freshmen or sophomores. It's overkill and a waste of resources. With Suja's meticulous guidance and the assistance of cultivation resources, both of them made rapid progress. While Su Zhu and the other 2 were cultivating, Su's mother took Su Xiaojin around for leisurely strolls. Many mentors and students came to know that Su Xiaojin was Suja's daughter. Some students even envied Su Xiaojin, believing that with a father like mentor Su to guide her, Su Xiaojin's future martial arts path would undoubtedly be much smoother. Although in the martial arts path, talent and diligence are the main factors. When talent is similar, background and resources often determine how far a person can go. No matter the era, no matter how the world changes, this is always the truth. If Suja one day advances to a high-grade martial artist, or if another mid-grade martial artist emerges in the family, the Su family could be considered a martial artist lineage. Of course, with Suja having awakened the system, his vision on the path of pursuing martial arts will certainly not be limited.
Moreover, the way of martial arts naturally carries an unshirkable responsibility. 3 days later, Song Qing successfully passed the assessment for the special invitation quota. She officially became a freshman at Nanhai Martial Arts University, starting school alongside many other new students. At the beginning of the semester, she was assigned to her student dormitory and moved out of Suja's apartment. Song Chang was holding back her determination, planning to fight for progress this year. She didn't want people to think she got in through connections, and even more so, she didn't want to disappoint Shen Qingyan and Suja. Legally speaking, Song Qing was already Suja's daughter and part of the family. Song Qing's performance was directly tied to Suja's reputation, and Shen Qingyan had finally broken through to the late stage of martial arts first grade. With Suja's guidance and resource allocation, breaking through to the second rank of martial arts within 2 years is foreseeable. After reaching the fourth rank, Suja's ability to acquire resources will greatly improve, and his support for his wife will also significantly increase. Shen Qingyan accepted all of Suja's help without hesitation. She knew that only by becoming stronger herself would Suja feel more at ease. She didn't want to become Suja's concern, let alone a burden. Moreover, her daughter Su Xiaojin's martial arts education also required a stronger martial artist as a mother. Thus, on the 5th day of arriving at Nanhai Martial Arts University, Shen Qingyan and Su Xiaojin's mother embarked on their journey back to the Nanhai base. As for Su Jia, he was also adjusting to his new role as a mentor for the semester. Rescheduled to enter the 10,000 races battlefield in the South Sea. The combat power doubling experience card is still valid for 25 days, and he doesn't want to waste this rare ability. He must take the opportunity to kill more Wasteland Clan, not only to earn more money but also to quickly hone and improve himself through combat. This time, Suja still plans to focus on hunting third-grade targets. Because the system's doubled combat power was not reflected in his cultivation, he could disguise himself as a newly advanced fourth-grade human. Dealing with third-grade Wasteland tribe members was as effortless as slicing melons and cutting vegetables. Even when encountering fourth-grade beings of the myriad races, he was fully capable of handling them. It wasn't that he didn't want to deal with fourth-grade opponents, but killing third-grade ones was more cost-effective. Moreover, in order not to expose the system's abilities, Suja still planned not to form a team but to go to the battlefield alone. This could also ensure safety to the greatest extent. At this time, since there was no large-scale battle breaking out on the 10,000 races battlefield, there was no need to fight the enemy to the death. After making all the preparations, Suja once again entered the passage gate and crossed the South Sea stronghold. Arrived at the battlefield of all races. This time, Suja did not go to the ghostly wild nest. Instead, he ventured deeper into another, more dangerous area where the Wasteland tribe was more concentrated. Few below the 4th rank dare to come to this place, as once surrounded by the Wasteland tribe, it is very difficult to escape. Suja was not worried, his late 4th grade combat strength was still quite formidable. This place was also an outpost defensive position of the Wasteland tribe, serving the purpose of monitoring the distant South Sea stronghold. From this point, it can be seen that the human race is at a defensive disadvantage in the South Sea battlefield of myriad races. It's not because the human race is weak, but because they have to split their forces to resist multiple alien passages. The Wasteland tribe can only be considered one of the lower-ranked races among the myriad tribes. Suja found a convenient hiding spot, held his breath, and began to lie in wait. Not long after, a third-grade member of the Wasteland tribe sensed Suja's presence. A human has actually ventured this far?
The tall figure was momentarily stunned, then strode forward with large steps. He felt that this human's aura was at most 3rd rank, and thought he was overly bold. Watch me destroy him. However, as he approached, Suja suddenly unleashed the momentum of 4th rank martial arts,
instantly suppressing the opponent to the point of immobility.
Then, with a swift strike, he effortlessly claimed the head of this Wasteland tribe member. The opponent had no power to resist at all, not even enough time to call for help. Not bad, just like this, fishing and hunting. Suja quickly cleaned up the traces at the scene, continued to release the aura of around 3rd grade, and waited for the next target to take the bait. Sure enough, every Wasteland tribe member attracted by Suja charged forward without any defense, intent on eliminating him.
The result was always being counter-killed. Suja easily killed 7 or 8 third-grade Wasteland tribe members in a day. Then he would fire a shot, switch positions, and move to another location. In this way, after 8 consecutive days, with most of his healing pills consumed, Suja finally returned home.
In the storage ring lay nearly 50 corpses of third-grade wasteland tribe. In addition to the corpses and other raw materials, a considerable amount of weapons and medicines were harvested, amounting to a value of over 200,000 spirit stones.
Going to the battlefield really pays off. If I ever run out of money, I'll just go on a sweep.
After handing over everything at the South Sea stronghold, Suja couldn't help but feel secretly delighted.
Crack!
With these spirit stones, the cultivation resources for the next period are secured. The only slight regret is that nothing good can be obtained from a third-grade practitioner. The further one progresses in martial arts cultivation, the less useful spirit stones become.
This is because some precious items are scarce even in the school's inventory and come with certain redemption restrictions.
Many warriors kept the good things they seized on the battlefield for their own use. Treasures like the Lingyuan spirit fruit, which are rare and hard to come by, are seldom exchanged for contribution points by anyone.
After returning to school and attending 2 days of classes,
finding that resources were insufficient, Suja repeated his old tricks and went to gather another batch. This time, it was also about 8 days, with a harvest of 200,000 spirit stones.
This should be enough. Next time, I'll go hunt 4th grade ones.
Just as he was thinking this, the battle bell of the South Sea stronghold suddenly roared like thunder.
Woo 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 woo. The loud sound of the siren instantly drew the attention of all the warriors. Immediately afterward, calls came through the loudspeaker. Emergency! Emergency!
The Wildland tribe army is attacking the stronghold. All warriors are urgently summoned.
Follow the orders of the outpost commander. Start defending. Start defending.
Suja was momentarily stunned. This wasn't the first time he had encountered such a situation on the battlefield. Even the voice coming from the loudspeaker felt very familiar to him, clearly issued by a high-ranking martial artist within the outpost. 3 years ago, when he had just broken through to the peak of the 2nd rank, he was squatting somewhere hunting low-ranked wasteland tribe and encountered a wasteland tribe army attacking a stronghold. At that time, his strength was weak. Let alone returning to the stronghold to participate in its defense, even showing his face could have gotten him killed. In the end, he struggled alone in the wild for nearly half a month, only managing to escape after the wasteland tribe army retreated. That was also the most dangerous moment Suja had ever faced on the battlefield. However, times have changed. With his 4th grade cultivation, he could be considered a main force in the entire South Sea stronghold. Immediately, Suja rushed out of the exchange point, leaped onto the high city wall, and joined the battle to resist the wasteland tribe army. On the city wall, many soldiers, upon seeing a 4th grade martial artist coming to support, quickly made room for Suja to let him contribute. At this moment, the system's combat power doubling experience card was still in effect, so Suja was no ordinary early-stage 4th rank martial artist. Especially after the tempering of 2 killings, his martial skills and cultivation had both been further refined. Even if he were to face a peak 4th rank wasteland tribe head-on, Suja was confident he wouldn't lose. Additionally, he had just bought a lot of pills at the stronghold, including ones for recovery and short-term explosive power.
Some pills are meant for saving lives and are usually too precious to use. Faced with such a grand battle, it's perfect to fight to your heart's content. At this moment, some instructors and students from South Sea Martial Arts University, who were also urgently summoned, recognized Suja.
Everyone nodded to each other and instantly became comrades fighting side by side.
What's going on? What's the reason for the wasteland tribe attacking the stronghold this time?
No idea. 3 years ago it was said to be triggered by a 7th grade spiritual plant.
Who cares? Anyway, we can't let them succeed. Let's wipe them out completely. Many martial artists looked at the overwhelming wasteland tribe army, discussing in confusion.
Suja was hearing for the first time that the Great War 3 years ago had actually erupted for this reason.
Previously, he was just a 2nd rank assistant instructor at South Sea Martial Arts University, and his access to military intelligence was clearly not as informed as these 1st and 2nd rank soldiers before him. A 7th rank spiritual plant. The spiritual fruits it bore were highly beneficial to mid-rank martial artists, and they could be harvested over a long period of time. The entire Great Xia has only a few dozen high-grade spiritual plants, and there isn't a single one on the South Sea battlefield. It has been over 500 years since the revival of spiritual energy, yet high-grade spiritual plants remain so scarce. It is easy to imagine how precious a 7th grade spiritual plant is. No wonder it would spark a great war. The Wasteland tribe and the Human tribe, whichever obtains that grade 7 spiritual plant, will greatly enhance the foundation of their entire group. It is said that some spiritual plants above grade 8 are guarded by grade 9 martial artists and are considered strategic level resources. Lost in thought, the densely packed wasteland tribe ahead was drawing closer and closer. Woo woo woo. The battle horn of the Wasteland tribe resounded through the skies. A group of massive wastelanders surged toward the stronghold like a tidal wave. Even Su Zhe, with his 4th grade strength, felt somewhat uneasy, let alone the other lower grade martial artists. Most of the soldiers at the South Sea stronghold were merely lower grade martial artists, and some were witnessing such a grand and overwhelming scene for the first time, their faces turning slightly pale with nervousness. At this moment, the battle drums of the stronghold began to sound. The drum beats seemed to carry an inspiring power, instantly invigorating everyone. Then an officer took the lead and shouted, "Kill them for me! Kill! Kill!" In an instant, countless cries of fearless charge echoed. The vanguard forces were the first to break out of the defensive formation, rushing toward the overwhelming enemy. At the same time, several streaks of light leaped from the city walls, standing tall in the void. These were high-ranking martial artists from the South Sea stronghold, at least of the 7th rank or higher. They were the first to confront the enemy's elite forces, unleashing a battle echo that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Below the city walls, the army of the Wasteland tribe clashed fiercely with the defensive formation. A life-and-death battle began. Su Zhe gripped his long blade in one corner of the city, recklessly pushing his vitality to the limit. The blade rises and falls, the blade rises and falls, the blade rises and falls as streaks of blood-colored blade light flash among the densely packed wasteland people. Knock, knock, knock. With his combat power doubled, Su Zhe slaughtered enemies as numerous as cattle. In this battle, it was still just a very small tip of the iceberg. If not for the concealment provided by his early 4th grade aura, it was highly likely that powerful enemies would have been drawn to him and killed him on the spot. Human race's 4th grade warriors have already suffered many casualties. Fortunately, after 30 years of war, the defense of the stronghold is as solid as a rock and not to be underestimated. The moment Su Zhe's vitality was completely depleted, another warrior immediately replaced him. After catching his breath for a moment, Su Zhe swallowed a healing pill and once again charged into the battlefield with his blade. While alleviating the defensive pressure on their companions, they seized the opportunity to eliminate the enemy's minor leaders. Everyone on the battlefield is like this. As long as they haven't fallen, they fight with all their might. Because if the stronghold is breached, behind it lies the gateway. Once the gateway falls, the alien race can enter the homeland, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Every battle leaves no room for retreat. Fortunately, the stronghold holds a defensive advantage, and various large-scale technological weapons have played a significant role. After a grueling 4-day battle, the Wasteland tribe, seeing no progress in their assault, began to show signs of fatigue. Su Zhe was covered in blood, his eyes filled with exhaustion, and his body bore multiple injuries. He didn't know how many times he had swung his long blade, how many Wasteland people he had slain, or how many times he had fallen into danger. His entire being was numb, immersed in the killing, because if you don't kill, it will be you who dies. Every soldier and warrior was in the same state. The strong ones of the Wasteland tribe seemed to have retreated. At this moment, someone looked up at the sounds of battle in the sky and exclaimed in surprise. It turned out that the high-level battle in the distant heavens had reached a conclusion, with the strong warrior of the Wildlands tribe defeated. With the defeat of the Wildlands tribe's strong warrior, reinforcements from other battlefields in the Southern Territory began to arrive one after another. Seeing that the tide had turned, the Wildlands tribe retreated in a chaotic mass. In this battle, the human race once again defended their stronghold. The cost, however, was tens of thousands of casualties. The majority of the casualties were ordinary soldiers, with countless low-grade martial artists and quite a few mid-grade martial artists. Fortunately, no high-grade martial artists have fallen yet, though some were injured. High-grade martial artists possess astonishing vitality and numerous trump cards, making them much harder to kill. Although war is cruel, it is the best training for martial artists. Su Zhe let out a long sigh and collapsed onto the ground. He was injured in multiple places, but none were fatal. After resting for a while, he directly returned to South Sea Martial Arts University. This battle brought Su Zhe significant gains, including contribution points and many valuable materials. The greatest gain was that he felt his cultivation had become incredibly refined, and he was about to break through to the mid-stage of the 4th rank. He needed to go into seclusion for a period of cultivation. At this moment, he noticed that a lot of trending information had appeared on the school platform. Beast tides have occurred at multiple bases in the southern region? Could this really be a coincidence? Could it be that the exotic beasts within the base have established some kind of connection with the alien races on the 10,000 races battlefield? That's impossible, right? In the era of spiritual energy revival, nothing is impossible. This is trouble. Seeing this news, Su Zhe quickly made a phone call home.
Fortunately, the South Sea base was not significantly affected by this beast tide, and his family was safe. The main forces of the human army are concentrated on various battlefields of the myriad races, directly facing the threats of the alien races. However, the entire southern region also has a powerful army stationed at the center of various bases, ready to support any abnormal situations occurring at the bases. Firstly, to deal with the wild beasts, and secondly, as a contingency to prevent alien races from breaking through the passages. Hearing Shen Xingyan say that her family was safe, Suja finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for whether the wild beasts and the alien races in the passage are connected, Suja couldn't think too much about it. Such an important matter will surely be thoroughly investigated by the Daxia military. For some high-level matters, he is currently unable to get involved. After returning to Nanhai Martial Arts University, Suja couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for the combat power doubling experience card this time, I might have faced the danger of dying in battle. The higher the cultivation, the lower the probability of death. Strength is always the ultimate principle. 3 days later, Suju emerged from the training room after his seclusion. The double combat power experience card had just expired, and his combat power returned to its normal level. However, this time he successfully broke through to the mid-stage of the 4th grade as he had hoped. Purely relying on consuming resources to cultivate is far slower than improving through combat, provided one can survive. For those warriors who do survive, they will surely improve after this war. As for Suja, he still has the system, and a new month has arrived. Let's see what ability I can draw this time. Suja eagerly whispered in his mind, Draw. Draw successful. Congratulations on obtaining a sleep cultivation experience card, which allows 5-fold accelerated cultivation during sleep, valid for 1 month. Seeing this ability, Suja couldn't help but feel delighted. Not bad, finally got another ability to accelerate cultivation. And it allows time not to be wasted while sleeping. As long as resources keep up, strength will skyrocket. Actually, martial arts cultivation isn't purely about speed, it also requires martial arts comprehension. 5 times accelerated cultivation should be the system's limit. Any faster might backfire. With this in mind, Suja wasted no time and went straight to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. He exchanged all the spoils from the last battlefield for sufficient cultivation resources. Enemy contribution points, confiscated weapons and pills, materials from alien corpses, all together amounted to a value of 300,000 spirit stones. Of course, Suja didn't forget to allocate some spirit stones to Shen Xingyan and Song Qing to support their cultivation. For the next month, Suju immersed himself in relentless cultivation day and night. During the day, he attended classes, took students for outdoor training, and cultivated. At night, he intensified his cultivation. And while Suja continued his days of ignoring the outside world, focusing solely on cultivation, the high-ranking officials of the southern border of Great Xia held a critically important meeting. Grand Marshal of the Southern Territory, Su Shoushuan, looked gravely at the leaders of the various bases on his left and right. Shortly after the Southern Sea's 10,000 races battlefield was attacked by the Wasteland tribe, the other 10,000 races battlefields in the Southern Territory were successively assaulted by alien races. Su Shoushuan felt this could not be a coincidence. Rather, it seemed that the major alien races across the 10,000 races battlefields in the Southern Territory had established contact with one another. If only 1 or 2 foreign channels sparked a war, the southern border could still mobilize forces to respond. But if a full-scale war broke out across the entire southern border, with the alien races jointly attacking strongholds, the outcome would become extremely dire. Su Shoushuan felt that the recent attacks on several major strongholds were very likely a test of the human race's southern border defenses, while also honing the coordination between the various alien races. There is another extremely tricky point. The foreign race may have control over the exotic beasts within the territory. With internal and external coordination, the pressure on defending the southern border will multiply. We were caught off guard, losing tens of thousands of warriors and hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The situation is very dire. Su Shoushuan slammed the table heavily, filled with anger and sorrow. The southern border hasn't suffered such heavy losses in decades. Next, how to reorganize the defense line, replenish troops, and prepare for potentially larger battles at any moment. This is the major problem facing all the high-level officials in the conference room. In addition to the leaders of various battlefields of the myriad races, there are also some exceptionally powerful 9th-grade martial artists. The high combat power of 9th-grade martial artists constitutes the upper echelon of the entire Great Xiao organization. Of course, the human race also has transcendent beings above the 9th grade.
However, they are the stabilizing pillars of the human race and will not easily show themselves or take action.
If a battle above the 9th grade breaks out, it signifies that the human race has reached a critical moment of life and death. Above the 9 ranks lies an even more important duty, to guard and seek breakthroughs at higher levels. At one spot around the conference table, there were 2 people familiar to Suja seated. One was the president of Nanhai Martial Arts University, and the other was Su Xingyan, the dean of the Alchemy Academy.
Su Xingyan's seat was slightly closer to the front.
Facing the grief and majesty of Grand Commander Su Shoshuan, both of them silently seemed lost in thought. Old Su, the flames of war first ignited on the South Sea battlefield, and your South Sea territory suffered the heaviest losses.
What's your take on this?
At this moment, an 8th-rank grandmaster with a fierce appearance, who seemed very familiar with Su Xingyan, was the first to speak.
For high-ranking martial artists, 7th rank is master, 8th rank is grandmaster, and 9th rank is great grandmaster. An 8th rank is sufficient to serve as the head of a stronghold.
Su Xingyan glanced at the principal beside him, then looked at Su Shoshuan in the main seat. First, we need to figure out how these myriad race battlefields in the southern border establish contact. I think each myriad race battlefield is an independent otherworldly passage, and it's impossible for them to come out and connect with each other. The only ones who can connect all the intelligence from the myriad races battlefield are us humans. So, it's most likely the work of some cultist warriors and human traders.
Only by rooting out these cultist warriors can we prevent their collusion. This is the top priority. Su Xingyan openly expressed his opinion without any reservation.
Although everyone inwardly agrees with this viewpoint, it cannot be guaranteed that there isn't a traitor among those present, so someone needs to break the silence. With Su Xingyan taking the lead in speaking, others also began to express their opinions one after another.
Finally, Grand Commander Su Shoshuan made the final decision.
Starting today, we will launch a thorough operation to eliminate cultist martial artists from all strongholds and bases in the southern region, restoring clarity to the south. Understood, the attendees responded in unison. Then, Su Shoshuan proposed several resolutions based on the meeting discussions. In addition, expand the recruitment scope for martial artists in the southern region and increase the enlistment of regular soldiers. Enhance support for all martial arts universities in the southern region, improve students' abilities as quickly as possible, and train more mid-grade or higher martial artists. Regarding these 2 resolutions, everyone discussed the implementation plan in detail. After all, resolutions with such wide implications involve personnel, resources, coordination, and other aspects, which are not simple matters. At the end of the meeting, the Grand Commander specifically brought up a small matter. During the last major battle at the South Sea stronghold, the governor of the South Sea base went to provide support and was killed. The base is the foundation of every battlefield of all races. It cannot be left without someone in charge.
Is there a suitable candidate?
As soon as this question was raised, everyone fell silent.
The South Sea base is the weakest in the southern territory.
Although the position of governor is quite important, it only requires a 4th-grade martial artist to take on the role. Yet every person in charge of the battlefields of all races feels troubled by this task. Martial artists of the 4th rank and above, as long as they have some pursuit in martial arts, would not take on this position.
Because it would delay their cultivation, it's a thankless and exhausting job.
Managing a population of over 10 million comes with heavy responsibilities, and the resources allocated are merely low-level cultivation resources.
Everyone at the meeting turned their gaze toward the head of the South Sea stronghold and the dean of South Sea Martial Arts University.
The meaning is clear, the matters of Nanhai are for you to resolve on your own, we are powerless to help.
Su Shoshuan was quite troubled by this.
His original intention was to have other districts support Nanhai a bit, but no one was willing to cooperate. During the last major battle at the Nanhai stronghold, the military lost a significant number of martial artists, including quite a few above the 4th
rank. It's really hard to find suitable candidates. How about this, Old Su? Why don't you at Nanhai Martial Arts University figure something out?
At this moment, the person in charge of the South Sea base preemptively started crying pitifully.
Su Xingyan felt like hitting someone after hearing this.
Clearly, the principal is also here, so why is this guy specifically asking me to come up with a solution?
Just because I used to be the person in charge of the South Sea base? Alright, let's have someone from Nanhai Martial Arts University.
Su Shoshuan felt a headache and quickly made a decisive decision. Overall, the Martial Arts University indeed has more grade 4 martial artists available than the military. If the military loses one person, the defense line might face issues. But the Martial Arts University could at most make a few instructors work harder, take on more students, and just assign one instructor to handle it. Just now, they were talking about training more martial artists in school, and now they're doing this. Su Xingyan had no choice but to accept this tough task. Fortunately, Su Shoshuan was no pushover either, forcing other martial arts academies to provide some resources to Nanhai Martial Arts University as compensation. This matter can be considered settled. However, for Nanhai Martial Arts, the matter is far from over. Martial artists above the 4th rank are already scarce in the school. The War Academy, the Weaponry Academy, and the Alchemy Academy each have at most a dozen members on average. Moreover, each of them is responsible for important teaching tasks for senior students. It's not so easy to spare one. After returning to the school, the principal and the deans of the 3 academies discussed for half a day but still couldn't come to a conclusion. In the end, it was Su Xingyan who gritted his teeth and came up with a plan. After all, he was the most senior, even more respected than the principal. With great prestige comes great responsibility. Finally, I'm almost at the late stage of the 4th rank. After nearly a month of day and night cultivation, Suja's progress in cultivation was astonishingly fast. Such a cultivation speed, even those prodigies in the schools would probably be left in the dust. Just as Suja was feeling a bit smug, he unexpectedly received a message from the dean, asking him to come to the office. Did something happen? The dean hasn't been at school recently, and now that he's back, he's looking for me? Suja arrived at the dean's office with a puzzled expression. Pushing the door open, he found Su Xingyan with his brows tightly furrowed, as if he had encountered something troublesome. Seeing this, Suja didn't ask too many questions, knowing that Su Xingyan would speak up later anyway. Su Xingyan hesitated for a long time. He was really reluctant to let Suja become some kind of base governor, fearing it might hold him back. After all, it had been less than a month since the battle at the South Sea stronghold, and Suja's martial aura was already above the mid-4th rank. How long has it been since he broke through to the 4th rank? With Suja's late-stage awakening talent, the human race might just see the rise of a promising new star. So conflicted, so conflicted. Xiao Su, I'm sure you've heard about it. During the last great battle, the governor of the South Sea base unfortunately perished. This position cannot remain vacant for too long, or it will lead to trouble. Especially recently, the exotic beasts in the wild have been very active, and something big might happen. After a few introductory remarks, Su Xingyan finally steeled himself and said, after discussions among the school leadership, we plan to recommend you for the position of governor of the South Sea base. What are your thoughts? Ha? Governor of the South Sea base? Suja was suddenly stunned. He never expected that the dean was talking about this matter. He was completely unprepared mentally. Suja came from the South Sea base, and his family is also there. Being this governor, the only benefit is being able to take better care of his family. But the disadvantages are greater. The spiritual energy is not abundant enough, and there are fewer channels to obtain better cultivation resources. Even a year's salary wouldn't compare to what he could earn from just one trip to the 10,000 races battlefield. Suja's first reaction was to refuse. But on second thought, his greatest reliance was the system. If the system could draw some abilities that were applicable, or even more suitable, for the South Sea base, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Moreover, becoming the governor of the South Sea base does not mean being unable to go to the battlefield. The main reason is that Su Xingyan has been kind to him, and this is also the school's arrangement. He hesitated. Dean, the cultivation environment at the South Sea base is really not great. I still want to work harder in the next few years to strive for becoming a high-grade martial artist. Su Xingyan frowned slightly. Suja's response was, one could say, within expectations. But he was not unprepared. Immediately, he earnestly persuaded with a lot of heartfelt words and then promised compensation to Suja. A large number of spirit stones and many high-level cultivation resources would be given to Suja for free as long as he agreed to take the position. After all, other martial arts universities in the southern region had provided plenty of support resources, so allocating a portion of them as compensation to Suja was entirely reasonable. Suja calculated the resources Su Xingyan promised to provide, and they were enough for him to cultivate up to the 5th rank. So he reluctantly agreed. This could also be considered a favor the school owed him, making things more convenient in the future if needed. Xiao Su, thank you for your hard work. Once there's a suitable candidate, I'll transfer you back to the school as soon as possible. Su Xingyan patted Su Zhu on the shoulder, his eyes full of gratitude. Dean, not at all. I'm just a brick, ready to be moved wherever needed, Suja said with a smile. Such vision, such depth, very good. Afterward, Suja began preparing to take up his post at the South Sea base. In fact, he had his own plans.
If his cultivation were truly restricted, he had a way to return to South Sea Martial Arts University. That is to break through to the 5th rank as soon as possible. As long as his cultivation reaches the 5th rank, the school definitely won't waste such talent by keeping him at the South Sea base. You must know, a 5th rank mentor is considered the most essential resource for any martial arts university. Before heading back, Suja specifically went to see Song Cheng. Anyway, he is now considered Song Qing's guardian, her nominal father. Is that so? Song Qing has fully immersed herself in the high-intensity life at Nanhai Martial Arts University. She gets along well with her mentor and classmates, and she never slacks off in her training, because she knows that if she falls behind, she might be forced to drop out in a year. Fortunately, at the South Sea Martial Arts University, where spiritual energy is more abundant, Song Qing's talent was fully developed under the meticulous guidance of her mentor. Additionally, Suja occasionally lent her some assistance. Now, she was no longer at the bottom of the class as she had been at the beginning, but had risen to above average. Of course, to avoid causing trouble for Suja, she had never mentioned her relationship with him to anyone. Mr. Su. Song Cheng was both happy and full of respect when she saw Suja. Without Suja, she wouldn't be where she is today, and this is something she will never forget. Your vitality has improved quite a bit. Strive to become a martial artist soon. Suja said with a smile, I'll be returning to the South Sea base for a while. If you need anything at school, you can call me. Here are some vitality pills. Keep working hard, I hope to see you at school again in a year. Speaking, Suja handed some pills to Song Cheng. Thank you, Teacher Su. Song Cheng did not refuse out of politeness, she indeed needed these pills. Only by becoming stronger herself could she better repay Suja and Shen Xingyan in the future. Everything was understood without words. After bidding farewell to Song Cheng, Suja boarded the armed aircraft heading back to the South Sea base. The governor's appointment has been finalized, and from now on, he has his own exclusive pass for travel. Not only is it free, but it's also the kind that can be used long-term. This can be considered one of the perks of being a governor. However, the privileges and benefits of a 5th-rank martial artist are in no way inferior to those of a base governor. This time returning to the South Sea base, Suja's greatest hope is that the system can draw out a good ability. Additionally, he plans to take advantage of the brief time as governor to properly make up for the 10 years he couldn't take care of his family. He has spent far too little time with his daughter, Su Shaojin, missing many important moments in her growth. This time, he'll accompany her fully and also take the opportunity to guide her in cultivation. Although Shen Xingyan had always been dedicated to her daughter's martial arts initiation, it was ultimately not as professional as having a 4th-grade mentor like herself. Before returning home, Suja did not inform his family. Firstly, this appointment was indeed quite sudden. Secondly, Suja also wanted to give his family a big surprise. South Sea Base Airport. Li Chenggang, who had reached the late stage of martial arts 3rd grade, had been serving as the deputy governor of the South Sea Base for quite some time. However, after the governor's sacrifice last month, he had been acting as the governor ever since. But due to his strength being only at martial arts 3rd grade, many within the base did not respect him. Especially those few martial artists who are also of the 3rd rank. Actually, if it weren't for the orders from above, Li Cheng would have been unwilling to act as the acting governor just now. It was too uncomfortable for him. He hoped more than anyone else that the higher-ups would send a governor who could command respect. But Li Cheng had also heard that no martial artist above the 4th rank was willing to come, with many making excuses. Regarding this, Li Chenggang couldn't help but sigh deeply. The governor position, which these base managers respected and yearned for immensely, was actually despised by someone. Where could one reason this out? Fortunately, in the end, Nanhai Martial Arts University stepped in and sent someone to take the position. The new governor is finally coming. Li Chenggang let out a long sigh of relief. Isn't that so? Beside him, the captain of the guard, Zhao Hongchuan, couldn't help but sigh. The two of them were both natives of the South Sea base. To have cultivated to the 3rd rank in martial arts, they were already considered outstanding individuals. This was because neither of them had been admitted to a martial arts university back then. Instead, they came from generations of martial arts schools. With the support of the martial arts schools, they had managed to reach their current level in martial arts. However, breaking through the 3rd rank and advancing to a mid-grade martial artist is harder than reaching the heavens. The two have been at the 3rd rank for at least 10 years, and now they are still far from the peak of the 3rd rank, let alone breaking through to the 4th rank. As the two most powerful figures at the South Sea base during this period, they have been under immense pressure recently. At this moment, while feeling a sense of relief, they couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. The new governor, I wonder if they'll be easy to get along with.
They only know that the other party is a mentor at South Sea University, named Suja, but beyond that, they know very little. The information of martial artists above the middle grade is always kept confidential. However, being from South Sea Martial Arts University, they might be more reliable than those from the military.
Martial artists from the military tend to be somewhat rough and domineering. Moreover, the probability of university mentors being infiltrated by cult martial artists is relatively low. At least from this perspective, it is a good thing for the South Sea base. While thinking about these random things, the special plane carrying the new governor landed. Li Chenggang and Zhao Hongchuan both cleared their throats and exchanged a glance. Hurriedly stepped forward to greet. Suja got off the plane alone, carrying only a small bag. Governor Su.
Li Chenggang and the others warmly went up to greet Suja after spotting his figure.
Although the governor looks very young in the photo, he seems even younger in person. He should be under 30 years old, right?
A fourth-grade martial artist under 30, this new governor has an unlimited future ahead.
He probably won't stay at the South Sea base for long.
Those seasoned veterans couldn't be moved, so they sent the young ones over to gain experience.
Welcome, welcome.
Li Chenggang and Zhao Hongchuan both wanted to help Suja carry his bag, but Suja declined. In the martial arts world where strength is revered, both of them showed sufficient respect. Only a fool would offend such a promising young mid-grade martial artist.
No need to be polite, you two.
I also come from the South Sea base, and I'll be relying on your help next.
Suja said with a polite smile. Suja was not unfamiliar with these two. He had seen them on TV since he was a child. Although he wasn't clear about their exact personalities, he still had some respect for them. After all, they had silently guarded the South Sea base for a long time, and there had never been any mistakes in their work. He remembered that the two of them had already reached the third rank in cultivation 10 years ago, and he hadn't expected that, now in their 50s, they were still at the third rank. But this was the normal performance of ordinary people. Suja himself had been stuck at the first or second rank for 10 years. Without the awakening system, he would probably only be slightly better than these two. At least these two haven't even attended a martial arts university. Is that so? Well, that's great. They're also familiar with our South Sea base. Li Chenggang and Zhao Hongchuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
The new governor seemed very kind, and he was even a fellow townsman.
I can only say that I am familiar with the basic situation of the base. As for the work, I will have to rely on you two.
There's no time to lose, let's head back to the governor's mansion first. Suja didn't engage in much small talk and directly started working. The first priority is to thoroughly understand the operation of the base, mainly its defense aspect. At that time, the former governor brought quite a few guards and warriors to support the battlefield of the myriad races, suffering significant casualties. Currently, the defense strength and operational situation of the base are certainly not optimistic.
Moreover, the governor's position has been vacant for over a month, which is likely causing some chaos. All right. Li Chenggang and the other person responded cheerfully. The new governor is also from the South Sea base.
Upon arrival, he didn't rush home but immediately started working. This eased some of the worries in their hearts.
South Sea base governor's office. This is the place with the most abundant spiritual energy in the entire South Sea base.
Suja felt it as soon as he entered. It was much better than the martial artist community in his own neighborhood. But it still couldn't compare to Nanhai Martial Arts University, especially when compared to his mentor's apartment. However, the facilities and services were clearly better and more luxurious. After all, this was the residence of the most powerful person in the base. It couldn't be too shabby. Suja glanced briefly before heading to the governor's office to inquire about various matters concerning the base. Governor Su, the total number of guards at the South Sea base is currently around 100,000, of which there are fewer than 2,000 martial artists left. Most of them are first-grade martial artists, with only 362 second-grade ones, and fewer than 50 third-grade ones. We've lost nearly one-third compared to before, and the pressure on defense is immense. Moreover, due to the massive compensation for fallen soldiers in the 10,000 races battlefield, the base is now facing significant financial issues. And also, Li Chenggang reported all the situations without any concealment. In his words, there was somewhat a hint of complaint about the former governor. The former governor was a good governor who cared about the people's needs, but he was overly generous and gentle. The financial situation of the base has always been poor. Last time, during the Great War of the Myriad Races in the South Sea, it was the former governor who, despite everyone's objections, insisted on sending people to provide support.
even though no order for support had been issued from above. The former governor said, "So what if there's no order? Does the absence of an order mean everything is the military's responsibility? If the South Sea battlefield is lost, our South Sea base will be the first to bear the brunt. Defending our homeland is everyone's duty. As warriors, how can we retreat?" The former governor died a heroic death, but he left a mess for Li Qinggang and the others to clean up. Listening to these reports, Suja also felt overwhelmed. When reading the work report of the South Sea base earlier, he had already mentally prepared himself, knowing it would be very challenging. But after actual engagement, he found it even harder than he had imagined. Nevertheless, the work must go on no matter what. After pondering for a moment, Suja made some adjustments to the previously prepared plan. He directly instructed Li Qinggang and Zhao Hongchuan. The most urgent task is to stabilize the morale of the base and prevent chaos. Notify the people at the TV station to come to the governor's mansion immediately. I will deliver a live speech in an hour. A group without a leader is the easiest to fall into chaos. Let me put everyone's mind at ease. Understood, Governor. Li Qinggang and the other immediately accepted the order. The new governor indeed has some skills and acts decisively. This move is the most effective. After the two left, Suja wasted no time and called Su Xingnian directly. No other meaning, just need more support. Alright, I'll go convince the principal and the military to give you more support. Su Xingnian couldn't resist Suja's persistent persuasion and agreed to put his old face on the line to secure more support from above. He was even worried that Suja, being pushed into the position of governor, might just give up. Since Suja is so willing to work hard, what reason does he have not to support him? Face is worth nothing. However, Suja knows the gap is still quite large, so he can only take it one step at a time. If it really doesn't work, he'll just use his personal resources for public use. After all, it's subsidized by other martial arts universities anyway. As for his own cultivation, he could only pin his hopes on the system. Thinking of this, noticing that the system had refreshed, Suja did not hesitate to draw the new monthly ability. Draw successful. Congratulations on obtaining a luck boost binding experience card, bound to Suja's personal reputation value, valid for 1 month. Getting this ability, Suja was somewhat caught off guard. It actually tied his fortune bonus to his personal reputation. With Suja's current status as governor, he would certainly need to manage the South Sea base well and build strong reputation among its people for his fortune to increase. Fortune is indeed a good thing, almost a divine artifact essential for the chosen ones of destiny. Not only can it turn misfortune into blessing, but it may also lead to martial insights, or even sudden enlightenment. More directly, you might even stumble upon treasures. Although it can't compare to abilities that directly enhance cultivation speed, if used well, the effects might be even better. Alright, it seems you're determined to make me a good governor. Suja had no complaints. He had originally planned to do something for the South Sea base. This ability could be said to have come at just the right time. In the South Sea base TV station, however, there was a scene of tension and chaos. The new governor has arrived? They haven't received any news at all, and they're about to go to the governor's mansion for a live interview? Perhaps for many martial artists, the governor is just a slightly stronger rank 4, and there are plenty of beings far more powerful than rank 4. But for most ordinary people in the base, the governor's significance is far more than just being a powerful martial artist. He is their parental official. The TV station did not dare to delay and quickly dispatched a team. Led by an experienced supervisor, they rushed urgently to the governor's mansion. Lu Ying is the best journalist at the Nanhai base TV station. Before the age of 30, she had already become a mainstay. In addition to exceptional professional skills and outstanding appearance, her background is also remarkable. She comes from a family of martial artists. Both her parents are martial artists, and her grandfather is even a peak second-rank martial artist. At the South Sea base, she is considered a prominent figure. However, being tasked with liaising with a newly appointed 4th-rank governor still made her a bit nervous. Lu Ying led the team to the governor's mansion, feeling a bit uneasy and cautious. At the same time, even though it wasn't her first time at the governor's mansion, and she had interviewed the former governor many times, the former governor was kind and generous, but the new governor was hard to say. It was said that the new governor was a very young 4th-rank official. Such a prodigy might be arrogant and difficult to deal with. Governor Li. Lu Ying and her group respectfully greeted Li Qinggang upon seeing him. Li Qinggang had served as the deputy governor of the South Sea base for many years and was also a 3rd-rank martial artist, highly respected and revered. No one dared to act improperly in his presence. Follow me. Li Qinggang didn't waste words.
The basic situation had already been communicated to them, and time was of the essence. This is the first task assigned by the new governor, and he wouldn't dare to slack off. With the new governor's age and talent, he might soar to great heights in the future. Even if the other party steps down as governor, controlling Li Chenggang would still be an easy matter. Governor Su, the people from the TV station have arrived. Li Chenggang knocked on the office door respectfully. Seeing Li Chenggang so respectful and nervous, Lu Ying and the others also became nervous. The new governor must not be easy to get along with. Come in, Su Zhe responded cautiously. Pushing the door open and entering, Lu Ying and the others saw a tall figure standing in front of the window. Then he turned around and smiled at them. Greetings, Governor Su. Lu Ying and the others greeted with their heads lowered. However, Lu Ying was a bit puzzled. The new governor was indeed young, but why did he seem somewhat familiar? Soon, she denied it in her heart. How could she have possibly met him? Don't be so formal, Su Zhe said with a smile. Many martial artists might have an innate sense of superiority, but Su Zhe, who had crossed over and lived as an ordinary person for 28 years, would never look down on others. He understood the struggles of ordinary people. Seeing Su Zhe so approachable and even smiling, Lu Ying and the others couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. And after hearing Su Zhe's voice up close and taking a closer look at his face, Lu Ying was not just momentarily stunned, her heart was utterly overwhelmed with shock. This voice, this appearance, and the same surname Su, there was no mistake. This was her high school classmate Su Zhe. Lu Ying might not have such a deep impression of other high school classmates, but Su Zhe was the only one from Nanhai No. 3 High School to get into a martial arts university back then. How could she not remember? Moreover, after Su Zhe finished the martial arts exam, he married their martial arts teacher's daughter, the school beauty Shen Qingyan. Back then, it caused quite a stir at the school. Lu Ying even attended their wedding at the time. 10 years have passed, and she never expected their reunion to be under such circumstances. Who could have imagined that Su Zhe, who came from an ordinary family and was somewhat reserved back then, would now become a fourth-grade martial artist and the governor of a base managing over 20 million people. Moreover, Su Zhe is the same age as her, only 28 years old, and is bound to achieve great things in the future. Unfortunately, her relationship with Su Zhe back then was just ordinary. Otherwise, she might have seized a great opportunity. Old classmate, long time no see. At this moment, Su Zhe also recognized Lu Ying and was the first to reveal the truth. Do you still remember me? Lu Ying was a bit flattered but still spoke respectfully. She knew she shouldn't recklessly try to claim any classmate connections and should say the right things at the right time. Of course I remember, how could I not? Su Zhe still smiled, very satisfied with the performance of this old classmate. However, he had no intention of reminiscing with his old classmate and directly instructed, let's get started. First, make an announcement on TV. Understood, Governor Su. Lu Ying snapped back to attention and quickly got to work. Li Chenggang, who was nearby, was also directing and assisting, while issuing notifications to public institutions at various bases. However, he didn't expect that Lu Ying and Governor Su were actually classmates. What a coincidence! Soon, Nanhai TV released an announcement. The new governor of the Nanhai base will deliver a public speech in 30 minutes. Countdown, XX minutes XX seconds. As soon as this announcement was released, it instantly attracted countless people's eager attention. The new governor has finally taken office. Congratulations! Yeah, things have been so chaotic lately, prices are skyrocketing, and life is tough. New governor, new atmosphere. Hopefully, the South Sea base gets better and better. Many ordinary people have placed some hopes on the newly appointed governor, expecting achievements. This period has been particularly tough for ordinary people, though martial artists are faring slightly better. South Sea No. 3 High School. Shen Qingyan, who has already started the new school term, is completely swamped with work. In the last martial arts exam, 6 students from class 10 of senior year 3 were admitted to martial arts university, and with Song Qing, that makes 7. This made Shen Qingyan highly renowned among the students' parents, and many students wanted to transfer to her class. The new governor's speech? Nanhai No. 3 High School, where Shen Qingyan was located, also received a notice from the governor's office, arranging for a unified viewing of the new governor's speech. Important announcements broadcast live on the base's television were never something anyone dared to ignore. A moment of inattention could easily lead to danger. Let alone at this critical juncture, the public speech of the new governor taking office. This concerns every person at the South Sea base, so Shen Qingyan naturally doesn't want to miss it. How could she not hope for the chaotic situation during this period to pass sooner? It was so frustrating. Especially since most of the students in Shen Qingyan's class were ordinary ones, making it even more pitiful. The chaos, the frustration, and being busy with work all led to her not being able to cultivate properly for quite some time. In front of every television set at the base, people gathered eagerly. They were all waiting to see what kind of person the new governor was and what he would say. After the 30-minute countdown ended, a young and determined face appeared on the screen right on time. "Hello everyone, I am Suja, the 4th governor of the South Sea Base in the southern region of Daxia. Please rest assured, everyone. Our South Sea Base will soon usher in a new chapter. I promise to do my utmost to achieve the following as quickly as possible. Crack down on crime, stabilize prices, provide support to the families of the fallen." Suja didn't say any pleasantries and directly listed the tasks he planned to accomplish after taking office. As the saying goes, a new official applies 3 fires. Some base residents were still adopting a wait-and-see attitude, just listening for the excitement. But Suja was not one to just talk the talk. The operation to eliminate cult martial artists in the southern region was in full swing, and he wouldn't show any mercy on his end either. In turbulent times, heavy measures are required. This is the wisdom passed down by our ancestors. No matter who is involved or what interests are at stake, they can only submit in the face of absolute power. Suja has no qualms about taking action personally to make an example of others. After finishing his speech, Suja quickly gathered all the mid and high-level personnel to begin implementing the plan. When everyone learned that Suja had secured considerable subsidies for the South Sea Base, they were happy but also murmured to themselves, "It seems the new governor has a very strong background." So many resources were approved just like that. The former governor applied for years, and each time the higher-ups only gave a token amount. Exactly, the new governor is really powerful. Better not cross him, just do your job well. At this point, even those who intended to slack off or had other thoughts had no choice but to straighten up and focus. Follow Suja's bold and decisive plan and work hard. And absolutely dare not slack off. Nanhai No. 3 High School. Shen Xingyan gathered with the school's teachers in the office to watch the new governor's public speech together. But when the face of the new governor appeared on the screen, they were instantly dumbfounded. Isn't this Shen Xingyan's husband? Ever since Suja went to give special training to the students, many people had come to know him. Everyone was deeply impressed by this instructor from Nanhai Martial Arts University and knew that Suja was a 3rd-rank martial artist. But it's been less than 3 months, how did he suddenly transform into the governor of the South Sea Base? The position of governor requires at least a 4th-rank martial artist, and these teachers are well aware of this. So, is Shen Xingyan's husband now a 4th-rank martial artist? You have to know that the gap between 3rd rank and 4th rank is not small. In the large office, all the teachers turned their gaze to Shen Xingyan. Amazement and shock aside, her eyes were full of admiration. My husband is now 4th rank? The governor of the base? At this moment, Shen Xingyan was also a bit stunned. When did Suja get promoted to 4th rank, and when did he take over as the governor of the South Sea Base? She had no idea. The last time I went to Nanhai Martial Arts University, I didn't hear about this. She only knew that Suja had spent a long time in the 10,000 Races War, and after the war ended, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to cultivation. Occasionally, she contacted Song Cheng, but Song Cheng never mentioned it. No matter what, this was a huge surprise for Shen Xingyan. Her husband's cultivation had improved, and they could often meet at the Nanhai base. There was nothing better than this. Similar to the situation in Nanhai No. 3, although not many people in the base knew Suja before, there were still some. For example, former classmates and Shen Xingyan's family. At this moment, Shen Xingyan's father-in-law, who was also Suja's martial arts teacher, Shen Yonghui, along with his family, were staring at the TV screen, all with faces full of disbelief. The last time Suja returned to the Nanhai base to visit relatives, his father-in-law happened to be out on business and didn't get to see him. Seeing Suja again, but unexpectedly on television, delivering a public speech as the governor of the base. This is just too unbelievable. Inside the governor's mansion. As soon as the live speech ended, Suja led a team to personally inspect the South Sea Base. Each key institution and area was swiftly targeted with decisive action, showing no mercy where a firm hand was needed. Although it was just a brief inspection and rectification activity, the news has gradually spread. The new governor is really taking action, without the slightest hesitation. Exactly, some gangs and merchants were still trying their luck, but I heard the new governor wiped them out completely. It seems they're going to take real action, not just talk. Suja quickly gained a favorable impression from many people, and their expectations for him were sky-high. Especially when everyone learned that Suja was also from the Nanhai base, their goodwill toward him grew naturally.
We're all from the Nanhai base, so how could he possibly harm us? This effect of people's hearts gradually coming together quickly fed back to Suja through the system's binding. Although luck is mysterious and elusive, Suja felt that at this moment, whatever he did, the success rate would increase significantly. Even his insights during cultivation had become much clearer than before. Not bad, I must work even harder to build my hometown well. After a day of running around, Suja finally returned home late at night. Surprisingly, Su's mother, Shin Xingyan, and even Su Xiaojin were still awake, waiting for him to come home.
They didn't call to disturb Suja, they just knew he would definitely come home after finishing his work. Although they didn't call Suja, his own phone hadn't stopped ringing.
Classmates, friends, relatives, neighbors, and even some distant acquaintances all sent their congratulations and regards.
This left Shin Xingyan and Su's mother with no choice but to turn off their phones and stay behind closed doors. At school, Shin Xingyan felt it even more deeply. Her reputation had already risen this semester, and now she was treated with even greater respect everywhere. Some newly arrived teachers are still humble and cautious, fearing they might offend Shin Xingyan. A fourth-rank madam, the governor's wife, this identity is far from being just for show, and Shin Xingyan couldn't help but sigh about it. Back when she married Suja, she couldn't say she was dissatisfied, but she always felt a hint of being coerced by her father, which made her uncomfortable. Although they've been married for 10 years, apart from spending little time together, Suja has been a model husband in every other aspect. When Suja was promoted to the third rank, their relationship also reached a new height. At this moment, Shin Xingyan felt a bit fortunate that her father's decision back then was the right one. In this era where the strong are revered, everyone has a bit of admiration for strength, and Shin Xingyan was no exception.
Why aren't you asleep yet? Suja entered the room with a cheerful smile. Aren't we all waiting for you, Xiaojia? What's going on with you?
Su's mother was the first to speak, with a hint of complaint in her tone. Suja's father passed away early, and she raised Suja on her own. Her proudest moment was when her son got admitted to the martial arts university. Who would have thought that one day her son could become a powerful fourth-grade martial artist and the governor of the South Sea base?
Such an important matter, and you didn't even inform them in advance. This came up rather suddenly.
Suja sat down, looked at Shin Xingyan and Su's mother, and said, "Actually, when you went to Nanhai Martial Arts University last time, I was already at the 4th rank.
I forgot to tell you.
As for the governor's matter, it was really beyond my control."
Suja patiently explained everything to his family.
Shin Xingyan and Su's mother were utterly astonished. The position of governor overseeing a base with a population of 20 million actually had no takers, and it ended up falling to Suja. Most of the people they interacted with were low-ranked martial artists of the 1st or 2nd grade, so they were unaware of the matters concerning the 10,000 races battlefield. Does not fully understand the truth of martial arts in this world. As for Suja, he has actually just begun to understand, and the night passed without a word.
The next 3 days in a row,
Suja personally engaged in high-intensity efforts to reorganize various affairs within the base. In just 4 days, the base has undergone visible and gratifying changes. The resources approved for aid from above have also been arriving one after another, all of which are the most urgently needed items for the base. The most valuable among them is a batch of cultivation resources, such as elixirs, weapons, and spirit stones. Su Xingyan's influence is indeed significant, with the total value amounting to nearly 60 million spirit stones. Li Chenggang and some other high-ranking members of the base were dumbfounded.
So many, this is amazing. The governor is awesome.
Faced with these resources, Suja was thinking about how to maximize their use.
Stabilizing the base is the top priority, but strengthening the base and training more warriors is the long-term key focus.
Half of these cultivation resources will be allocated to the guard team to enhance their overall strength. The other half I want to reserve as rewards for hosting the South Sea Base High School Martial Arts League and the Business Martial Arts Competition.
After much contemplation, Suja decided to take some different measures.
In fact, across the entire Great Xia, the higher-ups also want to regularize the hosting of nationwide martial arts competitions. However, the various battlefields of the myriad races are scattered and difficult to connect, making it not so easy. Even martial arts competitions between martial arts universities are hard to organize. But through conversations with Dean Su Xingyan, it became clear that with the changes in the war situation, the higher-ups actually strongly encourage internal competition within each region.
Only through competition and contests can there be progress.
Moreover, it is also time to rectify the martial arts atmosphere across the nation. 500 years of spiritual energy revival, such a long period inevitably led to some signs of decay within the Great Xia. As for Nanhai Martial Arts University, due to its short history, this may not be as apparent. However, in those martial arts universities that have existed for over 100 years, the phenomena of rigid hierarchies and widespread nepotism have become increasingly severe.
This has led to some extraordinarily talented civilians often not receiving the best training.
On the contrary, those with connections not only have abundant resources themselves but can also receive various subsidies from schools. Over time, this will definitely lead to major problems. It seems that the higher-ups are determined this time to change this situation.
Nanhai Martial Arts University might be implemented first.
Martial Arts University involves a wider scope, while the base is actually easier to manage.
Since that's the case, Suja thought, why not take this opportunity to get started first?
No sooner said than done, Suja discussed it with Li Chenggang and the others. Immediately decided to convene all martial artists of second rank and above in the base for a meeting. The new governor was convening martial artists for a meeting for the first time, so no one dared to slack off. Except for those who were tied up with official duties and couldn't leave their posts, most arrived early at the governor's mansion. The spacious conference room was packed with over 100 martial artists. Second-grade warriors make up the vast majority, while third-grade ones are rare. This was also Suja's first time facing so many warriors, but his gaze remained resolute and imposing. Compared to the last great battle of the myriad races in the South Sea, this was just a small scene. The number of second and third-grade alien races he killed last time far exceeded the number present here. If he really goes all out, the current Suja, who is at the mid-4th grade and beyond, might not lose even if he faces them all at once. The gap between mid-grade and low-grade is just that significant. Everyone, I believe you all know that I have obtained a batch of cultivation resources through Nanhai Martial Arts University. As soon as Suja spoke, he set the tone for this meeting. The meaning is very clear. These cultivation resources were obtained by Suja personally and have no direct connection to anyone present here. Upon hearing this, all the martial artists displayed expressions of eagerness and confusion. The martial artists of the South Sea base have not been having an easy time recently. The last great battle consumed a significant amount of resources. All warriors, whether holding official positions or being free agents, have had their resource gains significantly reduced. The cultivation conditions at the South Sea base are already the worst, and without some life-saving elixirs, they are not very motivated to venture into the wild to face the beasts. It is certainly a good thing that the new governor has obtained cultivation resources. The key is how they will be distributed.
The warriors present here, aside from their own cultivation, are actually more concerned about their younger generation, as the next generation represents hope.
I plan to start hosting a high school martial arts league at the South Sea base this year to enhance the potential of the younger generation. A large portion of these resources will be allocated to various high schools for training and rewards. Since it's a martial arts league, everyone's support is indispensable. Suja directly presented his first proposal. Governor, this is great. We will fully support it. Among the warriors, those who were teachers were the first to express their stance. Other warriors, who had no direct stakes, also chimed in one after another. Whether they ran martial arts schools, were part of the guard team, or came from martial arts families, they could all benefit from this. The Martial Arts League is an event that everyone eagerly anticipates, and no one dares to voice opposition. Besides, opposing it would bring no benefit.
Suja nodded, feeling very satisfied with everyone's response.
Then, he revealed the main purpose of gathering everyone here.
The High School Martial Arts League is actually a bait.
I plan to kill two birds with one stone, taking advantage of the league to lure out those cult martial artists and capture them all in one fell swoop. At that time, we will need everyone's efforts here, and there will be a generous reward.
When Suja announced the reward, all the warriors were envious and excited.
This was far more rewarding than hunting exotic beasts in the wild.
Eliminating the cult is everyone's responsibility. Support the governor. Everyone's enthusiasm was instantly ignited.
Most of the martial artists sitting there are registered martial artists, with a very small probability of being infiltrated by the cult.
Actually, even if the cult martial artists find out, it doesn't matter.
The purpose of the cult martial artists is to eliminate the forces resisting the myriad races and to submit to them. They will inevitably target the High School Martial Arts League.
Moreover, with such generous rewards, the cult martial artists, who are mostly selfish and self-serving, will find it hard to resist this temptation. This is an open conspiracy.
When Suja announced that a martial arts competition would also be held across the entire base,
the warriors in the conference room were in an uproar. Support the governor, long live the governor.
The resolution of this meeting was quickly announced throughout the entire base. This made many people extremely excited and inevitably thrilled. The most excited ones were undoubtedly the students in schools. Usually, where would they have the opportunity to compete for such generous rewards? Although the competition was fierce, at least it provided outstanding students with a fair chance. Moreover, they could accumulate combat experience and refine their martial skills. The competitions for societal martial artists were also widely praised and anticipated. Firstly, the rewards were generous, and secondly, which martial artist wouldn't want to prove themselves and hone their skills? The new governor has made a grand gesture, truly a deed that benefits future generations. For a time, everyone at the South Sea base involved in martial arts was full of praise for Su Jia, the new governor.
Shen Xingyan couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the other teachers and personally made a call to Su Jia to inquire about the high school martial arts tournament.
After all, the ones most concerned about this matter are the teachers from the various high schools within the base.
They're taking it seriously.
The main goal is still to improve the strength of high school students, so that more of them can get into martial arts universities during next year's martial arts exam. Some of you martial arts teachers can also participate in the competitions for social martial artists to improve together. Su Jia replied affirmatively on the phone. Hearing Su Jia say this, all the teachers were filled with determination, both for the students in the class and for themselves. Overall, the series of policies introduced by Su Jia received very positive feedback. The most direct manifestation is that Su Jia feels his fortune has clearly changed, and he often experiences moments of sudden enlightenment in his understanding of martial arts.
This had never happened before.
However, the current major incentive measures, whether it's providing support to the guard team, the High School Martial Arts League, or the Social Martial Arts League, offer the greatest help to martial artists. Ordinary people within the base can only feel that the base is less chaotic, prices have stabilized, and other such benefits.
If you want to gain more recognition from ordinary people, I'm afraid you'll have to put in more effort. Take it slow, you can't become fat with one bite.
Su Jia was not in a rush for quick success. He decided to take care of the martial arts competition first.
3 days later,
after intense and efficient preparations, the High School Martial Arts League kicked off in full swing.
Nanhai TV also arranged for full live coverage. Wow, is this the High School Martial Arts competition? It's quite exciting.
Indeed, although these high school students don't have high vitality and their combat experience is a bit immature, their spirit is truly moving.
Wow, this competition is making me a bit nervous. Come on, you can do it. Watching the competition on TV, everyone was enthusiastically sharing their thoughts.
Especially some parents watching on site, they were even more nervous and excited than the participating students. As the competition progressed, everyone also noticed that the skill levels of the high schools varied quite a bit.
The school leadership pays special attention to this point because schools that win the top 3 spots will receive more rewards.
Of course, even if they come in last, participating schools will still receive a reward of 1,000 spirit stones.
This is no small amount.
Su Jia, a 4th grade practitioner, earns just over 1,000 spirit stones, including his mentor's salary. High school students with a monthly cultivation expense of 10 spirit stones are considered to come from fairly wealthy families. This time, the rewards for individuals in the high school martial arts tournament are particularly eye-catching. After internal selection, each school will have 30 spots for participants, with 30 students from each grade, from 1st to 3rd year. Every student who participates in the competition will receive a reward of 20 spirit stones. The overall league is divided by grade, with rewards for the top 100. The champion of the 3rd year grade is rewarded with up to 10,000 spirit stones.
This reward amount is enough to make even second-rank martial artists in society envious.
For some martial artists who dare not go to the battlefield, earning 10,000 spirit stones is not so easy. The governor's office announced the total prize money for the school and social martial artist competitions, amounting to over 1 million spirit stones. Of course, some prizes are issued in the form of even more precious elixirs. This figure shocked everyone. If anyone dares to reach out and covet these reward resources, they will be executed without mercy. Before starting, Su Jia issued a strict order. Such a substantial amount of wealth might tempt someone to act selfishly out of greed. Su Jia wasn't afraid of anyone daring to touch it. At worst, they could try and face the consequences. For this batch of resources, Su Jia specifically entrusted Su Xingyan to place a soul imprint on them. Below the rank of 7th grade warrior, don't even think about erasing those marks. The High School Martial Arts League is proceeding smoothly and fervently at the South Sea base. Su Jia's fortune is steadily rising every day. What is delightful is that by the 3rd day after the league began, many businesses had already spotted the opportunity. They eagerly requested sponsorships and advertising.
Among them, those selling elixirs and martial arts schools are the most proactive. As for such a request, Suja naturally couldn't be more eager.
From the very beginning, Suja never intended to hold just one or two events but aimed to make it a regular occurrence. With the injection of funds from these merchants, the martial arts competition might not even need 1 or 2 years before the base can operate independently without much allocated funding, forming a virtuous cycle. Suja was not worried that after he stepped down as governor, the next governor would stop the competition. After all, internal competition to rectify the martial arts atmosphere is an inevitable trend. Who would dare to go against it? Moreover, once a policy is well received, it is not so easy to stop it. The most crucial point is that there is only one possibility for Suja to step down as governor. That means he has become stronger, at least above the 5th rank. At that time, his power will be greater, and many things will be easier to handle. When the High School Martial Arts League and the Social Martial Arts Competition both got on track, it was about half a month later. Suja once again gathered a group of martial artists, this time mainly consisting of members from wilderness hunting teams and martial arts schools.
What's going on? Governor Su called so many of us over, could it be another battle? I don't know, but it must be something good. I can't wait. Exactly, I wish Governor Su would summon us more often, whether there's something or not. These martial artists were all discussing and asking each other if there was any insider news. But even third-rank martial artists like Li Changgang and Zhao Hongchuan, who held important positions, didn't know much. However, their thoughts were not much different from everyone else's. Governor Su must have come up with a new idea again, and there's an 80 to 90% chance it will benefit the base. After everyone had arrived early, Suja appeared on time. Governor Su. The governor is here.
Everyone turned to look at Suja, their expressions and words full of respect. If some martial artists had previously harbored slight criticisms about Suja being new and young,
now, no one dared to think that way.
Not to mention his strength, Suja truly had skills and genuinely cared about the base.
Suja glanced around the room, and the conference room instantly fell silent. Calling everyone here must mean there's good news, Suja said.
As his words fell, all the martial artists present showed looks of anticipation and joy, though a few wore stern expressions.
They believed, heaven won't drop pies out of nowhere, it's impossible.
Suja ignored it and continued speaking slowly. Since the last beast riot, the exotic beasts around the periphery of the South Sea base have been restless, increasing the threat to the base. In light of this, I plan to launch a beast hunting activity.
During the specified time, all hunting gains will be purchased by the base at a 20% higher price.
Additionally, extra rewards will be given to the top 30 in the hunting rankings.
Hearing this, everyone's eyes flickered.
A 20% price subsidy is not a small amount, plus there are competition ranking rewards.
If this isn't considered a good thing, then what could be? The key is that even non-warriors can participate in the wilderness hunting. This is a policy that benefits the entire base. Governor, when does it start? Someone immediately asked impatiently.
It starts tomorrow, initially limited to 1 month.
If the base's finances are sufficient by then, we might consider extending it, Suja replied.
Great. Heading out of the city tomorrow for an all-out fight.
Definitely heading out.
I was originally worried about not having enough resources to get a good ranking in the martial arts competition.
This time, I have to give it my all. Just for this 20% profit, I'm going all out this month. The martial artists present all expressed their support with excitement, their eyes gleaming brightly. However, Li Changgang and the few other third-grade martial artists were somewhat puzzled. The main value of exotic beasts lies in their meat, which can be used as food and is beneficial for cultivation. Why is the governor spending so much money to purchase such a large quantity of exotic beast meat? The guards can't finish it either, selling it outside would be a pure loss-making deal. Could it simply be a policy to benefit the people? They couldn't figure it out and didn't dare to question it. After all, most of the finances were brought in by Suja. Moreover, this resolute and decisive new governor must have his own considerations in doing things. Subsequently, Suja explained some details to Li Changgang and Zhao Hongchuan. For example, setting up acquisition points in the wild for the guard team, specific implementation methods for review and rewards, etc. Immediately that day, the incentive measure was announced on television. The next day, the guard team acquired a considerable amount of exotic beast resources, and by the third day, the acquisition figures began to surge. Day 4. Suja had the TV station release a new announcement. Everyone in the base can purchase 1 pound of exotic beast meat at a 70% discount with their ID. The content was simple, yet incredibly explosive. It instantly caused a sensation throughout the South Sea base. Buying at a 70% discount, £1 per person? For families with many members, isn't this equivalent to the governor's office giving it away for free? The governor's office is basically handing out money in disguise. That's not all.
In the past, even with money, it was impossible to buy so much exotic beast meat. The governor wants every household to be able to eat exotic beast meat, giving everyone a chance to cultivate. Exactly, the governor wants to enhance the strength of the entire base, especially for our next generation.
The governor is planning for our future. This is a monumental achievement that will benefit generations to come. Without any surprises, everyone sprang into action. In less than a morning, the exotic beast meat stockpiled over the past 3 days was completely sold out. This once again spurred the hunters into action. They had been worried that there was too much exotic beast meat, that the governor's office might find it too burdensome and could stop purchasing at any time. It seems they were overthinking it. The problem isn't too much exotic beast meat, but rather not nearly enough. Let's go. We have to hunt more today. The entire South Sea base became lively. No one wanted to miss this opportunity, and for a moment, Suja's fortune began to skyrocket. After all, the number of martial artists is too small, and policies that affect the interests of every ordinary person have the greatest impact. Unfortunately, it can only last for a month at most. The finances can't sustain it. Moreover, a month is enough to clear out some of the exotic beasts on the outermost perimeter of the base to ensure everyone's safety. If we kill too many, people might take reckless risks, which could lead to casualties. Suja listened to the daily reports from Li Changgang and the others, secretly searching.
At the same time, he was eagerly anticipating the benefits that would come when his fortune reached a certain level.
Epiphany in cultivation? Or discovering a priceless treasure herb?
This time, the system's ability seems a bit ordinary. But Suja knew that it was actually the most heaven-defying talent. Because the fortune boost within this month will permanently remain with him. Which is equivalent to saying that an additional child of fortune has been created for him.
Looking forward, so excited. In the days that followed, Suja lived every day with tension and fulfillment.
In his spare time, he also takes the time to guide Chen Qingyan and his daughter Su Xiaojin in their martial arts training. Occasionally, he also studies the martial arts books in the governor's mansion, although they are not as rich and advanced as those of the South Sea Martial Arts University.
However, due to the blessing of fortune, they always bring him unique insights.
Of course, he has never neglected his own training, and his cultivation and combat power are steadily improving.
Soon, it would be almost a month since Suja took office as governor.
The South Sea base had also undergone earth-shaking changes. Internal issues, external security. The most obvious change was that ordinary people had all become stronger and healthier. This was the result of everyone having exotic beast meat to eat. And both the martial artists and the guard forces have improved their strength with various subsidies. The High School Martial Arts League and the preliminary rounds of the Social Martial Arts Competition have also successfully concluded one after another. Especially the High School Martial Arts League, its impact is broad and far-reaching. Moreover, as time passes, its influence will become increasingly ingrained in people's hearts, and some exceptionally gifted prodigies are gradually coming to the forefront. However, it did not appear overly monstrous, and those hidden cult martial artists did not act immediately. Suja was not in a hurry. He believed that in the final stage of the competition, those people would definitely lose their patience. On the last day of the fortune boost, Suja gave himself a day off. He secluded himself in the library of the governor's mansion. Suja's cultivation was already approaching the late stage of the 4th rank, but breaking through this minor realm was not easy. Without any means to accelerate cultivation, Suja decided to focus on martial techniques. The martial arts in the governor's mansion were the best in the entire South Sea base, although most of them were only 1st or 2nd rank. But there were so many of them that Suja still hadn't finished going through them all. While studying intently, Suja's powerful mental strength noticed that a martial arts manual seemed somewhat unusual. It was a 2nd-grade fist technique martial skill, yet Suja sensed a 5th-grade spiritual imprint on it.
5th grade? It really is 5th grade. Suja couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Could this be the blessing brought by an increase in fortune?
After so many years of cultivation and the system being awakened for so long, Suja had never encountered any fortuitous events. Without thinking much, Suja relied on his profound 4th-grade spiritual power to begin attempting to connect with that trace of spiritual imprint. After nearly an entire day of research and contact, Suja was even more shocked and surprised. This is actually the cultivation insights left by a 6th-grade martial artist. Although reading martial arts books itself feels a bit dated, it is indeed 6th grade. A 6th grade martial artist is already the pinnacle of mid-grade martial artists, and they are extremely rare in the entire South Sea Martial Arts University. Those who can leave their cultivation insights for others to study are even rarer. South Sea Martial Arts University does have them, but unless one is at the deputy dean level or has made outstanding contributions, there is absolutely no chance of accessing them. After all, this concerns certain secrets of a level 6 martial artist. Suja suppressed his inner excitement and quickly immersed himself in absorbing the insights from the cultivation experience. And this immersion lasted for a full 3 days. This made Suja have to explain the situation separately to Li Chenggang and Shen Qingyan midway. Now, as the governor of the base, Suja doesn't have to handle everything personally, but he cannot disappear for 3 days without explanation. Fortunately, 3 days later, Suja's gains were immense. His cultivation insights were sufficient, and he was just one step away from breaking through to the late stage of the 4th rank. Most importantly, Suja's comprehension of martial techniques was completely different from before. He felt it was necessary to cultivate a powerful martial technique to serve as his greatest reliance. Just in time, a new round of system ability extraction has been refreshed. Suja didn't hesitate and started the draw immediately. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining a God of Swordsmanship Talent experience card, valid for 1 month. This was the first time Suja had drawn such a specific system ability. God of Blade Techniques, full talent, completely tailor-made for his blade martial skills. In an instant, the comprehension and realm of blade techniques in his mind suddenly felt like a moment of enlightenment. Is this what genius feels like? So exhilarating. Immediately, Suja began practicing his Mad God Blade technique. Each move didn't change much, but the insights and combat power contained within were now on a completely different level. Not bad. My blade is really cool. With a smile on his face, Suja walked out of the governor's mansion training room. He also wanted to continue his secluded cultivation, but today was the day he promised Shen Qingyan to visit his father-in-law's house. Last time, the visit didn't happen, and this time, being busy as the governor, another month had passed. If he didn't visit soon, it would be unreasonable. Putting aside the identity of being his father-in-law, Shen Yonghui was still his mentor. During high school, Suja couldn't even afford the most basic bottle of qi and blood pills, and his father-in-law had supported him a lot. This was one of the reasons Suja initially accepted this marriage proposal, as there was an element of gratitude involved. Even though he wasn't highly regarded at the time and his talent was average, his father-in-law still stuck to his judgment. Since Suja was promoted to the 3rd rank, his circumstances have improved, especially after reaching the 4th rank. Didn't let Shen Qingyan help her father-in-law much. After all, the father-in-law was also a 1st-grade martial artist, and being in his 50s wasn't actually considered old. Martial artists are all long-lived, living to 100 is the norm. It's said that mid to high-grade martial artists have even longer lifespans. How could Suja not hope for his father-in-law to also break through in cultivation and live beyond 100 years? But Shen Yonghui, as a retired martial arts teacher, was stubborn in his ways. No matter how much Shen Qingyan tried to give him, he wouldn't accept it. Principled, with a stubborn old personality. In a martial artist community at the South Sea base. Upon learning that their daughter and son-in-law were coming, Shen Yonghui's family was extremely busy. In the past, every time Suja came to visit, he would also come to the Shen family. Although the Shen family was always warm and welcoming, it was clearly not as tense and grand as this time. Times have changed. The son-in-law, Suja, is now the governor of the South Sea base. Who could have imagined that such a day would come? Even Shen Yonghui, who thought highly of Suja, couldn't have foreseen this, as what he valued was Suja's character. Luckily, I arranged their marriage early on, otherwise, how could we have such a great outcome today? During this period, Shen Yonghui often showed off in front of others, boasting about his son-in-law and his own judgment. Especially in front of his wife and 2 eldest sons, he flaunted triumphantly. Back when the marriage was arranged, Shen Yonghui's wife and 2 eldest sons were the most opposed to it. Yes, Dad, you really have great judgment. The 2 sons and daughters-in-law didn't dare to argue and could only agree. Even Mother Shen remained silent. Back then, she was the most active in opposing the marriage. Although Suja successfully became a 2nd-rank martial artist after graduating from Nanhai Martial Arts University and stayed on as a teaching assistant. Over the years, they often relied on Shen Qingyan to support the family. Shen's mother had long approved of this marriage. Not the best, but better than the worst. There's nothing wrong with that. Who would have thought that after 10 years of marriage, Suja would have a day of late-blooming success and bringing glory to the family? Grandpa, Grandma. Just as the family was busy, a crisp voice called out from outside the door. Shin Yonghui was the first to rush out the door and picked up the adorable little figure. He dotingly said, "Xiaojin, come, let Grandpa give you a hug." Although Su Xiaojin was already 9 years old, adorable but sturdy, she was definitely not at an age to be carried.
There was no choice. Who told Shin Yonghui to be so happy and show off? Shin Xinyan was also very happy today.
She still remembered when she had just gotten married. Every time she returned to her parents' home, her sisters-in-law never gave her much of a friendly face. It was not until Suzha was promoted to a first-grade martial artist in his sophomore year that the situation eased. By the time Suzha became a second-grade martial artist in his senior year, and Shin Xinyan herself became a first-grade martial artist, they reversed the situation and started supporting the Shin family.
Only then did a few sisters-in-law completely change their attitudes. Some things are not so easily forgotten.
This is also why Shin Xinyan is not very close to her two brothers, even though they cared for her a lot when they were young. Suzha grew up without a father or siblings, so he didn't think much about it. He hadn't visited his father-in-law many times at all. In his view, in this dangerous high martial world, having more family members is always a good thing.
Xiaojia, Qingyan.
Shin Yonghui gave up trying to hug Su Xiaojin and instead smiled, nodding at Suzha and Shin Xinyan. Especially towards Suzha, his smile was full of pride and satisfaction. Shin's mother and the others also came forward warmly to welcome their family. "Dad, Mom, long time no see." Suzha greeted with a smile. The father-in-law hadn't changed much, but as an ordinary person, Mother Shin had aged a bit. The two brothers-in-law and their wives were still the same, just with slightly reserved expressions.
This was something that couldn't be helped.
Although he was his brother-in-law, he was also a dignified fourth-rank martial artist and the governor of the base. When facing first-rank martial artists, they would usually feel inferior, let alone someone like Suzha.
Regarding this, Suzha just felt a bit unfamiliar, nothing more.
After the family happily had a meal together, Suzha noticed that his two brothers-in-law were not far from reaching the level of first-rank martial
artists in terms of vitality.
He then took the initiative to suggest providing some resources, saying they could repay him after becoming martial artists.
"There's no need, Xiaojia.
You don't have the same favorable conditions as those two on your path to becoming a warrior.
The most important thing for a warrior isn't just strength, but courage and determination. That's what they're lacking." Father-in-law Shin Yonghui, however, refused without hesitation. This made the two brothers-in-law somewhat displeased, but they didn't dare say much. Suzha, who saw this, did not insist, and he also fully agreed with his father-in-law's point of view. Becoming a warrior means going to the battlefield. Without the right mindset, one might die even faster or become a burden to their companions, which may not be a good thing. After leaving her father's house, Shin Xinyan held onto Suzha's arm. She smiled and said to Suzha, "Honey, my dad just rejected your kindness because he has already given up on my two older brothers. Instead, he values my little nephews more. He's trying to save some goodwill for the future. You're still young, and you might achieve even greater success later. My dad, that old fox, doesn't want to use up all his goodwill at once." Suzha was momentarily stunned, as he hadn't considered this angle. However, if Shin Xinyan's nephews have martial arts talent, he doesn't mind lending a hand. After all, this is only human nature. Suzha didn't say much and instead changed the topic to talk about Nanhai Third High School. Although some outstanding students transferred to our third high school this semester, the overall strength is still somewhat lacking. This time, Principal Feng's goal for the high school martial arts tournament is to make it into the top 20. Honey, you have no idea.
Ever since you implemented this series of intense policies, the school and students have become increasingly competitive.
But I think it's a good thing. If you don't work hard now, you'll regret it later.
Shin Xinyan kept a smile on her face, speaking eloquently and full of hope for the future. Suzha was naturally pleased to see this. Next, Suzha methodically filled his schedule to the brim. In the morning, he practiced cultivation, focusing mainly on blade techniques and martial skills. During the day, he handled base affairs, and in the evening, he dined with his family, guiding Shin Xinyan and Su Xiaojin in their cultivation.
Return to the governor's mansion in the evening to continue training.
Sleep once every 3 days on average, for no more than 3 hours each time. After a martial artist breaks through to the 4th rank and gains strong mental power, they actually no longer need as much sleep.
Instead, they place more emphasis on the relaxation brought by deep sleep. Even so, Suzha's time was still not enough, working day and night.
The finals of the High School Martial Arts League had also reached the latter stages, but the cult martial artists had yet to make a move. Suzha planned to personally hide at the competition venue during the final few headline matches. As for whether he could ambush the cult martial artists, that would depend on luck. If the cult warriors don't take action this time, the overall strength of the base will continue to grow, and their living space will gradually shrink. It all depends on their own choice. As long as the base is safe, Suja doesn't mind. And so, after experiencing the system's God of Blade talent experience ability for 10 days, Suja's blade technique finally achieved a qualitative breakthrough. Mad as a blade, slaying like a god. Is this the intent of the blade? A faint glow erupted from Suja's blade, exuding a mysterious and dangerous aura. The martial intent is a level higher than vitality. It is usually the exclusive domain of the strong and some prodigies, and the key to defeating enemies across levels. If it weren't for the system's cheat, the average talented Suja wouldn't know when he could ever cultivate the martial arts intent. Now, he can finally rely on his blade techniques to join the ranks of the prodigies. His true combat strength is enough to crush an ordinary mid-stage 4th grade, overpower a late-stage 4th grade, and contend with a peak 4th grade as his blade intent forms. In the next moment, Suja's cultivation also naturally broke through. Martial arts 4th grade late stage, achieved. This time, from entering the 4th grade to reaching the late stage of the 4th grade, it can be said that a lot of time was spent. Suja never slackened for a moment in terms of resources and cultivation. Moreover, having gained the cultivation insights of an unnamed 6th grade expert, Suja's late 4th grade cultivation was not only solid but also incomparably refined and powerful due to mastering the martial arts intent. This level of strength is already considered outstanding among peers. But Suja clearly remembered that on other battlefields of the myriad races, there were quite a few true prodigies who entered the martial arts university the same year as him. Now, some have reached the 6th rank, or even higher. No problem, there's plenty of time to catch up. Suja would never be discouraged, being accustomed to falling behind. His eyes were filled only with blazing determination. For someone who has been lying low for 10 years, now finally having the chance to compete shoulder to shoulder with the prodigies, how could he possibly think himself inferior? He would only seize the opportunity, taking one step at a time, constantly moving upward. Afterward, Suja took advantage of the system's abilities while they lasted, relentlessly honing his blade intent every day. But until the High School Martial Arts League reached the semifinals, with only a few matches left, the cult martial artists had made no moves. After the quarterfinals, Suja had been lurking at the competition venue, but ended up with nothing. Of course, Suja would not let his guard down during the final few matches of the semifinals. However, before the semifinals even began, Suja received an email from the Southern Governor's office. The content is very simple. The southern border of Dasha plans to hold a tour featuring martial arts star Yi Linger in all bases across the region starting next month. Boom! Please ensure all bases are well prepared, especially for preventing attacks by cult martial artists. Martial arts star? Yi Linger? Suja was a bit confused about the martial arts stars of this world, which were completely different from the so-called entertainment stars before he transmigrated. They are entirely two different concepts. Martial arts stars must first be martial artists, and not just any martial artists, but special ones. They are even rarer and more valuable than ordinary martial artists. Among them, the most popular and sought after are martial arts stars with special spiritual talents. And Yi Linger is a martial arts star with considerable fame throughout the entire Great Xia. Her spiritual talent lies in producing martial arts heavenly sounds through playing and singing. Listening to it can enhance one's comprehension of martial arts, which is truly astonishing. Now, at only 24 years old, Yi Linger has already advanced to a third-rank martial artist, becoming a rising star admired by everyone in Dasha. Moreover, this Yi Linger comes from a martial arts family in the divine capital, with an incredibly powerful background. It is said that Grand Governor Su Shoshuan went to great lengths this time to invite her to perform a tour in the southern region. It is no exaggeration to say that the value of Yi Linger's visit is no less impactful than spending billions of spirit stones. The Grand Commander has really gone all out to enhance the strength of the southern region. Suja looked at the sparse information about Yi Linger on the internet and couldn't help but sigh. However, the protection of Yi Linger is indeed very important. The value of one Yi Linger is no less than that of a 7th-rank martial artist. Moreover, this Yi Linger is also a martial arts prodigy, and her future significance is immeasurable. Imagine a 6th grade Yi Linger playing the martial arts heavenly melody, which can benefit martial artists below the 5th grade, and it's a large-scale benefit. This is no less important than a martial arts university. What's even more terrifying is that the martial arts heavenly melody not only aids cultivation but can also boost morale on the battlefield. Several other similar martial arts stars are assisting in guarding the stronger 10,000 races battlefields, serving as indispensable forces in these battlefields. The South Sea 10,000 races battlefield does not have such individuals, so Suja had never encountered them. However, Suja quickly connected this to the fact that the higher-ups agreed to Grand Commander Su Shaoxuan's request.
It is likely related to the tendency of the various 10,000 races battlefields in the southern border to unite with the alien races this time.
This highly classified military secret was revealed to Suja by Su Xingyan. It's not because Suja has a particularly good relationship with Dean Su, but because Suja killed enough aliens in the last great battle, earning a contribution value high enough to access classified information. Also, Suja happens to be the governor of the South Sea base, a position that necessitates such knowledge.
Starting next month, huh?
Then there's still time.
Suja pondered, could it be that the cult martial artists have been inactive because they're waiting for Yi Linger to arrive? On second thought, it's unlikely.
Yi Linger's tour was confidential, and the first stop of her tour in the southern region was the South Sea base.
No matter what, Suja just needed to focus on doing his job well. 2 days later, the semi-finals began.
The competition was set at the Martial Arts Center square of the base, which was already crowded with people early on. As usual, Nanhai TV would broadcast the entire event, and Lu Ying was, as always, in charge.
Back in the governor's office, many people learned about her high school connection with Suja.
The TV station was tactful, and no one dared to compete with her for this unparalleled job. For this, Lu Ying even made a special visit to express her gratitude to Shen Xingyan.
After all, she and Shen Xingyan were also classmates.
Lu Ying was very tactful, and Shen Xingyan received her politely. In Shen Xingyan's view, Suja had implemented many reform measures at the Nanhai base, and the television station's publicity was helpful. As long as it can help Suja and truly stabilize the base, Shen Xingyan will not refuse. After learning about it, Suja didn't say much. As long as Lu Ying can do her job well, maintaining a bit of personal connection is not a big deal.
After all, they really were high school classmates. The semi-finals began lively under the supervision of Deputy Governor Lu Chenggang.
Suja did not appear publicly but instead restrained his presence, hiding in a high spot of a building, observing every movement in the entire square. Without reaching the 5th rank, no one could detect his presence.
Soon, Suja noticed an unusual figure. Is it a cult martial artist?
Suja did not hesitate and planned to first take control before discussing further. So he made a call to the leader of the guard team, Zhao Hongchuan.
Zhao Hongchuan quickly mobilized the martial artist guard team hidden among the crowd.
They easily subdued the person. To be honest, the South Sea base has always been relatively weak, and even the cult martial artists are not strong.
Suja continued to lie low, observe, and wait for the cult members to take the bait.
Soon, a third-grade cult leader couldn't sit still.
Then, the cult martial artists hidden among the crowd began to take action.
Having detected these unusual movements, Suja immediately informed Zhao Hongchuan to stand ready in front of the arena. Zhao Hongchuan and his team anticipated that if the cult martial artists took action this time, it would undoubtedly be a major operation on a grand scale. However, they still did not expect their strength to be so formidable and their numbers so overwhelming, far beyond imagination. And this was under the premise that they had already taken control of 10 cult martial artists. Roughly estimated, at least over 60 martial artists were dispatched in total.
Moreover, there are several third-rank martial artists. With such strength, apart from the guard team, no other organization could stand against them. Disperse! Everyone, disperse!
Zhao Hongchuan shouted loudly, quickly interrupting the martial arts competition on the stage, intending to surround the cult martial artists first and then catch them like turtles in a jar. It might already be too late, the leading third-grade martial artists were approaching the stage. Their target was the 4 contestants in the semifinals, as well as all the students from the top 20 to 30 who were watching nearby. Although these high school students had been competing for over a month, they had never encountered such a scene. The oppressive aura of the third-grade martial artists left them too terrified to even breathe deeply, let alone muster the courage to fight back. Just as the cult martial artists, with malicious intent, raised their weapons to begin a massacre, an incredibly sharp aura swept across from the arena, instantly suppressing the entire scene with the martial energy of the 4th rank and above. Suja's figure had already appeared on the arena, holding a long blade, resembling a war god, coldly locking onto all the cult martial artists before him.
Damn! It's that Su guy. How could he show up here?
The leading cult martial artist revealed an ugly expression. From beginning to end, Suja had appeared in the Martial Arts League, which led the cult martial artists to conclude.
Do it!
This newly appointed governor talks a good game but wouldn't actually come to watch the matches in person. Little did they know, Suja had been observing them for several days in a row. At this moment, facing a large group of cult martial artists below the third rank, Suja merely released a bit of martial aura, which was enough to suppress them without much effort.
Quickly unleash the forbidden technique. A cult leader immediately shouted.
Because he knew that in the face of a fourth-grade expert, they had no chance of winning and could only take desperate measures. In an instant, the aura of those third-grade practitioners seemed to be stimulated and began to surge wildly,
fatally reaching the level of fourth grade. So this is the thing, huh?
Suja looked at the four pseudo-fourth-grade cult martial artists with a look of disdain.
Not to mention pseudo-fourth grade, even if four true fourth-grade martial artists stood before him, Suja would still cut them down without fail. Mad God Blade technique, slash. Suja didn't give them any chance and immediately slashed out with a blade. Go to hell. The blade light, as fast as lightning, directly cut the nearest third-rank leader in half at the waist, as if slicing through melons and vegetables. The opponent couldn't react at all and died tragically on the spot. This is blade intent. The other cult leaders noticed something unusual, their entire faces turning the color of pig liver. Their first instinct was, run. The other third-rank cult martial artists had just turned to flee when the blade light arrived. The hand rises, the blade falls, and heads roll. The other cult martial artists, seeing their strongest leaders killed in an instant, were scared out of their wits. They wanted to escape, but the area around the square was surrounded by the guards, leaving no way out. The remaining slightly stronger second-grade fighters were effortlessly dealt with by Suja. Then the rest either surrendered and were captured, or resisted and were executed on the spot. At first, Zhao Hongchuan and the others were somewhat panicked when they saw so many strong cult members. When a few cult leaders used secret techniques to boost their strength to nearly fourth rank, even Li Chenggang couldn't withstand them. Little did they know, they had still underestimated Suja. So fast, it was simply a massacre, the opponent had no power to fight back. Governor Su, is his strength really this terrifying? All the martial artists present who witnessed Suja's move were utterly stunned. Even though the long blade wasn't aimed at them, they could deeply feel a sense of death emanating from it. It was too terrifying. At this moment, Suja's inviolable majesty in the hearts of these people deepened even further. Below the arena, Shin Qingyan couldn't help but let her beautiful eyes flicker. It was also her first time seeing Suja make a move, and her admiration for strength reached its peak at this moment. This is what it means to be strong. This is her husband. In less than 10 minutes, the scene was completely cleaned up. The competition continues. Suja said to Li Chenggang and Zhao Hongchuan. Snap. Although the scene was a complete mess, stained with blood, how could a warrior avoid seeing blood? If such an unexpected incident causes these high school students to become timid and unable to perform to their true potential, then that's all there is to them. In a way, this was also a practical lesson Suja gave to all the students on site. Facing life and death, a lesson on confronting the fear of mortality. It's better than them truly facing alien beasts, confronting the battlefield of alien races, and losing their lives in panic and confusion. Shortly after, the scene of Suja wielding a long blade and single-handedly slaying numerous cult martial artists was edited and broadcast by the television station. Everyone at the South Sea base witnessed Suja's terrifying strength and formidable presence. Governor Su, so mighty, so heroic. At this moment, Suja appeared no different from a deity in the eyes of ordinary people at the base. Unfortunately, the luck enhancement experience card has expired, otherwise, it would surely have brought Suja another wave of powerful fortune. Next, the semifinals will proceed as usual. The bloody scene on site not only did not affect the competition but also added a sense of realism to it. The spectators were thrilled, and the applause was thunderous. Meanwhile, Suja reported the situation of eliminating the cult warriors to the Southern Territory Governor's office. The higher-ups acknowledged the achievements of the South Sea base and even sent an additional batch of cultivation resources as a reward, which Suja gladly accepted. This batch of cultivation resources was used by Suja to reward the guards who had made meritorious contributions in eliminating the cult warriors. This is what they deserve. 3 days later, the High School Martial Arts League and the Martial Arts Competition for Social Warriors both came to an end. As the governor, Suja personally attended the award ceremony. Congratulations! I hope you will continue to work hard and contribute to the safety and development of the South Sea base. May you go further and further on the path of martial arts and unleash your energy to resist the myriad races. Suja's impassioned speech ignited the enthusiasm of every base resident. It also planted a seed of martial arts passion in many outstanding students. As soon as the 2 major competitions ended, preparations had to begin for the arrival of martial arts star Yi Linger.
The higher-ups repeatedly emphasized enhancing guard capabilities, allowing no room for any mistakes. After the last extermination of the cult martial artists, Suja realized that the South Sea Base's guard team was still somewhat weak.
The news of Yi Linger arriving at the South Sea Base will definitely spread.
At that time, there might be strong cult martial artists from other bases coming to cause trouble. In view of this, Suja decided to train an elite team within the guard unit. He took a batch of high-quality cultivation resources and went straight to the guard unit headquarters. Everyone, you have been carefully selected by Commander Zhao as elites. Next, I will conduct a special training session for you. What I have in my hand is the reward for passing the special selection. Some of these pills would make even a third-grade martial artist envious. You all know what this means without me having to say it, right? Then, give it your all to survive this special training. If you make it through, you'll be reborn. If not, you'll remain mediocre for the rest of your life. Facing over 30 guardsmen warriors, Suja delivered a thunderous opening speech. Each of those guardsmen warriors had an unprecedented look of excitement on their faces. The powerful Governor Su personally conducts special training. Along with so many high-quality resource rewards, such a great opportunity might only come once in a lifetime.
Moreover, they are well aware that Suja was originally a mentor at Nanhai Martial Arts University.
Teaching those prodigies from the martial arts university is more than enough, let alone teaching them. Before starting the special training, Suja provided one-on-one specialized guidance to each of the 30 martial artists in the guard team. You, the strength of your lower limbs is clearly insufficient. You need to focus on training your lower body. You, the circulation of qi and blood in your meridians is not smooth, you need to switch to a different cultivation method. You, are not suited to using a blade, switch to fist-based martial techniques. After one round, everyone seemed as if their meridians had been unblocked, and long-standing issues were resolved effortlessly. Especially after the special training had been conducted for a period of time, their progress was astonishing. This made the other members of the guard team both envious and jealous. They could only resent their own lack of strength for not being selected, otherwise, with this immense fortune falling upon them, their status at the South Sea Base would surely rise significantly. Some even speculated that these 36 warriors might become Governor Su's trusted aides in the future. Suja had no intention of cultivating close confidants, as he would eventually leave the South Sea Base. However, since his family and Shin Xingyan's family would still stay at the South Sea military base for quite some time, forming a good relationship wasn't a bad idea. 10 days later, the first phase of the special training ended. None of the martial artists in the guard team who participated in the special training were anything but completely convinced. Because their strength has visibly improved. As a result, the entire guard team holds Suju in high regard and worships him immensely. At the same time, it was time to draw a new system ability. With the assistance of the God of Blade techniques, Suju's Mad God Blade technique has already advanced to perfection. Compared to the time of slaying the cult martial artist, he had become much stronger. This made Suju extremely eager to see what ability he could draw this time.
Extraction successful.
Congratulations on obtaining a Martial Arts Enlightenment Probability Doubler Experience card, valid for 1 month.
It turned out to be an enlightenment talent. The so-called sudden enlightenment is a special state of cultivation that martial artists strive for but rarely achieve. Besides significantly enhancing their skills, its most valuable aspect is the ability to break through various bottlenecks in cultivation. Some martial artists may not experience sudden enlightenment even once in their entire lives.
It is often only those prodigies with talent at the pinnacle of the pyramid who, under the blessing of fortune, can achieve 1 or 2 instances of sudden enlightenment.
Suja has not experienced sudden enlightenment even once to this day.
In his excitement, Suja suddenly thought that in a while, the martial arts star Yi Linger would be coming to Nanhai. Her martial arts heavenly sound was effective for all base residents, naturally including Suja. If, under the blessing of the martial arts heavenly sound, he could stack it with his system's ability to double enlightenment, could he trigger an enlightenment session? With this in mind, Suja actually began to look forward to Yi Linger's arrival. Big star, you should have come earlier. The system ability drawn this time is quite special, so there's no need to rush to train. Moreover, with the work in the base running smoothly, Suja has become much more relaxed compared to when he first arrived, aside from the special training. This also gives him more time to spend with his family.
By the way, honey, is the teacher coming to our house for a home visit tonight? At the dinner table, Shin Xingyan suddenly brought it up. Suja was taken aback for a moment and joked, did Xiao Jin do something wrong at school?
Yes. Unexpectedly, Shin Xingyan nodded and said, Xiao Jin beat up a male classmate in her class, and I heard it wasn't light.
Ah. Suja was a bit dumbfounded and couldn't help but look at his daughter, Su Xiaojin, in confusion.
Although Su Xiaojin looked pure and adorable, in reality, her muscles and vitality were well trained, making her indeed a good fighter.
But his daughter didn't seem like someone who would resort to violence for no reason. "Dad, they bullied me first. I was just teaching them a lesson." Before Suja could ask, Su Xiaojin took the initiative to explain. Suja. He hadn't even said anything yet. However, Suja didn't rush to ask for the reason. Instead, he focused his spiritual energy and carefully examined his daughter's cultivation. During this period, Suja and his wife have been very busy, somewhat neglecting their daughter's cultivation. The main reason is that Xiaojin is still young, her body hasn't fully developed yet, so there's no rush for qi and blood cultivation. But they were shocked when they took a closer look. Xiaojin's qi and blood have already exceeded 200. Ordinary children really can't compete with her. Suja shook his head in surprise and said, "Among Su Xiaojin's peers, those with vitality over 100 are extremely rare. Some students who haven't practiced have even lower vitality." Yet his daughter had unknowingly left her peers far behind. It must be the effect of that Lingyuan spirit fruit from before, Shen Qingyan suddenly realized and said. The Lingyuan spirit fruit greatly aids in the development of martial potential, and the earlier it is consumed, the better the effect. Moreover, after becoming more financially comfortable, Su Xiaojin has been enjoying top-tier resources. The main reason is that her own cultivation aptitude and talent are far superior to her parents. The combination of multiple factors has led to Su Xiaojin's astonishing growth. Suja pondered for a moment and said, "In the future, we must focus on strengthening blood energy control training. Otherwise, with Xiaojin's level of blood energy, she won't be able to resist the urge to hit people. The school's martial arts education is clearly unable to keep up with Xiaojin's rate of improvement." "I understand, hubby," Shen Qingyan responded. Shen Qingyan knew that Suja couldn't possibly have much time to teach their daughter, so this task naturally fell to her. At this moment, Shen Qingyan felt fortunate to be a high school martial arts teacher. Otherwise, faced with such a situation, she wouldn't know what to do. Then, Suja asked Xiaojin a few questions, but there was nothing special. It was just normal friction between elementary school students. Xiaojin simply didn't control her strength well and hit a bit too hard. At Xiaojin's current progress, she might become a martial artist before the martial arts exam. Suja looked at his daughter and said with some emotion, "Who would have thought that with both husband and wife being so ordinary, they would give birth to such an extraordinary daughter? Hubby, our little Jean is much better than you." Shen Qingyan listened with a proud expression on her face. Su's mother was even more overjoyed. Her son had achieved success, and now it seemed her granddaughter might surpass him in the future. However, there were some words Suja did not say. Even with the cultivation conditions at the South Sea base, no matter how talented one is, it cannot produce martial arts experts. If necessary, his daughter could transfer to another base before the martial arts exam. That's a matter for later. Ding dong. After finishing the meal and tidying up, the doorbell at home rang. Su Xiaojin's homeroom teacher, Zhang Xian, although not a martial artist, had trained in a martial arts school in her early years and even joined a mercenary group for outdoor hunting. Therefore, she has a certain understanding of martial arts. This is also the reason she became the homeroom teacher at this school, which primarily consists of families of martial artists. Children from warrior families tend to have some arrogance, and their average talent is more outstanding. Even so, it was the first time she had encountered a student as exceptionally gifted as Su Xiaojin. Su Xiaojin's personality is somewhat violent, but her future potential is also astonishing. Initially, Zhang Xian didn't really want to intervene in these minor conflicts between students. But there were simply too many complaints from parents, and she also wanted to take the opportunity to meet Su Xiaojin's parents, so that such a promising martial arts talent wouldn't be wasted. She had been Su Xiaojin's homeroom teacher for almost 2 years, but she had only met Su Xiaojin's grandmother and had never seen her parents. Originally, she thought that with Su Xiaojin's exceptional talent, her parents might be third-grade martial artists. When they meet later, she must be polite and make sure not to place all the blame on Su Xiaojin. The other students were also responsible. But when Zhang Xian stepped into the house, she saw an incredibly familiar face. She simply couldn't believe it. Su Xiaojin's father turned out to be the newly appointed governor, Su Jia. Su Xiaojin's mother was also none other than Shen Qingyan, a senior figure whose reputation in the education field had been rising recently. In front of parents like these, how could she have the right to lecture someone else's child? Governor Su's decisive and ruthless actions, the violent image of him slaying the cult martial artist, lingered in Zhang Xian's mind and couldn't be shaken off. With such a fierce father, isn't it normal for the daughter to be a bit violent?
Teacher Zhang, please have a seat, Shen Xingyan said with a smile, inviting Zhang Xian. Suja also greeted with a smile, hello, Teacher Zhang, I am Xiao Jin's father. As for this teacher Zhang Xian, Suja had already looked into her when he returned. Character and ability are both fine, he appreciates him. This time meeting at home, Suja naturally tried to be as polite and warm as possible.
Thank you, President Su. Mr. Su.
Zhang Shen inexplicably felt a bit nervous and even stuttered while speaking. Fortunately, Shen Xingyan poured her a glass of water, and after taking a big gulp, she slowly calmed down. Then, Zhang Xian proceeded with the home visit step by step. However, all the prepared excuses she had thought of earlier were completely discarded, and she almost ended up praising Su Xiaojin as an excellent student in both character and academics. This left Su Xiaojin, who had initially been a bit uneasy, feeling somewhat bewildered.
In Teacher Zhang's eyes, am I really this outstanding?
Seeing that his daughter was starting to get a bit carried away, Suja only needed to use a look to compel her to tone it down. However, Shen Xingyan listened attentively to Zhang Xian's remarks and secretly resolved to discipline her daughter strictly. Jade must be polished to become a gem. No matter how great the talent, there are far too many cases of it fading into mediocrity later on.
After the home visit, Shen Xingyan discussed a disciplinary plan with Suja.
Suja raised both hands in agreement. Not wasting talent was her greatest expectation for her daughter, and it was also something he could manage.
Not long after this interlude, Yi Linger coming to the South Sea base has finally been revealed. The entire South Sea base is in an uproar. The renowned martial arts star of the Great Xia is actually coming to the South Sea base. Ordinary people are just here for the excitement, hoping to bask in the martial arts aura. But the martial artists know that this is a tremendous opportunity.
Especially for those whose cultivation has stagnated, all of them want to seize this chance to take a big step forward.
Those with sufficient vitality want to step into the ranks of martial artists. Those hindered by breakthroughs want to break through their bottlenecks. Yi Linger is not just a martial arts star, she might even be the goddess who changes the fate of many. Is this the Southern Territory?
At this moment, Yi Linger, who had just gotten off the plane and appeared at the Grand Governor's mansion, was experiencing the place with the most abundant spiritual energy in the entire Southern Territory. Her eyes held curiosity as well as doubt. The Southern Territory truly has sparse spiritual energy, remote and desolate. In the entire Great Xia, the southern region, though far from the center of the divine capital,
it boasts vast territory and a large population.
However, the passage for all races open late, the cultivation environment is far from ideal, and the competition is fierce. Yi Linger had stayed in the divine capital for years, and this was her first time coming to the southern region.
There isn't any particularly strong impression, she was just following orders from above.
This tour of several bases in the southern region has taken quite a toll on her mental energy. Without a year or so of rest and recuperation, she might not fully recover. Fortunately, the southern region placed great importance on this tour and provided plenty of resources to replenish mental energy as compensation. If it weren't for these good things, even with a knife at her throat, she wouldn't have come. After all, it really delays her cultivation.
Moreover, the base tour isn't even within her scope of duties.
An angelic face, a perfect figure, a voice kissed by angels, and martial arts strength above the third rank. Tickets for Yi Linger's tour went on sale 3 days in advance at the South Sea base. But after all, it is a base with a population of over 20 million, and not everyone is eligible to purchase tickets.
First of all martial artists automatically qualify for purchase.
The rest are ranked according to their blood energy levels, and only those who meet the standard can obtain admission tickets. This is not a concert in the usual sense, the main purpose is still to improve the martial arts level of the base.
However, there are exceptions.
Martial artists of the third rank and above can bring along 3 additional people besides themselves.
This is a reward for the efforts of the strong, and no one dares to question it.
After all, the safety of the entire base relies on the strong to support and maintain it.
Moreover, martial artists inherently have privileges, and this is only natural.
Suja, as the only martial artist above the 4th rank in the base, also had 3 additional slots. However, aside from Su Xiaojin being able to use one, Suja gave away the other 2 slots. Su's mother wasn't of much use, and as for his father-in-law and 2 brothers-in-law, they could obtain slots themselves. As for the others, giving them slots would just be a waste. 3 days later, Suja personally went to Nanhai Airport to pick someone up.
No matter what, just based on Yi Linger's contribution to the South Sea base, she deserves Suja's respect. Moreover, Suja would not allow any accidents to occur.
Although Yi Linger's own security team was already strong enough, the Southern Territory Grand Governor's office also provided additional security. But for such a national treasure-level figure, no amount of attention to her safety could be considered excessive.
"Hello, Miss Yi, welcome to the South Sea Base."
As soon as the plane landed, Suja, as the governor, personally stepped forward to extend his welcome. It must be said, Yi Linger looked even better than in the photos, with an even more outstanding temperament. However, Suja had no other thoughts. His own wife was already wonderful, and thinking about anything else was completely meaningless. If anything, he was curious about her abilities. How exactly did she acquire them? A little intriguing. "Hello, Governor Su, sorry to trouble you." Yi Linger had been the center of attention since childhood, born into the elite and gifted to the highest degree, carrying a bit of pride. But toward this base governor, who was only a few years older than herself, she still showed considerable politeness. Not yet 30 years old, with a 4th grade cultivation level, it couldn't exactly be called monstrous. But less than half a year ago, this governor was just a second-rank assistant instructor. This is somewhat baffling and makes one look at him in a different light. When Yi Linger was reviewing the information, she even thought there was a mistake. How could anyone's cultivation improve so quickly? Even if one awakens their talent later, it shouldn't be like breaking through as if riding a rocket. But the facts were right in front of her, leaving her no choice but to believe.
Suja calmly introduced to Yi Linger their preparations and some matters that needed attention. He also asked if Yi Linger had any special requests. If it could be done, Suja would definitely make it happen. If it had been before, Suja might have envied someone like Yi Linger, a favored child of heaven, but with the system, he felt very at ease. This person is quite interesting. Yi Linger quietly listened to Suja's introduction along the way and silently made an evaluation in her heart. She knew many strong and high-ranking individuals, but she had never met someone who only talked about work with her, without even cracking a light-hearted joke or two. Is it possible that he's a bit too overconfident and looks down on her? Now this is interesting. However, she doesn't think she's any less capable than this rising star. Perhaps this young governor just hasn't been exposed to higher-level matters yet and is a bit like a frog in a well. It doesn't matter. Soon, Suja led Yi Linger and her group to the base square. Seeing that Yi Linger had no other needs, Suja did not disturb her further, letting her prepare on her own. At this moment, the tour venue was already crowded and bustling with noise.
Everyone was eagerly looking forward, their eyes shining, wishing they could catch a glimpse of Yi Linger's charm as soon as possible. Even more eager to bask in the glory of Marshal Dao Tianyin and achieve a boost in strength.
"Honey, is Yi Linger beautiful?"
After checking all the work, Suja sat in the VIP seat and was asked with a smile by Shen Qingyan. She was also curious about what this martial arts star looked like. If it weren't for fear of causing a bad impression, she would have loved to meet her. Beautiful, a proud daughter of heaven, living up to her reputation.
Suja admitted frankly. Actually, he knew that what Shen Qingyan envied more should be Yi Linger's martial arts talent. In terms of beauty, Shen Qingyan wouldn't lose, and she was passionate and skillful. What's there to compare? Humph. Shen Qingyan pretended to be angry, then laughed and said, "But my husband definitely won't be worse than hers." As they joked, Yi Linger had already slowly stepped onto the stage. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Yi Linger, accompanied by earth-shattering cheers that rose and fell. Suja couldn't help but be slightly amazed. This popularity was simply incredible. Yi Linger, dressed in elegant attire, smiled and greeted everyone. "Hello, everyone, I am Yi Linger." This smile captivated countless people. It's not just about beauty, it's as if her smile carries an irresistible charm. Suja knew that it was a kind of spiritual charisma, something truly profound. Wow, so beautiful. At this moment, Shen Qingyan, who was beside him, was also mesmerized. Unconsciously, a feeling of self-abasement arose. Silly wife, defeated by someone else's mental strength. Suja smiled helplessly. In fact, this was a step before Yi Linger's performance. Through mental guidance, she focused everyone's attention on herself, so the effect of the martial Dao heavenly melody could be maximized. However, among the more than 300,000 people present, there was still one person who remained unmoved. I don't know if it's because the 4th grade itself has mental power or for some other reason. After glancing at Suja, Yi Linger stopped thinking further and officially began to play. With her slender hands guided by special mental power, she instantly played a melody as ethereal as the sound of heaven. The refreshing notes instantly rendered the entire audience silent. Everyone was immersed in the melody, and their breathing changed accordingly. This is the astonishing effect of the martial Dao heavenly melody. Even Suja was suddenly shaken, as if a certain switch had been turned on, and countless martial insights flooded into his mind.
Along with it, his spiritual power seemed to resonate with it in some mysterious way.
That's truly amazing.
Suja's cultivation, which had been stuck at the late stage of the 4th rank for a long time, instantly broke through to the peak of the 4th rank. Of course, this was also related to his cultivation being stable enough and almost on the verge of a breakthrough.
Just listening for a moment had such an effect, making Suja extremely eager, hoping that after the song ends, he could trigger an epiphany. Perhaps after the epiphany, he could directly step into the 5th rank of cultivation. It's even possible to advance a bit further beyond the 5th rank, who knows? After all, epiphanies are truly rare, and who can predict their effects? The martial arts celestial music performance lasted for an hour.
It concluded amidst the lingering resonance of 300,000 captivated listeners. Many, upon awakening from their enlightenment as the music ended, immediately chose to leave and enter seclusion. Because they had gained so much, they needed to seize the opportunity to improve. Even Governor Suja, after giving a few instructions to his subordinates, returned to the governor's mansion alone. Because he also faintly felt that he was on the verge of comprehending something. Although it was somewhat impolite not to represent the South Sea Basin visiting Yilinger, he couldn't care about that anymore. Missing an epiphany is far more serious than being impolite. Governor Su also left? Yilinger was a bit surprised. It's not because she felt neglected, but rather that Suja had already reached the 4th rank, while she was only at the 3rd. Logically, her martial Dao heavenly sound shouldn't have been of such great help to Suja. Yilinger was certain that Suja wasn't intentionally neglecting her, but had genuinely gained something. She didn't even know why she was so sure. In any case, when the performance ended, she let out a sigh of relief.
Each performance takes a huge toll on her mental energy.
Next, Yilinger will go on a tour to other bases in the southern region. After returning to the hotel to rest, there was still no news from Suja. She hesitated for a while, wondering whether to wait a bit longer to meet him. On second thought, Yilinger decided to leave the South Sea base. Forget it, if he can reach the pinnacle of martial arts, there will always be a time to meet again. Yilinger glanced in the direction of the governor's mansion, a meaningful smile appearing on her face.
Inside the cultivation room of the governor's mansion,
Suja used up all the good pills he had recently stockpiled in one go. Just as he was slowly digesting those insights, immersed in cultivation.
Epiphany.
Suddenly, an unprecedented clarity arose in his mind. Then he entered an extraordinarily unique state, as if he had merged with the world around him. The rich spiritual energy around the governor's mansion surged continuously into his body at an extremely fast speed.
Advancing from the 4th rank to the 5th major realm requires the solidification of spiritual power. At the same time, the physical body undergoes further transformation and strengthening. As a transmigrator, Suja had no bottlenecks in terms of spiritual power since his soul strength was sufficiently strong from a young age.
As the epiphany deepened, Suja's mental strength gradually underwent some kind of transformation. This transformation then nourished the body in return, which in turn affected the mental strength. The cycle repeated, and after absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy, the mental strength eventually manifested in a tangible form. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from within the Dantian. The realm of the 5th rank in martial arts has been achieved. However, the epiphany did not end, and Suja continued to focus on his cultivation. It wasn't until he reached the peak of the early stage of the 5th rank that there were faint signs of retreat.
Is this as far as it goes?
Suja felt somewhat unwilling. Epiphany has almost been exhausted, but there is still plenty of spiritual insight from the martial Dao heavenly sound. Suja immediately decided to go all out, mobilizing his entire vitality and blood, intending to break through to the mid-stage of the 5th rank in one go. The further one progresses in cultivation, even a minor realm becomes increasingly difficult to break through.
Some people can be stuck for many years.
Next time, he might not have another epiphany, so Suja didn't want to miss this opportunity. Even if it meant forcing a breakthrough, which might leave his state somewhat unstable. There would be plenty of ways to stabilize his cultivation later. The real fear was never finding the chance to break through. Suja swallowed the last pill and began forcing a breakthrough. Before long, veins bulged on his face, making him look somewhat ferocious. The aura of his entire body became somewhat chaotic, which made Suja a bit worried. However, at this point, there was no turning back for him. Forcibly interrupting the breakthrough could result in injury. Continuing the breakthrough could also lead to injury and might even damage his cultivation. There's no other way, it all depends on luck. At the final moment, Suja's fortune came into play. He actually forced himself to spit out a mouthful of blood and broke through to the mid-stage of the 5th rank.
Boom!
Suja felt the surging vitality within his body and revealed a gratified smile. He had suffered minor injuries and would need at least half a month to recover. The key was, he had finally succeeded. Everything was worth it. Mid-stage of the 5th rank in martial arts, this level of strength is likely only possessed by governors of major bases in the divine capital. From today onward, Suja can walk unchallenged in any base he visits. He could even apply for an associate professor position at Nanhai Martial Arts University. At this moment, if Linger were still at the Nanhai base, her jaw would probably drop in shock. Unfortunately, she had already completed all her tours and left the southern region. This time, Suja stayed in the training room for a full 14 days. Outside, there were quite a few people, like Suja, who had made significant progress in martial arts. In just this half-month alone, dozens of people had come to register as new martial artists. Break for me. Nearly 7 or 8 people have advanced in martial arts. It can be said that Linger's trip to the southern border has significantly boosted the strength of the South Sea base and the entire southern region. If there's a chance to meet her, I must thank her properly in person. Suja couldn't help but think this. After Suja came out of seclusion, it was soon time for the new year. 3 days later, it would be New Year's Eve. There are very few festivals in this world, most of which are related to the revival of spiritual energy and martial arts. The only nationwide festival that truly remains for family reunions and celebrations is the New Year. Moreover, people don't take it very seriously, they just create a festive atmosphere to suit the occasion. Done. Most of the soldiers and martial artists stationed at the 10,000 races battlefield are unlikely to return home for the new year. Ever since Suja enrolled at Nanhai Martial Arts University, he hasn't spent the new year with his family for 10 years. Today, however, he can finally have a lively New Year celebration. Because he was afraid of worrying his family, Suja stayed at the governor's mansion for a few days to recover from his injuries. He only returned home on New Year's Eve. The family was both surprised and delighted to see him successfully come out of seclusion. They had thought Suja would remain in seclusion until after the new year. Compared to reuniting on New Year's Eve, of course, Suja's secluded cultivation is more important. Honey, why does your face look a bit pale? Shen Qingyan immediately noticed that something seemed off with Suja and quickly asked with concern. It's nothing, I forced a breakthrough during my seclusion earlier, and I haven't fully recovered yet. I'll be fine in a few days. Suja smiled lightly and said, it's all too common for warriors to get injured. Every time they go to the battlefield of myriad races, there's never a time they don't get hurt. Even within the base, injured warriors are a common sight. Seeing that Suja was in good spirits, Su's mother and Shen Qingyan felt there was no need to worry since Suja had said so. However, feeling sorry for Suja was inevitable. Martial arts cultivation has always been painful and arduous. By the way, wife, did you gain a lot this time? Suja changed the subject, as he clearly felt that Shen Qingyan's aura had also strengthened significantly. It's just that I didn't release my mental power to carefully probe and sense. I gained a lot. I've broken through to the peak of the 1st rank and will strive to advance to the 2nd rank of martial arts this year. I really didn't expect that the martial arts heavenly sound would be so effective. Shen Qingyan said joyfully and excitedly. If she truly manages to break through to the 2nd rank, she would be considered a mainstay within the South Sea base. Although many people made progress this time, 1st rank martial artists are still the majority in the base, while 2nd rank ones are considered the elite. Unfortunately, no one advanced to the 3rd rank this time. Among the original 3rd rank martial artists, only Li Changgang and Zhao Honchuan managed to break through a minor realm. Overall, it was actually the 30 or so elite guards whom Suja had specially trained before that showed the greatest improvement. The martial Dao heavenly sound can at most serve as a catalyst, and achieving such an effect is already extremely remarkable. Moreover, this was under the premise that Suja provided an enormous amount of cultivation resources. Not everyone can be as extraordinary as Suja. Directly breaking through a major realm, plus a minor realm. And that's on the foundation of a mid-grade cultivation level. You can do it. Suja smiled as he encouraged Shen Qingyan. During their casual conversation, Suja asked about his 2 brothers-in-law. Before this, the vitality of the 2 was already close to that of martial artists, but it was unclear if they had made a breakthrough this time. Not yet, Shen Qingyan replied, a bit disappointed. If they miss this opportunity, it will probably be even harder in the future. However, the father-in-law, Shen Yonghui, managed to break through to the peak of the 1st rank this time. He is more talented than his 2 sons and works harder than them. How can one bear such a situation? After finishing the New Year's Eve dinner, the whole family cheerfully watched some TV programs together. And after midnight, Suja would turn 29. It has been exactly 29 years since he crossed over to this dangerous high martial world. As the saying goes, at 30, one stands firm, and the life ahead is full of challenges and expectations. After the new year, Suja continued to recover from his injury, work, and train as usual, with everything proceeding in an orderly manner. Perhaps due to his injury, Suja did not experience a single moment of enlightenment in the nearly half a month that followed. There was nothing he could do, enlightenment was truly rare, and having experienced it once was already something to be satisfied with.
The 1-month period had ended, and Suja drew a new system ability. Extraction successful.
Congratulations on obtaining a Mental Power Training Triple Speed Experience card, valid for 1 month.
Suja was very satisfied with this ability. After the 5th rank, tangible spiritual power can be cultivated.
This is also the reason why the 5th rank can crush the 4th rank. Powerful spiritual power not only intimidates and pressures opponents but also gains the upper hand in battles. Tangible spiritual power can also freely manipulate objects, seize weapons, use hidden weapons, control remotely, and employ a variety of techniques.
Moreover, tangible spiritual power can be directly used for attacks, causing damage.
At least for now, when facing 1st or 2nd grade martial artists, Suja doesn't even need to make a move to neutralize their combat power. However, when facing 3rd grade martial artists, it is still a bit challenging.
But with a slight mental disruption to cause even less than a second of delay for the opponent, he can easily take them down with a move.
Suja has always been cultivating his mental strength, as strong mental power is also a prerequisite for advancing to the 6th grade. It is necessary to guide with mental strength to achieve the unity of Qi and blood. Before the 6th rank, Qi and blood are stronger than mental strength. After the 6th rank, mental strength surpasses Qi and blood. This is also the inevitable path to becoming a high-rank martial artist. Mental strength is extremely mysterious and fantastical. Some martial artists who have stepped into the 4th rank are completely unaware of methods to enhance their mental strength. They can only rely on the natural growth of mental strength during the cultivation of vitality and blood, as the entire martial arts world lacks reliable methods for mental strength cultivation. At most, there are some potentially effective techniques, but they are not suitable for everyone. Suja's cultivation is also very primitive, achieved simply by condensing mental strength.
Although a bit slow, at least it's effective. Now it's better, with triple acceleration, the cultivation of mental power is noticeably more effective.
Over the past 10 days or so, Suja had doubted whether his mental power had increased at all.
The facts prove that it has. The days passed relatively peacefully for a while. But Suja knew that the brief peace within the base was not the truth of this world, the cruelty outside was. Just as Suja was contemplating whether to step down as governor and leave the South Sea base, the entire southern region was plunged into a massive upheaval. Since the last incident where suspected internal cultist martial artist traders acted as intermediaries for several myriad races battlefields in the southern region, leading to large-scale assaults on various strongholds, the myriad races battlefields have not been peaceful since. Although many cultist martial artists were eliminated during the sweeping operations, several large-scale conflicts still broke out in the myriad races battlefields. One time, 3 myriad races battlefields erupted simultaneously. Now the entire southern region is in chaos. Grand Commander Su Shoushuan is either losing his temper or preparing to lose his temper every day. The possibility of an all-out war on the battlefield of myriad races is becoming increasingly likely. Areas outside the battlefield of myriad races are also in a state of disarray and unrest. The South Sea base, guarded by Suja, eliminated the vast majority of cultist warriors in one go, leaving no particular impression. Moreover, because the South Sea base was the weakest, the cult martial artist organization did not send reinforcements afterward.
But the other bases were not so lucky, as they were thrown into chaos by the cult martial artists, leaving everyone on edge.
Especially during Yi Linger's tour, several bases experienced large-scale malicious incidents.
Although they were eventually suppressed, the situation was quite tragic. Suja had not yet spoken to Su Xingnian about stepping down as governor when Su Xingnian said earnestly,
"Xiao Su, stabilizing the rear is very important. The South Sea base depends on you, so don't slack off." What else could Suja do? He could only keep strengthening the defenses and continuously improve the strength of the guard team. Fortunately, the South Sea base's finances are now barely self-sufficient, and the guard team has been replenished with the increasing number of martial artists within the base, forming a complete squad. Its overall strength has even surpassed that of the previous governor's tenure.
The only shortcoming is the lack of high-level martial artists above the 3rd rank. Their numbers are indeed too few. The conditions at the South Sea base are like this: Trying to cultivate a third-grade warrior is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Therefore, Suja's presence as a fourth-grade or higher warrior becomes particularly important. Since most of the resources are contributed to the base, Suja couldn't even be bothered to register as a fifth-grade warrior, as those regular subsidies don't make much of a difference anymore. Just like that, another month passed unknowingly. Suja's injuries had long since healed, and his spiritual power cultivation had made significant progress. It was evident that he could now threaten ordinary third-rank martial artists with just spiritual power attacks. Even a slightly weaker fourth-rank martial artist could accidentally fall before him. This was all thanks to the surprises brought by the system's triple acceleration. So, Suja couldn't wait to start drawing a new system ability. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining a Combat Power Boost 80% experience card, valid for 1 month. Once again, it's an ability to boost combat power. This was the first time Suja had drawn a duplicate ability, but last time it was a doubling of combat power, and this time it had shrunk to 80%? It might be because Suja was now at the mid-stage of the 5th rank, and doubling his combat power would be a bit too terrifying. Suja didn't think much about it, an 80% boost was enough for him to handle opponents at the peak of the 5th rank, and there would hardly be any threats within the base. But if this ability isn't used on the battlefield, it would be such a waste. No, I have to apply tomorrow to take some time to visit the 10,000 races battlefield. With this thought in mind, Suja went home to sleep that night. He shared his idea with Xin Qingyan, who expressed her support, but only on the condition that it gets approved by the higher-ups. Suja smiled, held his wife, and fell asleep peacefully. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the middle of the night, a sudden urgent alarm sounded throughout the base, waking everyone up. It was the emergency alarm, familiar to everyone in the base, though it hadn't gone off much recently. The lightly sleeping Suja quickly reacted, and Xin Qingyan also got up swiftly and ran to her daughter Su Xiaojin's room, ready to handle any possible situation. In less than half a minute, Suja's phone rang. It was Zhao Hongchuan, the commander of the guard squad, calling. Governor, we have received an urgent report from the Southern Territory Grand Governor's office, saying that there is a beast uprising across the Southern Territory mountains. The uprising has already formed a beast tide, and it is estimated to hit our South Sea base in 2 hours. Several bases in the Southern Territory have been attacked one after another, and the higher-ups are too occupied to assist. They demand that we hold the South Sea base. Zhao Hongchuan's hurried voice carried a trace of panic. Beast tides had occurred before, and each time the damage was severe, leaving people in a state of fear. But every time, the military would send personnel to assist in defense. This time, however, they were left to handle it on their own. This indicates that this beast tide is extraordinary, and the military is also preoccupied with other matters. There is absolutely no energy left to deal with them. It is also possible that those above have made a choice, leaving the South Sea base to fend for itself. Got it. The beast tide will come from the north. Inform the others to gather at the northern city wall. Don't panic, as long as I'm here, the base will be fine. Suja first calmed Zhao Hongchuan, then exchanged a glance with Xin Qingyan. Without saying a word, he rushed out the door. In the dark night, Suja transformed into a phantom, swiftly heading toward the city wall. The last time Suja experienced a beast tide at the base was back in his 2nd year of high school. At that time, he was just an ordinary student struggling to survive, but the tragic scenes of the past still remain vivid in his memory. This time, he will serve as the highest-ranking official of the South Sea base, protecting over 20 million base residents. Thanks to the response mechanism in place, everyone sprang into action as soon as the alarm sounded. Especially the guards, who quickly took their positions according to their respective duties. A large wave of monstrous beasts is almost impossible to resist with human power alone. The large-scale technological weapons within the base are the true heavyweights in the resistance. Governor! The governor is here. The people on the city wall greeted Suja one after another upon seeing him. It was as if they had suddenly found their backbone, no longer as panicked as before. All the key leaders within the base were present, and Li Chenggang and Zhao Hongchuan looked at Suja with expectant eyes. Without wasting a single word, the two immediately began reporting the situation. Zhao Hongchuan said, Governor, the guards have been fully deployed in accordance with the Beast Tide Defense Manual. Li Chenggang said, Governor, the Base Martial Artists Alliance has gathered all idle martial artists, major groups and the security team are also proceeding methodically with their tasks, and emergency evacuation measures for the public have been initiated. Good. Well done, Suja nodded. The foundational work had long been coordinated by these two, so there wouldn't be any major issues. The only thing to worry about is the scale and strength of this beast tide, as well as its direction.
I've seen the alerts sent by the Grand Commander.
This beast tide is no small matter. It's said that there are quite a few mid-grade beasts among them. We will strictly adhere to the strategy of diversion and absolutely avoid direct confrontation with the beast tide. If you encounter mid-grade beasts, don't act rashly. Leave them to me. Additionally, pay extra attention to the exotic beasts ranked 3rd or higher. Under no circumstances should they be allowed to break through the defense line.
Suja briefly and clearly emphasized the defensive strategy.
In fact, the strength of the vast majority of exotic beasts is below that of martial artists, but their overwhelming numbers make up for it. Although exotic beasts are mutated wild animals, some of them have already developed a certain level of intelligence. They are more submissive to powerful leaders than humans. The leader of the beasts is the key.
Fortunately, high-grade beasts possess intelligence on par with ordinary humans.
They also understand the strength of humans and won't provoke them actively. On the contrary, mid-grade beasts often launch attacks on human bases to compete for territory and power.
However, once a beast tide forms, there is definitely a reason behind it.
On the way, Suja made an urgent call to Su Xingyan. Xiaosu, this time it's still some cult martial artists who entered the depths of the southern border's exotic beast mountain range.
By sacrificing themselves in explosions, they've enraged quite a few high-grade exotic beasts. Currently, there are too few clues, and this is just speculation.
The majority of the military's forces have been dispatched to intercept those high-grade exotic beasts, leaving the rest powerless.
Suja shared Su Xingyan's intelligence with everyone.
The meaning is clear, there's no need to worry about high-grade exotic beasts.
As long as the base withstands this wave of exotic beasts, the matter will be over. But everyone knows it's not that simple. If the wave of exotic beasts breaches the walls and enters the base, it will be a catastrophic disaster. Treat every crisis as the final life and death battle. Don't think about saving any weapons or ammunition. Do not hold on to any illusions of luck.
Behind us are our loved ones and millions of ordinary people.
We have no way out. Did everyone understand?
Suja conducted the pre-battle mobilization. Everyone responded in unison, their eyes revealing a spirit of facing death with no regrets.
Everyone here belongs to the South Sea base. No one cares more about the survival of the base than they do. The base's walls are a few kilometers away. The guards are busily laying landmines. This is the first line of defense against the beast tide. If luck is on their side, it might scatter them.
It may not completely disperse the beast tide, but weakening it or forcing it to change direction would still be a good outcome. However, the minefield is only highly effective against small-scale beast tides. For large-scale beast tides, especially those commanded by mid-grade beasts, it can barely delay them for a short while. The incident happened so suddenly that the guards couldn't do much.
As time went on, more and more fully armed warriors gathered outside the city walls.
They were mixed with the guard squad, forming different defensive formations under the squad's command. The Great Xia grants extraordinary treatment and privileges to warriors precisely for moments like this. All warriors without special assignments are mandatorily required to step forward. In the early days, many warriors refused to be conscripted, but they were later sent to court, with severe cases directly resulting in execution. The extraordinary and resolute methods have created the current martial artist system of the Great Xia. As for school teachers like Shen Xingyan, their primary duty is to protect the students of the school. Shen Xingyan also appeared at Nanhai No. 3 High School at the first moment, where most of the students are boarders. As for Su Xiaojin, she followed Su's mother to the centralized shelter. There are numerous shelters within the base, and unless the beasts launch a concentrated attack, it would be difficult to breach the defenses in a short time. The shelters are undoubtedly relatively safer, better than staying at home. The South Sea base has been established for just over 30 years and naturally has no history of being breached by beast tides. But just because it hasn't happened before doesn't mean it won't happen this time. The entire base echoed with the sound of broadcasts, chaotic and tense.
Understood.
Everyone was shrouded in a strong sense of crisis. In the temporary command center on the city wall, Suja and his team received the latest intelligence on the beast tide. From the satellite images, it's clear that the scale of this beast tide is something rarely seen in a century. Even if the military has stationed the vast majority of their strongest forces in the Beast Mountain range, they still can't stop their fury. Most of the previous bases have been partially breached. By the time they reached our South Sea base, the beasts had gathered into an even larger beast tide.
This time, it really seems hopeless.
Li Qingang analyzed the current situation, his face full of seriousness, even despair.
Governor, with this scale, we simply don't have the ability to guide them to disperse. Even if they disperse, they will regroup and attack the next base.
I suggest abandoning the defense of some bases and transferring people as much as possible to buy some time. Hopefully, this can temporarily slow down the beast tide.
Zhao Hongchuan frowned deeply and made a suggestion to Su Jie.
In this situation, which he had never encountered since becoming the head of the guard team, he could only rely on his experience to offer what he believed to be a reasonable suggestion. As for the final decision, it still has to be made by Su Jie. At this moment, Su Jie also felt unprecedented pressure. One wrong decision could cost millions of residents their lives. An even worse decision might lead to total catastrophe. Abandon the west base and concentrate forces on defending the east side. Quick! Take action, there's not much time. After a moment of thought, Su Jie made a difficult decision. The west side is mainly composed of factories, with a sparse population and only a few shelters. Now, every second counts to transfer the people from the west side. Of course, Su Jie still hoped to defend against all of them. The only chance was to identify the mid-tier leaders among the beast tide. As the saying goes, capture the ringleader first to capture the gang. There was still 1 hour before the beast tide reached the city. The relocation in the western part of the city is proceeding tensely and chaotically. The hunting group and martial artists from the martial arts hall are coordinating with the guards to direct the crowd.
Although everyone has plenty of complaints, they are still cooperating. Life is paramount.
In this era, ordinary people don't have many choices. The only thing they can do is pray for the beast tide to pass quickly and for their family to stay safe and sound. Although they also didn't know whether their homes would still be there after the beast tide.
Transferring so many people in a short time is not an easy task.
Some people will definitely refuse to leave their original shelters, thinking that the beast tide won't specifically target anyone and that staying put might even be safer. As for the few stubborn individuals who fiercely resist, the guards can only wish them good luck.
Everyone must take responsibility for their own lives.
All they can do is do their best and leave the rest to fate. Su Jie stood atop the tall city structure, gazing at the distant mountains. He then looked at the scenes within the city, his heart filled with emotion. Even if they could withstand this wave of beast attacks, the base would likely be riddled with scars, and the task of rebuilding would be incredibly arduous. The already backward and struggling South Sea base will regress by at least 10 years.
Relying on the Southern Governor's Office for assistance in construction is almost impossible.
I'm afraid the losses at other bases won't be any less than those at the South Sea base. Currently, the entire South is engulfed in war, and all resources will surely be prioritized for the battlefield of 10,000 races. After all, if the battlefield of all races is breached individually, there is a risk of annihilation.
Sigh.
Su Jie let out a sigh, pulled his thoughts back, and focused on the matter at hand. After setting up the minefield, Su Jie proposed another tactic. Taking advantage of the first wave of exotic beasts being crippled by the landmines, we can completely lead an elite team of warriors to eliminate them in one round. Then use the corpses of those exotic beasts as fuel to construct the first line of defense. This tactic carries a certain level of risk, but if executed well, it can buy considerable time for the evacuation within the base.
Moreover, this time the beast tide is unusually large in scale.
Relying primarily on technological and martial techniques to defend on the city walls, as in the past, might allow the beast tide to concentrate its forces and break through, which may not be the best option.
If the first line of defense is breached, long-range missiles can be used for a second round of resistance.
When the tide of beasts reaches the base of the city walls, anti-aircraft guns can be used for a third round of resistance.
As a last resort, detonate the bombs buried on the west side to completely divide the tide of beasts.
Su Jie believed that in critical moments, one must take bold risks and adopt some unconventional methods.
I agree with the governor's strategy. If we don't take the initiative, we might fail at the last moment.
Cheng Gangli was the first to express his agreement. Everyone else knew this was a dangerous decision, especially for those charging forward, who might end up with no remains. But it could indeed have a miraculous effect, especially if the first wave of beasts happened to fear fire. The results would be even better.
I agree too. Agreed.
After a moment of thought, everyone expressed their stance. On one hand, it was a consideration made out of necessity after careful deliberation. On the other hand, Su Jie's personal prestige had already reached its peak. At times like this, following the command of the strong is often instinctive.
Actually, even if everyone disagrees, Su Jie will still issue the order by force. At this point, democracy won't save anyone's life.
In the end, it only comes down to deciding who to send.
Alright. Stop overthinking it, I'll personally lead the team. Martial artists of the first rank pinnacle and above the second rank, select a portion to accompany the team, just over 100 people will suffice.
Suja made arrangements immediately in a firm tone. He then began selecting the sniper positions, which could not be too far from the city wall, nor too close. Finally, a ravine about 5 or 6 kilometers away from the city wall was chosen, using the raised slope to construct a defensive line.
What do you all think?
Soon, the vanguard team of over 100 people was assembled. The 30-some guards specially trained by Suja were personally selected by him to join the team. Other warriors, upon hearing they would be leading the charge with the governor, were all eager to join without fear of death. However, Suja only chose a portion of those specializing in close combat, while others with defensive responsibilities who wanted to join were not selected.
Overall, this squad is evenly split between second-rank and peak first-rank martial artists.
As for why there are no third-rank ones, it's because third-rank martial artists are too few, and each has important duties.
Moreover, when facing a beast tide, unless there is absolute suppressive power, there isn't much difference between third rank and second rank. Listen up!
Everyone, stay centered on me, advance and retreat together. Second rank members are responsible for executions and building defenses, while first rank members handle clearing remnants and burning corpses.
Suja issued the combat orders concisely.
In short, just one sentence, follow me in charge. Understood, everyone shouted in unison. Next, Suja divided these over 100 martial artists into several small teams. The strongest few at the second rank were made team leaders to prevent them from being scattered by the beast tide at critical moments.
Low-ranked martial artists of the first and second ranks would face almost certain death if left alone. Soon, all the preparations were completed.
Suja gave Li Chenggang and Zhao Hongchuan a few instructions, then led the team of martial artists to the ambush point outside the base. The martial artists' speed far exceeded that of ordinary people. Covering a distance of 5 or 6 kilometers at full sprint took only a few minutes.
Everyone assumed their positions, ready and alert. Suja raised his head and looked north.
With his mid-level 5th grade extraordinary vision, he could already see a dense beast tide rushing rapidly toward the base.
Everyone, get ready! The beast tide will arrive in 10 minutes. Suja shouted loudly, his eyes filled with fighting spirit.
At this moment, everyone in the base was focused on the live broadcast on the television. At the critical moment of life and death, everyone's heart is tense. This time, Lu Ying, as the host, is personally reporting to everyone. The crisis at the South China Sea base can be described as unprecedented.
Every person at our South China Sea base has also demonstrated unprecedented unity and courage.
Therefore, we have reason to believe that under Governor Su's leadership, we will surely overcome this crisis. Television broadcasts not only help stabilize morale but also effectively convey command operations. The South Sea base is no stranger to beast tides, but this time it is 100 times more perilous than before. When they heard that Governor Su was personally leading the team to actively intercept the beast tide, the residents of the base couldn't help but worry for Suja. Since Suja took office as governor, he has turned the tide, brought countless benefits, and done many good deeds. Everyone has long acknowledged him in their hearts, even worshipped him. In times of danger, the governor was still the first to disregard his own safety and charge ahead.
Governor Su, you absolutely must be safe. Heaven bless you. Many people even began to pray for Suja.
Su's mother and Su Xiaojin, in particular, kept their eyes glued to the TV screen at all times, afraid of missing a single shot. The final scene on the screen lingered on Suja leading the team away from the base, his distant figure fading into the horizon. With the music's accompaniment, it carried a unique sense of tragic heroism, as if facing death with resolve. However, Suja, who was at the ambush point, felt no trace of heroism. He had only one belief in his heart: stop them.
Boom rumble boom rumble.
Suja stared intently ahead, the deafening roar had already reached his ears. As the sun turned pale, everyone in the assault squad saw a dense black mass ahead.
Amidst billowing dust, it swept toward them.
Without the protection of the city walls, facing this scene head-on required immense courage.
Suja clearly felt that everyone's breathing was a bit erratic, they were panicking. Attention everyone, maintain formation.
At this moment, Suja's high-spirited and passionate voice suddenly rang out, reaching everyone's hearts.
In an instant, it calmed everyone down significantly. It's coming, it's coming, it's about to come. More than 100 people, facing the overwhelming tide of alien beasts, are as insignificant as a few ants.
Watching this scene on the drone's live broadcast, everyone couldn't help but gasp.
How can this be resisted? How could it be stopped?
However, in a high martial world, strength has never been measured by numbers. The vast majority of these exotic beasts are below the level of martial artists, with only a few minor leaders reaching the strength of the first or second rank.
One-on-one, human martial artists can completely crush them.
And Su Zhu and his team's goal was not to annihilate such a terrifying number of beasts. Su Zhu gripped his long blade, took a deep breath, his blood surging, filled with fighting spirit. Not being in the base, there was no need to worry about accidentally harming others. As for beasts without mid-tier strength, there was no need to worry about being unable to defeat them. Then, he had no scruples and could unleash his full power, wreaking havoc everywhere. In an instant, Su Zhu's mid-stage 5th grade aura spread continuously. With an 80% boost in combat power, this terrifying aura was comparable to the peak of the 5th grade. The first to feel the oppressive aura were the beasts in the front row. Their minds buzzed loudly, and the aura of the strong directly made them slow down their pace. Some frightened exotic beasts even stopped abruptly, no longer daring to charge forward. The sudden slowing and halting caused the beasts behind to crash into them in a frenzy. The ones behind collided with those in front, and the ones further back kept crashing forward, instantly toppling a large area. This is Su Zhu's mid-stage mental power materialization attack. Large groups of exotic beasts were directly struck down by the mental power, rolling on the ground in agony, with some even fainting on the spot. Unfortunately, Su Zhu's mental power couldn't be released indefinitely, and after a short period of time, it began to wane. Yet the tide of exotic beasts behind them surged forward once again, endlessly. This is a mental power attack, it's too powerful. Li Chengang and Zhao Hongchuan on the city wall couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when they saw this scene. Although the more than 100 martial artists behind Su Zhu didn't know what was going on, their faces also showed ecstatic joy. Governor Su is awesome. Absolutely incredible. Only then did everyone realize that Governor Su might not be an ordinary 4th-rank martial artist. They completely underestimated Su Zhu's strength. Such a range and destructive power of a mental attack is something that even a typical 5th-grade expert could never achieve. Governor Su has hidden his abilities too well. He actually possesses the strength of a strong 5th-grade expert. Any 5th-grade expert is a lofty existence no matter where they are placed. Even serving as a mentor at some top martial arts universities in Chengdu would be more than sufficient. However, this is the governor of their South Sea base. In an instant, immense confidence surged in everyone's hearts. With Governor Su here, it can be done. Boom! At this moment, Su Zhu erupted with a powerful killing intent and shouted with a raised arm. The powerful aura of slaughter made the charging beasts pause in unison. In the next instant, a blood-red blade light flashed. Countless beast heads fell to the ground, blood gushing endlessly. With a single strike of the Mad God Blade technique, a gap of over 100 meters was torn open, forcibly halting a wave of the beast's charge. Carrying their weapons, they charged toward the tide of exotic beasts. With Su Zhu leading the way, they found it much easier to kill the frightened exotic beasts. Soon, the assault team led by 2nd-grade martial artists joined forces to block a section of the exotic beast tide. Meanwhile, the 1st-grade martial artists quickly took action, piling up the countless exotic beast corpses over the ravines. Then pour fuel on top and set it ablaze. In an instant, a raging fire formed a blazing barrier, blocking the massive tide of beasts. Before the main wave of beasts arrived, the dazzling flames instantly ignited hope in everyone's hearts. Some stray beasts instinctively felt fear when faced with the roaring flames. They instinctively fled away from the firelight, causing a new round of chaos and trampling. Meanwhile, Su Zhu's figure remained at the very front. Wave after wave, he harvested the heads of the beasts, as seen from the high-altitude perspective of the drone. It was clear that Su Zhu, leading this team of over 100 assault members, had already blocked part of the forefront of the beast tide. These 100 or so figures, like a sharp blade, charged against the wind and pierced into the heart of the beast tide. Kill them for me! Although only 10 minutes had passed, the larger beast tide ultimately bypassed the fiery defensive line from both flanks due to their overwhelming numbers and continued advancing toward the city walls. However, Su Zhu and his team had already successfully bought some time and caused the beast tide to descend into chaos. This would greatly reduce the defensive pressure later on. As long as Su Zhu's assault team does not retreat, they can continue to split the beast tide and keep alleviating the pressure on the city's defenses. Soon, part of the beast tide triggered the minefield. Boom, boom. Behind Su Zhu, the sound of intense explosions kept echoing. A wave of exotic beasts was sent away by the minefield. Immediately afterward, the missile troops launched a full-scale attack. Fire! Hit them hard for me! On the city wall, Zhao Hongchuan ordered the third line of defense to attack with full force. Boom, boom. Below the city walls, amidst the dense tide of beasts, shrapnel and flesh flew everywhere. Tens of thousands of beasts fell in the first wave of impact. But after a brief pause, a new wave of beasts surged forward once again. Quickly rushed to the base of the city wall. At this point, after being weakened by the previous defensive lines, the beast tide was no longer as terrifying.
The defenders of the city were barely able to cope, and for the time being, breaking through the city wall was not so easy.
Everyone knew very well that the greatest contributor to this situation was Governor Suja.
Without Suja leading the assault team and causing the initial block, the subsequent defense wouldn't have experienced a chain reaction. Things wouldn't have turned out so optimistic.
In fact, many martial artists are not very clear about Suja's strength, they just feel that he is powerful. They think that all 4th grade fighters are this strong, but only a few above 3rd grade, like Li Chenggang and Zhao Hongchuan, can discern that this is the strength of a strong 5th grade fighter.
The great battle to resist the tide of alien beasts at the South Sea base has fully unfolded. Meanwhile, outside the base,
Suja was still tirelessly swinging the long blade in his hand. These alien beasts were individually weak and posed no threat to Suja at all. Suja had been carefully observing, trying to find the mid-grade leader hidden among the beast tide. Generally speaking, the stronger the beast, the larger its size. So far, he had only encountered one 3rd grade beast. However, a 3rd grade beast was just a matter of one strike for Suja, which was hardly worth mentioning.
A powerful mid-grade martial artist, although unable to dominate such a large battlefield, can still influence local skirmishes. Moreover, this is not the battlefield of the myriad races, it's just a beast tide. The only thing to fear about a beast tide is its overwhelming numbers, which can exhaust and kill a mid-grade martial artist. Mad God Blade Technique.
Every slash from Suja's blade would take the life of a group of alien beasts, as if he were cutting down stalks of rice. With his unparalleled strength combined with the system's 80% combat power boost, Suja seemed like a battlefield god of slaughter. The people inside the base stared at the screen, almost numb from watching.
They couldn't even begin to calculate how many alien beasts this ferocious governor had killed.
At this moment, the defensive fire line in the ravine began to weaken due to the depletion of fuel, and its defensive effectiveness was gradually diminishing.
However, the mission of the assault team could be considered complete. You retreat first.
Given this, Suja shouted toward the assault team. The significance of staying here any longer is minimal, it would be better to return to the city walls and join the defending army.
Yes, Governor.
The members of the assault squad responded in unison. The intense battle lasted for more than half an hour, and their stamina and energy had been pushed to the limit.
If we keep holding on, it will become dangerous.
Achieving such a great victory without losing a single team member is already an incredible miracle. Of course, they also know very well who created this miracle. After retreating a certain distance under Suja's cover, the assault squad realized that Suja himself had no intention of retreating. Instead, relying on his own strength, he continued to hold the line at the fiery defense.
Any exotic beast attempting to cross the fire line was mercilessly slain by Suja's blade.
Up until now, Suja's energy consumption was actually not as significant as imagined.
Moreover, he carried plenty of high-quality pills to replenish his vitality.
In addition, the mid-stage of the 5th rank naturally recovers vitality quickly, so Suja has always handled these weak beasts with ease. It's just that he lacks large-scale attack methods, making it impossible to block too many beasts. As long as he holds on a little longer, the defense on the city wall will also become easier.
Moreover, during the intense and continuous battles, Suja has gained some new insights into martial arts.
Through the battle, his cultivation has actually improved. Since there was no danger to his life, Suja naturally wanted to resist a little longer. The most crucial thing is that he still wants to find the leader of the exotic beasts and put an end to this beast tide.
Although the probability is a bit low, Governor Su, why hasn't he retreated yet?
This is too dangerous. For the base, the governor is truly pushing himself too hard, completely disregarding his own safety.
On the city wall, many warriors showed expressions of concern.
On the contrary, Li Chenggang and Zhao Hongchuan, among others, were not as worried.
Because they knew Suja's true strength.
As long as Suja wanted to retreat, the beast tide would absolutely be unable to stop him. Suja choosing to stay alone in the wilderness outside the base must have his own reasons, so just trust him. The people inside the base, upon seeing this, were even more abuzz with discussions and filled with anxiety. Especially Su's mother and Shen Xingyan, whose hearts were in their throats. But they also believed that Suja was not a reckless person and prayed that nothing would happen to him. Just like that, Suja fought fiercely in the wild for nearly an hour alone.
He single-handedly held off a massive wave of mutant beasts. Governor, retreat quickly.
At this moment, Li Chenggang and the others were defending fiercely while feeling a bit uneasy, calling Suja to return through the communicator. This governor might have gotten carried away with killing and doesn't want to retreat.
That's way too fierce.
However, when the blood energy is exhausted, the longer you stay, the more dangerous it becomes. Now, Suja has already become the pillar of the entire South Sea base, and no one wants anything to happen to him. Fortunately, after a while, Suja's figure finally retreated.
It's not that Suja couldn't hold on any longer.
He had only consumed some vitality and hadn't even used half of his strength. It was just that his mental energy had been severely depleted, and mental energy recovery wasn't so easy. Moreover, with no sign of the beast leader for a long time, Suja couldn't help but wonder. That beast leader wouldn't be deliberately avoiding him and refusing to show up, would it? Instead of wasting time in the wild, it might be better to retreat strategically and lure the beast leader out.
The governor has retreated, that's great. Governor, please don't let anything happen to you. Hurry back to the city.
Seeing this, Li Chenggang actually led the assault team down the city to assist Suja. At this moment, after a short period of recovery, the assault team was once again full of vigor and unstoppable. They felt it was their duty to ensure the governor's safe retreat, take a break, and regroup.
The governor had already done enough and done well for the South Sea base. I'm fine, return to your defensive positions.
Suja sternly shouted in the communicator. With so many people worrying about him and stepping forward for his safety, he naturally felt happy. But on the battlefield, one cannot act on impulse, even the slightest carelessness can lead to a major mistake.
Understood, Governor.
Li Chenggang and the others, who had just been reprimanded, felt no displeasure at all. On the contrary, they felt an unusual sense of relief because they saw Suja rushing to the base of the city wall at an incredible speed. There was no need for them to go down and assist.
Suja, whose return to the city wall rendered their worries completely unnecessary, glanced over the entire battlefield.
So far, the beast tide has not been able to break through the defenses, and everyone in the base has been completely evacuated. It can be said that this defensive battle has achieved a phased victory.
But the fight is far from over, as the beast tide continues to surge tirelessly.
Moreover, without the obstruction of the previous defensive lines, the upcoming battles will only become more brutal.
Boom! Boom! Da-da-da!
At this moment, the weapons on the city wall were firing at full force, pouring out ammunition at the dense horde of beasts as if it cost nothing. 500 years after the revival of spiritual energy, humanity had developed many new types of weapons that consumed spiritual energy.
These are the most lethal weapons humans have against alien races and beasts.
These weapons not only suppress lower grades but also have significant lethality against middle grades.
Unfortunately, they are completely ineffective against higher grades.
This is because, with the speed of higher grades, they simply cannot hit the target. Even if it hits, with high-grade defense, it's almost like scratching an itch. After a short rest, Suja picked up a large sniper rifle and joined the defensive team. Firstly, the sniper rifle is equipped with a scope, allowing him to observe the overall battlefield situation. Secondly, it also conveniently lets him specifically target some exotic beasts above 3rd grade. Suja's mid-level 5th grade strength, when using a sniper rifle, has a lethality that is on a completely different level compared to low-grade martial artists.
With the enhancement of his mental power, Suja's accuracy is also entirely unmatched by ordinary martial artists.
At this moment, Suja had transformed from a god of slaughter into a god of sniping.
He continuously aimed for headshots on the powerful exotic beasts, headshot after headshot. Report! Report!
A powerful exotic beast has been spotted, suspected to be above 4th grade.
The direction is. At this moment, the communicator transmitted the scout's urgent shout.
Suja immediately adjusted the aiming scope and looked in that direction.
He saw a completely black beast, not only small in size but also much smaller than ordinary exotic beasts, shuttling back and forth at an extremely fast speed amidst the beast tide.
This beast completely ignored the attacks of firearms, directly using its tough fur to deflect countless bullets and shells. From its movements and roars, it could be vaguely seen that it seemed to be commanding the beast tide.
Above 4th rank, no escape. Bang bang bang.
Suja's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. No wonder it had been impossible to find the leader of this exotic beast before. Who would have thought its size would be even smaller than that of ordinary exotic beasts? With such a small size and such incredible speed, hiding within the tide of exotic beasts to command, finding it would be nearly impossible. Now, the main force of the exotic beast tide has already reached the city gates, and this exotic beast leader has finally revealed itself to command the battle.
Hold on. I'll take care of it.
Suja dropped the sniper rifle, picked up the long blade, and leapt down from the high city wall. The moment he landed, a surge of powerful energy erupted, blasting open a large clearing among the horde of beasts. Then, Suja swung the long blade, cutting a bloody path toward the leader of the beasts with the momentum of autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Anyone who blocks the way will face a single strike taking multiple lives, with blood splattering for several meters. At this moment, Suja's mental strength had also recovered significantly. His vitality was maintained at its peak state. That ferocious aura of slaying gods if they block the way, and killing Buddhas if they stand in the path. Many martial artists on the city wall saw it up close for the first time and were utterly shaken. They knew Suja was very strong, having resisted the beast tide in the wild for so long without a scratch. They thought Suja was even stronger than they had imagined. They just didn't expect him to be this strong. This was no different from taking the enemy's head amidst thousands of troops, as effortlessly as reaching into a bag. Suja quickly locked onto the leader of the alien beasts, unleashing his full vitality and mental power. He unleashed his most powerful strike. Mad God Blade technique, God-slaying style. With a crack, the head of the fourth-grade alien beast fell to the ground, dying tragically on the spot. The head that fell to the ground still had its eyes wide open, full of disbelief. It had imagined that if this human dared to charge over, their strength must be formidable. The highest-ranking governor of the southern base, even with the highest cultivation, was no stronger than a fifth-grade expert. No matter how strong the opponent was, it itself was a peak fourth-grade beast. Relying on the powerful defense of a beast, and considering that this human had been consuming energy for so long, even if their speed was slightly faster than its own, their jaws dropped in shock. Chopped, cut off with a single stroke. The governor is mighty. The governor is awesome. And their governor, however, just casually and swiftly returned to the top of the city wall. The leader was killed, and the current wave of the beast tide was clearly affected to some extent. However, the entire beast tide did not retreat. Instead, because the ones behind were stronger individual beasts, they launched another round of fierce attacks. Suja immediately realized, there wasn't just one leader, there must be others. This was indeed the case. Soon, several unusually large beasts appeared within the beast tide, all possessing strength above the fourth rank. Suja did not hesitate and followed the example, slaying them one by one. Among them, there was even a leader at the early stage of the fifth rank, which took Suja 2 strikes to kill. Suja felt fortunate that these beast leaders were not gathered together, otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. Even more fortunately, none of the beast leaders could have imagined that amidst the beast tide, they could be single-handedly taken down by a lone human. Even more fortunately, these beast leaders belonged to different races and had no communication with each other. If they had taken it seriously, Suja would never have succeeded. By the end, even the people on the city walls and inside the base had become somewhat numb. Ah, the governor has killed another fourth-grade beast. This one is even bigger than the last. Of course, everyone is well aware. If Suja were just an ordinary fourth-rank governor, the entire South Sea base would probably have been breached long ago. Everyone's eyes were filled with relief and excitement. Fortunately, the governor is ridiculously strong. If this continues, perhaps the beast tide won't even be able to breach the city walls. Everyone, driven by Suja, unleashed an extraordinary level of combat power. Finally, after an intense battle lasting a full 8 hours, the beast tide showed signs of a large-scale retreat. Gradually, the beasts surrounding the city walls fled one after another. Is it over? Did we hold the line? Everyone's faces lit up with incredible excitement. This long, intense, and grueling defensive battle had finally reached its conclusion. Seeing this, Suja also let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, in this wave of alien beasts, the powerful ones were held back by the army, otherwise, it would have been impossible to defend. Even so, there were several dangerous moments in the defense on the city wall, and the number of alien beasts that managed to climb up was not small. If it weren't for the overall improvement in the strength of the guard forces during this period, it would have been hard to say. In any case, it was truly the result of the joint efforts of all the military and civilians at the South Sea base. Although the cost was tragic, the outcome was good. The alien beasts within the visible range have retreated completely. The satellite images also clearly show that the beast tide has dispersed and retreated toward the Beast Mountain range. The great battle is over. On the broadcast, as this news was announced, everyone cheered excitedly. We won, we won. Not easy at all, but we actually held on. We held on. Long live the South Sea base. Long live the governor. This beast tide was the largest in scale, with the strongest beasts and the longest duration in the history of the South Sea base. It was also the most grueling and the most life-threatening. The entire base's stockpile of ammunition was almost depleted, and numerous defensive devices and tools were basically scrapped. The casualties were countless. However, this was also the South Sea base's greatest defensive victory. The base gates were successfully defended, not a single beast broke into the base, and not a single ordinary resident was harmed. Most importantly, the South Sea base completely crushed this beast tide. It's not about weakening or slowing down, but about crushing and disbanding them so they can no longer pose a threat to the bases behind. The great battle is over, but cleaning up the battlefield will still take quite some time.
Fortunately, there are some tasks that ordinary people can handle.
The guards and those who participated in the defense can take a good rest. This battle caused heavy losses, but there were also some substantial gains. For example, a massive amount of exotic beast meat was obtained, and even the corpses of those exotic beasts that were previously burned still held some value. The high-quality exotic beast meat was kept to compensate the fallen soldiers and for the base's own use. The rest can be sold to other bases. Because of this beast tide, it will probably be very difficult to capture exotic beasts in the wild for a long time. These exotic beast resources are the capital for the reconstruction and rise of the South Sea base.
Half an hour later.
Of course, this is not something the South Sea base can decide on its own. It still requires coordination from the Grand Governor's office.
An hour later.
Suja stood atop the city wall, looking at the devastation, and unexpectedly began contemplating post-war reconstruction. While his thoughts were wandering, Deputy Governor Li Chenggang walked over to report. Governor, the approximate casualty statistics have been compiled. 1 third-grade warrior was killed, 12 second-grade warriors, and over 120 first-grade warriors.
More than 3,000 non-warrior combat personnel were killed.
There were no civilian casualties. This loss is actually very minimal compared to the previous beast tides.
In the era of high martial arts, people die every day. Most of the time, people can accept casualties, but they cannot accept meaningless casualties. Understood.
Prioritize compensating the casualties, and absolutely no mistakes can be made.
Suja nodded and gave the order.
Once upon a time, his father had also died as an ordinary man on the battlefield of the myriad races.
Overall, the casualty rate on the battlefield of the myriad races was far more tragic than this.
Sometimes, a battle could last for several months, wiping out an entire army. Mid-tier warriors were dying in droves, let alone ordinary soldiers.
This world is just that cruel, there's no way around it.
The number of casualties among the warriors at the South Sea base was not as high as expected.
This is, after all, a good thing. Yes, Governor.
Li Chenggang accepted the order with a solemn expression. Although he had long come to terms with life and death, in the face of so many sacrifices, no one could remain indifferent.
This was also Li Chenggang's second time experiencing major casualties and pain in a short period.
The last time was when the former Grand Marshal led a large number of warriors to support the South Sea battlefield of myriad races, with over 3/4 killed or injured. In comparison, more people died this time, but the mood was not as heavy as the last time. It just felt a bit regrettable. Any battlefield is full of surprises, and there is always the possibility of falling. But those with great strength can always survive a little longer. As for the compensation for casualties this time, Li Chenggang already had a plan in mind.
Moreover, the entire Great Xia has always been very strict about compensating for casualties.
No matter how high the position one holds, they dare not engage in deceit,
because the consequences would be extremely severe.
It is said that 200 years ago, a 9th-rank powerhouse in the Great Xia participated in embezzling compensation funds for personal gain. This caused very serious and adverse consequences. In the end, they endured the pain to make an example of him, setting things straight. A 9th-rank powerhouse, one of the top figures in the Great Xia, was ultimately dealt with in this manner. Since then, few have dared to scheme against those above. As long as even the slightest trace is uncovered, there will be no mercy. After the great battle at the South Sea base ended, other bases in the southern region were also impacted.
However, the other bases were not as fortunate as the South Sea base.
They were forced to abandon part of their bases to reduce the defensive pressure. This resulted in many bases suffering incredibly heavy losses. For example, the beast tide erupted too suddenly, and many supplies were not relocated in time, resulting in their destruction.
Inside the Southern Territory Grand Governor's mansion,
several martial artists who held great power in the Southern Territory gathered together. Among them, Su Shoshuan, the 9th-rank Grand Governor, naturally sat at the head seat. He had just subdued a 9th-grade exotic beast in the mountains. After returning to the Grand Marshal's residence, the first thing he did was inquire about the situation across the entire southern region.
What are the losses at each base?
This time, the battlefield of the myriad races had occupied the vast majority of the southern region's attention. So much so that it was completely impossible to support each base, leaving them to rely on themselves. The incident happened so suddenly that even if other regions wanted to provide support, it wouldn't be that easy.
Moreover, although the Great Xia is unified, there is still considerable competition among the regions for survival.
Initially, it was competition for resources, but later it extended to competition in resources, talent, and policies in various aspects. Even if a support order is issued from above, delays are sometimes inevitable. In critical moments, you really can't rely too much on rescue. Fortunately, after the Beast Tide, no unexpected situations occurred at any of the bases.
Now it's time to assess the losses.
Soon, everyone began reporting the situation of their respective bases. The Xianen base lost 4,000 warriors and 30,000 guards, but fortunately, the base was not breached. The Furong base lost 1,000 warriors and 20,000 guards, and had to abandon part of the base. As one base after another reported their situations one after the other,
Su Shaoxuan's expression gradually turned grim. The losses were too devastating, far beyond expectations.
Among them, the Xianen base is the most central base in the southern region, and the southern capital prefecture is located within the Xianen base. It was established to respond to the largest battlefield of the myriad races in the southern region. It can be said that every time there is a Beast Tide, the Xianen base is always the first to bear the brunt of the impact. Of course, the Xianen base also gathers the most powerful forces in the southern region, with many strong individuals.
The most outstanding martial arts university in the southern region, Xianen Martial Arts University, stands right next to the base, and its strength cannot be underestimated.
However, this time it is still under the dual pressure of the 10,000 races battlefield and the Beast Tide.
A massive loss, rare in decades, occurred, with severe casualties among warriors, the garrison army, and ordinary people.
This result is truly a bit hard to accept.
The loss of just those 4,000 warriors alone is even greater than the number of warriors in a typical base.
800 warriors were lost in the Tongan base, along with 18,000 garrison troops, and part of the base was abandoned. 133 warriors were lost at the South Sea base, and the Guard army lost 3,000 people, but the base was never abandoned.
Upon hearing this,
Su Shaoxuan, with a face full of grief, couldn't help but pause for a moment before hurriedly speaking.
Wait! What is the situation at the South Sea base? Did the Beast Tide not pass through the South Sea base?
Other bases suffered heavy losses, but the South Sea base only sustained minor injuries.
And they even managed to defend the entire base without abandoning any part of it? How on earth did they achieve that? Is this still the weakest South Sea base in the southern region? It's simply unbelievable. The specific situation is unclear for now and needs further verification.
The person reporting below was also a bit confused, as they hadn't had time to thoroughly check the data.
Could it be a false report or fabrication? Contact the people at the South Sea base immediately and verify on site.
Su Shaoxuan was too curious and wanted to know right away, so he gave the order directly.
If the situation was true, he wanted to see how the South Sea base managed to hold on. Is there another hidden reason, or is the defensive strategy well executed?
The satellite phone quickly connected to the South China Sea base, and someone gave a concise report of the situation.
After listening, everyone present widened their eyes in shock.
This Su Jia is truly bold. Unexpectedly, he dared to lead over 100 martial artists to actively block the Beast Tide, and he succeeded. He must be quite confident in his own strength and strategy.
A hint of relief finally appeared on Su Shaoxuan's face.
He remembered that Su Jia, the newly appointed governor of the South Sea base, came from South Sea Martial Arts University. The weakest base, the worst martial arts university, yet able to cultivate to 5th grade strength.
Not simple at all.
Immediately, he had someone fetch Su Jia's information. This Su Jia was always at 2nd grade before, but suddenly broke through last year. In a short period of time, several major realms were broken through consecutively. Looking through Su Jia's information, Su Shaoxuan's interest grew increasingly intense.
Breaking through from the 2nd rank to the 3rd rank is still considered normal, and even reaching the 4th rank is reasonable.
After years of accumulating vitality, a sudden surge is indeed possible, and smooth cultivation at the 3rd rank does happen.
But the time spent reaching the 5th rank was unexpectedly short.
He must have had quite a few fortuitous encounters.
Su Shaoxuan closed the file and gave his assessment.
In martial cultivation and on the battlefield of myriad races, there are plenty who encounter fortuitous opportunities. Every martial artist has their own secrets to some extent, which is perfectly normal. The Great Xia doesn't care about such things. As long as one becomes stronger and contributes to its power, that's enough. Once the strength is there, the promised treatment will still be provided. Su Shoushuan is naturally pleased to see Su Zhe, this newly risen powerhouse. Moreover, judging by the current trend, Su Zhe has a high likelihood of becoming a high-grade martial artist. All things considered, he qualifies as a genius. After so many years, Nanhai Martial Arts University has only barely produced a genius like Su Zhe. It's still quite lamentable. For a moment, Su Shoushuan, eager to nurture talent, thought of many possibilities. For example, transferring Su Zhe to Sinan Martial Arts University for training. For example, assigning him a military position to gain experience in the myriad races battlefield. But as the Grand Governor of the Southern Territory, he had to consider the bigger picture. Nanhai Martial Arts University also needs fresh blood, and perhaps grooming Su Zhe to become the successor of Nanhai Martial Arts University wouldn't be a bad idea. The premise is that Su Zhe can successfully step into the higher ranks. In this world, fallen geniuses are also commonplace. No matter what, Su Zhe's performance this time was exceptionally brilliant. Must be rewarded. Even if it's to set an example for other bases, we must show our stance. After the meeting, Su Shoushuan instructed the Grand Governor's office to directly issue a commendation to Su Zhe across the entire Southern Territory. And this commendation instantly shook the entire Southern Territory. What? The South Sea base suffered so few losses in this beast tide? The Grand Marshal personally rewarded the South Sea base? Many people in the Southern Territory were initially hesitant to believe it. How is this possible? After all, the South Sea base is notoriously the underachiever of the entire southern region. Suddenly, it achieved an excessively outstanding result. It's hard not to raise doubts. However, when the defense video of the South Sea base was released, people from other bases all fell silent. My God! The South Sea base actually defended the entire base at the cost of only minor injuries. The entire southern region was shaken. It's important to know that in the past, the South Sea base was almost like an insignificant presence in the southern region. However, this time was a moment of pride, leaving everyone feeling unfamiliar. Fortunately, after the initial shock, all parties quickly began analyzing the reasons behind the South Sea base's successful defense against the beast tide. The main credit goes to the master of the South Sea base. Moreover, the scale of the beast tide faced by the South Sea base was clearly smaller. Even so, the overall strength of the South Sea base is still not considered robust. The entire southern region was abuzz with discussions sparked by the South Sea base. Some of the remarks clearly carried a tone of bitterness. As the saying goes, who doesn't have dumplings during the new year? The people at the South Sea base were astonished to find themselves the center of heated discussion in the southern region. This was an unprecedented event, greatly boosting morale throughout the base. Not to mention the commendation issued by the Grand Governor of the southern region. Never thought we could actually attract the attention of the Grand Governor. Even Su Zhe whispered in surprise. When he was defending the base back then, he hadn't considered these additional factors. All he thought about was holding the last line of defense for the South Sea. Just to have a clear conscience. After all, born and raised here, how could one stand by and watch their homeland suffer? In contrast, other bases in the southern region performed mediocrely this time, unexpectedly highlighting the outstanding performance of the South Sea base. However, this impressive performance ultimately fails to conceal the fundamental issue. That is, the overall strength of the base remains weak. Reality will not change because of this, at most garnering some attention. Just like a poor student making occasional progress, it is ultimately hard to change the overall evaluation. What truly delighted Su Zhe was the 20 million Spirit Stones reward issued by the Grand Commander. For the XINN base, this amount of Spirit Stones might not be considered substantial. But for the remote South Sea base, it was a timely help in need. Thinking back to the numerous constructions supported by the previous 50 million Spirit Stones, now, with these 20 million Spirit Stones, along with the harvest of exotic beast meat from this battle, the South Sea base has finally accumulated a considerable reserve of resources. At least this year can be more comfortable. As for the coming year, it depends on the tax revenue growth brought by the improvement in the warrior's strength. In addition, Su Zhe also keenly noticed. The Grand Commander is clearly quite dissatisfied with the losses of the other bases. This is not hard to understand, after all, other bases could have done better. Su Zhe had no time to delve deeper before his thoughts were interrupted by the ringing of the communicator. Xiaozhe, congratulations on the South Sea base shining so brightly this time. Su Xingyan's congratulatory voice came through. The dean of the Alchemy Academy at Nanhai Martial Arts University never expected that the student from back then would lead the base to prominence. Even more astonishing was their martial arts cultivation. In just 1 year, they leapt from the peak of the 2nd rank to the 5th rank.
Even someone as experienced and knowledgeable as Su Xingnian couldn't help but be amazed. He secretly speculated, could it be the awakening of some kind of latent special constitution?
Throughout the history of Daxia, there has never been a shortage of late bloomers, and related research is ongoing. The academic community hypothesizes that certain latent talents may gradually awaken during cultivation. It is reported that Daxia is accelerating the development of related detection instruments. If latent talents and constitutions can be accurately detected, potential prodigies can be continuously discovered.
However, there has been no breakthrough progress so far. The revival of spiritual energy has only been around for 500 years. The concept of latent talents and constitutions has only been proposed for a few decades. The main reason is that examples of late bloomers are relatively rare. Moreover, the talents and constitutions of many prodigies are directly apparent.
In the initial stages, people did not delve deeply in this direction. The more Su Xingnian pondered, the more he felt that Suzhi might possess this possibility. He immediately had the idea of transferring Suzhi back to Nanhai Martial Arts University.
Not only did Su Xingnian have this consideration, but the entire senior leadership of Nanhai Martial Arts University shared the same viewpoint. After all, Suzhi was in his prime, with limitless potential for the future.
Nanhai Martial Arts University is currently planning for intergenerational inheritance issues. Although the university's entrance exam scores have been rising year by year in recent years, most of the students admitted are of above-average aptitude. There is still a gap from genius, let alone the qualifications of a prodigy. Among the graduates trained by Nanhai Martial Arts University in the past 2 decades, the highest cultivation level achieved is only grade 6.
And only one person has just recently broken through.
After graduation, this student chose to join the Daxia military, making it impossible to be rehired as a teacher. Although the number of 5th-grade martial artists is considerable, most are nearing middle age. While there is still potential to be tapped, their future achievements will ultimately be limited. The school originally planned to invest significant resources next year to recruit at least 1 or 2 true geniuses for long-term development. After all, the founding elders of Nanhai Martial University are advancing in age. Although they have already ascended to high-grade martial artists and extended their lifespans, holding on for several more decades poses no issue. However, planning ahead is the proper way to manage the school. If a person has no long-term concerns, they will surely face immediate worries. Unexpectedly, Suzhi emerged out of nowhere, astonishing the martial elites of Nanhai University. This graduate of the school has remained steadfast at the Nanhai base for years without leaving. He can truly be called a legitimate and loyal successor.
Faced with the dean's call, Suzhi did not show much surprise.
Since the day his 5th-grade cultivation level was exposed, he had anticipated that the school would take action. Although he was exiled to the South Sea base, the school had never truly given up on him. The resources approved earlier were the best proof of this.
Not to mention the dean's wholehearted support over the years.
"Dean, it's been a while since I last heard your teachings. I'm starting to feel a bit unaccustomed to it."
Suzhi responded with a hint of teasing in his tone. Facing the dean he had known for many years, Suzhi had also become increasingly at ease. Of course, this is also related to the improvement of one's own cultivation. Strength brings more confidence. You good kid. Alright, when are you planning to return to school?
Su Xingnian indeed didn't mind the teasing. Instead, he got straight to the point and asked. Now that Suzhi has stepped into the 5th-grade realm, he must also respect the opinions of this young man. After all, Nanhai Martial Arts University is meant to nurture talent, not to limit Suzhi's development.
Faced with the dean's inquiry, Suzhi couldn't help but fall into contemplation.
Previously, he had indeed considered the question of when to return to school. Since his promotion to the 5th rank, the cultivation conditions at the Nanhai base governor's office had gradually become unable to meet his needs.
To continue improving, returning to school was the only option.
However, he still harbored much reluctance to leave the Nanhai base.
Wait until the college entrance exam in June is over before stepping down.
Suzhi finally gave his response. At this moment, there are only a few months left until the New Year's martial arts college entrance exam, and he is still planning to organize a joint special training camp for all base high schools.
Select top students from each school for intensive training.
Although this may seem slightly unfair to ordinary students, in the era of spiritual energy revival, becoming a martial artist and getting into a top martial arts academy ultimately depends on one's own efforts. It was precisely these unresolved matters that made him postpone his plan to return to school.
Sure. However, the school will allocate a batch of resources for you. By the way, have you considered taking on a school position? Su Xingyan pondered for a moment and then agreed.
Suja's persistence, on the contrary, made him feel gratified, compared to those who resort to any means for martial arts. This young man clearly has his own principles. Dean, please pay more attention to the school's resources. As for the position, is there one that's more relaxed? The kind where I can enjoy the benefits without having to work. Suja responded after a brief consideration. He roughly understood the school's intentions and did not resist them. Since he was already deeply tied to Nanhai Martial Arts University, calmly accepting the resources was only natural.
Where are there so many idle positions?
The specific arrangements will depend on the school's decision. This isn't just a matter for our academy.
However, it shouldn't be too burdensome. There is some good news, you are no longer bound by the mentor's apprenticeship rules. By the way, the loan you owe to the school has been completely waived. Consider it your reward. Su Xingyan laughed and scolded.
The school will naturally do its best to ensure his cultivation time, and this arrangement has obviously been carefully considered.
Let's see the school's specific arrangements.
Also, I have to say, the school is generous.
Suja said slowly.
Giving away over 1 million spirit stones just like that, this was not the South Sea Martial Arts University he knew.
In some ways, South Sea Martial Arts University had always been rather stingy.
He didn't expect them to be so generous this time. Although it carries the implication of investing in the future, it is undoubtedly a good thing for Suja. Even though he has stepped into the realm of a 5th-grade martial artist, 1 million spirit stones are still a considerable fortune. Aside from the written-off loan, there is also a batch of resources provided. At this moment, he is clearly enjoying the treatment of being South Sea Martial Arts University's favored son. In fact, the school has not only started investing in Suja but also in other 5th-rank martial artists who graduated from the school. It's just that Suja currently has the highest investment value and is the most prominent one. After ending the call with the dean, Suja continued handling affairs at the South Sea base.
Although he plans to return to South Sea Martial Arts University after this year's Martial Arts College entrance exam. But before that, the base arrangements still need to be properly handled.
However, he is not in a hurry to make this matter public.
10 days later,
the South Sea base finally eliminated all the subsequent impacts of this battle. The compensation that was due has been fully paid, and all the merit points have been recorded in the Daxia merit system. Rewards based on contributions have also been distributed, and the participating guards and numerous martial artists have received abundant resources. Even the rewards granted by the Grand Commander to the entire South Sea base were distributed without Suja keeping anything for himself. The principle of fairness and justice was upheld throughout.
This move convinced everyone wholeheartedly.
Although previous governors of the South Sea did not dare to embezzle resources, they often allocated resources to those close to them.
This matter, though it caused complaints, left people helpless due to the vague definition of merit.
However, Suja strictly allocated resources based on actual contributions, and the one who made the greatest contribution in this battle should have been him. In the end, only a portion of the Grade 4 exotic beast meat was used. It should be noted that all these exotic beasts were personally slain by him. When the news spread, the entire South Sea base was shaken.
Governor Su is too benevolent.
He truly cares deeply about the South Sea base. Clearly, his achievements are remarkable, yet he only takes trivial things.
Thinking about it, it must have been prepared for Teacher Shin. After all, he no longer needs it himself.
Discussions about Suja echoed throughout the South Sea base. The words were filled with reverence and admiration.
From unfamiliarity to admiration, Suja took only half a year.
In fact, Suja believed he hadn't done much, but in the eyes of everyone at the South Sea base, he had already poured in tremendous effort. This beast tide further proved the value of his reform measures. If it weren't for the improvement in the Guard Army's combat strength and tactical innovation, this battle would have been difficult to hold.
Honey, why did you give up so many resources?
Based on merit conversion, it's worth at least 5 million spirit stones. Shin Xingyan looked at Suja, her eyes filled with confusion. Although the family fortune has grown considerably, 5 million spirit stones are still no small amount.
Even if it is accepted, there will be absolutely no objections from the base.
Suja's performance in this battle can be described as flawless.
No need for this.
Some things are more important than resources.
Suja gently shook his head.
5 million spirit stones no longer meant much to him. Especially since the school had just delivered the first batch of resources worth 30 million spirit stones the day before.
There may be more funding in the future.
In a situation with abundant resources, he would rather convert that merit into a special training fund. to enhance the martial arts exam capabilities of high school students at the base.
This is far more meaningful than personal profit. Shin Xingyan's confusion was just a minor interlude.
Although she felt a bit distressed, she supported Suja's decision. The regret of the past martial arts college entrance exam, combined with her current identity as a teacher, made her obsession with the martial arts exam linger in her heart. If given the chance, she would rather see more children from Nanhai step out of the base. Next, Suja quickly launched a special training program for senior high school students preparing for the college entrance examination.
This is a major benefit for the Nanhai base. The strength of many senior high school students will see a significant leap.
This year's martial arts college entrance examination might just make the Nanhai base stand out. Li Chenggang and others echoed one after another. Originally, Suja anticipated opposition, but he realized he had completely overthought it. The people of the South Sea base now show him almost blind and absolute support.
This fanaticism is not hard to understand.
Since Suja led the Nanhai base to fame in the southern region, this border base, which had been silent for decades, experienced its first moment of glory. Even more remarkable was receiving a personal commendation from the Grand Commander.
That was a figure of the 9th rank Grandmaster level.
For the people of Nanhai, where even mid-level martial artists are rare, high-level martial artists are already figures beyond reach.
A Grandmaster of the 9th rank is a legendary existence. Perhaps in Suja's eyes, high-ranking martial artists are not out of reach. But for ordinary people, the difference is like heaven and earth. With the special training program officially announced, the base will organize preliminary special training in various schools and select the best candidates for intensive training.
The education sector immediately sparked heated discussions. In this era where martial artists are revered, ordinary families place their hopes on the next generation. If Governor Su had come a year earlier, my child might have had a chance too. I heard that all the students specially trained by Governor Su last year passed the martial arts university admission scoreline. Since he took office, the changes at the South Sea base have been nothing short of revolutionary. The enthusiasm of the public doesn't even require a concrete plan for support. Only the students from Shin Xingyan's class who were not selected last year secretly regret it. Those classmates who persevered through the special training have now created an insurmountable gap with others. At this moment, the most excited ones are undoubtedly the current senior high school students. We're so lucky this year. Not only did we gain experience from the high school league, but we also had the advantage of pre-exam special training. The top students are even more eager, as they originally aimed for first-class martial arts universities. Now the focus has shifted to prestigious universities with profound heritage. After all, the gap in advancement resources for mid and high-grade martial artists between different institutions can be as vast as heaven and earth. Take Nanhai Martial Arts University as an example. Resources for mid and high-grade levels are limited. They can only supply a few dozen people, whereas some top martial arts universities operate on a scale hundreds of times larger.
The gap needs no further explanation.
However, the number of mid-grade and high-grade martial artists at Nanhai Martial Arts University is already quite limited.
The existing resources are sufficient for use. Moreover, many resources cannot be reused after being utilized by mid-grade and high-grade martial artists. For example, this time the South Sea Martial Arts University brought Suja the cultivation fruit. Its effect lies in promoting the growth of cultivation. Each person can only take it once in their lifetime. A second one will result in drug resistance and be basically ineffective. The best time to take it is when reaching the peak of the 4th grade and attempting to break through to the 5th grade. Most martial artists choose to use it when the 4th grade is about to break through to the 5th grade, using it to break through the threshold of a major realm. The key is that Suja has already stabilized his 5th grade realm, so he can use it without any concerns. In addition, he had rarely relied on external aids for cultivation before. As a result, the absorption effect was quite remarkable, and he was already not far from the peak of the mid-stage of the 5th grade. The special training for high school students was in full swing. Suja simultaneously began extracting a new talent. Although the plan is to return to Nanhai Martial Arts University during the Martial Arts College entrance exam. But this does not mean stopping cultivation. If new abilities can be gained, striving for a higher realm is not a mere dream. Congratulations on obtaining the Intermittent Cultivation Reward Experience Card. Cultivation every 2 days is guaranteed to yield results, valid for 1 month. Seeing this ability, even Suja couldn't help but frown slightly. Extraction successful. Gains guaranteed every 2 days of training?
This training should encompass the full range of vitality, mental strength, and martial skills.
After a brief pause, he made a decision.
Prioritize honing mental strength. postponed the improvement of vitality and martial skills. The reason was very clear. Cultivation breakthroughs require a balance of vitality and mental strength. However, mental strength resources are particularly scarce. The school's supply mostly consists of vitality-related resources, and such resources have never directly enhanced mental strength.
Suja wanted to verify the amplification effect of the Heaven Rewards Diligence talent on spiritual power. After 2 days of focused spiritual cultivation, Suja clearly sensed that his divine sense had become slightly more solid. It must be understood that tempering spiritual power is the greatest challenge in martial arts. Even the most gifted cannot bypass this bottleneck. This has also caused the cultivation of many mid-tier martial artists to stagnate. Given this opportunity, Suja decisively decided to enter seclusion for intense training. However, before going into seclusion, the affairs of the South Sea base still need to be arranged. The daily management work was entrusted to Deputy Governor Li Chenggang. After 6 months of observation, it was evident that this person had a steady style. Although limited by his natural talent and unlikely to break into the 4th rank, he was absolutely reliable in handling routine affairs. However, while Suja was at ease, Li Chenggang felt somewhat uneasy, because he truly felt his lack of strength. If any unexpected situation happens again, it would indeed be hard to handle. Especially during this recent period, there have indeed been many affairs in the southern region. Old Li, you must believe in your own strength. Didn't I also temporarily take on the role for a period before I officially assumed the position? Moreover, if anything unexpected happens, you can notify me immediately. After Suja's persuasion, the deputy governor reluctantly accepted the arrangement. After all, they couldn't possibly delay the governor's cultivation. This young governor still has immense potential. It is uncertain how much he will grow in the future. Li Chenggang vaguely sensed that this person probably wouldn't stay at the South Sea base for long. Whether it's the situation in the southern region or the South Sea Martial Arts University behind it, it is impossible for a young martial artist of the 5th rank to waste time here. While Suja was immersed in cultivation, the senior year special training at the South Sea base had fully commenced. They even mobilized experienced warriors from the guard forces to specially assign high-quality instructors for the students. Even students with insufficient vitality potential worked exceptionally hard under the instructor's supervision. Cultivation is ultimately for oneself, not for others, especially now that even ordinary jobs have vitality requirements. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. During this time, Suja focused on honing his mental strength. Heaven rewards diligence. The talent experience card is not truly effort brings rewards. However, there are still noticeable improvements every 2 days, and one cannot demand more from a low-tier talent. Even so, it still provides significant benefits to Suja. Although the mental power talent is superior to blood energy cultivation, it still falls short compared to true martial arts stars. Those who specialize in mental power do have unique qualities, but outstanding mental power does not necessarily equate to profound cultivation. 500 years since the revival of spiritual energy, martial arts stars mostly stop at the 9th rank, and Suja speculates that there may be some kind of limitation. However, due to the lack of exposure to relevant training systems, the specific reasons remain unclear. After a month of seclusion, Suja officially emerged. Thanks to the improvement in mental strength and the resources provided by the school, his cultivation finally advanced to the late stage of martial arts 5th grade. Although his cultivation has made progress, the rare resource of the cultivation essence fruit, which is limited to 1 per person, has been completely consumed. The value of resources is inherently reflected in the process of their use. Too bad the luck wasn't great. Suja stroked his chin and sighed softly. During his previous seclusion, he had already drawn a new talent. However, the talent obtained this time is precisely Master Craftsman's unique skill. Congratulations on obtaining the Master Craftsman's unique skill experience card, granting extraordinary talent in the field of forging, limited to 30 days. Judging by the description alone, it is indeed quite appealing. The Great Xia already has many master blacksmiths capable of forging true grade 7 divine weapons. Although technology is advanced in this era, it still cannot replicate this ancient forging technique. Traditional craftsmanship has thus been revitalized. The problem lies in the fact that Suja has never been involved in the field of forging. If this talent could be permanently retained, he wouldn't mind studying this craft. But the limitation of only 30 days makes this talent particularly useless. After weighing the options, Suja decided to give up trying. Rather than spending a whole month studying short-term skills, it's better to continue focusing on martial arts cultivation.
After all, every moment of practice can be converted into tangible growth in cultivation.
Fortunately, he didn't mind. Everyone has times when their luck is bad. Isn't this a very normal thing? After leaving seclusion, Suju immediately began handling the affairs of the South Sea base. During this 1-month delay, although Li Changgang had already handled the matters properly, as the governor, he still needed to review them personally. In addition, he paid special attention to the progress of the senior high school students' special training. The special training has shown remarkable results. The students' cultivation speed is 2 to 3 times faster than usual. Practical combat skills have also significantly improved. Zhao Hongchuan excitedly reported. This special training was fully entrusted to him by the governor. As a third-rank martial artist and commander of the Guard Army, he indeed has unique insights into training. The results are particularly significant for this group of senior high school students. Arrange some real combat with exotic beasts, let the students see some blood, Suja suggested. If it weren't for the large number of senior high school students, he would have preferred to move the training ground to the outskirts of the base. However, the risks and resource consumption would be too high, so he ultimately had to adopt a compromise solution. Yes, Governor. Zhao Hongchuan hesitated briefly before accepting the order and leaving. His initial concern was about unexpected situations, but upon reconsidering the fact that martial artists would be monitoring the entire process and additional guards had been deployed to strengthen security, he completely dispelled his worries. According to the special training plan, all senior high school students will undergo 2 months of basic training, followed by the selection of top students for intensive training. Until the arrival of the Martial Arts College entrance examination, Suja has already set aside time to personally oversee the final sprint phase, placing high expectations on this year's candidates. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, another month has passed. The special training enters a new phase, with potential candidates gradually standing out and collectively moving into the Guardian Army camp. Gazing at the mysterious and solemn military facilities, the young students could hardly contain their excitement. Are these devices all used to temper vitality and blood? In the governor's office, Suja meticulously observed each trainee's performance through the holographic monitoring system. He recorded the characteristics and shortcomings of each student one by one, using an intelligent system to generate personalized suggestions. These were transmitted in real time to the instructor's terminals to adjust the training plans. The categorized groups of trainees began undergoing targeted intensive training. Hopefully, this special training will truly transform them. Suja gazed at the youthful face on the screen, memories rippling in his eyes. The self who once trained tirelessly, racing against time, seemed as if it were just yesterday. Many senior high school students were unaware that Suja participated in the special training, but they could clearly feel their own progress and changes. Yang Lei was one of the senior high school students in this cohort. After going through his first and second years of high school, he had already given up hope of being admitted to a martial arts university. But unexpectedly, after the new governor of the South Sea took office last year, in the high school league, Yang Lei surprisingly made it into the main competition. And, despite having low stamina, consecutively defeated several opponents with higher stamina than his own, ultimately advancing to the top 128 of the main competition and earning substantial resource rewards. By leveraging these resources to enhance his vitality and blood, he truly saw hope in getting admitted to a martial arts university. Especially when the South Sea base announced special training for all senior high school students, Yang Lei was even more overwhelmed with excitement. He knew well that a new opportunity had already arrived. As he expected, during the special training period, the base regularly provided meals with exotic beast meat and occasionally distributed spiritual fruits. For most senior high school students, this was likely their first encounter with spiritual fruits. Suja had achieved considerable merits during the previous exotic beast tide. Exchanging for resources below the warrior level remains quite abundant, fully supporting the special training without any issues. It must be said that this year's senior students are indeed fortunate, as Suja intends to make this class a benchmark. If the Martial Arts College entrance exam results are excellent, the Nanhai base will be allocated more resources from the southern region. With abundant resources, continuous investment in the training of senior students can be ensured. This creates a virtuous cycle. When these students grow up, they might be able to give back to the South Sea base in the future. Moreover, improving the strength of senior high school students themselves also helps enhance the base's combat power. After all, most students who fail the exams will still live at the South Sea base. Whether joining the Guard Army, the Hunting Corps, or the Martial Arts Hall, it ultimately ensures that fertile water doesn't flow to outsiders' fields. Unknowingly, the martial arts college entrance exam is approaching.
This exam, fully supervised by the Daxia military, guarantees the authenticity of the results. The special training for senior students concluded half a month ago, and now everything depends on individual performance. To prepare for the martial arts college entrance examination, the Nanhai base held a special work meeting.
Governor, thanks to your measures over the past year,
the education official said with unconcealed delight and flattery.
This year's exam results are sure to show significant improvement. As the education director of the South Sea base, every year during the martial arts college entrance examination, they endure immense pressure. In fact, this position sees a new person every year. However, this year they can finally hold their head high, and their position is secure. However, he knew well that this achievement had nothing to do with him and was entirely due to the governor's efforts. Indeed, this year we have every reason to look forward to the performance of the South Sea base. In previous years, we wouldn't even have had the qualification to expect anything.
The entire base is waiting for the results of this martial arts college entrance exam. After all, the previous special training was witnessed by the entire base. As the first speaker opened the topic, the attendees chimed in one after another. Suja was naturally among those looking forward to it. He could only roughly judge that this year's senior students shouldn't perform too poorly, but the specifics still depended on their on-the-spot performance. The martial arts college entrance examination is extremely intense, especially for students with similar blood energy values. Just as everyone was fervently discussing which genius from each school would claim the top spot in the base,
Suja's voice suddenly rang out. Silence, everyone. Today, Suja exuded immense authority, and the conference room instantly fell silent.
I now announce a relatively important matter. After this year's martial arts college entrance examination, I will step down from the position of governor of Nanhai.
Suja calmly announced the arrival of the moment of farewell. There are ultimately limitations to cultivating at the South Sea base.
In terms of spiritual energy concentration alone, the environment at South Sea Martial University is twice as superior to that of the governor's mansion. Especially after his promotion to the 5th rank, the school had already prepared to grant him a private villa, an environment far better than his previous apartment.
A warrior's strength determines the treatment they enjoy, this is an iron rule. This declaration left the base's senior officials present stunned and at a loss. Governor, the base cannot do without you.
The development of the South Sea base relies entirely on your leadership. Most people urgently spoke up to dissuade him. Although they were high-ranking members of the base, they were well aware of the governor's significance. Even if this governor occasionally acted assertively, it ultimately always proved that his decisions were wise. Only a few, such as Li Changgang, remained silent. They had foreseen this farewell long ago. The stage at the South Sea base was too small. It was already unexpected that this governor could stay until now.
This matter is already decided.
Suja slightly raised his tone, extinguishing everyone's hopes like a bucket of cold water.
The meeting room fell into a heavy silence. Informing you in advance is to give you time to prepare. The successor will still come from the Nanhai Wuda system. You need not worry excessively. Suja added. It could be considered a slightly comforting piece of news for everyone. Because the visitor also came from Nanhai Martial Arts University. No matter who it was, they couldn't possibly ignore Suja's presence. Especially when the visitor is most likely a 4th-rank martial artist. Suja is already a 5th rank, and more importantly, he has immense potential. As long as the visitor has a bit of discernment, they certainly wouldn't offend Suja. After all, the current Nanhai Martial Arts University already regards Suja as a direct heir to its legacy.
The words had been said to this point, and everyone could only accept this fact. At least they understood that this was already the best outcome. Suja specifically requested the relevant personnel to keep it confidential and to announce it only after the martial arts college entrance examination was over. With the conclusion of this meeting, Suja completely stepped down from all positions at the base.
Spend more time with family before departure.
Whether it was Mother Su or Shin Yen, they both knew that Suja was about to leave the South Sea base, but they could understand.
Given Suja's current cultivation level, staying at the South Sea base was indeed inappropriate. Martial Arts 5th grade.
Shin Yen gazed at the figure playing with their daughter in the courtyard, lost in thought.
Who could have predicted back then that her husband's cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds, as if he had suddenly attained enlightenment?
During this period, Suja paused his cultivation to focus on parenting, both because their parting was imminent and because his recently acquired talents were less than satisfactory.
Since acquiring the master craftsman's unique path talent,
He consecutively drew unrelated abilities like Hand of Theft and Rapid Recovery. The former increases theft concealment by 50%, while the latter accelerates injury recovery speed by 30%. But Suja neither steals nor is injured, so these talents are of no benefit to his cultivation progress. Even he couldn't help but lament his terrible luck, especially over the past 2 months. Maybe I really should try some metaphysical way to change my luck. Suja looked at the system interface with a wry smile. On second thought, considering the many abilities he had already acquired, some of which were practical skills, his luck wasn't all that bad after all. When Suja was immersed in family bliss, the Martial Arts College entrance exam results for the South Sea base were officially announced. This year's number of students admitted to the Martial Arts University has tripled compared to previous years.
Governor, we've finally gotten rid of being at the bottom.
Li Qingdong's excitement was beyond words. Although the threefold increase still falls short of the scale of top-tier bases, it has already propelled the South Sea base from last place in the southern region last year to mid-level. Despite the gap in the quality of student sources, such progress is already inspiring. This transcript also shook the entire southern region. How can the number of people meeting the standard at the South Sea base be this high this year? The heads of each base were utterly shocked. Especially those bases that were originally at the bottom along with the South Sea base. Who would have thought that this underdog would rise quietly? Such a change left the entire southern region in silence. During the previous Beast Tide campaign, the South Sea base had already begun to shine. At the time, most bases attributed it to sheer luck. The achievements that have erupted once again now force people to confront its transformation. Countless investigators have begun to delve into the secret of the South Sea base's transformation. What kind of power could enable it to undergo such a complete metamorphosis within a year? Hosting high school leagues and conducting intensive training sessions before the Martial Arts College entrance exam. Special training plans were specifically designed for these senior high school students. Seeing these measures at the Nanhai base, even many other bases were left speechless. Because the operations of the Nanhai base are not so easily replicable. Among the top bases, every high school has produced quite a few strong individuals. The interests behind this are quite complex. When it comes to this high school league, will the spots be evenly distributed among the various high schools or not? This is the first question. Next comes the issue of resources. Every time resources are approved, the competition among the various units of the base is extremely fierce. Wanting to hold specialized training for high school leagues is not that easy. Especially since many bases have a much better student base quality compared to the Nanhai base. This includes many student conditions, which are also better than those at the Nanhai base. The rewards given out definitely can't be so stingy. Unless it's a special approval from the Southern Territory. Unfortunately, at this moment, the Southern Territory is preoccupied with the battlefield of all races. Regarding the Martial Arts College entrance examination, although there is attention, it's not so easy to make changes. Regarding the South Sea base, Grand Admiral Su was aware. But he still wanted to take another look at the situation next year. Because he knew that Governor Suju of the South Sea was about to leave. If by next year, the South Sea base could still maintain this number of people meeting the Martial Arts College entrance exam cutoff, then he would consider making some changes to the entire Southern High School. South Sea base. This time, our South Sea base has once again made quite a splash. Who could have imagined that the number of people reaching the Martial Arts College entrance exam cutoff score has tripled? All these changes were brought by Grand Commander Su. Even many ordinary people are very excited. When it comes to a sense of honor, ordinary people still have it. Unfortunately, in previous years, the performance of the South Sea base really made it hard for some people to feel a sense of honor. This year, there was a major turnaround. It made many ordinary people very excited. Especially those students who reached the Martial Arts College entrance exam admission score. They were even more grateful to Suja. If it weren't for this newly appointed governor, it wouldn't have been so easy for their child to achieve or go even further. However, at this moment, a piece of news spread. It was about Suja stepping down from the position of governor of the South Sea. What? Grand Governor Su is stepping down? This made many people at the South Sea base uneasy. The South Sea base was able to change so much all thanks to this person. If this person were to leave, it might revert to how it was before. Grand Governor Su cannot step down. For a time, the South Sea base forum was flooded with calls, and the governor's office hotline was almost overwhelmed. This is the first time the head of the South Sea base has stepped down and been asked to stay. And the most crucial point is that Suja has been in office for less than a year. Hold a televised broadcast. You explain it yourselves, I won't make an appearance.
No way.
Suja directly made a call to Li Cheng on his phone and spoke. He also noticed the efforts of the people at the South Sea base to persuade him to stay. Although some of these people were truly sincere, others were motivated by personal interests. However, from another perspective, it could be considered an acknowledgement of Suja's contributions to the South Sea base.
This alone is enough.
However, Suja would not limit himself to the South Sea base.
On the South Sea base's dedicated channel, Li Chenggang and others guaranteed to continue the policies established by Governor Suja.
Additionally, it was explained that the person coming to serve as the South Sea governor this time would also be from South Sea Martial Arts University.
Apart from that, it also indicates that our South Sea base cannot repay kindness with enmity,
obstructing the future of Governor Suja. Under such statements, many public opinions have finally subsided.
After the public opinions subsided, Suja also prepared to return to South Sea Martial Arts University.
Left quietly, except for being informed by family members. As for others, no one was notified. Otherwise, Li Chenggang and others would definitely have come to see him off. Although Suja has stepped down for now, Nanhai Martial Arts University has not yet decided who will take over. The 4th grade martial artists of Nanhai Martial Arts University are not as common as cabbages. Many 4th grade martial artists do not share the same thoughts as Suja did earlier. For many 4th grade martial artists, going to the Nanhai base is no different from being exiled. In this regard, even Suja has no solution.
Can only wait for South Sea Martial Arts University to finalize a candidate. The next time I come back will be at least around the new year.
Suja glanced at the South Sea base and murmured softly, then boarded the plane. With Suja's current clearance, boarding half an hour early posed no issue at all.
The distance between Nanhai Martial Arts University and the Nanhai base is not far.
It didn't take long to arrive.
Nanhai Martial Arts University.
Su Xingyan stood in front of the school gate, resembling a statue. This left the passing students utterly astonished.
Dean Su, are you waiting for someone? But who could make Dean Su wait here? Could it be some kind of powerful figure?
Some of the students couldn't help but whisper among themselves. To know that no matter what, the dean of this Pill Academy is also a high-grade martial artist.
The person making him wait is definitely not simple. Su Xingyan actually heard the words of these students.
As a high-grade martial artist, his perception is far sharper than one might imagine.
Now, he was waiting for this kid, Suja.
Originally, he had urged this kid to return to Nanhai Martial Arts University early.
In the end, it was delayed until the results of the Martial Arts College entrance exam were released.
However, even Su Xingyan had to admit that this kid managed a base in a rather decent and orderly manner. The Martial Arts College entrance exam results of the Nanhai base this year had also reached his ears. At least compared to previous years, it was indeed quite good. This further made many at Nanhai Martial Arts University believe that Suja was the successor of the second-generation school. Being able to manage a base well proves the capability to manage a school well too. Of course, the most important thing is undoubtedly strength.
This time, Su Xingyan waited at the door, clearly intending to test Suja's strength right away.
Although it was previously known that Suja had reached the 5th rank in martial arts.
The problem is that Suja's exact strength remains an unknown. Watching videos doesn't reveal too much.
After all, it is quite normal for a 5th grade beast to crush a 4th grade one. If it were any 5th grade beast, easily defeating a 4th grade one would also be normal. Naturally, Su Xingyan still needed to confirm Suja's situation. Of course, the main focus was still to assist Suja in advancing his cultivation to the next level. Soon, Suja's figure appeared in front of the school gate.
Dean, long time no see.
Suja looked at the dean waiting for him and couldn't help but smile as he spoke. After all, in a certain sense, this also showed the school's regard for him. What's more, after returning to Nanhai Martial Arts University, he felt an even stronger sense of familiarity. Regardless of whether Nanhai Martial Arts University will become like many other top martial arts universities in the future. At least for now, Nanhai Martial Arts University still makes him very satisfied.
You brat, you finally decided to come back.
Su Xingyan couldn't help but blow his beard and glare as he spoke, his words carrying quite a bit of resentment.
I'm guarding the South Sea base for the South Sea Martial Arts University. Unfortunately, Suja, when he needed to be thick-skinned, could still speak up. Su Xingyan couldn't help but roll his eyes.
Had I known Suja's cultivation would progress so quickly, he wouldn't have chosen Suja if he had sent others out. Especially considering that the candidate for the master of the South Sea base has yet to be decided.
It feels even more frustrating.
Thinking of this, Su Xingyan looked at Suja with a somewhat unfriendly expression.
He couldn't help but make up his mind to properly train this kid. Soon, Su Xingyan pulled Suja toward the school's martial arts arena. Suja naturally knew where the dean was taking him. Previously, when he was a counselor, he certainly went there quite often. However, they were all ordinary-level training grounds suitable for students. Training grounds for mid-grade and above were also constructed. But before, Suja had never entered. Before Suja could observe more, Su Xingyan made his move directly. Of course, the strength was still controlled at the level of the 5th grade. Facing the sneak attack from the elderly man, Suja's expression showed he had already anticipated it. He swiftly sidestepped and grabbed a wooden sword from the nearby weapon rack. After all, most of his strength lies in his swordsmanship. Since the dean wants to test his abilities, Suja naturally won't hold back. The stronger the performance, the more recognition he will receive. Since it couldn't be concealed, Suja naturally treated Dean Su Xingyan as a sparring partner, feeding himself moves. During these 2 months, although he didn't acquire any good talents, it doesn't mean Suja neglected his cultivation. Now that the strength of the late 5th rank has been integrated, it can be fully unleashed. The blade's light shines. Even if it is just a wooden sword, in Suja's hands, it possesses an extraordinary sharpness. Good boy. Even Su Xingyan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Suja's proficiency in blade techniques truly surprised him. If the proficiency in blade techniques amazed Su Xingyan, then when Suja revealed his blade intent, Su Xingyan's eyes could no longer hide his shock. The intent of the blade demands extremely stringent talent, requiring at least a genius-level aptitude to have a chance at comprehension. Yet Suja was executing it with ease at this moment. This only made Su Xingyan more convinced. Suja must have awakened some kind of latent talent or special constitution. After all, he was more than familiar with Suja's past. Previously, whether it was his innate talent or comprehension, Suja was merely average. But now, he could even grasp blade intent. Apart from an awakening of his talent, there was no other possibility. What surprised Su Xingyan even more was that Suja's cultivation had actually broken through to the late stage of the 5th grade. Recalling the first encounter, the opponent only revealed the strength of the early 5th rank. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead in fear. Fortunately, Suja didn't go all out from the start, or he might have really suffered an unexpected defeat. So close. This kid's growth speed after awakening is astonishing. Su Xingyan sighed inwardly. The intense confrontation was still ongoing. Although deliberately suppressing his strength, the foundation of a 7th-rank martial artist still firmly overwhelmed Suja. However, Suja didn't care about winning or losing. He was taking advantage of this rare actual combat to repeatedly hone and validate the newly comprehended techniques. As the battle gradually reached its climax, Suja suddenly entered a certain mysterious state. Enlightenment? Su Xingyan's pupils slightly contracted, but his moves became even more intricate and precise. He knew well that such an opportunity was rare and fleeting. It wasn't until a minute later, when Suja exited his state of enlightenment and immediately sat cross-legged with his eyes closed to absorb his insights, that Su Xingyan withdrew his stance to stand guard for him. Suja slowly opened his eyes, which were filled with uncontrollable joy. This selfless battle unexpectedly triggered enlightenment, not only integrating mental power and vitality seamlessly. Moreover, the cultivation directly reached the threshold of the 5th grade peak, leaving only one step away from a breakthrough. Suja. Su Xingyan finally couldn't hold back. Tell me the truth. Have you awakened a latent talent? Half an hour later. His gaze was intense, almost tangible, as if he wanted to see through the young man before him completely. Faced with the dean's statement, even Suja couldn't help but be stunned. However, upon thinking about his awakened talent ability, the experience card system, isn't this also a kind of special talent? Su Xingyan's statement wasn't entirely wrong. Indeed. Suja responded calmly. He didn't need to elaborate on the details of his abilities, and excuses like fortuitous encounters were ultimately not as reliable as the pretext of innate talent. Although his cultivation was gradually approaching the ranks of the prodigies, Suja still had no intention of flaunting it. After all, he understood better than anyone the principle that a tall tree attracts the wind. Rather than being under the spotlight, it's better to quietly improve in the shadows. Although after the Beast Tide campaign, he did attract some attention in the southern region. Few people outside the South Sea base know his true appearance. In those blurry combat images, most people imagine the basemaster as a middle-aged cultivator in his 40s. Little did they know, Suja was still far from reaching the age of 40. As for the territories beyond the southern borders, no one paid attention to this newly risen powerhouse. After all, the
the beast-tide crisis thousands of miles away was merely a topic of casual conversation. Even though Suja's performance was dazzling, to the outside world, it was nothing more than a meteor streaking across the night sky.
At this moment, Su Xingnian could hardly contain his excitement.
The usually composed dean of the Alchemy Institute was now smiling so broadly that the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepened.
Suja understood this joy. Nanhai Martial University was currently in a transitional phase.
I myself, as a living example, undoubtedly injected a strong dose of confidence into the academy.
Where is the seclusion room arranged? Suja got straight to the point.
The insights accumulated during the recent battle urgently needed to be digested, originally planning to save up spirit stones for a breakthrough.
The process was unexpectedly accelerated by this sudden realization. Su Xingnian immediately understood. The school has been prepared for this.
As he spoke, he was already leading Suja toward the villa area. The morning light pierced through the clouds and spilled onto the glazed tiles, casting a faint golden outline on the solitary cultivation room.
Only the core figures of South Sea Martial Arts University could reside here.
The villa assigned to Suja was situated in a particularly strategic location. It is worth noting that the arrangement of this villa area holds hidden significance. The closer to the central region, the more prestigious the status it represents. Suja keenly noticed that the entire villa area was enveloped in a spirit-gathering array, with a spiritual energy concentration 3 times that of the Nanhai base governor's mansion. If one were to cultivate here for years, the benefits would be immeasurable.
He did not exchange many pleasantries with Su Xingnian and went straight into seclusion for meditation.
Su Xingnian had already set out to gather the high-ranking martial artists of Nanhai Martial University. This test of strength is not an individual act but a potential assessment authorized by the school's senior management.
Now that Suja's extraordinary talent has been confirmed,
the dean of the Pill Institute naturally wants to secure top-tier resources for this rising star. At this moment, he is clutching the evaluation report and hurrying to the council hall.
Half a month later,
Suja officially completed his seclusion, and his cultivation had already reached the peak of the 5th rank. On the other side, originally, he had not expected his breakthrough to progress so rapidly.
But who could have predicted that the previous battle would be so exhilarating and satisfying?
It actually allowed Suja to briefly enter a state of enlightenment. Of course, Suja vaguely felt that there must be some kind of fortune blessing involved. Without the blessing of fortune, entering such a profound state of enlightenment would by no means be an easy task. Looking back, many of the abilities he had gained were like fleeting illusions.
Only fortune always accompanies. Even if the bonus effect fades, the source of fortune has never dissipated. Now, I am just one step away from the 6th grade realm. After leaving seclusion, Suja couldn't help but sigh to himself. The next step is to overcome the challenge of merging spirit and vital energy.
Such cultivation is like crossing a natural chasm. In the 9 ranks of martial arts, each level is as different as heaven and earth.
As soon as he emerged from seclusion, Suja's first task was to seek out Su Xingnian.
There are indeed several important matters that require face-to-face consultation.
When stepping into the dean's office, Suja naturally did not adhere strictly to formalities. Encountering many former mentors along the way, he couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. Professor Su, you're back. Director Wang, long time no see.
Suja suddenly felt a sense of returning home and glory. Now, not a single mentor in the entire school fails to recognize him. Back then, breaking through to the 4th rank had already astonished all the teachers.
This direct entry into the 5th rank is even more astonishing. Countless mentors are stuck at the threshold between the 4th and 5th ranks.
Although Suja's breakthrough speed can be described as defying the heavens.
However, cultivation cannot be faked. Looking at the entire South Sea Martial Arts University, 5th grade experts are but a handful. Earning everyone's respect is naturally well-deserved. You brat, you've broken through again?
Su Xingnian stared at the young man in front of him, unable to hide the astonishment in his eyes. Suja had just broken through the realm, and his aura had not yet fully converged. This fluctuation was immediately detected by the dean with keen perception. Earlier, when he heard that Suja had displayed the cultivation of the late 5th grade, he was already secretly astonished.
Unexpectedly, it has reached an even higher level now.
Made slight progress.
Suja responded calmly and nonchalantly.
After returning to Nanhai Martial Arts University, his state of mind became even more composed. No longer need to tread as cautiously as when stationed at the South Sea base. At this moment, there is even the leisure to joke with the dean.
If it were at the South Sea base, such indulgence would be impossible. Are you showing off? Su Xingnian rolled his eyes impatiently.
It should be known that advancing each stage in the 5th grade realm is no easy task. If an ordinary mentor were to break through, it would surely call for a celebratory banquet. The school administration would also be pleased to see such a joyous occasion. Suja did not dwell on this matter and solemnly brought up the main topic. Was last year's elimination mechanism for the new students still strict? He always kept in mind his adopted daughter, Song Chang. Before leaving, Shen Xingyan had specifically reminded him multiple times. At this moment, it was naturally necessary to inquire clearly. Although Song Qing had not returned to the South Sea base for the entire year, his communication with Shen Xingyan had never been interrupted. Just the phone call on New Year's Eve alone lasted 3 hours. At that time, Suja was right beside Shen Xingyan. Therefore, he had a rather good impression of Song Cheng.
You're asking about that Song Cheng, aren't you?
Su Xingyan recalled the special recruit from a year ago and smiled knowingly.
Suja neither confirmed nor denied. Coincidentally, the results just came out these past 2 days. This girl is truly relentless in her cultivation.
In the end, she barely passed by scraping the elimination line.
Su Xingyan's narrative gradually unfolded.
He had his reasons for remembering this student.
Since enrolling, Song Ching had become famous among the freshmen for his relentless determination. Whether it was cultivation studies, practical combat tasks, or even daily practice. Who could have imagined that the seemingly delicate and charming young girl would possess such ruthlessness?
Such a stark contrast naturally draws attention. Though her cultivation is slightly inferior, her performance in actual combat repeatedly turns the tide. In the monthly assessments, she always hovers just above the elimination line by a narrow margin. The school's evaluation mechanism has always been open and transparent. It aims to encourage freshmen to forge ahead.
The results have indeed been remarkable.
Now, some outstanding individuals are already capable of challenging second-year students.
The year of elimination must ultimately establish authority. Even with regret, rules must still be followed. Fortunately, the school has prepared alternatives for those eliminated.
They may return to their original base to serve as squad leaders of the garrison, or join the Daxia military as a key training candidate.
This group of students left the stage in dismay. Their innate talent and comprehension ultimately surpassed ordinary martial artists.
Joining the military is not a bad path after all. The military of Daxia has always favored such exceptional talents. After all, the army is mostly composed of mediocre individuals driven by the need to make a living.
Those with outstanding aptitude are truly rare. Did he really stay?
Suja could hardly hide his surprise.
Nanhai Martial Arts University has been established for 20 years.
The blood energy threshold for this year's freshmen has been raised by another 30% compared to previous years.
Song Cheng's aptitude was originally hovering around the passing line.
Therefore, he and Shen Xingyan had long been in sync.
Originally, he thought completing a full academic year would be worth the price.
Unexpectedly, the young girl managed to fight her way to survival.
This girl has sparked a trend of intense cultivation among the entire freshman class. Su Xingyan's eyes showed approval.
It had nothing to do with innate talent or aptitude. Just this passion for martial arts alone was already invaluable. This was also the reason why he had regarded Suja differently in the first place. At that time, Suja also carried a sense of determination.
Quite a promising talent.
Suja nodded in response. Yet inwardly, he was secretly surprised by Su Xingyan's praise. After all, there are only a few things that this dean keeps in mind.
Back then, after he was promoted to counselor, he gradually became acquainted with the dean.
On second thought, this year's freshmen do have some special characteristics.
Paying extra attention is indeed reasonable. Moreover, not only Su Xingyan, but the entire board of directors is closely monitoring.
Since Song Chang is determined to go all out, Suja naturally won't interfere.
Shen Xingyan's original intention was also to hope for a bright future for her daughter, though not related by blood. By the way, have you considered taking on a few disciples?
Su Xingyan suddenly changed the topic. Logically, you should select a few from this year's new students.
Unfortunately, your current situation is rather unique. Forget it.
Suja pondered for a moment and replied. The superpower granted by the system still has uncertainties, making it difficult to even control his own strength.
Teaching disciples not only consumes mental energy but also risks leading others astray.
Even Song Qing did not intend to personally provide guidance,
let alone other students. Su Xingyan did not mind this.
Now, he hopes even more that Suja focuses on improving his cultivation. If one can advance to the 6th rank, it would naturally be excellent.
However, in Su Xingyan's opinion, this matter is exceedingly difficult.
The difference between the 6th and 5th ranks is like that between clouds and mud, and the spiritual energy required is immense. Currently, natural treasures that can nourish spiritual energy are already scarce. Even high-level martial artists require such resources. The school does have the intention to nurture. However, the support it can provide in this regard is ultimately limited. Nevertheless, it supplies one mental resource annually. The rest depends entirely on your own fortune.
What arrangements has the school prepared for me? Suja timely got to the point.
He hadn't forgotten the position the school had promised him back then.
The deputy director of logistics is just an assistant to old Zhang. Su Xingyan announced that this was the result of high-level discussions at Nanhai Martial Arts University. On the one hand, they couldn't assign Suja overly complicated tasks. Secondly, it would also allow Suja to learn more about the situation at Nanhai Martial Arts University.
For Martial Arts University, apart from the strength of the strong, the most important thing is undoubtedly resources. The strength of the strong determines the present, but resources can determine the future.
The resources of South Sea Martial Arts University have always been tight. Even if stationed in the underground cave, the income remains limited. This is also the reason why South Sea Martial Arts University began reforming its elimination system.
The rest depends on whether Daxia can introduce new policies, change the resource allocation method, and allow South Sea Martial Arts University to secure more resources.
Suja's eyes lit up, feeling that this position was just right for him.
Besides, old Zhang's knife skills are indeed remarkable. Su Xingyan added, his words seemingly carrying deeper meaning. Suja naturally understood the implied message. He was already acquainted with old Zhang, and now he was even more certain that this logistics manager was extraordinary.
He must be a hidden expert. After completing the formalities, Suja headed straight to the logistics department to report to old Zhang. Old Zhang, the organization assigned me to be your assistant.
All right. Even though he knew the other party might be an expert, Suja's attitude remained unchanged. The two already shared a deep bond. Strangely enough, Suja rarely had friends of the same age. Instead, he got along better with older individuals. Perhaps due to the accumulation of experiences from 2 lifetimes, he could no longer be regarded as an ordinary young man.
Su kid, go mind your own business. There's not much going on here, just drop by when you're free.
Old Zhang waved his hand directly to shoo him away.
Suja was instantly stunned on the spot. Then I'm really leaving, old Zhang. Although he could guess the school's intentions, Suja didn't mind.
After all, improving strength is the fundamental goal.
Hurry up! Old Zhang glared. Suja stopped being polite and turned to leave.
Holding the title of deputy director without having to perform any duties, this job was truly a bargain.
Back at the villa, Suja prepared to draw a new ability.
For several consecutive months, his luck had been poor, and he hoped that returning to Nanhai Martial Arts University would change his fortune.
Drawl! A burst of 5-colored radiance suddenly bloomed. Suja's pupils slightly contracted. Such brilliance signified that this ability was anything but ordinary. However, its specific effect ultimately depended on fate.
Congratulations on obtaining a Reading Sage experience card. Reading comprehension plus 100%, focused reading, valid for 1 month. Suja stared at the talent description, his face unable to hide his surprise. This time, although he only drew one ability, it came with a dual effect. After carefully reading the details, joy sparkled in his eyes. First, reading comprehension ability directly doubles.
This means he can more accurately comprehend the martial arts classics left by predecessors.
Meanwhile, focused reading can enhance mental strength through reading. The value of abilities related to mental strength growth goes without saying. If the effect is significant enough, it might be possible to reach the 6th rank within this month.
Extraction successful.
Looking at all the abilities Suja has acquired so far, this trial card can be considered god level. It will still be greatly beneficial even after advancing beyond the 9th rank in the future.
Unfortunately, the time limit is only 30 days. Suja immediately took action.
There was no time to waste. The library of Nanhai Martial Arts University was vast like a sea of books, and at this moment, he had access to almost the entire collection.
The target was locked on the cultivation insights of experts at the 6th rank and above. The university library indeed boasts a rich collection, reportedly amassed in bulk by the first principal during the school's founding. Suja couldn't help but marvel at the principal's foresight.
It has been 5 years since he was last seen. The last time he appeared was at the university-wide assembly of faculty and students. It seems he is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to a higher realm. However, this has nothing to do with Su Zhu. With sufficient strength, one can naturally access more secrets. The 9-story library corresponds to the 9 ranks of martial arts. Typically, martial artists can only enter areas of their corresponding rank, but there are exceptions for cross-rank access. Su Zhu temporarily resides on the 6th floor, with no urgency to venture above the 7th floor for now. He focuses on studying cultivation insights. 30 days is neither too long nor too short. The 6th floor was already rarely visited, which suited his desire for peace and quiet. When reading to attain sainthood takes effect, Su Zhu was surrounded by a special aura, and his mind remained continuously clear while reading ancient texts. His mental strength quietly grew, like a silkworm nibbling on leaves in spring.
It is well known that cultivating mental strength has always been challenging.
If others were to witness such a scene, they would likely be astonished. Ordinary people need to deplete their mental strength through intense training and then recover slowly through rest or medication. However, there is indeed no shortage of items related to mental strength. Even potions that restore mental strength are classified as strategic resources in Dashia. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Su Zhu made an exception and did not go to the library. Instead, he carried a book to the martial arts plaza. Today was the day when mentors from South Sea Martial Arts University selected their disciples. For most students, this was undoubtedly an important moment to change their destiny. After all, only a few can catch the mentor's eye, and once selected, a bright future is guaranteed. With guidance from a renowned teacher, the path of cultivation will yield twice the result with half the effort. Su Zhu leaned sideways on the rooftop of the teaching building beside the square. A book was half open, and his gaze occasionally swept over the crowd below. Song Qing's figure quickly came into view, appearing much more imposing than last year. It was evident that no time had been wasted. However, whether he could be chosen by a mentor remained uncertain. Back then, Su Zhu wasn't selected by a mentor either and could only attend classes with the larger group. Looking back now, those days were indeed quite tough. Even after becoming a counselor later, things didn't get much better. Fortunately, he truly knew how to endure. If there's anyone to blame, it's that first and second grade martial artists are just too poor. If you want to make money and gain resources, you can only fight with your life. But at that time, Su Zhu was mostly lying low and developing. This is also an important reason why he had a tough time in the early stages. Those classmates who dared to charge and fight, now have grass 2 meters high on their graves. Instead, Su Zhu, who has been enduring, can now act like a big shot in front of these new students. Su Zhu was zoning out. The martial arts square began the drama of snatching students. Ding Xueo, follow the 5th grade mentor Lu Ningyan. Wang Maoyun, assigned to 4th rank mentor Li Chang. In fact, the mentors had been secretly observing for several months. For some highly sought-after promising students, the mentors even held private bidding auctions. Don't be fooled by the freshmen sweating nervously now, the list had been decided long ago. Everyone wishes to find a high-level mentor. After all, the big shots can casually give some extra guidance, and even a little leftover resources enough to benefit the students greatly. Previously, Su Zhu was actually the most sought-after figure among the freshmen. Young, full of potential, and incredibly strong. In a few years, he might become a high-grade martial artist. Plus, his upgrade speed is like cheating, awakening and then soaring effortlessly. Unfortunately, the school had already issued a notice. Su Zhu doesn't take students. Unless he changes his mind or fails to make a breakthrough by the age of 40, the school will only then consider allowing him to take on disciples. Now, seeing that he's about to reach the 6th rank, the new students can only collectively sigh. Previously, quite a few people were dreaming of becoming his disciples. But everyone understands. Su Zhu, at this age and with this talent, is definitely focused on advancing his cultivation. How would he have time to mentor rookies? Whenever classmates talk about Su Zhu, the most proud one is undoubtedly Song Qing. It was only after some time since enrolling that she came to understand Su Zhu's strength and status. Later, I heard that Su Zhu had advanced to the 5th rank, and Song Qing was completely stunned. How long had it been since awakening to the 5th rank? Even if the school claimed some hidden talent awakening, this upgrade speed was just too outrageous. Song Qing didn't have much expectation for this mentor selection. She knew her own level well. Being able to barely pass the line and get in is already good enough. How could any mentor take a liking to her? However, she didn't really care much, even if no mentor guided her. The school would still arrange for teachers to give large lectures. At worst, it would be a 2nd grade martial artist teaching, so there was no need to worry about training or answering questions. After all, Song Qing and these new students are still just prospective martial artists.
What's more, even without a dedicated mentor, can't they still train normally? But at this moment, Song Qing has been accepted as a disciple by rank 4 mentor Hua Qinyan.
Lian Songqing herself was stunned. Her first reaction was that teacher Su had secretly helped her and found her a backer. But in reality, Su Zhe was also completely baffled at this moment.
Really got selected? He indeed did not intervene in Song Qing's matter.
Back then, he even specifically asked Dean Su Xingyan to keep their relationship a secret, mainly to avoid the perception of favoritism affecting Song Qing's reputation. In the world of martial artists, it ultimately comes down to strength.
This means Hua Qinyan made the choice entirely on her own. Even Su Zhe was surprised. However, neither of them knew that what Hua Qinyan admired was Song Qing's determination.
This girl started at the bottom in terms of vitality when she enrolled, yet managed to avoid elimination after a year of hard work.
She actually has considerable potential.
Moreover, Hua Qinyan has more than one student under her tutelage, so giving an opportunity is just like making a casual investment. A 4th-rank martial artist is far more affluent than a 3rd-rank one, so taking on disciples can be done entirely at their whim. After the mentors finished selecting their students, Su Zhe continued his daily training. These martial arts experiences were of great help to him, and the improvement in his mental strength was visibly noticeable. The news of the elimination system for new students at Nanhai Wuda has spread across the country.
Getting into Wuda and still being expelled? Being a martial artist is way too competitive now.
This change was long overdue. Resources should go to those who truly have potential. But this is too cruel for ordinary students. Martial artist forums across the country were in an uproar. Some applauded, while others cursed angrily. After all, after years of hard work to get into martial arts university, no one wants to suddenly be expelled. In the end, they may still face expulsion.
Some people agree, as martial arts universities prioritize quality. At the same time, most of the time, they are still places for cultivating the strong.
Eliminating students with insufficient potential early on is also a good thing. It can save a lot of resources to be provided to more promising individuals. It can be said that during this period, the entire Daxia populace has been divided into 2 factions online. In fact, the conservatives even have the upper hand. There's no way around it. After all, the martial arts university system has been in use for 500 years. Many people have long been accustomed to the old system and naturally do not want to change easily.
Nanhai Martial Arts University is currently at the center of controversy.
Fortunately, they have united with many relatively underdeveloped sister schools. Therefore, although the reform has caused a great uproar, several schools are still sharing the pressure together.
What's more, South Sea Martial Arts University is not without the support of powerful figures.
It is said that many strong individuals above the 9th rank already support the reform attempts of emerging martial arts academies. Compared to the turbulent outside world, Su Zhe, who was under immense pressure, had a rather leisurely month. He spent most of his time in the library, even compressing his rest time to the bare minimum.
After all, this special ability has a time limit.
If one does not seize the opportunity to improve martial arts comprehension and mental strength, it may take several times the effort to make up for it in the future.
Even Su Zhe did not notice the passage of time. In the blink of an eye, a whole month had passed. This month passed much faster than I imagined.
I originally planned to take some time to study martial techniques, but I only managed to finish half of the insights on martial arts comprehension. Su Zhe discovered that the collection of books at Nanhai Martial Arts University far exceeded his expectations. However, with the intake of a large number of insights into 6th grade cultivation, he vaguely touched the threshold of a breakthrough. The fusion of spirit and vitality requires the spirit to meet the standard. But after several instances of cheat-like growth, his spirit was indeed up to par. At the very least, he could barely guide the circulation of vitality. However, true integration still requires an opportunity, and the easiest breakthrough point to find is the battlefield of 10,000 races. According to the experiences of many predecessors, most people break through to the 6th rank during fierce battles. The simultaneous burst of spirit, energy, and blood during combat has a miraculous effect on integration. However, Su Zhe is not in a hurry. Although currently stuck at the peak of the 5th rank, there is still room for improvement. Even if one needs to go to the battlefield to find an opportunity for a breakthrough, the current strength must first be honed and solidified. Besides, one can still wait for the new month's talent refresh. Obtain the Everything Goes Smoothly experience card. All actions this month have their success rate doubled. Su Zhe was stunned for a long time when he saw the new ability. This is practically stacking the luck buff to the max. This talent is simply tailor-made for the battlefield. After all, the most feared thing on the battlefield is unexpected situations. For example, unexpectedly encountering a high-level expert. But with this ability, theoretically, all bad luck will steer clear.
It might even help achieve a breakthrough along the way.
The original plan was to settle down for another 2 or 3 months, but now the schedule is directly adjusted. Spend half a month honing skills, then head straight to the battlefield of all races for the remaining half month.
Extraction successful.
Suja made the decision faster than grabbing a special deal. He had originally prepared himself to draw a useless talent, but unexpectedly, his luck was off the charts this time. Although no changes are felt for now, since the decision to push forward has been made, it must be taken seriously. Half a month is enough time for him to elevate his strength to a higher level.
Although there is still room for improvement, Suja really couldn't wait any longer. He directly dialed the dean's phone to report.
Su Xingyan didn't stop him from entering the 10,000 races battlefield.
After all, warriors can't be trained behind closed doors. Moreover, old Su had no idea that Suja was aiming for a breakthrough. He just thought this kid was simply going to hunt the Wasteland tribe to earn merits. The key point is that Su Xingyan understands. Suja has never been a reckless man.
Back when he was of low rank, he mastered the art of survival to perfection. There's no reason for him to act recklessly now that he's stronger. This reaction, however, made Suja start to doubt.
The dean trusts me this much?
But without thinking much, he stepped into the South Sea War Zone. Although the 10,000 races battlefield was fierce last year, the South Sea War Zone naturally saw its share of action. However, both sides have been quiet recently. The Daxia military and the other worldly races have both suffered significant damage, and Suja is now fully aware of this thanks to his current level of authority. If he really entered the war zone, he'd be at a loss.
Where should I go?
The entire South Sea War Zone doesn't even have a 5th grade exclusive hunting ground. The Ghost Swamp Mountains he had been through before were just a beginner's area.
Upon reaching the mid-grade realm, you might encounter battles wherever you go. But the last Great War leveled many small battlefields. Follow metaphysics. Suja ultimately made the decision. Anyway, the abilities drawn are reliable, so why not let intuition lead the way?
Who knows, he might strike it lucky. After all, there's half a month of time, so he simply wandered around like strolling through a vegetable market. Compared to other tense hunting teams, he looked like he was on a spring outing in the war zone.
This style left the observers in the shadows completely baffled. This guy is either simple-minded, or a big shot pretending to be weak.
On the battlefield of all races, a 5th grade warrior can indeed be considered a master. After all, high-grade experts usually stay in the rear, and their actions tend to cause too much commotion. Usually, they only step in during full-scale wars. 5th and 6th grades are the main forces on regular battlefields, those hunting teams that dare to penetrate deep into enemy lines. They are basically led by 5th and 6th grades. If Suja wants to find opponents of the same level to practice with, he has to move closer to the central area of the battlefield. However, the 5th and 6th ranks of the Wasteland tribe dare not get too close to the South Sea stronghold. Moreover, the area where Suja is currently active is not far from the stronghold.
He is very familiar with this territory.
Now, his strength and mindset are vastly different from when he was at the 1st or 2nd rank. Looking at those hurried low-level hunting teams, it feels like seeing my former self.
But this time, following intuition really paid off. Purple spirit grass? This is the first time Suja has found an opportunity on the battlefield.
Although it's just the main ingredient for a 3rd-grade pill, finding this on the barren South Sea battlefield is practically harder than winning the lottery.
Is this the power of everything goes smoothly?
Suja stroked his chin in thought.
This ability is even more domineering than he had anticipated.
Then, he gradually picked up a few more medicinal herbs. Although they were all below 3rd grade and not very useful to him now. But if it had been a year ago, these would have been high-value commodities.
Even mosquito legs are still meat.
Not to mention that wild medicinal herbs are already scarce. Currently, 90% of the medicinal herbs in Daxia are artificially cultivated. And their efficacy is at least 20% lower than that of wild ones. Alchemists would rather pay 3 times the price to acquire wild materials.
After wandering around for a few days,
Suja managed to pick up quite a few small opportunities, but he didn't come across any major ones. Occasionally, he ran into people from the Wilderness tribe, but he barely encountered any at the 4th rank,
let alone 5th rank opponents. Could it be that having the everything goes smoothly buff really allows you to be a travel blogger on the battlefield? Suja himself found it absurd.
But he quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, this trip was just an early reconnaissance. If he really couldn't find a breakthrough opportunity, at worst, he could just retreat.
Anyway, without this extraordinary luck, who would dare to be so reckless on the battlefield? Though it seemed leisurely, the necessary vigilance was not lacking.
When choosing a spot to spend the night, several locations were scouted before finally settling on a cave halfway up the mountain.
As night fell, the campfire flickered inside the cave while chewing on compressed biscuits.
Suja suddenly realized that he had been on the battlefield for 10 days. The result of following his instincts and running around aimlessly was this. Now he was even confused about where he was. He took out a military-issued special compass from his spatial pouch and then pulled out a tactical tablet for positioning.
Beast Forest?
He frowned while looking at the coordinates. This area is famous for the wild beasts unique to the South Sea battlefield, all ferocious creatures that have slipped in from the wasteland realm. Similar to the relationship between Disya and mutant beasts, wild beasts are considered a third-party force on the battlefield,
regarded as a mobile ATM by both tribes.
But hunting them is extremely risky. After all, they also see you as prey. Savage beasts are far more valuable than mutant beasts, selling for 3 to 4 times the price at the same level. Rare species can even fetch 10 times the price. Previously, Suja had tested the waters on the edge.
But he didn't dare to go deeper. The beasts in this eerie place always appear in groups, making hunting as difficult as soloing a dungeon. Otherwise, why would the price remain so firm?
While the innate talent for everything going smoothly is still there.
Even if there's no breakthrough, hunting a few more wild beasts won't be a loss.
At least I can earn back the spirit stones spent this time. Suja quickly adjusted his target. He continued to follow his instincts deeper into the savage beast forest. This time, he dared not be overconfident. Savage beasts are not to be trifled with.
Moreover, this area is often frequented by the wasteland tribe, so being cautious is always the right choice.
Shah! A sudden strange noise came from the bushes. Following the source of the sound, Suja's pupils contracted sharply.
A 3-meter-tall ferocious beast was crouching and panting, its body covered in gashes left by swords and blades.
Although the aura was weak, the lingering pressure still indicated the strength of a 6th-grade being.
No wonder I've been wandering in the forest for so long, and haven't even seen a single beast's hair.
Turns out they were all scared away by this overlord.
The next morning, Suja's breathing quickened.
A severely injured 6th-grade savage beast, it's like a pie falling from the sky. Although the gap between 5th grade and 6th grade is immense, it's doubtful this creature can even retain 30% of its combat strength now.
Plus, savage beasts aren't very intelligent to begin with. This is doable. Damn!
The mental power instantly locked onto the target, and the blood and energy throughout the body roared to a boil. To deal with a severely injured 6th rank, a big move must be unleashed right at the start.
Roar! The savage beast sensed the danger and let out a warning growl.
But Suja was completely unfazed. The blazing blade intent of the Mad God Saber technique swept through, instantly scorching the surrounding trees to ash.
Boom! The blade light engulfed in raging flames smashed down head-on, erupting with a deafening roar.
When the dust settled, the savage beast's body was covered in wounds, with blood gushing wildly.
Instead, this provoked the beast's ferocity, its single blood-red eye charging forward to kill.
If this 6th-grade savage beast were in its peak state, the human before it would at most be considered a larger ant. How dare they act so recklessly like this now?
Even a wild beast has its own dignity. How could it tolerate provocation from ants?
It immediately charged forward recklessly, vowing to crush Suja into pulp.
Suja had already prepared a plan.
Using the trees of the savage beast forest as springboards, his figure darted and dodged like an agile monkey. Although it was a severely injured 6th-grade beast, each time the claw wind brushed past, it still sent chills down his spine.
If this beast so much as grazed his skin,
enough to make a 5th-rank martial artist lie in the ICU for half a month,
walking the line between life and death.
Suja suddenly noticed his spirit and vitality beginning to resonate. The breakthrough experience he had painstakingly gained from studying books now transformed into nourishment for actual combat. Although each person's way of advancement differs, the signs of the fusion of energy, spirit, and essence are remarkably similar. The increasingly excited Suja didn't notice. He had already half-stepped into the threshold of the 6th rank. In contrast, the savage beast, due to excessive blood loss, was becoming increasingly sluggish. When Suja struck the 237th slash, his mental and physical energy finally merged.
His aura surged instantly.
Suja, who had just advanced to the 6th rank, doubled his combat power and shattered the beast's skull with 3 slashes. He touched the warm beast corpse, calculating. This material is worth at least 50 million spirit stones, enough to buy 3 pieces of 6th grade equipment. Fortunately, I switched to an extra-large space bag in advance, otherwise, this giant beast really wouldn't fit.
There are still 5 days of buff time left. Suja decided to keep going.
As long as you don't court death by going to the Wasteland Tribe's lair, this ability is practically comparable to a treasure hunting radar. Although the cultivation boost is limited, scavenging and fishing for opportunities is truly delightful. Before the talent's time limit expired, Suja returned to the South Sea stronghold. Taking advantage of the last few days of his talent, he even managed to gain quite a few small opportunities. A rough estimate suggests earning hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, which is no small amount. Although the battlefield of the myriad races lasted for more than half a month, Suja actually encountered very few members of the Wasteland Tribe. Not to mention the Wasteland Tribe, even fellow clansmen from the South Sea stronghold were rarely seen. Although some members of the Wasteland Tribe were killed, the gains were truly limited. Later, in order to make storage space for the 6th grade Savage Beast, all those spoils of war were cleared out. After all, this 6th grade Savage Beast was massive in size, and its value was self-evident. Compared to the scattered materials from the Wasteland Tribe, the value of a 6th grade Savage Beast was more than doubled. Prey of this level would naturally be traded to the school. It should be noted that in the South Sea battlefield, only about 100 6th grade Savage Beasts appear each year. High-grade Savage Beasts rarely take action, and under normal circumstances, 6th grade ones are already considered overlords. Moreover, Savage Beasts are accustomed to acting in groups, and even 6th grade ones are no exception.
The difficulty of hunting them is thus imaginable. Even if successful, the spoils of war were mostly confiscated by the Daxia military.
By the time he returned to Nanhai Martial Arts University, Suja had already become a 6th grade martial artist. Such cultivation placed him among the ranks of the strong across all of Daxia. Below the high grades, he was already at the peak. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it high-grade reserve. Once upon a time, Suja thought that reaching the 5th grade in this life would be enough. The 6th grade was nothing but an illusion. Who would have thought that in just a short time, he would truly step into this realm?
Half a month later, he entered the dean's office again. Su Xingyan had not secluded himself during these days. Seeing Suja visit, the dean didn't even lift his head, remaining focused on his paperwork.
Such a casual attitude instead highlighted the deep friendship between the two.
"Dean, can the Academy accept barbaric beast meat?" Suja got straight to the point. Barbaric beast meat is indeed a hard currency. It seems this trip was quite fruitful. Su Xingyan put down the document, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. It should be noted that the meat of wild beasts is not just an ingredient. After years of research by the Alchemy Academy, they have been able to refine a unique secret medicine, the Wild Beast Pill. This item can be considered a specialty of Nanhai Martial University. Unfortunately, the limited availability of wild beast meat has always restricted production. As a result, wild beast pills have become a scarce resource. Their price naturally remains high, affordable only to the wealthy. They are typically exclusive to martial prodigies or second-generation martial artists. 6th grade? Su Xingyan couldn't help but lose his composure. How could 6th grade beast meat be ordinary goods? Even if he personally entered the beast forest, bringing out a complete trophy would not be an easy task. It should be noted that there is a high-grade beast guarding the forest. Where did it come from? When asking the question, it still hadn't occurred to him that this was Suja's doing. After all, in his understanding, Suja was still a 5th grade martial artist. How can one slay a 6th grade savage beast? Why can't it be me who killed it? Suja spoke with a teasing tone, as a 6th grade aura suddenly surged around him. The fluctuation of the initial fusion of spiritual power and vitality was threefold stronger than that of an ordinary 6th grade. Su Xingyan's pupils suddenly contracted, and ripples appeared in the teacup on the table. This is already 6th grade? It should be noted that according to Su Xingyan's original estimation, it would take Suja at least 2 or 3 more years to break through to the 6th grade. The hurdle of tempering mental strength alone has trapped countless prodigies. The person before me crossed over so casually? This is no longer just a few years ahead, it completely overturns the norms of martial arts. Could it be that this child truly has the potential to reach beyond the 9th rank? Thinking of Suja's mediocre performance in the past, it still feels unbelievable. Authentic grade 6. Suja responded calmly. Seeing the dean's rare loss of composure, it actually felt amusing. After all, it was truly not easy to move this master, who had seen countless storms. Even as a 6th grade cultivator, slaying a beast of the same level is no easy feat. Su Xingyan composed himself and spoke solemnly. It must be noted that the scales and armor of a 6th grade beast are as tough as black iron heavy armor. It was mainly just good luck. Just happened to encounter a severely injured 6th grade beast. Suja did not hide anything and spoke directly. He explained the entire sequence of events, including his own deductions. Even Su Xingyan couldn't help but feel emotional. This time, Suja not only had exceptional luck but also showed great courage. Ordinary 5th grade peak cultivators would never dare provoke a 6th grade one, even if that 6th grade beast was severely injured. Although Suja spoke casually, Su Xingyan understood that the battle was anything but easy. What's even rarer is that this fierce battle didn't alarm other savage beasts or powerful individuals. It can be called a miracle. By comparison, breaking through to the 6th rank seemed only natural. Su Xingyan immediately fell into new troubles. The original plan was to wait for Suja to break through to the 6th rank in 2 years before making arrangements. After all, advancing from mid-grade 6th rank to high-grade 7th rank involves an extraordinary leap. Unexpectedly, Suja broke through ahead of schedule. What is most astonishing is the speed of the breakthrough. Su Xingyan felt it was necessary to reassess. It was clear that Suja's potential had been seriously underestimated before. However, Nanhai Wuda indeed lacked experience in nurturing prodigies. Now, Suja had already joined the ranks of the prodigies. Peers of the same age are basically at the 6th grade level. Now, Suja has finally caught up with these people's realms. Have old Zhang handle the beast meat directly. Su Xingyan waved his hand after speaking. Suja immediately set off, preparing to exchange the spoils of war for cultivation resources. Then he would stabilize his 6th grade realm through seclusion. After all, breaking through from the 6th grade to the 7th grade was not as easy as before. Speaking of the logistics department, Suja did feel a bit embarrassed. After all, technically, he was still the nominal deputy director of the logistics department. Although this position was practically non-existent. But counting the days, he hadn't shown up once since his initial report. Although the dean had previously mentioned that old Zhang from the logistics department had extraordinary knife skills. The problem was, Suja simply couldn't find the time. First, he awakened the reading sage talent and spent all day in the library. The little free time he had was used to observe Song Qing's apprenticeship ceremony. At that time, he was still clutching a martial arts manual he hadn't finished reading. Later, he gained the ability, everything goes smoothly. He was already overwhelmed just trying to balance his cultivation and combat skills. Right after that, he rushed urgently to the South Sea battlefield. Where would there be any spare time to go to the logistics department to learn sword techniques from old Zhang? Moreover, Suja was well aware that his talent and comprehension relied entirely on the system's support. If he really drew a special ability related to sword techniques, it wouldn't hurt to learn. But without this external aid, mastering a new sword technique wouldn't be so easy. Old Zhang, I'm here to deliver some resources. Give me an estimate to see how many spirit stones I can exchange for. Suja got straight to the point as he entered, shaking out more than half of the beast meat, leaving only a small portion for personal use. To be honest, if it were auctioned outside, it could definitely fetch a few % more. However, Suja's considerations are different now than before. Nanhai Martial Arts University has invested over 100 million in resources for him. He is not an ungrateful wretch. This 6th grade savage beast's corpse can be considered a rare treasure. Handing it over to the school can yield value far beyond what spirit stones can compare to. 6th grade savage beast. Not to mention this kind of rare item, people are scrambling for it outside at 2 or 3 times the price. So when he saw Suja's actions, old Zhang couldn't keep a straight face. He stared at the other person like he had seen an alien. Giving it to the school is more meaningful than selling it on the black market. Suja felt uneasy under the intense gaze. After all, martial artists ultimately value strength above all, so he decided to explain a bit more. Although he was treated like a favored son by the school, he still couldn't feel at ease taking advantage of their generosity. Even if the school had never mentioned anything about repayment. Old Zhang's expression suddenly turned solemn, and there was a hint of deeper meaning in his gaze toward Suja. In this era, although Nanhai Martial Arts University is not lacking in a sense of honor, there are indeed very few students who genuinely take the initiative to do things for the school. Suja is undoubtedly an exception. If this grade 6 savage beast meat can be properly handled, its value could soar to several 100 million spirit stones without issue. The beast meat alone is valued at over 100 million, and if refined into savage beast pills, its value would double. With over 100 million spirit stones credited to his account, Suja was in a good mood and casually transferred 1 million spirit stones to Xin Qingyan. It wasn't out of stinginess, but rather because the resources at the South Sea base were limited.
There are limited things that spirit stones can buy, not to mention he often secretly provides assistance.
Besides, Shen Xingyan has just stepped into the threshold of the first rank, and many high-level resources are simply unnecessary. However, the effect of having ample resources is immediate.
Shen Xingyan's cultivation speed has increased by more than 30% compared to before, and he is naturally very satisfied with this state. Old Zhang became suspicious.
Where did this 6th grade beast come from?
The direct question left Su Zhi both amused and helpless.
He had no choice but to repeat the explanation from the dean's office. Kid, your luck is truly outrageous.
Old Zhang stroked his bushy beard and clicked his tongue. A 5th rank stumbling upon a severely injured 6th rank exotic beast, breaking through mid-battle, and even managing to drag the intact corpse back, this kind of story would be too far-fetched even for a novel.
But in the 500 years since the spiritual energy revival in Great Xia, which 9th rank powerhouse hasn't had some fortuitous encounter?
Compared to those overpowered players who stumbled upon ancient inheritances,
Su Zhi's actions aren't too outrageous.
Old Zhang, I'm going into seclusion first. Su Zhi said his piece and disappeared. The South Sea battlefield is fraught with danger, making it impossible to cultivate in peace. Now, returning to nature, one must focus on consolidating the newly achieved realm.
This left old Zhang quite speechless.
The school had long instructed him to secretly teach the breaking army saber technique, intending to temper the boy's character further, but who would have thought he wouldn't take the bait at all? It was not easy to gain the others' approval through the matter of borrowing beast meat. In the end, the person in question ran faster than a rabbit.
Forget it, the timing isn't right.
Old Zhang shook his head as he watched the disappearing figure.
Who would have thought that Su Zhi, once at the bottom of the pack, would catch up to the prodigies of his generation after awakening?
At this moment, Su Zhi was soaking in the cultivation chamber, completely unaware that he had missed the inheritance of a top-tier blade technique. Compared to flashy moves, he believed more firmly that having a strong fist was the ultimate truth.
After all, fighting across levels may sound glorious, but when has it not been earned through risking one's life?
During Su Zhi's seclusion, the entire Great Xia was in an uproar.
Nanhai Martial Arts University was swept into a storm over resource allocation.
The high-level authorities of Great Xia officially implemented a new policy for martial arts resource distribution. The number of high-grade martial artists in each school is directly linked to resource allocation. Under the straightforward and blunt rules, the more high-grade combat power a school has, the bigger share it gets.
Although established elite schools have the upper hand, there is still a chance for ordinary schools to survive.
After all, as long as they strive to cultivate high-grade talents, an underdog might still turn into a phoenix.
The accompanying Tianjiao ranking further stirs up the storm.
Separate ranking lists are set up for each level below the 9th grade, with each list limited to 1,000 people of eligible age. The higher the ranking, the more resources the affiliated institution receives. The intention behind this combination strategy is clear, forcing all Wuda universities to transition to elite education. Take South China Wuda as an example. Concentrating resources to produce a few top talents who make it into the top 1,000 is far more cost-effective than casting a wide net. In contrast, top universities, which need to maintain their leading positions while competing for rankings, often find their resource allocation stretched thin. The new policy also hides a catfish effect. If ordinary universities are willing to invest heavily, they may not fail to attract top scorers in the college entrance exam. After all, even the prodigies of top-tier universities have to face the predicament of too many wolves and too little meat. Of course, the heritage of established elite schools still remains. The foundation of high-quality student sources is temporarily difficult to shake. But it is clear to discerning observers that this set of rules is loosening the solidified social strata. Nanhai Wuda had already taken precautions before the new policy was announced, implementing a last-place elimination system to create elite classes and investing heavily to attract potential talents. These seedlings may not meet the standard of being prodigies, but they have a decent chance of making it to the bottom of the rankings. The public opinion arena has long been in an uproar. It should have been changed long ago. One grandmaster is worth 10 mediocrities. The prodigy rankings are interesting. I wonder how far the dark horse can go. There were objections, but the decision was finalized by the Supreme Council. In the end, all dissenting voices were silenced. Half a month later, Su Zhi stabilized his realm and officially exited seclusion. Reform of the resource allocation method? The Tianjia rankings. In just half a month, Su Zhi felt as if he had missed numerous changes. The change in the resource allocation method was within reason. The current distribution method, while not entirely unfair, has quite a few loopholes.
However, this also provides an opportunity for ordinary martial arts universities.
The number of strong individuals is not a fixed value. Factors such as the toll of great battles and the end of lifespans constantly limit the scale of strong individuals. Even the top martial arts universities cannot maintain a large number of strong individuals over the long term. As for the list of prodigies, although the majority of spots are occupied by established institutions, other martial arts universities are not without opportunities. Each tier of the rankings has thousands of slots, leaving enough room for newcomers.
Of course, drawbacks exist as well.
Some institutions might choose to avoid battles passively on the 10,000 races battlefield in order to maintain a high number of top-tier martial artists. But it is likely that those above the 9th tier have already considered this. By then, all eyes will surely be focused on the battlefield. If any strong individual dares to slack off, the act of killing the chicken to warn the monkey might very well occur. Suja speculated that the top-level powerhouses of Daxia might have such intentions. From another perspective, this move could also stimulate the emergence of more strong individuals.
The pressure on the battlefield of the myriad races is clearly extraordinary.
With the passage of time, spatial channels are increasingly appearing. This means that more battlefields of myriad races are about to emerge. If the Great Xia's strength is insufficient, it will eventually be overwhelmed by these battlefields. Compared to the number of strong individuals, Suja is more concerned with the design of the Heavenly Talents ranking. The ranking list is divided into 6 tiers, corresponding to martial arts grades 1 to 6. Taking the grade 6 ranking list as an example, only martial artists under the age of 40 are eligible to be listed. This means that Suja also qualifies to compete. In addition to martial arts university students, the ranking list also includes special groups.
A martial artist who has not studied at any martial arts university.
Such martial artists mostly come from family traditions or are trained in martial arts schools. Although their numbers are small, they do exist. The Great Xia has not excluded this type of martial artist from the rankings.
However, the reward mechanism differs from the academy system. Academy martial artists are divided into 3 categories.
The first category consists of current students, whose achievements are directly attributed to their respective academies. The second category includes graduates who remain employed at the academy, such as Suja, whose achievements are still counted towards the academy. The third category consists of those who did not stay at the school for employment after graduation. This type of martial artist can freely choose either to add resource quotas to their alma mater or to exchange for personal rewards.
The details of the Tianjiu ranking list are clear and specific. As this is a trial phase of the new policy, it is specially noted.
The rules may be adjusted later based on actual circumstances.
For now, let's see how effective it is.
It may take several years to see the results. Daxia will first release the initial version of the rankings. Anyone wishing to make the list only needs to defeat the martial artists already on it. From then on, every July is designated as the resource settlement period.
All martial arts universities are probably going to go crazy next. Suja couldn't help but sigh.
Whether it's to cultivate high-grade martial artists or to compete for spots on the Heavenly Talents list. If a martial arts university can occupy enough spots for prodigies on the list, the resources allocated to it will be substantial.
The facts were just as Suja had anticipated.
Coinciding with the time he emerged from seclusion, the first edition of the list was freshly released.
As expected,
his name was not on the list.
Presumably, the South Sea Martial Arts University has not submitted his information yet.
Typically, the preliminary list is sorted based on the information reported by each school. Anyway, rankings change frequently later, so slight discrepancies in the information won't matter much. What's more, all martial arts universities must consider their reputation. If the strength of a prodigy is falsely reported,
once they are challenged and defeated, it will surely become a laughingstock.
Suja skimmed through the rankings of various grades. Several individuals from Nanhai Martial Arts University are still on the list.
There are both current students and alumni.
Notably, the majority are 4th and 5th grade rankers, with the number exceeding double digits. However, 6th grade martial artists are relatively scarce, with only 3 from the entire university making the list. It is not that the South Sea Martial Arts University has no other 6th grade practitioners,
but rather due to the age threshold restriction.
There are indeed a few familiar mentors who have already advanced to the 6th grade.
Suja noticed quite a few familiar faces. There are not only department heads but also ordinary teachers.
Unexpectedly, their cultivation levels have all reached the 5th or even 6th rank. It is evident that the school had deliberately concealed part of its strength earlier. As for the outstanding talents from other schools, Suju is unfamiliar with most of them. Only to see the densely packed list of names, even he couldn't help but sigh. How abundant are the talents of Great Xia. Apart from the list itself, Suju also noticed the related news.
Among them, the top trending topic was quite intriguing.
Divine Capital Martial Arts University's prodigy Pei Qingyu aims to surpass all elites, boasting to sweep through all schools and claim the top spot of the 6th rank. Suju softly read out the news headline. This name seemed somewhat familiar to him, even before the emergence of the prodigy rankings. This person is thus called the number 1 below the Grandmaster. The truth remains uncertain. After all, the Martial Arts University of the Divine Capital already has a prestigious background. But those who can make a name for themselves must have some real skills. Such a declaration is tantamount to disregarding the prodigies of other schools. While the Divine Capital Martial Arts University is undoubtedly powerful, there are quite a few institutions that can rival it. Other top-tier martial arts universities are also not lacking in prodigies. Whether Pei Qingyu can sweep away all his rivals is truly questionable. Of course, this matter has little to do with Nanhai Martial Arts University and Suju. After all, Nanhai Martial Arts University is not even within their consideration. In the entire southern region, the only worthy opponents are the prodigies of Xianan Martial Arts University. If we truly want to sweep through all the schools, I will definitely visit Nanhai Wuda then. Wouldn't the school lose all its face by then? A strange expression involuntarily appeared on Suju's face as he muttered softly. Thinking of this, he could only feel helpless, as even now he was no match for him. Fortunately, Suju did not hesitate for long and went straight to the dean's office. He wanted to inquire whether the school had any strategies in response to the resource allocation reform. Suju always held a special affection for Nanhai Wuda. If it weren't for Nanhai Wuda's exceptional admission back then, he would have had no chance to enter a martial arts academy. Now he and Nanhai Wuda are already a community of shared destiny. The prosperity of the school naturally benefits himself. As for the school's subsequent plans, he naturally wants to find out more. Now that he has entered the 6th grade realm, he finally has the qualification to voice his opinion. Although he had no intention of getting involved in school affairs, he couldn't hide his concern. Upon arriving at the dean's office, he was surprised to find that the dean was not there. Suju was slightly taken aback, but then thought that there were probably many matters to attend to during this period. He directly sent a message to the dean, initially thinking there might not be a quick reply, but he soon received a response.
Come to the pill refining room area. Suju did not hesitate and went immediately.
The Pill Academy naturally has a dedicated area for pill refining. Whether it's instructors or students, they all choose this place for refining pills. This area is equipped with specially designed refining equipment provided by the school, which is far more reliable than personally purchased pill furnaces. There are also instruments and other facilities for detecting the components of pills, which can effectively prevent alchemy accidents. Back when Suju was still a 2nd grade martial artist, he often came to this area. Taking on alchemy tasks could earn him some spirit stones. Although the rewards were not high, for alchemists above the 2nd grade, casually going to the battlefield could earn tens of thousands or even more spirit stones. Naturally unwilling to waste time for 100 or so spirit stones. But at that time, Suju persisted with the mindset of earning a little is still earning something.
Is the dean refining pills?
Suju speculated as he walked deeper into the pill room. The pill refining room is divided by levels, with the innermost area exclusively for high-grade alchemists. It should be noted that high-grade martial artists are not necessarily high-grade alchemists, and there are only slightly over 200 registered high-grade alchemists in the entire Great Xia. After being dispersed across various regions, they become even rarer, with most of them serving the military. It is truly rare for a martial arts university to have a high-grade alchemist. And their dean is a highly skilled alchemist who has been deeply concealed. This was a secret that Suju learned only after his cultivation improved and he gained new privileges. After passing through 3 layers of protective barriers, Suju stopped in front of the 7th alchemy room. Through the half-open door crack, he saw the dean bending over to adjust the ground fire array patterns beneath the purple gold alchemy cauldron. Apart from the dean, there were several mentors present.
Dean. Greetings, seniors. Suju took the initiative to greet everyone.
The mentors were also particularly polite to him. The school authorities have never announced the news of Suju's promotion to the 6th rank. This is mainly because his breakthrough speed was too astonishing. To prevent being targeted by cult forces, the school chose not to make it public for now. It should be noted that Xia has lost countless prodigies at the hands of cult martial artists, with many rising stars being snuffed out before they could grow. Although the authorities have strengthened protective measures, it is ultimately impossible to guard against everything. Nanhai Wuda has painstakingly nurtured Suja, so naturally, they want to delay his exposure for as long as possible. If they can conceal him for a few more days, perhaps by then Suja will have advanced to a higher realm. This concerns Wuda's future plans, but all the mentors present are trustworthy individuals. Either they were founding members of the school or direct disciples trained by the institution, leaving no risk of leaks. After learning Suja's true cultivation level, the mentor's change in attitude is easy to understand. Even mentors of the same 6th rank dare not put on the airs of a senior in front of Suja. Everyone can clearly see that this young man's potential far exceeds his current level. Su boy, come over and lend a hand. Su Xingyan waved to signal. What is the dean planning? Suja voiced his doubts. Teach this group of blockheads to wise up. Su Xingyan tapped the pill cauldron impatiently. Is it that hard to advance to a mid-grade alchemist? As he spoke, he shook out a few documents from his sleeve. It turned out he was specially training a few third-grade alchemists in the school to strive for the 4th grade. This matter involves the secrets of resource allocation. In addition to the official notification, there is also an unwritten rule in Daxia. For every mid-grade alchemist trained, the school can apply for an additional special resource. If a high-grade alchemist is achieved, the resource quota is directly multiplied by 10. Since alchemists are key targets for the cult's assassinations, this matter has never been made public. After all, if there were an alchemist ranking like that of martial artists, the pressure from the cult's assassinations would multiply. Not every alchemist possesses the combat power of a prodigy. Suja nodded slightly. The talent for alchemy inherently depends on opportunity, a principle he naturally understood. The 1st and 2nd grades are considered the entry-level stages for alchemists. Suja initially spent several years barely getting started, and even now, within the scope of 2nd-grade pills, there are still many formulas he has yet to master, let alone attempting to reach the realm of a mid-grade alchemist. The instructors reprimanded by Su Xingyan lowered their heads in silence. Among them, there are 4th-grade martial artists as well as 5th-grade martial artists. But they can't even lift their heads in front of the dean. In terms of alchemy, they have indeed been negligent, significantly reducing their alchemy time after advancing to mid-grade martial artists. Dean, what is the school's follow-up response plan? Suja's question timely shifted the focus of the topic. The reward amount for top students has been increased. Incentive mechanisms have also been added for the mentor group. The specific plan needs to be finalized after the principal concludes their retreat. The school library's resources are abundant, but the authority to mobilize them is insufficient. However, it should be soon. Su Xingyan did not shy away from revealing information. Everyone present was trustworthy. After all, those who can receive personal guidance from Dean Su are all direct descendants who have passed the political review. Suja instantly grasped the underlying implication. As the principal is about to break through, Nanhai Martial Arts University is bound to undergo strategic adjustments. After the inquiry ended, Suja was about to take his leave but couldn't help secretly marveling at the dean's remarkable methods. This esteemed alchemist can simultaneously answer questions and guide alchemy without delay. But he does not plan to stay long. The resentful gazes from several mentors have already become palpable. Coupled with his own lack of interest in alchemy, he simply decides to leave. Su Xingyan never forced Suja to study alchemy. Advancing cultivation has always been the top priority. Although there are many 6th-grade martial artists at Nanhai Martial University, the senior leadership, led by Su Xingyan, collectively agreed. Suja is the most likely candidate to become the next 7th-grade martial artist. Since his promotion to the 6th rank, this anticipation has grown even more intense. Returning to the villa to activate the talent extraction system. Obtained Dandao rewards diligence experience card, alchemy accumulates proficiency, limited to 1 month. Suja did not expect this talent to be related to alchemy. Could it be influenced by Dean Su's aura? To be fair, this talent can be described as practical. In theory, one only needs to repeatedly refine pills to improve their skills, far more efficient than the traditional master-apprentice teaching. He truly began to consider picking up the path of alchemy again. How about going back to the alchemy room area to take another look? Suja couldn't help but have this thought. After all, he had just broken through to the 6th grade realm. After advancing to the 6th grade, cultivation is destined not to be rushed. The integration of spirit and vitality requires a long process of harmonization. Even prodigies cannot be an exception. This critical stage allows no room for error. The slightest carelessness can lead to a disruption of mental energy and blood flow. In mild cases, one's cultivation may regress. In severe cases, the foundation may be damaged.
Many 6th grade martial artists are stuck at this bottleneck for their entire lives. Extraction successful.
It is precisely for this reason that his attention turned to the path of alchemy. By chance, he also activated his alchemy talent. Otherwise, Suja might not have been distracted to delve into this path. If judged by previous aptitude, even after a month of hard practice, progress would be minimal.
But now, things are different.
There's no need to aspire to become a mid-tier alchemist, just mastering third-tier alchemy techniques is already beneficial enough. However, Suja still decided to go to the alchemy room the next day. Just after leaving, returning immediately would seem strange. Moreover, he truly doesn't care much about the art of alchemy. After all, he is already a mid-level martial artist.
The allure of the auxiliary profession of alchemist is far less than before. Most of the time, it's just the icing on the cake. Suja routinely practiced the Zhou Tian technique, rehearsing basic blade forms.
The number of martial techniques mastered is indeed limited.
It's not that he is unwilling to study more.
After all, exquisite martial techniques can most effectively and immediately enhance combat power. However, comprehending martial techniques requires a significant amount of time. Without the blessing of special talent, with his original aptitude, he might struggle to achieve much. After the morning lesson, Suja headed straight to the alchemy area with the materials. Thinking about it carefully, it has indeed been a long time since I last used the furnace to refine pills.
Su Xingyan is still teaching, and the number of students has noticeably increased. It seems the dean is determined to cultivate mid-grade alchemists.
After all, it concerns the allocation of academy resources for the coming year.
The Alchemy Academy will also benefit from this.
In the current school system, the Alchemy Academy has always been at the bottom.
Anyone with some talent, who would willingly choose the path of alchemy? Over the years, the Alchemy Academy students have always been the leftovers from other academies' selections. The next morning. Back then, Suja joined this sect out of sheer helplessness. If a mid-grade alchemist could take charge, the academy's resource allocation could be doubled. This is undoubtedly a great opportunity for the Alchemy Institute to regain its pride.
After all, being both a martial artist and a qualified mid-grade alchemist is rare. Able to secure double the resource quota for the academy.
Old Su is really going all out. Suja sighed inwardly. He did not step forward to interrupt Su Xingyan's lecture. It is ultimately a good thing for the Pill Institute to have a few more mid-grade alchemists. Large-scale battles never rely solely on the number of warriors. The stockpile of pills is even more critical. Mid-grade pills have always been in short supply. The military's long-standing procurement tasks have consistently been completed with outstanding results. This shows just how rare mid-grade alchemists are. No wonder the court allocates extra resources to academies that produce mid-grade alchemists. Su Xingyan, being a high-grade martial artist, had already noticed Suja's arrival. Seeing that this young man had no intention of joining the fun, they let it go. As for Suja's alchemy, Su Xingyan didn't care much. After all, Suja was originally an alchemist, though currently only of the second rank. It was perfectly normal for him to refine some pills on a daily basis. Maybe it was sent back home. Although Suja has no use for low-grade pills now, his family still needs them. Suja naturally had no idea about the dean's thoughts. At this moment, he was fully focused on preparing the pills he was about to refine. Third-grade pill, strengthening body pill. This type of pill can even be consumed by first-grade martial artists. It is an excellent medicine for enhancing physical strength. However, its price is extraordinarily high. The main reason is that the required materials are inherently rare. Suja simply couldn't afford it when he was at the first or second rank. By the time he advanced to the third rank, this pill had little effect on him. However, it is perfectly suitable for Su Xingyan. Apart from the expensive materials, the refining process is even more complicated. 9 out of 10 third-grade alchemists are unwilling to attempt it. Although fourth-grade alchemists can refine it, it is not as cost-effective as directly refining fourth-grade pills. The combination of multiple factors has caused its price to remain high. If not for possessing the ability to excel in alchemy through diligence, Suja would never have chosen this pill to try his hand. Thus began his first attempt at crafting a third-grade pill in life. The refining steps were a method he created himself, combining the teaching videos he watched last night with the insights of predecessors. However, it was not unexpected. The first batch of strengthening pills directly caused the furnace to explode. Although Suja instantly suppressed the energy with his spiritual power,
The sound of the explosion still echoed out. Nearby, Su Xingyan and a group of instructors observing the teaching all turned their gazes in unison. All of them wore expressions of suppressed laughter. It should be noted that after Suju's cultivation improved, he had become a legendary figure at Nanhai Martial Arts University.
Yet, not long after starting alchemy, the furnace exploded. Right in front of so many people. This contrast made the mentors present unable to hold back their laughter, but they knew Suju's strength was extraordinary now.
No one dared to sneer openly.
Only Su Xingyan's face turned ashen. This kid is simply disgracing the Alchemy Academy. Ahem, there was a bit of an accident. Everyone, carry on, no need to mind.
Dean, I'll fully compensate for the damage to the alchemy furnace.
Suju apologized awkwardly and then moved to another alchemy furnace. This open-air alchemy area already had dozens of furnaces. However, frequent issues arose next.
Either the medicinal residue turned to ash midway through pill condensation.
Each piece of material is incredibly valuable. Quite a few fourth-rank mentors secretly clicked their tongues. They don't have the means to squander like this. What on earth is this kid up to? Su Xingyan also frowned.
Suju was clearly not refining low-grade pills. That technique was clearly for refining strengthening pills. This is the toughest nut to crack among third-grade pills.
When did I ever teach him how to refine this kind of pill?
Clearly, he's just recklessly forcing his way through.
Su Xingyan's temples throbbed, inwardly cursing this wastrel. A single set of materials for the strengthening pill costs 50 merit points.
This kid ruined 10 portions in the blink of an eye. As a seasoned alchemist, he couldn't bear to see spiritual materials being wasted.
Before Su Xingyan could take any action,
he suddenly discovered that the batch of pills Suju was refining had actually succeeded.
Although it doesn't look very appealing, a warrior's perception cannot be wrong. This is indeed a strengthening pill. Even Su Xingyan was starting to doubt his life at this moment. Could it be that Suju really managed to accidentally refine it like a blind cat catching a dead mouse? Fortunately, Suju started refining again. This time, Su Xingyan's attention was entirely focused on Suju. Even the teaching pace unconsciously slowed down. In fact, Su Xingyan was unaware.
Suju gained new insights from each failure. Through continuous trial and error, he gradually mastered certain key essentials.
In fact, Suju approached it more with a mindset of experimentation. After all, that alchemy rewards diligence ability indicated that proficiency could be improved simply by refining pills. It is not required to succeed in order to gain experience. This subtle difference is crucial. Therefore, choosing to refine the strengthening pill was both a sudden inspiration and an experiment to test his abilities. The result was just as Suju had anticipated. In other words, is it now feasible to directly refine a 6th grade pill? With each deepened insight, Suju conceived an even bolder idea.
Conventionally, refining a 6th grade pill requires the cultivation level of a 6th grade martial artist.
This is because it demands strong spiritual power to support the operation. High-grade elixirs often involve complex procedures and demand rigorous mental focus.
However, Suju is not in a rush for quick results and is currently focused on perfecting the refinement of the strengthening pill.
The potential of this talent far exceeds expectations.
The quality of the second batch of strengthening pills improved significantly, and the number of finished products even increased to 2.
This is already significant progress.
Su Xingyan, who had been closely monitoring the progress, was completely stunned.
It was hard to believe that Suju could actually succeed. Could it be that Suju's awakened talent also enhances alchemy? Even someone as knowledgeable as Su Xingyan couldn't help but let his imagination run wild at this moment. After all, the scene before him was truly breathtaking. This meant that Suju was already a 3rd grade alchemist. Although he currently only mastered 1 3rd grade pill formula. But the current evaluation standards are already lenient.
It has been 500 years since the revival of spiritual energy, yet the prosperity of alchemy has lasted no more than 200 years. The scarcity of alchemists has caused the price of elixirs to remain high.
Naturally, the qualification certification is much more lenient. Su Xingyan finally couldn't hold back. Su boy, could it be that your alchemy skills have already reached the 3rd grade? After all, none of the instructors present could refine the strengthening pill, yet the freshman Suju managed to do it.
Dean, perhaps I have a special talent for the strengthening pill?
Suju responded calmly. He had no intention of pretending to be an alchemy genius. After all, Dan Daochochin only had 1 month of effectiveness left. By then, the truth would naturally come to light.
Su Xingyan immediately assessed the standard alchemy techniques of the 3rd grade.
But Suju gave an irrelevant answer.
This contradictory situation left the dean puzzled.
If one were to say he was a third-grade alchemist, Suja didn't even understand the basic techniques. If considered an outsider, yet mastering the refinement of strong body pills that even third-grade alchemists cannot achieve. At this moment, Su Xingyan was trapped in an unprecedented cognitive dilemma. An alchemy prodigy? In the end, Su Xingyan could only define it this way.
Martial arts cultivation inherently has many anomalies, so it's not unusual for the path of alchemy to produce a prodigy.
After a brief hesitation, he decided to temporarily let Suzhou explore on his own.
The most pressing matter at hand is to guide those mentors in advancing to mid-grade alchemists.
As for Suzhou,
anyway, this kid really didn't waste any materials. He actually managed to concoct the strengthening pill, so let him keep at it.
As Su Xingyan returned to his teaching position, Suzhou continued to refine several batches of strengthening pills in succession, planning to deliver them directly to Shen Qingyan once completed.
However, at this moment, he was contemplating a more important plan. Whether to take advantage of the remaining effectiveness of his abilities, and attempt to refine a 6th grade pill. Completely different from 3rd grade pills, the refinement of 6th grade pills can be described as a systematic project.
A single furnace takes at least half a day. Counting the mental recovery period, only one furnace can be completed per day.
This means that if success is not achieved before the ability disappears, not only will over a month's effort go to waste, but there will also be a cost loss of 1,000,000 spirit stones per furnace. It should be noted that a 6th grade pill can sell for millions at a high price. However, the cost of materials is truly painful. After repeated deliberation, Suzhou finally decided to give it a try. After all, the advantage of surpassing levels granted by this ability is too rare to pass up. Ordinary alchemists need to solidify their foundation step by step, unlike him, who can directly operate across grades.
Which 6th grade pill formula should I choose? Suzhou quickly entered the selection mode. Thanks to Su Xingyan's status as a high-grade alchemist, the school possesses a large number of 6th grade pill formulas and teaching videos.
The inheritance of the Tao of alchemy is inherently less rigorous than the martial arts system, as the cultivation threshold has already filtered out most opportunists. There is no need to overly guard against knowledge leakage. Purple Spirit Pill. The moment the target was confirmed, a sharp gleam flashed in Suzhou's eyes. This pill combines the dual effects of restoring both vitality and spirit, perfectly meeting the needs of high-level martial artists.
However, the cost of the materials is equally eye-catching.
The basic cost per batch is 1.5 million spirit stones,
and materials related to the spirit may even incur a premium. Even though the budget might exceed expectations, Suzhou was now full of confidence thanks to the profits from the strong body pill. More importantly, if he could master the refining of the purple spirit pill, he could completely recover costs later through mass production. After logging into the internal trading network of Nanhai Martial Arts University, Suzhou quickly initiated a material collection request. Fortunately, the purple spirit pill primarily focuses on restoring vitality, with mental repair being only an additional attribute. The difficulty of gathering the materials is still within a controllable range. This might be a trial opportunity granted by the heavens.
Just purchasing the materials for 30 portions of the purple spirit pill cost Suzhou nearly 70 million spirit stones. Due to the premium acquisition and urgent demand, some materials also need to be transported across regions.
The freight expenses are not insignificant either.
Suzhou spent almost all the spirit stones he earned from selling most of the savage beast meat on this.
This is definitely not a small amount.
Even for high-level martial artists, this can be considered a huge expense. After gathering all the materials, Suzhou persisted in refining the purple spirit pill every day. The initial situation was exactly the same as when refining the strengthening pill before, with several consecutive furnaces ending in explosions.
The refining process of the purple spirit pill was truly too complicated. Even though Suzhou's memory was flawless, the slightest mishap in delicate operations could render all efforts futile.
Not to mention the extremely high demand for precise control of mental power.
This series of actions made Su Xingyan quite critical of Suzhou.
Every failed batch meant 2 million spirit stones worth of materials turned to ash, along with the need to purchase a new pill furnace. The mentors studying under the dean watched with their hearts tightening. These spirit stones, if used for their daily cultivation, would be enough to sustain them for a long time.
What exactly is he trying to do? Many mentors discussed it privately. The method of continuous alchemy with the furnace still not stopping is completely incomprehensible to them.
Although it was inconvenient to say it outright due to Suzhou's special status, the label of prodigal son had already spread in secret. Fortunately, everyone knew that these spirit stones were earned by Suja himself. So no one criticized him to his face.
Su Xingyan once tried to dissuade him, the success of the strengthening pill doesn't mean you can aim too high.
As an expert, he naturally saw that Suja was attempting to refine the purple spirit pill. This type of pill could only be successfully refined by fewer than 5 people in the entire Great Xia.
What's more, Suja was using an unorthodox alchemy method. Faced with the dean's persuasion, Suja appeared respectful but continued to do things his own way. In fact, every time the furnace exploded, it deepened his understanding of the purple spirit pill.
Although limited to this specific pill, it significantly improved his control over power and enhanced his spiritual strength.
The repeated process of exhausting and restoring his spiritual strength unexpectedly became an excellent training method.
When more than half a month had passed,
Suja was already able to persist until the final step before forming the pill.
Although he had never produced a finished product, in the eyes of others, this was a complete failure.
The mentors at South Sea Martial Arts University were privately discussing it. Isn't he being too paranoid?
If it weren't for Suja previously distributing 6th grade beast meat to benefit everyone, coupled with his special status at school, someone would have likely openly questioned him long ago. Now, although everyone feels distressed over the spirit stones that turned into smoke, they still maintain a superficial silence. Forget it, just wait until he uses up all his materials.
Su Xingyan finally made the decision.
As for the quantity of materials Suja purchased, he knew better than anyone.
After all, the procurement channel was through Nanhai Martial Arts University.
These days, many people have been hinting and asking him if he plans to mass-produce purple spirit pills.
In a sense, this dean has taken the blame on behalf of Suja.
The materials were gathered so quickly, thanks in no small part to Su Xingyan's efforts. Although Suja's capricious actions are quite a headache, it is worth noting that this young man belongs to the Alchemy Academy. He ultimately chose to indulge, even at the expense of the future of the entire South Sea Martial Arts University. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had passed.
Suja gradually grasped the knack of refining the purple spirit pill. He completely blocked out external distractions, immersing himself wholeheartedly in the world of alchemy. Success or failure lies in this one furnace. He held his breath and focused, ensuring every step was executed with precision this time. When the pill furnace was opened, the pill's shape appeared slightly distorted. The detector still provided the verdict, inferior grade purple spirit pill. Suja felt a sense of relief. Even with poor quality, it is still a success. Although the effect of this pill is only half that of a normal one, it is already extremely precious. Looking at the soon-to-expire special ability time limit, he couldn't help but feel regretful. If I could continue for another half a month, I might be able to refine a top-grade one. It should be noted that ordinary alchemists require years of hard work to master the purple spirit pill. Moreover, they must build a foundation step by step with 4th grade and 5th grade pills. Suja's shortcut approach is truly unconventional. Nowadays, even if his special abilities fail, he can still steadily produce ordinary quality purple spirit pills. This is already a tremendous help for cultivation at the current stage. Thus, Suja placed another order for a few more sets of materials. This time, Su Xingyan could no longer sit still and rushed over anxiously to dissuade him. Since Suja had already moved the alchemy site to his private pill room, the dean was still unaware of the latest developments and thought he was making futile attempts. Su kid, don't get too obsessed with alchemy. Su Xingyan hurried over and blurted out this sentence. Suja's face immediately showed a strange expression. These words coming from the mouth of the dean of the Alchemy Academy, a dignified high-grade alchemist, truly sounded absurd. If outsiders were to hear this, it would probably stir up a huge uproar on the campus forum. In a flash, Suja understood the dean's thoughts. This person obviously didn't expect to actually succeed in refining the purple spirit pill. Dean, take a look at this first. Without another word, Suja tossed the porcelain bottle over. This purple spirit pill? Su Xingyan's pupils contracted sharply the moment he pulled out the cork. His voice suddenly rose. You succeeded in refining it? Seeing the dean's face flash through a carousel of shocked expressions, Suja found it secretly amusing. This usually dignified mentor now looked like an old chess player whose board had been overturned. Dean, you know that I do have some talent when it comes to special types of elixirs. I felt a connection with this purple spirit pill at first glance. Suja said earnestly to Su Xingyan. At this moment, even the usually composed Dean Su was stunned. If the previous strengthening pill could still be considered ordinary, then how should this grade 6 purple spirit pill be explained? Su Xingyan opened his mouth but ultimately couldn't say a word. By the rules, I should now be considered a mid-tier alchemist, right? Suja spoke again.
Although he doesn't know 4th or 5th grade pill recipes, being able to refine 6th grade purple spirit pills is sufficient.
Sure enough, these words made Su Xingnian's eyes light up. According to the current evaluation standards, Suju is indeed qualified.
More importantly, this can secure more resource quotas for Nanhai Wuda. After teaching students for over a decade without producing a mid-grade 1, it turns out your unconventional methods succeeded.
Su Xingnian shook his head with a wry smile but had no intention of delving into the hidden secrets.
For him, the more mysteries surrounding Suja, the more beneficial it was for the school.
Occasionally taking shortcuts in life isn't a bad thing. Suja shrugged indifferently.
This time, when purchasing materials for the purple spirit pill, Su Xingnian not only didn't stop him, he even used his connections to help him negotiate a lower price. Looking at the 12 pills emitting a purple glow in the jade bottle, Suja smacked his lips in pain. 80 million spirit stones were spent, yet the success rate was less than 20%.
Great talent, but it really burns money.
He rubbed the gradually shriveling storage ring inside inwardly. Even a 6th grade pill is like this, let alone the 7th grade pill rumored to require materials worth hundreds of millions. Unless he gets lucky again and stumbles upon the corpse of a 6th tier savage beast, it's out of the question in the short term.
Time to draw a new ability.
Suja timed it perfectly with the monthly limit and started the draw on time. Nowadays, no matter what ability he acquires, he can accept it calmly.
There might even be unexpected surprises. After all, not all talents are useless. The 3-colored halo intertwined and flowed in the void. The number of halos corresponds to the level of ability. Although the 3 colors are not as good as the previous 5 colors, they are already of superior quality. Obtain Friend Binding Experience card. You can designate a close individual to synchronize their cultivation insights for 30 days. Note, the bound individual must meet the required affection level. This unexpected result made Suja raise an eyebrow. 3 days later, it turned out to be a mysterious ability to share others' cultivation. Theoretically, if bound to a 9th grade expert, it would be equivalent to freeloading on a peak warrior's 30 days of cultivation insights. Suja's mind immediately conjured up the name Su Xingnian. Looking at his social circle, only this dean and mentor is qualified. Not only does he meet the standards of closeness, but he is also the strongest person he knows. Binding target, Su Xingnian, early stage of 8th rank.
The moment the prompt box popped up, Suja's pupils slightly contracted. The outside world says the dean is at the peak of the 7th rank, but who would have thought this old fox had a hidden trump card? The confirmation button was pressed without hesitation. Hesitating for even half a second over such an opportunity would be disrespectful to the dean's cultivation. Su Xingnian, who was drinking tea in his office, suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. Divine sense swept across the entire floor but found nothing unusual, ultimately blaming it on the air conditioning temperature. The moment the binding took effect, Suja's Dantian Qi surged violently. The bottleneck of the 6th grade initial stage began to loosen, and the cultivation insights of an 8th grade expert poured in like a rushing river.
Extraction successful. The gift of the 8th grade is truly extraordinary.
Feeling the surging true essence coursing through his meridians, Suja's lips curved into a fox-like smile. Taking advantage of the feedback period, he might be able to reach the mid-stage of the 6th grade by the end of the month. Suja calculated that this was merely the result of Su Xingnian's routine cultivation. If the dean were to go into seclusion for intensive cultivation, the effect might double. However, he was well aware that the cultivation rhythm of an 8th grade expert was not something others could interfere with. In the seclusion chamber, Suja's true energy surged like a tide.
South Sea Base.
The commotion caused when he stepped down back then is still a topic of conversation over tea.
Successor Yan Jingxing, a 4th rank mentor from Nanhai Wuda nearing his 50s.
At this moment, he was looking at the documents with a wry smile.
The candidate selected by the school after half a year of deliberation was ultimately a choice for stability.
The new governor had no intention of implementing reforms, entirely continuing Suja's old system. It's not that Yan Jingxing lacks ambition, it's just that Suja's shadow looms too large. Stuck at the peak of the 4th rank at 50, being able to take on this hot potato is already a stroke of luck. He rubbed the duty report, mocking himself. Compared to managing the base, he was more concerned about how to maintain his relationship with that legend. The sea breeze outside swept past the flagpole of the governor's mansion. Yan Zhenxing recalled hearing Suja's name for the first time 3 years ago. At that time, the young man had just reached the 3rd rank, and he himself still carried the demeanor of a senior in their interactions. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye,
the other party would already stand at a height that required looking up to. At this moment, the governor's wife was visiting with gifts. In Shen Qingyan's tea room, the laughter of the noble women from the South Sea could be faintly heard. Ever since Suzhi took charge of the South Sea, her identity was no longer a secret. She merely regarded the attentiveness of these officials' wives as a novel experience. Just follow them around. Suzhi's message was as concise as ever, but Shen Qingyan understood the deeper meaning within. Some networks of relationships always need someone to help maintain them. The main issue was that Shen Qingyan's social circle was indeed not very extensive. With Suzhi's current strength and status, overseeing the South Sea base is undoubtedly effortless. More importantly, during his tenure as the South Sea governor, the subordinates under his command were indeed highly capable. Now that Shen Qingyan and others are stationed at the South Sea base, handling affairs has indeed become much more convenient. For instance, when purchasing elixirs, these connections always ensure access to internal discounted prices. Although Shen Qingyan no longer cares about this price difference, what truly matters is the intricate network of resource exchanges behind it. Don't be fooled by the fact that low-level martial artists make up the majority at the South Sea base. Among the rising stars who pass the college entrance exam each year, many have family roots deeply embedded in these martial artist groups, accumulated over the years. These seemingly ordinary martial artists have indeed amassed quite a few rare resources. Just like the strengthening pill that Suzhi had someone bring over this time. As a sought-after item among third-grade pills, it is completely unavailable in the market of the South Sea base city. In contrast, Shen Qingyan's hands were neatly arranged with 7 or 8 Celadone medicine bottles. She could still spare some time to do favors while cultivating herself. Second-grade realm, achieved. With the infusion of resources from all sides, Shen Qingyan's breakthrough speed was 3 times faster than expected. In addition to the powerful boost from the elixirs, Suzhi's specially left martial arts notes were even more indispensable. After stepping into the threshold of the second rank, her gaze naturally locked onto the chasm of the third rank realm. With the chain reaction brought about by Suzhi's rise in status, the entire family dynamic was quietly changing. This change was particularly evident in Shen Qingyan. The once dormant martial spirit reignited with a blazing fire, bringing a sharper edge to her actions and demeanor. Suzhi was actually well aware of his wife's transformation. In the weekly video calls with his mother and daughter, these changes inevitably became a topic of conversation. He was quite pleased with this. After all, the Nanhai base was ultimately just a small, secluded pond. Even if Shen Qingyan stirs up a storm, it won't cause much of a ripple in the territory of Daxia. As for the newly appointed governor of the South Sea, Yan Zhengxing, Suzhi had already thoroughly investigated his background. Through the connection of Madame Yan, the two even added each other as communication contacts. However, he currently has no intention of forming close relationships. Yan Zhengxing is now eagerly looking to him for assistance. Although, with his current influence in the military, replacing a base governor or two would be a mere trifle. But personnel appointments ultimately affect the whole system. Temporarily setting aside the South China Sea affairs, Suzhi began to fully focus on breaking through the bottleneck in martial arts. Thanks to the tempering of his spiritual power from last month's high-intensity alchemy, combined with the insights gained from his new cultivation, breaking through to the mid-stage of the 6th grade was a natural progression. The facts also confirmed his judgment. In just 20 short days and nights, a familiar sensation of breakthrough emerged from the depths of the Qi Sea. When the morning light pierced through the clouds, the aura of the mid-6th grade had already firmly enveloped the body. Perhaps I should thank the dean for this brief retreat. Even Suzhi couldn't help but offer heartfelt gratitude. It seems the dean is taking advantage of the relatively quiet month. After all, with continuous lectures last month, some time must be left for the students to digest and absorb. Moreover, since the principal has not yet finished their retreat, pausing lectures for a few days of retreat is also reasonable. It is precisely this brief gap of a few days that allowed Suzhi to process more feedback information. Successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the 6th rank. Unfortunately, the dean only secluded himself for 7 or 8 days this time. Suzhi gently stroked the dark patterns on the cuffs of his martial arts uniform, his tone slightly regretful. The insights of an 8th rank expert's cultivation were nothing short of a dimensional suppression for someone like him, still in the 6th rank. Especially the special ability of friend binding. It can directly infuse cultivation insights and combat experience into oneself. These infused insights come with a complete systematic understanding, making Suzhi's gains far more than just a breakthrough in cultivation. It is also greatly beneficial for impacting higher realms in the future. After the breakthrough, although the amount of feedback has decreased, The ongoing benefits are still continuing. However, Suja no longer needs to remain in seclusion and naturally begins to focus on recent hot topics in Xia. The entire martial arts world is indeed bustling now, following the update of the Tenjiu rankings. The entire Great Xia's attention is focused on it, especially on the top-ranked prodigies. Jiangnan Martial Arts University's Su Zhili tops the third-grade rankings. Beijiang Martial Arts University's Liu Xiaotian breaks into the top 10 of the fourth-grade rankings. Chengdu Martial Arts University's Pei Qingyu sweeps through the Central Plains sixth-grade realm. Su Zhu was more in an observational mindset. He carefully studied the combat footage of these prodigies, trying to extract aspects that could be referenced. As for Nanhai Martial Arts University, it did not stir up any waves on the rankings. This is not surprising, as in the martial arts university circle filled with strong contenders, Nanhai Martial Arts University has always been obscure and unknown. Even if students occasionally make it onto the list, their rankings are often beyond the top 100. Nowadays, only the top 100 on the prodigy list receive attention. Perhaps mid-tier contenders will gain notice once the rankings stabilize. Overall, the ranking order is about 80% reliable. The strength of the top prodigies can generally withstand scrutiny, though some prodigies show a discrepancy between their actual performance and expectations. This has resulted in their rankings not reaching the anticipated heights. However, those who can firmly remain in the top 100 ultimately possess genuine talent. This Pei Qingyu is worth paying special attention to. Suja's gaze lingered on the profile page of the prodigies from the Divine Capital Martial Arts University. Strictly speaking, they could be considered peers who enrolled in the same year. Of course, the other party was a renowned prodigy across Xia. While he himself was obscure within Xia, at most barely known in the southern region. Previously, Su Zhu was only at the 5th rank in cultivation. Looking across the entire southern territory, 5th-rank martial artists, while not exceedingly rare, could hardly stir up much of a storm. However, Su Zhu harbored no intention of comparison in his heart. After all, he had broken through to the 6th rank in just a few short months, and at this pace, he might surpass that prodigy in reaching the higher ranks. In fact, he did not regard this peerless genius as a rival. Now, his eyes are fixed only on the vast realm above the 9th grade. As his cultivation advances, this confidence is growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just as Su Zhu was lost in thought, the South Sea Martial Arts University app suddenly popped up a scarlet emergency notice. Sophomore training team trapped in the Myriad Races battlefield. All non-secluded mentors must immediately enter the battlefield to assist with evacuation. Su Zhu's brows furrowed sharply. If memory serves, Song Qing is indeed a sophomore this year. According to the tradition of Nanhai Martial University, students only begin to have initial contact with the 10,000 Races battlefield in their sophomore year. Though it is called contact, it is actually under the dual protection of mentors and the Daxia garrison. They observe the safe zone on the outskirts of the Nanhai stronghold. After all, these seedlings who don't even count as formal martial artists would never be allowed by the school to take risks. Years ago, when Su Zhu first entered the battlefield, he was so nervous that his palms were sweating. It was only later, after being promoted to a martial artist, that he truly gained the qualification to enter the battlefield independently. This training mechanism, which has been in use for 20 years, has never had any mishaps before. At this moment, the cursor was blinking rapidly in the message bar, and Su Zhu was putting on tactical gloves while sorting through the doubts. How could a routine training exercise turn into a predicament? But now was not the time to delve into it. Due to wartime regulations restricting high-grade martial artists, the main rescue force mostly consisted of those below high-grade combat strength. As a mid-stage 6th-grade martial artist, he was clearly the top combat force in the mobile unit at this moment. What's more, that girl Song Qing is still on the trap list. South Sea Battlefield. The faces of many students from South Sea Martial Arts University involuntarily showed expressions of fear. They never expected that it was just a routine activity held by the school over the years. Yet they would encounter such a perilous situation. It turned out that the mentor team, along with a group of Daxia soldiers, had just led the students out of the South Sea stronghold not long ago, when they were attacked by the Wildland tribe. This attack was clearly meticulously planned. This location is already not far from the South Sea stronghold, so the appearance of a fully organized Menghuang tribe unit is indeed unusual. Although every batch of new students exploring the South Sea battlefield for the first time is under strict protective measures, South Sea Martial University and the military have also deployed a large number of experts. However, the number of mid-grade warriors dispatched by the Wilderness tribe this time far exceeded expectations.
What's more troublesome is the need to protect a large number of students who have not yet become warriors. The mentors and soldiers had to allocate part of their strength to construct protective barriers. This was to prevent the aftermath of the battle from harming the students. The destructive power of a mid-tier martial artist is enough to influence the entire battlefield, and ordinary people would be in mortal danger if slightly affected. This has caused the pressure on the mentors of Nanhai Martial University and the military to increase sharply.
Will we be okay? This place is probably not too far from the base. Hold on a little longer. Reinforcements should be arriving soon.
The students' group was filled with a chorus of discussions, laced with obvious tremors in their voices. Some even chattered with their teeth clattering as they spoke. This was only natural. Most of the students present were facing the bloody battlefield for the first time. Even though they had seen warriors fighting in videos, the impact of the real scene was incomparable. Among the thousands of sophomore students, only a handful could remain calm. Song Qing clenched her pale knuckles, forcing herself to stay composed. The experience of shouldering family responsibilities from a young age made him more resilient than his peers. Yet the intense rise and fall of his chest still revealed the turmoil within. Although he was aware of the harshness of the South China Sea battlefield upon entering school, it was a different matter when truly facing a life-and-death crisis. Theoretical understanding and personal experience are ultimately separated by a chasm.
Oh!
A student suddenly cried out in alarm. A breach had appeared in a section of the defensive line. A mid-tier warrior of the Wasteland clan had broken through the blockade and was closing in on the student formation. Despite the mentor's swift interception, the scuffle between the two sides was only a little over 20 meters away from the students. For a mid-tier martial artist, this distance was already enough to launch a deadly assault. The mentor, forced to split their attention to protect the students, was severely constrained, clearly superior in combat strength yet fighting with great difficulty. This bad news was like a toppled domino, causing successive alarms across the defensive line.
Just 10 minutes later, a blood-soaked wasteland warrior was actually enduring a military knife piercing through his body, desperately breaking into the student formation.
As the scarlet blood energy surged between its claws, all the students clearly saw the calculation in those beast-like eyes. These aliens were surprisingly well-versed in the tactic of attacking where the enemy must defend. Several 6th-rank martial artists acted together to intercept this attack.
The South Sea base received the news about the attack on South Sea Martial Arts University. They immediately dispatched reinforcements,
even reacting earlier than Suzhou and the others.
Theoretically, high-ranking martial artists can indeed take action, but the high-ranking experts at the South Sea base dare not act rashly.
After all, no one knows whether the wilderness tribe has hidden tricks up their sleeve, so they naturally cannot act recklessly.
The students of South Sea Martial Arts University are certainly important, but their value cannot compare to the entire South Sea base.
In fact, the combined strategic significance of these students does not even match that of a single 7th-rank martial artist. What is helpless is that the seemingly large number of over 1,000 students. In fact, it will take a long time for them to grow up. As for how many strong individuals can emerge among them, based on the experiences of previous students at South Sea Martial Arts University, it still remains a question mark. However, the military high command at the South Sea base is unaware. This group of students has received significant effort and dedication from the South Sea Martial Arts University. Not only have many geniuses been recruited, but the resources invested are also several times that of previous years. If this group of students suffers losses, it would be a major blow to the South Sea Martial Arts University. Not to mention the entire class being completely wiped out. If this matter becomes true, it will surely shake the entire Great Xia. So far, no martial arts university has ever encountered such a tragedy.
Suzhou, as a mid-stage 6th-grade martial artist, had a reaction that could be described as swift.
The previously refined purple spirit pill is now just right for restoring physical strength. Under the condition of traveling at full speed, he arrived only one step later than the reinforcements from the South Sea base. After all, the base's warriors need to retain 50% of their strength to handle battles.
They cannot afford to expend energy recklessly like Suzhou.
He even took purple spirit pills while traveling, each pill worth millions of spirit stones.
When Suzhou appeared on the battlefield, he instantly attracted numerous gazes. A mid-6th grade cultivation level was already quite remarkable.
Moreover, his actual combat strength was comparable to the late 6th grade, and he could even briefly contend with the peak of the 6th grade. This means that as long as high-level martial artists do not appear, Suzhou will be the top combat force on the battlefield. More importantly, he is maintaining his extraordinary state through the feedback from Su Xingnian's cultivation insights.
The people from Nanhai Martial Arts University naturally recognize Su Zhe.
His early experiences can truly be called legendary. However, those who have truly seen him in action are very few. Even Song Qing, who had once witnessed his combat, found his current strength to be worlds apart from before. Despite the critical situation, countless students still held deep expectations for this suddenly appearing powerhouse.
Su Zhe's performance indeed did not disappoint the students.
When in a full state, each blade light can reap large numbers of 4th and 5th grade martial artists.
Even an ordinary 6th grade expert would suffer severe injuries under Su Zhe's full exertion. This time, the Wasteland Tribe's attack clearly carried a determination to die.
Although they dispatched a considerable number of 6th grade martial artists, they were all of average level. After all, it is impossible for the Desolate Plains tribe to send a Heaven's Chosen level 6th grade warrior here.
However, this is also reasonable.
This place is too close to the South Sea stronghold, and the aura of these 6th grade warriors from the Desolate Plains tribe is weak.
It is evident that they are individuals nearing the end of their lifespan. To some extent, these attackers can be considered as death warriors.
For the Wasteland tribe, if they can take down some students and mid-grade martial artists,
it would be a deal with no losses.
It seems to be due to the perception that Su Zhe is a prodigious martial artist. These 6th grade warriors of the Wasteland clan actually gave up attacking the students. Instead, they all charged towards Su Zhe. Clearly, they had accurately assessed Su Zhe's value. If they could kill such a prodigy, the gains would far exceed slaughtering ordinary students.
Want to kill me?
Su Zhe whispered coldly, his words laced with mockery.
Mad God Blade technique.
These 6th grade martial artists are overestimating themselves.
He is no longer an ordinary 6th grade.
If the opponent were at their peak vitality, there might still be a chance. But as for this group of people with their lifespans nearly exhausted, they have absolutely no chance of victory.
Boom! A blazing blade intent domain suddenly unfolded, turning the entire area into a cage.
This is precisely the Blade Intense secret technique created by Su Zhe after his spiritual power surged and he integrated the martial insights of Dean Su Xingyan. The 6th-ranked Desolate Plains tribe members who were besieging him had no time to react before being shredded into pieces by the blade's radiance.
Not even a chance for a blood essence self-detonation was left. The onlookers who witnessed this scene were struck dumb with shock. Mentor Su was simply terrifying.
Slaying as 6th grade was so effortless.
His name isn't even on the list of prodigies? How strong must those ranked prodigies be?
The students were in shock and discussing fervently as the tide of the battle quietly turned.
The previously stalemated situation was completely broken with Su Zhe's entry. When the reinforcements from Nanhai Martial Arts University arrived, even the mentors couldn't hide their astonishment.
Su Zhe's strength has already reached such a level? Less than 2 years since he first entered martial arts, killing an ordinary 6th grade practitioner was as easy as slicing through melons and vegetables.
Some even secretly doubted their own cultivation. How could such a rate of progress be explained merely by exceptional talent? What was even more intriguing was Su Zhe's latent awakening talent. The school authorities, although announcing his awakening, did not disclose his specific abilities. Now, with such an outburst of combat power, even though awakeners often experience periods of strength surges, it still appears excessively terrifying.
As the tide of the battle completely turned, mid-tier warriors of the Wasteland tribe began initiating blood energy self-detonation.
This was originally a desperate raid where both sides would suffer.
Using the lives of death warriors to deplete the combat strength of the South Sea stronghold, even in defeat, they must make the opponent pay a heavy price.
The continuous sound of explosions swept across the battlefield.
Despite being prepared, some warriors were still unable to evade and suffered severe injuries. Especially those mentors who shielded students from the aftermath.
Su Zhe's robe was also torn open with several cracks by the shockwave.
He could have retreated unscathed but chose to withstand the shockwave head-on for the students and lower-level warriors behind him.
Not all self-detonations can be intercepted.
When Su Zhe struggled to counteract the power of the 6th grade self-detonation, some warriors were still engulfed by the aftermath. Fortunately, as the final explosion faded away, this assault finally came to an end.
For the second-year students of South Sea Martial Arts University, this baptism of blood and fire is destined to be etched in their memories for a lifetime. They not only witnessed the cruelty of the battlefield but also faced the resolute determination of the warriors from the Wasteland tribe to perish together with their enemies. This fearless spirit in the face of death was something even these rising martial artists found themselves admiring. The post-battle cleanup was handled by the school authorities.
On the battlefield of the myriad races, seizing others' battle merits is a major taboo, and to this day, no one dares to cross that line. Merit accounting will naturally be fair. Suja had no worries about this. Song Qing quickly walked through the crowd, the hem of his clothes still stained with blood.
Mr. Su, are you injured?
The title remained unchanged, but the concern was deeper than before. This young girl, whose fate had been altered several times by Suja, now had faintly reddened eyes.
Just a superficial wound. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Suja brushed the dust off his shoulder.
What about you? Can you still hold on?
The purple spirit pill was repairing the hidden injuries in his body and was expected to heal him completely in 2 days. Instead, after enduring the fierce battle, he felt the energy flow throughout his body becoming even more harmonious. Although he did not re-enter the state of sudden enlightenment he experienced when discussing the Tao with Su Xingyan, his control over power had clearly improved.
This conversation was not concealed.
Ever since Song Qing was admitted to Nanhai Martial University through her genuine talent and hard work, no one questioned her relationship with Suja anymore. At this moment, the onlooking students were startled. This usually low-key classmate turned out to be so familiar with the legendary mentor. More mentors were gathering toward this spot.
Suja looked at Song Qing's classmates' astonished expressions, the corners of his lips slightly curved. Appropriately revealing this relationship might help her navigate the academy more smoothly.
After all, in this world where martial arts reign supreme, there is never a shortage of smart people who know how to adapt to the times. Song Qing couldn't stay by Suja's side for long and turned to join the student ranks.
Song Qing, do you have a connection with Instructor Su? Mentor Su is my elder. This response caused an uproar among those present.
No one had expected Song Qing to hide it so deeply. It must be noted that Suja's reputation within the school is so prominent that even the students are well aware of it, let alone those from prominent families who had already heard the news from their mentors. Given the current trend, Suja's promotion to the school administration has become a foregone conclusion. The fact that the mentors on the battlefield spontaneously elected him as their leader is the most straightforward evidence.
Although Suja has no intention of leading, his strength is simply too dazzling.
In the world of martial arts, strength ultimately reigns supreme, so he had no choice but to temporarily take on the role of commander. Coordinate the aftermath arrangements with the garrison at the South Sea stronghold. Once the battlefield was cleared and on the way back to the stronghold escorting all the students, the tense atmosphere that had persisted for so long finally eased. This was especially true for the martial artists responsible for leading the teams. The comrades lost in this battle would leave them burdened with guilt for the rest of their lives. When the plane from South Sea Martial Arts University broke through the clouds and descended, Suja did not pause.
After verifying the personnel list, he immediately led the group on their return journey.
The blood-stained battlefield gradually receded outside the cabin window, destined to become the most profound imprint on these students' martial arts careers. Compared to the Daxia military, the instructors at the Martial Arts University are clearly much freer. At least the arrangements for entering and exiting the 10,000 races battlefield mostly depend on personal schedules. Especially as one's cultivation level increases, the freedom to travel between the two places becomes greater. Although Suja was aware that there were still many doubts surrounding this attack, such as how the warriors of the Wilderness Tribe were able to precisely track the movements of the students from Nanhai Martial Arts University. These matters would be handled by dedicated personnel, and he could simply inquire about the results later. The most urgent task was to escort the surviving students and the bodies of the deceased teachers and students back to the university.
In front of the main gate of Nanhai Martial Arts University. Because at least third-grade realm instructors have fallen this time.
Director Ma, who is in charge of death compensation, has long been waiting at the school gate.
Return, O soul. With passionate blood and lofty aspirations, I dedicate myself to protecting the eternal prosperity of humanity. The eulogy softly recited by Director Ma was clearly heard by everyone present. Although Suja had heard such eulogies many times before, this time the feeling was entirely different. He believed he had long come to terms with life and death. Even the top-tier powerhouses of this era cannot guarantee they won't fall on the battlefield. Certain special battlefield passages can now accommodate powerhouses above the 9th rank, naturally requiring guardians of the same level. As his cultivation advanced, Suja gradually uncovered more truths about the world. If he were just an ordinary person, the 10,000 races battlefield would merely be a vague concept. The specific circumstances are completely unknown. Compared to Suja's calmness, many students already had reddened eyes. Among these mentors, many were those who spent day and night with the students. There were even those who shielded students from fatal attacks on the battlefield. Lin Songqing was now crying like a tearful mess. Suja did not say much about this. These students ultimately lacked experience. However, after this ordeal, everyone's temperament had clearly been tempered, and their overall aura was noticeably different from before.
Although most freshmen have encountered missions to eradicate cults in their first year, the pursuit of cultists and the brutality of the battlefield of all races
ultimately cannot be compared on the same level.
3 days later, the turmoil gradually subsided. But certain undercurrents are still surging.
Suja followed the clues provided by Dean Su Xingyan to track down the lead. After all, there are still many doubts surrounding the incident.
Unfortunately, the school authorities have not issued an official announcement, only instructing the mentors to calm the students' emotions.
Su Xingyan was not at all surprised by Suja's visit.
After all, on the previous battlefield, the combat power displayed by this young mentor was astonishing. Even he hadn't expected that Suja would make another breakthrough in such a short time. It wasn't that he didn't want to take action, but rather because he was on his way to the South Sea stronghold. He keenly sensed that several powerful individuals' gazes were locked onto the stronghold. If high-ranking martial artists leave the stronghold without authorization, it will inevitably trigger a full-scale conflict on the South Sea battlefield. To coordinate the situation across the various war zones in the southern region, the Southern Command has ordered the South Sea stronghold to avoid large-scale conflicts as much as possible in the near future.
This is also the main reason why Su Xingyan chose to endure in silence.
He truly did not expect the martial artists of the Wilderness Tribe to be so insane,
resulting in the fall of several mentors from Nanhai Martial University. Dean, what exactly happened this time?
Suja asked directly. The Wasteland Tribe dispatched mid-grade martial artists nearing the end of their lifespan to specifically attack our martial artists around the stronghold.
Su Xingyan explained in a deep voice.
There are intelligence leaks within the South Sea stronghold, causing the movements of multiple teams to be exposed. What's more serious is that when a large number of mid-tier warriors from the Wasteland Tribe approached, the outpost's defense system failed to trigger an alert. What seemed like an accidental incident revealed system vulnerabilities far beyond expectations. Previously, the Southern High Command had suspected that cultist warriors had infiltrated the battlefield.
Now it has finally been confirmed. This attack clearly involved the operations of a cult force.
In addition to the teachers and students of our school, dozens of martial artist teams in the surrounding area were also attacked.
The combat strength of those teams was far inferior to the mentors of Nanhai Martial University,
directly resulting in the deaths of 20 to 30,000 martial artists, spanning various levels of combat strength, which dealt a severe blow to the Nanhai stronghold. The garrison forces in the South Sea, even including the Daxia military and the martial artists from our school, amount to no more than several 100,000 in total. The early battles have already caused a significant loss of troops, and this sudden assault has only made the situation at the stronghold worse. As Su Xingyan spoke to this point, his fists were clenched so tightly that they turned white. Hearing this, Suja also furrowed his brows deeply. The situation in the South China Sea theater is indeed deteriorating, but it involves the overall strategic layout of the southern border.
Reversing the situation will still take time.
The most urgent task at the moment remains enhancing strength. Unfortunately, it seems the Dean may find it difficult to retreat for cultivation in the near future. Such a sudden incident in the South China Sea will inevitably lead to heavy follow-up and aftermath work.
As for how the southern region will respond, we shall wait and see.
This battle, however, allowed Suja to make his initial mark in the South China Sea war zone. Now all the station troops at the stronghold know that South China Sea Martial University has a skilled 6th-rank instructor. Although it cannot compare to the fame of those legendary prodigies.
But Suja didn't care at all. Empty fame is ultimately not as solid as cultivation. Suja didn't waste much of the Dean's time.
After all, the other party has also had a tough time recently.
A few days later,
the friend-binding ability's duration has ended, and the new month begins as scheduled.
Let me draw an ability that can enhance mental strength for cultivation.
He muttered to himself in a low voice, his tone filled with urgency. Originally, he wasn't in a hurry to advance his cultivation, as martial arts require gradual progress. However, this incident made him feel a sense of urgency. A 6th grade strength might be considered the backbone in Great Xia, but it hadn't even touched the higher grades.
How could it determine the outcome of the battle?
Eyes fixed on the ability roulette, the spinning wheel froze on the 6-colored radiance.
Suja's pupils brightened slightly. This was clearly the highest tier glow he had ever drawn.
Obtained Path to Enlightenment through Slaughter monthly card, gain cultivation insights by slaying living beings, valid for 30 days.
Suja let out a long breath.
The roulette abilities have always been random, and there were even times when completely useless skills appeared. Unexpectedly, this time he acquired such a divine skill.
Killing is cultivation. Theoretically, as long as enough enemies are slain this month, his cultivation will skyrocket in all aspects. Among all the abilities he has drawn, this is the most violent one for growth.
Having obtained this card, Suja doesn't want to waste even a moment. Sent a message to Su Xingyan, and the figure had already darted toward the 10,000 races battlefield.
Dean's office.
That kid Su probably won't swallow his pride.
Su Xingyan looked at the message sent by Suja, sighed lightly, and shook his head.
He was unaware that Suja had come to strengthen himself. He merely assumed that this young man was here to avenge the mentors who sacrificed themselves for Nanhai Martial Arts University. After all, without deploying high-grade martial artists, the 6th grade was already the highest combat power currently available. Stepping onto the Nanhai battlefield once again, Suja was already quite familiar with the terrain. There are quite a few martial artists who know him, after all, appearing on the battlefield with the strength of a 6th rank. This level of combat power is enough to spark much discussion.
Why is he on the battlefield again? Probably here to avenge South Sea Martial Arts University. Extraction successful. Highly likely. Everyone's speculation coincided with Su Xingyan's thoughts. They all believed that this instructor Su came to the battlefield to vent his pent-up anger. The special timing caused the news to spread quickly. Especially for those long-repressed students of Nanhai Martial Arts University, their spirits were lifted. Unknowingly, Suja had already gained a large number of followers. His reputation at the Nanhai base was also growing increasingly prominent. At this moment, Suja was unaware of the waves his actions had caused, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He has never cared about others' opinions. When he first proposed the concept of the Godao, he faced considerable criticism from martial artists. After all, traditional martial artists have always admired a style of passionate bravery. It's not that the old ideas were wrong, but rather that every martial artist has their own path. Suja never hesitates when killing is necessary, such as now. Due to the recent attack on the South Sea stronghold, most warriors have been recuperating lately. Few teams ventured deep into the outskirts of the stronghold. The Wasteland tribe naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity, taking advantage to plunder resources on a large scale. Suja had just left the stronghold when he ran into a squad of Wasteland tribe members. Surprisingly, the leader of this squad was only at the 2nd rank of cultivation. 2nd rank? Suja's brows furrowed slightly. This place is only a few miles away from the South Sea stronghold. The Wildlands tribe actually dared to send low-level warriors to approach this close. Clearly, they have no regard for the South Sea defense line. A cold gleam flashed, and this group of Wildlands tribe warriors was completely annihilated. When the blade returned to its sheath, he could clearly feel the warmth flowing within him, and his cultivation had indeed increased slightly. Although the increase was minor, it was enough to confirm Suja's hypothesis. The strengthening effect brought by Wasteland warriors of different ranks does vary. The higher the rank, the more significant the enhancement. Advancing to the late stage of the 6th grade is definitely not a problem, and there might even be a chance to reach the peak of the 6th grade. Suja murmured softly, his tone carrying a hint of fervor. He had originally prepared himself for a long period of tempering in the 6th grade realm, but an exceptional ability completely changed the situation. Unfortunately, just one day later, the Wilderness tribe had clearly heightened their vigilance. During the hunt, Suja never forgot to collect spoils of war. Considering that these Wilderness tribe activity areas were close to the South Sea stronghold, Suja simply returned to the stronghold to rest and sort out his spatial bag. This time, he specifically purchased several extra spatial pouches. The impending slaughter is destined to be anything but small. The spirit stone reserves can naturally be replenished in the process. Recently, due to frequent harassment by the Wilderness tribe, most warriors at the South Sea stronghold have chosen to stay within the city. Many martial artists directly cultivate within the stronghold. It's not that they don't want to return to Blue Star, but rather that the spiritual energy on the battlefield is more abundant. Martial artists stationed long-term have already adapted to the environment of the 10,000 races battlefield. Currently, the main force in the South Sea battlefield is the Great Xia military. In terms of top-tier experts, the military and Nanhai Martial University are evenly matched. The remaining few are independent martial artists. These martial artists come from various organizations such as hunting groups and martial arts schools. They are all here to fight on the battlefield to obtain cultivation resources. Among them, there is no shortage of younger freelance warriors eager to break through. Freelance warriors who can survive on the battlefield. Naturally, each has their own way of survival. But not all freelance warriors dare to venture onto the battlefield. For example, Suja's father-in-law, dealing with mutated beasts is already his limit.
This is understandable, as not everyone has the courage to face the battlefield of myriad races. For low-grade martial artists, this place can be described as a meat grinder. Especially during large-scale battles, low-grade martial artists face near certain death. However, everyone has their own aspirations, and the path of martial arts offers countless choices. At this moment, many martial artists were watching Suju exchange his merit points for resources, their discussions rising and falling.
How many members of the wilderness tribe must he have killed? Truly remarkable, even with a 6th grade cultivation.
Nowadays, those who dare to operate outside the strongholds in the South China Sea are no ordinary figures. I heard that back when Suju was still a martial artist, he was extremely cautious in his actions.
If he hadn't kept a low profile and bided his time, how could he have achieved his current level of cultivation?
The martial artists lowered their voices as they discussed, naturally only daring to speak after Suja had left.
They certainly wouldn't dare to discuss it in front of a 6th-rank martial artist. Necessary respect must still be maintained.
Of course, the discussion mostly revolved around admiration for Suja.
Even past remarks have undergone a reversal. It can only be said that people's impressions often change in an instant. Back when Suja was still weak, many acquaintances thought he was overly cautious. Now, his proactive stance has changed everyone's perception. In reality, they don't know.
Although he possesses the ability to achieve enlightenment through slaughter, Suja does not act recklessly. The South Sea stronghold has indeed been somewhat unusual recently. However, it is not very realistic for the wilderness tribe to launch a large-scale attack taking advantage of the situation. Suja is aware that the wilderness tribe may have connections to other battlefields.
However, the desert tribe also harbors selfish intentions and naturally does not wish to bear excessive losses.
They are more inclined to observe the reactions of other battlefield races.
Moreover, the South Sea battlefield currently cannot accommodate actions from those above the 9th rank. The true war has yet to fully commence. Currently, it is more in a stage of mutual attrition. The high-ranking members of the Wasteland tribe will not easily break the tacit understanding to attack the mid-ranking ones.
Moreover, the high-ranking members of the South Sea stronghold have always been keeping an eye on him.
South Sea Martial University has several high-ranking members stationed at the stronghold.
As Suja's cultivation advanced, more and more attention naturally focused on him. It was precisely based on these factors that Suja dared to act boldly. Moreover, his hunting targets were all below the 6th rank. It was almost impossible for the wilderness tribe to send high-ranking individuals to pursue him.
If it really comes to that, Suja can only flee. Although there is still a gap with high-ranking ones, he will never sit idly by and await his doom. Now his range of activity always closely adheres to the South Sea stronghold. If high-ranking members of the Wild Plains tribe attack, the stronghold can detect it immediately. The investigative capabilities of technological means are still quite reliable. Suja focused on only 2 things on the South Sea battlefield:
hunting the wilderness tribe and returning to the base to clear space bags.
And so the cycle repeats.
Even the warriors within the stronghold had become somewhat numb.
Suja has killed at least 1,000 members of the Wasteland tribe. Among them, over 200 were mid-grade warriors. He's only been in the South Sea battlefield for 10 days, right?
When the warriors tallied Suja's kill count, they were all shocked.
Suja was unaware of others' thoughts.
After 10 days of fierce battles, his cultivation finally rose to the peak of the mid-6th grade.
He was just 1 step away from the late 6th grade.
However, he clearly noticed a sharp decrease in the number of Desolate Plains tribe warriors. Apparently, these warriors were already aware that a 6th grade expert was hunting them. It seems there's little chance of breaking through to the peak of the 6th grade.
Even Suja couldn't help but feel regretful.
If the stronghold is too far away, it will be impossible to act freely. Fortunately, as these days have passed, many martial artist teams from the South Sea stronghold have started venturing out to search for resources. It is not necessarily required to kill the Wasteland tribe, as the battlefield itself also contains resources.
The entire battlefield is far more expansive than imagined and requires careful exploration. The movements of numerous martial artists provided cover for Suja.
He no longer pursued the number of kills but instead focused on the quality of his targets.
Thus, another 10 days passed. Suja took advantage of a breakthrough opportunity to successfully advance to the late stage of the 6th rank. Although slightly slower than expected, it was unavoidable.
It should be noted that even 6th rank warriors of the Wild Plains tribe formed teams to hunt him down. After all, Suja's strength is by no means something an ordinary 6th rank can contend with. The The warriors at the South Sea stronghold had long grown accustomed to the presence of this 6th grade martial arts instructor.
Some even set up betting pools to guess his kill count this time.
Previously, Suja's movements on the battlefield were unpredictable.
Naturally, he rarely attracted attention. Nowadays, the frequency of traveling back and forth between strongholds is quite high.
Each time, the gains are quite substantial.
It's hard not to attract attention.
Even for other 6th grade martial artists, their gains are not even a third of his. After his fortune increased, Suja felt his luck was quite good.
His strength could also be considered at the level of a prodigy.
Such gains seemed reasonable. Unknowingly, he even earned the title of Battlefield God of Slaughter.
In the past, unless a large-scale battle broke out, no one had ever hunted so crazily like him.
The most affected were undoubtedly the teachers and students of the South Sea Martial Academy. Whether high-ranking martial artists or ordinary students,
all held Suja in high regard.
After all, everyone believed he was avenging his murdered mentor.
Over 20 days passed quietly. For Suja, reaching the peak of the 6th rank was essentially out of reach. Unless rows of 5th and 6th grade cultivators voluntarily offer their necks for slaughter. Such an absurd scenario is naturally impossible. If a great war could break out, then this ability could definitely be used to its fullest potential. Suja occasionally had some dangerous thoughts. Fortunately, he managed to restrain himself. After all, when a major battle breaks out on the battlefield is not something he can decide. Moreover, the outbreak of war is not something that can be easily initiated. At the very least, Suja cannot bear the responsibility.
He wouldn't go so far as to provoke a great war on the South Sea battlefield just for cultivation. Although the Wilderness Tribe had strengthened their defenses, including sending out specialized teams to hunt him down. But Suja was no pushover, he directly lured them into the Savage Beast Forest. After all, the targets of slaughter weren't limited to the Wilderness Tribe, savage beasts were fair game as well.
Although the Savage Beasts form teams, their strength increases. Suja still has considerable confidence.
Even when facing a team of 6th grade savage beasts, it is not impossible to fight. On the contrary, within the range of the Savage Beast Forest, the pursuit teams of the Wasteland Tribe could be troublesome. If there is a conflict with the savage beasts, it won't be so easy for even a 6th grade team to retreat unscathed.
On the contrary, acting alone is much more convenient.
Previously, Suja relied on the ability of everything goes smoothly. He also became familiar with many areas of the Savage Beast Forest.
Compared to these wasteland tribes, the advantage is even greater. However, Suja did not act arrogantly.
In any case, when encountering savage beasts above the 6th grade, just stay away or lure them toward the Wasteland Tribe's team.
When encountering savage beasts below the 6th grade or Wasteland Tribesmen, he decisively took action.
In this way, Suja also gained quite a bit in the final days of achieving enlightenment through slaughter.
Perhaps the quantity wasn't as much as when he first stepped onto the battlefield, but the quality was still quite good. Late stage of the 6th rank, just a step away from reaching the peak of the 6th rank realm.
Suja murmured softly, his words carrying a hint of joy. Come to think of it, he had never engaged in such slaughter on the South Sea battlefield before. As the time for achieving enlightenment through slaughter came to an end, he naturally had no intention of staying on the battlefield any longer.
At least return to the South Sea base first.
Outside the South Sea base, he doesn't feel much sense of security.
Even high-level mental power has its limitations. It can't always keep an eye on him. South Sea Stronghold.
Suja's return still caused quite a stir. After all, a whole month had passed, and information spread quickly on the battlefield. It was that the Wilderness Tribe was hunting down mentor Suja. Even more than 100 6th grade martial artists were dispatched. This news made many martial artists break out in a cold sweat for him.
After all, 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands. Suja has returned safely. I thought he had met with misfortune. The warriors' discussions rose one after another. Suja, as usual, exchanged all the spoils for merit points. Although the warriors of the Wilderness Tribe carried quite a lot of supplies. But now, many resources are no longer useful to him. Nor has he seen anything precious. This is normal, valuable items are usually used on the spot. How could they be brought to the battlefield of all races? Even if retained, it is only as an emergency reserve. After exchanging the spirit stones, Suja immediately returned to Nanhai Martial University. The sense of empowerment brought by achieving the path through slaughter is indeed satisfying, but still feels the foundation is unstable. However, this is a normal phenomenon. After all, the cultivation level was improved with external assistance. To solidify the foundation, hard work is still required. The most convenient way is to find someone for practical combat training. This matter is simple. Just directly spar with Su Xingyan. Mentor Su is back. The students' exclamations at the school gate surprised Suja. When did I ever have such prestige on campus? Although my cultivation has improved, it shouldn't be to this extent. There are many 6th grade instructors at Wuda, yet I've never seen students so excited. Without much thought, he directly sought Dean Su for clarification. Thinking about it, he acted immediately, and Su Xingyan happened to not be in seclusion. When he saw Suja, Dean Su showed no sign of surprise. Since the moment he stepped into the stronghold, his movements had already been monitored. After all, Suja is currently a key focus of Wuda. In fact, Su Xingyan did not expect him to engage in such frenzied slaughter. The number of warriors who fell at his hands actually exceeded 3,000. This was vastly different from his usual image. In Dean Su's impression, Suja had never been so invested in the battlefield. It is not out of fear or negligence. It is simply that this person has always prioritized cultivation and self-improvement. There is nothing wrong with this, as many of the great figures in Daxia also prioritize cultivation. However, this does not prevent them from taking responsibility during times of war. The authorities are even more pleased to see martial artists from Wuhan University focusing on their cultivation. After all, the original purpose of establishing Martial Arts University was to cultivate more top-tier combat power. Finally willing to return from the 10,000 races battlefield? Su Xingyan spoke to Suja without the slightest politeness. Dean, why do I feel like the students are overly enthusiastic about my return this time? Suja didn't mind the dean's teasing words and instead asked directly. After the words fell, even Su Xingyan couldn't help but show a strange expression on his face. Take a look at the school forum first. Su Xingyan slowly spoke up. Later, he also thought that Suja didn't seem to be such an impulsive person. But he didn't think much of it, and at this moment, he felt that this matter was a bit strange. Suja directly took out his phone and started browsing the forum. Mentor Suja returns from battle. Avenging the fallen mentor, Mentor Suja enters the South Sea battlefield in fury. Breaking news, Mentor Suja goes on a rampage in the South Sea battlefield. It was the first time Suja had seen so many posts about himself on the forum. Because he knew that Nanhai Martial Arts University rarely discussed such a person. Then Suja also came to understand why he had such a significant influence among the students. It turned out that he had gone to the Nanhai battlefield due to his ability to achieve enlightenment through slaughter. All to avenge the fallen mentor of the Martial Arts University. This has led many students to see themselves as a very high image. Even Suja couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Because he knew that, above all, the initial intention was still to pursue progress and strength. However, he wouldn't say it out loud at this moment. People ultimately have a bit of vanity, and Suja is no exception. Fortunately, Suja did not dwell too much on this matter. Dean, I'd like to ask for your help. I just happened to make some progress in my cultivation. Suja quickly got to the point and spoke. After the words fell, even Su Xingyan was somewhat surprised. So fast, and there's already a breakthrough. He remembered that Suja hadn't been in the 6th rank for very long. The breakthrough happened so quickly. This is simply too astonishing. Usually, even prodigies at the 6th rank would take several years. Every minor realm breakthrough, spending a year would already be considered fast. At this moment, Su Xingyan merely thought that Suja had advanced from the early stage to the mid-stage of the 6th rank. Even Suja himself was unaware of stepping into the mid-stage of the 6th rank. Although Suja had previously rescued students from Nanhai Martial Arts University and others, the strength he displayed was quite astonishing. However, Suja himself could also be considered part of the ranks of prodigies. Su Xingyan did not find it strange. After all, he had not been on the front lines of the battlefield in person. Naturally, he was also unaware of Suja's specific display of cultivation. Although Su Xingyan was surprised, he quickly expressed his joy aloud. If Suja's strength could be even greater, it would naturally be of great benefit to Su Xingyan. He understood that Suja needed practical combat training. Among the 6th grade martial artists at Wuhan University today, few could match Suja. Even those with slightly higher cultivation levels found it hard to suppress him. If they were to truly fight with full force, it would indeed be difficult to control the intensity. Suja wanted to find a sparring partner and could only choose a high-ranking expert. So he came to find himself. The two immediately headed to the martial arts arena, where Suja unleashed his aura without reservation. His late-stage 6th rank peak cultivation was fully revealed. Already reached the peak of the 6th grade. This cultivation speed. Su Xingyan could hardly hide his shock.
Suja had actually traversed most of the 6th grade's path in such a short time.
Talent provides a special boost to cultivation.
Suja rarely explained. Superpower refreshes are already considered a special talent.
This statement does hold true. Su Xingnian's eyes flashed with envy. Possessing a gifted physique for cultivation enhancement. Always the most desirable.
I should have long realized that Suja belonged to this category.
Alright. After all, its promotion speed is indeed abnormal. If blessed with talent, it would seem reasonable.
During the battle, Suja clearly felt his foundation gradually stabilizing. From then on, he sparred with Su Xingnian every 2 days,
rapidly stabilizing and skyrocketing cultivation.
Su Xingnian grew increasingly astonished as the battle went on. Suja's displayed combat strength was truly eye-catching. There was likely no rival for him among the 6th grade martial artists in the entire school.
He could at least rank among the top 100 on the Tianjiu list. Why not compete for a spot on the Tianjiu ranking?
To win resources for the school.
And certify the identity of a mid-grade alchemist along the way. Su Xingnian suddenly
remembered that Suja holds dual resources. Combat strength goes without saying. Although his identity as an alchemist only allows him to refine purple spirit pills, the outside world is unaware, and the assessment only requires refining one type of pill. Obtaining certification is as easy as pie.
Thinking of this, Su Xingnian's eyes burned with determination.
The double resource bonus is no small matter. The Great Xia dynasty allocates resources based on the rankings of the Heavenly Pride list and the levels of alchemists.
Stacking the top 100 rankings with the identity of a 6th grade alchemist, the total resource amount may exceed that of ordinary high grades.
For Nanhai Martial University, it is by no means a small amount.
This matter is not urgent. Still a few months to go. Seeing the dean's expression, Suja responded helplessly. Returning to Martial Arts University after the martial arts entrance exam.
It is now close to the year's end. Half a year has quietly passed. There is no need to rush identity verification, as there is still plenty of time. By the way, that prodigy Pei Qingyu from Shindu Martial University is about to visit the southern region.
Su Xingnian suddenly remembered this matter because of the prodigy ranking.
Suja had previously swept through all the 6th grade prodigies of northern Wuda. Even the elite of the Daxia Military Academy were not spared.
His momentum was unmatched for a time. The number 1 in the 6th grade. Under high quality, there are no rivals.
Adorned with numerous titles. Now, countless people in Daxia have become Pei Qingyu's followers.
Naturally, there are also those who refuse to submit. Many martial arts universities have become stepping stones for it. This is hard for many institutions to accept.
No martial arts university is willing to be a mere backdrop.
Pei Qingyu?
Suja murmured softly. This time, Nanhai Wuda is likely to lose all face. Fortunately, many other institutions share the same plight, so it's not too embarrassing. Su Xingnian's tone carried a hint of helplessness. The gap in strength is too vast to overcome. Even though Suja has made rapid progress recently, it is still difficult to reach that level. Fortunately, Su Xingnian does not mind.
He firmly believes that given time,
Suja will surely surpass this prodigy.
At least, he is full of confidence in Suja. The prodigy of Shindu Martial Arts University, Pei Qingyu,
has always been extremely confident.
He had already planned out all the itineraries.
The intention behind this arrangement was obvious.
He was certain he would never fail. No prodigy from any martial arts university possessed the strength to hinder his journey. The previous record of sweeping through all martial arts universities in the north has already proven the strength of this prodigy.
Earlier, Dai Qing, a 6th-rank prodigy from Xianan Martial Arts University, publicly stated that he did not fear Pei Qingyu. Dai Qing is also extraordinary, ranking 5th on the 6th-rank prodigy list. Although he did not achieve the illustrious feats of Pei Qingyu, who swept across the northern territory, he relied on his iron fists to consecutively defeat several 6th-rank masters, gaining widespread fame throughout the southern territory. Since the opening of the Tianjiu ranking, he has faced numerous challengers. No one has been able to shake its ranking to this day. This has made Dai Qing enjoy great fame within the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom. It should be noted that among the 6 Heavenly Pride rankings, the attention on the 6th grade list has always remained high. If a 6th grade martial artist can advance further, they will become a truly high-grade existence. Any strong individual who can make it onto the Heaven's Chosen list is regarded as a potential high-grade martial artist. Every high-grade martial artist can hold their ground in one region. These Heavens Chosen are highly likely to become peak powerhouses who will shake the Great Xia in the future. This battle of prodigies attracted countless focused gazes. After all, Dai Qing is currently the most promising person in the southern region to challenge Pei Qingyu. The Shindu Martial Arts University specially set up an exclusive live broadcast room on its official website to build momentum for Pei Qingyu. All citizens of Daxia can watch their combat performance in real time. Footage of past battles between the prodigies is also available for replay. This move is akin to repeatedly flogging the martial arts universities. Time flies. Suja had left the South Sea battlefield for more than half a month. During this time, he continuously consolidated his cultivation, and now he was just one step away from the peak of the 6th grade. Naturally, there was no reason to stagnate. Breaking through to the 7th grade had become the top priority. If one can advance to the 7th rank, they will officially step into the ranks of high-grade martial artists. By then, even the heavens will be unable to limit their steps. However, the threshold from the 6th to the 7th rank is by no means easy. Countless prodigies have fallen at this stage. Although the strong on the 6th rank prodigy list are generally regarded as the reserves for high-grade ranks. However, there are no absolutes in the world, and Suja deeply understands the key to advancing to the 7th rank. It lies in the qualitative transformation of mental strength and resonance with heaven and earth. Compared to the cultivation of vitality, the importance of mental strength is particularly prominent at this stage. Unfortunately, improving mental strength has always been challenging. Suja did not dwell on it too much. The current priority is to stabilize the peak of the 6th grade. Plan for a breakthrough after achieving perfection in this realm. It's time to extract a new ability. Suja was ready to start extracting abilities. Even without relying on the system's abilities, with the foundation of 8th grade feedback and mastery in reading, he could reach the peak of the 6th grade in at most 3 months. Therefore, he did not have high expectations for this extraction, though, of course, it would be great to draw an ability that enhances combat power. Nature is the icing on the cake. That said, he had already drawn 2 cultivation-enhancing abilities in a row. He truly dared not hold out hope for this draw. In the end, he chose to observe cautiously. After all, breaking through a critical moment requires the support of high-quality abilities. Having already prepared mentally, one can instead face it with a calm mind. The ability drawn this time does not affect cultivation. And it only glimmers with a diamond sheen, clearly not an advanced ability. Obtain All Attribute Enhancement Experience card, all attributes doubled, lasting 30 days. Even Suja did not expect that this time it would directly strengthen himself. Although it is a time-limited effect, it is completely different from the previous abilities that simply boosted combat power. This enhancement covers both physical strength and mental power. The combat power boost brought by double attributes is by no means a simple addition. It's like a collision between 500 pounds and 1500 pounds. Practically a dimensional reduction strike. A conservative estimate puts the combat power increase at a minimum of 5-fold. Though there is a time limit. But it can help Suja adapt to the physical changes brought by the surge in strength. It can be considered a barely acceptable gain. Having been mentally prepared, he did not feel disappointed. Even without the system's support. Step-by-step cultivation to the peak of the 6th grade is also just around the corner. Just as Suju was focusing on his cultivation and had not yet sought out Dean Su Xingnian for sparring, a bombshell news suddenly came from the outside world. Xianan Martial Arts University's Dai Qing has been defeated. Pei Qingyu dominates all 6th grade prodigies in the school. Next target, South Sea Martial Arts University. Pei Qingyu declared that all 6th grade martial artists from South Sea should come out to fight. Such remarks can be described as extremely arrogant. But even the strongest in the southern region, Xianan Martial Arts University, has already fallen. The slightly weaker Nanhai Wuda is indeed not taken seriously. Sure enough, arrogance has its own justification. Pei Qingyu does indeed possess such strength. Extraction successful. At this moment, the senior management of Nanhai Wuda looked livid. If the challenges were conducted one by one following the usual procedure, it would still be acceptable. But this current demand for a collective challenge clearly carries a sense of humiliation. In response, the school urgently convened a meeting, gathering all 6th-rank martial artists to discuss countermeasures. The meeting was chaired by Vice Principal Tang Guangtu. The 8th-rank martial artists stationed at the school looked solemn. As for whether Dean Su Xingnian was hiding his cultivation level, Tang Guangtu was equally unsure. After all, even he himself might not have revealed his full strength. Except for the vice principal. Deans, vice-deans, and other high-ranking officials from various colleges were all present. This does not include the high-ranking martial artists stationed at the South Sea base.
Counting carefully, the number of high-ranking martial artists at South Sea Martial Arts University is indeed impressive. However, these powerful individuals are all elders who followed during the university's founding period. So far, no truly high-level martial artist belonging to this school has been cultivated. Currently, the most promising candidate is Su Jia. Therefore, even though Su Jia has had no interaction with many of the seniors in the school, everyone still offers him kind smiles. Although Su Jia was not familiar with these people, the school authorities had long regarded him as a key cultivation target. After all, he was the apple of Dean Su Xingnian's eye. However, the strength and potential Su Jia displayed indeed lived up to such expectations. Hidden Dragon. This is the unanimous evaluation of Su Jia by many teachers and students of Nanhai Martial Arts University. Because to this day, Su Jia's cultivation progress has never stagnated. Since the awakening of his latent gifted physique, his martial arts advancement has been rapid and extraordinary. Although there have been similar cases in the history of martial arts, a situation like Su Jia's is unprecedented. His cultivation progress has never shown any period of stagnation. At this moment, Su Jia was seated quietly behind Su Xingnian, waiting for the meeting to begin. Before long, all the relevant personnel had arrived. Even those unable to attend in person participated fully through video connection. Chengdu Martial Arts University has gone too far this time. Tang Wangtu was the first to slam the table and rise. Pei Qingyu dares to claim he will single-handedly sweep through all the 6th grade martial artists of our school. The tone of this acting principal could not hide his anger. Principal Zhang is currently in a state of closed-door seclusion. Now, the entire burden of Nanhai Martial Arts University rests on his shoulders. If Pei Qingyu were truly allowed to accomplish such a feat, it would not only bring disgrace to the school, it could also result in being forever nailed to the pillar of shame in the martial arts world. They have indeed crossed the line. We must never let the century-old reputation of Wuda in the South China Sea be tarnished. The high-ranking martial artists present all voiced their agreement. The entire conference room was filled with an atmosphere of shared indignation against a common enemy. Pei Qingyu's challenge precisely hit the most sensitive nerve of Nanhai Wuda. For founding elders like Tang Wangtu and Su Xingnian, this academy, which embodies their lifelong dedication, holds a significance far beyond that of the traditional martial arts schools passed down through generations. Unlike some century-old prestigious schools that have already shown signs of decline, Nanhai Wuda has always maintained the purity of its founding period. The strong here have never harbored selfish thoughts, and everyone regards the development of the school as the highest principle. If their dignity were publicly trampled by Pei Qingyu this time, it would not only severely damage their appeal for admissions, more likely to shake the foundation of the school. Even with an astronomical training fee, top talents would shy away from a tarnished institution. This is precisely the core reason for the school's urgent high-level meeting. If the situation were not this severe, how could these martial arts experts, who usually preside over their respective regions, collectively focus on the challenge of a mere 6th grade martial artist? Although Pei Qingyu does have the potential to advance to a higher rank, as long as he has not truly broken through, he remains a mid-grade martial artist after all. What's more, this prodigy from Chengdu Martial Arts University has no connection whatsoever with Nanhai Martial Arts University. Although many high-grade martial artists are filled with rage, they all clearly understand the crux of the matter. This matter ultimately needs to be handled by the 6th-rank martial artists of the school. Currently, Nanhai Martial Arts University has about 26th-rank martial artists on record. Even Su Jia was learning for the first time that the school had such a scale of 6th-rank reserves. This is indeed reasonable. For most 6th-grade martial artists, the school no longer imposes strict requirements and usually only retains nominal positions. These martial artists focus on the cultivation of the fusion of vitality and spirit for years, striving to break through to higher-grade realms as soon as possible. After all, compared to dozens of 6th-grade martial artists, the strategic value of a high-grade powerhouse is clearly more significant. At this moment, the eyes of the high-ranking martial artists in the conference room were focused on several senior 6th-grade martial artists. These peak 6th-grade powerhouses had originally been in seclusion, attempting to break through the bottleneck to higher grades. Now, due to an unexpected situation, they had no choice but to come out early. Pei Qingyu's combat strength is indeed terrifying. The leading veteran 6th-grade martial artist said in a deep voice. He has refined the 6th-grade realm to perfection, and there are even rumors that he has awakened a special combat constitution. His tone carried a sense of gravity, and the other peak 6th-grade martial artists also showed troubled expressions. Judging from the video footage, the actual combat performance of this prodigy from the divine capital can only be described as monstrous. Even employing siege tactics may not guarantee victory. The high-ranking martial artists couldn't help but smile wryly upon hearing this. These veteran 6th grade practitioners, though solid in their cultivation, ultimately do not rank among the prodigies.
In contrast, Pei Qingyu has yet to encounter a prodigy capable of forcing Suja to reveal his special physique.
Its power is evident.
Suja, sitting quietly in the corner, appeared calm on the surface, but had already made his calculations internally.
In terms of cultivation level, the gap between him and Pei Qingyu was limited.
However, when it came to combatability, there was indeed a significant disparity between the two. But at this moment, the time-limited buff ability he was endowed with made the situation completely different.
In a state where all attributes are doubled.
Whether it was vitality strength, mental resilience, or power bursts, he was destined to crush his opponent. After all, no matter how heaven-defying a prodigy might be, it's impossible to possess an amplification twice their own base value. Suja has a clear understanding of his own strength. With the temporary ability boost in all attributes, suppressing Pei Qingyu is not a difficult task.
However, relying on external forces is ultimately not upright.
He originally did not want to win in this manner, as it would not be an honorable victory.
But the current situation no longer allows for retreat.
If the dignity of Nanhai Wuda is trampled upon in public, its foundation will inevitably be shaken.
In that case, take action. As for the sensation caused by this battle,
once the turmoil subsides, retreating to reflect is the best course. Having made up his mind, Suja suddenly stood up, his voice resonating like clashing metal. I shall suppress the prodigies of the divine capital.
His words shocked everyone.
The young man who had been sitting quietly in the corner suddenly became the center of attention. During the previous meeting, this rising star had remained low-key and taciturn. As a result, most of the senior members' perception of him was limited to a promising talent valued by Su Xingyan. Even though they were aware of his remarkable strength, everyone still instinctively pinned their hopes on a few veteran peak 6th grade martial artists. At this moment, Su Xingyan's pupils slightly contracted. Although he was aware that Suja possessed a special constitution, he had not expected the latter to take the initiative to volunteer at this moment. After all, this disciple had always shown little interest in competing with prodigies. Previously, she had even deliberately avoided any interaction with Pei Qingyu.
The conference room fell into a brief dead silence. Several peak 6th rank martial artists frowned deeply, and even the 7th rank experts showed hesitation on their faces. This silence pierced the air, until boom! The overwhelming pressure swept across the scene like a tsunami.
The doubled spiritual power forcefully broke through the shackles of the 6th rank, causing even the 7th rank experts present to feel their hair stand on end. Those 6th rank martial artists who had intended to question were as if crushed under a towering mountain. Their protective vital energy boiled and trembled uncontrollably.
This is 6th grade? A certain 8th grade elder's teacup shattered with a crack. Scalding tea dripped through his fingers, yet he remained unaware. Such powerful strength?
Don't even mention the 6th rank. It seems 1 foot has already stepped into the threshold of the 7th rank.
Everyone present was at least of the 6th rank in cultivation.
They could naturally make an accurate judgment about Suja's current state. Su Xingyan was equally stunned, his jaw dropping in disbelief. He never expected Suja to have hidden his strength so deeply. During previous sparring sessions, the opponent had never displayed such strength. To achieve such progress in just a few days, he must have been hiding his true abilities.
Su Xingyan couldn't help but feel a bit resentful.
This kid actually managed to keep it completely hidden, even from him. However, on second thought, there was more joy in Suja's breakthrough in strength. In that case, let Mentor Su take on the challenge.
Let the Divine Capital Martial Arts University witness the elegance of our South Sea Martial Arts University.
Tang Guangtu, seated in the main position, spoke at the right moment, his tone brimming with unconcealed satisfaction. For him, nothing is more gratifying than witnessing the rise of the younger generation. Previously, Su Xingyan had repeatedly mentioned Suja's extraordinary talent. But without witnessing it firsthand, it always felt insubstantial. Now, seeing is believing. Meanwhile, many of the 6th grade experts present had already fallen silent under Suja's overwhelming aura. Such overwhelming pressure clearly surpasses the ordinary scope of the 6th rank. Those veteran experts who have immersed themselves in the 6th rank for many years now have particularly complicated feelings. They have been stuck at this level for years without making any progress. In contrast, this rising star has only taken a few months to advance since breaking through to the 6th rank. 1 foot has already stepped into the threshold of the 7th rank.
His talent is truly terrifying. Who could have predicted such fortune after the awakening of a latent constitution?
Unknowingly, everyone had already placed Su Zhou in a position higher than themselves. In this high martial world, strength ultimately reigns supreme, and the strong naturally earn more reverence.
2 days later, Pei Qingyu arrived at the South Sea with the martial artists from the divine capital. Although the battle had not officially begun, the real-time viewership in the livestream had already surpassed 10 million. Can he really dominate all the martial arts schools in the South Sea? Since he's bold enough to make such claims, he must be absolutely confident. If he truly succeeds, it would make history. The barrage of comments surged like a tide.
Since Pei Qingyu swept through the northern schools, this rising star has amassed a massive following.
Cough, cough.
At this moment, everyone is holding their breath, awaiting this duel destined to go down in history. Many citizens of Daxia have already projected their emotions onto this confrontation. It carries a sense of destiny. However, this time, Nanhai Martial Arts University did not show the slightest sign of weakness. Even if it was ultimately confirmed that only Su Zhou would take on the challenge.
The school authorities, led by Tang Guantu and others, personally verified his actual combat strength after the meeting.
By breaking through with his special restrictive abilities, Su Zhou demonstrated strength far beyond the conventional 6th rank. Although not yet a true 7th rank, it is more than enough to suppress any 6th rank martial artist. After being evaluated by Tang Guantu and others, the school is full of confidence in this duel. However, this vice principal still decided to give Pei Qingyu's team a show of force. At this moment, all the school's martial artists and students were gathered at the school gate. The imposing array silently conveyed deterrence. It should be noted that although the Divine Capital Martial University has nurtured many powerful individuals, those above the 9th rank are not few. But South Sea Martial University has its own confidence. In recent years, the Divine Capital Martial University has made many enemies, while the number of top-tier experts from other martial universities is even greater. What's more, those who have broken through the 9th rank have long surpassed the perspective of school rivalries. Their focus is on the overall structure of the Great Xia. The deeper confidence that allows Nanhai Martial University to confront head-on stems more from the geographical advantage of being thousands of miles apart from the other school. Even if Chengdu Martial University harbors resentment, it is difficult to cross the distance to carry out revenge. What's more, martial arts universities allow healthy competition, but if anyone dares to sabotage defense efforts on the 10,000 races battlefield,
once this matter is exposed, Chengdu Martial Arts University will undoubtedly face severe punishment from the Daxia authorities. This is precisely the crux of why many martial arts universities have endured in silence before. At the school gate, Su Zhou stood calmly among the crowd. For Pei Qingyu, he originally had neither dislike nor fondness. But after this confrontation, it was destined to be difficult to resolve peacefully. At this moment, Pei Qingyu in front of the camera still maintained a composed demeanor, completely unaware of what awaited him.
In his eyes, this newly established martial arts university, only 20 years old,
could never possibly produce a decent 6th grade martial artist.
The bold claim of sweeping across Nanhai Martial Arts University was made with absolute confidence.
He even previewed subsequent plans during the live broadcast. After finishing the last stop in the southern region, I will move on to the Yunqi area. He spoke eloquently to the camera. The newly established Wuda there has a shallow foundation and still adopts the method of challenging all 6th grade students in the school. Creating such hype in advance is because Nanhai Wuda is the easiest stop on his journey through the southern region. It also stems from absolute confidence in the intelligence.
It was already determined that the school had no formidable 6th grade prodigies.
When Pei Qingyu's team arrived at the school gate, what came into view was the entire team of Nanhai Martial University, led by Tang Guantu. The vice principal unleashed his spiritual pressure without any concealment. The overwhelming aura of an 8th rank powerhouse directly pressed upon the visitor. Chengdu Martial University had dispatched an 8th rank martial artist to accompany and protect. After all, Pei Qingyu is the face of the school, and the live broadcast is of great importance. But in the face of such a formation, the so-called halo of a prodigy instantly dimmed by 3 points. Although the 6th grade realm is strong, it is not impossible for the cult to send high-grade warriors to intercept and kill. After all, hunting prodigies has always been their forte. Although Pei Qingyu possesses 6th grade cultivation, he has ultimately yet to truly mature. The accompanying 8th grade martial artist raised his hand and removed most of the pressure. He had anticipated this situation. Since the Divine Capital Martial University had boasted about sweeping across the South Sea, it would actually be unusual if the other side still treated them with courtesy.
The dense formation in front of the school gate at this moment was the normal reaction. The livestream camera panned across the crowd standing in strict formation, while the bullet comments buzzed with various analyses.
Looks like Nanhai Wuda is holding back a big move. Clearly, they don't want to be suppressed by a single person across all 6th grades. But I'm still betting on Pei Tianjia to win. They didn't even go all out when sweeping through Northern Wuda before. Not to mention that Nanhai Martial University can't even make it into the top 500 of the Tianjia ranking. Even though Nanhai Martial University might have an advantage in the number of 6th grade experts. But when faced with the unstoppable momentum of Pei Qingyu, the numerical advantage instantly becomes meaningless. At this moment, this prodigy stands firm under the full pressure of the entire school, unyielding. Although he mainly relies on the nearby 8th grade martial artist to share the pressure. But just this composure, unwavering under mental oppression, is enough to prove his extraordinary talent. Shindu Martial Arts University, Pei Qingyu. Here to challenge all 6th grade martial artists of Nanhai Martial Arts University. Regardless of whether they are prodigies. Pei Qingyu took a step forward and declared in a deep voice.
The sound waves swept through the entire campus like thunder piercing the ears.
This declaration can be described as full of dominance.
At least in the eyes of millions of viewers in the livestream, he indeed exudes an aura of overwhelming power at this moment. After all, this is a comprehensive challenge directed at all 6th grade martial artists in the entire martial arts university.
The attention skyrocketed instantly.
The entire southern region goes without saying. This is tantamount to openly disregarding the dignity of the southern martial arts community.
The local audience naturally chose to support the South Sea Martial Arts University.
At this moment, Suzhou, hidden behind the array of high-ranking martial artists, finally moved.
Southern Sea Martial Arts University, Suzhou, wants to challenge a 6th grade martial artist from our school. Get past me first.
Suzhou's cold voice suddenly rang out. There was no need to be polite when facing a challenger.
The moment he stepped forward, the live stream's comment section exploded. Who is Suzhou? Never even heard of him, and he dares to take the lead?
There's no such person on the Heavenly Pride rankings.
Could it be someone who overestimates their abilities?
The vast majority of Daxia's audience was indeed unfamiliar with this name. Even if a few people from the southern region tried to explain in the comments. But in the face of a martial artist audience numbering in the tens of millions, the scattered comments were quickly drowned out. It is worth noting that at this time, the main audience in the live broadcast room consists of martial artists. Ordinary people are either busy making a living or feel that the competition among martial arts prodigies is too distant from their lives. Martial artists, on the other hand, not only have free time but are also full of enthusiasm, naturally keeping a close eye on this pinnacle showdown concerning the honor of the martial arts world.
South Sea Base.
Shin Qingyan was naturally aware of this prodigy from the Divine Capital Martial Arts University. After all, it was recognized as the top martial arts academy in Daxia. She had previously watched battle footage of Pei Qingyu. What's more, since this involved the 6th grade battle of the South Sea Martial Arts University, there was no way she would miss it. As a family member on campus, her pupils suddenly contracted at this moment. Appearing prominently in front of the camera was none other than her husband, Suzhou. This was clearly a stance ready for battle.
Shin Qingyan was stunned.
Her understanding of her husband's strength still remains at the 5th rank stage. It is not that Suzhou deliberately concealed the changes in his cultivation. Rather, his realm undergoes a significant breakthrough every 2 to 3 months. Additionally, he does not wish to put too much pressure on his wife. In fact, as Suzhou's strength and status rose, Shin Qingyan's anxiety grew increasingly intense. This could be seen from her almost desperate intensity in training. In the past, she would never have pushed herself so hard. At this moment, witnessing her husband appear in the arena, her shock was beyond words.
6th rank already?
This thought had just flashed by before being replaced by worry. Even if her husband advanced to the 6th rank, when facing the prodigy of the Divine Capital, Pei Qingyu, who swept through the northern frontier,
what chance of victory could he possibly have? There were quite a few people in the South Sea base who recognized Suzhou. Isn't that the former governor? Almost forgot, the governor is originally from South Sea Martial University. But can he stop Pei Qingyu? Many discussions were identical to Shin Qingyan's concerns.
After all, this governor was still a 5th rank several months ago, and even his promotion to the 6th rank was quite recent.
In contrast, Pei Qingyu had long ascended to the pinnacle, stepping over the defeats of countless 6th rank prodigies.
The Divine Capital, 1,000 miles away.
Another gaze was fixed on this duel.
The rising martial arts star Yi Linger, who had once toured the southern region, ended her seclusion and casually opened the livestream page. The resources she accumulated during her time in the southern region had greatly helped her improve. Although she had yet to make it onto the prodigy rankings, she was quite confident in her potential. Pei Qingyu on the screen was not unfamiliar to her. During their time studying in Chengdu, her academy often interacted with Chengdu Martial University. She was naturally aware of the weight carried by this #1 prodigy of Chengdu. After witnessing Pei Qingyu sweep through the northern schools, she even believed that this person would claim the title of the strongest prodigy below the high ranks in Daxia. However, the figure of the challenger from the South Sea Martial University made her fingertips pause.
Su Jia?
Memories of the southern tour surged forth. That man who had briefly piqued her interest was no longer on her mind after she returned to the divine capital. In her view, martial artists secluded in the South Sea ultimately have limited vision.
Even if they are temporarily ahead, they are destined to be surpassed.
At this moment, this name that should have faded from memory has unexpectedly appeared in a duel capable of shaking the martial arts world of Daxia.
He advanced to the 6th rank?
Yi Linger murmured to herself, her fingertips trembling slightly. She clearly remembered that during the tour of the southern border, the cultivation level that person displayed was only the 4th rank.
Now, he has actually reached the 6th rank. This year of secluded cultivation has yielded remarkable progress in his innate enlightenment.
However, compared to this person's breakthrough speed on the arena stage, Su Jia did not notice the many gazes from the shadows. He stood face to face with Pei Qingyu, with the martial arena specially set up by Nanhai Martial University at the school gate beneath their feet. The school authorities did not even allow the Chengdu delegation to step half a foot inside the school gate.
This firmness secretly delighted the onlookers.
After all, anyone would feel a surge of anger when their own prodigy was so blatantly underestimated.
Though I don't know what you're relying on, Pei Qingyu said disdainfully with his hands behind his back.
This courage to face me directly is indeed commendable. He truly had never paid attention to Su Jia's background. The original plan was to sweep through all the 6th grade fighters of Nanhai Wuda. At this moment, seeing the other side send only one person to fight, he merely thought it was a formality.
Fight! Su Jia couldn't be bothered to waste words.
The overwhelming pressure of a half-step supergrade erupted under the time-limited enhancement.
The entire arena trembled slightly amidst the shockwave. Pei Qingyu's composed expression instantly froze.
The overwhelming sense of oppression made his entire skeleton crackle. The 8th rank expert who came to protect the path had their pupils suddenly contract. As the primary bearer of the pressure, this prodigy found even breathing to be difficult at this moment.
Where is the arrogance from earlier? Not good. Cold sweat seeped from the back of the 8th rank protector.
Chengdu Wuda invested massive resources for this publicity campaign.
Pei Qingyu even broke through 17 top martial arts academies in the north.
Pei Qingyu, who had been defeated in the arena of this second-tier institution in Nanhai, clenched his teeth, his knuckles already turning white. He could never have imagined that this opponent, who had never made it onto the Tianjiao ranking, was hiding such terrifying potential. It's naturally inevitable to feel flustered when things turn out differently from what was originally imagined. Su Jia's aura continued to rise steadily. Due to the rapid increase in strength within a short period, he clearly lacked control over his own power. After this period of adjustment, his control gradually improved.
At this moment, the power finally erupted completely. Pei Qingyu was so overwhelmed by the oppressive force that he dared not act recklessly. Why is his aura still rising? Pei Qingyu's heart surged with shock and fear. At this moment, he couldn't even muster the courage to make a move. This bizarre standoff left the livestream audience utterly perplexed. Why stop? Pei Tianjiao had shown no mercy while sweeping through other schools before. Why act so unusually in front of Nanhai Martial Arts University? The barrage of comments surged like a tide, countless questions bursting forth. The crowd was unaware of the invisible confrontation taking place on the scene. The pressure Pei Qingyu was enduring at this moment had completely overwhelmed him. Although aura is not an absolute measure of combat strength, the disparity was so vast. Victory and defeat were already self-evident. Pei Qingyu's mindset was on the verge of collapse. He prided himself on being unmatched within the 6th rank, yet who would have thought he'd encounter such a monster? Little did he know, Su Jia was extraordinary to begin with. If not for the time-limited amplification ability, Su Jia would have no guarantee of victory against this prodigy of the divine capital. After all, it hasn't been long since he advanced to the 6th rank. But Su Jia has never been discouraged. Compared to ultimate combat power, he values the improvement of his realm more. Those talents that could amplify combat power were all converted by him into cultivation nourishment. The survival instincts forged through life and death trials made him understand that cultivation was the foundation. When the clash of auras reached its peak, Pei Qingyu finally couldn't hold back. He struck first. The weapon he wields is an exquisite longsword. This sword is by no means an ordinary item. For Pei Qingyu, the sword intent is as natural as moving his arm. This prodigy of the divine capital is not one to have an empty reputation. Unfortunately, he was facing Su Jia in a state of full attribute amplification. Mad God Blade Technique. Su Jia directly unleashed a killing move, overwhelming with absolute strength. With the dual advantage of vitality and mental power, any technique seemed redundant. He was more eager to witness the scene of a prodigy's downfall. Boom! The explosion reverberated throughout the venue. As the spiritual energy storm swept through, high-ranking martial artists from Nanhai Martial University promptly intervened, confining the aftermath within the arena's bounds. The numerous low-level martial artists on the scene were utterly unable to withstand this level of impact. After the initial clash, Su Jia remained completely motionless. Pei Qingyu, however, retreated 7 steps in succession, his robes in disarray. The high-level martial artists had already anticipated this. The members of Nanhai Martial University secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although they knew Su Jia had reached the pinnacle of the 6th rank, seeing it with their own eyes made it real. The observing teachers and students were left in shock. The people of Nanhai Martial University were not optimistic about this battle initially. When it was discovered that the contender was a mentor who had just been promoted to the 6th rank, they even felt uneasy. Who could have imagined that this newcomer could force the undefeated prodigy of the divine capital to retreat? The live stream's comment section instantly exploded. Martial artist viewers quickly noticed something unusual. Pei Qingyu was unexpectedly at a complete disadvantage throughout. This is impossible. Countless people refused to accept this fact. How could the divine capital's prodigy, who swept through all directions, be suppressed by an unknown figure? It must be that Pei Tianjiao hasn't exerted his full strength yet. The audience consoled themselves. After all, this prodigy had been renowned across the world since the beginning of his martial journey, with a record of glorious achievements etched in history. However, the battle continued to defy expectations. Su Jia's blade radiance surged like an ocean, dominating the entire scene with absolute power. Boom! 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 Amid the continuous collisions, Pei Qingyu finally faced reality. The opponent completely overwhelmed him in all dimensions: speed, strength, and mental power. All opportunities to defeat the strong while being weak were completely shut down. When Su Jia no longer concealed his strength, this prodigy of the divine capital couldn't even catch his breath. From disbelief to deathly silence, it took the spectators only 30 seconds. The super prodigy who swept across Tisya was completely suppressed by a mysterious powerhouse. The high-ranking members of Nanhai Martial University looked at each other in dismay. They anticipated victory, but they did not expect such a crushing and overwhelming triumph. Nanhai Martial University is going to shake the world. The crowd could hardly contain their excitement. The half-year-long overwhelming publicity campaign by Chengdu Martial University had, at this moment, all turned into a wedding dress for Nanhai Martial University. The 8th-rank martial artist accompanying and guarding Pei Qingyu had a somber expression. He clearly understood what this devastating defeat meant. Yet he didn't even have the chance to intervene secretly. The strong figures from Nanhai Martial University were eyeing them like tigers. The live stream audience is still struggling to accept reality. Those who once fantasized about Pei Qingyu sweeping through the Nanhai Martial Arts University are collectively speechless at this moment. They had imagined the possibility of a tough battle due to successive fights and disadvantages. But they never thought Pei Qingyu would suffer a crushing defeat in a one-on-one duel. Countless people find it hard to accept this result. More people turned their attention to the suddenly famous Su Jia. Su Jia, who is this person? I've never even heard of this person before. Now emerging out of nowhere, he directly suppressed this prodigy. After all, this is an existence considered invincible within the 6th grade realm. Such a figure was previously completely unknown. He hadn't even appeared on the 6th grade prodigy ranking. This left many people puzzled. It's just that for now, trying to uncover Su Jia's origins is not easy. We still need to wait for this duel to conclude. On the arena, Pei Qingyu, after being suppressed for a long time, finally couldn't hold back. He secretly activated a mystical technique, causing his aura to surge abruptly. Su Jia had anticipated this long ago. During these days, he had also encountered many mystical techniques for temporarily boosting combat power. The South Sea Martial Arts University has a profound heritage.
Among them are extreme forbidden techniques that exchange life for combat power. Peiqingyu, after all, comes from the divine capital Martial Arts University, whose 500-year heritage is not to be underestimated. Unfortunately, even as his combat power increased, his control over strength became increasingly sluggish. After all, secret techniques are not like Suge's special amplifications. The latter can maintain peak combat power at all times without any side effects. At this moment, Peiqingyu seemed unstoppable, but in reality, he was already at the end of his strength. Suge didn't even give the opponent a chance for close combat entanglement. Boom! In contrast, Suge remained calm and composed. Under the special amplification, the strength of his physical body also underwent a qualitative transformation. Ordinary force vibrations could hardly cause him any harm. However, Suge did not take advantage of the situation to pursue. At this moment, Peiqingyu had reached the limit of his endurance. The backlash from the secret technique compounded with the recurrence of old injuries. If the fight continued, it might jeopardize the foundation of his martial path. Even if he were to lose this battle, Peiqingyu would still remain one of the top prodigies of this era. Breaking through to the high-grade realm is only a matter of time. Aspiring to reach above the 9th grade in the future is not mere fantasy. This is ultimately just an ordinary contest. Though it draws the attention of many, it is not a life and death struggle. The key now is whether Peiqingyu can stay clear-headed. At this moment, Suge also finds it difficult to gauge the other party's state. It seems like he's been driven a bit mad by the sting of failure. Clearly, he's never tasted the bitterness of defeat. Suge thought to himself. He had previously learned about the other party's experiences. It was indeed the script of a favored child of heaven. That kind of enviable prodigy template. If it were the former self, it would likely be hard to quell the bitterness. After all, his early martial arts journey could be described as fraught with thorns. Fortunately, Peiqingyu is more clear-headed than expected. Amidst the madness, there remains a trace of clarity. After several struggles, Peiqingyu finally spoke hoarsely. This northern prodigy lowered his head, his voice raspy. At this moment, he still felt dazed. Sweeping through the northern territories undefeated, how could he fall in this nameless place in the South Sea? But he understood that putting up a desperate resistance would only make him lose more dignity. Suge's strength had already reached the pinnacle of the 6th rank. Having admitted defeat, Peiqingyu was unwilling to stay a moment longer. As he turned to leave, he stumbled half a step but forcibly straightened his back. Even the injuries were forcibly suppressed, unwilling to show. This highly anticipated showdown ended in such a manner, beyond everyone's expectations. But those who witnessed the entire process had to admit, the newly emerged Suge truly dominated the entire scene. The moment the sound of surrender rang out, the campus of Nanhai Wudai erupted like a tidal wave. We held our ground. Mentor Suge is invincible. Awesome. The students' faces were glowing with excitement. Previously, they only hoped that the 6th grade martial artist from their school wouldn't lose too badly. Who could have expected such a triumphant turn of events? It was practically a slap in the face to the entire league in Chengdu Martial University. Even high-ranking experts like Tang Wentu couldn't hide their smiles. The livestream signal had been cut off at some point. The accompanying staff from Chengdu Martial University were clearly unwilling to continue losing face. Peiqingyu really lost? In the darkened livestream room, countless viewers fell into silence. A mere 12-minute showdown. From dominating the scene to conceding in disgrace. I lost. This twist caught too many people off guard. Especially Peiqingyu's supporters, who still find it hard to accept reality. Those who know Suge's background feel as if they are in a dream. South Sea Base. Most of the people at the base support Suge. Both because he hails from Nanhai and out of gratitude for his past contributions to the base. Even with the governor replaced, Suge's standing in the hearts of the people remains unchanged. Victory! Cheers erupted throughout the base. No one expected this person to possess such combat power. Especially Li Changgang, Zhao Hongchuan, and others who had worked with Suge. This rate of improvement is terrifying. They looked up at the live broadcast and murmured. Several months ago, Sudadu was nowhere near this powerful. Now the gap is as vast as a chasm. Everyone's hearts grew increasingly resolute. Be sure to firmly cling to this towering pillar. After all, Suge's closest relatives are still at the base. This bond is the perfect opportunity. As for the relocation rumors? At least for now, there are no signs. The South Sea is perilous everywhere. But Suge harbors the intention of tempering his daughter. He would rather his child grow up a bit slower. The foundation of martial arts must also be solidly established.
Shen Qingyan is still unaware of the impending wave of goodwill.
At this moment, she is still immersed in the duel that just took place. Her husband actually suppressed the renowned prodigy throughout the entire match. If someone had said in the past that Su Jia could defeat Pei Qingyu, she would surely have thought it was utter nonsense. At this moment, however, she felt the person beside her had gained an air of mystery.
Shen Du, did we really win? Yi Linger stared blankly at the battle report, lost in thought. Pei Qingyu's disheveled appearance was unprecedented.
For a moment, she couldn't find the right words to describe it. The blurry figure in my memory becomes increasingly clear. The battle report is spreading at a viral speed. Everyone who sees the news can't help but have their pupils tremble.
Chengdu Martial Arts University. Tao Wei is a third-year student in the martial arts department at the school. Back then, he was admitted to Chengdu Martial Arts University as the top scorer from an ordinary base. However, it was only after stepping through the school gates that he truly understood. Although he could be considered a prodigy, he was still far inferior compared to those extraordinary talents. During his days at Chengdu Wuda, he truly felt the gap. The peers around him were all as capable as he was. Only by training desperately could he barely keep up with the ranks. The person he admired the most was the legendary senior Pei Qingyu. This prodigy displayed a crushing dominance upon entering school. The elites of the same cohort all paled in comparison before him. He has always paid close attention to the senior's journey of challenging six-rank prodigies from various schools. Though due to coursework, he couldn't follow the live broadcast in its entirety. But he had full confidence in this senior. Senior Pei, lost? How is this possible? His fingers trembled when he received the news. Today is not April Fool's Day. People losing composure like Tao Wei are by no means rare at Chengdu Martial University. The entire faculty and student body firmly believed that Pei Qingyu would continue the legend. Who could have predicted that he would suffer defeat in the South Sea? Except for the divine capital Martial University, all martial arts colleges were informed of the battle situation at the first moment, whether they had already been swept away or were still awaiting challenges. At this moment, all were closely watching the development of events. Pei Qingyu actually lost. At this moment, let's see if he still has the face to continue touring. Who would have thought he'd stumble at that second-tier martial arts school in Nanhai? What's the background of that Su Jia? Nanhai has hidden it well.
The other martial arts schools spoke with a hint of schadenfreude. After all, the prestige of Chengdu Martial University was overwhelming before. When Pei Qingyu swept through the schools in the northern region, Chengdu Martial University had long been placed in opposition to other schools.
Most faculty and students from other institutions had no favorable impression of it. However, the result is still unexpected. All schools are aware of Pei Qingyu's strength. Even if it was anticipated that he might face obstacles, it was thought that it would happen at a top martial arts university. Never expected to fall in the South Sea, as the intelligence networks of various schools operated.
This matter spread across the Great Xia like wildfire.
That prodigy Pei Qingyu from Chengdu Martial University was defeated? Still lost to the unknown Wu Di. Completely suppressed in a head-to-head confrontation. The people of Xia were equally astonished by this dark horse. Previously, countless people had high hopes for it to create a sweeping legend. As the incident continues to escalate, new issues emerge. Who is Su Jia? This has become the focus of heated discussion in the Daxia martial artist community. Previously, information about this person was almost non-existent. It has quite the air of appearing out of nowhere. The entire Daxia is unfamiliar with this name. Not only are ordinary martial artists curious, but even high-ranking powerhouses are intrigued. The reason is obvious. Even many high-level experts acknowledge Pei Qingyu's potential. Now, a superior Su Jia has emerged. His talent and potential are naturally more worthy of in-depth exploration. All parties are delving deeply into Su Jia's growth trajectory. In fact, his early experiences are not complicated. Anyone with some connections can find the basic information. For the intelligence networks of martial arts universities, it is even less of a challenge. Nanhai Martial Arts University itself did not expect this. They never anticipated that Su Jia could rise so rapidly. After all, 3rd and 4th grade martial artists at this age are not uncommon. The school naturally did not implement any special confidentiality measures. By the time Su Jia broke through to the 6th rank and wanted to keep it a secret, it was already too late. At 28, he was still a 2nd-rank martial artist. After awakening his talent, he broke through 4 realms in just 2 years. Now he's actually suppressing Pei Qingyu with a 6th rank cultivation? The martial artists flipping through the files collectively fell silent. There is a vast chasm between the 2nd and 6th grades. Countless people spend their entire lives unable to cross it. Yet this person achieved a breakthrough across 4 realms in just 700 days. Even more terrifying is the constant overwhelming power over those of the same level. Suppressing Pei Qingyu is clear proof. What kind of awakening talent is this? It is truly rare for a latent awakener to walk the path of a prodigy. It seems that even high-quality products cannot stop this person's steps. Exclamations of amazement arose one after another in various places. However, most people know very little about latent awakening. They can only refer to historical cases for comparison. Although Suja appeared extraordinary, it was still within the realm of comprehension. Moreover, he had yet to reach the high-grade domain. It must be understood that breaking through to high-grade is far beyond what mid-grade can compare to. For now, while the astonishment was undeniable, it was not enough to provoke an excessive reaction. But this resume is already legendary. The most surprising thing is, Suju is not a traditional prodigy like Pei Qingyu. Instead, he rose against the odds from humble beginnings, even taking the philosophy of survival to the extreme. Countless ordinary martial artists saw their own reflection in him. The only difference was that at the age of 28, Suja's latent talent awakened, advancing triumphantly all the way. Not only did he break through to the 6th grade realm, but he also defeated the prodigy of the Divine Capital Martial University, Pei Qingyu. From then on, his name shook the Great Xia. This is the legendary path of Suja. Who could have predicted that this once obscure figure would suddenly become known across the world? However, half of this reputation should be attributed to Pei Qingyu. If it weren't for the latter's prior dominance across schools, amassing enough prestige, how could Suja achieve such great renown today? With Suja's rise, Nanhai Martial Arts University has also garnered much attention. This previously rarely mentioned university now appears to the world with an aura of mystery. Perhaps applying to this Wuda University wouldn't be a bad idea. Not only does it have powerful figures in charge, but it has also produced a contemporary prodigy. Although it can't compare to top-tier universities, it has managed to make a name for itself. For those candidates with average qualifications, Nanhai Martial University has clearly become a new choice, compared to the clamor of the outside world. At this moment, Suju was sitting alone by the water, holding a fishing rod. It was certainly not ordinary fishing. Instead, he was using his energy, blood, and spirit to precisely control the fishing line. This was a special practice to temper his mindset and mastery. The time-limited ability has caused a severe decline in its control. During the previous encounter with Pei Qingyu, he could have ended the battle quickly. However, he deliberately prolonged the fight to refine his power. At this moment, he is reviewing the details of that day while honing his control. Su Xiaozi is quite composed. The Pei family's child almost had his Dao heart shattered by you and fled back to Chengdu overnight. Su Xingyan appeared by the lakeside at some unknown time. The outside world is in an uproar because of Suja. In his presence, it feels like a gentle breeze brushing the face. This sense of calmness even surpasses that of many high-ranking martial artists. Su Xingyan has no doubt about his future achievements, even if some predict a decline in his advancement to higher ranks. But even if the pace slows, one can still catch up and surpass. Pei Qingyu does indeed lack some tempering. If he can rebuild after breaking, he might not be unable to reach greater heights. Suja responded calmly. Still hold respect for this opponent. If not for possessing special abilities, the outcome would still be uncertain. Pei Qingyu's talent is truly remarkable. The school has received news that he has entered a closed-door retreat. If you can overcome your inner demons, you may advance to a higher rank within 3 to 5 years. Su Xingyan stroked his beard and nodded. As a high-ranking expert, his judgment had always been precise. If one can reach a higher rank before the age of 40, to aspire to surpass the 9th rank is not a delusion. Back then, he reached a high rank at the age of 40. And these 2 young people before him might break that record. The youngest high-rank record holder in Great Xia broke through at the age of 25. Today, it has reached the pinnacle of the mortal world. Although it is difficult to break such a myth, the closer one gets, the greater their potential. Although Suja caused ripples, he did not stir up great waves. This is because the history of martial arts is filled with prodigies. In contrast, his growth trajectory is relatively conventional. Thanks are also due to the school for concealing family information. Suja suddenly changed the subject. He had long known he couldn't escape being exposed.
Only ask the school to secretly protect the relatives. This matter is quite complicated. After all, there are many insiders at the South Sea base.
The school not only tampered with the electronic records, laid multiple smokescreens in the arena of public opinion. Though helpless, it is necessary. The path of martial arts is perilous and allows no room for the slightest oversight. Suja himself is either at Nanhai Martial Arts University or on the Nanhai battlefield.
Not afraid of harassment from cult martial artists, but the safety of family is a weakness. We must build a defensive line in advance to guard against those rats in the gutter.
Facts have proven that this move was extremely clever.
From the online public opinion, it is clear that his past has been thoroughly exposed. If it weren't for the school's covert intervention, Su's mother's situation might have been dire.
This is precisely the school's responsibility. Su Xingnian waved his hand, completely unconcerned. Protecting prodigies and the relatives of high-ranking martial artists is inherently the duty of the martial arts university. If even the safety of their families cannot be guaranteed, how can martial artists focus on their training?
Especially after Suja displayed his terrifying combat strength. The school has further raised the security level to the highest. No mistakes are allowed under any circumstances. The topic quickly shifted to enrollment planning. Su Xingnian revealed that the school intends to leverage the opportunity to expand admissions. After all, the martial arts college entrance exam season is approaching.
The siphoning effect brought by the Tianjiu rankings is becoming increasingly intense. Each school is frantically competing for high-quality students.
The cultivation of the strong and the competition on rankings are essentially battles for talent.
As for top-tier students, Nanhai Martial University doesn't dare to hope for them. After all, the gap in foundation is evident. Unless another latent awakener like Su Zhu is discovered, there might still be a chance to break the deadlock. But such a thing is even harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Latent talents cannot be identified through conventional testing.
I plan to retreat for a period of secluded cultivation. Suja synchronized his own plans. Logically, a prodigy should seize the moment to make a name for themselves. Yet he chose to withdraw at the height of his success. Su Xingnian deeply agreed with this. A tall tree attracts the wind, which is not a good thing, let alone that Nanhai Wuda is not comparable to Shindu Wuda. They have a foundation of 500 years of heritage.
Shindu should be making some moves over there. At least shift the focus of public opinion a bit. Suja couldn't wait for Shindu Wuda to help cool things down.
Logically speaking, the other party would definitely not want this matter to continue fermenting.
The most effective way to divert the spotlight. Always create bigger explosions. As expected.
7 days later, Shindu Wudi acted boldly.
When that news shook Disya,
a certain peak 9th grade expert publicly announced their attempt to break through to a realm beyond the 9th grade.
The prodigies have yet to fully mature.
Only those attempting to surpass the 9th grade are truly sensational. Interestingly, this martial artist happens to be an alumnus of Shindu Martial University. The so-called timing of the attack is merely a matter of his word. Suja shook his head and chuckled softly.
Shindu Martial University's move is indeed brilliant.
But it was already within his expectations.
This is definitely not the time to make a name for oneself. Fame often comes with turbulent undercurrents. What's more, the time-limited boost is about to expire.
By then, I will be nothing more than an ordinary 6th grade prodigy. If someone takes the opportunity to challenge the top position,
the situation will become very unfavorable.
Therefore, before his ability fails, he decisively chooses to go into seclusion. As a routine before seclusion, he draws a new ability.
Unfortunately, this time it only emitted a golden glow.
Skillful Hands Experience Card, greatly enhances hand-eye coordination, limited to 30 days. This ability leans more toward the craftsmanship field. It offers limited assistance to martial arts practice.
Recently, my luck has been a bit off.
Suja muttered to himself while stroking the card surface.
However, he's just one step away from the peak of the 6th rank. It doesn't really matter what he draws.
The more one desires a talent aligned with martial arts, the more likely they are to draw some strange and peculiar things.
After the news of the seclusion spread, visitors still came in an endless stream. It's not entirely challengers. Dai Chung from Xian and Wuda has come to discuss the Dao.
This prodigy, who was once defeated by Pei Qingyu, understands better than anyone the terror of that prodigy from the divine capital, particularly impressed by Suja's achievements. Unfortunately, the reply from Nanhai Wu University remained consistent.
Suja has entered a closed-door retreat. Pei Qingyu and this newly crowned top ranker have both gone into seclusion.
Perhaps they are all striving to break through the threshold of the 7th rank. Dai Qing speculated as he looked at the Martial Arts Association's announcement.
The terrifying combat power displayed by the two made him mistakenly believe they were both at the peak of the 6th rank. Such misunderstanding is not limited to him alone.
The entire martial arts community of Great Xia holds the same belief. Only Su Zhi himself knows. He is still some distance away from the true peak of the 6th rank.
As time goes by, under the deliberate suppression of public opinion by the Divine Capital Martial Arts University, the hype of the Battle of Geniuses was finally reduced to its lowest point.
But the martial artist community of Great Xia has not forgotten. A monstrous prodigy is hidden in Nanhai Wuda.
Who would have thought that this second-tier martial arts school had such a trump card?
In the following months, the entire Great Xia remained calm and peaceful.
Only the Nanhai base was surging with undercurrents. Xin Qingyan is experiencing a sweet dilemma.
Teacher Xin, I want my child to transfer to the class you are leading.
You must accept this token of appreciation. Just consider it as buying cultivation resources for the children. Anyone with discerning eyes can see it clearly. Su Zhi's promotion to high grade is only a matter of time.
Mid-grade martial artists in the entire South Sea base are few and far between.
Let alone the soon-to-be high-grade powerhouse? If one can establish this connection, the benefits would be immeasurable.
Parents vying for transfer spots have almost broken down the threshold.
Nanhai No. 3 High School has unexpectedly become a popular choice for school selection.
Nanhai Wuda has yet to reap the benefits of top talents. This high school has already taken the lead in enjoying the dividends of the times.
However, Xin Qingyan did not accept everything as it was.
All transfer students must pass the qualification assessment. It is foreseeable that this year's martial arts college entrance exam results at the school will undoubtedly be outstanding. As time passed, Su Zhi finally reached the peak of the 6th rank.
1 whole month ahead of the originally planned 3-month deadline.
He speculated that it was due to the blessing of fortune. This time, his fame spread across the Great Xia, causing his fortune to soar. With the rise in fortune, his cultivation became increasingly smooth. Although he had made a breakthrough, Su Zhi had no intention of leaving seclusion. Previously, he had honed his mastery of power to perfection.
The combat strength of the 6th grade peak was far inferior to the period of full attribute enhancement.
Therefore, the realm after the breakthrough was effortless for him.
Even the step of stabilizing the realm was skipped. It's time to consider breaking through to the 7th grade. Su Zhi pondered silently.
Although he had considered it before, it was never implemented due to insufficient cultivation.
The main focus is on studying the high-grade breakthrough notes.
The 7th grade requires using spiritual power to connect with heaven and earth. According to ancient records, one must align their spiritual fluctuations with the rhythm of heaven and earth.
Some achieve sudden enlightenment, while others spend their entire lives unable to find the way. It all depends on personal ability. In addition to one's own accumulation, the school also provides abundant resource support. It is both a reward for bringing fame to the school, and because the senior management of Nanhai Wuda recognizes their potential. The investment scale far surpasses the past. Now his wealth is once again abundant.
The total estimated value of various spiritual stone resources exceeds 200 million. 2 years ago, his entire savings amounted to only 100,000 spiritual stones. At that time, it was still necessary to live frugally. Unlike now, where it would be considered a wealthy class among 6th-rank martial artists. But the pursuit of martial arts is never-ending.
Extractability.
The ability roulette spun rapidly.
At the same time,
Su Zhi held his breath and focused. He had prepared for any possible outcome. When the roulette abruptly stopped, it emitted 4 colored rays of light. Heart of Blazing Flames trial card, gain top-level fire affinity, limited to 30 days. This unexpected surprise made Su Zhi's eyes light up suddenly.
It directly grants a prodigy-level elemental talent. Most martial artists have a 5 elements inclination during cultivation.
If a certain elemental affinity is outstanding, practicing the corresponding technique will yield twice the result with half the effort.
Of course, this is not the case for everyone. Most martial artists have average elemental affinity.
Although such individuals can practice techniques of various elements, they find it difficult to gain additional benefits.
Su Zhi previously belonged to this category. No elemental inclination at all.
Such people make up the vast majority in Xia. Even those with slight inclinations see only limited improvement in cultivation efficiency. Only those with significant affinity will show an advantage.
The ability drawn this time is a timely boon for Su Zhi.
His primary cultivation technique is the fire-based Blazing Sun art. He chose this technique back then precisely for its explosive characteristics.
The blade technique practiced, Mad God's 8 slashes, also requires fire element enhancement. Under the enhancement of the Heart of Flames.
At this moment, his fire element talent rivals that of top-tier prodigies.
Although he has already reached the peak of the 6th grade, cultivation has not stagnated.
Both the refinement of combat skills and the solidification of the foundation can be improved. However, relying solely on this talent to reach the 7th grade still seems insufficient.
Ultimately, the accumulation of foundation is lacking.
Breaking through from the 6th rank to the 7th is like a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. It is by no means achievable through talent alone. Among the prodigies of the same generation is Su Zhao in Dixia. There is no shortage of extraordinary individuals with outstanding elemental affinity. There are still many who remain stuck at the peak of the 6th rank.
For example, that Pei Qingyu.
He has been stuck at the peak of the 6th rank for nearly 2 years. So far, there are no signs of a breakthrough.
He is challenging the prodigies of various schools this time, not only to bring fame to Chengdu Martial University,
but also with the deeper goal of gathering 6th grade fortune, aiming to leverage an invincible momentum to break through to the 7th grade. Even in failure, one can glimpse the mysteries of breaking through.
Unexpectedly, he suffered defeat at the South Sea Martial University.
It can be said that success was within reach but ultimately failed. The grudge between Su Zhe and him is no small matter.
Although not a life and death enemy,
it has still become a knot in the martial heart. From this, it is evident how difficult the 7th grade is.
Most peak 6th grade martial artists need multiple attempts to break through the bottleneck. There is hope to break through.
Forcing a breakthrough is extremely risky, and even the slightest mistake could lead to backlash. During this month, Su Zhe was not in a hurry to achieve success. He continued refining his combat skills and solidifying his foundation. In his leisure time, he studied the handbook for breaking through to high grades. He did not rashly attempt to reach the 7th grade. He was well aware that his foundation was still shallow. If he forcibly attempted a breakthrough and failed, at best, it would take months to recover.
Possessing such a wondrous item as the ability roulette, he prefers to patiently wait for the right moment. Break through only when the foundation is solid.
If failure due to rashness delays progress by several months, the monthly lottery opportunities missed during this time,
the cost is immeasurable. Time quietly slips away.
Su Zhe has never attempted to break through the boundary,
still honing and refining cultivation.
Unfortunately, having reached the peak of the 6th grade, the progress has significantly slowed. The talent of the Heart of Flames is truly wasted. If only this ability had been obtained earlier,
it might help him reach the peak faster. Drawn precisely during the bottleneck period, ultimately failed to assist in breaking through.
Just as Su Zhe was pondering a way to break the impasse, the new martial arts college entrance examination arrived as scheduled.
The Nanhai base continued last year's special training model. Governor Yan Zhengxing did not dare to arbitrarily change the regulations,
especially after Su Zhe became renowned throughout Daxia. This high-ranking official grew even more reverent.
It must be noted that if this person is promoted to a high rank,
he will surely hold an important position in the Nanhai martial world. By then, he might even influence the rise and fall of his career. The joint special training at the South Sea base before the college entrance examination. It is by no means just a matter for one base. Both Su Zhe and the Southern Territory are paying close attention. The key lies in the fact that the South Sea base is the first base to undergo changes. Especially as Su Zhe's fame spread throughout Daxia, the southern region began to place increasing importance on the South Sea base. Perhaps this is the celebrity effect.
To some extent, it can make people view you in a better light.
Su Zhe occasionally learned about the recent developments at the South Sea base through Shen Qingyan. Even though he has already left, it does not prevent him from keeping an eye on the South Sea base. In fact, he is more interested in observing the results of the policies he implemented in their second year.
From the current information, the situation is improving.
Under the dual influence of increasingly fierce competition and resource subsidies, the students' cultivation levels have improved significantly. The number of admissions for this year's martial arts college entrance exam is likely to be on par with last year.
For the current Nanhai base, this is already excellent enough. It is obviously unrealistic to surpass the Xianen base in the short term. Moreover, even weaknesses have their own survival wisdom.
The prosperity of most base cities is closely related to the myriad races passage.
For example, the Xianen base was not much stronger than the Nanhai base in the beginning. 500 years ago, during the early stages of spiritual energy revival,
All bases were essentially on the same starting line. The emergence of the battlefield of 10,000 races disrupted the balance, and the Great Xia invested significant resources to guard these passages. Although the South Sea base still appears weak, given a time frame of 1,000 years, it may not be impossible for it to grow and strengthen.
The current top priority is to train more martial arts university students.
Nurturing more martial artists and even powerful warriors, and achieving a virtuous cycle through their contributions in return. This is precisely the development blueprint Suzhou has formulated for Nanhai, currently in the first phase of implementation. Under normal circumstances, as long as no accidents happen to Suzhou, no one dares to arbitrarily alter his planned future for Nanhai. Regarding the successor Yan Zhengxing, Suzhou learned a lot of information through his school mentor. It was learned that he is a disciplined martial artist, indeed suitable for the current stage of the South Sea base. He will not be transferred back for the time being, but compensation can be provided through resource support and other means.
Yan Zhengxing's reason for applying to return to South Sea Martial Arts University. On one hand, it's about the cultivation environment, and on the other, it's related to resource allocation. During the tenure as governor of the South Sea, battlefield missions cannot be undertaken. The channels for obtaining resources are clearly restricted. Over the course of a year, a significant amount of resources will indeed be lost. However, with Suzhou's current wealth, he truly doesn't lack resources at the 4th grade level. Even if he pays out of his own pocket to subsidize, he can completely afford it. After all, Yan Zhengxing has already clearly expressed his intention to pledge allegiance. Naturally, Suzhou doesn't mind showing generosity.
Although the South Sea Martial Arts University is generally considered united, the factions are mainly divided by colleges. However, there are occasions that require a spokesperson like Yan Zhengxing to step forward and handle matters.
A 4th grade cultivation level is more than enough to act as a messenger.
Of course, at this stage, the main purpose is still to have him look after Su's mother and other relatives. In a sense, Suzhou indeed harbored thoughts of taking control of the South Sea base.
However, this couldn't really be considered ambition.
After all, the local martial artists in the South Sea were all minor figures, and no notable strong individuals had emerged in its history. If he were to truly take over, the local martial artists might even line the streets to welcome him. After all, a base with strong individuals in charge, whether it's resource allocation or crisis response, it can always gain the upper hand. The current South Sea base has no strategic value, describing it as unremarkable couldn't be more fitting.
As for South Sea affairs,
Suzhou did not put in too much effort. At this moment, he was focused on extracting the abilities for the new month.
Give me something that helps with breakthroughs.
He stared at the spinning wheel in the void, silently praying. When the pointer stopped at the dazzling 7-colored halo, even Suzhou couldn't help but hold his breath. This was the most brilliant light he had ever seen. At least it has to be related to martial arts. Obtain a Dream of Spring and Autumn experience card, 1 year of cultivation in a dream, synchronized with reality, limited to 1 use/month.
Suzhou's pupils slightly contracted.
This was definitely the most unique ability he had ever seen. It was equivalent to gaining an entire year of arduous cultivation out of thin air, precisely the assistance he needed most at the moment.
Perhaps this could help me break through to the 7th rank,
he murmured softly to himself. It should be noted that Peiqingyu would need at least 2 or 3 more years to break through to the 7th rank. But if he managed to break through first, that prodigy would find it even harder to reach his level.
To ensure absolute safety, Suzhou did not rush to use the experience card.
Instead, he spent a full 20 days, thoroughly studying all the insights on breaking through to the 7th grade that he could gather, including the perceptions of multiple high-grade martial artists on the power of heaven and earth. Suzhou also entrusted the school to gather materials to aid his breakthrough. Su Xingyan and others actively cooperated to complete the collection. They all understood that Suzhou's attempt to reach a higher grade was extremely challenging and never expected him to succeed in one go. Even for those prodigies, failing 2 or 3 times during such attempts was common.
The standard allows 3 attempts, with a maximum of 5.
After exceeding 5 attempts, the breakthrough probability will plummet drastically.
Cases of prodigies failing once or twice are quite common. Cases of passing in 1 attempt are exceedingly rare.
What's more, Suzhou was recently promoted to the 6th rank, and Su Xingyan and other school executives believed Suzhou was just testing the waters. No one truly believed he could achieve victory in his first battle.
High-ranked martial artists understand the hardships involved the most. Su Xingyan himself only succeeded on his 4th attempt.
In his youth, he was also a prominent figure who made waves.
The difficulty of promotion is evident.
The school administration considered it was his first attempt,
and let him act freely.
Martial arts cultivation ultimately relies on self-realization. External intervention may instead disrupt one's understanding of martial arts.
This precisely explains why there is no direct guidance from high-level practitioners. At this stage, external rules and frameworks have become shackles. Extraction successful.
The resource allocation capabilities of Nanhai Martial Arts University are not to be underestimated. Relying on the network of numerous high-grade martial artists, a complete set of 7th-grade breakthrough resources was prepared in just 7 days. After all, the school had not produced a 7th-grade martial artist for many years, so it naturally did not keep such resources in stock. Fortunately, most of the resources needed for the 7th grade can be traded and exchanged. The Daxia Medicine Hall also maintains a long-term reserve of pills to assist with breakthroughs. Suja quickly pocketed these strategic resources. This is the heart protection pill, which can minimize damage in case of a failed breakthrough.
This is the Millennium Stalactite, which aids in comprehending the power of heaven and earth.
It helps the spirit achieve a certain degree of harmony with the power of heaven and earth.
Every resource is incredibly valuable.
But the school gave them without hesitation, without even setting any conditions.
Nor did they reach any verbal agreement with Suja.
At this moment, even Suja's heart was filled with emotion.
The school is indeed doing its utmost to help him break through.
Although he knows this is the school's way of keeping him, they have genuinely invested a lot of resources.
Dean, please convey my gratitude to the school on my behalf. Suja said sincerely.
Nanhai Martial Arts University has been established for only 20 years, and much of its foundation relies on the support of high-ranking experts. In a sense, the resources used to break through to the 7th rank are all thanks to the contributions of these high-ranking individuals. Including matters such as resource exchanges, many favors are still owed. What surprised Suja the most was that the one who contributed the most this time turned out to be old Zhang from the logistics department. This was indeed somewhat unexpected for him, although he held the title of deputy director in the logistics department.
In reality, his interactions with old Zhang were few and far between.
Therefore, this expression of gratitude was especially sincere. As long as there are gains, that's good. If you can advance to the 7th rank within 3 years, that would be the best reward for the school.
Su Xingyan said with a look of gratification on his face. No one is willing to sponsor an extreme egoist.
Clearly, Suja is not such a person. From staying on the South China Sea battlefield for over a month to avenge his fallen mentor, to later handing over the corpse of a 6th-grade savage beast to the school for processing.
Each and every matter has been witnessed by everyone.
Many esteemed individuals are willing to lend a hand, precisely because they value this character.
Perhaps Suja always appears distant on the surface, unlike those who are eager to make connections.
But making friends is unrelated to character, and a cold exterior is not a standard for judgment. People of high quality and strength never judge others by appearances, only by their actions. Within 3 years, I will surely reach the 7th rank.
Suja responded solemnly.
Although this time, the plan is to succeed in one go. There's no need to reveal everything.
Leaving room for maneuver is always prudent. Having confidence is one thing, thorough preparation is another.
This is also the reason he sought assistance from the school. After all, breaking through to the 7th rank was a first for him. If an unexpected situation occurred, it could lead to failure at the last moment.
Once everything was ready, he chose the cultivation room within the school specifically reserved for high ranks. Suja activated the ability of a dream of spring and autumn. Training in a dream.
Although it seems mysterious, there were already many myths about dream transmissions before his rebirth.
It's acceptable.
Under the influence of special powers, Suja quickly sank into a dream. At this moment, he seemed to enter a state of sudden enlightenment. The time in the dream was unexpectedly stretched into a full year. He clearly perceived that the dream could break through the shackles of his own aptitude. Originally, people in dreams easily break through the shackles of reality. It is not surprising to fantasize about ascending to immortality and sainthood. Now, this trait is merely focused on cultivation aptitude. No wonder this ability radiates with 7-colored brilliance.
Far more extraordinary than expected.
With the mighty power of the dream, Suja's aura surged step by step.
In reality, only a single night has passed. Yet in the dream, 360 days have already elapsed.
This was Suja's longest continuous cultivation to date. When he woke from the dream, his eyes shimmered with a brilliance akin to the flowing stars. His aura began to surge from the peak of the 6th grade, directly aiming for the threshold of the 7th grade.
Suja had not yet left seclusion and continued to sit cross-legged, regulating his breath.
Although he had already performed a dream of spring and autumn, the insights gained in the dream had not yet been fully digested.
He waited to completely comprehend these realizations.
It is the moment of breaking through the 7th rank threshold. The gains from this grand dream of spring and autumn far exceeded expectations. Previously, there was still a 50% chance of reaching the 7th rank.
Now, the odds of success have soared to over 60%.
This probability is already rare in martial arts breakthroughs. While Suja was in seclusion, the great Xia court and public were brewing new disturbances. The previously announced Tianjiu ranking sparked heated discussions. The public called for the release of a high-grade martial artist ranking.
Each state and province has high-ranking guardians. However, debates over who is stronger or weaker never cease. The empire, in response to public opinion, began drafting policies. The strength of high-ranking martial artists is inherently difficult to fully conceal. Cult organizations have their own intelligence networks. Publishing the rankings can instead deter petty villains. However, high-ranking experts are all tasked with guarding critical positions. They must not leave their jurisdiction without significant cause. The Great Xia ultimately decided to base the rankings on actual combat achievements. On one hand, it is inconvenient for high-level martial artists to compete publicly. On the other hand, combat achievements are more convincing. This both meets the expectations of the public and leaves room for high-level experts. Even if the ranking is slightly lower, it is merely due to insufficient accumulation of battle merits, rather than lacking strength. This move is indeed thorough. It both addresses public demands and upholds the dignity of high standards. Named Master List. Divided into 3 lists, 7th rank, 8th rank, and 9th rank. Unlike the Tianjiu list, all high ranks can be included. After all, high-rank martial artists are inherently rare. The list sparked heated discussions as soon as it was announced.
Compared to the Heaven's Pride ranking, the Grandmaster ranking truly represents the real powerhouses.
Even a 7th-grade martial artist is like a legend to ordinary people.
In frontline fortresses like the South Sea Base, 5th and 6th grades are rarely seen,
let alone the existence of higher grades. The situation in many regions is similar to that of the South Sea Base.
The distribution of the myriad race passages is not uniform.
Some regions have 2 or 3, while others have none across their entire territory. This results in regional differences in the overall strength of martial artists. This is the reality of the predicament. It is temporarily difficult for Daxia to achieve balanced development.
Prioritizing the protection of key battlefield locations is also inevitable.
However, the nation's desire for high-level powerhouses remains unwavering.
It's a pity that Gao Pin has always been enigmatic and unpredictable. The Grandmaster ranking has finally unveiled a corner of its mystery.
Southeast actually hides such a powerful figure. The top of the 9th rank is surprisingly not from the divine capital. Many reclusive experts are only now becoming known.
The entire nation is abuzz with discussion.
Students at Nanhai Martial Arts University are equally excited. Our school actually has so many grandmasters on the list. Although there is still a gap compared to other top martial arts universities.
But the dean is actually a 7th grade expert. Previously, students rarely paid attention to the cultivation levels of the school's senior management. Now that the rankings are clearly listed, it's hard not to notice.
Su Xingyan was unexpectedly ranked 9th on the 7th grade list. Extremely high value.
The 7th grade list has the most people, approximately over 600.
But in the Great Xia, it is still a rarity.
Those who make it into the top 10 are separated by only a hair's breadth.
All are peak-level 7th grade existences. Su Xingyan's actual cultivation is far beyond this. This is only because the ranking emphasizes the statistics of battle achievements.
Additionally, influenced by Suja, he is well-versed in the art of concealing one's abilities. Naturally, he is unwilling to show off his sharp edges. What should be kept hidden must still be hidden. It might just bring a surprise to the South Sea battlefield.
This thoughtfulness can also be considered far-sighted. Except for Su Xingyan. Other deans and presidents of the academy are also on the list. Currently, the highest-ranked individual at Nanhai Martial Arts University is President Yu Xiong. He is ranked 20th on the 9th grade list. This ranking surprised quite a few students. Because Nanhai Martial Arts University was established relatively late.
Naturally, Yu Xiong, as the president of Nanhai Martial Arts University, is also younger compared to the presidents of other martial arts universities.
However, no one expected his ranking to be so high now, even surpassing the presidents of many established martial arts universities.
According to the relevant regulations of Daxia, Only those who have reached the 9th rank in cultivation can serve as university presidents. This strict requirement effectively eliminates the existence of nepotism. To some extent, it ensures the fairness of the education system. With the release of the Grandmaster rankings, multiple fierce battles erupted on the battlefield of myriad races. Many high-ranking martial artists were dissatisfied with their rankings, as the martial artist community has always valued reputation. Adhering to the philosophy of martial arts must compete, engaging in contests is entirely normal. In response, the Great Xia authorities had already prepared contingency plans. While the turmoil surrounding the master ranking continues to escalate, a major event has occurred within Nanhai Martial Arts University. The headmaster, Yu Xiong, who had been in seclusion for many years, has finally emerged. Although there are many high-ranking martial artists within the university, Yu Xiong is the only one who has truly stepped into the 9th rank realm. Since the founding of the university, this headmaster has devoted all his efforts to the construction of the school. In the early days of the school's establishment, everything was personally attended to. After coming out of seclusion this time, Yu Xiong immediately convened a meeting with all mid-level and above martial artists in the school. However, this meeting was not intended to announce any major decisions. The main purpose was to understand the school's development during his time in seclusion. When numerous martial artists of 3rd rank and above gathered in the conference room, they entered to see the old principal seated at the head position. Even a seasoned professor like Su Xingyan could only be considered a junior in front of Yu Xiong. Principal! Principal! Amid the continuous greetings, the old principal kindly responded to everyone. He even engaged in friendly conversations with some teachers, inquiring about their cultivation progress. Seeing the many newly promoted mid-level martial artists in the conference room, Yu Xiong couldn't help but reveal a gratified smile. Guangtu, tell us about the events that have occurred during this period. Yu Xiong directly called on Vice Principal Tang Guangtu to speak.
Since he went into seclusion, the affairs of Nanhai Martial Arts University have been primarily managed by Tang Guangtu. Tang Guangtu quickly summarized the major events that occurred over the years. He mainly selected significant events to report, as there was no need to elaborate on minor details. When the changes in the battlefield of all races were mentioned, Yu Xiong frowned slightly. These changes are by no means a good omen for the South Sea battlefield or the entire southern region. When the incident involving the prodigies of the Divine Capital Martial Arts University was brought up, Yu Xiong's brows furrowed even tighter. Although he graduated from Chengdu Martial Arts University in his early years, he later founded Nanhai Martial Arts University due to conflicts and disagreements. This time, the prodigies from Chengdu came to challenge, perhaps not without the intention of settling old grudges. Just as he was secretly regretting implicating the school, Tang Guangtu suddenly changed the subject. However, a prodigy from our school defeated Pei Qingyu, and Nanhai Martial Arts University is now making a name for itself by stepping on Chengdu Martial Arts University. Mentioning this, Tang Guangtu could hardly contain his excitement. This could be considered the most triumphant moment for Nanhai Martial Arts University in the past decade. Although there is still a gap in heritage between the two schools, being able to win in a head-to-head confrontation, it is enough to shake the entire martial arts world of Great Xia. Yu Xiong was stunned upon hearing this. My school's prodigy? Even with his experience, he could hardly conceal his astonishment at this moment. Before his seclusion, he had heard of Pei Qingyu's renowned reputation, who was indeed an almost invincible presence in the 6th grade realm. Such a top-tier talent should have been a treasured focus of cultivation for major martial academies. How could someone capable of defeating him suddenly appear out of nowhere? What's even more puzzling is that, to his memory, Nanhai Martial University had never produced such a figure. It's Su Zhe. I wonder if the principal remembers him. His latent talent and abilities have awakened. Tang Guangtu hurriedly explained, while also mentioning the school's support plan for Su Zhe. Although these decisions were jointly discussed by the school's senior management, it would still be troublesome if the principal opposed them. However, Tang Guangtu knew very well in his heart. This principal was even more eager than him to see the legacy of Nanhai Wuda passed down. Good. Yu Xiong indeed showed excitement on his face. He indeed had an impression of Su Zhe. Back in the days of training on the South Sea battlefield, that lone figure always dressed in tactical camouflage. Always the first to complete battlefield cleanup after the Wasteland Tribe's raids. Although they had only met a few times, his survival rules of caution had been a special topic of discussion at the school affairs meeting. At that time, the school neither confirmed nor denied it. After all, Su Zhe's monthly record of hunting the Wilderness Tribe was acceptable, though his efficiency was slightly lower than his peers.
Prioritizing survival during the low-grade warrior stage was a survival principle tacitly approved by all schools. Who could have predicted that this unremarkable seedling would break through 3 realms in 2 years and reach the peak of grade 6? Even defeated the formidable enemy Peiqing Yu. Where is Su Zhi now? Yu Xiong eagerly pressed for an answer. The figure who used to silently memorize the key points of techniques in the corner of the tactics room back then. Now it has transformed into an existence he needs to look up to. If I could personally witness this sapling grow into a towering tree, I wouldn't hesitate to exhaust the treasures of the 9th grade peak. That kid is currently in seclusion, attempting a breakthrough. Su Xingnian picked up the conversation. Even for such a major event as the principal coming out of seclusion, he still insisted on not disturbing Su Zhi, who was striding to break through to a higher realm. A few days ago, the school had just approved 3 barrier-breaking pills, and this moment was the most critical juncture. Make sure to notify me immediately after he comes out of seclusion. Yu Xiong casually waved his hand. He was all too familiar with the chasm of the high-grade realm. Even if this breakthrough attempt failed, based solely on Su Zhi's displayed potential, it was already worth the school pouring all its resources into nurturing him. At this moment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at Nanhai Martial Arts University began to become chaotic. Even some forces of heaven and earth started to converge. What happened? Some martial artists of lower ranks were the first to change their expressions, exclaiming in shock. It is well known that the spiritual energy on the campus of South Sea Martial Arts University has always been stable. Such drastic changes have never occurred before. However, many high-ranking martial artists showed expressions of doubt and suspicion, as they could not determine the source of the anomaly. At present, only one person in the entire school is striving for a higher grade. Tang Guangtu spoke softly. Such fluctuations do indeed resemble the signs of breaking through to a higher grade. Stepping into a higher grade requires the alignment of mental strength with the power of heaven and earth, and the breakthrough process is bound to trigger spiritual energy disturbances. The high-ranking individuals present had all experienced this situation before and naturally were the first to identify the cause of the anomaly. Could it be that Su Zhi is really about to break through? Is our school about to gain another high-ranking powerhouse? Even the high-ranking martial artists couldn't hide their shock, and Su Xingnian was equally astonished. They originally estimated that Su Zhi would need at least 2 more years to break through. Who would have thought that the first attempt seemed to be on the verge of success? It's not over yet, so the conclusion is still uncertain. Although Yu Xiong spoke cautiously, his tone could hardly conceal his joy. Triggering such a large-scale spiritual energy fluctuation indicates that the breakthrough process is more than halfway complete. Even if it fails this time, success is certain next time. Upon hearing the discussions of high-grade martial artists, the mid- and low-grade martial artists finally understood. This celestial phenomenon was actually caused by Su Zhi's seclusion, and it is highly likely that he has successfully broken through. The 6th grade martial artists feel it most deeply. Most of them have been stuck at this level for years, with no clue about the threshold of the 7th grade. Yet Su Zhi advanced to the 6th grade in just over a year. It should be noted that ordinary 6th grade martial artists usually remain stagnant for at least 5 to 6 years. Some even struggle for 10 years without catching a glimpse of the path forward. In contrast, Su Zhi's progress can be described as astonishing. This meeting ultimately could not continue. All martial artists focused on the matter of breakthroughs. Even Principal Yu Xiong had no intention of listening to the school affairs report. At this moment, his attention was solely on that secluded cultivation chamber. Including Principal Yu Xiong. At this moment, there was no time to learn about the development of Nanhai Martial Arts University during this period. After all, no matter how the school affairs have progressed recently, it is not as important as the emergence of a high-ranking master. Don't be fooled by the numerous high-ranking names on the Grandmaster list. If truly dispersed across various battlefields, the numbers would seem insufficient. Speaking solely of high-level martial artists in the South Sea battlefield, the combined total belonging to the South Sea Martial Arts University and the Great Xia military is no more than a dozen. The dean of the Alchemy Academy, Su Xingnian, could not hide the tension on his face. Must succeed. He kept muttering to himself. If he can break through this time, it will save at least a year. This is of extraordinary significance to Su Zhi's martial arts future. It must be noted that a year for a prodigy is not the same as a year for an ordinary martial artist. How can they even be compared? The other high-ranking martial artists all cast envious glances at Su Xingnian. The entire school knows that this prodigy, Su Zhi, has a close personal relationship with the dean of the Alchemy Institute. Previously, many of the resources Su Zhi obtained were thanks to Su Xingnian's full efforts. Coupled with the various forms of support in the past, Suja had always held great respect for this dean.
Could you elaborate on the situation of this prodigy? Principal Yu Xiong asked again. Previously, Tang Wangtu's report was vague and unclear. Details such as family background and past deeds were not thoroughly discussed.
Yu Xiong wanted to take this opportunity to understand Suja's character and way of dealing with matters.
Suja is truly a rare talent. Born into a humble background but persevered tirelessly.
Managed to carve out a path as a warrior through sheer effort. The high-ranking individuals were already thoroughly familiar with Suja's records,
and immediately recounted all the information they knew.
When serving as the governor of the South Sea, he reformed the construction of the base. The meat of the 6th grade wild beasts hunted was prioritized for sale to the school. Let alone the fact that he stayed on the battlefield for over a month to settle a personal vendetta without retreating.
This provoked the wilderness tribes to dispatch multiple elite squads to hunt him down. A complex expression appeared on Yu Xiong's face. He found it hard to associate these deeds with the cautious and timid young man described in the rumors. God of War? Suja?
This contrast made him feel quite out of place. Fortunately, the principal was well versed in the saying one should look at a person with new eyes after 3 days of separation, so he did not lose his composure.
Perhaps Suja will soon surpass us,
Yu Xiong remarked with emotion. If Suja steps into the 7th rank, he will be on par with half of the high-level practitioners at Nanhai Martial Arts University. These remarks, however, have caused high-level martial artists to secretly question them. Only those who have experienced it firsthand understand the difficulty of high-level cultivation. Whether Suja can continue his rapid progress remains in doubt.
More importantly, high-grade cultivation is constrained by a critical shackle, resource scarcity.
High-grade resources are inherently rare and must be fought for by martial artists themselves. While the Martial Arts University in the Divine Capital still has foundational support, the South Sea Martial Arts University relies entirely on self-sufficiency. This greatly hinders the progress of high-grade cultivation.
This situation is not unique to the South Sea, it is, in fact, a common problem among most martial arts academies in the Grand Xia.
However, the high-ranking individuals are unaware that Suja's progress in cultivation relies more on the enhancement of special abilities. Although resource shortages may affect cultivation efficiency, their constraints on him are far less significant than on others. Send orders to the academies to appease the students.
The phenomenon will last for at most a few days.
Those who wish to cultivate may temporarily head to the South Sea base. Yu Xiong suddenly remembered a critical matter. The disruption of spiritual energy in heaven and earth has already affected students' daily cultivation. Fortunately, the breakthrough to the 7th grade, whether successful or not, will be clear within 10 days.
Inside the high-grade cultivation room, Suja was facing the most critical stage of the breakthrough.
Although he had thoroughly simulated the breakthrough to the 7th grade beforehand, the actual difficulty still far exceeded expectations.
The very first threshold of harnessing the power of heaven and earth
has already blocked countless 6th grade martial artists.
Those lacking sufficient spiritual power can never hope to reach it.
Fortunately, through several rounds of ability enhancement and tempering, coupled with the heaven-defying effects of the dream of spring and autumn, Suja's mental strength had already surpassed the scope of the 6th grade. Only after drawing upon the power of heaven and earth would the true test begin. One must temper oneself with the mighty force of heaven and earth. This process is extremely perilous, as the physical body and vitality may fall short. Mildly, it could result in severe injuries affecting the foundation. Severely, it could lead to an explosion and instant death.
Thanks to the accumulated power of all attribute enhancement,
Suja's mastery over the surge in strength had reached perfection, preventing a crisis of losing control over his power.
Boom! Enduring 3 days of torment, a majestic aura burst forth.
As the fluctuations around Suja gradually stabilized, the realm of the 7th grade was finally achieved.
Even with Suja's temperament, at this moment, he couldn't help but let out a long breath.
The disturbance in the forces of heaven and earth within the South Sea Martial Arts University gradually subsided,
due to the high-grade cultivation room blocking most of Suja's aura. Even many high-ranking experts find it difficult to determine at first glance whether he has successfully broken through.
Although there was indeed a change in aura in the end, such changes can occur regardless of whether the breakthrough succeeds or fails.
This made the many high-ranking experts at Nanhai Martial Arts University even more anxious. They even entertained the idea of installing surveillance in the training room. However, this idea was quickly dismissed.
After all, no high-level martial artist would be willing to expose their cultivation secrets.
This has already become a baseline consensus among martial artists. Wonder if it succeeded? Su Xingnian couldn't help but speak out. Everyone, go back first. Yu Xiong was the first to speak. Regardless of success or failure, leaving seclusion will take time. He explained that success requires stabilizing one's realm, while failure necessitates healing injuries. This reminder made everyone suddenly realize, with self-deprecating smiles appearing on their faces. Indeed, we were too hasty, but this is a matter of great importance. After all, Suzhou is very likely to become the first high-grade talent independently cultivated by our school since its founding. Someone sighed. This really can't be blamed on their impatience. For Nanhai Martial Arts University, this holds a dual significance. It not only means adding high-level combat power to address the South Sea battlefield but also signifies that the school has the capability to cultivate high-grade talents. This is crucial for both recruitment and reputation. As the crowd dispersed, Yu Xiong temporarily postponed inquiries about school affairs. He planned to observe the changes in the school over the years through acting principal Tang Guangtu while waiting for the final results. This principal was far less calm than he appeared on the surface. After all, in today's martial arts world, any academy capable of producing a top-tier prodigy is worth paying attention to. Only Su Xingnian sat cross-legged in front of the cultivation room door, clearly intending to wait there until the moment of emergence. This came as no surprise to everyone. Given the friendship between Su Xingnian and Su Zhe, such an action was entirely normal. Approximately 20 days later, Su Zhe's aura finally completely stabilized, officially solidifying at the early stage of the 7th rank. Who would have thought there would still be a day to step into the higher ranks? A look of emotion appeared on Su Zhe's face as he murmured softly. Before the age of 28, he had finally broken through. A mid-grade martial artist was already a realm he couldn't dare to imagine, let alone now breaking through to high grade. After stepping into high grade, Su Zhe would no longer be confined to the ground, and could soar through the skies with the power of the 7th grade. In the cultivation room, he repeatedly attempted to hover in mid-air. At first, his movements were still somewhat clumsy, but over time, gradually mastered the knack. Apart from the ability to fly, high-grade martial artists also possess exclusive special abilities. Contract mutated beasts. When a warrior's mental strength reaches a certain level and resonates with heaven and earth, the mental strength will carry the power of heaven and earth, a force strong enough to tame exotic beasts. Of course, the strength of the contracted exotic beast must not exceed high grade. For most high-grade warriors, exotic beasts are important battle companions. Many high-ranking individuals keep exotic beasts as guardian beasts for their estates. After all, upon reaching such a level, one often loses control over their own circumstances. For example, the high-ranking martial artists of South Sea Martial Arts University. Although not native to the southern region, they have long resided here, and their relatives may not necessarily be in the South Sea. At this moment, loyal exotic beasts become particularly important. When Su Zhe stepped out of the seclusion chamber, Su Xingnian had already been waiting for a long time. "Su boy, have you broken through?" the old man eagerly asked. "This matter concerns the future development of Nanhai Martial University. I have not failed the mission." Su Zhe responded with a smile. The breakthrough was destined to be impossible to conceal, so it was better to openly acknowledge it. Nanhai Martial Arts University has always had little intrigue, so there's no need to worry about internal issues. As for the cult martial artists, unless an 8th grade powerhouse is dispatched, Su Zhe has nothing to fear. What's more, this is Nanhai Martial Arts University, and cult martial artists wouldn't dare to come near. All martial arts universities are equipped with advanced monitoring systems. If an unfamiliar martial artist exceeds a certain power threshold, the warning mechanism will be activated. Moreover, high-grade martial artists are already scarce throughout the entire Great Xia. It is even less likely for the cult organization to possess many high-grade individuals. Among the cult's high-grade members in the entire southern region, there are at most only 3. Whether there is an 8th grade among them remains unknown. Truly a breakthrough. Su Xingnian exclaimed loudly, unable to hide his joy. It wasn't until Su Zhe personally confirmed it that the old man's anxious heart was completely at ease. It wasn't overthinking. After all, this was Su Zhe's first breakthrough, and most people had not been optimistic about him before. Looking across the entire Great Xia, it is indeed rare for a first breakthrough to directly reach a high grade. The news spread like wildfire across Nanhai Martial Arts University, and senior martial artists such as Yu Xiong rushed over upon hearing it. The moment their gaze fell on Su Zhe, everyone's eyes instantly lit up like starlight. Truly broke through. Our Wuhan University has gained another high-tier combatant. This is the first student in the school's history to reach high tier. Everyone present is no fool. Just by observing Suju's composed demeanor and Su Xingyan's obvious joy, it is clear that this matter is absolutely true. Having participated in high-level meetings, Suju has an impression of most high-ranking martial artists within the school. At this moment, the white-haired elder stood at the forefront. It was precisely the principal who had left a deep impression on him. Although there had been no prior interaction, the breakthrough in his realm allowed Suju to handle the situation with ease. Are you Suju? Truly extraordinary. Yu Xiong observed the young man in front of him with a smile. With just a little observation, one could notice the unique aura surrounding the youth, resonating with heaven and earth. This is precisely the distinctive feature of a 7th-grade martial artist. It's just that at this moment, the martial artists of the South Sea were too excited to carefully observe this subtle fluctuation. Principal. Suju responded respectfully. For this legendary figure who personally created the myth of Nanhai Wuda, he has always held deep respect in his heart. Even before enrolling, Suju had already learned a lot about the principal's experiences. Yu Xiong quickly started a conversation with Suju. However, the discussion was not about cultivation but rather some trivial matters. It was evident that the principal wanted to use these everyday topics to bridge the gap between them. This scene made many high-ranking martial artists secretly envious. They didn't even have the chance to come into contact with Suju. A higher-ranking official can crush you with their authority. Not to mention the principal's absolute dominance in terms of strength. After some small talk, Yu Xiong finally got to the point and asked, "Have you concealed your cultivation level?" From the school's standpoint, revealing the truth can bring many benefits. But from a personal perspective, keeping some strength hidden is clearly more advantageous for Suju. For this reason, Yu Xiong did not force Suju to promote the school. At this moment, the high-ranking martial artists observing the ceremony had complex expressions. They suddenly realized they had forgotten the most crucial thing: the will of the person involved. It should be noted that Suju has already been promoted to a high rank, and many matters can no longer be decided arbitrarily by the school. This is a genuine high-rank martial artist. Suju was slightly stunned upon hearing this, not expecting the principal to bring up this matter. This respect warmed his heart slightly. He naturally understood the benefits of revealing his cultivation level to Nanhai Martial University and had, in fact, long tacitly accepted this possibility. Now, he was quite confident in his own strength, coupled with the fact that the school had treated him generously. It was merely a matter of revealing his cultivation level, something he could fully accept. It's just that something originally tacitly understood was suddenly brought to light, inevitably causing astonishment. No need to hide it anymore. Once it's of high quality, it's bound to be acted upon sooner or later. It can't be hidden forever after all. Suju spoke lightly, but everyone present understood clearly. This was obviously paving the way for Nanhai Martial Arts University. Admiration in Yu Xiong's eyes deepened, and his already good impression of Suju increased further. The martial arts entrance exam is approaching. If you want to promote, do it quickly. Suju even took the initiative to remind. He sincerely hoped that Nanhai Martial Arts University could recruit more talents. After all, he alone couldn't support the entire martial arts academy. That's true. Promoting a bit earlier would allow us to seize the initiative. The elites of Nanhai Wuda all chimed in agreement. It must be noted that today's Nanhai Wuda is no longer what it used to be. At least it has broken away from the ranks of ordinary martial arts academies. It's time to press the advantage. That day, the campus broadcast suddenly sounded. Special announcement. Our school's mentor Suju has officially advanced to the 7th rank. Effective immediately, he will also serve as the Deputy Dean of the Alchemy Academy. The announcement was broadcast 3 times in a loop, and the entire campus fell into a brief silence. Mentor Su has been promoted to a high rank? How long has it been? After the shock, a wave of excitement swept through every corner. Since the day Suju defeated Pei Qingyu, he had become the living emblem of Nanhai Martial Arts University. The entire school, both teachers and students, felt proud because of him. After all, the gap between Chengdu Martial University and Nanhai Martial University has always been like heaven and earth. Previously, some had predicted that Suju would reach the 7th rank within 3 years. But no one could have imagined that it would come true in just a few short months. After the shock subsided, a blazing spark ignited in the students' eyes. The stronger their alma mater, the brighter their martial path would naturally be. Song Qing and the crowd became the center of attention.
Since the last rescue incident, her relationship with Suja was no longer a secret. At this moment, congratulations poured in like a tide.
Who wouldn't want to bask in the glory of a high-grade martial artist? 7th grade Grandmaster. Song Cheng stared at the announcement screen, muttering to himself.
At first meeting, he only thought of him as a kind elder. Using this connection, he entered Nanhai Martial University, but there was always a sense of detachment hidden in his heart. Yet even with deliberate efforts to keep a distance, that person's rocket-like promotion speed. In the end, it made her unable to ignore. Now, the other party had actually stepped into that legendary realm, while she had not even crossed the threshold of a martial artist. Just as the campus was abuzz with noise, this piece of news had already grown wings and flown to every corner of Dasha. Countless people gradually began to realize that certain dynamics were quietly shifting. Why did the prodigy from the South Sea suddenly disappear from the top of the 6th grade ranking?
Could it be that something unexpected happened? Otherwise, how could they be directly removed from the ranking?
The change of the top spot in the 6th grade ranking is a major event. Those who have disappeared from the rankings throughout history have mostly met with misfortune. Even those who make it onto the rankings of the strong cannot escape the calamity of unexpected accidents. After all, no matter how extraordinarily gifted a low-grade martial artist may be, they are ultimately no match before a mid-grade one. However, such incidents are mostly concentrated in the low-grade ranks, with fewer than 5 mid-grade ranking casualties to date. Looking across the countless battlefields of the Great Xia, the 5 are but a drop in the ocean over the long years. At this moment, the prodigy of the Southern Sea suddenly fell off the rankings.
At first, no one thought much of it. How could the shackles of high grade be easily broken?
Until someone noticed the anomaly on the Grandmaster ranking.
That name unexpectedly appeared at the bottom of the 7th grade ranking. He advanced to a higher grade? Wasn't it said that he only reached the 6th grade half a year ago?
The whole nation was in an uproar. The difficulty of reaching high-grade thresholds is evident from the sparse names on the Grandmaster list.
Who could have imagined someone silently crossing the Great Divide?
Those prodigies who once sought to challenge the top position of the 6th grade list are collectively speechless at this moment.
They don't even respect Pei Qingyu, let alone the newly emerged Suja.
Originally, they planned to challenge him before he conquered the South.
But now, they've completely lost the opportunity. 6th rank and 7th rank. It is a world of difference between medium grade and high grade. This cultivation speed is simply monstrous.
Some prodigies looked at the rankings and smiled wryly. Deep within the divine capital Martial University,
Pei Qingyu was punching the stone wall.
Since returning from the disastrous defeat at the South Sea, he had locked himself in the training chamber for over 3 months. Unfortunately, the more impatient he became, the harder it was to enter a meditative state, with inner demons haunting him like a shadow. That day, he rarely stepped out of the chamber for some fresh air, only to see glaring news scrolling on the electronic screen. Suja of the South Sea promoted to 7th rank, setting record as youngest Grandmaster.
A fist heavily smashed against the tempered glass, cracks spreading like a spiderweb.
The gap not only failed to narrow but grew wider and wider. Even more ironically, with Suja's promotion, the top spot of the 6th rank list automatically returned to his name. But now this false reputation feels like a slap in the face. The more determined he was to reclaim the top spot back then, the more humiliated he feels now. Pei Qingyu turned around and rushed back to the training room, the gust of wind he stirred up toppling 2 rows of chairs. He would never allow himself to be crushed, even in cultivation. The more you force it, the more unattainable that threshold becomes.
A place not far from the divine capital Martial Arts University. Shock was evident on Yi Linger's face. This is stepping into the 7th rank?
This rising martial arts star had clearly not anticipated that Suja, whom she had met a few times, could break through so quickly. As a proud daughter of heaven, she had retained some arrogance when facing Suja back then.
But ever since Suja defeated Pei Qingyu,
the successive shocks had left her unsettled, and now this high-level breakthrough was even more astonishing. As a rising star in the martial arts world, Yi Linger's vision far surpasses her own cultivation level. At this moment, she couldn't help but secretly marvel at how unfathomable this person was, far beyond her imagination. As the news spread, Suja's promotion to a high rank ultimately shook the entire Great Xia. After all, he was by no means an unknown figure. When he first emerged, he made his name by stepping on the reputation of the divine capital Martial University. Although the school later suppressed the hype, the world has never forgotten this pride of the South Sea. This genius, who parachuted to the top of the 6th grade rankings, has lingered at the top of the list for a long time. To break through to the high grade so quickly. In comparison, Pei Qingyu pales in comparison.
Who could have anticipated that the cultivation speed of the Southern Sea prodigy would be so terrifying? I wonder if we have any hidden talents yet to awaken.
The entire nation was abuzz with heated discussions. Pei Qingyu originally had many supporters, including those who hoped he would rise to prominence later.
However, after Suja's breakthrough to a higher rank, these voices gradually fell silent.
After all, Pei Qingyu still needed time to reach a higher rank.
There were even rumors that this former prodigy's Dao heart had been damaged.
The path to breaking through might be beyond what the word difficult could fully describe.
South Sea Base.
The upheaval caused by Suja's promotion to a high rank naturally spread to this coastal town. The people of the South Sea paid even more attention to this matter than elsewhere, because he is highly likely to become a high-ranking martial artist originating from their homeland.
Although not without precedent, the South Sea has always been plagued by misfortune. Many prodigies have fallen, and high-ranking martial artists are truly rare.
Moreover, most high-ranking martial artists move their entire families away after achieving success, and while such figures are treated with respect by all sides,
they ultimately lose recognition in the hearts of the South Sea people.
Unexpectedly, Grand Commander Su has advanced to a high rank so quickly.
Last year, he was still serving as the governor of the South Sea. This is truly great news for the entire South Sea base.
Amid their shock, the people at the South Sea base began discussing fervently. Yan Zhengxing, Li Chenggang, and others were filled with deep emotions.
Suja is going further and further. At the same time,
in fact, most people originally thought the path to high rank wouldn't be so swift, but reality gave everyone a resounding slap in the face.
The entire South Sea base was naturally overjoyed and exhilarated.
Now the entire base is under Su's control. This burden thrown to Nanhai Wuda by the Southern Territory was initially of little concern to the school. After Suja took over, it turned into a win-win situation, especially after his promotion to a higher rank. Even though his actions were somewhat unrestrained, the school was happy to accommodate.
What's more, Suja achieved remarkable political accomplishments during his governance.
The person most deeply affected by this matter was none other than Shen Qingyan.
High grade?
The beauty was stunned for a long time, until the incessant ringing of the phone woke her up. The call list included not only the families of senior officials from the South Sea base but also an urgent connection from her father, Shen Yonghui. Shen Yonghui, upon hearing the news, was overjoyed. I knew from the start that Suja had a talent for martial arts.
Sure enough, I didn't misjudge. Old Master Shen would tell everyone how he had the foresight to recognize talent back then.
It must be noted that his daughter was quite resistant to this marriage at first. After all, Suja and Shen Qingyan were not acquainted originally. This marriage could succeed, thanks to the great efforts of the elder of the Shen family. At that time, Suja had no particular attachment to marriage. 2 lifetimes of reincarnation had made his emotions indifferent.
Moreover, Shen Qingyan's stunning beauty left him with no real objections.
Nowadays, Shen Yonghui appears quite proud and elated. Shen Qingyan responded to all the calls one by one, especially patiently dealing with her father's ramblings.
Su's mother, Su Shaojin, and Shen Qingyan even opened champagne to celebrate. No one had ever expected it.
The son and elder brother who once only wished for peace have unexpectedly become high-grade martial artists, like towering jade pillars. Compared to low-grade martial artists who often meet with failure, high-grade warriors rarely face death unless involved in life-and-death battles or extreme accidents. The risk of falling is exceedingly rare. Even if a great master falls, it is far less frequent than with low-grade ones.
The 3 of them even made a video call to Suja. 7th rank is just the starting point.
Suja, on the other hand, smiled with a relaxed attitude. Though called high rank, the 8th and 9th ranks are still beyond reach, let alone the profound realms above the 9th rank.
Though the current strength amazes the world, it still appears insignificant in the eyes of truly top-tier experts.
After taking care of trivial matters, Su's mother and the others gradually regained their composure. Life went on as usual, without causing any ripples. Only Shen Qingyan noticed the increasingly attentive gazes around her, which was also to be expected. The outside commotion did not catch Suja's attention. For days, he had been pestering Su Xingyan to learn about the secrets of high-grade cultivation, the methods of aerial techniques and the essentials of contracts, as well as the key points of high-grade cultivation. The inheritance of Nanhai Wuda in the high-grade field is ultimately limited.
Apart from Elder Su, Suja set his sights on Principal Yu Xiong,
this pillar of Nanhai Wuda.
When Suja sought advice, he naturally dispensed with formalities.
Such an attitude towards learning instead made Yu Xiong regard him with even more favor. In the path of martial arts, the capable always come first.
What does face matter? Half a month later, Suja handed in a leave request. Principal, I need to take a leave. Going back to the South Sea base for a visit. And testing the contract beast along the way. Although I now enjoy high-level freedom, the reporting process is still unavoidable.
The whereabouts of a 7th grade combatant ultimately influenced the overall situation.
Approved.
Yu Xiong readily agreed. This was originally a routine practice for high-grade martial artists. Returning home to visit family after achieving success was quite common. With him overseeing the South Sea battlefield, an additional 7th grade expert is merely the icing on the cake. This time, Suja did not send any message on his return journey, quietly heading south through the air. It was even slightly faster than taking an armed aircraft. The South Sea Martial Arts University leads to the South Sea base. There was originally a dedicated passage. Although there are many dangers along the way, these threats mainly target low to mid-tier martial artists. As for high-grade exotic beasts, they don't dare to show up on this path at all. After all, the South China Sea region has long been stationed with numerous high-ranking powerhouses. No high-grade exotic beasts are allowed to approach this strategic area. To ensure safety, the military conducts regular carpet-style patrols, immediately addressing any potential threats. Over the years, high-grade mutated beasts have instinctively learned to avoid this passage. In fact, the South China Sea Defense Department had long been preparing for the battlefield pressure that might be caused by high-grade exotic beast attacks. Developed a systematic defense plan. At this moment, Suja, walking on the outskirts of the South Sea, was not in a hurry to travel. Instead, he observed the surrounding scenery with great interest.
Under the influence of spiritual energy revival, the once barren wilderness has transformed into a primordial jungle.
Various vines have almost completely covered all the old roads. Only this passage remains due to the mercenary group's long-term adventures in transportation of supplies. Faint traces of human activity can still be vaguely discerned. Although he had previously carried out missions from the base. At that time, Suja was always walking on thin ice, fearing unexpected dangers. Now, after advancing to the 7th rank, his perception and mental strength have undergone a qualitative leap. The life auras within a kilometer radius are completely under his control. At this moment, he was sensing a nearby 3rd grade exotic beast. However, an existence of this level could no longer arouse his vigilance. Strolling leisurely, it truly seemed like he was enjoying a scenic tour. Which exotic beast would be suitable for a contract? This core issue resurfaces in my mind. The main purpose of this trip is to find a guardian beast for the family, but the specific selection criteria remain unclear. According to the research findings on exotic beasts over the past 500 years in Daxia, although adult exotic beasts are powerful, their wild nature is difficult to tame. Even signing a contract requires a significant amount of effort for training. There might even be cases of outward compliance but inner resistance. In comparison, raising a young beast, though requiring more resources, ensures absolute loyalty. Considering the current abundance of resources and the fact that contracted exotic beasts can only synchronize up to the 6th grade realm, Suja found this plan quite feasible. If a uniquely gifted young beast can be found, it is entirely worth the effort to nurture it. After all, the growth system of exotic beasts is vastly different from that of humans, relying primarily on bloodline strength and resource supply. The actual distance between the South Sea and the South Sea base is much closer than people imagine. What's more, Suja was now a high-ranking martial artist, with a pace of travel completely different from ordinary people. In less than half a day, he had already approached the outskirts of the South Sea base. Unfortunately, although he encountered many exotic beasts along the way and even deliberately detoured to investigate, he was still unable to find a target that suited his desires. Suja's spiritual power suddenly caught a rapidly moving figure. Its energy fluctuations were clearly extremely weak, not even reaching the 1st grade realm. Yet it burst out with a speed comparable to that of a 3rd grade martial artist. Such an abnormal phenomenon immediately drew Suja's attention. Only when getting closer could the true appearance of this figure be seen. It turned out to be a young purple lightning mouse. Judging by its size, it had clearly just weaned, yet for some unknown reason, it was wandering alone. This discovery instantly lifted his spirits. The purple lightning rat is indeed an ideal contract partner. First of all, this species has immense growth potential, and there are historical records in Daxia of high-grade purple lightning rats. Mid-grade individuals are even more numerous. Secondly, they possess significant advantages in speed, and their adult size is only about the size of an average person. It is both easy to domesticate and does not create a spatial burden. After locking onto the target, Suja did not hesitate and immediately activated his mental power to complete the contract. For a 7th grade expert, dealing with an unranked young beast is naturally a piece of cake. No matter how the purple fur ball leaped and darted, it was instantly enveloped by the pale golden mental imprint. The little guy was clearly unwilling to be restrained, its fur bristling as it let out protesting squeaks. Thanks to the spiritual link of the contract, Suja could vaguely sense the anger conveyed by the other party. However, he decisively severed this one-way empathy. To tame the cub's wild nature, Suja did not immediately feed it resources. He stuffed the restless purple lightning mouse into a specially made beast pouch, then accelerated toward the South Sea base. The mental force field of the high-grade martial artist perfectly shielded him from the surveillance equipment along the way. The mid- and low-grade guards on duty were completely unaware. As the sunset's afterglow spilled over the alloy outer walls of the base, Suja had already silently scaled the 30-meter-high protective barrier, like a ghost blending into the shadows. The Su family. Even though Suja's strength is no longer what it used to be, the family is not lacking in wealth and resources. Su's mother and Xinxinyan have never had any plans to move. With their current social status, exchanging for a villa was only natural. Even the warriors at the South Sea base couldn't understand Xinxinyan's choice. Got used to it, don't want to bother. Xinxinyan's responses were always concise. Moreover, there were only 3 people in the family, and moving into a spacious villa would instead feel lonely. It was currently dinner time. The dining room was filled with the fragrant aroma of spirit rice. On the dining table were exotic beast steaks and spiritual vegetables. Although not a mutated variety, it has been cultivated with spiritual liquid irrigation. Long-term consumption of such ingredients benefits both the physique of martial artists and the health of ordinary people. At this moment. At first, Su's mother felt quite distressed about the spiritual stones consumed at each meal. Eventually, under Xinxinyan's persuasion of just consider it an investment in Xia Jin's martial arts foundation, she gradually accepted it. Knock, knock. The sudden knocking at the door startled the 3 people who were dining. Maybe it's a neighbor dropping by. Xinxinyan put down her bamboo chopsticks and turned to signal her daughter, who was shoveling rice. Xiao Jin, go open the door. After the soft creak of the door hinge, Su Xiaojin's jubilant shout burst out in the entryway, Dad. Su's mother and Xinxinyan, who were chewing on exotic beast meat, froze simultaneously, their chopsticks suspended mid-air. They originally thought that Su Jia, who had just been promoted to the 7th rank, would take at least a month to return. They didn't expect him to suddenly appear at the doorstep without any warning. Mom, Xingyan. The travel-worn Su Jia stepped over the threshold, his gaze sweeping over his daughter's increasingly sharp demeanor. Only a year has passed. Su Xiaojin's vitality value has already surpassed 300 calories. This figure would be considered mid-level in a senior high school martial arts class. And she still has several years before her martial arts college entrance exam. Xiaoxia, have you eaten? Why didn't you say something earlier? Su's mother spoke directly. Although Suja had now reached a high level, he still didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of his mother. However, Mother Su is an ordinary person and does not know that Suja now can go without eating for years without any problem. This is the ability of a high-level martial artist, capable of absorbing the power of heaven and earth to replenish their own needs. Xinxinyan stood to the side, smiling as she watched the interaction between the mother and son, always feeling that the scene was somewhat subtle. After all, this was a high-level martial artist renowned throughout Xia, yet at this moment, he was sitting obediently, listening to everyday chatter. However, this also proved that Suja had not changed his temperament due to his increase in strength. This secretly reassured her quite a bit. Not yet eaten. Suja replied obediently. He was well aware of his mother's nagging prowess. If he didn't follow along with the topic, he feared he would be nagged for a long time. At the dining table, Suja simply ate some rice and meat. This time, I came back mainly for one thing. After the simple meal, Suja spoke seriously. Mother Su and the others became serious upon hearing this. Purple lightning mouse. Suja summoned the exotic beast from a specially designed pet pouch. This spatial container, developed by Xia, is specifically designed for high-grade martial artists to carry pets. Although its capacity is limited, it can store living creatures. If you need more space, you can upgrade by paying an additional fee. When the exotic beast with a faint purple glow appeared, Suja was about to explain, but his daughter Su Xiaojin's eyes were already sparkling. How cute! The adorable appearance of the purple electric mouse instantly captured the hearts of the girls. Even Xinxinyan's gaze softened involuntarily. Dad, is this a gift for me? Su Xiaojin asked expectantly, looking up. Cough. Suja did not expect his wife and daughter to have the same aesthetic preferences as women before his rebirth.
He originally thought that in the era of spiritual energy revival, they would focus more on strength rather than appearance. This is a beast. Suja reminded them, finally bringing the two back to their senses. Seeing their astonished expressions, he immediately added, "However, the contract has already been signed. This time, I came back specifically for it." He then proceeded to explain in detail the special mechanism of high-level martial artists taming battle pets. This is indeed an obscure topic in the perception of ordinary people. After all, not all high-level beings carry pets with them. As Suja narrated the whole story in detail, the atmosphere at the dining table gradually shifted from astonishment to realization. "Dad, does that mean we can keep this purple lightning mouse in the future?" Su Xiaojin raised her voice excitedly. Suja nodded without hesitation. "Taming exotic beasts must not be easy, right?" Shen Xingyan interjected at the right moment, her brows still carrying a hint of worry. "Resources are now abundantly supplied." Suja responded calmly and then elaborated on the resource support system of Nanhai Martial Arts University. Even though he has advanced to the 7th rank, the school still fully ensures the resources needed for his cultivation. After all, Suja is still in a period of rapid growth in his cultivation, naturally striving to improve his strength as quickly as possible. The so-called title of Vice Dean of the Alchemy Academy was merely a nominal position to facilitate his focused cultivation. Suja was quite satisfied with such an arrangement. In a world where martial arts reign supreme, strength is the highest authority. Administrative positions were nothing more than fleeting clouds to him. Listening to her husband's explanation, Shen Xingyan's eyes revealed a ripple of emotion. She had never known that her husband enjoyed such special treatment at Nanhai Wuda. It was evident that the school regarded this young and talented individual as a key figure to nurture. This realization left her both surprised and delighted. This is the material for nurturing exotic beasts. And here are your cultivation resources. Suja handed the prepared resources to his wife, specially including a custom-made spatial pouch. This type of storage equipment is specifically designed for low-level martial artists. Only high-grade experts are qualified to purchase. Ordinary spatial bags require mental power to activate, making them completely unmanageable for those below mid-grade. Playing with the storage bag engraved with dark patterns, Shen Xingyan could hardly conceal her delight. She had long heard of this type of improved spatial equipment. Its core lies in the embedded crystal module that stores spiritual energy. It allows low-grade martial artists to use the crystal's energy to open space. The value of this crystal alone far exceeds that of the storage bag itself. I wonder whose brilliant idea this was. Suja sighed, but even in prestigious families, it's rare to allocate such items to low-ranked disciples. After all, if a low-ranked martial artist encounters an accident, the spatial pouch would be lost along with them, and the loss would be immeasurable. Only Suja felt that the resources brought back this time were too much. There are no mid-grade martial artists in the family, so a special spatial bag was purchased. Shen Xingyan chuckled lightly upon hearing this. "It seems like I've been taken for a fool this time." However, only high-grade martial artists can make such purchases. Suja raised an eyebrow and said, "Who dares to call high-grade martial artists fools?" At this moment, although Shen Xingyan had advanced to the 2nd rank, she was still far from the 4th rank. She caressed the newly acquired spatial pouch, her eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. "Let me take a look." The instant she infused it with crystal energy, the scene inside the storage space made her gasp sharply. Exactly. A space the size of a basketball court, with categorized and neatly arranged exotic beast resources occupying 90% of the area. The sealed boxes labeled exclusive for purple lightning rats were stacked layer upon layer, creating a spectacular sight. Exotic beasts have extremely short growth cycles. Suju explained in response to his wife's astonishment. Like this purple lightning mouse, with sufficient resources, it can advance to mid-grade within 2 years. Seeing Shen Xingyan's expression change slightly, he added. Of course, the growth rate will slow down after reaching mid-grade, but there's a great chance of reaching grade 6 within 10 years. Shen Xingyan's fingertips trembled slightly. It might take 2 years of hard training to break through to the 3rd grade, yet this exotic beast can easily step into the middle grade. The chasm of bloodline talent was blatantly laid bare at this moment. Shall we try the storage function? Suja timely changed the subject. There is a high-level martial artist nearby to protect, making it perfect for familiarizing oneself with the operation of the spatial pouch. Following Shen Xingyan's instructions, she tried, and the energy of the crystal stone flowed like threads wrapping around the object. In the blink of an eye, the tea set was stored in the storage space. When the topic of Nanhai Wuda came up, a look of longing appeared in her eyes.
It is now very convenient to travel to and from the South Sea base, but considering her daughter's studies and her own work, she has not yet relocated. When summer vacation arrives, perhaps the whole family can truly move to the university where her husband teaches. After all, as the family member of a high-ranking martial artist, she is entitled to reside in the faculty housing area of the martial arts university. Thinking of this, Shin Xingyan's lips curved slightly. Today, Suja is not only a 7th-grade powerhouse but also holds significant influence in the decision-making body of Nanhai Martial Arts University. Those high-ranking academy officials who once had to be looked up to now have to consider his opinions.
Dad, I want it too.
At this moment, Su Xiaojin also shouted. She had just been watching Shin Xingyan's mother constantly taking things out of the spatial pouch and putting them back in. She had long been envious beyond measure. To Su Xiaojin, she had no idea how precious the spatial pouch was. Although there is already considerable knowledge about the world, it is still not fully understood. Even Suja cannot access certain special items before reaching a specific level of cultivation. Shin Xingyan was just about to respond to her daughter when her husband interrupted. This is a pet space pouch, it's yours. From now on, the task of feeding the purple lightning mouse will be entrusted to you. The value of this pet space bag is in no way inferior to an ordinary storage space bag.
No problem, leave it to me.
Su Xiaojin responded cheerfully while holding the purple lightning mouse, her voice brimming with unconcealed excitement. In the era of spiritual energy revival, keeping pets was already an extremely luxurious affair, let alone exotic beasts.
No wonder she is so excited. Suja originally contracted this exotic beast to protect his family.
Under the suppression of the spiritual contract, the purple lightning mouse naturally dared not act recklessly. Now it depends on whether this little girl and the exotic beast can get along harmoniously.
In the following days,
Suja devoted himself entirely to taming the wild nature of the purple lightning mouse. Although mental suppression could control its life and death at any time, considering it would accompany his family for a long time in the future,
all potential risks had to be completely eliminated.
The entire South Sea base remained unaware that this high-ranking powerhouse had quietly returned for several days. Apart from taming beasts, Suja also considered himself to be on a break. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, he had rarely had any leisure time. Even during the winter and summer vacations of his student years, his mediocre talent never allowed him to waste time idly. Back then, being admitted to Nanhai Martial University was less a result of talent and more a product of extreme self-discipline. Even during his rare vacations, he still made time to guide Shin Xingyan in her training. It's just that recently, his wife has been overwhelmed and unable to spare any time. With the new martial arts entrance exam just around the corner, she, as an exam official, has been so busy that her feet barely touch the ground. As the vice principal of Nanhai No. 3 High School, Shin Xingyan naturally has many matters to handle.
That's right.
Shin Xingyan herself comes from a good background, coupled with her cultivation already reaching the 2nd rank. Let alone being the vice principal, even the position of principal is within easy reach.
She just didn't want to spend too much time on school affairs.
She preferred to devote her energy to her own cultivation and taking care of her daughter.
But she couldn't resist the earnest requests of many enthusiastic faculty members and eventually took on the role of vice principal. My father-in-law has been a homeroom teacher his whole life. Now my wife has truly surpassed the master.
Suja even secretly teased himself in his heart. Recently, life at the father-in-law's house should still be going smoothly. I heard that several of the brothers-in-law have stepped into the threshold of martial arts.
It really isn't easy.
Suja had actually thought about visiting this elder, who was both his father-in-law and mentor. In the end, this matter was directly rejected by Shin Xingyan.
Just visit together during the new year.
To prevent those brothers from using your name to do something outrageous again.
Shin Xingyan's tone carried obvious dissatisfaction.
However, Suja did not delve into the reason. It's simple, even with just a little thought, it's clear that those brothers-in-law of his are unreliable. After years of martial arts training, he barely stepped into the threshold of being a martial artist.
Still relying on his parents.
Even if someone with such aptitude becomes a martial artist, don't expect them to fight alien beasts on the battlefield. But at least after becoming a martial artist, their social status and welfare benefits can improve somewhat.
At least I don't have to trouble my father-in-law anymore.
In fact, Suja didn't know that a few of his brothers-in-law had previously used his name to borrow resources everywhere.
In the end, they were unable to repay.
The matter ended up in front of Shin Xingyan.
After all, family scandals should not be made public.
Shin Xingyan privately resolved the matter without even telling Suja. Since then, Her relationship with her brothers has become somewhat delicate. This was an old matter from before Suja's promotion to a high rank. Now that Suja has become a high-ranking martial artist, it's hard to guarantee that those brothers won't have other thoughts. Therefore, Shen Xingyan firmly refuses to let her husband set foot in the Shen family. Suja, however, does not dwell on this matter. Although he hasn't visited the Shen family, he has wandered around many places in the South Sea base, observing the preparations of various high schools for the martial arts college entrance exam. While Suja was enjoying his vacation, the heated discussions about his promotion to high rank finally began to subside. Countless media outlets wanted to interview this newly promoted high-rank martial artist. Unfortunately, Suja was currently at the South Sea base. These reporters can't even get through the gates of Nanhai Martial Arts University. It's time to draw the next ability. After adjusting his state, Suja's desire for strength surged in his heart once again. Truly an impatient personality. The pursuit of power does not come to a halt just because one advances to a higher rank. The ability will spun rapidly, and even Suja couldn't help but show a look of anticipation. The will finally stopped on a multicolored glow. This was clearly a good ability, though it was uncertain whether it was related to cultivation. Congratulations on obtaining the Heart of Clarity trial card. The holder can calm their mind and focus, greatly benefiting mental cultivation. Limited to 30 days. Even Suja did not expect to draw this type of talent. It seems ordinary. But the ability to assist in mental cultivation is definitely not to be underestimated. If he remembered correctly, someone in the history of Daxia once possessed a similar talent. It's just that the impression wasn't very deep. Fortunately, relevant information could still be searched through the Star Network. The 50th high-grade warrior in human history was precisely the possessor of this talent, active during the early days of spiritual energy revival. Although there are very few records about this talent, Suja keenly captured the key information. Who among those who rose during the early days of spiritual energy revival wasn't a person of extraordinary brilliance? You must know that in that era of martial ignorance, there was no established system for cultivation, and everything relied on self-exploration. Any martial artist who could break through to a high rank was a figure capable of founding their own school or sect. And this gifted individual doesn't even have detailed records, making it highly likely they had broken through to an even higher realm. Thinking of this, Suja began to perceive this ability without hesitation. In an instant, his mind became as calm as an ancient well. The restless emotions caused by the pursuit of power quietly dissipated. Even more unexpectedly, the compatibility between his spiritual power and the forces of heaven and earth significantly improved. No longer like before. Mobilizing the power of heaven and earth always consumes a large amount of mental energy. Even his cultivation is growing slowly. Although the increase is subtle for him, if placed on an ordinary 7th grade martial artist, it would definitely be considered lightning fast. The most remarkable thing is that even without actively cultivating it, this ability can continuously produce beneficial effects. This ability is indeed impressive. Too bad it only lasts for 30 days. Suja couldn't help but show a trace of regret on his face. As time passed, the martial arts college entrance exam finally arrived. The entire Nanhai base was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. Especially for those students hoping to get into the martial arts academy, their parents were even more restless. This is, after all, the moment that determines fate. Suja took his daughter, who was on vacation, to watch the examinees and witness this grand event outside the examination venue. Thanks to previous reform measures, the overall level of this year's examinees has significantly improved. Many students displayed impressive abilities, making Suja nod repeatedly in approval. As the guardian of the South Sea base, he sincerely hopes this land can nurture more outstanding talents. On the day the results were announced, another great news came from the South Sea base. The number of candidates meeting the martial arts score threshold increased by 10% compared to last year, setting a new record. The news sparked excitement throughout the South Sea base. Extraction successful. This undoubtedly validated the remarkable effectiveness of Suja's implemented reforms. It is rumored that the related measures are likely to be extended to the entire southern region. Just as people were immersed in joy, Suja received an encrypted communication from Dean Yixiong. A joint meeting for the southern region will be held at the XINN base in a week. Involves adjustments to the southern defense system and resource allocation. Each organization must send a fully authorized representative to attend. This time, you will represent our South Sea Military University at the meeting. Understood, I guarantee to arrive on time, Suja readily agreed. Horizontal or vertical, it was just a routine meeting, so he didn't take it too seriously.
However, he was well aware of the old dean's deeper intentions. It was both to show all parties that Nanhai Wuda had capable successors and to pave the way and build momentum for him. Unlike previous years when Vice Dean Su Xingyan led the team with a grand entourage of over a dozen people to bolster the scene, this time, he was unexpectedly sent alone to represent the academy at the conference, with full decision-making authority delegated to him. This not only demonstrated the absolute trust of the ninth-rank martial artist Yu Xiong but also signified that Suja had officially entered the core of power. Although he had previously gained recognition from the academy's senior management, receiving the dean's approval carried an entirely different significance.
Looks like the vacation will have to end early.
After hanging up the call, Suja sighed softly. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he still felt unfamiliar with the specific process of the Southern Conference. He remembered that in previous years, Vice Dean Su always attended the conference accompanied by 6 or 7 professors. This was partly to create an impressive presence and partly to share the burden of decision-making. Now, the arrangement of attending the conference alone left him unable to grasp the intentions of the Academy's leadership.
Fortunately, Suja didn't care about these things at all. So what if he attended alone?
He was now a member of the high-ranking martial artist sequence. No matter how high the specifications of the entire Southern Territory Joint Conference were, the strongest among them was merely at the 9th rank. As long as enough time was given, catching up to these people was not an unattainable dream.
Shall we take a detour to Xianen?
Suja casually suggested this while informing his family about the conference plans. After all, Xianen, as the southern capital base, has a level of resource abundance far surpassing Nanhai. Whether it's specialty cuisine or cultivation resources, everything is available in full variety.
It's a good opportunity to procure some scarce items.
Although Suja can now obtain resources through school channels.
Considering that Xin Xingyan's current cultivation requirements are not high, there's no need to use privileges. Moreover, with the martial arts college entrance exam just over, his wife is rarely free. A family trip is indeed a good choice. However, it ultimately depends on the family's willingness.
Xin Xingyan and Su Shaojin were clearly enthusiastic, but only their mother seemed unusual. This abnormal reaction caught Suja's attention.
Does the Xianen base have some hidden secrets? The observant Xin Xingyan also noticed her mother-in-law's unusual behavior. Mom, is there something wrong with Xianen? The timely question jolted Su's mother out of her daze.
Actually, my hometown is in Xianen. This light remark left the whole family stunned. In Suja's memory, his mother had always been solitary. He naturally assumed that his mother's family had long been gone. In a high martial world, life and death are inherently unpredictable. Battlefields of myriad races, attacks by exotic beasts, chaos caused by cults. Even the divine capital base suffers heavy casualties every year, let alone other regions. But unexpectedly, the reality turned out to be completely different from the assumptions. Back then, my relationship with my parents was very strained. Su's mother unconsciously rubbed the rim of her teacup with her fingertips, as memories surged like a tide in her heart. When she insisted on marrying Su's father, her family strongly opposed it, even threatening to sever ties. Su's mother came from a family of martial artists, and her father was a rigid second-rank martial artist. In the eyes of the elderly, marriage alliances between martial arts families are the proper path.
What's more, the old man has many descendants.
Due to years of warfare in the era of high martial arts, Great Xia implemented policies to encourage childbirth.
It is a semi-open secret that martial artists often have multiple partners or even illegitimate children.
The authorities have always turned a blind eye to such phenomena. After all, the cultivation talent of martial artists' descendants is generally superior to that of ordinary people. This was precisely the case with Su's mother's father.
With many offspring, Su's mother herself was also one of the illegitimate children.
That year, she resolutely chose to be with Suja's father, ultimately breaking ties with her family. This experience left a deep imprint on Suja's mother's heart. After Suja's mother casually recounted the past, Suja's expression became complicated.
Isn't this just a real-life version of the rich heiress marrying the poor boy? But 30 years is enough time to dilute too many things.
I'm afraid Su's mother has long been forgotten. After all, her martial arts talent was indeed mediocre. In the eyes of martial artist families, those without cultivation talent are naturally not valued. I just don't know if that nominal grandfather is still alive.
Do you need me to check on their current situation?
Suja sought his mother's opinion. Now that he is a distinguished high-ranking martial artist, mobilizing the intelligence network of Nanhai Martial University is as easy as turning his hand. Unless the other family produces a high-grade martial artist.
But this possibility is extremely slim.
After all, which high-grade martial artist hasn't achieved success only after the age of 40? No need.
Mother Su gently shook her head.
The past should have been left behind long ago.
Since the relationship was severed back then, there's no need to rekindle it now. Although her husband passed away early, her son is now a high-ranking martial artist capable of influencing the base's structure.
Such a life is already complete. If there is any regret, it would probably be that the son's lineage is somewhat thin. Suja agreed on the surface, but had other plans in mind. The past of his parents always made him curious. What's more, behind his mother's understated narration, there were likely deeper hidden pains. Su's mother was named Wang Jingli. However, this name is rarely mentioned. It's possible that even Shen Qingyan might not know Su Mama's name.
After all, no one would usually address her by name.
Suja directly activated his network to start the investigation.
Although more than 30 years have passed, the difficulty of the investigation is not considered high.
All martial artists are registered.
As for Su's mother, she did not immediately agree to go to Xianen.
Instead, she needed time to consider. Obviously, mother still has many hesitations about returning to Xianen. It would be a lie to say she doesn't want to go back and take a look.
Yet she doesn't want to meet old acquaintances either, leaving her deeply conflicted.
3 days later, Suja received the investigation results.
Lost his mother at a young age and was marginalized by the family after being taken back by his father.
The Wang family once caused a major uproar over Wang Jingli's matter.
Ultimately, it was the father who exhausted all resources to sever ties. He didn't expect the process to be vastly different from what he had imagined.
He originally thought it was a story of a wealthy heiress and a poor boy.
Now it seems that is not the case. Upon closer thought, the father in this life was a martial artist to begin with. Although he passed away early, he had proven his potential.
Can't be called a poor boy.
It is the mother's plight that evokes sighs. Seemingly born into a family of martial artists, but in reality, bearing the status of an illegitimate child. His biological mother passed away early, and his martial arts aptitude was mediocre, merely scraping by in the family. The past events previously recounted by his mother were likely embellished.
Apart from his mother's old stories, the report also included the Wang family's development over the years. The younger generation has yet to produce any outstanding martial artists. The highest is no more than the 3rd rank. Suja couldn't help but frown.
Such entangled grievances. If revenge is mentioned, it wouldn't be impossible.
The key is to consider the mother's wishes. Wang Quan.
Suja murmured this name softly, his tone laced with coldness.
Since the relationship has been severed, there's no need to be particular about the form of address.
Only 1 day remains until the Southern Border Conference convenes.
Mother Su finally decided to accompany Suja to the Xianen base.
In the end, it is hard to part with the attachment to one's homeland.
Moreover, Suja's cultivation gave her confidence.
The most excited ones were Shen Qingyan and her daughter.
This mother and daughter were full of curiosity about the Xianen base.
Since Su's mother said little and Suja did not reveal the investigation results,
Shen Qingyan did not delve deeper. Xianen base.
Suja had just boarded the flight when the southern region received the news.
After all passengers must undergo identity verification to board. High-ranking martial artists could have used exclusive flights.
But Suja felt there was no need to make a fuss. Since receiving the dean's notification, he had booked 4 economy class tickets. It wasn't exactly a waste of resources. No one on the entire plane was aware that it was currently carrying a highly esteemed martial artist. Although Suja is famous throughout Xia, it wouldn't be difficult for him to deliberately conceal his whereabouts.
This journey was unusually calm, without encountering any bizarre passengers. The whole family traveled together for the first time.
Shen Qingyan and Su Shaojin were excited throughout the trip. Only Su's mother remained restless.
"Mom, don't worry."
Suja timely held his mother's cold hand.
Feeling the warmth from his palm, Su's mother's expression eased slightly. "Yes, with the son of a high-ranking martial artist protecting you, why worry?" When exiting the airport through the special channel, reception personnel were already waiting. "Senior Su." The young man in a dark blue uniform bowed respectfully.
His name is Zhong Jianyuan, an external liaison officer of the Southern Territory Grand Governor's Office.
A 4th-rank martial artist.
In Xianen, the capital of the Southern Territory, a 4th rank may not be considered top-tier, but it is still part of the backbone.
After all, this is not only the core of the Southern Territory but also home to the historically renowned Xianen battlefield.
The ancient battlefield developed 40 years earlier than the South Sea battlefield. In a metropolis with 50 million permanent residents, fourth-grade martial artists are by no means commonplace. Moreover, Zhong Jian is only 30 years old and still has the potential to reach higher grades. Sending him to receive guests shows both respect and proper etiquette. Thank you for your hard work. Su Zhi nodded slightly. He did not deliberately conceal his appearance. Otherwise, with the methods of a high-level martial artist, how could ordinary people easily recognize him? Zhong Jianyuan immediately began to introduce himself. This introduction caused Shen Xingyan and the others to show expressions of surprise. They hadn't expected the reception staff to possess a fourth-grade cultivation level. It should be noted that such strength could qualify one to serve as a governor at the South Sea base. At this moment, Shen Xingyan truly understood the disparity between the bases. Previously, when they were in the South Sea, they spent most of their time in the apartment. Naturally, they couldn't feel this kind of hierarchical difference. The Southern Territory has already prepared accommodations for you. Please follow me. Zhong Jianyuan continued to guide them. Although it was unexpected for this high-ranking individual to bring his family, the accommodations arranged in the southern region were already spacious. Not to mention a family of 4, even an entire clan could easily fit. Guests follow the host's arrangements. Su Zhi said indifferently, his tone maintaining its usual sense of detachment. At least in public settings, he always upheld the dignified image of a high-ranking martial artist. Zhong Jianyuan was accustomed to this. Which high-level martial artist doesn't have a bit of a temper? Encountering such a calm prodigy is already rare. The reception vehicle drove into a hotel in the core area of Xianen. The location of the top-floor duplex suite holds hidden secrets. Su Zhi had just stepped in when he noticed something unusual. The spiritual energy concentration here was more than 3 times that of the South Sea. Even more intriguing was that the entrance to the battlefield of myriad races was located right in the heart of Xianen City. Such an arrangement was clearly the result of meticulous planning. If the battlefield were to change, the entire base could instantly form an encirclement formation. The sights along the way from the airport to the hotel were equally stunning. The density of martial artists on the streets was astonishingly high, with the aura of mid-level martial artists occasionally sweeping past. Xianen truly lives up to its name as the southern capital. Su Zhi marveled to himself. Whether in terms of the number or quality of warriors, it is far beyond comparison with the South Sea. After settling the luggage, the whole family embarked on a journey to explore Xianen. Zhong Jianyuan, a 4th-rank martial artist, took on the role of guide, leading everyone through the bustling streets. In fact, Su Zhi was unaware that Zhong Jianyuan had actively sought out this reception task. On that day at the Xianen University Martial Arts Arena, he personally witnessed that earth-shattering duel. When the overwhelming aura of the divine capital's prodigy, Pei Qingyu, swept across the entire venue, he, as a fellow martial artist, felt a sense of suffocation. That kind of crushing power is something one simply cannot comprehend through a screen. For this reason, when Su Zhi emerged out of nowhere to shatter the myth, Zhong Jianyuan's inner shock far exceeded that of ordinary people. At this moment, accompanying this legendary figure, he was willing to be a diligent guide. The shock brought by Su Zhi was far more than just defeating Pei Qingyu. In just a short time, he ascended to the ranks of high-grade martial artists. This made him the center of attention across the entire Southern Territory. Looking across the Grand Xia, 7th-grade martial artists may not be exceedingly rare. But in the Southern Territory, their numbers are definitely considered scarce. Zhong Jianyuan's inner shock was imaginable. Of course, he also harbored selfish motives. It was always good to form a positive connection with this prodigy. He had a vague premonition that the person before him would never stop at the 7th rank. The unique aura became even more apparent when seeing Su Zhi in person. First was the natural sense of oppression brought by the disparity in cultivation, as if facing an unsheathed sharp sword. However, this sharp and imposing state was quite normal. After all, Su Zhi was still under the blessing of the Heart of Clarity, with the lingering resonance of the power of heaven and earth surrounding him. Zhong Jianyuan led the group to the largest food mall in Xianen. This is the most comprehensive food distribution center in the entire base. You can find all kinds of traditional snacks from before the revival of spiritual energy. He introduced the place with great familiarity, clearly well acquainted with it. Su Shaojin couldn't move her feet when she saw the dazzling array of snacks. Although the South Sea base had some snacks, the variety was far less than this. The young girl had long grown tired of those same old ones. This price is comparable to elixirs. Shen Xingyan frowned as she looked at the price tag. Rarity makes things precious.
These are luxury items specifically for the warrior class. Since we're rarely in Xianen, why not let the child enjoy themselves?
Suja smiled and comforted his daughter.
With his current financial resources, this expense was nothing more than a drop in the bucket.
Besides, a martial artist's physique is not affected by snacks in terms of health.
You just spoil her. Shin Xinyan glared at her husband reproachfully.
Even after being promoted to a higher rank, Suja's temperament remained the same as before.
This made Shin Xinyan feel greatly at ease.
The increase in strength had not changed her husband's essence. Mama Su, for the first time ever, did not stop her, letting her granddaughter pile the shopping cart into a small mountain.
Upon stepping into the Xianen base, Mama Su's eyes filled with layers of nostalgia.
Even though more than 30 years had passed, the Xianen base had long since changed beyond recognition. But those familiar street corners and alleys still stirred her emotions.
Jing Li? A hesitant call suddenly rang out. There was a long-lost sense of familiarity hidden in that voice.
Mother Su suddenly turned her head and caught sight of the face, etched with the ravages of time, beneath the cleaning uniform.
Jean Yan?
Mother Su's fingertips trembled slightly as she uttered the name of an old friend. It was truly difficult to reconcile the radiant girl from her memories with the haggard woman before her.
It's really you. I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime.
The woman's eyes instantly turned red. The scene of the two old friends tightly embracing each other left Su Zhu and the others looking at each other in confusion.
Who could have imagined that after 30 years, one could unexpectedly encounter an old acquaintance amidst the vast sea of people in Xianen?
Zhong Jianyuan tactfully stepped back half a step. His gaze swept over Su Zhe, who was staring at his mother's profile, and his evaluation of this prodigy rose even higher. In an era where familial bonds were generally weak among martial artist families, such warmth between mother and son was truly rare. Just as the great Xia tacitly allowed the policy of martial artists having multiple wives and children. Although it produced more high-quality cultivation talents, it also triggered countless resource disputes. Even the authorities find it difficult to mediate these family feuds. After all, it was they who initially encouraged childbirth, and now they are the ones reaping the bitter consequences. On the contrary, a high-ranking martial artist like Su Zhe should have been urged to start a family and continue the lineage. However, judging by this prodigy's attitude, it seems he prefers to let things take their natural course.
10 minutes later,
Su's mother and her old friend Jin Yan finally took a temporary break from reminiscing.
In Su Zhu and others' view, the two could easily continue chatting for days and nights.
At this moment, Su's mother also appeared slightly embarrassed. Running into an old acquaintance almost made her forget that her son and others were still waiting nearby.
"This is my old classmate from back then, Jin Yan," Mother Su formally introduced.
This woman, called Jin Yan, met Mother Su on campus more than 30 years ago. The two were deskmates for a full 4 years. Back then, when Mother Su and Father Su were in love,
Jin Yan once acted as a matchmaker.
Unfortunately, ever since Su's mother broke ties with the family and went to the South China Sea, these close friends completely lost contact, reuniting after more than 30 years.
Wrinkles have been etched on Jin Yan's face like the rings of a tree.
Being a cleaner in a large shopping mall is already considered a decent job for Jin Yan. The Xianen base might have intentionally reserved such positions for impoverished groups. After all, children from martial artist families would never settle for such slightly humble jobs. In comparison, Su's mother exuded a certain charm that defied her age. Ever since Su Zhe was admitted to the martial arts university and received subsidies, she no longer had to toil for a living. Once her son officially became a martial artist, her life's focus was solely on taking care of Su Xiaojin. As Su Zhe's cultivation advanced, he increasingly purchased beauty-enhancing elixirs for his mother. The supplements designed specifically for ordinary people cost as much as several months' expenses for an average household per bottle. Under such meticulous care, it seemed as if time quietly reversed on Su's mother.
"Aunt Jean, hello."
Su Zhe still gave his mother some face and spoke up.
Shin Xinyan and the others also chimed in.
For them, since Su Zhe had already spoken, it was only natural to follow suit and greet as well. Even Zhong Jianyuan, a fourth-rank martial artist, was no exception. Aunt Jean clearly did not recognize Su Zhe's identity. For ordinary elderly people, they tend to pay less attention to the major news of Daxia and focus more on their own livelihood. This is beyond reproach, as firewood, rice, oil, and salt are indeed part of the livelihood of Daxia's people.
"Jingli, is this your son?"
Jin Yan's face revealed a nostalgic expression.
Looking at Su Zhe, it seemed as if she was seeing the image of an old acquaintance from years ago.
Earlier, she had learned from Jingli that the child's father had passed away many years ago. At this moment, a manager hurriedly ran over and rushed straight to Zhong Jianyuan.
"Brother Zhong, I didn't expect you to come to the mall." The manager's face was full of flattery, completely unlike his usual arrogant demeanor. This stark contrast left Aunt Jean stunned, as she clearly remembered that this manager usually wouldn't even spare a glance at the cleaning staff. Aunt Jean is not foolish after all. She immediately realized that this family of her old friend probably had significant connections. Ahem. Zhong Jianyuan cleared his throat lightly and gave a glance to the side. This manager was originally a distant relative of his, who had secured the position of mall supervisor through some connections. In the past, you were considered clever, but today, for some reason, you seemed so oblivious. Only then did the manager notice Suja and the others, hurriedly bowing. "May I ask who you esteemed seniors are?" "Suja." The young man glanced at the manager indifferently. He had long noticed the silent exchange of glances between Zhong Jianyuan and the manager. However, considering Zhong Jianyuan's attentiveness and the deep friendship between his mother and Aunt Jean, he didn't mind introducing himself. Although he had already sent someone to investigate his mother's old acquaintances, he hadn't expected to encounter a familiar face here. "Senior Su is the pillar of our southern region," Zhong Jianyuan timely reminded, fearing that this reckless young relative might offend the distinguished guest. He secretly observed Suja's expression. This young and highly ranked individual always kept his emotions hidden. Who knows what thoughts are running through his mind at this moment? Southern Pillar. The manager suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Doesn't this name align perfectly with the recent sensational rumors in Daxia? The person before him is none other than the Southern Sea prodigy who slew Pei Qingyu, and just a month ago, broke through to a high rank, causing a nationwide stir. How many martial artists in the southern region revere him as a deity? Even as a small supervisor in the marketplace, he often hears discussions about him during casual conversations. Upon realizing this, the manager trembled all over with excitement. He almost knelt on the spot to pay his respects. "Greetings, Senior Su. This is a high-ranking martial artist, a rarity even in the Xin base." Even Zhong Jianyuan would find it difficult to meet such a person, let alone an ordinary manager. The mall manager's actions instantly left Jin Yan utterly astonished. "Jingli, what are you all?" Jin Yan ultimately couldn't hold back her curiosity and blurted out. "My son Suja was recently promoted to a high rank." Su's mother candidly confessed to her old friend without any hesitation. For her, the greatest pride in this life was none other than Suja. Before the words had even fallen, Jin Yan's face was already filled with shock. Although she had earlier noticed Suja's extraordinariness, she hadn't expected it to be so astonishing. High grade. How many warriors in the entire Great Xia can reach this realm? And the son of his old friend has actually joined their ranks. No wonder the manager is so attentive. In the face of a high-grade warrior, it's hard for anyone to remain calm. During the subsequent outing, 2 more people joined the group. The manager purely approached on their own initiative. Although the words were a bit flattering, they were still somewhat interesting. Becoming a mall manager certainly relies on some connections, but their eloquence isn't bad either. Unfortunately, they were born at the wrong time. In this era of spiritual energy revival, his potential has already been determined, but compared to ordinary people, he is considered fortunate. As for Su's mother's old friend Jin Yan, there's even less to say. Su's mother rarely meets someone she can confide in, so she naturally doesn't want to miss the opportunity. Although Aunt Jean is a cleaner, the manager has long tactfully stepped aside. Not afraid of any mistakes happening. The manager was even somewhat envious of this cleaner. Being able to establish a connection with a high-level martial artist, even if it doesn't lead to great success, at least no one would dare to bully them anymore. Of course, all these arrangements would have to wait until later. Unknowingly, several hours had passed. Suja and the others had no idea how much they had bought. In any case, with spatial equipment, no matter how much they bought, it wasn't a problem. At the very least, Suja's spatial bag was already stuffed with snacks. Looking at the smile on Su Xiaojin's face, Suja just let her be. In fact, he had also bought quite a few snacks himself, not because he was craving them, but mainly out of nostalgia. Finally, Su's mother and Aunt Jean reluctantly said their goodbyes, but fortunately, they exchanged contact information. Aunt Jean still seemed to be in a daze, not yet recovered from the news that Suja was of high rank. "Aunt Jean, from now on, you are the cleaning supervisor," the manager beside her said flatteringly. A mere supervisor position was nothing significant, but being able to connect with someone of such high rank was absolutely worth it. This unexpected windfall left Jin Yan even more dazed. Although it wasn't an instant rise to the top, it was a leap from a cleaner to the management level.
It was already an earth-shattering change.
Not to mention the manager's humble attitude. Jin Yan felt increasingly confused and disoriented. The Jin family. Jin Yan returned home in a daze.
She was just an ordinary woman, and the husband she married in her early years was also an average commoner. Later, they had 3 sons and 2 daughters. The birth of 5 children greatly increased the couple's pressure.
Ordinary people don't receive subsidies for martial artists.
The world after the revival of spiritual energy is not particularly friendly to common folks. But everyone can understand, after all, Daxia needs to maintain an atmosphere where martial artists are supreme. Later, Jin Yan's husband unexpectedly passed away, and the burden of supporting the family alone became even heavier. Fortunately, as time went by, the children gradually grew up.
The pressure finally eased a bit.
Nowadays, the children have their own families. The 3 sons of the Jin family still eat together. Mainly because they are busy with work on weekdays, cooking separately is too troublesome.
Taking turns cooking is actually easier. Mom, why do you seem so distracted today? Did something happen?
The sons quickly noticed their mother's unusual behavior. Although the family was poor, the atmosphere at home was relatively harmonious.
I've become the cleaning supervisor,
Jin Yan said with a complicated expression, not knowing how to explain this sudden change.
How is that possible?
The sons' faces were full of disbelief. For a family with no background like theirs, becoming a supervisor is as hard as reaching the sky. What's more, the mother works at the largest comprehensive mall in Xianan.
Getting promoted to management is simply a fantasy. Could it be that the old mother has lost her mind?
The children not only completely disbelieved but even planned to take their mother to the hospital for a checkup.
No!
Becoming a supervisor was all thanks to an old friend from 30 years ago. Jin Yan looked at her children and explained with a mix of laughter and helplessness.
She recounted today's events in full detail. 30 years ago, sisters? Her son is Su Zhe, who has recently become famous in Daxia.
Several sons were so shocked they almost jumped up. The main thing is that they had never even heard of this. The key is that the Jin family suddenly stumbled upon such a great opportunity. The whole family was so excited they couldn't sit still. Everyone knows what it means to establish a connection with a high-ranking martial artist.
We must not push our luck. Mom's friendship with Aunt Su is one thing.
The key still depends on the attitude of that Nanhai prodigy.
The sons and daughters-in-law were chattering away.
Some were envious and eager, while others remained clear-headed. After all, a 30-year friendship had long faded.
In the end, reason prevailed.
However, everyone was filled with curiosity about Aunt Su's past. Jin Yan recounted the events of the past in detail. The two were able to maintain this friendship,
all thanks to the blessing of helping to matchmake back then. The Wang family next door is Jingli's maternal home.
Now the relationship has been severed early.
Speaking of the past, Jin Yan couldn't help but sigh. If the Wang family hadn't acted so ruthlessly back then,
they would have already risen to prominence, riding the wave of high-ranking martial artists.
Now they have become enemies. If the Su family really wants to settle accounts, how could the Wang family withstand it?
The power of a high-grade martial artist is beyond doubt.
The Wang family doesn't even have a single mid-grade martial artist. Several sons discussed for a long time and finally reminded their mother to stay in touch with Aunt Su. The Su family was completely unaware of the Jin family's discussion.
For Su Zhe, making his mother happy was enough.
Arranging for Aunt Jean was just a small effort. Long time no see Auntie so happy.
Shen Xinyan whispered softly in Su Zhe's ear. Usually, she spends more time with Su's mother.
In comparison, Su Zhe is indeed not as considerate.
Exhausted from the journey and a whole day of activities, I fell asleep as soon as I got back to the hotel. Tomorrow, I still have to attend the Southern Border Conference.
The next day,
Su Zhe didn't let Zhong Jianyuan follow him, he just told him to continue accompanying Su's mother and the others around the Xianan base. He had already memorized the location of the Southern Territory Governor's mansion. The guards at the entrance were about to stop him when Su Zhe slightly released his high-level aura.
Where is the Southern Territory meeting being held? After briefly asking questions, the guards immediately understood that this was an important figure attending the meeting. Anyone who can enter the venue is no ordinary character. It's Su Zhe. One of the guards suddenly recognized the person. This time, Su Zhe didn't disguise himself at all. The video of the previous battle of the 6th grade prodigies had already spread throughout the southern region. This face was not unfamiliar to many people, let alone the fact that he was now of a higher grade. Under the guidance of the guard, Su Zhe arrived at the meeting room. At the moment, there were only a few people inside. The seating chart showed that Nanhai Wuda was positioned toward the back. Suja didn't mind. After all, the school only sent him this time. The arrangement had been reported in advance and was reasonable. After taking a seat, he closed his eyes to rest. Although he didn't know the specific content of the meeting, he guessed it wouldn't be simple. The gradually entering presence grows stronger and stronger. Most are at the 6th rank, mixed with fluctuations of the 7th rank. Suja, with his mind of clarity open, perceives it all clearly. The newcomers also notice the figures seated in the South Sea Martial University section. Is that the Southern Sea prodigy? Didn't expect them to send Suja. And he came alone. The powerful figures were quite surprised by the arrangements of Southern Sea Martial University. In past years, at least 3 to 5 representatives would be sent. Many eyes secretly observed this newly promoted 7th rank official. The more they observed, the more astonished they became. Even after advancing to a higher rank, the sense of oppression remained undiminished. The high-ranking figures of the Southern Territory nodded secretly. The stronger Suja is, the happier they are. The entire Southern Territory shares the same spirit. Having more powerful individuals is always a good thing. When the 8th rank experts appeared one after another, Suja was secretly surprised. The foundation of the Xian base is indeed profound. However, the South Sea may not be unable to catch up. The gap is smaller than imagined. All eyes in the audience unconsciously swept over that young figure. Suja is the prodigy of the South Sea. The crowd present was secretly amazed, as many were seeing the person himself for the first time. What was most striking was his youthful appearance. Although his actual age was just over 30, he had advanced to a high rank early on. The youthful state brought by the elevation of life levels makes him look like a young man of about 25 or 26. Which high-grade individual isn't over 40? Visually, he looks nothing like his peers. The actual age difference isn't as drastic as it appears. Suja could feel the focus of everyone's attention. Fortunately, having experienced too many moments in the spotlight, he was already accustomed to it. Coupled with the profound state of the mind of clarity, he was even more composed and at ease. This demeanor left a deep impression on many attendees. At this moment, the Grand Governor of the Southern Territory, Su Shoshuan, arrived. The oppressive aura of a 9th-grade expert mixed with the presence of a superior. Instantly, it subdued all the martial artists present. Everyone unconsciously sat upright and tense. Only Suja remained calm under the blessing of the mirror heart. Su Shoshuan's gaze immediately locked onto this newly promoted high-ranking figure. He had heard too many legends about Suja. The first time he heard about them, the South Sea base was attacked, and a 5th-grade martial artist fiercely confronted a formidable enemy. Who would have thought that in just a few days, they would break through realms one after another? First, they defeated the prodigy of the divine capital, Pei Qingyu, and then advanced directly to higher grades. Such a legendary experience is truly unparalleled in the southern region. Su Shoshuan had encountered countless geniuses, but such a prodigy was truly rare. Not simple. Su Shoshuan silently assessed. The other party's aura surged like the tides, constantly rising. It was known early on that this child awakened a special talent. Now it seems that the power of that bloodline is far beyond what the intelligence described. However, the Grand Marshal did not intend to investigate further. Which warrior doesn't have some secrets? As long as they are loyal to the Great Xia, it's fine. Suja's growth trajectory is spotless. The numerous military achievements on the battlefield of all races cannot be faked. Loyalty is beyond doubt. As for being bewitched by a cult, which prodigy doesn't have a will as firm as iron? Su Shoshuan's thoughts raced as he took the main seat. Gathering the representatives of the southern region at this moment is primarily to discuss 3 major matters. First is the annual summary of the southern region. The output value of the Xian base increased by 5% over the past year. The number of new non-military martial artists reached 2,000. Su Shoshuan slowly began to speak. He routinely summarized the situation for the first half of the year. The Southern Border Conference is usually scheduled after the Martial Arts College entrance exam rather than during the Spring Festival. After all, university admission rates are also an important evaluation metric. This matter, though, has no direct connection to martial arts universities. Suja still pays special attention to the data from the South Sea base. The South Sea performed remarkably over the past year. Nearly 500 new warriors were added. This is thanks to the new policies implemented by Suja. These include resource subsidies for mercenary groups and hunting teams, allow civil organizations to obtain cultivation materials at preferential prices. The circulation of resources naturally fosters more martial artists. The South Sea base has 3 additional resource channels. The first is sponsorship funding attracted by the league system. The second is the material procurement agreement signed with the Nanhai Special Zone.
It is called an agreement, but in reality, Nanhai takes the lead. To be precise, Suzhou is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Additionally, the current governor of the Nanhai base is a graduate of Wuhan University.
Cooperation progresses naturally and smoothly. In the comprehensive evaluation of non-combat zone bases, the South China Sea has firmly ranked among the top. The differences among several major bases were not significant to begin with. It is not surprising that the South China Sea has risen to prominence.
Especially the number of people passing the martial arts college entrance exam, which is several times higher than the last ranked base.
This data is shocking enough.
Even though most Nanhai candidates barely passed the threshold.
But once this group of students completes their studies and returns, the base's strength is bound to experience an explosive growth. The sudden rise of Nanhai has drawn everyone's attention. Many eyes frequently turn to Suzhou.
Everyone knows the key to Nanhai's transformation. Since this prodigy took charge of the base, breakthrough strategies have been implemented one after another. Even though Suzhou has now stepped down, it does not affect people's recognition of his abilities in the slightest. At the very least, many bases still greatly desire a leader like Suzhou.
Many people have also noticed the changes in the South Sea base. Do you have any thoughts on this?
Su Shoshuan also spoke up at this moment.
As the Grand Governor of the Southern Territory, he indeed doesn't pay much attention to ordinary bases in his daily routine. This is both because his reach is limited and because the development of a base cannot be achieved overnight. More importantly, current resources cannot be dispersed into ordinary bases. Unless it is a case like the South China Sea base, which has already achieved clear results. Only cases that can ensure stable returns are qualified to compete for resource allocation. I think ordinary bases can learn from the South China Sea model.
The strength of ordinary bases can also enhance the overall foundation of the southern region. With a small amount of resources, it can help a large number of students get into martial arts universities.
This is indeed a very meaningful thing.
Almost all the martial artists present supported this proposal.
They are not all from the Xian base.
Many martial artists moved here after their strength improved, and they still have feelings for their original base. Naturally, they hope their hometown develops better. Moreover, the student rewards only involve pills below the martial artist level, which the supply capacity of the Southern Territory can fully handle. Without harming their own interests in gaining prestige, most people are happy to go with the flow.
They are not dull either and can naturally see the potential benefits of this move. However, Su Shoshuan did not immediately express his stance.
Instead, his gaze turned to Suzhou, who had remained silent all along. The person who created the miracle in the South Sea remained silent from beginning to end. This composure was entirely unlike what a young person should exhibit.
I wonder what Deputy Dean Suzhou's opinion is. Su Shoshuan finally called out and asked.
This title caused everyone to pause momentarily. Then they suddenly understood.
Suzhou is now officially the Deputy Dean of the Alchemy Academy at Nanhai Martial Arts University. Although in the martial world, strength is the foundation.
No one questioned the qualifications of this truly deserving young powerhouse. It's just this sudden official title still made those present feel slightly surprised. Suzhou, who was suddenly called out, raised his eyebrows slightly, clearly not expecting the topic to turn to him.
I think we shouldn't just hold leagues within the base.
It can even expand the Southern High School Martial Arts League to the entire region. At the very least, let each base city see the real gap among high school students.
Suzhou spoke in a deep voice. He not only wants to establish exclusive leagues for ordinary bases.
The event map must also cover the entire southern region. Its core intention is precisely to let ordinary bases directly face the gap with Xian base, thereby striving to catch up.
Su Shoshuan fell into deep thought.
Hosting the Southern Region League certainly requires manpower and resources.
For example, arranging inter-regional competition transportation for high school students from various areas.
But the results are bound to be significant. Just look at the South Sea base, and you'll see that the competitive mechanism can indeed effectively enhance overall strength. Many high school students are stuck below the martial arts college entrance exam cutoff score. Part of the reason is precisely the lack of self-discipline.
Cultivation is ultimately a tedious task for young people.
If potential can be stimulated through excitement, it might break through the bottleneck.
Su Shoshuan was indeed tempted.
However, the specific plan still needs further discussion. The murmurs of the martial artists on site gradually rose, and they generally believed that this proposal was feasible. After all, most of the martial artists present are settled in Xianen, and if a regional league is held,
the students of Xianen will undoubtedly shine brightly.
Their offspring are likely among the contestants, so naturally, no one objects.
This matter will be postponed for now. Next, we will discuss the affairs of the 10,000 races battlefield. After multiple applications, Daxia will temporarily deploy warriors to support the southern border. All battlefields must coordinate to launch offensives and carry out a comprehensive counterattack against the alien races. Su Shoushuan switches topics. Previously, the joint siege on the battlefield of myriad races placed heavy pressure on the southern territory. Now, the moment to shift from defense to offense has finally arrived. Clearly, the provocations of the alien races have thoroughly enraged the southern territory's leadership. As the voice spread, Suja could clearly sense the rising battle intent around him. For these martial artists, the frustration of passive defense was about to transform into a fierce offensive. However, Su Shoushuan's deployment was still ongoing. All units immediately enter combat readiness. The reserves of elixirs, technological weapons, and ammunition must be fully prepared. During the task allocation phase, the South Sea Martial Arts University undertook a large number of production targets. Suja did not raise any objections. These tasks are entirely within the Academy's capacity. He originally thought it would spark intense debate, but unexpectedly, the process went unusually smoothly. Could it be that the principal already knew the meeting's content, and deliberately sent me here to gain practical experience? This speculation lingered in Suja's mind.
As a strong figure among ninth-grade martial artists, the principal was highly likely to have reached a prior agreement with Su Shoushuan. The current arrangement seemed more like a meticulously designed training exercise.
Just as Suja was attending the meeting, Su's mother and Xinxingyan's group encountered an unexpected setback.
The cause was the son of the Jinyan family working with a certain staff member surnamed Wang.
He accidentally leaked critical information.
Your Wang family is doomed.
Offending a high-grade martial artist and still hoping to make a comeback?
This slip of the tongue after drinking made the Wang family feel as if they were facing a great enemy.
When had they ever provoked a high-grade martial artist?
It must be noted that the Wang family had always been cautious and prudent, not daring to offend even mid-grade martial artists.
After an urgent investigation, Wang Jingli's past gradually surfaced.
It turned out that on the day Su's mother visited Jinyan with Xinxingyan and others, they had already been noticed by the Wang family's informants.
Could this person be connected to a high-ranking martial artist? At first, the Wang family did not recognize Su's mother's identity.
But as the investigation deepened, someone finally recognized this illegitimate daughter who had severed ties with the family. Some of the hot-headed younger members of the Wang family even attempted to teach Wang Jingli a lesson,
completely ignoring the warnings of a high-ranking martial artist. However, they hit a brick wall. Not to mention that the second-rank martial artist Xinxingyan could already crush the Wang family members. Just having Zhong Jianyuan, a fourth-rank martial artist, holding the fort would ensure no mishap befalls Su's mother. After all, the cost of offending a high-rank martial artist is absolutely not something the Wang family could bear. The suppression operation was unsurprising. When Zhong Jianyuan uncovered the old grudge between the Wang family and Su's mother, he immediately launched a thunderous offensive. Although only a fourth-rank martial artist, the Zhong family has been a martial arts clan passed down for decades at the Xianen base. At its peak, it once produced a sixth-rank powerhouse. Faced with a crisis involving high-level martial artists, the entire family's resources were mobilized instantly. A comprehensive suppression was launched against the Wang family. This dimensional reduction strike came without warning. Before the meeting had even concluded, the Wang family was already showing signs of collapse. Many clansmen never understood until their death what kind of existence they had offended. The Wang family. Why is the Zhong family relentlessly suppressing us? It even reached the point of a fight to the death. Wang Quan, as the head of the family, spoke with an unpleasant expression. He was already over 70 years old. Even though he had martial arts cultivation to support him, it was still not even of middle grade. It can already be considered old age. The only thing I didn't expect was that the Wang family, built up over a lifetime, would encounter such a situation. Fortunately, the Wang family has been deeply rooted in the Xianen base for many years. There are still some connections. After paying a considerable price and pulling some strings, the whole story was finally uncovered. Wang Jingli? Her son is Su Zhe, the prodigy of Nanhai, now a 7th-rank martial artist. This time, the Zhong family acted recklessly because of this. Wang Quan was completely dumbfounded. The name Wang Jingli felt vaguely familiar to him.
After being stunned for a while, he finally retrieved memories about this name from his mind.
All of a sudden, Wang Quan's expression became even more unpleasant.
At this moment, many members of the Wang family also understood the cause of the matter. Quite a few members of the Wang family were even stunned, as if they hadn't expected there to be an estranged aunt. If the relationship was severed, so be it, but the key point was that her son had reached a high rank.
Grandfather, why don't we wait and apologize to this aunt? That's right, we are all members of the Wang family in the end.
Some members of the Wang family even spoke up to offer advice.
If reconciliation were possible, there wouldn't have been any suppression in the first place. Wang Quan, however, angrily spoke out. He had never cared about that illegitimate daughter from the beginning. Yet unexpectedly, she has now become an unstoppable force in the Wang family.
The events of the past have now turned into a nightmare.
In fact, Wang Quan's thoughts were not wrong.
Although the Wang family found the key to the matter. However, Mother Su indeed had no intention of seeing anyone from the Wang family again. So she had Zhong Jianyuan stop them outside. Regarding this matter, Zhong Jianyuan naturally took on the responsibility without hesitation.
That right. Mother Su doesn't have a good impression of the Wang family. There's even less need to mention Su Jia.
Zhong Jianyuan was extremely excited at the thought.
This also made him work even harder.
The Wang family couldn't lift their heads at all in front of Zhong Jianyuan, a fourth-grade martial artist. In the end, it wasn't until Su Jia returned that he learned about this matter. After the Southern Border Conference concluded, some high-grade martial artists wanted to get acquainted with Su Jia.
Naturally, Su Jia couldn't refuse.
Both being from the southern region, and without any conflicts.
It's only normal to get acquainted.
It did take up quite a bit of time, but plenty of contact information was exchanged as well. For many high-ranking individuals, what they value is still Su Jia's potential.
Moreover, even if Su Jia doesn't break through, he is still a 7th-rank existence.
He is also one of the few high-ranking individuals in the entire southern region.
It's definitely worth it. Su Jia, who had returned, originally planned to talk to Shen Qingyan and the others.
He should take the lead and return to the South Sea first. Because the southern region had finally managed to launch a counterattack. It must be fought beautifully. However, a major battle is not something that can be fought on a whim. There is quite a bit of preparation to be done. Although the main force in the battle is the Daxia Army, Nanhai Martial Arts University is also an indispensable part. The most critical point is that this time, the support from Nanhai Martial Arts University is not substantial. It is possible that the southern border took into account the fact that the president of Nanhai Martial Arts University has come out of seclusion. Adding Su Jia, this high-grade master. It can be said that compared to before, the entire Nanhai Martial Arts University has gained 2 high-grade combat forces.
No matter what, the Nanhai battlefield still needs to be fully prepared. The Wang family causing trouble?
After returning, Su Jia also learned about what happened to Su's mother today.
Even Su Jia couldn't help but frown slightly. Originally, Su's mother didn't want to bother with the Wang family's matters anymore. Just treat them as strangers. Unexpectedly, the Wang family still refused to let it go.
Of course, the Jin family also bears considerable responsibility for this matter. Senior, previously the Zhong family initiated a wave of suppression against the Wang family. Zhong Jianyuan did not hide his previous actions as he spoke. The words were very candid. He also knew that some martial artists were very averse to acting on their own. It's just unclear what this person's thoughts are. Previously, the Zhong family was mostly taking a gamble.
However, after hearing Zhong Jianyuan's words, Su Jia's expression did not change at all.
To be honest, he didn't have much affection for the Wang family. It was just that he hadn't taken action because Su's mother hadn't spoken up. Now that the Zhong family has stepped in, it might not be a bad thing.
At first, Su Jia didn't say anything, which made Zhong Jianchen feel uneasy and restless. Can only comfort oneself that although the other party is silent, isn't it also true that they haven't opposed? Leave a contact.
Su Jia suddenly spoke up.
It was evident that he still leaned towards agreeing with Zhong Jianyuan's approach.
What's more, the Xianen base serves as the center of the entire southern region.
In the future, he is likely to visit Xianen frequently.
Maintaining contact with a local figure is also a good idea.
As the words fell, a look of surprise and delight appeared on Zhong Jianyuan's face.
He knew that the Zhong family had made the right move. After Su Jia exchanged contact information with Zhong Jiancheng, he went to Su Mama's room, where her expression was still very calm at the moment.
She was even assembling newly bought building blocks with her granddaughter, Su Xiaojin. Shen Qingyan, standing nearby, handed building blocks to the two of them.
Seeing this scene, Su Jia felt relieved. It was clear that Sue's mother and the others were not affected by today's events.
Mom, I don't know how to handle this matter.
Suja spoke without hesitation. In any case, they had the upper hand in this matter, coupled with the disparity in status between the two sides. The Wang family had no reason to be proud in front of him. Let's leave it at that. Tell the Wang family not to bother us again in the future.
Mother Su didn't mind at all and spoke up.
If she had harbored even a tiny bit of hope for the Wang family before, that hope was shattered after what happened today. As for the Jin family's matters, Suja did not bring them up, because it was obvious that the Jin family couldn't be unrelated to this matter. However, since Sue's mother didn't bring it up, he wouldn't play the villain either. After all, Aunt Jean herself wasn't at fault, it was just that her son was a bit disappointing. Since Sue's mother rarely had an old friend, he decided not to spoil the mood. After taking care of these trivial matters, Suja began to talk about the main issue.
I'm planning to return to the South Sea.
I'll be busy for a while. Or you can come with us to the South Sea for some time.
Suja did not reveal the content of the Southern Territory meeting.
The counterattack could definitely not be concealed, but the longer it could be hidden, the better.
In the face of serious matters, neither Sue's mother nor Shen Qingyan would cause trouble for Suja.
Let's go back to the South Sea base. It's still more comfortable at home. Mother Su was the first to speak. Just happened to buy a lot of cultivation resources in Xianen, so we'll retreat to the South Sea base.
Shen Qingyan added.
As for Su Xiaojin, although she was a bit reluctant, she ultimately didn't say anything. Because under the suppressive gaze of the old mother, she didn't dare to have any thoughts. Shen Qingyan had a double suppression buff over Su Xiaojin. Although the cultivation environment at the Xianen base is better than that of the South Sea base. However, that is under the condition of having no spirit stones. Now that resources are abundant, Shen Qingyan and Su Xiaojin's cultivation is not affected. Especially since Su Xiaojin is currently in the foundation building stage. Places with overly dense spiritual energy may not necessarily be a good thing. As for his daughter, Suja's expectations are not high. It's just a step into the rank of a first-class martial artist before the martial arts college entrance exam. Anyone who becomes a first-class martial artist during the martial arts college entrance exam is considered a prodigy. Suja believed that the current Su Xiaojin had this potential. Whether in talent or resources, she was not inferior to anyone. Including Shen Qingyan's guidance during the warrior stage, it was entirely sufficient.
Suja did not return directly to Nanhai.
Instead, he took his whole family back to the South Sea base first. The pets and the spirit stones he had previously purchased were all in his spatial pouch.
There was also the special spatial pouch for Shen Qingyan that needed to be replenished with spiritual energy.
After making all the necessary preparations, Suja set off on his return journey. This time, due to the urgency of the matter, he directly utilized the special aircraft for high-ranking martial artists. And just as Suja and his group were returning, the Wang family of the Xianen base was on the verge of collapse. Even though Su's mother no longer cared about the matter and only asked the Zhong family to issue a warning.
Actually, Su's mother is not entirely soft-hearted.
It is more for the sake of Suja's reputation. After all, the blood relationship still exists. So she chose to let the Wang family off the hook. However, Suja hinted to the Zhong family to stir things up for a while longer before issuing a warning. To prevent anyone in the Wang family from harboring any intentions. Naturally, they couldn't let it go easily. The Zhong family strictly followed Suja's instructions and continued to apply pressure. At this moment, the matter of the Zhong family suppressing the small clans has already spread throughout the Xianen base. Many forces are feeling curious. Why would a small clan offend the Zhong family? After all, the martial forces in the Xianen base have always maintained a balance. What's more, this is where the Grand Governor's office is located. Such blatant suppression is clearly unreasonable. The Zhong family's actions seem utterly irrational no matter how you look at it. But soon, the investigation results surfaced. The Zhong family had no intention of hiding anything. All clues point to Suja. As a newly risen 7th grade martial artist, his will is enough to make the Zhong family willingly endure criticism. Suja's mother was once a member of the Wang family? She severed ties more than 30 years ago. During the Southern Territory Conference, the Wang family dared to trouble Su's mother? As the investigation deepened, many forces in Xianen did not expect this matter to be connected to that prodigy of the South Sea. The forces of the Xianen base can no longer sit still. Matters concerning high-ranking individuals are never trivial. After all, in the entire Great Xia, high-ranking martial artists have always held a pivotal position. After learning about all the actions of the Wang family, many members of the forces secretly shook their heads. Sharing the same lineage, yet not treating kindly but instead oppressing. After more than 30 years, it finally led to a catastrophic disaster. The various prominent families truly don't know how to evaluate the Wang family's actions. If the Wang family had kept Wang Jingli back then, they would now enjoy a close relationship with a high-ranking martial artist. At least be on equal footing with many mid-tier martial artist families.
The Wang family's farce can be regarded as a cautionary tale for all major families. Even ordinary clan members must not be treated lightly. Who can predict that their descendants won't produce a heaven-defying figure? While valuing martial artists, one must never overlook ordinary people. After understanding the whole story, the various forces finally realized why the Zhong family was so persistent. The Zhong family has truly gone all out to establish a connection with this high-ranking martial artist. If it were them, they would be willing to make the same choice. In this situation, naturally, no one interfered with the Zhong family's actions. Some lower-ranked martial artist families even took the opportunity to fan the flames. After all, the wealth accumulated by the Wang family over the years was quite tempting to lower-ranked martial artists. At this moment, the Wang family's residence was filled with earth-shattering cries. Who could have imagined that in just 24 hours, the family would suffer a devastating blow? They couldn't even find a way to request an audience with that influential figure. The head of the family, Wang Quan, had a grim expression. Despite using all his connections to plead with the Zhong family for leniency, upon hearing that it involved a high-ranking martial artist, all networks of relationships were instantly frozen. Who would be willing to offend high-ranking figures for the Wang family? Not worth it. After 3 days of continuous suppression, the Wang family's businesses completely collapsed. The Zhong family finally sent a message: do not bother Aunt Su anymore. The Wang family, in dire straits, glimpsed a ray of hope. This storm has finally come to an end. But the Wang family has been severely weakened, left with only some hidden reserves. That so-called grandfather Wang Quan had a face full of regret and sorrow. Su Jie, who returned to Nanhai, was unaware of the Wang family's situation. Perhaps Su's mother still harbored some concerns about the Wang family. But as for Su Jie, if this matter were to be publicized, he would still have every reason on his side. Moreover, he hadn't taken this matter to heart in the first place. Living in a world of high martial arts, the number of souls lost by his hand was not small. Though he had compassion, it would not overflow. After returning to the South Sea, Su Jie reported the details of the Southern Territory meeting at the first opportunity. Although he speculated that the principal and dean were already aware, he still followed the procedure to provide a complete account. The principal began assigning tasks to each academy. The primary mission of the Pill Academy is naturally the crafting of elixirs. Su Jie also took on an important responsibility: crafting the Purple Spirit Pill. As a significant 6th grade elixir, the uniqueness of the Purple Spirit Pill is self-evident. Even when high-grade martial artists lack specialized recovery pills, this pill can also be used as an emergency remedy. Currently, only Su Xingnian and Su Jie possess the refining technique. However, since Su Xingnian needs to focus on refining high-grade pills, this important task naturally falls on Su Jie's shoulders. After advancing to the 7th grade realm, Su Jie's mental strength increased exponentially. Now, refining the Purple Spirit Pill is completely effortless. Let alone the added boost from the state of the Clear Mirror Heart. The entire alchemy area has been fully taken over by high-ranking instructors from the Pill Academy. Such a grand setup has left the Academy students utterly baffled. Why did so many alchemy mentors suddenly appear in the school? Isn't alchemy quite normal? The demand for pills in the entire southern region and even the Great Xia is not small. Maybe the Great Xia assigned tasks to the martial arts universities. Although the students were discussing it fervently, no one truly went to get to the bottom of it. Su Jie's alchemy furnace was right next to Dean Su Xingnian's. This individual had already risen to the ranks of the top alchemists at Nanhai Martial Arts University. Although he only mastered the technique of refining the Purple Spirit Pill, outsiders had no way of knowing. After all, he was a 6th grade alchemist officially certified. Dean, are there any promising talents in this year's admissions? The pill fire in Su Jie's palm remained unextinguished, and he even had the leisure to chat. After advancing to the 7th grade, the surge in his spiritual power made him handle everything with ease. Indeed, they've gathered quite a few geniuses. Su Xingnian answered while controlling the 7th grade pill furnace, equally at ease. The ability of the two to multitask made the mentors present envious. Ordinary alchemists need to focus entirely, even requiring students to stand guard outside.
Such calmness and composure can only be achieved with profound cultivation as support.
Suja was already capable of refining the purple spirit pill at the 6th rank, and now, having advanced to a higher rank, he appears even more at ease.
Dean Su, as the only high-rank alchemist in the entire academy, naturally has an unparalleled foundation. The instructors tacitly slowed down their tasks, pricking up their ears to listen to the conversation. Thanks to the school's reputation and the promotional effect of the Grandmaster rankings, especially with your golden reputation, many geniuses are willing to give up top-tier academies to choose our Nanhai Martial University.
Su Xingyan's tone revealed an uncontrollable excitement.
In the past, Nanhai Martial University was not well known, but now it has become highly sought after. These geniuses are incredibly sharp. At top-tier universities, they are just ordinary students, but here they can enjoy special treatment.
Top-notch mentors take the initiative to teach, and the allocation of resources is unprecedented.
Other top-tier instructors at Wuhan University recruit students purely based on interest, but we are going all out to compete for talent. This also reflects the cohesion of Nanhai Martial Arts University from another perspective.
Even top-tier mentors are willing to take time to guide students. It is truly a matter of necessity.
Without offering generous conditions, it's impossible to attract geniuses. Nowadays, resource allocation is deeply tied to the Heavenly Talents ranking, and the conditions offered by various martial arts universities are rising accordingly.
Nanhai Martial Arts University can only increase its stakes to compete.
However, the school has never forced Suja to take on disciples, and the reason is very clear. This 30-something top-tier prodigy has limitless potential. How could student affairs be allowed to hinder his cultivation?
At least not to be considered before the age of 40.
After all, most top-tier mentors are older and still have the capacity to take on students. Precisely because of such considerations by the school, Suja was completely unaware of this recruitment. At this moment, it suddenly dawned on him when Su Xingyan mentioned it. This time, we managed to secure 10 geniuses.
In previous years, signing 1 or 2 was considered lucky, and sometimes we got nothing at all. Su Xingyan's tone carried a sense of triumphant satisfaction. The days of worrying about student enrollment and turning gray are finally over.
Now all the schools are scrambling to snatch up geniuses.
Suja nodded in agreement. He was all too familiar with the predicament South Sea Martial University once faced. As the first high-ranking individual among the students since the school's establishment, this is the most direct proof.
Apart from the earliest established top martial arts academies, the later ones all grew through such trials and tribulations. The alchemy practice spanning over 20 days has concluded. The effect of the Mind of Clarity's blessing has faded. During this period, Suja's cultivation steadily advanced, taking a solid step forward in the early stage of the 7th grade. It may not seem as groundbreaking as the leaps made in the lower grades, but in reality, advancing in the higher grades is inherently arduous. Unless one acquires heaven-defying abilities, it is difficult to achieve a leap in progress. Fortunately, after enduring numerous trials before the age of 28, his current cultivation speed has far surpassed that of the lower grade period.
Suja was quite content with this. It's time to draw a new ability for the month.
As long as it's not a useless skill, it can contribute to the South Sea battlefield. Gazing at the radiant spinning wheel, Suja pondered silently. The dazzling brilliance of the diamond suddenly burst forth. The wheel of fate never shifts due to personal will, and at this moment, it is radiating a mesmerizing glow. Suja's lips curled into a bitter smile.
Looks like the ability I drew this time isn't impressive. Thinking back to past experiences,
the initial dim green light of martial talent doubled remains the cornerstone of cultivation to this day.
Silver and gold tier abilities are not necessarily inferior.
Congratulations on obtaining the time trap trial card, causes the target to fall into a 1-second time-stopping state.
Limit, 10 days/time, the target must not exceed one major realm above oneself. Extraction successful. Suja's pupils suddenly contracted.
This ability is simply a divine tool for turning the tide in adverse situations. 1 second may be brief, but in a battle between strong opponents, it's enough to reverse life and death. The only regret is that the cooldown period lasts 10 days. This means there are only 3 chances each month to rewrite the course of the battle. What is even more alarming is that this pertains to the domain of time laws.
Even high-level martial artists find it difficult to grasp its essence.
But a system-produced item will have no hidden dangers.
Suja rubbed the card, growing even more eager for the upcoming South Sea battlefield. The school has received notice, reinforcements will arrive tomorrow.
The exact number is unclear, but it is expected not to be many. The Southern Border Conference had long reached a conclusion. The main attack point was set at the Xianan base, while other battlefields would act independently based on the situation. In case of heavy losses, withdrawal from the mountain war zone could be carried out at any time.
The next day, at the break of dawn, in front of the main gate of Nanhai Martial Arts University stood a formidable force.
18 figures stood upright like javelins, their dark green military uniforms still bearing traces of smoke and gunpowder. The aura of menace was so palpable that it sent chills down the spines of students 100 meters away. This was a true iron-blooded army forged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood.
Why would military personnel come to the school? Whispers spread among the crowd, yet no one dared to step forward and inquire. The leading female officer had features as delicate as a painting, yet exuded a bone-chilling coldness, like a war machine sculpted from ice and jade. When Principal Yu Xiong hurriedly led the team of senior mentors to greet them, his gaze froze the moment it landed on that figure. Xiao Xue, it's actually you leading the team? 20 years of memories surged in his mind. The little girl in a pink dress holding a doll gradually overlapped with the icy beauty in front of him, wearing the rank of Major. Scorpio Special Forces of the South Sea Theater, reporting to you with all members present. Nan Xueqing raised her hand in salute, the crisp clash of metal armor sounding like the clash of swords. The frost-like tone in her voice made the accompanying mentor involuntarily shiver. Yu Xiong gazed at the ferocious scar at the corner of her eye, his throat tightening slightly. Since her mother fell in battle on the 10,000 races battlefield 12 years ago, this girl had forged herself into a human weapon. Rest for 2 hours first. In the afternoon, coordinate the battle plan with the garrison command. As soon as the order was given, Nan Xueqing's military boots had already stepped half a step forward. Report. My unit requests immediate deployment to the front line. A 28-year-old 6th grade martial artist, this record might not be dazzling on the prodigy rankings.
But when the 17 team members behind her simultaneously unleashed their aura.
4 5th grade, 13 4th grade.
This elite strike team, composed entirely of mid-grade martial artists, is precisely the reinforcements most sought after on the South Sea battlefield. Yu Xiong glanced at the soldiers' blood-crusted earpieces and silently sighed at how frugal the military headquarters truly was.
What does it matter if there's no high-ranking officer overseeing?
This pack of battlefield hyenas is best at tearing apart 6th grade martial artists.
I am the commander of the South Sea battlefield, you should listen to me.
Yu Xiong said firmly. He had long heard about his niece's reckless style. Out of the 365 days in a year, she spent at least 364 days on the battlefield of all races. The only day she returned was because there was an important matter to handle. As Yu Xiong spoke, Nan Xueqing immediately fell silent. In fact, there was also an early-stage 9th grade martial artist from the Daxia military stationed at the South Sea battlefield. However, they ultimately fell short compared to Yu Xiong. The gap in strength allowed Yu Xiong to firmly secure the position of South Sea commander. Fortunately, Yu Xiong is self-aware and knows he is more like a figurehead commander. The actual command and coordination still rely on that 9th grade officer in the military. In Daxia, this situation is not uncommon. After all, one cannot expect all high-grade martial artists to be proficient in battlefield command. However, mobilizing Nan Xueqing's team is not a problem. Soon, Nan Xueqing and her team moved into the dormitory arranged by Nanhai Martial Arts University. Yu Xiong did not arrange a villa, mainly because he was worried that these battlefield veterans might not be accustomed to it.
Facts proved that his consideration was thoughtful.
The Scorpion Squad really hasn't had a proper rest for a long time.
As soon as they entered the dormitory, everyone immediately relaxed. Captain, is this the South Sea Martial Arts University? They were in the spotlight not long ago. I really want to meet that South Sea prodigy. Too bad they didn't show up just now. Having a 9th rank principal personally welcome them is already giving enough face. Most likely, it's because of the captain's connection.
The team members were chattering noisily.
Make the most of your time to rest. Nan Xueqing interrupted coldly, and the dormitory instantly fell silent.
In the Scorpion Squad, her authority stemmed from 3 aspects. A terrifyingly ruthless demeanor, overwhelming strength surpassing the entire team, and years of accumulated prestige. As a graduate of the Northwest Military Academy, she was not a top prospect when she enrolled. She fought her way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, leaving many prodigies far behind. At this moment, her interest in that prodigy from the South Sea was very simple. The other party's cultivation improved at an unusually fast pace, yet their foundation was exceptionally solid.
There must be a secret behind this. For any method that could enhance her strength, Nan Xueqing would pursue it relentlessly. After finishing the lottery draw, Suzhou remained busy. The cultivation of secret techniques is an urgent matter.
As early as when he first entered the martial path, he had come into contact with this type of explosive secret technique.
At critical moments, these methods can often turn the tide.
The secret technique library of Nanhai Martial University has plenty in stock. He ultimately chose a secret technique focused on blood energy eruption.
Blood ignition technique.
It is also highly useful for high-grade martial artists, allowing them to absorb more of the world's energy during a blood energy eruption.
It can even enhance one's combat power in a short period of time.
The price is that the body will enter a period of weakness after the outburst.
Even if high-level martial artists have strong recovery abilities, they would still need to lie down for at least half a month.
By comparison, this blood-burning secret technique is already considered mild.
Some secret techniques even require burning one's life force.
Suja had enough confidence in his own foundation, so he naturally wouldn't choose such extreme secret techniques. The arduous practice of secret techniques during this period
finally came to a perfect conclusion today. Apart from the secret technique, Suja also chose a blade technique.
It was the advanced version of the Mad God Blade art.
True God Blade technique. Although there is currently no aptitude bonus,
but relying on his thorough mastery of the Mad God Blade technique, he managed to practice the True God Blade technique to a proficient level.
Now, with his strength, contending against the mid-stage of the 7th grade is no problem. After stepping into the higher grades, fighting across realms becomes exceedingly difficult. Even if it's just a minor realm.
The news about an ice-cold beauty arriving at the school was something Suja heard from the mentor's discussions.
Even he couldn't help but hear about it.
The reinforcements invited from the southern region have arrived.
He immediately made a judgment.
As for the so-called ice-cold beauty, he didn't care at all. His martial will had always been resolute.
His life rhythm remained unshakable. On the 5th day after acquiring the new ability, Suja received an emergency summons from the school. South Sea Martial Arts University had already made comprehensive preparations.
A 7th grade expert was left to guard the campus. All other middle grade and above instructors were fully deployed to the battlefield.
This time, it was almost an all-out mobilization. Suja finally met the ice-cold beauty often mentioned by the mentors, Nan Xueqing. It is said that she has a close relationship with the principal.
At first glance, a chilling aura rushed toward him.
But what Suja cared about even more was the overwhelming murderous aura emanating from the other person.
He was known as the God of Slaughter on the South Sea battlefield. Yet compared to the person before him, his title seemed unworthy.
It was truly hard to estimate how many alien races one would have to kill to accumulate such a terrifyingly intense aura of blood and slaughter. This is Suja, a 7th rank martial artist.
Yu Xiong took the initiative to introduce.
Now, Suja is already the living emblem of Nanhai Martial Arts University.
Many freshmen applied because of his reputation. During the Scorpion Squad stay, they had already heard this name from the mentors. Yu Xiong was naturally aware of these discussions.
Suja, this is Nan Xueqing, Captain Scorpio, the elite of the elite in the Daxia military.
The principal was also dutifully making introductions.
After the two exchanged polite nods, Suja stepped aside.
He had no intention of engaging in conversation, nor did he spare the ice-cold beauty another glance. Such an attitude left the Scorpio team members clicking their tongues in amazement. Although their captain was as cold as ice, suitors had never ceased to appear.
Hello. Hello. There were always people harboring unrealistic fantasies. Yet the prodigy before them didn't even spare a sidelong glance.
The team members sighed inwardly.
No wonder they could reach such a high rank. This composure is indeed extraordinary.
Nan Xueqing was equally surprised.
It wasn't because she was astonished by the other party's attitude.
Instead, Suja was vastly different from the image she had envisioned. In her understanding, such a prodigy should have been radiating brilliance,
especially at the height of their fame.
Yet the person before her showed no trace of arrogance. If not for the principal's introduction, one would never guess he was someone who stirred up such waves. Perhaps it has something to do with those 10 years of accumulation, she pondered silently. Suja's past had long been thoroughly uncovered.
Before the age of 28, he was completely unknown. After the age of 28, he was reborn. Such an experience can indeed explain why he is so low-key.
Nan Xueqing originally wanted to ask for tips on rapid cultivation progress. But now is clearly not the right time.
Once everyone had gathered, they followed Yu Xiong into the South Sea battlefield. To prevent cults from transmitting intelligence to the 10,000 races battlefield, the entire war zone has entered a state of lockdown. Only exits are allowed, no entries.
Even if spies manage to infiltrate, the information cannot reach the battlefield interior.
Suja was already well acquainted with the South Sea outpost. He quickly adapted to the battlefield environment. The Scorpion Squad, however, was new to the scene. It was inevitable for them to face some initial discomfort. Different battlefields have their own characteristics. After all, the connected racial worlds are different, resulting in completely distinct battlefield ecosystems. Take the South Sea battlefield as an example. The entire area is filled with a unique wasteland atmosphere. Newcomer warriors often feel repelled. Fortunately, all members of Scorpio are mid-grade martial artists with strong adaptability. The South Sea base quickly convened a high-grade meeting. Nan Xueqing, as a representative of the support troops, barely qualified to attend. Suja had the least seniority in the high-grade circle and the shortest breakthrough time. Arranged at the last seat, sitting right next to Nan Xueqing. At this moment, both of their gazes were focused on the two ninth-grade individuals. Although called a meeting, the important decisions had already been finalized by the two ninth-grade individuals. The ninth-grade individual stationed by the military in the South Sea was named Yang Licheng. In Suja's memory, when he first entered the South Sea stronghold, this person had already been guarding the battlefield for many years. Compared to martial arts instructors at Wuhan University, military martial artists have much less freedom. They are stationed on the battlefield of all races year-round, unable to relax even for a moment. Such perseverance, even Suja secretly admired it. This time, we must catch them off guard. Troops have already been deployed in batches to the central battlefield in the early stages. Successfully lured out the main forces of the Wilderness Tribe. Yang Licheng unfolded the battlefield sand table and began explaining. In fact, when the southern border planned the counterattack, the layout had already been set in motion. The gradual troop buildup, like boiling a frog in warm water, led the wasteland tribes to misjudge the situation. To this day, they still haven't realized the true scale of the forces. But if the mid-tier Desolate Plains tribe suffers too many losses, their high-tier members will never stand idly by. That's when it will be our turn to step in. Currently, the number of high-tier members in the Desolate Plains tribe has basically reached parity after the principal's return. The combat objective is very clear. Focus on exterminating the mid- and low-grade wilderness tribes. This is also a common tactic across all battlefields. High-grade ones are hard to kill and are not numerically dominant. When the alien tribes sense the unfavorable situation, they will flee. However, the large-scale reduction of mid- to low-grade forces can still severely weaken the vitality of the alien races. The main protagonists of this battle are actually mid-grade warriors. High-grade warriors mostly take on distraction tasks. No one noticed the dangerous fire flickering in Suja's eyes. Although he is newly ranked at the 7th grade, his strength is not inferior to the mid-stage. Coupled with the newly mastered time-space trap ability, it might not be impossible to set a new kill record. Perhaps I can give it a try. Even if we fail, it's still worth it. After the deployment was finalized, the meeting adjourned. The raid was scheduled for the early hours of the next day. Suja went straight to the city wall and sat cross-legged. He is indeed seriously adjusting his condition. He's been working non-stop lately. Refining elixirs and practicing secret techniques, his nerves have been constantly tense. At this moment, he must adjust his energy, spirit, and focus to their peak, as the thoughts he's hiding are far from simple. The warriors patrolling the city walls all recognize him. This man has long ceased to be an unknown figure on the South Sea battlefield. The feats of defeating the prodigies of Shindu and breaking through high-grade realms have already spread to every corner of the battlefield. To some extent, he has grown into a spiritual totem of the South Sea war zone. Nature did not prevent him from meditating quietly on the city wall. Interestingly, Nan Xueqing also found a piece of bluestone nearby to meditate. The two instantly became the focus of attention. The combination of the iceberg captain and the Southern Sea prodigy naturally carried its own buzz. If it weren't for everyone knowing that Nan Xueqing had just arrived a few days ago, rumors might have already started spreading. Gossip arose one after another. Fortunately, the two parties involved didn't care about others' opinions. Suja noticed the other's presence but did not take the initiative to speak. Quickly immersed himself in his own cultivation rhythm. Even without the system's support, he still maintained the habit of rigorous practice. Dusk gradually deepened. Only 3 hours remained until the action time. Originally, Suja thought that Nan Xueqing was simply looking for a place to meditate and cultivate. However, when no one was paying attention, a voice suddenly sounded. Have you ever encountered a bottleneck in your cultivation? This sudden question left Suja slightly stunned. Nan Xueqing appeared to be seeking advice on the surface,
but was actually hinting at her own predicament.
Faced with this issue, Suja could have avoided answering, but considering her relationship with the principal, Senior Su,
he had to show some courtesy. Blindly working hard is not advisable, it can lead to an unbalanced state. Refining mental strength will naturally be difficult to improve. Suja slowly began to speak, drawing from his own experience. He had more or less seen through Nan Xueqing's situation.
After stepping into the 6th rank, one is bound to be eager to merge spirit and vitality. However, impatience is the greatest taboo in this process. If not for having the system, it would have been absolutely impossible to break through the 6th rank so quickly. Clearly, Nan Xueqing mistakenly assumed he had a shortcut method. Unfortunately, Suja indeed had no shortcut. However, he still shared some cultivation insights based on the other party's current situation. Before the words had faded, Nan Xueqing had already fallen into deep thought. Taking advantage of this pause, Suja's figure soared into the air. He drifted away gracefully under countless envious gazes. Flying through the air. This is the lifelong dream of so many martial artists. Whether ordinary civilians or mid to low-grade martial artists. Only high-grade ones can achieve it. But reaching high-grade is easier said than done. In this surprise attack, to ensure absolute success, the top-tier experts set out earlier than the ordinary warriors. This was to gain control over the overall battlefield situation. Streaks of light flashed past the South Sea stronghold as mid-tier warriors moved out in batches according to the plan. Launching a surprise attack on the Wilderness Tribe was easier said than done. The layout and planning of the South Sea battlefield have been in the works for a long time. The Wasteland Tribe has built several cities here. It seems they intend to station themselves for the long term. The warriors of the South Sea had long suspected this. Perhaps the Wasteland Tribe originally came from a harsh environment, less habitable than the battlefield of myriad races. Hence, they particularly favor this place. Of course, this is just speculation. In any case, the Great Xiao will never allow the Wasteland Tribe to encroach upon this realm. Suja can act alongside Su Xingyan. Su Xingyan did not decline, as the principal had already instructed. Suja's safety must be ensured. The potential Suja has shown makes advancing to the 9th rank highly promising. It is not entirely impossible to surpass the 9th rank. More importantly, Suja has already been regarded as the designated successor of Nanhai Martial Arts University. Compared to the many high-ranked experts in the school, Suja is truly too young. Although high-grade cultivation can extend lifespan, it ultimately has its limits. The 500 years of spiritual energy revival in the Great Xia have shown. Even 9th grade powerhouses can at most extend their lifespan by a century. Only by breaking through beyond the 9th grade can one attain a longer lifespan. There are rumors that Daxia is developing a pill to replenish vitality. The specific details are unknown. This clearly falls under state secrets. If high-level individuals engage in battle, you follow my markings to choose opponents. During the flight, Su Xingyan was still giving Suja pointers. He planned to find a high-grade opponent with a weaker aura for Suja to practice against. After all, Suja had never fought a high-grade opponent in actual combat before. High-grade opponents possess immense destructive power. If you hold back during sparring, you can't truly gauge your actual level. This also makes it difficult to conduct real combat drills. Moreover, there are numerous complicated matters. Just as the martial arts entrance exam ends, the southern border raid plan arises again. How could Suja have the opportunity to familiarize himself with advanced combat techniques? Fortunately, Su Xingyan has considerable confidence in Suja. The combat power of a prodigy cannot be measured by common sense. Understood, Dean. Suja calmly accepted this care. One knows their own affairs best, although he had been promoted to a high rank. There was still a gap compared to true prodigies. Even though he had mastered such a unique ability as the time trap. But he always kept thinking about verifying the possibility of a kill. The weaker the opponent, the more advantageous it naturally is. The central area of the South Sea battlefield is a unique terrain where vast plains and rift valleys intertwine. This place has always been the core area of contention between the Wilderness Tribe and the South Sea warriors. Numerous key routes converge at this location. Occupying the high ground can provide a commanding strategic advantage. However, this terrain advantage is limited to mid and low-grade martial artists. High-grade experts are no longer constrained by geography. Recently, as the South Sea raid plan advances, a large number of low and mid-tier troops from the Wasteland Tribe have gathered here. Both sides have been locked in fierce battle here for several days.
The perpetual state of the 10,000 races battlefield has always been years of continuous warfare, especially during the first 3 years after the passage was opened. Both sides, in probing each other's strengths and weaknesses, almost never ceased their conflicts. At that time, major battles erupted every few days. By comparison, the warfare nowadays is considered restrained. Suja followed Su Xingyan to a vantage point and waited quietly. This is indeed the first time. In the past, he had always avoided this place. Venturing here with a low cultivation level was no different from courting death. This place never follows the unwritten rule of not targeting lower ranks. It is entirely a chaotic slaughterhouse. 6th rank warriors slaughtering 1st rank ones is a common sight here. Suja pondered silently. For this reason, this place has become a nightmare for countless low-ranked martial artists. But if one can seize the opportunity amidst the mid-tier chaos, retrieve the belongings of the fallen, it is not impossible to achieve the dream of sudden wealth. This bloodstained land has buried countless wildland tribes and great Xiao warriors. Crisis and opportunity always accompany and give rise to each other. Unfortunately, Suja did not stay long in the middle grade stage. Ordinary prodigies spend at least several years in this stage. Those with mediocre aptitude are more likely to remain stuck here for life. Just as Suja's thoughts were swirling, the South Sea army had quietly approached the border. Caught completely off guard, the wilderness tribe was suddenly struck by a thunderous attack. Kill. Blood for blood. The martial artists of the Southern Territory and the Wildlands tribe have long-standing enmity. Countless loved ones and close friends have fallen at their hands. In the past, the Southern Sea strongholds mostly adopted a defensive stance. The crowd had long harbored unresolved grievances. At this moment, they finally had the chance to vent. The Wildlands tribe had not expected the number of South Sea warriors to be so vast. Usually, it was always them suppressing the South Sea strongholds. In an instant, many were lost. The total scale of the battlefield must number in the hundreds of thousands. Suja overlooked the entire situation, fully aware of the weight of numerical superiority. The warriors of the South Sea occupied 3/4 of the battlefield. Only 1/4 of the Wasteland tribe remains. It is not that the Wasteland tribe lacks military strength, but rather they did not expect the South Sea to dare launch an offensive. The warriors of the Wasteland tribe also need to retreat for cultivation and cannot remain on the battlefield permanently. Moreover, the long-standing psychological advantage has played a role. This time, I truly suffered a great loss. 100,000 members of the Wild Plains tribe must be buried in the central battlefield. Suja heard the principal's low growl not far away. Every word carried an air of iron-blooded resolve. Obviously, the loss of martial artists at the school made it difficult for him to let go. Nanhai Martial Arts University cannot compare to the vast base of the Daxia military. Every mentor cultivated requires significant effort. Such consumption is truly unbearable. The principal's anger was far from ordinary. But annihilating the Wasteland tribe was by no means an easy task. The opponents were not fools, their call for reinforcements had already been sent. High-ranking powerhouses of the Wasteland tribe arrived in an instant. The reinforcements arrived approximately 10 minutes later. Victory or defeat depended on how many lives could be taken in these 10 minutes. Suja caught sight of Nan Xueqing's figure. This ice-cold beauty's combat prowess was truly astonishing. Decisive and ruthless, with moves executed to perfection. It must have been honed through countless battles against alien races. What's even more striking is her ability to quickly adapt to the battlefield environment. Such talent can only be described as monstrous. 5 minutes later, waves of high-level pressure erupted with a roar. The Wilderness tribe noticed the change. They immediately recalled their clan's powerful warriors. At this moment, a high-level showdown finally arrived. Led by the principal, the 2 9th grades were the first to unleash their aura. The other high grades were unwilling to be outdone, their presence rising like wolf smoke. Suja also activated the energy within his body. 7th grades appeared weak in the face of 8th and 9th grades. But the momentum struggle cannot be conceded. At least, we cannot lose our prestige. Xiao Su, lock onto that grade 7 Desolate Plains tribe in the northeast corner. Su Xingyan's voice transmission echoed in his ears. Suja followed the guidance and looked over. That 7th grade aura was unstable and fluctuating. It was evident that the promotion was recent. Similar to the time of Suja's breakthrough. But with the support of the external aid, Suja had already stabilized his 7th grade realm. He had even touched the threshold of the mid-7th grade. It's you! Suja's gaze, sharp as a blade, locked onto the target. With a divine weapon in the left hand and elixirs in the right, fully prepared. After advancing to the 7th rank, the school specially approved a divine weapon. It is called the Ancient Moon Blade. This is precisely the source of his confidence to fight against 7th rank opponents. The 7th grade member of the Wasteland tribe seemed to sense something, with a fierce glint surging in his eyes. It was evident that he also regarded Suzhou as an easy target. The Wasteland tribe's way of distinguishing strength from weakness was straightforward and brutal. Suzhou was indeed a new face among the high-ranking individuals. The South Sea stronghold frequently clashes with the high-ranking members of the Wasteland tribe. Both sides are already well acquainted with the number of high-ranking members on the opposing side. Newcomers must have only recently broken through. Previously, Suzhou had not paid attention to the movements of the high-ranking members of the Wasteland tribe. When the auras of both sides clashed at their peak, the high ranks each locked onto their opponents. Suzhou unhesitatingly faced the 7th rank of the Wilderness tribe. At the beginning, he did not go all out. Engage only with a probing offensive. Though the blade is as sharp as a thorn, stirring the forces of heaven and earth with great momentum, it deliberately reveals a flaw of insufficient control. This caused the 7th grade warrior of the Wasteland tribe to show a look of contempt. Fight! Humans, go back and train for another 10 years. A wave of mental fluctuation, laced with mockery, swept over. Though the two races spoke different languages, their mental communication was mutual. Suzhou ignored the provocation completely. Indulging in verbal disputes is meaningless. It appears to be a deadlocked tug-of-war. In reality, it is his disguise of holding back 30% of his strength. By sparring with this 7th grade opponent, he gradually adapts to high-grade combat techniques. This scoundrel's combat experience is still lacking. Suzhou keenly noticed the clue. Over 10 minutes passed quietly. Because he had a backup plan, he was still able to divert attention to monitor the overall battlefield situation. According to the original plan, evacuation is required when the Wasteland tribe reinforcements arrive. At this moment, low-level martial artists have already begun an orderly retreat. 5th and 6th grade experts stay behind to cover the retreat. Over 90% of the 100,000 Wasteland tribe troops have been lost. Even if there are fish that slip through the net, the surprise attack plan has already succeeded. This heavy blow caught the Wasteland tribe off guard. A force of 100,000 is by no means a small number against them. South Sea records indicate that although the Wasteland tribe is a nation where everyone is a soldier and possesses exceptional talent, the fertility rate is extremely low. The population size is far inferior to that of Daxia. This is the root cause of their prolonged yet unsuccessful assaults on the South Sea stronghold. However, though the battle is won, the slaughter has not yet ended. The Wildlands tribe is bound to seek revenge. The South Sea stronghold is about to face an even more brutal battle. These high-ranking individuals will never swallow their anger. The fierce battle continues. There have long been contingency plans for the South Sea. Defensive fortifications have already been properly arranged. Although the furious offensive of the Wasteland tribe is fierce, the South Sea has already achieved its strategic objectives. This pent-up resentment of many years was finally vented thoroughly. The 10+ minutes of fierce fighting completely released the years of suppressed frustration among the warriors at the South Sea stronghold. Don't be fooled by the brief results of this moment. In reality, it was the culmination of a long-planned strategy by the South Sea stronghold. Just achieved such an effect. The high-altitude battlefield remains in a stalemate, while the high-ranking members of the Wasteland tribe have already noticed the heavy losses of their ground forces. Each one appears deranged. For Suzhou, madness is precisely an opportunity. Since the early days of the South Sea battlefield until now, only in the first few years did high-level battles break out. After that, high-level confrontations mostly involved mutual restraint. This time, however, due to the excessive casualties of the Wilderness tribe, their high-level experts completely lost their composure. In contrast, the South China Sea maintains a composed and confident demeanor. Simply delaying is enough to achieve the strategy. For many years, the defense line in the South China Sea has been impregnable. Even more effort has been devoted to the defensive system. The latest technological weapons introduced from Daxia can even threaten mid-grade martial artists. Due to the inability to deploy more martial artists for defense, they can only seek breakthroughs in technological armament. In addition, the Scorpion Special Operations Squad has been dispatched for support. The South Sea defense line can be described as foolproof. But the high-ranking individuals of the South Sea never anticipated this. Among them lay a heart unwilling to remain dormant. After Suzhou grasped the battlefield situation, he focused on dealing with the Grade 7 Desolate clan member before him. The opponent's madness caused frequent flaws to appear. Both sides sustained new injuries during the fierce battle. Their breaths all showed signs of exhaustion. This was not only the case in Suja's battlefield. Above the firmament, all the supreme auras of might are no longer at their peak. This is the natural order. Since the beginning of the battle between the supreme beings, it has lasted an entire day and night. Such intense exertion would exhaust anyone below the supreme level in less than half an hour. Thus, those of high rank harness the power of heaven and earth, cycling endlessly. They can still engage in fierce battles for years. Even if their aura weakens at this moment, they still have strength left to fight. The difference between high rank and middle rank is as vast as the gap between clouds and mud. Even a 6th grade expert on the ground, when sensing the residual power pouring from the heavens, still couldn't help but feel their mind tremble. A rare look of longing appeared in Nan Xueqing's cold eyes. This is a high-grade powerhouse. In the Great Xia Kingdom, they hold a position of significant influence. However, Nan Xueqing was not paying much attention to the high-grade battle at this moment. As early as within an hour after the successful attack, all the warriors have retreated to the South Sea stronghold. The defensive battle has officially begun. The Wild Plains tribe is even more frenzied than imagined. But the warriors of the South Sea stronghold are no pushovers either. Time and again, they repelled the offensives. Both sides suffered casualties. But the advantage of the South Sea stronghold lies in the ability of the wounded to retreat directly. Others can quickly fill their positions. In contrast, the Wasteland tribe's offense, retreating wouldn't be so easy. Even after a day and night of fierce battle, the Wasteland tribe still showed no signs of retreating. At this moment, Suja's eyes grew even brighter. Previously, Suja had always feigned weakness to mislead the enemy. The 7th grade expert of the Wasteland tribe gradually let down his guard. Coupled with the intense battle that had lasted an entire day and night, the condition of this 7th grade Wasteland clan member has begun to deteriorate. Although Suja also shows signs of weakening, it is mostly a facade. At this moment, Suja resembles a cunning hunter. Step by step, waiting for the prey to fall into the trap. The 7th grade warrior of the Wasteland tribe had not yet realized that he had fallen into the web of deception woven by Suja. The 7th grade martial artist from the South Sea before him was slightly inferior in strength. If this opportunity could be used to severely injure him, it would be ideal. As for killing, even a 7th grade member of the Wasteland clan is not entirely confident. But there is considerable confidence in severely injuring them. It would be even better if their foundation could be damaged. Differences in ways of thinking. In his opinion, the outcome of this duel is destined. Taking advantage of the brief slack after the 7th grade of the Wilderness tribe erupted again. If in peak condition, this flaw will never be revealed. But the situation is now different. The long-awaited opportunity has finally appeared. Suja naturally wouldn't let go of this great chance. Time trap. Blazing flames. At this moment, Suja no longer pretended. Unleashing full power, striking with all his might. A moment of slack combined with a time gap. This moment becomes a fatal opportunity. Moreover, this desolate clan's 7th rank had just recently broken through. Boom. Mad God Blade technique. The sound of the explosion shook the heavens. A 7th grade figure of the Wasteland tribe fell from the sky. The breath of life rapidly withered. Caught completely off guard, there was no way to withstand this fatal strike. The 7th grade Desolate clan member was severely injured on the spot. The high-grade battlefield had long been scattered across various corners of the sky. Due to deliberately feigning weakness earlier, Suja fought while retreating. At this moment, the distance to the South Sea stronghold was not far. This scene was precisely captured by sharp-eyed individuals from both sides of the stronghold. The high-ranking member of the Wasteland tribe has fallen. Life or death unknown. Both the stronghold warriors and the Wasteland tribe fighters gasped in shock. High-level duels have always been hard to determine a winner. At this moment, such a shocking turn of events has occurred. Everyone recognized the figure wielding the blade. It is none other than the prodigy of the South Sea, Suja. Originally, he already held considerable weight in everyone's hearts. At this moment, he commanded even more awe. Suja had no time to care about everyone's thoughts. Adhering to the iron rule of striking while you're down. Sharp edges revealed, striking with full force. Blade light swept across the heavens and earth, chilling to the bone. Even from a great distance, it still sent shivers down the spine. The 7th grade warrior of the Wilderness tribe wore an expression of unwillingness. Ultimately, he fell with a resounding crash due to severe injuries. In his final moments, he finally realized. The newly promoted high-ranking figure at the South Sea stronghold had been disguising himself all along. All just to wait for a fatal opportunity. It's a pity to realize it too late.
The offensive on the South Sea stronghold was temporarily halted due to Suja's outburst. Boom! When the blade's light faded, the 7th grade warrior of the Wild Plains tribe did not appear again. The martial artists couldn't hide their shocked expressions. The outcome is self-evident. That 7th grade powerhouse has already fallen. The warriors of the Wasteland tribe attacking the city turned pale. A sense of foreboding loomed over their hearts. Suja carried a 7th grade corpse. He slowly descended from the sky toward the South Sea stronghold. The 7th grade corpse was worth a fortune, whether for material extraction or potion crafting. As for the psychological barrier to using the Wasteland tribe to make potions, during the century of spiritual energy revival, the Great Xia sought to enhance its strength. There were quite a few who consumed alien races raw. Once made into potions, there was no resistance at all. Aliens should naturally be regarded as livestock. Moreover, if this 7th grade corpse were to be sold, it would surely fetch an astronomical price. The Great Xia territory is filled with battlefields of myriad races. However, the fall of high-level experts is extremely rare. This time, apart from Suja's own strength and ability assistance, there were no other high-level interfering factors involved. Even the Wilderness tribe did not pay attention to Suja. This caused the 7th grade expert of the Wilderness clan to sense danger. It was already too late to turn the tide. Who could have imagined that a dignified 7th grade powerhouse would fall in such a manner? Suja did not target the lower grade members of the Wilderness clan. When numerous warriors of the Wasteland tribe witnessed him carrying the corpse of a 7th grade fighter, they were already terrified out of their wits, instantly scattering and fleeing. The martial artists at the South Sea stronghold were equally stunned in place. Never expected the situation on the battlefield to change so abruptly. Senior Su is mighty. Suddenly, a martial artist raised his arm and shouted. The crowd woke up as if from a dream. The army of the Wasteland tribe was unexpectedly routed by the fallen high-grade warrior. Senior Su is mighty. The deafening cheers echoed throughout the stronghold. This is a true high-grade kill. Looking back at the last fall of a high-ranking member of the Wild tribe on the South Sea battlefield, it dates back to 10 years ago. And at this moment, most of the warriors present have only arrived at the battlefield within the past 10 years. This is their first time witnessing the fall of a high-grade warrior. Apart from the shock of slaying a high-grade warrior, it also served to intimidate the Wasteland tribe's army with sheer might. It should be noted that the Wasteland tribe had previously fought fiercely for a long time without retreating. At this moment, they were completely routed by Suja. This matter, for the entire South Sea stronghold, can be described as an earth-shaking upheaval. As the Wilderness tribe retreated, the stronghold finally gained a chance to catch its breath and regroup. Other high-level battlefields simultaneously received the news. Whether it was the high-level figures of the South Sea stronghold or the powerhouses of the Wilderness tribe, all were shocked by it. The reactions of both sides were completely different. The high-ranking members of the Wasteland tribe looked grim. High-ranking powerhouses are crucial to the South Sea stronghold. They are equally significant to the Wasteland tribe. At the same time, the newly promoted 7th rank suffered such a loss. The high-ranking members of the Wasteland tribe find it truly hard to accept such a result. What? Suja killed a 7th rank member of the Wasteland tribe? Similarly, high-ranking powerhouses like Xiong were equally shocked. The difficulty of killing between the same rank is well known to all, especially for high-grade experts. Without absolute strength suppression, killing an opponent is by no means easy. No one expected that Suja, who had just stepped into the 7th rank, could accomplish such a feat. For many high-ranking experts, this is truly unbelievable. The numerous high-ranking individuals at Nanhai Martial Arts University had not originally expected him to defeat powerful enemies. Their initial plan was merely to let Suja gain experience through actual combat. Through life-and-death battles, he would come to understand his own strength and position. They never dared to hope that Suja could truly slay a high-grade warrior. However, for Nanhai Martial Arts University, this is undoubtedly an exhilarating piece of news. No matter how many mid- and low-grade warriors are lost, it cannot compare to the blow caused by the fall of a high-grade one. Even on the Xianan battlefield, this battle might not have resulted in the death of a high-ranking individual. It was precisely because of this sudden news. The high-ranking members of the Wasteland tribe immediately chose to retreat across the entire front. They needed to urgently verify the truth of the fall. The fierce battle lasting over a day has caused significant exhaustion.
At this moment, they are no longer at their peak.
They are also wary of whether reinforcements have been added to the South Sea. The Wildlands tribe is not composed solely of reckless warriors.
The strong individuals at the South Sea stronghold did not forcibly pursue. Both sides were at the end of their strength. It was even more uncertain whether the Wilderness tribe would fall into madness due to the fall of a high-ranking member. The situation ultimately settled into a tacit truce. The fall of this high-ranking member of the Wasteland clan
made the results of the South Sea battlefield far exceed expectations. Everyone clearly understood the principle of quitting while ahead.
At this moment, all the high-ranking members were eager to know.
How did Suja manage to achieve this cross-level kill?
After the high-level battlefield fully erupted, every strong fighter was deeply engaged in their own exclusive battle. When Xiong and Su Xingyan were fiercely fighting, they had no time to be distracted by anything else.
Su Xingyan's true cultivation level was completely exposed in this battle. After all, in the South Sea battlefield, the high-ranking members of the Wilderness tribe already held the advantage. Otherwise, the stronghold would not have been suppressed for such a long time.
Precisely because of this, no one witnessed Suja's killing process. When the powerful individuals returned to the South Sea stronghold, the first thing that came into view was Suja and that 7th grade corpse.
Su Kid, how on earth did you do it?
This desolate clan's 7th rank may have just broken through, but it is still a genuine 7th rank.
What's more, you haven't been promoted for long either. Su Xingyan asked without hesitation.
Among those present, he was the most familiar with Suja. At this moment, he asked without any reservations. Facing the doubts, Suja remained calm, clearly having anticipated it.
He narrated the process from planning to execution in a composed manner.
The only thing he omitted was the special ability of the time trap. As the narration concluded, everyone finally understood how this prodigy from the South Sea managed to achieve a cross-level kill, feigning weakness and hiding strength, reserving 3/10 of his power.
After an entire day and night of entanglement, he finally waited for the perfect moment to strike.
During this period, he even deliberately injured himself multiple times to mislead his opponent.
Truly dangerous. This 7th grade warrior of the Wasteland tribe was indeed overconfident.
That's understandable, after all, Suja is an unfamiliar face.
Just didn't expect you to have such guts. Daring to plot against a high-ranking life.
The faces of the powerful individuals showed complex expressions, and discussions arose one after another. They had to admit that Suja's courage far exceeded that of ordinary people.
Thinking back to when I first entered the 7th rank, when facing other races of the same rank, wasn't it always like walking on thin ice? Terrified of making the slightest mistake. But this kid, he's just like a fearless newborn calf. The most fatal thing is, he actually managed to pull it off.
Gazing at the corpse of the alien race, even the high-ranking powerhouses were emotionally stirred. It had been many years since a high-ranking member of the Wildlands tribe had fallen on the South Sea battlefield. It must be understood that on this battlefield, only the high ranks are the true players. Even if countless low and mid ranks are slaughtered, as long as the high ranks remain, the foundation will not waver. Only the fall of a high rank constitutes a devastating blow. No wonder the Wilderness tribe hastily retreated upon receiving the news. This blow is simply too deadly. This corpse will be directly converted into credit for the school. Payment in spirit stones will suffice. Suja continued to speak. At this moment, he urgently needed spirit stones, and the school happened to be able to meet this demand. Although the high-grade resource reserves of Nanhai Martial University are limited, this 7th grade corpse is enough to exchange for a considerable amount of rare materials. Even if it can only be used by 7th grade individuals, it is still a significant benefit for the school. What's more, the network of forces behind this corpse can further expand Wu Da's connections. It can be said that Wu Da of the South China Sea got a great deal.
However, Suja didn't mind. The school has treated him generously. Moreover, he is already the designated heir. The entire Wu Da will eventually be his foundation. Why bother about immediate gains and losses?
Compared to Suja's calmness, the senior management of Nanhai Wu Da was already in an uproar. The benefits this high-grade corpse can bring to the school are immeasurable.
Even if it cannot elevate the overall strength to a new level,
at the very least, it can deepen the foundation of Wu Da by a significant margin. Many high-grade practitioners at South Sea Martial Arts University are progressing slowly in their cultivation. The root lies in limited resources. If they could obtain a batch of resources, their strength could increase by at least 30%. Many have been stuck at the 7th grade realm for years.
To some extent, they have been held back by Nanhai Martial University.
If provided with sufficient resources, it might not be impossible to reach greater heights. As for the high-ranking members of the Daxia military, they could only manage a bitter smile at this moment. Especially the 9th-grade martial artist Yang Liqing, stationed in the South China Sea. He was, of course, well aware of the value of the high-ranking wasteland tribe corpses. Su Boy, the school will definitely offer a fair price. Principal Yu Xiong, after his excitement, solemnly promised in front of everyone. The spiritual stone reserves of Nanhai Martial University are still relatively abundant. Having already gained an advantage, they certainly wouldn't skimp on spiritual stones. What's more, all the high-ranking individuals understand that Suzhou is taking care of his alma mater. After all, if he were to sell the remains to the Daxia military, no one could utter a single word of objection.
Bartering among high-ranking powerhouses is quite common. Principal, you're being too kind.
After all, I graduated from Nanhai Martial Arts University. Besides, we should recover as soon as possible. The Wild Plains tribe is likely to attack again soon. At this moment, Suzhou also spoke up appropriately. It seems that this high-grade corpse of the Wasteland tribe is even more important than expected. He also reminded everyone present. This great battle is far from over, one could even say it has just begun. Whether it was the previous ambush on the 100,000 Wasteland tribe members or the fall of the high-grade strongman, the Wasteland tribe is bound not to let this go easily.
A great war is bound to break out next. And this time, the Wild Plains tribe will undoubtedly be even more frenzied than before. The many high-ranking experts present are naturally not foolish. Everyone's expressions grew solemn. The 2 9th-grade experts stationed here began issuing orders. Warriors in need of rest should rest immediately. Reinforce the weak points in the defense of the South Sea stronghold without delay. The entire South Sea base is entering wartime status, fully supplying food, elixirs, and weapon ammunition. At this moment, the South China Sea has transformed into a war machine. Everyone in the factory is working overtime. The South China Sea base is different from other bases. As early as 500 years ago, the population in this area had already migrated away. It was not until a spatial passage appeared here that the South Sea base was established. Initially, this was merely a simple military outpost. Later, the South Sea Martial Arts University and various factories were gradually built. As martial artists continued to settle in, and the families of Daxia soldiers gradually moved in, the population of the South Sea began to grow. Nowadays, the entire South Sea is either warriors or soldiers, or workers in the military industry. It can be said that everyone is a soldier. When the combat readiness order is issued, the entire base operates around the clock. The proactive offensive of the southern war zone has drawn widespread attention in Daxia. For the battlefield of myriad races, numerous warriors always keep a close watch. Even ordinary people are filled with curiosity about the battlefield. This time, the southern border war zone aims to boost morale while promoting itself. It has even launched multiple live streaming channels to showcase the battlefield's real-time situation. This move by the Southern Territory has been approved by the senior leadership of Daxia. Given the frequent appearances of cult martial artists on various battlefields, there is no longer a need to conceal the war situation. The current situation on the battlefield of the myriad races is dire. By spreading awareness to let the public understand Daxia's predicament, it may inspire more martial artists to step out of their comfort zones. At the same time, encourage ordinary people to strive for progress. Although this is a helpless attempt by Daxia, it is also a strategy to break the deadlock. Previously, Daxia initially concealed the existence of the 10,000 races battlefield to avoid causing panic. But as so many years have passed, the hidden secret has become an open secret. Almost all martial artists are aware of the existence of the 10,000 races battlefield, though they haven't learned the specifics. As for ordinary people, they have also heard related rumors. So this time, Daxia allowing live broadcasts of the 10,000 races battlefield is essentially a form of testing the waters. Of course, the Southern Territory is more about promoting itself, attracting more people to join the Daxia army. The two can be considered to align perfectly. The main focus of the live broadcast is still the Xian'an battlefield. Although there are some broadcasts of the South China Sea battlefield, they are not professional. It's just that the martial artists are waiting outside the spatial passage for news and scattered videos from inside. The Xian'an battlefield, however, is completely different. It is said that special equipment has been specifically developed to maintain signal connections between the battlefield and the outside world. The battlefield can be broadcast live directly. As a result, most of the Daxia citizens are paying attention to the Sinan battlefield.
Those following the South China Sea battlefield are usually people with relatives or friends stationed there.
For example, the Su family from the South Sea base. Although Suja never revealed any information, not even disclosing the deployment plans for the southern battlefield.
After all, the intelligence on the southern deployment has only been gradually declassified in the past 2 days. Previously, it was all under a state of high confidentiality. It was only at this moment that Shen Qingyan suddenly realized.
The high-level meeting in the southern region earlier was discussing this matter?
She suddenly connected all the clues, including her husband, who was on vacation, suddenly becoming busy again. Obviously, it is all related to the actions in the Southern Territory's 10,000 Races battlefield. Shen Qingyan was not unfamiliar with the 10,000 Races battlefield. When she first became a martial artist, she was filled with curiosity about the martial artist world. She had deliberately joined multiple martial artist forums and chat groups. The Great Xia implements a real name system for internet management.
Even martial arts cultivation has an official certification system.
Martial artists and ordinary people are distinctly separated in the online world. Before becoming a martial artist, Shen Qingyan was completely unaware of these secrets in the Great Xia.
Although the news of the Southern Territory's offensive is now known.
This time, however, she is not as anxious as before. After all, back when Suja's cultivation was still shallow, he had already gone to the Southern Sea battlefield multiple times.
In fact, Shen Qingyan originally wasn't aware of these details. But don't forget, the current head of the South Sea base, Yan Zhengxing, graduated from South Sea Martial Arts University.
Yan Zhengxing deliberately arranged for his wife to befriend Shen Qingyan. Taking this opportunity, Shen Qingyan managed to learn many stories about Suju at South Sea Martial Arts University. In the past, Shen Qingyan and Suju treated each other with mutual respect. Naturally, she would not take the initiative to ask about Suju's past. However, as Suju's strength and status improved,
Shen Qingyan couldn't help but become curious about Suja's early life at Nanhai Martial Arts University.
You wouldn't know without asking, but once you ask, even Shen Qingyan falls silent. He often infiltrated the South Sea battlefield before reaching the 3rd rank.
However, he acted with great caution, never directly confronting the Wild Plains tribe.
Mrs. Yan Zhengxing relayed the details she had heard from her husband.
Given Suja's current status and position,
Yan Zhengxing appropriately embellished Suja's past experiences.
This is quite common within the system. After all, during Suja's period of keeping a low profile, he faced quite a bit of criticism. Now that he has been promoted to a high rank, his former critics have long changed their tune. Yan Zhengxing naturally would not mention any sensitive past events, especially after clearly pledging allegiance to Suja. The governor of the South Sea always mentions Suja's achievements on public occasions. When participating in activities at the South Sea base, Suju is always mentioned. Now the entire base knows that Yan Zhengxing is the team left to Suja by the former governor. Although Yan Zhengxing embellished many details, Shen Qingyan, however, is not a dull person and naturally understands the dangers within. Thinking about her husband's situation back then, she couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart. In the past, she had no idea how difficult it was for her husband to earn cultivation resources. Nor did she know that the pills he sent home every year were saved by scrimping and saving. It seems her husband didn't want the family to worry. That must be the only explanation. Nowadays, times have changed, and my husband is no longer the low-level martial artist he once was. He has already become a high-ranking powerhouse who commands off far and wide.
He is renowned throughout the entire Great Xia.
Compared to mid- and low-level martial artists, high-ranking powerhouses are indeed less likely to fall.
This has become a common understanding in the martial arts world. This is also an important reason why countless martial artists aspire to reach higher ranks. At least in recent years, Shen Qingyan has rarely heard news of high-ranking individuals falling.
Therefore, this time she wasn't overly anxious.
Too bad there's no professional live broadcast of the South Sea battlefield. Shen Qingyan sighed softly as she looked at the screen. Although there was no official live broadcast channel, she still refreshed the martial artist forum constantly. Occasionally, she would also check the real-time footage of the Xianan battlefield. After all, she had never truly set foot on the battlefield of the myriad races. This sense of mystery not only attracted Shen Qingyan. Countless warriors and civilians within the Great Xia who had never experienced the battlefield felt the same.
Just as Shen Qingyan was paying attention to the situation in the southern border,
a pinned announcement suddenly popped up in the civilian livestream room of the South Sea battlefield. South Sea prodigy Suja slays a 7th grade powerhouse of the Wild Plains clan. This message instantly left Shen Qingyan stunned.
Equally shocked were all the viewers following the South Sea battlefield. Killing a high-grade being? In the eyes of many, this is a shocking event. After all, in the numerous battlefields of the myriad races, the last time a high-grade being from another race fell was several years ago. The most crucial point is that Suja seems to have just recently stepped into the 7th grade. This made many people involuntarily gasp. Just stepping into the 7th rank and already killed a 7th rank. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Many 7th ranks on the Grandmaster rankings don't have such achievements. Didn't someone say before that he would lose his prodigy advantage after breaking through the 7th rank? The audience watching the South Sea live broadcast was abuzz with discussion. However, no one doubted the authenticity of the news. After all, it was officially announced by the South Sea authorities. My husband killed a high-ranking figure? Even Shen Xingyan found it hard to believe. Originally, she only hoped for Suja's safe return. Unexpectedly, she received such a pleasant surprise. Killed a high-ranking alien. This is even more shocking than breaking through to the 7th rank. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but sigh. Her husband seemed to be becoming more and more unfamiliar. Or perhaps she had never truly understood Suja. The news quickly spread throughout the entire Great Xia. What? A high-ranking alien has fallen on the South Sea battlefield. The one who killed it is actually Suja. This is an earth-shaking event. Whether it was the live audience or those who later learned of the news, everyone was shocked. No one expected this prodigy of the South Sea to be so fierce and brave. The achievements of many high-ranking individuals on the Grandmaster list mostly involved defeating or severely injuring opponents. Records of actual kills are extremely rare. It is evident how difficult it is to kill high-ranking individuals. Xian'an Battlefield. The frontline command center where Su Shoshuan is stationed. Grand Commander, the latest battle report from the South Sea battlefield has arrived. That newly advanced 7th grade genius from the South Sea has slain a 7th grade opponent. The staff officer burst into the command room with an excited expression. Before the words had even settled, the entire room was in shock. No one had expected the South Sea battlefield to claim a high-grade kill first. What is even more astonishing is that the one creating this record is the newly promoted 7th rank Suja. Many recall the figure of that gentle and refined young man. Previously, they did not find anything particularly remarkable. At this moment, thinking back, they unexpectedly sense an air of unfathomable depth. Amid the joy, everyone's emotions were inevitably complex. After all, the Xian'an battlefield is the main battleground of this campaign. Although the surprise attack yielded a large number of low and mid-grade results, there have been no gains in high-grade targets so far. It was unexpectedly overshadowed by the South China Sea battlefield. This left the soldiers of Xian'an feeling somewhat disheartened. Of course, it was merely a fleeting emotional fluctuation. The Grand Commander of the Southern Territory, Su Shoshuan, however, didn't think much of it and was all smiles. The southern border finally has a high-ranking alien fallen. Su Shoshuan exclaimed loudly, unable to hide his excitement. As the Grand Governor of the southern border, his focus has always been on the overall situation of the region. As a 9th grade martial artist, he is nearly 100 years old. It should have been long practiced to conceal one's emotions. At this moment, however, he couldn't control his feelings, which shows just how happy Su Shoshuan was. But this was entirely understandable. Previously, the Southern Territory had faced successive upheavals, and as the Grand Commander, he was under immense pressure. Although no one can shake his position with a cultivation of the 9th rank. But if another mistake occurs, there is indeed a possibility for the central authority of Great Xia to replace the governor. After all, martial cultivation and management ability are ultimately two different matters. If negligence leads to disaster in the southern border, it would truly go against the expectations of the people. This time, the Southern Territory took the initiative to strike, a decision made by Su Shoshuan despite opposition. It was both to retaliate against the invasion of the Southern Territory on the battlefield of the myriad races, and also driven by a personal desire to prove his own decision-making ability. Fortunately, the good news from the South Sea battlefield arrived just in time. At least it can be accounted for to the central authority. No matter how many enemies of mid to low rank are killed, it will never carry the same weight as the fall of a high-rank individual. There is also a special figure in the command room. Zhong Jianyuan, who once escorted Suja's entire family. At this moment, his face was a mix of ecstasy and shock. The stronger Suja's strength, the more beneficial it would naturally be for the Zhong family. After all, the Zhong family had long-standing ties with this newly ascended high-ranking figure. But the shock still lingered. Promoted to the 7th rank for just over a month,
yet able to slay a strong opponent of the same rank in battle. The strength of the prodigy from the South Sea is by no means that of someone who has just entered the 7th rank.
Everyone immediately came to this conclusion.
Their true combat power far surpasses their apparent cultivation level. However, upon careful thought, it makes sense. After all, this person was already recognized as the number 1 prodigy at the 6th rank. Pei Qingyu learned of Sujia's promotion to the 7th rank. After pondering for several days, he decided to strive for the threshold of the 7th rank.
Although several high-ranking masters reminded him of his impatience, considering that breaking through to the 7th rank as a martial artist requires multiple attempts, the school ultimately granted his request. However, his first attempt to break through to the 7th rank ended in failure. The injuries caused by the backlash were so severe that even using Wu Da's treasured resources, it would still take half a year of recuperation to recover. The once glorious martial prodigy gradually fell into decline. He had thought that if he could advance to the 7th rank, he might still compete with Suzhou again. Chengdu Martial Arts University
ultimately underestimated the difficulty of the 7th grade chasm. On the advice of his mentor, Pei Qingyu transitioned to being a mentor for new students. According to that master, this child has a restless temperament and needs worldly experience to settle and mature. Although the breakthrough failed, he remains the top 6th grade martial artist. No one in the Divine Capital Martial University dares to underestimate this young mentor. After all, among the many instructors present, half of them are not as powerful as him.
That prodigy from the South Sea just slew a 7th grade alien. It's truly terrifying. How long has it been since he advanced to the 7th grade?
This time, with the Grandmaster Rankings update, he will definitely make it to the top tier. Pei Qingyu, who was about to head to the martial arts training ground to teach, happened to overhear the discussion between 2 students. When he heard the words Nanhai prodigy,
Pei Qingyu's breathing instantly became erratic.
Obviously, Sujia's news had struck a nerve again. He himself had not yet broken through the 7th rank, while the other had already slain someone of the same level.
But reality is just this cruel.
Ever since Suzhia advanced to a higher rank, he was no longer the once obscure and unknown martial artist. Now, every time he made a move, it would attract countless gazes across the Great Xia.
Trying to avoid news about him was simply a pipe dream. Pei Qingyu took a deep breath. Calm your mind and steady your breath.
Silently reciting the clear mind mantra several times, the surging emotions gradually subsided. He continued walking toward the martial arts training ground. In terms of emotional control, he had indeed made significant progress compared to before. Apart from Pei Qingyu, those who knew Suzhia, such as Yi Linger, were equally shocked. Who could have imagined that the relatively resource-poor Nanhai in martial arts could nurture such a world-shaking talent?
The Nanhai battlefield is still in fierce combat.
I wonder if Master Su can slay another high grade,
or perhaps achieve something on the main battlefield of the southern border. As difficult as ascending to the heavens, how could a high grade be so easily killed?
The crowd once again fervently discussed the southern border war. So everyone turned their hopes to the entire southern battlefield.
Naturally, this did not include the South Sea war zone. Perhaps there was still a slim possibility, especially since many held high expectations for the Xian'an battlefield.
After all, this is the main focus of the southern front.
Suzhia was unaware of the outside world's reaction,
because he had no idea about the existence of battlefield live streaming.
The so-called South Sea battlefield live streaming is essentially just an information reporting mechanism, almost completely exhausted all physical strength. Although the power of heaven and earth can replenish vitality, the recovery of spirit remains slow. Under the shadow of the possibility of a counterattack by the wilderness tribe at any moment. South Sea battlefield.
He is racing against time to restore his mental and physical strength. All the warriors on the battlefield were the same. After just a few days of rest, when the South Sea stronghold had just completed its basic resupply, the wilderness tribe launched their second wave of attacks. The mid and low-grade warriors had basically recovered their condition. Previously, the defense of the stronghold was already conducted on a shift basis.
Most people had ample rest time. However, high-level martial artists only recovered 80% of their combat strength.
Their vitality and physical condition were still acceptable. The depletion on the mental level remains challenging.
Even with the aid of elixirs and the power of heaven and earth, full recovery still requires time.
After all, there was sustained high-intensity combat before. Such a recovery speed is already considered extremely fast. If it were a mid-tier martial artist experiencing the same intensity of battle, they wouldn't recover in less than 10 days or half a month. Therefore, mid-tier battles mostly rely on the power of vitality and blood.
Unless absolutely necessary, never expend mental energy.
High-grade martial artists, however, have no such choice. Mental energy is the core of harnessing the power of heaven and earth. If mental energy is abandoned, combat strength is reduced by 50%. The high-ranking members of the South Sea Stronghold transformed into streams of light, soaring into the sky. They faced the powerful warriors of the Wilderness Tribe head-on. At this moment, Suja was no longer an unknown figure. Several gazes filled with killing intent had already locked onto his figure. The Wasteland Tribe confirmed through battlefield intelligence. It was this person who killed their tribe's high-ranking member. According to eyewitness descriptions, this young 7th-rank individual displayed a level of combat power akin to a prodigy.
In the future, they are highly likely to grow into an 8th-rank or even 9th-rank powerhouse. For this reason, the Wasteland clan specifically dispatched a mid-stage grade 7 expert to deal with Suja,
an experienced veteran of grade 7 who has been honing their skills for many years.
Fight. It's not that they are unwilling to send stronger forces. The South Sea martial artists would never allow Suja to challenge someone of a higher level. Moreover, the number of high-level experts on both sides is already evenly matched. If more elites are deployed to target Suja, the high-level experts of the South Sea on other battlefields could then form a local advantage. As for higher-level experts taking action,
under the tacit rules of the battlefield of myriad races,
high-level warriors have always acted collectively.
After all, the core resources of the battlefield have long been scavenged.
There simply aren't any resources worth high-level warriors competing for individually. Under such circumstances, expecting Suja to act alone is indeed unrealistic. The Wild Plains tribe can only adopt this seemingly fair tactic.
Their high-ranking members are exceptionally cunning, first entangling all the high-ranking members of the South Sea Stronghold.
Yu Xiong and the others did not have time to think it through. Went straight to face their respective opponents. It wasn't until the end that it was discovered a mid-level 7th-grade veteran expert was left for Suja. Suja, however, had no time to think further. In their first encounter, he immediately sensed the opponent's cultivation level. Mid-level 7th rank. Seems like someone received special treatment. He instantly understood the situation. However, his attacks became even more fierce. Although the realm is inferior, the combat strength may not necessarily be weaker. No sense of a fatal threat emanated from the opponent. Clearly not a 7th-grade prodigy. Such an opponent is still within the manageable range.
Yu Xiong and Su Xingyan, after a brief fierce battle, finally noticed something unusual. They saw through the schemes of the Wilderness Tribe. Immediately, they diverted their attention to Suja's battlefield. To their surprise, this place had actually become an advantageous battleground.
Which prodigy hasn't experienced fighting across levels?
Suja may often rely on overwhelming tactics through higher cultivation.
But that doesn't mean he can't counterattack stronger enemies.
Previously, the cultivation of the Heart of Clarity had already brought him close to the threshold of mid-7th grade. The life-and-death battle the day before further catalyzed a qualitative transformation. The accumulation of high-level combat experience and the confidence boost from defeating powerful enemies. Unknowingly, the cultivation level had already reached the peak of the early 7th grade. Only one final step remained to reach the mid-stage. The breakthrough to a high-grade realm is extremely difficult. Take a high-grade expert from Nanhai Wuda as an example. In 20 years, limited by resource scarcity and cultivation bottlenecks, only 2 minor realms were advanced. On average, it takes 10 years to advance one level. Such a speed is already remarkable. What's more, some remain stuck at the initial stage of the high-grade realm for their entire lives. The Great Xia has never lacked such warriors. Most of them were left with hidden injuries during their promotions, completely severing their potential for advancement. Suja's moves were lethal strikes. The 7th grade of the Wilderness Tribe was no mediocre fighter either. The bone blade stirred up a biting cold wave, its edge targeting vital points. Every move was sinister and ruthless.
However, Suja was no easy opponent either.
The Berserk God Blade technique, empowered by the forces of heaven and earth, was entirely different from before. The Crimson Blade light dyed half the sky red. Because their strength was too evenly matched, both sides abandoned the meticulous control of their moves.
As a result, the aftermath of the battle was even more terrifying than a typical clash between 8th grade fighters. Mad God Blade technique.
The fierce battle rages in the sky, while the ground battlefield is equally brutal. The Wasteland Tribe has mobilized hundreds of thousands of troops this time. They have surrounded the South Sea Stronghold so tightly that not even a drop of water can pass through, launching relentless offensives.
However, the South Sea stronghold was well prepared in advance. The defense system built over 20 years is fully activated. With the aid of modern technology, the defense is as solid as a rock. Whether it's the high-altitude battlefield or the ground defense line, both sides are locked in a stalemate. This great war is destined to be protracted. After all, the grudge of losing a high-ranking member is something the Wasteland tribe will never let go of easily. It has been 10 days since Suja slew the 7th-rank member of the Wasteland tribe. During this time, the casualties among mid- and low-ranking warriors on both sides have numbered in the thousands. Even defending the South Sea stronghold, the losses reached triple digits. The entire battlefield turned into a giant meat grinder. Every moment, warriors shed their blood on the battlefield. The attacks of the Wasteland tribe occasionally paused, but only for a brief respite. A high-altitude battlefield is active day and night. Fight all day, rest for a day. A war of attrition that repeats endlessly. This poses a severe test for the recovery abilities of high-level martial artists. Time flies. If recovery is poor, the battlefield performance the next day will be slightly inferior. Over time, it may be difficult to sustain. By then, the balance of the aerial battle will be completely broken. A battlefield of evenly matched high-grade warriors ultimately evolves into a final contest of endurance and willpower. Yu Xiong and Yang Liqing, along with other high-grade warriors, were long accustomed to this. After all, high-grade warriors are inherently difficult to kill. As long as the vital points are not harmed, minor injuries can recover quickly. Suja's performance, however, exceeded everyone's expectations. If you can't hold on, you can apply to change opponents, Su Xingyan softly reminded during the break. The words carried the unique concern of an elder, afraid that this newly promoted high-ranking individual might suffer during the recovery process. Still manageable for now. The dean knows I'm not someone who pretends to be strong. Although Suja showed signs of fatigue, his tone remained calm and resolute. Despite the immense pressure brought by the mid-stage 7th-grade warrior of the Wasteland tribe, the high-pressure environment instead stimulated his potential. Most importantly, he vaguely sensed an opportunity for a breakthrough. It should be noted that he did not use any cultivation bonuses this month. Based solely on his own aptitude, he can only be considered mediocre. Yet now he can sense signs of a breakthrough. Suja speculates there are 3 reasons. Continuous combat unleashes the body's potential. The surge of fortune's blessing after slaying high-level opponents. The profound lingering charm of the mind mirror's essence. Moreover, his innate talent for mental strength was already exceptional. High-grade martial artists value spiritual aptitude more, rather than the physical vitality talent of lower grades. Therefore, Suja's actual talent is not considered poor. What's more, 10 days have already passed. Time Trap ability cooldown completed. This ability can not only be used for offense, it is equally invaluable for defense. When the opponent launches a fatal strike, just pause time and space for a moment. It can easily evade or even counterattack. After 10 days of fierce battles, he had thoroughly understood the 7th-grade warrior of the Wasteland tribe. All of the opponent's attack patterns were completely under his control. Rashly changing opponents would be disadvantageous. After all, other 7th-grade members of the Wasteland tribe are equally troublesome. The one who was previously slain had just recently broken through, which was truly an exception. Multiple factors are at play. It is precisely Suja's confidence in not changing opponents. Listening to these confident remarks, Su Xingyan ultimately chose to trust. After all, he clearly remembered. Suja has always valued his life as if it were gold. He would never joke around with his life. What's more, careful observation reveals those surface wounds only look frightening. In fact, it did not harm the essence. The true state is much better than it appears. Relying on the trump card of the time trap, Suja's moves became increasingly fierce. Even started exchanging injury for injury. A sudden tactical shift caught the 7th-grade Desolate clan off guard. This 7th-grade Desolate clan member was originally quite complacent. In the initial battle, Suja was clearly being suppressed. But as time went on, the opponent became increasingly courageous. From barely managing to fend off attacks to handling them with ease. Now, it has even made him gradually feel strained. The high-ranking members of the Wilderness clan had inquired about the battle situation multiple times. Though feeling uncertain inside, he still forced himself to appear calm. After all, the opponent was merely a newly promoted 7th rank. While he had been immersed in this realm for decades, how could one show weakness in front of their own kind? Is the human prodigy truly courting death? Seeing Suzhou exchange injury for injury, he couldn't help but roar angrily through his spiritual power. Unfortunately, this exchange received no response. Compared to Suzhou's decisiveness and ruthlessness, this strong warrior of the wilderness tribe clearly lacks the courage for a fight to the death, and is even more lacking in the trump card of the time trap. From the very beginning of the confrontation, he was constrained and hesitant. Continuous fierce battles have further caused a steady decline in condition. He had not noticed. The sharpness in Suzhou's eyes was growing increasingly bright. The majestic aura pierced through the clouds. Suzhou unexpectedly made a breakthrough during the fierce battle. Mid-stage of the 7th rank. Even he hadn't anticipated such rapid progress. Opportunities often come without warning. Sensed the opponent's aura surging, the 7th grade warrior of the Wasteland tribe instantly lost their composure. How could Suzhou let such a heaven-sent opportunity slip by? Burn the blood. The amplification secret technique was used for the first time. The aura surged by another 30%. Half an hour later. Boom! The killing intent was now blatantly obvious. At this moment, he only wanted to achieve the feat of a double kill. Boundary breakthrough stacked with secret technique amplification. The 7th grade of the Wasteland tribe completely turned into a punching bag. The dense offensive left the opponent dizzy and disoriented. New scars instantly spread all over the body. The death threat has finally arrived. This veteran of the 7th rank never dreamed of it. The newly ascended human is actually this terrifying. At the brink of life and death, he had no choice but to resort to a life-saving secret technique. But it was exactly what Suzhou wanted. This is the moment I've been waiting for. The time trap was ruthlessly activated. The fatal flaw was revealed with absolute clarity. At the moment of using the secret technique, the defense of this grade 7 Wasteland clan member plummeted. This was precisely the fatal moment Suzhou had been waiting for. Time trap. In the instant of temporal stagnation, the fatal flaw was completely exposed. The crimson blade light precisely pierced through the neck and heart. A roaring sound echoed through the skies. 1 second later, time and space resumed their flow. The pupils of the 7th grade warrior of the Wasteland tribe still held traces of confusion and unwillingness. Never figured out why they suddenly lost focus until death. Nor did they realize this was Suzhou's special ability. As the breath of life faded, all doubts vanished into the void. The defense system of the South Sea base adopts a rotation system. Many resting martial artists are looking up to observe the battle in the sky. A mid-grade martial artist with exceptional eyesight holds a loudspeaker, voluntarily taking on the role of live commentator. Grandmaster Su's aura has erupted. Mad God Blade Technique. The 7th grade warrior of the Wasteland tribe is completely suppressed. Boom! Wait, the target made a fatal mistake. Grandmaster Su's blade struck the vital point. The enemy leader is falling. The commentary abruptly stopped, and the entire spectator area fell into dead silence. Could it be that today we'll witness the fall of a second high-ranking figure? The first kill earlier was already shocking enough. If another victory is added, it would truly be earth-shattering. Until Suzhou stored the corpse into a storage artifact. Only then did everyone dare to believe. Another 7th grade powerhouse had completely perished. Suzhou, who had completed the kill, did not leave the battlefield. The peak state under the blessing of the secret technique could still be maintained for 10 minutes. He rushed without hesitation toward the nearest late-stage 7th grade battle zone. An earth-shattering duel was unfolding here. The deputy dean of the South Sea Martial Arts Battle Academy was fighting a formidable enemy alone. Although he wasn't particularly close to the senior, he had long known that the latter had strongly supported him during resource allocation. Suzhou? The vice dean turned his head in astonishment. He had been fully focused on confronting the enemy and had not yet noticed that Suzhou had already defeated his opponent. My opponent has been dealt with. Suzhou spoke succinctly. The battle blade turned and joined the encirclement. The face of the late-stage 7th grade expert of the Wasteland tribe suddenly changed. Especially after seeing the bloodstains lingering on Suzhou's blade. The fighting spirit receded like a tide. A high-altitude battle situation is completely unbalanced. Facing the imposing Suzhou, this veteran of the 7th rank actually felt a chill down his spine. He suddenly retreated violently while sending a message to his kin. High rank fallen. Battle situation collapsed. The strong warriors of the Wasteland tribe turned pale upon hearing this. They immediately abandoned the entanglement and scattered in all directions as streaks of light. Hundreds of thousands of troops on the ground hurriedly changed direction. How could the warriors of the South Sea let such an opportunity slip by? War drums thundered, and the city gates swung wide open. The tides of attack and defense reversed in an instant. We cannot let the Wildlands tribe leave so easily. Now is the best time to strike back. Kill more of the Wilderness tribe, and we'll have the resources for our next cultivation. Numerous 6th grade martial artists swarmed forward, leading the mid-grade warriors to hunt down the Wilderness tribe. With many high-grade powerhouses providing protection, there was no need to worry about risks. At this moment, the Wasteland tribe's army has indeed fallen into chaos. Another high-ranking figure has fallen, which is a significant blow to the Wasteland tribe, especially since the high-ranking members of the Wasteland tribe have already retreated first. They didn't even inform their subordinate army. But the high-level battlefield has already become unbalanced. If the retreat is not timely, they will inevitably be encircled by the high-level forces of the South Sea stronghold. These high-level members of the Wildlands tribe hate Suja to the core. If Suja hadn't killed their side, this battle would have continued to be a stalemate. 2 high-ranking figures fell within just half a month. This is a major event in the history of the Wildlands tribe. Even in the Great Xia, it would be considered a significant loss, let alone the Wildlands tribe. Suja was the first to retreat to the South Sea stronghold. After prematurely ending the secret blood-burning technique, his entire body fell into a weakened state. He immediately began cultivating to recover. Due to just having broken through and using the secret technique, his realm was somewhat unstable. Fortunately, it was only a minor fluctuation in his realm, which was why Suja dared to take such a risk. Also to confuse the previous opponent from the Wild Plains clan of the 7th rank, making the opponent mistakenly believe that Suja lacks the ability to kill. In fact, the 7th rank of the Wild Plains clan did think so. After all, Suja's cultivation level is evident. But he never expected it. Suja actually broke through during the battle, and with such decisiveness. Activating the secret technique, he forcefully completed the kill. Using the time trap to create a surprise, though at the cost of his cultivation temporarily declining, Suja deemed it worthwhile. After all, killing a high grade is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Without the time trap, even advancing to mid-level 7th grade and using secret techniques would hardly succeed. The high-grade members of the Wilderness tribe are not fools. If they can't win, they will flee. Fortunately, the duration of the secret technique is short. The high-ranking members of the Wasteland tribe decisively retreated upon seeing the battlefield turn unfavorable. Although the cultivation level hasn't fallen, long-term recuperation is still necessary. Suja muttered to himself softly, his tone carrying a hint of relief. If the cultivation level had fallen, the time required for recovery would have been immeasurable. Cultivating high grades is inherently difficult. This breakthrough is also a result of accumulated effort. If he truly falls, it will inevitably hinder the progress of 7th grade cultivation. He immediately entered a healing state without deliberately seeking a location. In the South Sea base, he casually found an empty spot and sat cross-legged to regulate his breathing. There were still many ordinary civilians within the base. It is too wasteful for martial artists to operate technological weapons. Now, martial artists in Great Xia are already in short supply. Everyone looked at Suja with eyes full of reverence. If the first time killing a high-grade opponent still involved an element of luck, the second time was purely a display of strength. Seeing him treating his injuries, people instinctively avoided him, afraid of disturbing Suja. The fall of 2 high-ranking figures allowed Suja to truly gain the recognition of the entire South Sea. Previously, Suja was merely making himself known in the South Sea. In terms of contributions to the South Sea, there was indeed little to commend. It is completely different now. Except for Suja, the other high-ranking individuals are covering the army in their pursuit of the Wilderness tribe. About an hour later, the high-ranking experts returned one after another. Ultimately, they feared the desperate counterattack of the Wilderness tribe. If truly pushed to the limit, the situation may become uncontrollable. Especially if the high-ranking members of the Wild Plains tribe become enraged and break the battlefield's tacit agreement by targeting mid- and low-level warriors. High-ranking members slaughtering mid- and low-level ones is akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep. In the long run, it is essential to uphold the unwritten rule that high-ranking members do not target low-level ones. It is said to be a restriction, but in reality, it is a constraint on both sides' high-level figures from slaughtering armies. After all, high-level figures can easily harvest thousands of warriors with a casual display of their methods. As for the targeted hunting of individuals, it is not included in the tacit constraints. Therefore, the South Sea stronghold also exercises moderation. After all, this battle was another glorious victory. Especially with the defeat of another high-ranking figure, which made everyone's blood boil with excitement. Even high-ranking figures like Yu Xiong couldn't hide their joy.
Previously, some had suggested taking down another high-ranking figure. But all the high-ranking figures in the South Sea felt that hope was slim. After all, one had already fallen, and the Wilderness Tribe would surely guard against them with utmost vigilance.
Who would have thought that Suzhou would present another great gift? Truly worthy of the title Heaven's Pride. Even after advancing to a higher rank, his combat strength still surpasses others of the same level. Many high-ranking individuals secretly sighed in admiration. After slightly stabilizing his realm, Suzhou set off to return to Xia.
Now with only a tenth of his combat strength remaining, he is naturally unfit for the high-rank battlefield. As for mid to low-level battles, they are constrained by the unwritten rules of the battlefield. It has little to do with him. Yu Xiong and other high-ranking individuals had no objections.
Everyone could see that he must have used some kind of secret technique. This is within reason. The opponent is at the mid-stage of the 7th rank.
Everyone still thought Suzhou was at the early stage of the 7th rank.
Moreover, he is currently in a weakened state.
There was no way to notice that he had already broken through.
Go back and rest well. Temporarily leaving the battlefield might not be a bad thing.
The Wilderness Tribe has probably marked you as a must-kill target. Yu Xiong earnestly and solemnly advised. Even if Suzhou were uninjured, he would still send him back.
The Wilderness Tribe would undoubtedly spare no effort to hunt down Suzhou. It might even trigger a high-level conflict.
At that time, the situation for the 7th rank will be the most perilous. In any case, retreating to Nanhai Martial University is the best strategy.
Principal, I'll leave this wasteland tribe corpse for you to handle.
Exchange it for spirit stones as usual.
Suzhou felt the principal's concern and said calmly.
This high-grade corpse of the Wilderness Tribe was no longer of use to him. It was more suitable to leave it to the school. Yang Liqing, standing nearby, had a burning gaze. The armies of Daxia all require high-grade corpses. Although they belong to the same Daxia faction, the garrisons in various regions still compete for resources. A high-grade corpse can allow the South Sea garrison to exchange for a large amount of supplies. Among them, the resources that assist a 6th grade breakthrough to the 7th grade are the most valuable. Suzhou naturally noticed that intense gaze. But he had no intention of getting involved in this matter.
Alright. If Yang Liqing could obtain the corpse from the principal, it would be considered a skill.
Even knowing that the South Sea battlefield might become increasingly brutal,
Suzhou understood that there was no place for him to demonstrate his skills here.
Although there was still one chance left to use the time trap, it was of no use at the moment. It would take time to recover his energy.
Even after recovery, it may not return to the South China Sea battlefield. To avoid overly provoking the Wilderness Tribe.
Although this ability is not of a high grade, it is somewhat regrettable. It is almost useless at lower levels. Since Suzhou was promoted to a high rank, the situation has completely changed. Some abilities that seemed insignificant have unexpectedly produced miraculous effects. News about the battlefield at the South Sea stronghold has spread once again. The reporters responsible for live broadcasting the South Sea battlefield are exceptionally excited at this moment. It should be noted that these people originally felt somewhat resentful when they were assigned to live-stream the South Sea battlefield. After all, compared to the Xian battlefield, the South Sea battlefield has always been considered less interesting. However, the earlier news of a high-ranking figure's fall had already brought them unexpected attention.
Now, with another high-ranking figure's fall, the attention is naturally even greater than before. This is already the second victory reported from the South China Sea battlefield. What's even more remarkable is that the executor of both kills is Suzhou. This prodigy of the South China Sea always brings surprises. The journalists stationed in the South China Sea expressed their heartfelt admiration, looking across the entire South Sea battlefield.
He may not be the strongest, but he is undoubtedly the most dazzling presence.
At the same time, as the news spread, Suzhou's name once again shook the entire Great Xia.
South Sea prodigy strikes down another high-ranking figure.
Two major generals of the foreign race have fallen one after another on the South Sea battlefield. Those who initially doubted his ability to achieve further military success are now proven wrong by reality.
The entire Great Xia is abuzz with discussion, and the topic inevitably shifts to the Xian battlefield.
In contrast, the Xian battlefield appears particularly awkward at this moment.
Grand Marshal Su Shoshuan of the Southern Territory is facing the bittersweet troubles of success.
The glorious achievements on the South Sea battlefield are undoubtedly the pride of the entire Southern Territory.
However, the Xian battlefield, where he personally oversees operations, has yet to deliver any remarkable results. In contrast to the fall of two high-ranking figures, the numerous low and mid-ranking victories on the Xian'an battlefield pale in comparison.
The foreign race faced on the Xian'an battlefield is called the Three-Eyed Tribe. This race is by no means ordinary, each individual possesses unique innate abilities.
The power of confusion contained in the third eye on their foreheads can directly affect a warrior's mind and spirit.
Theoretically, as long as one's mental strength is strong enough or their martial will is firm enough, they can resist it. But how could it be so easy in actual combat? In battles of the same rank, the Three-Eyed Clan always holds a natural advantage.
Martial artists must divert their attention to guard against that strange third eye, which invisibly weakens their combat strength. Even upon advancing to higher grades, the disruptive power of the Three-Eyed Clan remains threatening,
enough to cause high-level martial artists to reveal flaws at critical moments. This also makes high-level decapitation operations on the Xian'an battlefield particularly difficult. Since the opening of the Xian'an battlefield, fewer than 3 high-level powerhouses of the Three-Eyed Clan have fallen.
It is worth noting that the Xian'an battlefield has been established for several decades.
The attrition rate of the high-ranking members of the Three-Eyed Clan is astonishingly low. In contrast, more than 10 high-ranking members of the Great Xia have fallen on the Xian'an battlefield.
The reason why so many powerful individuals are gathered on the Xian'an battlefield lies in the strength of the Three-Eyed Clan.
The Wild Plains Clan on the South Sea battlefield, however, does not possess any special talents.
Only slightly superior to the human race in terms of physique. But this advantage is far from being overwhelming.
When facing opponents of the same level, they only hold a slight edge. The outcome depends more on combat skills and on-the-spot performance.
No matter how the comparison is made, the battlefield at Xian'an indeed pales in comparison this time.
The high-ranking officials stationed at Xian'an could hardly hide the bitterness on their faces.
It wasn't that their strength was lacking, it was simply that the Three-Eyed Tribe was too troublesome.
Suzhou is truly remarkable. Even the high-ranking experts on the Xian'an battlefield couldn't help but sincerely marvel.
These battle-hardened veterans knew best the difficulty of killing high-ranking experts. The first time might be attributed to luck, but achieving it again left no room for doubt. Although it was somewhat embarrassing, and they even harbored subtle feelings towards Suzhou. But these high-ranking individuals still calmly acknowledged their strength.
Moreover, even if their reputation suffers, it won't affect the overall situation. After all, the entire southern region shares honor and disgrace together. On a deeper level, with each reduction of a high-ranking foreign entity, the pressure on the southern region's defense line is eased slightly.
Xian'an and Nanhai originally had no conflicts. As for public opinion, the high-ranking officials did not take it to heart. If they truly cared, it was more about reflecting on their own strength. Although this public opinion storm sweeping across Daxia was triggered by Suzhou, he himself remained completely unaware. After recognizing the cruel nature of the world, Suzhou had devoted his entire mind and spirit to martial arts. He neither paid attention to external developments nor cared about others' opinions. Even with his name renowned across the 9 provinces, he still maintained his usual pace. On the day he returned to Nanhai Martial University, he immediately began a retreat to heal his injuries.
Continuous fierce battles have left numerous hidden injuries within the body.
If not treated in time, it may affect future cultivation.
More than half a month later, Suzhou officially emerged from seclusion, fully restored to his peak condition. I wonder how the battlefield in the South China Sea is now. The first thing he did after leaving the customs was to immediately check the frontline updates.
After all, he was one of the personnel who evacuated early.
Suzhou directly logged into the school forum to check the battle reports.
Since leaving the battlefield, he became aware of the real-time live broadcast of the South Sea battlefield. Since there are daily updates on the battle situation, there must be someone responsible for summarizing and organizing them.
The actual situation was just as he expected.
The pinned section of the forum detailed the evolution of the battle after Suzhou's withdrawal.
The Wasteland tribe did not stop there.
This time, they changed tactics, frequently dispatching mid-tier warriors for surprise attacks and pressure. High-tier powerhouses no longer acted collectively but switched to intermittent provocations. Clearly, after losing 2 high-tier figures in succession, the Wasteland tribe had also developed apprehension. The overall intensity of the battle has somewhat diminished compared to the initial stage, but it is still intense compared to normal conditions. However, it is evident that the situation in the South China Sea battlefield is gradually stabilizing.
It was originally anticipated that taking the initiative would lead to months of fierce fighting. Now, signs of winding down have appeared in less than a month. It is evident that the fall of a high-ranking figure brings an extraordinary sense of intimidation. Ending it earlier is not a bad thing.
Although we gained the upper hand initially,
the South Sea ultimately does not have the ample support that the Xian battlefield enjoys.
Suja murmured softly to himself, feeling satisfied with the current development of the battle. Since his departure, there had been no further cases of high-ranking individuals falling on the South Sea battlefield. This was in line with common sense.
High-ranking individuals are inherently extremely difficult to kill.
Suja's previous victories relied entirely on the special ability of the time trap.
Unfortunately, this ability has now become ineffective. He must now draw a new ability.
With the battle temporarily over, he hopes to acquire a cultivation supporting ability.
However, this matter ultimately depends on luck and destiny. It's time to draw a new ability for the month. Drawl. A 5-colored light appeared out of thin air. The ability refreshed this time should be good. It can only be said that Suju is somewhat overconfident at the moment. The occurrence of 5-colored abilities has always been rare.
Now his reaction to the 5-colored reward has become rather indifferent. Congratulations on obtaining a high-level mall flash sale experience card. Refresh 5 items weekly. Flash sale price of 100 spirit stones, valid for 1 month. Seeing the ability description, Suja felt fairly satisfied.
Although it doesn't directly enhance cultivation, at least it's a high-level mall.
He had previously experienced the low-level mall and knew that the items refreshed in such malls were of considerable value. High-tier malls mean that high-grade resources are very likely to appear. 5 items every week, theoretically refreshed 4 times a month.
A total of 25 items.
Each high-grade resource is extremely precious, especially if all items turn out to be high-grade.
It can definitely be considered a great harvest. Moreover, he can also use these resources himself.
Although Suja believes that refreshing powerful abilities is more helpful to him at the moment, resources are equally indispensable. Certain pills that enhance cultivation still have significant effects for him. He immediately checked the first round of refreshed items.
Extraction successful.
After all, high-tier shops might also feature low-tier items. Peiyuan pill, 1 bottle, high-quality cultivation aid pill, flash sale price, 100 spirit stones. Essence of spirit stone, 1 portion, assists in breaking through high-quality realms, flash sale price, 100 spirit stones. 1 portion of silver washing grass, high-grade alchemy material, flash sale price, 100 spirit stones. 1 portion of black jade gold, high-grade crafting material, flash sale price, 100 spirit stones. 1 heavenly heart lotus, a rare treasure of heaven and earth, capable of cleansing the marrow and improving aptitude, flash sale price, 100 spirit stones.
After seeing the product list, Suja couldn't help but take a deep breath.
The surprises brought by the advanced marketplace far exceeded expectations. Except for 2 materials that are temporarily unusable, the rest can either be used personally or exchanged for spirit stones. The high-grade storage pouch just seized from the wilderness tribe came in handy. Especially the storage pouch belonging to that veteran 7th grade expert. Taking out some high-grade resources is perfectly reasonable, as no one knows the exact items inside the storage bag.
The Peiyuan pill, as a high-grade conventional cultivation pill, is undoubtedly valuable.
Among the high-grade resources distributed annually by Nanhai Martial Arts University, this pill is one of them. It is rumored that the refining materials include the remains of other races, but Suja feels no psychological burden about this. This single bottle of elixirs is worth 100 million spirit stones on the market, and it is priceless even at that. Even when it occasionally appears at auction houses, the final price often far exceeds its valuation. The preciousness of spirit stone essence surpasses that of the cultivation elixir. This item significantly aids high-grade breakthroughs, making it especially sought after by 6th-grade martial artists. After using the spirit stone essence, it can release refined spiritual energy, creating a gentle spiritual energy environment.
This is greatly beneficial for the communication of spiritual power with the forces of heaven and earth. It is effective not only for breaking through from the 6th grade to the 7th grade. It can also play an important role when ordinary high-grade experts are breaking through. It's a pity that the essence of spiritual stones is extremely rare. Back when Suja was breaking through, even the South Sea Martial Arts University couldn't obtain a single portion. If this thing is used properly, it might be possible to gain the favor of a high-ranking expert. Suja thought to himself. It's just that the relatives at home are still far from reaching the high-grade realm. If waiting for Shen Qingyan or Su Shaojin to need it, it might be an indefinite wait. It would be better to use it earlier. For example, to add a high-grade expert to the South Sea Martial Arts University. When Shen Qingyan and the others need to break through, her cultivation will certainly far surpass the current level, and obtaining resources will be much easier.
Apart from the essence of spirit stones, there is also a rare treasure.
Tianqin Lotus.
This item not only permanently enhances aptitude but is also extremely rare. Even high-ranking martial artists find it difficult to locate, and even though the principal of their school is a 9th-grade powerhouse, he may not necessarily obtain it. For Su Zhe, whose aptitude is lacking, this is truly a blessing in disguise. Although he had previously gained the ability to temporarily improve his aptitude, it was ultimately a short-term boost. The Heavenly Heart Lotus is the fundamental solution.
Such flash sale items in the first week's store made Su Zhe even more eager for the upcoming refreshes. After checking the store items, Su Zhe turned his gaze to the blind box pouch of the Wilderness Tribe's 7th grade. Let's hope something good comes out of it. With the treasures of the marketplace already ahead, he wasn't so eager about these 2 spatial bags. If it were him, good resources would have been used up long ago. First, he disassembled the spatial bag of the newly advanced 7th grade Desolate clan. As expected, it was quite meager, since a newly advanced 7th grade would have exhausted all breakthrough resources. However, the sharp-eyed Su Zhe still spotted a treasure. Wood Spirit Essence. This item can help high-level experts merge with nature and comprehend the laws of the universe. It bears a striking resemblance to the 1,000-year stalactite Su Zhe used during his previous breakthrough. If he added the essence of spirit stones, he found that he had unknowingly gathered a complete set of high-grade breakthrough resources. Now, all that was missing was the heart-guarding pill. This type of pill helps those breaking through to alleviate internal injuries. Compared to other resources, the heart-guarding pill was clearly insignificant. After all, it is only made from ordinary healing herbs and cannot be compared to breakthrough core resources. This is most likely what was left over when the Wilderness Tribe's 7th rank broke through. Perhaps it's really time to find a suitable candidate. Su Zhe muttered to himself. After all, the entire set of high-quality breakthrough resources is already prepared. Moreover, each item is an excellent auxiliary material of superior quality. Even if handed casually to a veteran 6th grade martial artist, the success rate of breaking through to the 7th grade would increase significantly. He suddenly remembered that there was still an old 7th grade space pouch from the Wilderness clan that hadn't been opened. The collection of such a seasoned expert would never be as shabby as that of a newly promoted 7th rank. When the spatial pouch was taken out, a faint glow shimmered. The collection of this veteran 7th rank expert of the Wilderness Tribe is indeed much more abundant. The first thing that caught Su Zhe's eye was a large amount of materials. At least they were mid-grade materials, with quite a few types of high-grade materials as well. The value of these materials alone exceeded 1.5 billion spirit stones. Next was a large quantity of pills suitable for use by high-grade martial artists. Although the Wild Plains tribe and the Great Xia belonged to different worlds, in the early years, many supplies from the Wild Plains tribe were seized on the South Sea battlefield. After all, when the passage first opened, numerous high-ranking martial artists had fallen on the South Sea battlefield. After years of research and testing, it has long been confirmed that the Wild Plains tribe's elixirs are equally effective for humans. Some elixirs are even more effective than those produced by humans. The total value of this storage bag is estimated to exceed 5 billion spirit stones. Its value even surpasses the corpse of a 7th grade expert from the Wilderness clan. However, this is also reasonable, as this veteran 7th grade expert had clearly accumulated decades of wealth. Su Zhe was still unaware that this person was preparing resources to break through to the late stage of the 7th rank. Unexpectedly, he met his demise on the South Sea battlefield. All his life savings fell into Su Zhe's hands. This strong individual must have believed during his lifetime that high-ranked martial artists would not fall easily. Since there was no threat to his life, naturally there was no harm in carrying all his belongings with him. Recently, my luck with wealth has been truly exceptional. Even Su Zhe couldn't help but exclaim. He did not choose to leave the retreat but instead took the Tianqin Lotus first. The issue of aptitude has always been a major concern for him. Nowadays, any improvement is always a good thing. Su Zhe's requirements are not harsh. He doesn't dare to hope to stand shoulder to shoulder with prodigies. Being able to improve to a superior aptitude would leave him completely satisfied. Within the Great Xia, those with superior aptitude are already rare. Let alone geniuses, prodigies, or even those with monstrous talent. The outside world's evaluation of Su Zhe's aptitude is at the top-tier prodigy level. To be called monstrous, there is still a slight gap. After all, in the 500-year history of the Great Xia, true prodigies at his age were by no means limited to 7th grade achievements. However, Su Zhe never intended to compete with others. If he could use the Heavenly Heart Lotus to elevate his aptitude to the top tier, that would be sufficient. Although it was uncertain whether one Heavenly Heart Lotus would be enough, but any improvement is a gain.
To absorb this heavenly heart lotus, Suja secluded himself for 3 more days.
Suja, stepping out of the cultivation room, could hardly conceal his joy.
Although my aptitude has not yet reached the top level,
but it has already been promoted to upper middle level.
If I could obtain another heavenly heart lotus, it might not be impossible to strive for top-tier aptitude.
Suja had a clear understanding of his own talent.
However, he knew that the heavenly heart lotus was extremely rare. Now we can only look forward to the flash sale event at the high-quality mall, hoping to find treasures that enhance aptitude. In fact, Suja does care about the aptitude issue. It's just that there was no way forward before.
Most of those rare treasures are controlled by the Daxia authorities.
Even if he advances to the 7th rank, he will hardly have the opportunity to obtain it.
What's more, Suja is unwilling to ask the organization for it. In the eyes of many martial artists in Daxia, Suja's talent is indeed top-notch. Even applying for resources in the name of his family wouldn't hold water.
3 days later, heavenly materials and earthly treasures for enhancing qualifications are exceptionally rare.
Even applications from 9th grade experts require strict approval.
The review process for such resources in Great Xia is extremely rigorous. Those martial artists who are just one step away from reaching high grades are the primary focus of support. Perhaps just one piece of rare treasure from heaven and earth could help him break through the shackles. These are the individuals that the Great Xia prioritizes. Regarding this, Suja has no complaints. The allocation mechanism of the Great Xia is indeed fair and reasonable. Therefore, he has never expected to obtain resources for qualification enhancement through official channels.
After leaving the customs, Suja went straight to the dean's office.
As the frequency of high-level confrontations in the South Sea battlefield decreased, the senior management of South Sea Martial Arts University gradually returned to the campus. Dean Su Xingyan of the Pill Medicine Academy was naturally also on the return list.
The enrollment of new students and the talent cultivation program urgently need to be implemented.
Due to the impact of the southern border conflict, the new student enrollment ceremony has been postponed for several days.
Su boy, you came at the right time. Su Xingyan's eyes lit up as soon as he saw Suja. Recently, school affairs have been piling up like a mountain. Although some high-ranking experts have withdrawn from the South China Sea battlefield, there are still powerful individuals stationed in the war zone. The principal, as a 9th rank expert, must hold the front line. Several 8th rank experts are temporarily unable to return.
No one can guarantee whether the Wilderness Tribe will launch a surprise attack on the weakened South Sea stronghold.
Currently, school affairs are fully managed by Su Xingyan. In addition to daily teaching management, battlefield merits also need to be calculated. The number of Wasteland Tribe members slain by warriors needs to be accurately counted.
There can be no mistakes in the distribution of death benefits for the fallen.
In short, countless burdens rest on Su Xingyan's shoulders. What does the dean need my assistance with? Suja noticed the other party was busy and took the initiative to ask.
Thanks to the high-quality mall flash sale feature unlocked this month. In addition, he had just recently broken through his realm.
Daily practice does not require too much effort. He doesn't mind taking on some of the school affairs. The school had previously tried to minimize his involvement in administrative matters, and Suja always kept that in mind. After all, he still holds the title of vice dean.
Su Xingyan immediately began discussing specific matters.
For example, the freshman orientation ceremony.
In recent years, it has been presided over by Vice President Tang Wangtu. But this year, it is clearly not feasible. Vice Principal Tang still does not know how long he needs to be stationed at the South China Sea battlefield.
The opening ceremony is ultimately just a routine matter.
It would be unreasonable to trouble the 2 senior officials to make a special trip back.
Moreover, Su Xingyan's own affairs are already burdensome.
So he turned his gaze to Suja.
Although there were other 7th grade returnees in the school. But in terms of suitability, no one could compare to Suja. First, Suja had just slain 2 high-grade opponents on the South Sea battlefield, and his reputation was at its peak. Many of this year's freshmen already admired him by name. Hosted by Suja, it can better highlight the level of importance. Secondly, the school authorities can also accept this arrangement. Suja is already the designated successor of Nanhai Wu University. Based on his achievements and strength, no one on campus would raise any objections to high-grade individuals. Currently, among the 7th grade fighters in Nanhai Wuda, none have achieved victories against opponents of the same level. Facing Suja, it's inevitable to feel a lack of confidence. What's more, Suja has contributed 2 high-grade Wasteland Tribe corpses to the school. The entire school of high-ranking individuals will benefit from this. At the moment of accepting favors, one cannot speak harshly.
Naturally, no one would have any complaints about this arrangement. If it were hosted by other high-ranking individuals, it might not win everyone's approval.
No problem. Suja readily agreed to the matter. It's just hosting the opening ceremony.
In previous years, he had also assisted with it.
Not unfamiliar with the process. But in the past, always as a bystander. This time, it's his turn to take the main stage. Logically, such matters shouldn't have fallen to him. But Nanhai Wuda is currently in a special wartime state. Suja has not forgotten that he has other plans. Dean, how many grade 6 are there in the Pill Academy?
Those high-grade breakthrough resources must not be wasted.
Faced with the inquiry, Su Xingyan did not think deeply.
He merely assumed Suja wanted to understand the Academy's strength. After all, Suja had indeed been neglecting Academy affairs previously. Despite his earlier efforts to deal with the prodigy of Shendu, Pei Cheng, and the current South Sea battlefield operation, the 6th grade experts of the school have successively emerged from seclusion. However, Suja's cultivation speed is truly astonishing. This has left many 6th grade experts still unable to react. Suja has already surpassed the mid-grade stage. Even if someone wants to make friends, the other party is already of high rank. This is an indisputable fact. Although some of the mid-rank individuals still feel dazed, reality is just that cruel. For many mid-rank individuals, Suju is already considered a senior-level figure. The number of 6th grade pills in the Alchemy Academy is acceptable, although slightly fewer than the other two major academies. But looking at the entire Great Xia, the base number of 6th grade martial artists is not small. Su Xingyan responded while handling documents. Listening to the dean's narration, Suja fell into deep thought. Indeed, there are many 6th grade martial artists in Daxia. As the final hurdle before advancing to higher grades, countless individuals are stuck at this stage. However, breaking through the bottleneck is far more difficult than imagined. The 6th grade can be considered the most time-consuming stage before reaching high grades. If there is rejection or insufficient control in the fusion of spirit and vitality, the cultivation progress will be significantly delayed. Su Xingyan specifically recommended 2 individuals at the 6th grade, Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang. Before Suja's rise, these 2 were candidates for the position of Dean of the Pill Refining Institute. Both are at the peak of the 6th grade, each with experience in attempting to break through to higher grades twice. Unfortunately, their combat abilities are mediocre, merely at the level of an ordinary 6th grade. The Heaven's Pride ranking does not feature their name. After all, the competition for the 6th grade ranking is the fiercest. Many prodigies remain stuck at this level. It is quite normal for an ordinary 6th grade peak to fail to make the list. Suja didn't mind this. So what if it was an ordinary 6th rank? As long as he advanced to a higher rank, his combat power would be guaranteed. After all, higher ranks inherently come with strength bonuses. Combat awareness can also be cultivated later. Recalling the battle with the 7th rank of the Wasteland tribe. Even with overwhelming strength, it would be difficult to kill without the time trap. It is evident that even ordinary high ranks are not easily slain by prodigies. It is highly likely to result in a prolonged stalemate. Could you provide the 2 individuals' resumes? Suja became interested in the 2 candidates. Su Xingyan immediately detailed their experiences. In fact, both individuals were already advanced in age. All are nearly 50 years old. They followed the principal to Nanhai during the early days of the school's establishment. At that time, the 2 were merely mid-grade martial artists at the age of 28. 20 years have passed, and they have finally reached the peak of the mid-grade level. For many prodigies, the cultivation progress of these 2 does seem a bit slow. But they excel in their steady and solid approach. It must be noted that the 2 came with a do-or-die determination back then. At that time, the South Sea Martial Arts University was still in its early stages. Don't forget that mid-grade resources are already rare, and there are even high-grade martial artists providing personal guidance. This is a significant opportunity for ordinary 4th grade martial artists. Such treatment would never be available at a well-established martial arts university. Facts have proven that they made the right bet. Back then, those of the same generation with similar aptitude and cultivation. Now, most remain at the 5th rank, or have just recently advanced to the 6th rank. For mid-tier martial artists lacking resources and guidance, cultivation is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Why are you so focused on these 2 people? Could it be that you're planning to cultivate a team? If you really want to cultivate, I suggest choosing younger talents with greater potential.
Although Su Xingyan didn't fully understand, he still offered his advice. Don't underestimate these two, they've already reached the peak of the 6th rank. The school will provide breakthrough support one more time at most. Plus the opportunities they have accumulated themselves. After all, years of a 6th grade career have amassed quite a few resources. Now is the perfect time to go all out. In this way, there will be 4 chances to break through. If still unsuccessful, they will completely miss the chance for high grade. In Su Xingyan's view, the two have about a 50-50 chance of success. Neither prodigies nor geniuses, their aptitude is only slightly above average. Whether it can be surpassed remains unknown. It is far less promising than nurturing young talents. Especially since there is no shortage of promising candidates among this year's freshmen. These talents will shine in less than 10 years. It might be possible to reach the 6th rank. By then, the possibility of breaking through to a higher rank would be greater. Unfortunately, Suja has little interest in young talents. The cultivation cycle is far too lengthy. He cannot afford to wait for this time cost. Instead, Mu Gao and the other person are more suitable. Although they are just ordinary 6th grade. But with the high-quality breakthrough resources in their hands, they are fully confident in helping them break through. Suja decided to confront Su Xingyan. Although he possessed valuable resources, he still needed the dean's cooperation to make it happen. I have 2 high-quality breakthrough resources in my hands, Suja said calmly. They're just ordinary high-quality resources, you might as well keep them for yourself. Wait. Are you talking about high-quality breakthrough resources? What kind of treasure could deserve such an evaluation? Could it be taken from those 2 grade 7 corpses of the Wasteland tribe? At the beginning, Su Xingyan was indifferent, but suddenly his pupils contracted sharply. Completely unaware as the file slipped from his hand. Fortunately, there were only 2 people in the office. Otherwise, it would truly cause a huge commotion. High-quality breakthrough resources are already scarce. Even at Shindu Wuda, fierce competition is inevitable. After all, while Shindu is resource-rich, there are even more grade 6 seekers. Facing Su Xingyan's rapid-fire questioning, Suja smiled faintly. It was rare to see the dean so eager, so he simply let him continue. After a moment, Su Xingyan calmed his emotions. Brat, just here to watch the fun, huh? Su Xingyan shook his head helplessly and laughed while cursing. I have 2 breakthrough resources, the essence of spiritual stones and the essence of wood spirit. These 2 can be considered the best choices at present. Suja calmly explained. The origin of the resources naturally belongs to the spoils of the Wild Plains tribe. After all, the wood spirit essence is indeed confiscated material. Actually, these 2 items are also beneficial for improving high-level cultivation. But using them for daily practice would be a great waste. There are other ways to enhance cultivation, no need to use breakthrough treasures. These 2 items, indeed. Su Xingyan gasped and muttered to himself. These 2 items are indeed top-tier breakthrough resources. Together, they can increase the breakthrough probability by at least 30%. At this moment, he finally understood why Suja was paying attention to the 6th grade of the Alchemy Academy. If used by Mu Gao or Tian Hongliang, combining the 2 failures' experiences, the breakthrough probability can reach at least 50% or more. To be on the safe side, a 3rd regular breakthrough can also be arranged. Enable the treasure upon the 4th attempt. This can basically ensure the emergence of a new high grade. The value of a high-grade martial artist needs no elaboration. Go! Find them now. Let's see who is more suitable to break through. The resource consumption will be covered by the Pill Academy. Su Xingyan, swift and decisive, dragged Suja away. Even Suja couldn't help but feel both amused and helpless. Just moments ago, he was busy with countless affairs, but in the blink of an eye, he set aside official duties for matters of high importance. However, Suja understood the dean's sense of urgency. It is also reasonable for the academy to bear the resources. Though they both belong to the Nanhai Wuda system, there is both collaboration and competition among the colleges, each with its own independent budget. If the news leaks, the other colleges will surely come to fight for it. After all, no one can remain unmoved by high-grade breakthrough resources. Although Suja belongs to the Alchemy College, he is the officially designated successor of the entire school. Inconvenience should not be overly biased. It is best to act first and report later on this matter. Wait until the Alchemy Academy adds higher-grade items before making it public. As a direct affiliate of the Academy, a slight preference is understandable. But just this once. If there are further resource breakthroughs, the entire school will need to be considered. Su Xingyan clearly understood that Suja couldn't always favor the Alchemy Academy. He didn't want to miss this opportunity.
Just as Suja handed over 2 grade 7 wilderness tribe corpses to the school,
the other academies wouldn't have too many opinions about Suja.
Su Xingyan quickly recalled Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang directly from the battlefield.
The South Sea battlefield is gradually calming down at the moment. Recalling 2 6th grade figures won't be a problem. Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang didn't know why the dean was looking for them, but they still quickly returned from the South Sea battlefield. It's not me who's looking for you. The one truly looking for you is Director Su. Su Xingyan effortlessly shifted the matter onto Suja. Currently, the resources can only ensure one person breaks through to a high grade. The dilemma of choosing between two can only be left for Suja to decide.
This question was also difficult for him to decide.
Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang's gazes fell on Suja.
The two were 12 years older than Suja. But in the martial arts world, the accomplished are revered.
Suja stepped into the high rank, and they became a bit more respectful. However, there was not much interaction between the two sides.
Even though they were both part of the Alchemy Academy, Suja had mostly been a loner before. The two were very puzzled as to why the dean suddenly sought them out. The most crucial thing is being in such a hurry, not even waiting for the South Sea battle to fully conclude. Previously, we obtained quite a lot of resources from the 7th grade of the Wilderness Tribe.
Now there is an opportunity to break through to a higher grade, but there is only one spot available.
Suja slowly spoke, meeting the puzzled gazes of the two.
He expressed his meaning very clearly.
The 2 6th grade peak experts in front of him are not fools and should understand the implication.
As the words fell, both Su Zhou and Su Xingyan noticed that the aura of the two suddenly intensified. For Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang, age is no longer an advantage. If they cannot break through to a higher level in the next few years, it will become even more impossible after their vitality declines. They will not miss any opportunity to break through.
Both have applied to the school for breakthrough resources, but it requires competing with numerous 6th grade individuals.
It's uncertain how long the wait will be.
High-grade resources are inherently scarce.
They actually have little confidence in whether they can break through. The opportunity at hand is something neither of them clearly wants to miss,
because there's only one spot. Plus, the two of you are quite similar in all aspects.
I don't know who to choose.
After some consideration, you will have a match, and the winner will gain the qualification. Suja didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly.
This is considered the fairest method. The qualification is determined by strength.
Faced with Suja's proposal, no one present had any objections.
Su Xingyan also admitted that this was the best plan.
With a high-ranking expert present to oversee, there was no need to worry about casualties in a battle between 6th-rank fighters. As for Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang, there was even less to worry about. Opportunities must be fought for by oneself.
Su Xingyan immediately led the group to the training ground. This is a venue specifically for mid-level instructors to spar.
At this moment, the vast majority of people are still on the battlefield.
Even the returnees wouldn't come to the training ground. Having just experienced consecutive battles, who would still be in the mood for sparring? The empty training ground was just what a few people wanted. Su Xingyan didn't want this matter to spread in the first place. Soon, 2 veteran 6th grade experts began their duel under Su Xingyan's supervision. Though they are ordinary 6th grade, their combat experience is exceptionally rich.
Suja sighed inwardly as he watched.
Even he couldn't help but be impressed.
The differences in combat styles between high grade and mid grade are significant, but certain techniques still hold reference value. As time passed, the two gradually began to fight with full force. When faced with high-grade opportunities, no 6th grade would easily give up. This is especially true for these 2 6th grades who have been stagnant for over a decade. This might be the greatest opportunity of this lifetime.
Half an hour later, the duel between 2 veteran 6th grade peak experts has concluded. Both sides suffered heavy losses. No one holds a clear advantage.
Su Xingyan and Su Zhou could both see, the two had already given their all. In the end, Su Xingyan forcibly called a halt. Otherwise, continuing might lead to a life-or-death struggle, which would not be worth it.
The question resurfaces, who should be chosen? The three people's gazes once again focused on Su Zhou.
At this moment, Su Zhou also felt a bit of a headache. He hadn't expected such a low-probability situation like a tie to occur. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in his eyes.
In that case, why not take a gamble?
The Academy will contribute part of its foundation, along with the resources you've accumulated over the years.
I'll lend out some more resources,
so that you all have 2 chances to strive for higher grades.
Su Zhou finally came up with a compromise.
This move might end up being futile, but it could also bring double the surprises. Suja thought about it and figured that the resources for his breakthrough were obtained for free anyway. Even if Mu Gao and the other person didn't succeed, it could still be considered as giving back to the school.
Su Xingyan seemed a bit hesitant but ultimately said nothing.
This plan was indeed fair. Whether one could break through depended entirely on their own fortune. As long as one person successfully advances to a high rank, he can accept it. Seeing that Dean Su did not object, Mu Gao and Tian Holiang's faces lit up with excitement.
Dean Su, thank you so much.
They have already experienced 2 failed breakthroughs. It has been a long time since the last attempt. All these years, they have been waiting for a third chance. This time, Deputy Dean Su secured 2 breakthrough opportunities for them. Even if they have to bear debts and obligations, the 2 of them don't mind at all.
As long as they can succeed, everything is worth it.
Although Suja made the final decision, the resource exchange still needs Su Xingyan to handle.
The specific details still need to be carefully finalized.
Suja took out all the high-quality materials obtained from the flash sale mall, as well as the high-quality cultivation pills from the wilderness tribe. He planned to have Su Xingyan exchange breakthrough resources for the 2 of them.
He didn't even require the 2 6th-grade experts to sign any agreements.
This trust deeply moved Mu Gao and Tian Holiang. They knew that this time it was all thanks to the Vice Dean's strong support. Su Boy, killing 2 7th-grade beings must have earned you quite a haul.
Su Xingyan couldn't help but sigh. The feeling of sudden wealth, Dean, you can try it too.
Suja responded calmly, without concealing his gains this time. After all, killing 2 high-ranking members of the wilderness tribe would make it suspicious to claim there were no rewards.
It's better to openly admit it. Facing the teasing, Su Xingyan shook his head with a wry smile.
Although he is of the 8th rank, killing a 7th rank is not considered difficult for him. However, the wilderness tribe would never give him such an opportunity. On the battlefield, high ranks rarely act alone. Even if there are stragglers, if a 7th rank wants to hide, it is also difficult for an 8th rank to quickly locate them. It is ultimately as difficult as climbing to the heavens. For someone like Suja to consecutively defeat 2 high-grade experts is simply unbelievable.
Mu Gao and Tian Holiang, 2 peak 6th-grade experts.
At this moment, they seem to shrink their heads like ostriches.
High-level conversations are too profound for them.
Not suitable for participating in the discussion. Although they have not reached the high level, they are well aware of how difficult it is to defeat a high-level individual. Even if they succeed in breaking through, they may not necessarily achieve it. Fortunately, Suja quickly restrained his joking demeanor. He knew that Su Xingyan had been busy with affairs recently. If it weren't related to a high-grade breakthrough, Dean Su wouldn't have taken the time to come. Mu Gao and the other person had already withdrawn all their savings. Handed over to Su Xingyan to exchange for breakthrough resources. Make full preparations during this period.
Strive to complete the breakthrough within a year. Su Xingyan solemnly instructed.
Although he leaned towards steadily nurturing a high-grade figure, he did not oppose Suja's plan. After all, most of the resources this time were provided by Suja.
Understood, Dean. Mu Gao and the other person responded solemnly.
They were well aware that this opportunity was entirely thanks to Vice Dean Su's efforts. In truth, Suja simply had a mindset of making full use of resources.
Gaining gratitude and goodwill was merely incidental.
Those high-grade materials were of no use to him. On the surface, he appears to be a 6th-grade alchemist, but in reality, his skills are quite lacking. He has never ventured into the field of artifact refining.
For now, focusing on cultivation is the priority.
Rather than letting the materials gather dust, it would be more valuable to exchange them for resources.
When leaving the training ground, Mu Gao and the other person sincerely thanked Suja. Suja responded warmly. At least it proved he hadn't misjudged them. Most of the mentors at Nanhai Martial Arts University have upright conduct. Even if there is occasional selfishness, it is understood that the school's interests must not be harmed. This alone is already commendable. It should be noted that many Wuhan University mentors have sold out the school for personal gain. Some institutions, due to their reliance on faculty, can only turn a blind eye. These secrets were all told to Suja by Su Xingyan. It can only be said that Dean Su indeed has extensive connections. However, high-grade alchemists are naturally sought after, so it's not surprising. Old Su really hasn't assigned many tasks. Suja murmured softly to himself. Earlier, Su Xingyan mentioned sharing responsibilities, and he thought he would be bogged down with trivial matters. In the end, he was only assigned to host the freshman orientation ceremony. The entire process took no more than an hour. Obviously, Dean Su was unwilling to delay his cultivation. The enrollment ceremony was scheduled for 5 days later.
The date held no special significance and was purely arranged by Su Xingnian earlier. Since it had already been postponed for several days, delaying it a few more days wouldn't matter.
As long as it doesn't take too long.
Suja just needs to wait for the notification when the time comes.
He is preparing to go back and continue his cultivation.
Even though a lot of cultivation resources were given due to exchanging high-grade breakthrough resources.
But there is still a surplus, enough to support 2 or 3 months of cultivation.
What's more, there are still several rounds of flash sales in the mall coming up.
At this stage, resources are indeed not lacking.
Meanwhile, the news of Suja presiding over the freshman entrance ceremony caused a sensation.
Many new students were extremely excited. It's actually Dean Su personally presiding. He recently defeated 2 high-ranking masters in a row. He directly broke into the top 100 on the 7th-ranked Grandmaster list. Keep in mind, he just broke through not long ago, yet he's already caught up with veteran 7th-grade warriors. Students of Nanhai Martial Arts University are engaged in heated discussions. With the southern region launching a full-scale offensive, high-grade performances on the Nanhai battlefield are outstanding. This has led to a dramatic shift in the rankings of the Grandmaster list. This directly affects the allocation of resources for the new year. The higher the ranking, the better the resources obtained. This time, Nanhai Wuda can be said to have gained great prestige. Su Xingnian was promoted directly from the 7th grade list to the 8th grade list. The other 2 deans also revealed their 8th grade strength, bringing the school's number of 8th grade individuals to 3. In terms of the number of 8th grade individuals alone, it has already surpassed some first-class martial arts universities. As for Suja, there's no need to say more. Several media reports have listed Nanhai Martial Arts University as a quasi-first-class institution. Although there is still a gap in student quality, the faculty strength has already met the standard. Given time, the quality of student intake will surely improve. Of course, there is still a gap between being nearly first class and truly first class. The short history of the school remains a significant drawback. However, this has already excited the entire school. It should be noted that before Suja defeated Peiqingyu, Nanhai Martial University was completely unknown. Not to mention outside the southern region, even within the local area, few people knew about it. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. The freshman enrollment ceremony is about to be held. Hosted by Suja, the school square was already packed. Not only freshmen, but upperclassmen also flocked to the scene. Song Cheng squeezed into the crowd with her roommates. After his relationship with Suja was exposed, it attracted countless envious gazes. This was someone backed by an extraordinary high-grade powerhouse. Suja, however, remained calm and composed, currently browsing the newly refreshed items in the marketplace. Peiyuan pill times 1 bottle, high-grade cultivation aid pill, flash sale price, 100 spirit stones. Black crystal stone times 1 unit, high-grade weapon material, flash sale price, 100 spirit stones. Heart protection pill times 1 bottle, prevents hidden injuries during breakthroughs, flash sale price, 100 spirit stones. This refresh left him slightly disappointed. No items to enhance aptitude were seen, only auxiliary cultivation materials. Although it is quite valuable, it still falls short of Suja's expectations. Or perhaps the initial surprise brought by the mall's flash sale was too overwhelming. Now it's inevitable to feel a psychological gap. Fortunately, Suja quickly adjusted his mindset. How can you get something exceptional every time? What's here now is already quite good. Although longing to elevate the aptitude to the highest level, it is understood that such treasures are rare and hard to come by. Previously, there was indeed some overreaching. After adjusting his state, Suja set off for the Martial Arts Plaza. Today's freshman enrollment ceremony would be held there. He was still wearing his usual martial arts casual attire. It wasn't that he didn't value the students, but he was simply accustomed to this outfit. The martial arts uniform specially developed by the school takes both functionality and comfort into account. The Martial Arts Plaza of Nanhai Martial Arts University was already crowded with people. Many third-rank instructors were already maintaining order. Feels like all the students in the school have already arrived. Actually, you can completely remove feels like. You can say all the students in the entire school have arrived. Many mentors sighed with emotion and spoke up. The freshman enrollment ceremonies in the past had never caused such a sensation. They naturally understood the reason. Such a grand occasion was all due to Suja's skyrocketing fame. This young and outstanding individual was equally considered a legend among the mentor community. During the low-grade period, many mentors had interactions with Suja.
After all, he had served as a counselor for many years. He indeed had numerous opportunities to interact with second-grade and third-grade martial artists. Many people had once fantasized about whether they possessed hidden special talents, looking forward to the day of awakening and soaring to the skies, when the students were mostly present. With only 1 minute left until the agreed time, Suja arrived stepping through the air.
Countless gazes instantly focused on him.
The youngest high-ranking martial artist in the South Sea and even the entire southern region.
Suja!
A sudden shout erupted from the group of students. The wave of voices instantly swept across the entire square. Apparently, most people have seen the footage of the South China Sea battlefield. The scenes of cheering like a tidal wave after defeating high-ranking opponents have long been deeply ingrained in people's minds. This sudden enthusiasm made Suja slightly surprised. In fact, he doesn't care much about his popularity. After all, no matter how high the reputation, it cannot directly enhance strength.
At most, it provides some help in accumulating fortune. Song Cheng off stage was equally shocked. Mr. Su's influence has reached such a level?
She pondered silently. She had known Suja since he first entered the lower grade. Now, she has yet to graduate. Meanwhile, he has already surpassed the middle grade and directly entered the high grade realm.
Such a gap is bewildering.
Suja raised his hand slightly, his expression gentle. The waves of cheers gradually subsided. This gesture made the students feel his approachability. Previously, he had considered his hosting style. He ultimately decided to adopt a friendly approach. After all, this hosting role was only a temporary arrangement.
There might not be many opportunities for public appearances in the future. Since it's not regular work, there's no need to deliberately maintain authority. Everyone here should know who I am, even if there really is someone who doesn't. He smiled and pointed toward the direction where the sound hadn't faded. Just listening to this noise, they should know. The light-hearted opening elicited bursts of gentle laughter. The facts are just as stated. At Nanhai Wuda, not knowing Suja would be unusual. Although I am the one hosting the freshman orientation ceremony. But this is indeed my hosting debut. It's not that the school doesn't value everyone.
Recently, everyone has indeed been so busy they barely have time to breathe. In the end, they grabbed me, the idle one, to step in.
Reborn twice, Suja's emotional intelligence was not lacking.
It was just that he previously felt much of it was useless socializing. Ultimately, interpersonal relationships in the world of martial artists still depend on strength.
True friends may exist, but they are ultimately rare. As Suja spoke, the students' expressions became increasingly relaxed.
This high-ranking martial artist exuded a comforting sense of affinity in his every gesture.
Let's not waste everyone's time, I'll get straight to the point. The school will be implementing monthly rankings over the next 3 months.
Special rewards have been added for new students, and we hope everyone strives for a good ranking.
The quota is tentatively set for the top 100.
As the words fell, a commotion arose among the new students.
This arrangement directly concerns everyone's vital interests.
For Suja, the rewards for these unranked martial artists are hardly worth mentioning. His recent surge in wealth has given him plenty of confidence. Flush with cash. This term fits perfectly. Not only does it win people's hearts, but it also sparks a sense of competition in advance. This deal is guaranteed to be profitable. Those with outstanding talent already have a gleam in their eyes. Ordinary students are also calculating how to make it onto the list. After all, geniuses are ultimately few in number. Even if the top positions are taken, there are still opportunities in the middle and lower ranks. 100 slots over 3 consecutive months are enough to give most people hope. The monthly ranking system has been implemented for many years. It is inherently the core mechanism to encourage student competition. After explaining the key matters, Suja decisively ended the ceremony. He knew all too well the temperament of young martial artists. Rather than using lengthy speeches to assert authority, it was better to hit the key points and make everyone happy. The dispersing crowd didn't notice that the figure on the podium had already taken out a tactical tablet.
Outside the South Sea battlefield, the battle reports from the Xianen war zone are even more gripping. The offensive launched by the Three-Eyed Clan in this area was met with full resistance.
However, the results fell far short of expectations.
Even with the deployment of all high-grade combat forces, it only inflicted superficial damage on the enemy. The battlefield of Xianen also paid a significant price.
Although the southern region held the initiative, it also gathered considerable external support. However, these supporters initially underestimated the threat of the Three-Eyed Clan. As a result, the external forces were severely damaged by the innate abilities of the Three-Eyed Clan.
A large number of personnel were ultimately lost.
Not only did the Xian'an battlefield fail to gain any advantage in this battle, but it also suffered heavy losses. If not for the two high-ranking martial artists defeated on the South Sea battlefield, the southern border's proactive attack this time would have been impossible to justify. The Grand Marshal stationed at the Central Command actually felt a bit grateful to Su Zhi in his heart. To some extent, Su Zhi's military achievements became the last fig leaf for the Southern Army Command. What Su Shoshuan regretted the most was not sending more reinforcements to the South Sea battlefield. After all, the results of the South Sea battlefield were truly dazzling. Even when calculating the casualty ratio of lower-grade troops, the data still far surpasses the Xian'an battlefield. However, after the reinforcements suffered heavy casualties at the Xian'an battlefield, they had no choice but to retreat early. This was an act of desperation. Forces from all sides rushed to aid the southern region. Ultimately, it was for the sake of resource trade. If the losses exceeded expectations, no one would be willing to keep filling the void. This situation led to the abrupt conclusion of the Xian'an battlefield. The Three-Eyed Tribe saw that the southern territory had not lost its high-level combat power. They were also happy to go with the flow and end the conflict. The curtain fell on this battle 3 days earlier than the South Sea battlefield. Of course, the Xian'an battlefield also drew quite a bit of ridicule. After all, there were quite a few jokes this time. In response, Su Zhi could only marvel at the strength of the Three-Eyed Clan. Their innate abilities are almost on par with the level of time traps. However, Su Zhi also knew that the innate abilities of the Three-Eyed Clan must have limitations. It could never be as heaven-defying as the time trap. Apart from this, one thing caught Su Zhi's attention: the formation plan for the Southern High School Martial Arts League. The authorities seem to want to use this matter to cover up the turmoil on the Xian'an battlefield. It must be said that the effect is indeed significant. At least now many people are talking about the Southern Region High School League. Even outside the Southern region, there is considerable attention. Even the old stories of the South Sea base have been brought up again. This martial arts high school league is worth considering for promotion. Many people within the Great Xia have shown interest in this. It requires little resource investment but can motivate high school students to compete actively. Su Zhi suddenly felt like he had become the main culprit, because the high school league is very likely to spark a nationwide trend. At that time, all high schools will be drawn into this competition. Currently, the Nanhai base still holds a leading advantage. Other regions are interested but implementation will still take time. Su Zhi is also considering donating to a high school at the South China Sea base. As his wealth gradually increases, he is finally able to realize some ideas that were once beyond his reach. After all, he now regarded the South Sea base as his sphere of influence. Investing some resources was completely worthwhile. As matters gradually came to an end, Su Zhi returned to a regular rhythm of life. Cultivate, cultivate, and cultivate. In his view, the core element of becoming a warrior and a strong individual is the ability to endure loneliness. In the blink of an eye, a month was about to pass. During this period, Su Zhi approached the mall's daily flash sale events with a calm mindset. Instead, he gained quite a few surprises. In the 4th week, the mall finally refreshed a special item. Heavenly Essence Dew purifies the body and enhances aptitude. Flash sale price 100 spirit stones. This was a type of rare treasure Su Zhi had never heard of. It was highly likely to come from an otherworld beyond Xia. Regardless of its origin, practicality is the ultimate truth. After using it, Su Zhi clearly felt a change in his aptitude. From a slightly below average level last month, to now having firmly stepped into the ranks of superior aptitude. At least in terms of cultivation, Su Zhi could clearly feel the improvement in spiritual energy absorption efficiency. This is the direct effect brought by the improvement in aptitude. During the last flash sale in the mall, a Tianqin lotus unexpectedly appeared. This discovery surprised Su Zhi. Even with this Tianqin lotus, the improvement in aptitude is limited. Why not let Shen Qingyan try it? It might help her break through her bottleneck. As for the allocation of the Tianqin lotus, Su Zhi's first choice was naturally his wife. It's not that I don't want to let my mother use it. It's just that my mother started cultivating at a relatively old age. Even with improved aptitude, breaking through the warrior realm would still take a long time. As for becoming a high-level warrior, it is even more out of reach. Neither extends life nor has any practical benefit. Moreover, the mother herself has little interest in cultivation. Isn't it better to plant flowers, pick vegetables, and enjoy time with grandchildren? The path of a martial artist is so tedious.
Moreover, with Suja's current strength, there is no need to worry about his mother's safety. Forcing his mother to use the Heavenly Heart Lotus would instead become a burden for her. In contrast, Shen Xingyan's situation is entirely different. Although her recent progress is unknown, the second-grade cultivation is solid. After improving her aptitude, the third grade is within reach. The fourth-grade realm is not an unattainable dream either. This time, apart from items to improve aptitude, the mall has also refreshed with surprising new products. Wisdom Fruit enhances mental power, flash sale price 100 spirit stones. Mental power growth is inherently extremely difficult, even for someone as exceptionally gifted as Suja. And spiritual power is directly linked to the control of the forces of heaven and earth. It is especially important for high-level martial artists. Suja had long heard of such treasures, but it was the first time he had seen the actual item. Apart from these rare items, there are also a large number of high-level cultivation resources. The current reserves are sufficient to sustain several months of consumption. Absorbing these resources, breaking through to the late stage of the 7th rank is not just wishful thinking. Suja sensed that the opportunity for a breakthrough was near. Mental strength and cultivation resources were advancing hand in hand. The late stage of the 7th rank was indeed within reach. However, the specific progress would still depend on the subsequent compatibility of abilities. If a powerful auxiliary ability can be obtained, the breakthrough process can be significantly accelerated. Suja decisively activated the ability roulette, although he doesn't know what kind of ability he will draw, but hoping for the emergence of auxiliary skills similar to flash sales in malls. This type of ability does not directly enhance cultivation. However, resource supply is crucial. 6-colored radiance suddenly bloomed. Lottery completed. Obtained apprentice return experience card. When teaching an apprentice any experience or item, you can receive 10-fold returns. Cannot exceed the apprentice's level, usable once every 3 days, valid for 30 days. The moment he saw the ability description, Suja's breathing involuntarily quickened. 10-fold return. In previous abilities, Suja had never seen such a high multiplier, whether it was combat power enhancement or full attribute improvement. In the past, it never exceeded the range of 5 times. This time, however, it directly leaped to the 10-fold level. However, Suja understood that there were prerequisite conditions. One must take on disciples to activate the effect. At present, he has no official disciples at all. Even if he temporarily recruits a talented prodigy, the training cycle would still be entirely too late. Even if unranked students receive instruction, the returned product is at most an entry-level resource. For a 7th grade martial artist, this level of material is worthless. If you want to provide practical benefits, at least a disciple of the 6th rank is required. Anything above the 6th rank is even more unrealistic. After all, Suja himself is only at the 7th rank. Where would he get the qualifications to take a 7th rank martial artist as a disciple? What's more, 6th rank martial artists are already rare. Practitioners at this level either already have a master or sect, or are of a similar age to Suja. How could one willingly accept the disciple's etiquette? It seems like a powerful ability, but its practical application is fraught with difficulties. Suja's brows unconsciously furrowed. A certain figure suddenly leapt into his mind. Nan Xueqing, the captain of the Scorpio Squad, currently still stationed at the South Sea battlefield, expected to return soon. Nan Xueqing was originally heading to the South Sea battlefield for reinforcements. Compared to the heavy losses of the reinforcements at the Xianan battlefield, the reinforcements at the South Sea battlefield suffered very few casualties. This was thanks to the combat characteristics of the Scorpion Squad. The enemy they faced had no special abilities. The entire team cooperated seamlessly, and everyone started at mid-grade. After several major battles, not only were there no casualties, but they also gained substantial spoils. The brilliant achievements were mainly attributed to the high-grade battlefield. As the high-ranking enemy stronghold fell, the pressure on the mid- and low-ranking battlefield eased sharply. The morale of the South Sea stronghold's defenders was greatly boosted as a result. The Scorpion Squad was in no hurry to withdraw from the battlefield. Although the team is strong, 6th grade? It is far from being able to influence the outcome of the battle. Even if they withdraw, the regional battlefield will not be greatly affected. At this moment, Nan Xueqing had just finished an intense battle, resting at the South China Sea base. She seized the time to meditate and regulate her breathing to recover. She clearly felt it during the battle.
Her spirit and vitality were gradually merging.
This wonderful experience captivated her. Nan Xueqing did not notice. Someone in the distance was watching her. Although Suzhou had included Nan Xueqing on the candidate list, further observation and consideration are still needed. In the era of spiritual energy revival, the master-disciple relationship is far more complex than it appears on the surface. This bond even surpasses blood-related kinship. Suzhou first approached Principal Yu Xiong. He wanted to learn about Nan Xueqing's background through him. Although Yu Xiong did not understand Suzhou's intentions, he was certain that the other party would not harm Nan Xueqing. According to Yu Xiong, Nan Xueqing's father, Nan Tairong, is an old acquaintance of his. The two met during their time at Chengdu Martial Arts University. As graduates of the Martial Arts University, Nan Tairong is naturally gifted, now ranked among the top of the 8th grade martial artists list. Though slightly inferior to the 9th grade Yu Xiong, he is already a top-tier presence among his peers. Even though the Divine Capital Martial Arts University enrolls numerous students, there are still many stuck at the low-grade and mid-grade stages. However, those from the Divine Capital Martial Arts University inherently have a higher starting point than ordinary people. What is regrettable is, Nan Xueqing's mother fell in a certain battle on the 10,000 races battlefield. At that time, Nan Xueqing was still in middle school. Since then, a rift grew between father and daughter. Nan Xueqing believed her mother's death. Father Nan Tirong cannot shirk his responsibility. Later, Nan Tirong remarried. This rift was undoubtedly torn even deeper. At the very least, Nan Xueqing absolutely refused to accept her stepmother. The father-daughter relationship worsened. The girl eventually went to live with her aunt. She was admitted to the military academy and joined the Daxia military, embarking on a path of intense training. Even Yu Xiong was filled with emotion. Regarding the family affairs of an old friend, he chose to remain silent. How is this possible? But he was well aware that Nan Xueqing was enduring immense trauma. Every year, he would ask someone to send gifts. Don't have any crooked thoughts. This child has already suffered enough. Yu Xiong issued a stern warning in the end. Suzhou was dumbfounded and let out a helpless laugh. The principal is clearly overly concerned. What if I take her as my disciple? He suddenly spoke in a low tone. From the information revealed by the principal, Nan Xueqing has not yet apprenticed. This is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity. Yu Xiong's pupils slightly contracted. He doubted whether he was hallucinating. Accepting disciples? This sounds unreliable. Before he could respond, Suzhou had already teleported to Nan Xueqing's side. The onlookers immediately stirred. Nan Xueqing's cold and stunning appearance has always attracted attention. Even if she is like a snow lotus on a high mountain, there is no shortage of admirers stopping to gaze from afar. Even the Scorpio team members revere the captain's authority, let alone other pursuers. At this moment, a legendary powerhouse suddenly appeared. Everyone held their breath, speculating about the purpose. Suzhou did not hide his presence. Nan Xueqing had already noticed. She was equally puzzled in her heart. Last time she asked, the other party clearly avoided it. How about becoming my disciple? I'll help you break through to the mid-6th grade within a month. After hearing about Nan Xueqing's experiences, making her become a disciple was actually quite simple. That is because Nan Xueqing has an almost obsessive dedication to strength. She had already gained a lot from this battlefield training. With Suzhou's assistance, it might not be impossible to reach an even higher level. This was also the source of his confidence. Faced with Suzhou's words, Nan Xueqing was slightly stunned. But she quickly regained her composure. She responded decisively, exactly as expected. She didn't even consider Suzhou's age and strength. In fact, there were quite a few high-ranking martial artists who wanted to take her as a disciple. However, most of them eventually backed out. One concern is that her desperate efforts might lead to her downfall at any moment. After all, even mid-level martial artists struggle to ensure their own safety. The second concern is the fear of her complicated family background. Since it is both exhausting and unrewarding, why stir up trouble for no reason? Although this apprenticeship seemed rather hasty, in Yu Xiong's eyes, it was more like a farcical joke. He had been secretly observing ever since Suzhou spoke. Unexpectedly, he really intended to take Nan Xueqing as a disciple. Suzhou got straight to the point. In theory, Suzhou is indeed qualified. But for it to succeed so easily is truly unexpected. What Yu Xiong doesn't know is that Nan Xueqing has her own plans. The reason for becoming a disciple is solely to improve cultivation.
She personally witnessed Suja defeating 2 high-grade experts in succession.
One of them was even a veteran mid-stage 7th grade powerhouse from the Wasteland tribe. Good.
And this person had only advanced to the 7th grade less than a few months ago. Such combat prowess can truly be described as astonishing.
As long as I can break through the shackles, what does it matter to take a master?
With her promotion to the 6th rank, she increasingly felt the constraints of her aptitude bottleneck. Though the process was hasty, Suja still sensed a faint, elusive bond. It seems to be caused by the establishment of the master-disciple relationship. The disciple return system has already taken effect. This is 10 bottles of purple spirit pills. They can help you quickly restore your mental energy.
Consider it a token of accepting you as my disciple. Suja raised his hand and threw out the jade bottle. In the 6th grade realm, the tempering of spiritual power is far more important than vital energy and blood. The purple spirit pill has both restorative and strengthening effects. More importantly, this item is still within the scope of the disciple return policy. If unrestricted, he originally intended to bestow the Heavenly Heart Lotus, a rare treasure capable of altering one's aptitude. Unfortunately, the system had already taken precautions. Even so, 10 bottles of purple spirit pills are still priceless. These pills are extremely difficult to refine, yet 6th grade martial artists in the Great Xia are as numerous as carp crossing the river. Treasures that have always been priceless yet unavailable. Even Nan Hai Wu De must expend immense merits to gather the materials. Nan Xueqing gazed at the pill, her usually aloof and proud expression slightly trembling. She was not someone lacking in resources. However, strategic resources like the purple spirit pill are strictly controlled even by the military. In the early stage of the 6th rank, she had no means of obtaining it. This master, definitely worth acknowledging. With a silent sigh in her heart, the icy expression finally showed a ripple. There is another trick to merging spiritual power with vitality. Suja then imparted the essentials of 6th grade cultivation. Every word was a gem, every sentence full of substance. Nan Xueqing's eyes grew increasingly bright, secretly delighted that she had indeed bet on the right person. Detected transmission of purple spirit pill and 6th grade cultivation experience. Can trigger tenfold return. When the prompt appeared, Suja understood. The system was clearly guarding against loopholes for farming rewards. 10 bottles are only counted as a single gift. After a brief contemplation, he chose the purple spirit pill to attempt a return. Tenfold return triggered. Obtained Purple Heart Pill X1. Purple Heart Pill, high-grade elixir with effects of both restoring and enhancing spiritual power. Looking at the pill bottle in his palm, shrouded in a mist of purple energy, Suja's lips curved slightly. The Purple Heart Pill, a high-grade elixir, can enhance spiritual power. Whether it's a tenfold return or a return in quality, it has nothing to do with quantity. This made Suja quite appreciative. Giving 9 extra bottles of purple spirit pills to Nan Xueqing was nothing significant for Suja. According to his plan, if Nan Xueqing could break through her strength level within this month, it might trigger the cultivation return mechanism. In the days that followed, Suja became even more focused on teaching Nan Xueqing. He even personally sparred with her. Many romantic tales about Suja have also emerged from the South Sea battlefield. Although Principal Yuxiong publicly explained that the two were merely teacher and student, this action instead sparked more speculation. Could this South Sea prodigy be using the guise of a teacher-student relationship? That seems quite normal. Great Xia has always encouraged high-grade martial artists to have more children. Everyone discussed it fervently, but it did not cause much of a stir. After all, most high-grade martial artists keep mistresses, which has become a common practice. Part of the reason lies in the scarcity of martial artists in Great Xia. The offspring of high-grade martial artists usually possess exceptional talent. Many high-grade families gradually form regional monopolies. These martial artists initially had no intention of monopolizing, but as their offspring multiplied, they had to control resources. The higher the rank of a martial artist, the more the leap in their life level leads to increasing difficulty in reproduction, forcing them to seek alternative approaches in terms of quantity. Suja truly suffered an unjust accusation this time. He indeed had no other intentions toward Nan Xueqing, as his mind was now entirely focused on cultivation. The rumors and gossip from the outside world were nothing but fleeting clouds to him. What could be more reliable than the tenfold return system? Nan Xueqing likewise ignored others' criticisms, fully immersed in improving her strength. After successfully returning for the first time, Suja attempted a tenfold return on 6th grade cultivation experience. Obtained 7th grade cultivation experience times 1. This directly infused 7th grade experience could be considered invaluable.
It resonated wonderfully with the insights he had previously studied about the 7th grade. Although he did not break through the realm, he gained new understanding of the path of the 7th grade. With the aid of the purple spirit pill returning the purple heart pill, his mental strength continued to rise. Suja clearly sensed that he was only half a step away from the late stage of the 7th grade. A month of time, neither too long nor too short. Suja has accumulated 6 bottles of purple heart pills, along with 3 instances of 7th grade cultivation experience awaiting return. The patterns of 7th grade cultivation have been mostly grasped by him. The path to 8th grade, the obstacles in realm advancement have been largely diminished. In recent months, Nan Xueqing's changes have been equally remarkable. With Suja's generous teaching, her spiritual power and cultivation have advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the peak of the early 6th grade. Under Suja's guidance, she has already begun attempting a breakthrough. Advancing in minor realms is ultimately not too challenging. Only one chance to return remains. Let's see if this time it can succeed. Suja thought to himself. To help this cheap disciple break through smoothly, he even vacated his private villa as a training ground. Such an action caused Principal Yuxiong's gaze to carry a hint of peculiarity. At first, he firmly believed Suja was purely taking on a disciple, but as rumors spread, doubts inevitably arose in his mind. After secretly observing several times, he confirmed that there was nothing inappropriate in their interactions. However, several high-ranking martial artists from Nanhai Martial University successively advised that Suja was in the prime period of cultivation. Family inheritance is not something to be rushed. Although the wording is tactful, the underlying message is crystal clear. Do not be entangled in romantic sentiments. The burden of interceding has once again fallen on the principal's shoulders. After all, in the entire academy, those qualified to advise Suja can be counted on one hand. Yuxiong's surveillance grew increasingly frequent, even to the point of self-reflection. Could it be that he truly has feelings for that girl? Seeing Suja so dedicated and tireless, even the principal couldn't help but harbor doubts. On the scales, one side holds the orphan of an old friend, while the other holds the future pillar of the academy. What makes it more complicated is that Suja already has a family. If he were single, a match could be made, but the current situation leaves one in a dilemma. Fortunately, Nan Xueqing finally made a breakthrough at this moment. The early-stage bottleneck of the 6th rank shattered instantly, advancing directly to the mid-stage. Even the young girl herself had not expected that after just a few months of studying in the South Sea, she could progress to this extent. It must be noted that those with similar aptitude often spend several years stuck at the 6th rank, making only slight progress. Yet from the time she first entered the 6th rank until now, it has been less than half a year. Nan Xueqing naturally understood the root of her breakthrough. It was entirely thanks to Suja's wholehearted assistance. Whether it was cultivation guidance or resource supply, both caused her cultivation to skyrocket. The rare materials consumed this month alone far exceeded the total usage of the entire previous year. This encounter opened the door to a new world for her. Having experienced the thrill of rocket-like advancement, ordinary hard work no longer catches her eye. In the future, she will inevitably have to put more effort into resource competition. Of course, this has nothing to do with Suja anymore. At the moment Nan Xueqing broke through, Suja's system panel suddenly refreshed. 6th grade early stage, 6th grade mid-stage cultivation tenfold return. I wonder how much cultivation can be converted. After a brief contemplation, Suja decided to go into seclusion to absorb it. Although the apprenticeship was rushed, since the master-disciple relationship has been established, one must fulfill their duties. It is estimated that Nan Xueqing will need several days to consolidate her realm, and she will leave by then. The war in the South Sea is nearing its end. The main forces of Daxia are gradually returning, and the Scorpion Squad is also among those withdrawing. Nan Xueqing, who was in the military, was not as carefree as Suja. Previously, she had stayed a few extra days due to her breakthrough, but now the time to return was approaching. Before departing, Suja prepared 2 jade slips. One detailed the key points for cultivating at the 6th rank, while the other analyzed the critical aspects of breaking through to the 7th rank. A complimentary bottle of purple heart pill. Consider it as fulfilling this master-disciple bond. Act with a clear conscience. Although the motive for taking a disciple was not pure, Nan Xueqing truly benefited greatly. After settling in, Suja went straight into the high-grade cultivation room. With 48 hours remaining on the disciple return countdown, he decisively activated the system. Vast energy instantly poured into his entire body. His cultivation level soared like a rocket. The mid-stage spiritual power of the 7th grade, which was already exceeding the standard, has finally matched the corresponding realm at this moment. The threshold of the late stage of the 7th grade is within reach. If such a cultivation speed were made public, it would undoubtedly cause a great uproar. While ordinary people progress like a crawling turtle after reaching higher grades, he, on the contrary, accelerates in a sprint.
Theoretically, as long as the heaven-defying return mechanism is continuously triggered.
Breaking through to the 8th rank within the year is by no means a delusion. 2 days later, Nan Xueqing stabilized her realm and exited seclusion. A jade slip and a pill bottle on the desk came into view.
Master.
The soft call carried complex emotions. During the month they spent together, this title had always been stuck in the throat. At first, agreeing to become a disciple was merely to see what the other party intended. Unexpectedly, the gift of the elixir and the meticulous guidance gradually dispelled the sense of probing.
Devoting oneself entirely to cultivation unexpectedly became the norm.
As the parting approached, this generous gift far exceeded expectations.
The Purple Heart Pill, such a high-grade spiritual secret medicine. Absolutely not something she can reach at this stage. Mid-grade martial artists, theoretically, can also use high-grade elixirs. The problem is that part of the high-grade elixir's effects would be wasted. What's more, high-grade elixirs are already extremely rare. High-grade martial artists are already in short supply, let alone mid-grade ones. However, the immense medicinal power contained in high-grade pills is indeed of great help to mid-grade martial artists. Not to mention that this is a special pill capable of aiding in the enhancement of spiritual power. Just this single bottle of Purple Heart Pills. It's enough to significantly shorten the time for Nan Xueqing to advance from the mid-stage to the late stage of the 6th rank. Once she steps into the late stage of the 6th rank, the peak of the 6th rank will no longer be far away. Perhaps the time required to break through this stage will be even shorter than when advancing from the 4th rank to the 5th rank. For Nan Xueqing, this would have been unimaginable in the past.
Although this master was only a few years older than her. Compared to other masters, he was indeed much stronger. You must know that not every master is willing to share resources. Teaching is one thing, but resources are another matter. After all, high-level martial artists themselves also need to consume resources. Coupled with family and relatives, in comparison, disciples are ultimately outsiders. In any case, Nan Xueqing had already acknowledged Su Zhu as her master. Whether it was the meticulous guidance over the past month or paving the way for her 6th grade cultivation. Even in the instructions before departure, Su Zhu specifically reminded Nan Xueqing to solidly consolidate her cultivation at the late stage of the 6th grade. After all, with the assistance of this bottle of Purple Heart Pill, her breakthrough speed from the mid-stage to the late stage of the 6th grade would indeed be too fast.
Nan Xueqing gathered her thoughts. She set off to meet Principal Yu Xiong.
Since she was leaving the school, she ought to bid a proper farewell. As for her master, Su Zhu, she was afraid there wouldn't be enough time to meet. It is common for high-level martial artists to retreat for years at a time. Nan Xueqing naturally couldn't wait indefinitely, but fortunately, the two had already exchanged contact information. She quickly found Principal Yu Xiong. At this moment, Yu Xiong finally felt a sense of relief in his heart. The rumors about Su Zhu and Nan Xueqing during this period have been quite troubling for him. He doesn't know what stance to take. Now that Nan Xueqing has returned to school, this storm can finally settle. At least he doesn't have to worry about it anymore.
However, Nan Xueqing's next question made Yu Xiong's heart tighten again. Does Master have any other disciples? Nan Xueqing suddenly asked on a whim. No. Su Zhu had never taken on a disciple before.
Yu Xiong answered with a complicated expression. Originally believing their relationship to be purely straightforward, he suddenly felt that things were not so simple. It was worth noting that Su Zhu had never shown such concern for others in the past. What's more critical is that Nan Xueqing has always been distant toward others. At this moment, she actually took the initiative to inquire about Su Zhu's personal matters. This in itself was unusual. Fortunately, after getting the answer, Nan Xueqing did not continue to ask further questions. After the farewell ended, Nan Xueqing also reached the time to return to school. She wanted to leave some words for her master. In the end, she didn't know what words would be appropriate to leave. Because apart from martial arts guidance, Nan Xueqing suddenly realized that the two of them had hardly any other interaction. Although part of the reason was her somewhat cold personality. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel a bit empty inside. In the end, she still chose to leave quietly. But it is foreseeable that Nanhai City left an unforgettable memory for Nan Xueqing. Just as Nan Xueqing set off, Su Zhu was entering a critical stage of his seclusion. The surging cultivation within his body seemed to be continuously propelled by some mysterious force, and there was no hidden danger of an unstable foundation. At least Suja could clearly sense that this breakthrough could not be suppressed at all. It was nothing like the state of forcing a breakthrough. As the aura around him suddenly surged, Suja successfully advanced to the late stage of the 7th rank. This breakthrough turned out better than expected. Fortunately, we found Nan Shueching, the perfect tool. Suja clapped his hands and sighed lightly. The disciple return system has many limitations. If disciples are taken casually, such generous rewards would never be triggered. Only Nan Shueching fully meets the criteria. Apart from the tenfold return on cultivation, a large number of purple heart pills were also refunded from her. This is an important strategic resource for high-grade martial artists. Combined with the previously accumulated materials, it is enough to support his cultivation to the peak of the 7th grade. More crucially, there is still a new ability yet to be drawn. Suja spent another 3 days consolidating his realm. Completely stabilized cultivation at the late stage of 7th rank. Although his realm was stable, he still did not immediately leave seclusion. Prioritize selecting new abilities. Prepare to plan the next few months based on the new abilities. I only hope to draw a practical ability this time. Suddenly, golden light shone brilliantly. Seeing this golden light, Suja's heart sank halfway. He no longer held any expectations for this month's reward. Although gold-level abilities are not entirely without value, the bonuses related to cultivation are often limited, and they may not necessarily align with current needs. Obtained full concentration experience card, maintain an absolute focus state, valid for 30 days. This ability seems somewhat redundant for high-level martial artists. After all, high-level martial artists almost never experience energy depletion outside of combat. As for focus, it is already a standard feature of high-level practitioners. If applied during the mid to low ranks, this could be considered a divine skill. Even after being reborn, Suja still struggled to maintain full concentration before reaching the mid-grade level. It wasn't until advancing to the mid-grade level and undergoing a mental transformation that his focus significantly improved. As for the high-grade stage, there's no need to elaborate. Just consider it the icing on the cake. Suja shook his head and chuckled lightly, showing a bit of openness. After all, the ability extraction process is inherently full of mysticism. It might result in top-notch abilities, or it could end up with something useless. This is simply the norm. What's more, he had previously gained a large amount of 7th grade cultivation experience through tenfold returns. The path to the peak of the 7th grade was now completely clear. He decided to continue his seclusion and charge straight to the peak of the 7th grade. However, there was still an important matter to attend to before his seclusion. It is necessary to return to the South Sea base to handle that Tianxi lotus. Shen Qingyan has yet to obtain this spiritual plant. If they retreat for another 1 or 2 months, extraction successful, it would mean making Shen Qingyan wait an additional 1 or 2 months. This period of time is enough for her to complete the breakthrough. Nowadays, traveling between the two places is extremely convenient. The distance between Nanhai City and the Nanhai base is just a stone's throw away. Suja naturally chose to turn back first. Inside the South Sea base, Shen Qingyan maintained her daily routine of teaching and cultivation. After being promoted to vice principal of South Sea No. 3 High School, her schedule became even more flexible. With abundant resources, her focus naturally shifted to cultivation. Even the purple lightning mouse at home is about to catch up with my cultivation level. Seeing the spirit pet approach her own realm in just a few short months, Shen Qingyan felt an intense sense of urgency surge within her. Although she had long heard Suja mention the growth characteristics of the purple lightning mouse, the impact witnessed firsthand still far exceeded expectations. This completely ignited her competitive spirit. Recently, she has been practicing with a fierce determination. Of course, she has also been keeping an eye on various news. The situation in the southern region and the latest news about the South China Sea are fully under control. The gossip on the Martial Arts University forum was, of course, not missed either. However, Shen Qingyan paid no attention to it at all. As the closest person by the pillow, she knows Suja's temperament better than anyone. Her husband has always been indifferent when it comes to emotions. It's absolutely impossible for him to be deeply attached to any woman. Though she doesn't know who Nan Shueching really is. But to say it could shake Suja's resolve is pure fantasy. Through interacting with the families of the base's martial artists, she became increasingly clear about the survival rules of martial artist families. If Suja truly wanted to continue the family bloodline,
Marrying a few more wives is also reasonable. On a rational level, she completely understands this choice.
If such a thing were to truly happen, it would cause emotional fluctuations. But she would never forcibly obstruct it. Fortunately, Suja currently shows no signs of this. Therefore, she has always been full of trust in her husband. Those rumors seemed utterly full of holes in her eyes.
It was after school time again.
Shin Qingyan found a familiar figure when she returned home.
Honey? Shin Qingyan showed a look of surprise and said.
She hadn't expected Suja to suddenly come back. You should know that, according to the Su family's thinking, Suja would probably only return during the new year. After all, they all understood that Suja's status was no longer the same as before.
He definitely couldn't leave Nanhai easily. Moreover, the cultivation environment at the Nanhai base was not suitable for Suja. High-level martial artists require considerable time for secluded cultivation.
As a martial artist, Shin Qingyan can fully understand. For instance, she had previously considered resigning. The main reason was the obvious feeling that teaching work was delaying her cultivation time. If resources were abundant, the salary and resources of the teaching profession would still matter to her. But now the situation is different. Resources are no longer scarce, instead, what is lacking is time. Fortunately, Nanhai No. 3 High School made great efforts to retain her, allowing her to freely arrange her teaching schedule. Basically considered a nominal teacher. However, Shin Qingyan occasionally still likes staying at school and interacting with colleagues. For example, Sister Wang, who used to have a good relationship with her. Although Shin Qingyan's status has changed, the attitude towards her remains the same. So Sister Wang always shared the school's gossip with her.
Today's Nanhai No. 3 High School is no longer what it used to be.
People from the Nanhai base are desperate to have their children attend this school. After all, this is where legendary figures like Suju emerged.
Many second-generation martial artists also choose Nanhai 3rd High School.
They want to establish familial ties with Suja's family.
For these second-generation martial artists, resources and guidance are not lacking. Interpersonal relationships, on the other hand, are more crucial.
As the number of students increased, campus gossip also became more abundant. Suja's eyes lit up when he saw Shin Qingyan. The aura around her had reached the mid-stage of the 2nd grade. This indicated that she had been practicing diligently during this period.
Come back and take a look. There's also something about you.
Suja spoke gently, his tone straightforward.
Shin Qingyan understood her husband's straightforward personality. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel curious about something related to himself. Clearly, her husband had already provided ample cultivation resources before. What else could there be about herself? Facing his wife's curiosity, Suja had no intention of hiding anything. This is inherently a good thing. This is the heavenly heart lotus that can enhance aptitude. It belongs to the category of rare treasures, and now it belongs to you. As Suja's words fell, Shin Qingyan was overwhelmed with immense surprise. Heavenly treasures that enhance aptitude? There's no need to think to know how rare this thing is. And now it belongs to her. Shin Qingyan didn't need to think to know how precious this item was. As a martial artist, she was most aware of the limitations brought by aptitude. Now, such limitations could actually be broken. Especially for her, as she had always been troubled by her aptitude. That year, just because I was short of a slight sense of qi, I failed to get into the martial arts university. From then on, my fate was confined to the South Sea base. Aptitude truly determines so many things. Watching Shin Qingyan, who was immersed in ecstasy, Suja was not surprised at all. He himself was equally ecstatic when he first encountered the heavenly heart lotus. Let alone Shin Qingyan. If he hadn't awakened his superpower, his potential would have been destined to be limited to the middle grade. At most, he is just a mid-grade martial artist. But Suja noticed that Shin Qingyan quickly calmed down. Why not give this Tianqin lotus to Xiao Jin? Her aptitude is already quite good, and further improvement would definitely be better. Shin Qingyan spoke rationally. Although she cared deeply about aptitude, her desire for the heavenly heart lotus went without saying. But in the end, she still thought of her daughter. Facing his wife's snatching food from the tiger's mouth, Suja shook his head and said, Xiao Jin's aptitude is already good enough, she might even be a genius. The heavenly heart lotus will only provide her with limited improvement. But for you, it can enhance your aptitude to the greatest extent. The key is that after your aptitude improves, you can quickly break through to the 3rd or even 4th rank. Striving for higher ranks is not impossible either. Upon hearing the words higher ranks, Shin Qingyan fell into hesitation once again. Faced with the possibility of breaking through to higher ranks, she was indeed tempted. This was simply unimaginable before. That's settled then. How old is Xiao Jin? The qualifications are completely sufficient now. Give it to her when we find more rare treasures in the future. Suja directly made the decision on behalf of his hesitant wife. He then took out the heavenly heart lotus. Faced with this precious treasure, Shen Xingyan handled it with great care. Then eagerly began seclusion. The cultivation room at home had long been modified by Suja. It fully meets the requirements for mid-grade cultivation. After all, whether it's Shen Xingyan or the pet, breaking through to the middle grade requires a suitable environment. Most places in the South Sea base cannot meet the requirements. It can only be modified independently. For Suja, stepping into the high grade allows him to harness the power of heaven and earth. Add the small spirit gathering formation brought from the school. The matter of renovating the cultivation room was easily resolved. Seeing Shen Xingyan directly enter seclusion, Suja completely understood. Such rare treasures must be used immediately. Leaving them outside is simply unsafe. During dinner, Suja accompanied Su's mother and his daughter for a simple meal. After dinner, he began assessing his daughter's cultivation progress. Among her peers, Su Xiaojin was indeed considered outstanding. She had already reached the standard of a genius. But Suja has higher expectations for his daughter. If you can break through to a warrior before the second year of high school, I'll grant you a reasonable wish. Suja offered an incentive promise. Really, Dad? Su Xiaojin's eyes widened in surprise. She had been cultivating for more than 2 years. Her mind and strength were more mature than those of her peers. Clearly aware of one's own situation. This father is a top-tier powerhouse. When have I ever gone back on my word? Suja looked at his daughter and suddenly felt a bit emotional, but his tone was resolute and unwavering. Compared to her parents' generation, Su Xiaojin is indeed fortunate. She has never lacked cultivation resources since birth. Coupled with her talent, the hope of reaching a high rank is very promising. Suja does not strictly demand that his daughter must reach the pinnacle, but still hopes she can go further in martial arts. After all, the world is not peaceful. He cannot protect his daughter forever. Only by being strong herself is she truly reliable. Su Xiaojin seemed inspired and immediately returned to her room to cultivate after the meal. Mother Su shook her head helplessly at the sight. However, she understood the importance of improving one's strength. She did not voice any objections. Suja got up early to prepare to return to Nanhai Martial Arts University. Because he was at home, he slept very soundly through the night. After a night of seclusion, Shen Xingyan had completely absorbed the heavenly heart lotus. However, she has not yet emerged. She seemed to be on the verge of breaking through to the late stage of the second rank in one go. At present, the chances look very promising. Her aptitude has directly risen to the superior level? Suja discovered something that surprised him. Shen Xingyan's aptitude is better than expected. You should know that he used 2 aptitude-enhancing materials to reach superior aptitude. But Shen Xingyan barely reached superior aptitude with just 1. Although it is slightly inferior to his current aptitude. But this indicates that Shen Xingyan's original aptitude might be higher than his. The absorption effect of the heavenly heart lotus also far exceeded expectations. However, Suja believes that aptitude is not the decisive factor. The level of diligence in cultivation, comprehension, and opportunities are equally important. These will all affect the final achievements. Back then, Shen Xingyan was just half a step away from the Martial Arts University's admission score during the college entrance exam. The gap with Suja was negligible. Therefore, possessing such qualifications is quite reasonable. After a brief moment of surprise, Suja felt more joy for Shen Xingyan. He was well aware of how deeply Shen Xingyan was obsessed with her own aptitude. The next day, the cultivation benefits brought by the improvement in aptitude would be extremely significant. 10 days later, Shen Xingyan officially emerged from seclusion. The cultivation level had stabilized at the late stage of the second rank. She truly experienced the changes brought by the improvement in aptitude. This is the cultivation speed brought by high aptitude. Shen Xingyan felt the importance of aptitude for the first time in a direct way. The cultivation speed surged like streams converging into a river. She estimated that she could attempt to break through to the 3rd rank before the end of the year. This was not solely due to the improvement in aptitude. It was also the result of years of accumulated effort finally paying off. Without a solid foundation, breaking through to the 3rd rank is absolutely impossible. Once promoted to the 3rd rank, the distance to becoming a mid-tier martial artist is no longer far. After leaving seclusion, Shen Xingyan couldn't wait to share her joy with Suja. This breakthrough was entirely thanks to the transformation in aptitude brought by the heavenly heart lotus.
But then she immediately realized. At this moment, Suja should have already returned to the South Sea. However, waves of sweetness still surged in her heart. After all, Suja had specially returned to the South Sea base for her.
No one noticed the entire process.
This already explains a lot of issues. At least in his heart, there was always a place for her. Facing the continuously advancing Suja, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. It's just that these little thoughts are ultimately hard to share with others. The emotions that had always been bottled up inside could finally find some relief at this moment. After all, Suja had never forgotten her.
Suja was unaware of Shen Xingyan's inner turmoil.
If the truth were known, it would likely be both laughable and tearful.
Although the feelings for Shen Xingyan have not yet reached a deep level.
This marriage essentially belongs to a family arrangement. But Su Xiaojin's presence, coupled with the mother's consistently satisfied attitude toward Shen Xingyan.
Over the years, the elderly and young in the family have all relied on Shen Xingyan's meticulous care. Under such circumstances, how could Suja possibly harbor any resentment toward her? The focus shifts back to Nanhai Martial Arts University.
After returning to school, Suju immediately immersed himself in secluded cultivation. This retreat is expected to last the entire month.
For high-level martial artists, a month is but a fleeting moment. He plans to test the quality of the abilities he obtained after coming out of retreat.
If he acquires high-quality abilities, then decide whether to extend the retreat period. However, as time passed, luck did not seem to favor. The abilities drawn after the retreat period ended had no connection to cultivation. It was even more useless than the full concentration skill.
This is a purely passive skill that amplifies movement speed. The issue is that it is not wartime at the moment. There is neither an urgent need for support nor any sudden outbreak of war.
The southern war zone has undergone prolonged fierce battles. Even the cult martial artists have restrained their arrogance. After all, the other worldly races are not foolish. How could they willingly endure continuous manipulation by the cult? Moreover, the southern military launched a large-scale purge operation in the previous phase. 90% of the cult strongholds within the territory have been eradicated. With the troublemakers gone, the situation in the southern region naturally tends to stabilize. During this rare period of peace, the Southern Region High School Martial Arts League officially kicks off. The specifications of this competition far exceed those of previous editions. A review panel has been formed by 7 top martial arts universities in the southern region. Outstanding performers will receive special admission qualifications. The news has ignited enthusiasm across the entire southern region's high school community. Although top prodigies may not necessarily favor local institutions, for students with above-average aptitude, these martial arts universities are quite appealing. What's more, obtaining cultivation resources in advance means gaining an edge at the starting line. The layout of the Southern Territories officials holds profound meaning. It aims to retain local talent for development within the jurisdiction. As one of the most densely populated regions in Daxia, the Southern Territory has never lacked rising stars in martial arts. Unfortunately, some prodigies do not return after entering prestigious schools in other regions. This loss of talent has caused considerable distress among the Southern leadership. Now, a green channel has been established for local institutions. Even outsiders find it hard to criticize their intentions. Apart from that, the factors limiting progress on the Xin and battlefield earlier are also fermenting. Therefore, this year's Southern High School League far exceeded expectations in scale. Even Grand Commander Su Shoshuan personally took charge to oversee it. This league not only caused a sensation throughout the entire southern region, it has drawn the attention of many regions in Daxia. Who would have thought the southern border had such boldness? This is equivalent to opening up an entirely new resource channel for high school students. If I were in the southern border, I might be able to compete for a good ranking. It seems there's still time to transfer schools now. I heard some schools in the southern region have opened special admission slots. They even allow direct entry to the main competition without needing to participate in internal selections. The Daxia Online Forum has already sparked a wave of heated discussions. Many people have started to become more proactive. They plan to transfer to the southern region. More importantly, they discovered that the southern region imposes almost no restrictions on transfer students. In fact, this is precisely the situation that the southern leadership is happy to see. These foreign talents are very likely to take root in the southern territory in the future. This is undoubtedly a major boon for regional development. In terms of talent reserves, the Southern Territory has always adhered to the principle of the more, the better. The league organizing committee has even listed Suju as a promotional highlight. Cleverly took advantage of his celebrity effect.
After all, Suju's feat of consecutively defeating high-ranking aliens still shocks the entire Great Xia. The aftermath of the event has not yet subsided.
Claiming that the league concept originated from Suju's suggestion is also reasonable.
This is based on factual evidence.
Of course, the Southern Territory officials had communicated with the South Sea Martial Arts University in advance. After all, it involves the use of reputation rights.
However, since Suju is still in seclusion, the school took the opportunity to secure additional benefits,
aiming to improve the enrollment system through league data, providing a basis for decision-making for subsequent special recruitment selections.
Suju was unaware of the events happening in the southern region, because after the speed boost, a new month arrived.
He once again obtained an ability that was of no help to his cultivation. Congratulations on obtaining a Divine Weapon Experience card. Enhances the weapon in your hand by 1 grade, limited to 1 month. This ability was truly unusual.
However, Suju could still accept it. After all, just pretend not to have this ability.
However, for 3 consecutive months, no abilities helpful to cultivation were drawn. Even Suju found it hard to hold on. Fortunately, after 3 months, Suju finally absorbed numerous resources.
Cultivation has once again broken through, reaching the peak of the 7th grade.
Finally, I have reached the end of the 7th grade path. But to step into the 8th grade, one must rely on the power of heaven and earth to condense the Tao body. The essence of the Tao body is to reshape the physical body, making it closer to heaven and earth. At the same time, it can accommodate more of the power of heaven and earth.
Suju murmured softly, his words filled with many thoughts. If he successfully steps into the 8th rank,
he would then be on par with the Dean's realm. Years ago, Suju looked up to the Dean as if gazing at the stars in the sky. Even he himself had not expected that in just a few short years, he would almost catch up. However, breaking through from the 7th rank to the 8th is by no means an easy task. It took the Dean himself over a decade to achieve such a breakthrough. Although Suju had studied many insights on breaking through the 7th rank within the school, the key to breaking through the 8th rank lies in persistent effort.
It requires repeatedly tempering the strength of the physical body,
continuously destroying flesh and blood cells, then constantly reshaping and regenerating them.
Extraction successful. In plainer terms, this is the cycle of physical destruction and rebirth.
Such a method can be described as extremely arduous. But to condense an 8th grade Tao body, only through such rigorous cultivation can it be achieved.
Unless an extraordinary item that can accelerate the process is found.
Thinking of this, Suju couldn't help but shake his head. Rather than relying on rare treasures, it would be better to hope for drawing a practical ability.
I remember there was a life recovery type ability before.
Although the level is not high, it is very suitable for condensing the Tao body.
But the matter of ability extraction is ultimately uncontrollable. Suju lightly tapped the tabletop with his fingertips.
He could only wait until the end of this month's ability to try again. Now, the divine weapon only has a few days of effectiveness left. At this moment, he is preparing to set off back to the South Sea base. Because the end of the year is approaching.
No matter what, he should go home and take a look. Cultivation doesn't lack these few days. The Su family residence is rarely lively. Not only because of Suju's return,
but also due to Song Qing's appearance.
Xin Xingyan's goddaughter has finally returned home. Song Qing has been studying at Nanhai Martial Arts University for more than 2 years. Starting from this session, Nanhai Martial Arts University has implemented an elimination system. During the freshman year, quite a few students left in disappointment.
And Song Qing, as a trainee who persevered, received more resource support. Now his vitality value is already approaching the threshold of a martial artist. His cultivation speed is even slightly faster than Suju's back in the day.
However, this is also to be expected. Song Qing's aptitude was already superior to Suju's back then. With the addition of school resource subsidies, she occasionally received extra support from Suju.
Coupled with her own diligent cultivation, her vitality naturally improved by leaps and bounds. Advancing to a martial artist before graduation is already a certainty. There is even hope to go further on the path of martial arts. Although still appearing mediocre compared to top-tier geniuses, it has already surpassed the vast majority of peers. Simply being able to persevere at Wuda and the South Sea surpasses countless others.
At the very least, Xin Xingyan was full of envy for this goddaughter. At the reunion dinner table, Xin Xingyan couldn't help but ask Song Qing about her plans.
Qing,
What are your plans after graduation? South Sea Base. The Su family today is no longer what it used to be. Suja is not only a high-ranking martial artist but also holds an important position at Nanhai Martial Arts University. Shen Qingyan naturally wants to pave the way for her goddaughter. During Song Qing's studies, she never returned to her hometown. On one hand, it was to avoid troubling Suja. The boarding procedures for non-warriors are complicated. Back then, Suja had to go through considerable trouble to return home. On the other hand, it stemmed from the sense of urgency in a warrior's training, especially when facing the pressure of elimination in the first year, not daring to relax in the slightest. Even so, Song Qing still often video calls home. Su's mother and Shen Qingyan have an excellent impression of this sensible girl. Aja, you must help Qingqing make proper arrangements. Mother Su chimed in with Shen Qingyan. Dad has to help sister Song Qing. Even Su Xiaojin, their daughter, was shaking Suja's arm. It left Suja both amused and exasperated. The person involved has yet to express their stance. However, Song Qing had clearly won the approval of the entire family. The Su family members were not dull, they had their own unique insights when it came to judging people and discerning intentions. Nature can discern whether Song Qing is sincere. You should also listen to Qing Qing's own thoughts. I never said I wouldn't help. Suja leisurely sipped his tea. It made his mother and wife feel slightly awkward. He indeed had never shirked responsibility. It was just that the family was too anxious. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on Song Qing. At first, Shen Qingyan did not have high expectations for Song Qing. She had even prepared for the possibility of Song Qing being eliminated and returning to work at the Nanhai base. Unexpectedly, Song Qing's performance far exceeded expectations. Now, the Su family no longer needs her to take on anything. It can only be said that the world is unpredictable. Under such circumstances, Shen Qingyan naturally let Song Qing make her own choice. A silent sense of gratitude involuntarily surfaced on Song Qing's face. At first, she still harbored a bit of inferiority in her heart. Actually, she had not truly accepted teacher Shen becoming Mother Shen. But she understood that the only way to change her fate was to rely on this relationship. Moreover, she was in a period of confusion at the time. As time went by, Song Qing gradually accepted Mother Shen. She truly became part of the Su family. But she never expected the Su family to be so considerate of her. One must know that asking a high-ranking martial artist to step in is no easy task. Let alone for someone like her, a student with no background. Song Qing's eyes suddenly turned red. Apart from her late grandmother, no one else had treated her this way. Qingqing, don't cry. In our family, we don't shed golden beans. How inauspicious during the new year. Seeing Song Qing in tears, Su's mother and Shen Qingyan hurriedly comforted her. They knew these were tears of joy. Although Suja didn't speak, his eyes were full of concern. Girls already live a difficult life. But Song Qing's inherent resilience moved him deeply. Even if there were other thoughts mixed in at the beginning, so what? Under the gentle comfort of the two elders, Song Qing gradually calmed down. I haven't decided what I want to do in the future yet. But I'm more interested in alchemy. Song Qing said slowly, laying out his thoughts completely. Alchemy is indeed not bad. At least there's no need to worry about resources. If you can master the crafting of a few types of pills, there's no reason you can't open your own shop. Shen Qingyan nodded in praise. Although it is unclear why Song Qing is so passionate about alchemy. But this is ultimately a good thing. The status of alchemists is inherently different from that of warriors. With the Su family's current foundation in the South Sea base, ensuring Song Qing's safety is not an issue. But if you want to go further, you must proceed with caution. The profits in the pill industry are astonishing, and even high-grade martial artists dare not venture into it lightly. Even a peak 7th-grade martial artist like Suju is currently unable to support the entire situation. Unless one possesses strength above the 9th grade, it is absolutely impossible to spread the pill business across the entire Great Xia. In addition, staying at Nanhai Martial Arts University to teach is also a good choice for Song Qing. The school has always been generous to talented alchemists. This is the alchemy experience I have accumulated over the years. Now is the perfect time to give it to you. Suja timely handed over the slightly yellowed book. Although he became a 6th-grade alchemist thanks to the system's achievements, he indeed has unique insights in refining techniques. Thank you, Uncle Su. Song Qing quickly bowed to express her gratitude, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. She was well aware of Suja's significance in the alchemy world. Among the students of Nanhai Martial Arts University, there was even a saying. If Suja focused solely on alchemy, he might very well achieve the rank of a high-grade alchemist.
However, if Suja were to hear these discussions,
he would surely laugh and scold the students for their wild imagination.
His alchemy skills indeed rely on the system's support. Before the age of 28, he was merely an ordinary alchemist with mediocre talent.
"Dad! Where's my gift?"
Su Shaojin suddenly jumped out and shouted.
The daughter has always been good at livening up the atmosphere.
Since she became an adult, the one who keeps in touch with her father the most in the family is this little princess,
asking for gifts without hesitation.
Fortunately, Su Shaojin is very measured, and what she asks for is just a drop in the bucket for Suja. Every half-month, a private jet carries packages to the South Sea base.
The Su residence is crowded with visitors.
Apparently, everyone had already received the news of Suja's return home. After all, with the year-end approaching, returning home for the new year is only natural.
For high-level martial artists, they can return home by traversing the air. Why bother with flight restrictions?
Among the visitors were Suja's former subordinates, such as Li Changgang and Zhao Hanchuan.
This group of former subordinates looked almost the same as they did back then.
Although their cultivation had slightly improved, none had broken through to a higher level. Who would have thought the old boss could truly soar to great heights?
Li Changgang held the teacup and muttered to himself. The scene of Suja governing the South Sea base still felt like yesterday. In the blink of an eye, he had already ascended to a high-level realm.
Such a leap made his former subordinates feel as if they were in a dream. Nowadays, this group of people behaves increasingly reserved.
Apart from the old members, the current governor Yan Jingxing is also present at the table. With Suja's secret support, he has been managing the Nanhai base quite smoothly.
He even applied to his alma mater for a permanent station in Nanhai.
This is truly a fortunate event for Nanhai Martial Arts University.
Most mid-tier martial artists are unwilling to come to such a remote place.
Outsiders merely think Yan Jingxing has lost his mind.
Little do they know he has his own calculations. The resources provided by the Nanhai base are already abundant. It can also be an opportunity to maintain ties with this prodigy of the South Sea. It is clear to any discerning eye that Suja's martial path will not stop here. A future breakthrough beyond the 9th rank is not mere fantasy.
The next day. Betting on this relationship in advance brings countless benefits without any harm. What's more, the security at the South Sea base is stable. Since Yan Jingxing took over, there have been no disturbances. With such peaceful days, he is quite content to enjoy his leisure. Although he and Suja cannot be considered strangers. This is the first official meeting. Governor Yan, has everything been going smoothly under your administration lately? Suja was quite gentle toward this junior.
After all, this person was the first to voluntarily pledge allegiance,
even if it means forming a private alliance.
As the heir of the Southern Sea martial sect, one should naturally treat fellow disciples with generosity. The way one carries themselves determines the hearts and minds of others. What's more, having lived 2 lifetimes, he had long shed the arrogance of youthful success. Yan Jingxing originally thought he would be met with indifference. Unexpectedly, this legendary martial artist turned out to be so approachable. The previous apprehension was mostly due to rumors circulating on campus. Having lived 2 lives, Suja deeply understood the importance of treating others with sincerity.
This is especially necessary for followers.
Yan Jingxing once speculated about the temperament of this legendary figure. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be so gentle and calm.
The previous sense of alienation was originally misled by campus rumors. Everyone says he has a solitary personality.
Fortunately, Yan Jingxing quickly composed himself. He provided a detailed report on all matters during his tenure. Thanks to the foundation you laid earlier. This year, all indicators at the South Sea base have shown outstanding results. The Martial Arts College entrance exam admission rate has increased by 27% year-on-year, with significant breakthroughs in other areas as well. Particularly, the Southern Border High School League being hosted in South Sea has drawn increasing public attention. This successor is indeed not one to occupy a position idly. From data details to policy context, everything is recounted with familiarity. Approval flickered in Suja's eyes.
To encounter such a diligent administrator is truly a blessing for Nanhai.
This meeting was intended to have an evaluative purpose. After all, the development of the base cannot rely solely on high-ranking martial artists to hold the fort. Even if the Su family rises to the ranks of noble families, if the foundation is unstable, it will ultimately be a castle in the air. The rise of the South Sea base must begin paving the way from this moment. Apart from discussing political affairs, the topic gradually shifted to the martial arts world. When it came to the secrets of the South China Sea, Yan Zhengxing was even more knowledgeable than Su Zhe. After all, this junior had been deeply rooted in Wuda for over 20 years, with far more experience than Su Zhe. In the side hall by the tea table, Shen Qingyan was chatting casually with the governor's wife. The two ladies had long been old acquaintances.
Is that your husband? The prodigy of the South Sea who stirs the winds and clouds of Daxia?
The governor's wife held the teacup, her gaze frequently directed toward the main hall. It was her first time seeing Su Zhe's true appearance. After all, such a world-shocking talent had only appeared in rumors in the past. For someone like this to emerge from Nanhai Wuda, anyone would find it unbelievable.
That's right, he's my husband.
Shen Qingyan smiled with curved eyes, calmly acknowledging.
There is a hint of self-satisfaction hidden in such openness. The status of being the wife of a high-ranking martial artist is exceedingly rare in the entire Great Xia. Let alone the fact that her husband is in his prime. The conversation gradually shifted to private talks between women. From amusing anecdotes to parenting tips, the governor's wife asked with great detail. The gossiping nature of women, even noble ladies, is hard to avoid. The friendship between the two families certainly involves considerations of mutual benefit. Yet precisely because of this clear-cut understanding, it feels more genuine than insincere pretenses. Su Zhe, in addition to handling numerous visits, had not forgotten to make a trip to his father-in-law's house. Thinking about it, the number of times he had visited his father-in-law's family was indeed not many. However, this is quite normal, as he had hardly ever returned to the South Sea base before. When a few of his brothers-in-law saw him, it was as if mice had seen a cat. This is understandable.
As Su Zhe's strength improved and his status changed, the aura of pressure around him grew increasingly intense.
This is not something an ordinary person can endure.
Perhaps only the father-in-law is slightly better, as he doesn't pay too much attention to these details. But even so, the other party was extremely polite during the reception, fearing that something might not be thorough enough. Compared to the last visit, the conditions at the father-in-law's house have clearly improved a lot. With the support of resources, several brothers-in-law finally stepped into the ranks of martial artists. However, Su Zhe was unaware that the reason these brothers-in-law were so well behaved was because they had done quite a few things under Su Zhe's name, all of which Shen Qingyan had secretly suppressed. For this matter, Shen Qingyan had once erupted in fury within the Shen family. At that time, the Shen family almost knelt before her. Now, the Shen family's honesty and integrity are somewhat due to Shen Qingyan. This was the scene Su Zhe now witnessed. Su Zhe was certainly no fool, he had long noticed the Shen family's fear of Shen Qingyan. But he chose to pretend to know nothing. After all, no matter what, he always stood by his wife's side. Apart from these family matters, Su Zhe also did something significant.
Donating funds to support education.
For all middle schools in the South Sea base. His idea is very clear, donations can both enhance his reputation in the South Sea base and plant seeds for the future development of the base. The rise of the South Sea base is by no means an overnight effort. Among these assisted students, even if some leave their homeland in the future, the majority will ultimately stay locally. It's quite possible that they will take up important positions at the base in the future.
Since a family is to be established, the necessary network of connections must naturally be arranged in advance.
In Daxia, the reputation of martial artists is of utmost importance. What's more, this is also related to the concept of fate.
Of course, it also contains a sincere desire to revitalize the South Sea.
The news was published in the newspapers on the same day.
The entire South Sea base instantly erupted with excitement. Commander Su truly has a heart of a bodhisattva.
Even after being promoted to a high rank, he still remembers us, the elders of Nanhai. You should know that other bases are all vying to invite Commander Su to settle down. Yet he has never left Nanhai to this day. It must be admitted that Su Zhe's performance stands in stark contrast to those martial artists who leave Nanhai as soon as they achieve some success. The eyes of the masses are ultimately sharp and discerning. Everyone is well aware of who can bring tangible benefits to Nanhai.
Besides that,
with Su Zhe's accumulated prestige at the South Sea base, the people of the South Sea base naturally wouldn't question the authenticity of this donation.
Even less would anyone dare to interfere in this matter.
Daxia has always imposed extremely severe punishments for such behavior.
If caught, one's life would be in jeopardy. Let alone offending a high-ranking martial artist. Perhaps looking across the entire southern territory and even the Great Xia.
A 7th-rank martial artist like Su Zhe is still not powerful enough to call the shots. But at the South Sea base, his influence is considered pivotal.
This donation is merely a drop in the ocean for Su Zhe.
The total amount of funds combined is still less than 10 million spirit stones.
After all, for a first donation, the amount should not be too high. Suzhou entrusted Shin Xingyan with full authority over regulatory matters.
Many students at the South Sea base are just a fraction away from the college entrance exam cutoff score. These are precisely the key beneficiaries of support. Shin Xingyan, in particular, should deeply understand this. In the blink of an eye, several days of the New Year holiday had passed.
Suzhou finally reached the ability refresh point. 3 months in a row, all I've drawn are useless abilities. This time, I should finally have some luck.
He murmured softly, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Although luck always has its ups and downs. One can't be plagued by misfortune all the time, especially since he was already at the peak of the 7th rank. To break through the shackles, he must acquire top-tier cultivation support abilities. It's impossible to rely on slow and steady effort to nurture the Dao body like an ordinary 8th grade martial artist. The ability roulette quickly stopped at a certain slot.
The brilliance of this eruption was exceptionally dazzling. 8 colored rainbows intertwined and reflected each other. Obviously, he drew a top-tier ability. Suzhou's eyebrows lifted with joy. There was still a trace of unease in his heart. If he had drawn an ability unrelated to cultivation, that would be extremely awkward. Extraction successful.
Obtained 10-year cultivation simulation experience card. Simulate 10 years of cultivation results to receive rewards, excluding other ability bonuses, valid for 30 days. The moment the description became clear, Suzhou's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. 10 years of cultivation simulation, though without additional ability assistance. But with the enhancement of superior aptitude, it is enough to refine the 8th grade realm to perfection.
Isn't this a breakthrough opportunity? You'll know the outcome once you try.
Suzhou did not hesitate and immediately went to the cultivation room at home to begin his retreat. He took out a large number of spirit stones as reserves to prevent a shortage of spiritual energy during cultivation. When this cultivation room was initially designed, it did not take into account the needs of high-level martial artists. Logically, returning to South Sea Martial Arts University for seclusion would be more prudent.
However, this is a cultivation simulation, not a real breakthrough. There's no need to return to South Sea for now.
He still wanted to stay at the base for a few more days. Just entering the cultivation simulation, Suzhou felt as if he were in a different dimension. Then the cultivation process officially began. In the first year, you did not grasp the key to cultivating the 8th grade Dao body. However, due to continuous cultivation, your 7th grade foundation became increasingly solid. In the second year, you had a sudden inspiration, and your Dao body cultivation began to show initial progress. In the third year, amidst the intertwining of destruction and vitality, your Dao body reached 5% completion. In the fourth year, the cultivation progress significantly accelerated. In the 9th year, you had accumulated extensive experience with the 8th grade Dao body. In the 10th year, the completion rate of the 8th grade Dao body surpassed 60%.
Simulation ended, cultivation results can be inherited.
Suzhou felt as if he had truly experienced 10 years of arduous cultivation.
Every minute, every hour felt exceptionally vivid.
Although his appearance had not changed, his eyes carried a hint of weariness. Fortunately, the experience of living 2 lives allowed him to quickly adapt to this change.
Inherit cultivation. Suzhou clearly remembered the core function of the simulation system. The 60% completion of the 8-fold path body is about to become a reality. Witnessing such an effect, he finally understood the value of the 8-colored radiance. This is equivalent to condensing 10 years of arduous cultivation into an instant. It is even more formidable than the previous 7-colored dream of spring and autumn. Although there is only a 1-level difference in color, the effect is worlds apart. He speculated that the higher the color level, the difficulty of obtaining it would increase geometrically. The spiritual energy storm suddenly engulfed him. Fortunately, the prepared spirit stones were sufficiently abundant. If completely unprepared, it might drain the spiritual energy of half the base. Not only would the recovery period be lengthy, but it would also affect the cultivation of other martial artists. The seclusion lasted until late January. Suzhou only then began to adapt to his skyrocketing strength. But he was not in a hurry to leave seclusion. He was still repeatedly refining the subtle sensations of cultivating his Dao body. There was a difference in the spiritual energy concentration between the simulated space and reality. It was necessary to readjust the body's compatibility with the environment. At the same time, one must master the power level beyond the 7th grade. Although the 8th grade Dao body is not yet perfected, it already possesses the power to crush the 7th grade.
Whether it is the capacity to contain the power of heaven and earth or the ability to defend and recover, it is beyond what 7th grade martial artists can achieve. At this moment, Suja could be considered a half step into the 8th rank. As long as he completes the cultivation of the Tao body, he can naturally advance to the next level. If he can acquire a powerful auxiliary ability, he might even temporarily unleash the combat power of the 8th rank. It seemed like a brief retreat. In fact, it is the accumulation of 10 years of time in the simulated space. Without the blessing of special abilities, this would be Suja's true cultivation trajectory. During Suja's retreat, several changes occurred in the Su family. First, Song Qing returned to school just a few days after the new year. Nanhai Martial Arts University chartered a plane specifically to facilitate student travel. During the Spring Festival, various aviation resources in Daxia are extremely tight. Song Qing did not want to trouble her godmother and others. Moreover, it is easier to enter a cultivation state while at school, so after weighing the options, she decided to set off early. For her, cultivation is the top priority at this stage. Today's Song Qing is quite similar to the early Suja, both deeply aware of the importance of martial arts. The only way to change one's destiny is through cultivation. The difference lies in the fact that Suja has already achieved fame and success, while Song Qing is still on the path of ascent. This does not prevent Suja from creating a legend despite his humble origins. He not only became a benchmark in Nanhai but also attracted the attention of the entire Daxia. Countless civilian martial artists regard him as a spiritual totem. It has been 500 years since the revival of spiritual energy. Class stratification is severe, and upward mobility for the underprivileged is as difficult as reaching the heavens. The South Sea base, due to its relatively weak overall strength, has yet to show significant class differences. If it were a top-tier base, the situation would be entirely different, as it has always been the stage for the descendants of aristocratic martial artists. At least the descendants of mid-grade martial artists have a slight chance of standing out. Take Su Shaojin as an example. She has not yet undergone the martial arts college entrance examination, but the resources she has consumed already exceed what most 4th-grade martial artists need for advancement. Suja is still tirelessly gathering supplementary materials, fearing that his daughter might lose at the starting line. This is just the result of him not putting in his full effort. If fully focused on training, Su Shaojin could not only enjoy top-tier resources. With her talent, she might even advance to a warrior earlier than expected. As Song Qing returned to school, Shin Qingyan and Su Shaojin also welcomed the start of the school season. Because Suja's seclusion lasted the longest this time, the whole family had somewhat forgotten his existence. In the past, he would often enter seclusion briefly at lower levels and rarely stayed home for long-term cultivation. When Suja emerged from seclusion, the family was all visibly astonished. Su's mother was stunned for a few seconds before suddenly remembering. Her son had not yet returned to school and had been staying at home in seclusion. Noticing his mother's expression, Suja couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. It's time to head to school, he pondered to himself. The consumption of spirit stones during secluded cultivation was astronomical and not a sustainable solution. With the end of the secluded cultivation, the effectiveness of the cultivation simulation ability had expired. The newly awakened combat power amplification, though not bad, ultimately fell short of being astonishing as expected. In the past, Suja had also obtained this ability. However, this time the combat power increase directly reached a 5-fold level. It can be said that this increase makes Suja, who is now at the half-step 8th rank, fully comparable in strength to a true 8th rank. Even slightly stronger than an ordinary early-stage 8th grade. Although this is under the enhancement of abilities, it is still truly terrifying. Unfortunately, this is not the time point for a great war to break out. Adding Suja is only equivalent to an 8th grade. It is also impossible to provoke the entire 10,000 races battlefield. Therefore, this ability is basically considered useless. Of course, even though he needs to go back, Suja is not in a hurry. Previously, during his seclusion, he had already sent a seclusion notice to the principal. The exact duration of the seclusion was indeed hard to determine. Southern Territory XINN Governor's Office. Emergency alert. A Grade 8 mutated falcon is approaching the human base. The monitoring personnel reported loudly. Although human powerhouses have reached agreements with some mutated beasts, not all mutated beasts will abide by them. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a beast tide. Fortunately, everyone has calmed down. Such situations occur from time to time. It's just that most high-ranking martial artists are currently at the XINN battlefield.
Moreover, flying-type exotic beasts are inherently troublesome.
The falcon is especially known for its speed. Even ninth-grade martial artists may not be able to catch up. Therefore, the southern border can only drive it away with missiles. Having a strong individual to deter it would naturally be the best. Spiritual energy has been reviving for many years, and the southern region has established a comprehensive response mechanism. Alert information is quickly transmitted to all bases. All bases are required to prepare for defense. An 8th grade exotic beast can still be dealt with if it remains on the ground.
Aerial threats are much more challenging. Even though high-level martial artists can fly in the air,
they still do not have the advantage in terms of speed.
At the same time, as the alarm was transmitted, the sirens at the South Sea base blared loudly.
High-grade flying exotic beasts have left the southern mountain range.
All residents must immediately return home to avoid danger.
The South Sea base issued an announcement through all channels.
At the same time, alert messages were sent to every mobile phone.
Suja, who was preparing to return to Martial Arts University, decided to stay for a while. He had heard similar alarms many times since childhood.
Although most were false alarms, one must never take chances.
The destructive power of high-grade exotic beasts is extremely terrifying.
Fortunately, these exotic beasts are quite intelligent and shouldn't act recklessly. But being cautious is never a mistake. Suja didn't pay much attention to the alarm.
Instead, he began to familiarize himself with his suddenly surging strength. Originally, through cultivation simulation, he had broken through from the peak of the 7th rank to the half-step 8th rank. Although he had simulated the cultivation realm, it still required time to adapt in reality. He had just finished adjusting to the increase in strength brought by the realm advancement. In the blink of an eye, he gained a 5-fold combat power boost, causing another surge in strength,
causing his control over power to continue declining.
Even Suja felt helpless.
The aura emanating from him at this moment was exceptionally astonishing. At this moment, Suja suddenly frowned.
All missiles from the South Sea bases unexpectedly launched.
The target, however, was locked in the direction of the Xin base. Something happened at the neighboring base? That flying mutant beast attacked them? Countless speculations surged in Suja's mind.
Although it was not a crisis at the South Sea base, as a warrior of the southern region, he felt it was his responsibility to investigate. With this thought, Suja immediately released his spiritual power to extend his perception.
Quickly captured the formidable aura coming from the direction of Xin base. It was precisely that 8th grade flying exotic beast.
After a slight hesitation, Suja sped off in that direction. Somehow, he had a feeling that the situation was not simple.
If an accident truly occurs, the consequences will be unpredictable.
Thinking of this, he increased his speed by a few notches. This time, an 8th grade flying exotic beast launched an attack.
Xin base. At first, everyone didn't take it seriously. This type of attack is not happening for the first time. Every time, it's all thunder and no rain.
The geographical location of the Xin base is not bad, similar to the South Sea base. It is not very close to the southern mountain range where the beasts are entrenched. However, this time the situation was completely different.
Beast attack. Boom!
After this 8th grade Grey Eagle arrived at the Xin base, it suddenly fell into a frenzy. The frenzied assault swept through the entire base.
The attack of an 8th grade exotic beast harnessing the power of heaven and earth far surpasses the ordinary. The Xin base instantly descended into chaos. This high-grade exotic beast has gone mad. Run!
Panicked shouts rose one after another. Whether martial artists or ordinary people, there was no difference in the face of the 8th grade falcon. The guards reacted immediately, using technological weapons to counterattack the falcon.
But the outcome was unsurprising. High-grade exotic beasts almost ignore conventional technological weapons. These attacks only made the falcon even more furious.
It even shifted its hatred onto the guards.
Quick, spread out. Hold it off. Wait for reinforcements. The base commander shouted anxiously.
Although the request for help had been urgently reported, the support was still nowhere to be seen. This incident was too sudden. The southern border defense had experienced multiple false alarms before, leading to a lapse in vigilance. It coincided with a sharp decline in the number of high-ranking experts in the southern region. Many were on rotation for leave to visit their families. Most of them were not locals of the southern region and needed to return to their hometowns in batches every year.
It is quite normal for a round trip to take 1 or 2 months.
Moreover, this period coincides with the time when the forces on the battlefield of myriad races are at their weakest. The alien races are well aware of this pattern. A large number of high-grade powerhouses have been deployed to guard the battlefield to prevent any unforeseen events.
The high-level combat power in the Southern Territory is indeed stretched thin. The delayed support is truly unavoidable.
Fortunately, Suja had anticipated this.
Shortly after the Falcon launched its attack, his figure had already arrived, breaking through the void.
Suja hesitated not at all. The blazing blade light traversed the sky, directly targeting the Falcon.
Mad God Blade technique. Due to insufficient current strength,
the crimson blade light actually illuminated half of the sky over the Xian'an base.
The panicked crowd was all stunned by this astonishing phenomenon.
Suja's sudden attack was precise and ruthless, leaving the Falcon no room to dodge.
Strike first to gain the upper hand.
What's more, this was his first time facing an 8th grade exotic beast directly, making it all the more crucial to seize the initiative.
The blade's glow struck the target solidly. Screech! Boom!
A piercing eagle's cry tore through the sky.
The 8th grade exotic beast was immediately gravely injured. The Falcon instantly locked onto Suja's figure. Its wings flapped furiously as it swooped down aggressively.
Fortunately, Suja also possessed the strength of an 8th grade warrior at this moment, facing the battle without fear.
The beast's greatest strength lay in its physical body.
This Falcon was no exception, but in terms of mental strength, Suja actually held the advantage.
After 10 years of simulated cultivation, his mental power was no longer what it used to be.
After all, his mental talent far surpassed his cultivation aptitude.
Suja's fighting spirit surged. Fight! In full combat mode, he was completely unafraid of an 8th rank opponent. What's more, this Falcon had only just entered the 8th rank. Above the sky, the figure of a man and the shadow of the eagle clashed fiercely. Scarlet and bluish-gray lights collided wildly. Suja intended to draw the battlefield away from the base. Although the Falcon possessed intelligence, it ultimately could not escape the fixed patterns of animal thinking. It failed to notice that the battlefield was gradually shifting. Fortunately, the area ravaged by the hawks happens to be sparsely populated. Moreover, the guards promptly diverted their aggression. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Based on this calculation, even a tenfold increase in casualties would be considered conservative. The destructive power of a high-grade expert far exceeds ordinary imagination. What's more, this is a genuine 8th grade exotic beast. At this moment, countless gazes are fixed intently on the high-altitude battlefield. Isn't he the prodigy from the South Sea? Many martial artists recognized Suja's identity and exclaimed in shock. Suja might have happened to be at the South Sea base. That's the only way he could have arrived so quickly. But when did he break through to the 8th rank? The report says this exotic beast is of the 8th grade.
The martial artists immediately began to discuss fervently, their words unable to hide their shock. The Sinan base is primarily composed of low-grade martial artists. But everyone knows how incredibly difficult it is to cultivate to a high grade. Suja had been promoted to high rank for only a few months. Just a few days ago, he had defeated 2 high-rank beings in succession. Now, he could already contend head-on with an 8th rank opponent. Such rapid progress left even low-rank martial artists in awe. At this moment, everyone was hoping that Suja would become as strong as possible. After all, he was fighting to the death against the Black Hawk to protect the Xian'an base. Southern Territory Grand Governor's Mansion. At this moment, the mansion was in complete chaos. No one expected this beast attack to be serious. The bad news of the attack on the Xian'an base arrived. Although all high-ranking personnel have been urgently mobilized for support, it will still take at least 10 minutes to assemble reinforcements. This period of time is enough for 8th grade exotic beasts to cause heavy casualties. What on earth is going on? Everyone in the mansion was in a frantic panic. Fortunately, the Xian'an base suddenly sent the latest battle report. Suja, the prodigy of the South Sea, is battling an 8th grade eagle. This news stunned the entire hall into silence. Who present here doesn't know the name of this prodigy? It's just that no one dared to believe Suja could actually confront an 8th grade head-on. The Grand Marshal's office immediately ordered the activation of the real-time battlefield projection. Suja is really dueling an 8th grade exotic beast. I've never heard of him advancing to the 8th grade. Could it be that he's challenging the 8th grade with a 7th grade body? The warriors inside the mansion looked shocked. Countless envious gazes were cast toward Zhong Jianyuan. It was well known that he had a close relationship with Suja. Zhong Jianyuan outwardly forced himself to appear calm, but inside he was already overjoyed. Suja displayed the strength of an 8th grade warrior, surpassing numerous 7th grade experts. High-grade warriors are already rare in the southern region, and 8th grade ones are even more exceptional. After this battle, Suja's ranking is likely to soar straight into the top 20 of the southern region.
At the same time,
many high-ranking experts have come to support.
Even the South Sea Martial Arts University has dispatched an 8th rank expert. This person is none other than Su Xingnian.
There's no other choice, as the principal is currently stationed at the 10,000 races battlefield. The other 2 academies are all battle fanatics and have no interest in handling trivial matters.
Anyway, Su Xingnian wouldn't dare to embezzle military merits or anything like that. So Nanhai Martial Arts University could only be entrusted to Su Xingnian, the dean of the Alchemy Academy. Fortunately, Nanhai Martial Arts University no longer has as many issues as before. Su Xingnian was quite leisurely for half a day. However, there was a sudden incident of an 8th grade exotic beast attacking the southern border. This matter is not that simple. Su Xingnian immediately realized that there were definitely many issues with this matter. Because many high-rank beings in the southern region had long ago reached certain agreements with high-rank exotic beasts. This 8th rank mutated falcon is not a newcomer to the high ranks. It naturally knows about these agreements. If there were no reason, it definitely wouldn't act like this. But no matter what, providing support is the priority now. The South Sea where Su Xingnian is located is relatively close to the Xianen base. However, even if Su Xingnian hurries as much as possible, it will still take quite some time. At this moment, Su Xingnian is also feeling quite anxious. As a high grade, he naturally understood the destructive power of high grades. Fortunately, at this moment, a message came through on the phone. South Sea Prodigy strikes down in 8th grade. Many high grades don't need to be so anxious. Many high-ranking experts from the southern region rushing to provide support were momentarily stunned. A horizontal strike against an 8th rank? Is the strength of the South Sea Prodigy this terrifying? It must be noted that previously, although Suja had slain 2 high-ranking experts, but for many 8th grade martial artists, it is still far from enough. Many 8th grade martial artists had previously discussed when Suja would be able to step into the 8th grade. However, many people believed that no matter how monstrous Suja's talent was, it would still take at least 5 years. You must realize that 5 years is already a very short time. Many 8th grade cultivators spend over a decade honing their skills. Even Su Xingnian is not optimistic about Suja this time. Yet now, Suja has given many 8th grade cultivators a fright. Suja's strength is this incredible? Even Su Xingnian hesitated to speak with certainty. Although he was aware that Suja's strength was definitely calculated based on his realm, he never expected Suja to be able to surpass an entire major realm. It should be noted that Su Xingnian was certain that Suja was definitely not at the 8th grade yet. Wouldn't this mean Suja's strength has caught up with his own? Su Xingnian suddenly felt a mix of complex emotions. It wasn't jealousy. The stronger Suja becomes, the more beneficial it is for Nanhai Martial Arts University. Just thinking about how I had to cultivate arduously for decades to reach the 8th rank. Yet this young man, in just 2 or 3 years, has risen straight from the peak of the 2nd rank to catch up. Although his realm has not yet reached it, his combat strength is already on par. In the martial world, strength ultimately commands respect. The talk of boundaries is nothing more than a fig leaf for the weak. At this moment, Su Xingnian wished he could ask face-to-face for clarification. How exactly did this monster cultivate? Even as an 8th rank powerhouse accustomed to storms, he was rendered speechless by this cultivation speed. Other high-ranking figures in the southern region were equally shaken and unsettled. Although they had not witnessed Suja's rise with their own eyes, such a leap in strength was truly shocking. Unlike Su Xingnian's curiosity, most attributed it more to extraordinary talent. Each high-grade cultivator instead accelerated their escape. Curiosity drove them. Who wouldn't want to witness firsthand the scene of a 7th grade challenging an 8th grade? During the 500 years of spiritual energy revival, there have indeed been those who fought across levels. But high-grade cross-level battles have only sparse records in history. And those legends at the very least reached the peak of the 9th grade. Some even became the strongest among the 9th grade. Could it be that another legend is about to be written today? Amidst the surging thoughts of the crowd, the Xianen base was already within sight. Before landing, intense energy fluctuations could already be felt. At this moment, Suja was locked in a fierce battle with the falcon. As time passed, the young man fought with increasing vigor. Initially, the control over the surging power was unfamiliar. Only 70 to 80% of full combat strength could be utilized. Now, however, it has gradually reached a favorable state. In a state of full combat power, it actually suppressed a mutated falcon at the early stage of the 8th rank. When reinforcements arrived one after another,
They happened to witness the thrilling scene of Suja attempting to subdue the giant bird. Although they knew that if the hawk tried to escape, Suja would have no chance of catching up. The speed advantage of the flying beast was simply too great. But this scene of Suja suppressing the fierce attacks of an 8th grade exotic beast still caused all high-grade experts' pupils to quake. Didn't expect Suja to truly reach the 8th grade level. This was the first reaction of all high-grade experts. Next came the collective envy towards Nanhai Martial Arts University. Everyone knew that the 8th rank was by no means Suja's limit. After confirming the young man's strength, Su Xingyan was so excited that his fingertips trembled. Join forces to take down this beast first. In the end, no one forgot the core mission of this journey. More than 10 high-ranking individuals joined forces, yet if the 8th grade Songying still managed to escape, it would not only be a disgrace to the fallen civilians but also a humiliation for the entire southern region.
Everyone quietly unfolded the encirclement.
Taking advantage of the fact that the falcon was being restrained by Suja and had no time to focus elsewhere. If this fierce bird noticed something unusual, it would be difficult to block its retreat again. Although Suja had the upper hand, his mental energy continued to envelop the entire scene. He naturally sensed the approach of the dean and others. Seeing the elites cautiously encircle, he immediately understood. The offensive suddenly intensified by 30%, with blade lights pouring down like a torrential rain. The hawk was forced to defend with all its might, indeed unaware of the surrounding changes. This mutated ferocious bird ultimately underestimated the efficiency of the human race. It attacked the base for the first time, lacking awareness of the southern border's reaction speed. Moreover, relying on its unparalleled flight speed among its peers, it harbored the hope of escaping at any moment. By the time it realized the danger, the encirclement had already taken shape. Screech! A piercing cry filled with panic. How could several 8th grade experts from the South Sea miss such an opportunity? Who wouldn't be tempted by the merits and resources of slaying an 8th grade exotic beast? Especially since this vile creature has committed such heinous acts. Neither for public nor private reasons can the tiger be released back to the mountain. 5 warriors of the 8th rank surrounded him, including a seasoned veteran like Su Xingyan. If they fail again, the entire high-ranking circle of the southern region will become a laughingstock. The moment the encirclement formation took shape, Suji instinctively stepped back half a step. Turned to closely monitor the possible escape routes of the hawk. Boom! Occasionally swing the blade to cut off the retreat path of the fierce bird. Suja, well versed in social dynamics, voluntarily gave up the main attack position. After all, the primary credit for slaying the 8th grade beast was destined to fall on him. Under the pursuit and interception of numerous 8th grade martial artists. Although this mutated falcon tried to escape, it quickly became covered in wounds. Facing the combined offensive of numerous 8th grade martial artists, this mutated falcon was completely unable to withstand it. When strength is similar, numbers become an absolute advantage. Even if the mutated hawk made a desperate final outburst, the battle-hardened 8th rank martial artists had already noticed and immediately took action to suppress it with full force. Among the many 8th rank martial artists present, the most surprising was none other than Suja. Previously, everyone had yet to feel it deeply. Fighting side by side this time, everyone truly experienced the overwhelming power of Suja's strikes. This is definitely an 8th grade level attack. The strength Suja displayed made the 8th grade martial artists present feel a tangible threat. At this moment, there was no longer a trace of doubt in anyone's heart. Even regarded Suju as a true 8th grade martial artist. Some 8th grade martial artists secretly pondered that if they were to face Suja, the outcome would be hard to predict. As time passed, this 8th grade exotic beast, the Tsang Eagle, ultimately fell. Facing so many high-grade martial artists, its fate was already sealed. More than 10 8th grade martial artists joined forces, making it impossible for this exotic beast to escape. After eliminating the mutated Grey Eagle, numerous high-grade martial artists gathered at the Xianan base. Apart from Suja, most of the high-grade martial artists present were familiar with each other. At the very least, they had met several times before. Suja had actually encountered quite a few 8th grade martial artists before. It was during the previous Southern Border Conference. At that time, some 8th grade martial artists even exchanged pleasantries with him. But back then, no one could have imagined that in just half a year, this young man would be able to stand on equal footing with them. After all, barely more than half a year has passed. For advanced martial artists, this time is merely the effort of a brief retreat. The other high-ranking individuals, being unfamiliar with Suja, refrained from saying much. But Su Xingyan was completely different. He had a deep friendship with Suja and knew his temperament well. Su boy,
How did your cultivation soar like this? Looks like you're about to catch up with this old man. Su Xingyan openly sighed in public without any hesitation.
As soon as these words were spoken, the martial artists present all perked up their ears. Everyone wanted to uncover the secret behind such rapid cultivation.
Once your cultivation rises, there's no stopping it.
Suja slowly uttered this sentence. Every word exuded an air of pretentiousness. The high-ranking martial artists present were instantly stunned, unexpectedly shown up by this young man right to their faces. Su Xingyan rolled his eyes directly.
Suja remained indifferent.
The secret he carried naturally could not be revealed. He simply disguised his talent as unparalleled genius.
By the way, how should today's 8th grade Grey Eagle be allocated?
Suja timely shifted the topic to the distribution of the spoils.
This 8th grade mutated falcon was not easy to obtain.
All the high-level martial artists present contributed to its siege. However, the specific contribution ratio is indeed difficult to quantify. Although Suja made a significant contribution, he did not actively seek credit. After all, without the assistance of numerous high-ranked experts, it would indeed have been difficult for him to kill this mutated falcon on his own.
More than 10 8th-ranked martial artists looked at each other, and the scene fell into a brief silence. The allocation problem mainly lies in the exorbitant value of 8th grade mutant beast carcasses. Their rarity even far surpasses that of alien corpses. The reason is that mutant beasts were originally earth creatures before their mutation. When made into potions, they are more compatible with the physique of great Xiao warriors. For 8th grade martial artists, it is also an important resource. How about splitting it evenly?
Su Xingyan was the first to break the silence. He knew that Suja's contribution was the most significant, but the specific share is difficult to measure precisely. In his view, the camaraderie among martial artists outweighs the allocation of resources.
Suja understood the dean's deeper intention of maintaining interpersonal relationships and nodded in agreement.
Either way, it would ultimately result in exchanging for a large number of spirit stones. If it can be exchanged for special resources to condense the Dao body, it would be even better. Given the dean's way of handling things, he definitely wouldn't let himself suffer a loss. Seeing Su Xingyan's suggestion and Suja's acquiescence, the other high-grade martial artists instead showed embarrassed expressions. After all, such an allocation actually benefits everyone.
Su Xingyan promptly put an end to the distribution dispute. He then raised a critical question. Did the Su boy notice anything unusual about this falcon? An 8th grade exotic beast shouldn't be this frenzied. The southern region originally had an agreement with high-level exotic beasts. The attack on the base shouldn't have happened. Even during the last beast tide rampage, high-grade exotic beasts have never stepped out of the southern mountain range. The main force of the beast tide is merely of mid-grade level. Indeed unusual, the movement patterns of these creatures are peculiar.
There must be a hidden reason behind the final assault on the Xianen base.
Quickly summon the base leader to inquire about recent anomalies.
The high-ranking individuals all voiced their agreement.
Clearly, they all harbored doubts about the rampage of the exotic beasts.
At this moment, Suja became the center of attention. After all, he was the first 8th grade to arrive at the Xianen base. Or he may have grasped some key clues.
This, I'm not sure.
But I can sense that the Falcon harbors strong hostility toward the Xianen base. I think it's necessary to investigate whether there have been any anomalies at the base recently.
Suja directly shook his head in response. He had only arrived a moment earlier.
Upon arrival, he immediately engaged in a tussle with the Falcon. There was simply no time to pay attention to other situations.
Although the South Sea base and the Xianen base are adjacent. To be honest, he knew very little about the Xianen base. The person in charge of the Xianen base was quickly brought to the scene. The base commander looked grim at this moment.
After all, the base suffered heavy casualties this time. The specific losses are still being tallied. Everyone at the Xianen base deeply understands the importance of high-level martial artists at this moment. If this base had an 8th grade expert stationed, it would never have suffered such heavy damage. It's hard not to feel some envy toward the South Sea base. Previously, the strength of the two bases was evenly matched. Since that extraordinary figure emerged, the South Sea base has risen to fame in the southern region.
Its overall ranking has skyrocketed.
If this had happened at the South Sea base,
the outcome would inevitably be very different. It's just that the people at the Xianen base are unaware.
If Suja had not been stationed at the South Sea base,
today's situation might also be uncertain. Dear seniors, the base has indeed shown no abnormalities recently.
The base commander furrowed his brows tightly, striving to recall, but ultimately reported in confusion. He was equally puzzled by the motive behind the attack of this mutated hawk. Facing numerous high-ranking martial artists, he absolutely lacks the courage to make false excuses. This response made the high-ranking individuals present even more perplexed. Could it be the work of cult martial artists? A certain 8th rank martial artist was the first to propose the conjecture. The cult organization does indeed have a similar criminal record. Could it be the hunting group that captured the young hawk? Or perhaps some kind of special item attracted this beast? After someone started, the crowd gradually threw out various speculations. Unfortunately, these assumptions all require empirical support. Suja did not join in these speculations, because many speculations are possible. Anyway, the matter can be left to the dean. For Suja, this matter was considered over. However, the news about the Xian base was also quickly relayed. South Sea's pride crosses realms, a 7th rank defeats an 8th rank. Just this headline alone attracted the attention of countless people, especially in the context of frequent attacks by high-grade exotic beasts. Many people were shocked, because the speed at which the South Sea prodigy improved his strength was simply outrageous. It even once again sparked the entire Great Xia's attention on Suja. Suja's strength has already reached the 8th rank? Comparing oneself to others is truly frustrating. I was just thinking about narrowing the gap with him. The gap between prodigies can be so vast. Suja's rate of progress is terrifying. To fight across an entire major realm at the 7th rank, probably no one in the entire Great Xia can achieve that. There is much discussion online. In the eyes of many, this matter itself seems incredible. That is a significant gap between high-level realms. Initially, quite a few people were skeptical. The main suspicion is whether the Southern Territory is deliberately promoting Suja. After all, over the past year, Suja has been publicized far too many times. But as the battle videos were released, the voices of doubt gradually subsided. There are still many discerning individuals who noticed something unusual. They were well aware of how astonishing the commotion caused by this battle was. Especially after several high-ranking martial artists publicly expressed their opinions, the doubters were completely silenced. This prodigy from the South Sea definitely possesses the strength of the 8th rank. It is worth mentioning that high-ranking individuals from other regions sought confirmation from their counterparts in the Southern Territory. After all, high-grade martial artists within the Great Xia are already familiar with one another. Many high-grade martial artists in the southern region are not native-born but were stationed there through unified deployment by the Great Xia.
Southeastern region, the ancient battlefield.
Captain Nan Xueqing of the Scorpion Squad has just led her team back for rest and recovery. Despite the passage of time, the experiences in the South China Sea continue to linger in the team members' minds.
Nan Xueqing's memories of Suja's teachings are particularly vivid.
The team members noticed that the captain has been frequently lost in thought lately. In terms of resource applications, she has also been exceptionally proactive. Although feeling distressed about the resources consumed, the results are evident. The cultivation of the entire team has made significant breakthroughs. However, compared to the captain's rapid progress, the others' improvements are still far less impressive. They can sense the captain's aura becoming increasingly profound. "Captain, look at the news about that South Sea prodigy," a team member suddenly spoke up. This made Nan Xueqing pause for a moment. Many team members knew that their captain had a special relationship with this prodigy. Even though they were now in different places, for 6th grade or higher grade martial artists, distance was never really an obstacle. Suja's strength is already comparable to the 8th rank. Nan Xueqing murmured to herself, her tone filled with emotion. Even though her cultivation had advanced rapidly recently, the gap between her and Suja seemed to be growing wider. She still remembered clearly. At first, Suja had just stepped into the 7th rank. Apart from Nan Xueqing, many old acquaintances in Daxia also noticed this piece of news. A certain prodigy from Chengdu Martial Arts University was staring at the screen in a daze at this moment. The emotions that had just calmed down surged once again. Breaking through the 7th rank is already difficult, and now the pressure feels even more overwhelming.
However, none of this has anything to do with Suja. He pays no attention to the outside world's discussions. Suja did not stay long at the Xian base.
After entrusting the investigation to Su Xingyan, he returned to Nanhai Martial Arts University to oversee matters. Made a special detour to the South Sea base to say goodbye before departure.
Anyway, it doesn't make much difference in time.
Shen Xingyan still looked at him somewhat dazedly. She clearly remembered that this high-ranking martial artist had just advanced to the 7th rank not long ago. In the blink of an eye, he could already contend with the 8th rank. If not for the overwhelming news coverage, she would find it hard to believe. In any case, the stronger Suja became, the better it naturally was. However, Shen Qingyan secretly resolved to accelerate her cultivation speed. After the farewell, Suja returned to Nanhai Martial Arts University after more than a month.
Dean Su is back.
The news caused a sensation on campus. After all, he had just topped the Daxia trending list. Although the students dared not disturb him, the admiration in their eyes grew even more intense. For Suja, he devoted himself to cultivation after returning to school. Entering a semi-secluded state, his Dao body cultivation progress had already surpassed 60%. Even without deliberately secluding himself, he could continuously draw upon the power of heaven and earth to temper his body.
More than half a month later, the official dean, Su Xingyan, finally returned at a leisurely pace. Could this old man be using the investigation as an excuse to go sightseeing? Even Suja couldn't help but feel suspicious. After all, in most people's perception, he already possesses the strength of the 8th rank. Therefore, Su Xingyan naturally has no need to worry about the affairs of the South Sea. In fact, Su Xingyan was indeed slacking off.
He had been sightseeing and enjoying himself in Xianen for several days. As one of the few locals at Nanhai Martial Arts University, more precisely someone from Xianen in the southern region, he had long been rooted in Nanhai.
In previous years, Su Xingyan usually stayed at the school during the spring festival.
After all, as a native of Xianen, he could bring his family to live in Nanhai at any time. This time, under the pretext of conducting an investigation, he stayed in Xianen for quite a while.
Fortunately, it didn't delay the important matters. What exactly was the cause of the whole incident?
Suja asked directly.
He was also curious, why would the remote Xianen base attract high-grade exotic beasts? It might be related to the cult martial artists.
A cult member infiltrated the hunting group and pointed them to a hunting route.
Those hot-headed youngsters really believed it.
The cultists originally wanted the exotic beast to wipe them out.
Who would have thought this hunting team had such incredible luck?
Not only did they find the nest of an 8th-grade blue eagle, but they also picked the wind spirit grass it had guarded for years.
Su Xingyan explained with a strange expression. After a detailed investigation, they followed the clues and uncovered the truth. It's just that this truth is truly full of drama.
Actually, the cult martial artist didn't have such grand plans and ideas at the beginning. This cult martial artist was merely of the 1st rank. Even he himself probably didn't expect to cause such a huge sensation.
So coincidental? Suja couldn't help but show a strange expression on his face.
Because the whole matter was simply too absurd. Although wind spirit grass is considered a high-grade material, it doesn't quite qualify as a rare treasure. However, it does indeed provide a significant boost to speed attributes. For the mutated hawk, it is indeed a rare treasure.
That's such a coincidence, Su Xingyan said firmly.
In this matter, he had no reason to deceive Suja.
Even Suja couldn't help but shake his head. The Xianen base was truly out of luck.
However, it can be confirmed that the mutated falcon had spent a long time waiting for the wind spirit grass to mature. Afterward, it tracked the lingering scent of the Xianen base to this place.
This matter seems to be something one can only accept as bad luck.
The Southern Territory could not possibly take action against all the exotic beasts in the region just because of the mutated hawk incident.
That's simply unrealistic.
Oh, and there are also the resources exchanged this time. Suja did not forget the issue of distributing the Grade 8 Kanjiing's corpse.
Although it was evenly divided, it still accounted for a significant share. I exchanged some life essence for you. This is specifically developed by Daxia for Dao body cultivation. Can accelerate the Dao body's condensation process, Su Xingyan slowly said, handing the exchanged resources to Suja. It must be noted that the essence of life is extremely rare. Even in Daxia, its refinement is quite difficult.
This is an achievement made in recent years.
Su Xingyan missed the opportunity when he made his breakthrough back then. It was basically introduced when he was close to the 8th rank. For this, he still feels regret to this day. If such an item exists, it could save at least half the breakthrough time. Hearing the dean's words, Suja couldn't help but be stunned. Unexpectedly, it was replaced with the life essence. This indeed provides great benefits for the destruction and reconstruction of the Dao body. Dean, isn't there a bit too much of this life essence? Suja noticed something unusual. He had researched the prices of materials aiding the breakthrough to the 8th grade. Life essence is considered priceless and is only exchanged through barter. Including my share, I exchanged it for you as well. I can't let you suffer a loss.
The distribution method is up to me to decide,
Su Xingnian said nonchalantly.
The profits brought by this grade 8 Kanjiing incident were an unexpected windfall to begin with.
He couldn't exchange much for that part anyway. Might as well convert it all into life essence.
He could tell that Suzhi was currently in a half-step 8th grade state.
As long as the Dao body cultivation is completed, he can smoothly step into the 8th grade. The earlier Suzhi breaks through, the better. With the 8th grade combat power Suzhi is currently displaying, he won't be considered weak even among the 8th grade after breaking through.
Su Xingnian naturally supports this wholeheartedly. The key is that Suzhi previously provided breakthrough resources for 2 people in the Alchemy Academy and even lent out many of his treasured items. Actually, Su Xingnian did not expect that Suzhi's cultivation speed at a high grade could be so rapid. Otherwise, he would have long exchanged the Academy's resources for 7th grade cultivation materials.
Now, giving more support is not too late. Dean, thank you. Suzhi expressed his sincere gratitude.
Reflecting on his growth journey, he indeed received much care from the Dean.
Don't be so sentimental. Breaking through as soon as possible is the best way to repay. Su Xingnian directly interrupted Suzhi.
Upon hearing this, Suzhi said no more. Additionally, you have reached the top of the 7th rank in the Grandmaster rankings. In just half a year, you've risen from the bottom to the 1st place. This past half year, quite a few veteran 7th grade fighters have been taken down.
Su Xingnian shifted to a new topic.
Nowadays, the Grandmaster rankings have been stirred up by Suzhi's meteoric rise, prompting many 7th grade fighters to actively seek duels. However, due to the constraints of their stationed areas, most can only challenge those nearby.
Truly helpless.
Suzhi's counterattack caused a significant drop in many 7th rank positions.
Rankings are directly linked to resource allocation, and high ranks are no exception.
This is a newly added rule after the Grand Xia reformed the Grandmaster rankings. The gap between adjacent rankings is small, but the disparity between the top and bottom is like heaven and earth. When it comes to the Grandmaster rankings, Suzhi indeed hasn't paid much attention. It's not surprising that he topped the 7th grade rankings. After all, among the existing 7th grade practitioners, no one's achievements are more astonishing than his.
Which 7th grade expert dares to claim they can confront an 8th grade head-on?
Suzhi did not pause, entrusting the matters to Su Xingnian before preparing to try the life essence.
Su Xingnian naturally had no objections.
If it were him, he probably wouldn't be able to hold back either. Suzhi being able to chat with him for so long was already rare. After all, in the world of martial artists, improving one's strength always takes top priority.
I wonder when this kid will reach the 8th rank. Su Xingnian couldn't help but speculate.
However, this time he learned his lesson and didn't dare to make rash judgments. The experiences of being proven wrong multiple times in his predictions are still fresh in his mind.
Suzhi's cultivation progress simply cannot be measured by common sense.
If calculated conventionally, he should have guessed 7 or 8 years, or even more than 10 years. After all, most 7th grade martial artists have already exhausted their potential at this stage.
It is almost impossible to cultivate a Dao body. But Suzhi has always been an exception. Suzhi underwent a brief 1-week retreat.
After leaving the customs, he made a simple summary of the life essence. Used in conjunction with cultivation, each bottle of life essence can increase the progress of the Dao body by about 3%. If relying solely on arduous cultivation, the efficiency would be at least halved.
Using 10 bottles should be enough to complete the Dao body. Suzhi made a silent calculation.
However, he was well aware that this highly efficient absorption ability was mainly due to the accumulation from simulated cultivation. A full 10 years of cultivation simulation had laid a solid foundation for his breakthrough to the 8th rank.
Especially as the proportion of Dao body cultivation increased,
the subsequent progress will become increasingly faster. After the majority of the body has transformed into a Dao body,
the remaining parts may even be assimilated. A rough estimate suggests a digestion period of 2 more months. This means that in as little as 2 months, he could officially step into the 8th rank. First, draw a new ability to test its effect. Then continue the seclusion.
Suzhi maintained a calm mindset. The current combat power boost effect was about to fade.
He decided to first examine the new ability before making plans.
If he drew an ability beneficial for cultivation,
perhaps it wouldn't even take 2 months to break through to the 8th rank.
Taking advantage of the stable situation in the southern region, Suzhi was determined to go all out and break through. After all, no one knew when the next fierce battle would arrive. Although the 8th grade Song Ying did not obtain any spirit stones this time, Suzhi was not in a hurry. he still has a considerable reserve of spirit stones in his possession. If it's not enough, he can always borrow some from the school. With Suja's current strength, borrowing tens of billions of spirit stones is entirely possible. After all, he has the ability to repay them. For many high-level powerhouses, the ocean is an unrestricted hunting ground. Before the revival of spiritual energy, the sea was already home to countless creatures. Among them were beings of enormous size. Compared to land animals, marine life holds a numerical advantage. Even in the era without spiritual energy, the deep sea was a forbidden zone inaccessible to humans. After the revival of spiritual energy, the entire ocean completely became a forbidden area for humans. The only consolation is that marine creatures, even if they reach high grades, cannot fly. These deep-sea creatures have long adapted to the ocean environment. They also cannot migrate to land to survive. Even so, many coastlines are still designated as hunting zones. After all, some marine creatures are not entirely incapable of coming ashore. For example, species like crabs and sea turtles. Although these creatures cannot stay away from seawater for long, they still pose a constant threat to Dashya. This has led to many bases being located far from the coastline. As a result, coastal areas have become important hunting zones for Dashya. Even high-ranking experts often frequent this place. Many of the resources in Great Xia come from this region. However, if Suja wants to go, he must apply in advance. After all, he needs to leave the southern border territory. For high-grade powerhouses, cross-regional actions are by no means a trivial matter. Especially since Suja has advanced to 8th grade strength. Any external actions must be strictly reported. However, Suja currently has no plans to hunt on the coast or in the ocean. At this stage, resource reserves are still sufficient. As the ability roulette began to spin, Suja was filled with anticipation. Several beams of colorful light lit up consecutively on the roulette. Although the ability this time was not explicitly revealed, judging by the light effects, it was of a medium to high level. Having gone through the previous ability extraction, Suja deeply understood that luck is something elusive. Now his mindset has become much calmer. It must be said, this kind of lottery mechanism does indeed train a person's psychological resilience. Congratulations on obtaining at twice the result with half the effort experience card. Gain additional effect bonuses for anything you do, valid for 1 month. Suja's eyes suddenly lit up upon seeing this ability. The scope of this ability's application is simply too broad. Whether it's cultivating techniques, studying martial arts, or even alchemy and crafting. Even teaching disciples might trigger bonus effects. Extraction successful. This means he can also enjoy the benefits while cultivating his clones. Maybe I can break through to the 8th rank this morning. Just as he was about to enter seclusion, the spiritual energy at South Sea Martial Arts University suddenly fluctuated violently. Someone is breaking through to the high-grade realm? Suja's pupils contracted slightly as he muttered to himself. Having experienced multiple high-grade breakthroughs, he instantly assessed the current situation. He immediately thought of Mu Gao and Tian Honglian from the Alchemy Academy. Suja pondered silently. The school had provided breakthrough resource support for the two of them twice. Now, half a year has passed. Since the first 2 breakthrough attempts had both failed. During the 3rd attempt, both of them unexpectedly suffered defeat. This result was actually anticipated. Su Zhao and Su Xingnian are both waiting for the opportunity for a 4th breakthrough. Judging from the characteristics of the spiritual energy fluctuations, it should be Mu Gao entering a critical stage. During the 3rd breakthrough, his internal injuries were relatively mild. Obviously, they used this period of reflection to regroup. Directly launched the 4th attempt. This is a typical stance of burning one's boats. For an ordinary 6th grade martial artist without the support of a faction, 4 breakthroughs are already the limit. As for the 5th breakthrough, it is simply a fantasy. Mu Gao is betting all his chips. Suja did not continue to pay attention. The duration of the breakthrough process is unpredictable. He certainly wouldn't want to waste the efficiency boost of getting twice the result with half the effort. However, the spiritual energy storm triggered by this high-grade breakthrough had already attracted the attention of all the teachers and students in the school. Which 6th grade practitioner is breaking through the bottleneck? And they're already at the final critical step. The success rate seems very high. Voices of discussion arose everywhere, mixed with whispers of confusion. Even the high-ranking experts of Nanhai Wuda were quite surprised. Throughout the entire school, apart from Su Zhao, perhaps only Su Xingnian was aware. At this moment, fine beads of sweat appeared on Su Xingnian's forehead. Whether the Pill Academy can add high-grade combat power depends on this critical moment. As time passed, Su Xingyan realized he could no longer continue to hide the truth. This is a high grade 1 supported by the foundation of our Pill Academy. Of course, a lot of credit also goes to Suja, because he obtained quite a few good things from the hands of the 2 7th grade Wilderness Clan members earlier.
This is already Mu Gao's 4th breakthrough. So Su Xingyan chose to reveal a part of it while hiding the matter about Tian Hongliang.
Many high-ranking individuals suddenly came to a realization. It turns out Suja sponsored quite a lot of resources, no wonder someone in the Pill Academy managed to break through. One must know that resources for high-ranking breakthroughs are extremely scarce.
So, seeing someone break through, it's only natural to ask. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be someone from the Alchemy Academy. Regarding this, the other academies could only feel envy and jealousy, because their academy didn't have someone like Suja. Why didn't we see Suja's potential back then? This is something that has made countless high-ranking students from other academies regret.
Many people are well aware of Suja's previous experiences.
In order to stay at Nanhai Martial Arts University, he chose the Alchemy Academy, which was relatively easier to get into. About a month later, with another surge of a spiritual energy storm, a 7th grade aura burst forth wildly. I successfully broke through. Mu Gao stepped into the sky, his face revealing immense excitement as he spoke.
At this moment, many people from the South Sea Martial Arts University also came out one after another to look at this figure. Many people may not be familiar with Mu Gao, but that does not prevent him from being a mentor at Nanhai Martial Arts University.
Boom!
Many students of Nanhai Martial Arts University are also delighted that the school has gained a high-ranking figure.
This is mainly because Mu Gao entered seclusion after reaching the peak of the 6th rank.
He has not been involved much in the affairs of the school.
This has led to recent generations of students having little understanding of Mu Gao.
As for the loss of composure of this mentor after breaking through, many mentors can also understand, if they were to step into a higher rank, then they might be even more excited than this mentor, not necessarily. At this moment, many high-ranking individuals in the school also came out. As time passed, many high-ranking individuals also concluded their visits. So things returned to normal, and at this moment, the number of high-ranking individuals in the school was quite significant.
Xiaomu, congratulations on stepping into the high ranks.
Years of pursuit, finally fulfilling a long-cherished wish.
This time, I must treat everyone. Many high-ranking individuals are quite familiar with Mu Gao, but there isn't much formality. Alright, no problem. Mu Gao spoke up without any hesitation.
Because he himself was very excited, after all, this was of high quality. However, Mu Gao quickly noticed that a figure was missing from the crowd.
Dean, where is Vice Dean Su? Mu Gao couldn't help but ask directly.
You must know that this time it was all because of Suja. He only had 2 breakthrough opportunities. Otherwise, if he had to rely on his own accumulation, who knows how long it would take. Especially this breakthrough, a large part of the reason was due to consecutive breakthroughs. It allowed him to grasp that particular feeling. Successfully connecting with the power of heaven and earth, stepping into the ranks of high-grade martial artists. Under normal circumstances, even the resources for a single breakthrough are hard to come by.
Not to mention saying it twice. Su Xingyan stood to the side, a smile on his face.
He didn't steal Mu Gao's thunder.
Unexpectedly, the first thing Mu Gao did was inquire about Suja. However, it is understandable. After all, even he admitted that Mu Gao's successful breakthrough was thanks to Suja. Suja is currently in seclusion.
He just acquired a large amount of resources.
Su Xingyan spoke slowly. Then he recounted the events at the Xin base from some time ago. Mu Gao's face showed a look of shock.
It was clear he hadn't expected Suja to confront an 8th grade level with a 7th grade realm. Previously, he thought that at least his level was on par with the opponent. If they were to fight, it shouldn't be too embarrassing. Now it seems he was overthinking.
It's simply too monstrous, no longer measurable by the 7th rank.
The high-ranking individuals present shared the same shock as Mu Gao. They were equally astonished when they first heard the news. As Mu Gao stepped into the ranks of the high-ranking,
the Pill Academy has now added 2 high-ranking members. Other academies are indeed somewhat behind.
The high-ranking members of other academies are all considering whether they should reveal some of their foundation
to let the 6th rank peak members of the academy attempt a breakthrough. We can't fall too far behind the Pill Academy.
If Suja stepping into the high grade was an accident, relying solely on extraordinary talent, then Mu Gao is a typical example of steady growth, previously just an ordinary 6th grade. Many of the 6th grade students in their academy had defeated Mu Gao before.
But this matter is not so easy.
The number of 6th grade members in each academy far exceeds that of the Alchemy Academy. Even with breakthrough resources, distribution is still a challenge. In short, this matter is not simple.
South Sea Martial Arts University has once again experienced a spiritual energy storm. Is someone about to break through to a high rank again?
This time, the entire faculty and student body were stunned.
Even the high-rank experts were left dumbfounded. Old Su, could it be from your pill refining academy again? Vice Principal Tang Guangtu asked directly. Half a month later. Although other academies had considered it, they had yet to take action. He had been keeping an eye on the recent movements of each college. However, the previous anomalies were unknown to him. After all, during that period, Su Xingyan was in charge of school affairs. What the Alchemy College did remains unclear to outsiders. Vice Principal Tang, how did you know? Isn't there also Tian Hongliang, who is just a step away from reaching the 7th rank? Su Xingyan said calmly. Even if a high-rank breakthrough is something not worth paying attention to. That's right, he learned from Su Zhe. Previously, he was provoked by Su Zhe, and now it's his turn to provoke other high-rankers in the school. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of the other high-rankers in the academy changed. They had originally been hesitating about whether to bring out some resources to let the 6th rank attempt a breakthrough. Now, the decision has been completely made. Because Tian Hongliang has clearly reached a critical moment, with a high possibility of achieving a breakthrough. In other words, the Pill Academy is about to gain another high-grade member? Although in terms of the number of low and mid-grade members, other academies surpass the Pill Academy. However, in terms of the number of high-grade individuals, the Alchemy Academy has already far surpassed the other 2 academies. The high-grade individuals of the 3 academies have existed since the founding of South Sea Martial Arts University. At that time, the number of high-grade individuals in the 3 academies was roughly the same. Now, however, the Alchemy Academy has suddenly gained 3 more. This made it really hard for the other academies to save face. Moreover, the Alchemy Academy is considered a half-combat, half-support academy. It is not a purely combat-focused academy. Compared to the solemnity of the higher-ranking members of other academies, Principal Yu Xiong and Vice Principal Tang Guangtu, a rather pleasant expression was on his face. An increase in high-quality talent is ultimately a cause for celebration. No matter which academy they come from, they ultimately belong to South Sea Martial Arts University. As for the competition between academies, they simply turn a blind eye. After all, this is each academy utilizing its own foundation. They are not in a position to say much. What's more, this is a good thing if other academies can also produce 2 high-grade individuals. The number of high-grade individuals at South Sea Martial Arts University is even comparable to top-tier martial arts universities. Maybe we can even overtake them. In the current evaluation of martial arts university's strength, the number of high-grade practitioners is still an important standard. Naturally, they hope to have as many high-grade practitioners as possible. Another half-month later, Tian Hongliang's 7th grade aura swept across the campus. He successfully completed the breakthrough. This time, the breakthrough speed was even faster than Mu Gao's. Really broke through. Another high-grade master has emerged at Nanhai Martial Arts University. The entire Nanhai Martial Arts University erupted in cheers once again. Because this is indeed a great event. For the students, the breakthrough of a high-grade expert can bring auspicious energy. The school will also distribute resource red envelopes to all students. Receiving red envelopes twice in a short period, the students are naturally overjoyed. The stronger the school, the more confident the students are outside. Today, Daxia is structured by 3 major forces. They are the Daxia Military, the Daxia Martial Arts University Alliance, and the Martial Artist Family's Martial Arts Schools. Among them, Daxia Martial Arts University is divided into multiple institutions. Each martial arts university is an independent academic faction, occupies an important position in Daxia. There is also personnel overlap among the 3 major forces. Some strong individuals both teach at Martial Arts University and come from martial arts families. There are also officers who have studied martial arts in martial arts schools. In short, the relationships are intricate and tangled. Su Zhe, who is in seclusion, is completely unaware of this grand event. Dean Su Xingyan is secretly glad that he allowed Su Zhe to make his own choice back then. Otherwise, there would be one less strong individual achieving a breakthrough this time. Although Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang owed many resources and favors for this, breaking through the realm would be well worth it. While the entire school was celebrating, Su Zhe's cultivation had reached a critical juncture. At the same time, It had been 2 full months since he entered seclusion.
In the first month, relying on the talent of achieving twice the result with half the effort,
Suzhi cultivated the 8th grade Dao body to perfection.
He also acquired a new ability midway.
Unfortunately, it was of little help in improving his cultivation. Suzhi didn't mind.
At this moment, he was just one step away from the 8th rank.
Special abilities were no longer the key. Another month of arduous cultivation passed. The 8th grade Dao body is completely perfected. Just waiting for the official promotion. Half a month after Tian Honglian's breakthrough, the vast power of heaven and earth converges at South Sea Martial Arts University. Like a torrent, it poured into Suzhi's retreat. Breaking through again? This time it's even more dramatic than the last.
The students' faces were filled with excitement. After all, this is clearly a sign of a high-grade breakthrough. Many high-grade powerhouses, influenced by the forces of heaven and earth, were forced to come out of seclusion even if they were in closed-door cultivation.
The many high-grade experts at South Sea Martial Arts University initially did not react.
Because Suzhi's specific cultivation level and seclusion situation were only known to Su Xingyan. Although many people on campus are not clear about Suzhi's situation. Even though Suzhi once defeated an 8th grade opponent as a 7th grade, it is ultimately not as convincing as Su Xingyan and others witnessing it firsthand. However, all the high-ranking individuals' gazes unanimously turned to Su Xingyan. After all, the previous 2 sensations were both caused by the Alchemy Academy, most likely related to Su Xingyan again.
Principal Lin Yuxian's gaze also carried a sense of inquiry. Facing everyone's attention, Su Xingyan's lips curved slightly. No need to make a fuss. It's just that Su was about to advance to the 8th rank. He deliberately spoke in a casual tone. This feeling of being in the spotlight was truly wonderful. Before the words had even faded, the entire room fell into dead silence. No one had expected the one to break through would be Suzhi. It should be noted that it has been less than a year since he advanced to the 7th rank.
Cough.
Suddenly, someone felt that a lifetime of cultivation had become a joke. Especially those 7th rank experts, whose cultivation originally far surpassed Suzhi. Yet at this moment, they have been overtaken. Many high rankers fell into silence, clearly deeply affected.
Those who had reached the 8th rank appeared slightly calmer.
But they couldn't help feeling worried deep down. Perhaps they too would be surpassed before long.
This breakthrough has made the departments increasingly restless. Previously, the school exchanged quite a few high-grade resources. With the new year approaching, Daxia has allocated another batch of high-grade materials. Once Suzhi finishes his retreat, we can discuss the distribution plan.
Principal Yu Xiong announced at the right moment. Over the past year, Nanhai Wuda has accumulated abundantly.
Due to frequent wars, it was inconvenient for high-ranking individuals to remain in seclusion for long periods.
The stockpile of resources has never been utilized.
The situation on the South China Sea battlefield has stabilized.
High-ranking individuals taking turns for short-term retreats is no longer an issue.
This type of strategic reserve should also be put to use. If resources cannot be converted into combat power, they are ultimately just dead assets. As the principal's words fell, a gleam of brilliance flashed in the eyes of the high-ranking experts present.
Since Suzhi's rise, Nanhai Martial Arts University has indeed benefited greatly. Many high-ranking experts sighed with emotion. Suzhi's importance to Nanhai Martial Arts University is self-evident.
The power of heaven and earth continued to pour in for 3 whole days. The teachers and students had long grown accustomed to it. Many students simply entered the Nanhai stronghold to cultivate.
As long as you're wearing the school uniform, you can cultivate anywhere on the grounds.
Fortunately, Suzhi finally completed his breakthrough at this moment.
With the breakthrough completed, the celestial phenomenon dissipated, and the spiritual energy concentration returned to normal.
However, Suzhi was not as excited as Mu Gao was during his breakthrough.
Breaking through to the 8th rank was already part of his plan.
At this moment, he appeared calm instead.
The 8th rank is indeed far more formidable than the 7th.
Suzhi opened his eyes and murmured softly. Previously, he had briefly reached the 8th rank level with the aid of external power.
But ultimately, it was only a temporary borrowing of external force.
Now that he has truly established himself at the 8th rank, he finally understands its profound mysteries. After the breakthrough, he did not immediately leave seclusion.
Still consolidating the new realm.
The fleeting aura of the 8th grade was still captured by the strong individuals within the school.
This was the first reaction of all high-grade experts.
Even though everyone had long believed that Suzhi could not fail. After all, this person is a prodigy who can defy the odds of a 7th rank defeating an 8th rank. The probability of failure in breaking through is almost zero. But without witnessing it firsthand, it always feels unsubstantiated.
Now, everything has finally settled. Less than a day's time. Got it.
The Grandmaster list has moved Suja from the top of the 7th rank to the 8th rank sequence. Even more striking is that he immediately entered the mid-tier upon reaching the 8th rank.
Capable of fighting 8th rank while still at 7th rank. Once one truly steps into the 8th rank, their combat power will undoubtedly become even more terrifying. The exact strength is probably known only to the individual.
This is the official commentary from the Grandmaster ranking. The change in the ranking instantly drew attention from all sides in Daxia.
Has that prodigy from the Southern Sea really stepped into the 8th rank of martial arts? This cultivation speed is terrifyingly fast. Advancing to the 9th rank probably won't take much time either.
As the news spread, the martial artists of Great Xia couldn't help but marvel once again.
Recently, Nanhai Martial Arts University has been in the spotlight. Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang both advanced to high ranks, making it onto the Grandmaster list.
The emergence of two newly promoted high-rankers from the same institution had already drawn significant attention.
This time, Suja's rapid rise to the 8th rank was quickly revealed.
All because the Grandmaster Ranking Statistics Department had set up monitoring equipment at Nanhai Martial University. After the breakthrough fluctuation triggered the alarm, the staff immediately contacted the school to verify.
Suja's breakthrough was destined to be no secret, and the school did not attempt to conceal it.
At this moment, Nanhai Martial University urgently needed to enhance its reputation. Let the entire Great Xia see the potential of this martial arts academy. Especially with this year's martial arts exam approaching. Announcing Suja's breakthrough will greatly benefit recruitment. As for the potential risks, the school had already prepared a comprehensive plan. 10 days later, Suja, whose realm had stabilized, officially emerged from seclusion.
High-ranking experts within the school gathered upon hearing the news. After all, the 8th grade realm made the status of this young dean even more transcendent. Dean Su has finally come out of seclusion?
Your ranking in the 8th grade sequence of the Grandmaster list is quite high. The high-ranking individuals exchanged warm pleasantries. Suja, who had just emerged from seclusion, appeared slightly startled. He immediately understood that the aura from his breakthrough had alarmed everyone.
Was there anything important during my retreat? He asked casually.
This retreat had taken quite a long time. Although it doesn't compare to the years of arduous cultivation of some high-ranking individuals, it was already one of his rare long retreats. There have been quite a few major events recently.
2 new high-ranking members have joined the Alchemy Academy.
Your contributions to this are indispensable. The words of the crowd carried a tone of respect.
Facing the reverent attitude of a 7th rank expert,
Suja felt slightly uncomfortable.
In the past, everyone interacted as equals.
Now that strength has surged, relationships naturally change.
He said no more.
Such are the laws of the martial world. The strong are revered, and strength speaks.
But soon, Suja sighed.
Unexpectedly, both Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang succeeded in breaking through. Previously, Suja thought protecting 2 out of 3 would be enough. He didn't expect such a pleasant surprise.
Both of them succeeded, which is indeed great.
Before Suja could react, he was taken by many high-ranking members of the school to a meeting. At this moment, Yu Xiong, Su Xingyan, and others were already waiting in the conference room.
Principal, what's going on here? Suja was still a bit confused. These 7th rank ones have been waiting impatiently. Just hoping for you to come out of seclusion.
Yu Xiong explained with a light laugh. The large amount of resources accumulated by the school all need to wait for Suja to come out of seclusion to make decisions.
Many high-ranking individuals are naturally anxious. After the principal's explanation, Suja suddenly understood.
The reason those 7th rank individuals were polite to him before also had something to do with this. I didn't expect the school to specifically wait for him to make the decision. It seems his opinion is indeed very important. Suja didn't hesitate much and directly sat in the seat below Su Xingyan. The other high-ranking seats had already been arranged. Only this seat was left waiting for him to take.
With Suja's current strength, although he sits among the 8th rank and his position is lower than Su Xingyan. Among all the 8th rank in the school, apart from Vice Principal Tang Wantu, no one dares to claim they can definitely defeat him. However, if Suja knew the thoughts of these 8th rank individuals, he would probably laugh. The combat power he displayed far exceeded reality, relying more on amplification methods. Without the combat power amplification, he would only be slightly stronger than an ordinary 8th grade. After all, compared to a genius 8th grade, his own aptitude indeed still has a gap. In the past year, South Sea Martial Arts University is entering an important period of development. First of all, we must thank Vice Dean Su Zhou and all the faculty and students for their contributions. Yu Xiong began with a serious expression. The school placed Su Zhou in the spotlight because half of the credit is related to him. For example, bringing back 2 high-grade corpses of the Wasteland tribe. Although Su Zhou received Spirit Stone rewards, this does not erase his achievements. There is also the matter of facilitating the advancement of 2 newly promoted high-grade individuals. After Mu Gao and the other person broke through, Su Xingyan had already disclosed all the details publicly. Only then did everyone realize that Su Zhe not only provided precious 7th grade resources but also lent a large amount of high-grade materials to help the 2 make a breakthrough. It should be noted that if these resources were exchanged for cultivation materials, they would amount to an astronomical figure. Yet Su Zhe displayed extreme selflessness. As a result, the entire school held him in very high regard. Although Su Zhe now only holds a concurrent position at the Alchemy Academy. For most people, this is already enough. Yu Xiong insisted on waiting for Su Zhe to arrive before discussing the allocation of high-grade resources, precisely for this reason. He quickly reported the total amount of resources the school had acquired over the past year. Some of the resources were issued by the Daxia official authorities. The settlement time for high-grade resources is earlier than that for lower grades. This is mainly to avoid a backlog of subsequent work. At the time of settlement, Su Zhe's contribution ranking was only in the mid-range of the 7th grade, which was indeed somewhat regrettable. However, by the time of settlement next year, the school will be able to secure more resource quotas. After all, there is a significant difference in the resource allocation base between grade 7 and grade 8. Even the newly promoted grade 7 practitioners, Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang, were not included in this year's statistics. Even so, the total resources of Nanhai Martial University this year are still several times that of previous years. The main increase comes from the spoils of that critical battle in the South China Sea battlefield. Due to the abundance of total resources, the school has decided to raise the allocation standards. Yu Xiong calmly announced. All high-rank individuals have received resource quotas sufficient to meet their annual cultivation needs. This news greatly uplifted the spirits of the high-rank individuals present. Many at the peak of the 7th rank have the potential to break through the threshold of the Dao body realm. Ordinary 7th rank individuals also have the opportunity to achieve minor breakthroughs. Principal, is there a mistake with my quota? Su Zhe couldn't hide his astonishment. He was still at the 7th rank during the settlement. Previously, selling the beast's corpse had already earned him Spirit Stone compensation. Originally, I only planned to receive the basic resource quota. Unexpectedly, I ended up obtaining the complete 8th grade cultivation resources. As a formal member of this school, this is well deserved. Yu Xiong responded firmly. Putting aside his contributions, Su Zhe's potential alone is worth investing in. Even if he achieves nothing, the school would never cut back on his resource allocation. The reason is clear. Su Zhe is the closest among all 8th grade students in the school to reaching the 9th grade. Even though he only broke through recently. But the terrifying cultivation speed has already set multiple records. The other 8th grade practitioners present consider themselves separated from the 9th grade realm by an insurmountable gap. Only Su Zhe gave everyone a glimpse of hope. Not only Su Zhe, but newcomers Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang also received full resources. Although they are newly promoted to the 7th rank. They have been teaching at the school for many years and have deep insights. High-rank resources have always been scarce compared to demand. This generous allocation completely exceeded expectations. Over the past year, Nanhai Martial Arts University has indeed accumulated abundant resources. For Su Zhe and others, they are naturally pleased to see the school grow and thrive. Martial arts universities are numerous within Daxia. The abundance of resources in some institutions inevitably means a scarcity of resources in others. It is not easy for Nanhai Martial University to rank among the top tier. Even though the current number of high-grade individuals is close to the level of first-class martial universities. Once this generation of strong individuals exhausts their lifespan, the number of high-grade individuals in the new generation is hard to predict. In contrast, traditional strong schools can continuously cultivate high-grade individuals thanks to their profound foundation. This is precisely the core gap between Nanhai Wuda and the established prestigious schools. However, building a strong foundation is by no means an easy task. It requires decades or even centuries of accumulation. Nanhai Wuda has only been established for 20 years. The existing top-tier Wuda's school history is at least twice as long. Although resources will be abundant in the coming year. But we cannot allow all high-ranking members to retreat for cultivation.
Everyone is aware of the situation on the South Sea battlefield.
No one can predict when the Wildlands tribe will strike back.
Yu Xiong's reminder made everyone nod. They understood that the South Sea defense line still needed to be guarded.
They could not rely entirely on the Daxia army.
Even though the principal himself has reached the peak of the 9th rank, he also faces the need to go into seclusion to break through. After all, those who reach the limit of the 9th rank must always attempt to strive for a higher realm. The high-ranking individuals present all expressed their understanding of the principal's decision. If it were them, they would make the same decision. However, most people, after receiving resources, are eager to retreat and break through.
Not everyone is willing to continue guarding the front line. The South Sea defense line is under my responsibility to guard. Su Zhi volunteered.
He had just recently broken through to the 8th rank, and it was unlikely for him to reach the 9th rank in the short term.
He had also never participated in garrison tasks at strongholds before.
In the past, other high-ranking individuals took turns on duty, and he was never forced to take part.
Moreover, guarding the battlefield does not hinder cultivation.
Many 8th rank powerhouses prefer to cultivate on the myriad races battlefield.
The reason is simple. 8th rank advancing to 9th rank requires comprehending complete laws. All things in the world follow rules and trajectories. The origin of the world is even formed through the evolution of rules. But in the blue star plane, the rule system is stable and hard to shake.
The battlefield of all races is different. These newly formed plane laws have not yet taken shape. The difficulty of comprehension has been greatly reduced.
I'll join in guarding as well. As Su Zhi spoke, Su Xingyan also responded in a deep voice.
As a martial artist who has reached the 8th rank, Su Xingyan deeply understands the difficulty of breaking through, even with abundant resources at his disposal. As a high-grade alchemist, Su Xingyan never had to worry about a lack of resources.
He could even occasionally earn some extra income.
Apart from accepting private commissions, the orders from the Daxia military are the main focus. The internal website specifically for high-grade alchemists is open year-round. As long as they have free time, they can take orders at any time. Throughout Daxia, high-grade alchemists are still in great demand.
In terms of financial resources, Su Xingyan can be considered the wealthiest person at Nanhai Martial Arts University.
This is precisely why he did not stop Su Zhi from equally distributing the resources to Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang.
After all, he has the strength to back it up.
When the two of them expressed their stance one after another.
Alright, it will be a tough time for you all.
Yu Xiong pondered for a moment before making a decision.
At present, Su Zhi and Su Xingyan are indeed the best candidates.
Although Su Zhi has deep-seated grievances with the Wild Plains tribe. But now his strength is far beyond what it used to be.
There is also security assurance.
Only 2 9th-grade members of the Wasteland tribe can pose a threat to Su Zhi.
As long as Su Zhi doesn't actively court disaster, it's not so easy for him to fall.
What's more, the South Sea stronghold also has Yang Liqing, a 9th-grade expert, holding the fort. In critical moments, they can even employ their trump card techniques. Previously, when Yu Xiong was in long-term seclusion, the South Sea stronghold remained perfectly safe.
The high-ranking individuals present cast grateful glances at the two. With 2 8th-rank experts overseeing, the 7th-rank martial artists could cultivate and retreat in peace.
May these resources help you transform and rise anew. As the meeting concluded, Yu Xiong offered his heartfelt blessings.
After the meeting, everyone did not leave immediately. The high-ranking martial artists were still exchanging insights. Even Su Zhi seized the opportunity to seek advice from Yu Xiong.
After all, the entire Nanhai Martial Arts University had only this one 9th-rank expert. Only he has fully completed the path of advancement to the 8th rank. Yu Xiong is also the strongest person Su Zhi can currently come into contact with.
Although Su Zhi yearned to gain more cultivation experience of the 9th rank and even beyond.
But upon careful thought, it was clear how difficult that would be. The 9 grades of the Great Xia are already rare, and those above the 9th grade are even more unattainable for him. Even if he reaches the higher grades, Su Zhi would still have no connection with those strong individuals above the 9th grade.
Thus, he can only seek guidance from this principle.
The core of 8th grade cultivation lies in tempering the strength of the Tao body and spiritual power. One must reach the realm of merging with heaven and earth. At this point, it becomes easier to comprehend the laws. The power of heaven and earth mobilized by an 8th grade peak is at least 10 times that of a 7th grade. However, there are indeed prodigies who can comprehend the laws ahead of reaching the 8th grade.
Anyone capable of this is undoubtedly a person of extraordinary talent and brilliance.
The earlier you comprehend the principles, the more beneficial it is for improving your cultivation. Yu Xiong patiently explained to Suja.
He even gifted his own cultivation notes to the other party.
In fact, every time someone in the school advanced to the 8th rank, he always shares this unique insight.
Nanhai Martial Arts University has always been troubled by the issue of succession.
Only a 9th grade expert can shoulder this responsibility. Unfortunately, the potential of the existing 8th grade martial artists is nearly exhausted. Breaking through the 9th grade is as difficult as climbing to the heavens for them.
Tang Wantu, who was once highly anticipated, is still stuck in the late 8th grade. There is still a significant gap to the 9th grade.
Whether he can break through remains unknown. The comprehension of the laws cannot be forced.
Suja's rise finally gave Yu Xiong hope.
Compared to veteran 8th grade experts like Su Xingyan, Suja is clearly more likely to achieve a breakthrough.
After the consultation ended,
Suja obtained some necessary supplies from the school, preparing to take them to the South Sea battlefield. Although he could refine the purple spirit pill himself. After advancing to the 8th rank, however, the efficacy of this pill had become insufficient.
It could barely be used during the 7th rank. The 8th rank is already stretched thin.
Before departure, it's necessary to send a message to the family.
Communication will be restricted after entering the South Sea stronghold.
After all, the battlefield and the present world are like two different realms. The battlefield of 10,000 races is essentially an independent small world.
Suja did not travel with Su Xingyan, choosing to set off first.
The main reason is that Dean Su still needs to handle handover matters. Many affairs of the Alchemy Academy require his personal arrangement. All previous work was handled by him. Heading to the battlefield to station naturally requires proper arrangements. Fortunately, the Academy currently has a decent number of high-grade individuals. In addition to Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang, who are both 7th grade, there are 3 other 7th grade individuals stationed. The overall combat strength configuration is already considerable. Unfortunately, a 7th grade cultivator has almost no ability to fight back against those above the 7th grade. Now that Suja has reached the 8th grade, he can easily suppress his former self.
The dean will most likely entrust it to Mu Gao or Tian Hongliang.
Suja secretly speculated. The other 7th grade cultivators all need to go into seclusion. Only Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang have just recently broken through. They certainly won't go into seclusion in the short term. Even if these 2 7th grade individuals hold resources in their hands, they would not rush to enhance their strength. Just like when Suja had just broken through to the 8th grade.
Without special opportunities, he should currently be stabilizing his realm.
The reason is very simple. When Su Xingyan arrives at the South Sea battlefield, he can ask in person to find out. Suja was the first to step into the spatial passage. Now, he is a well-known figure on the South Sea battlefield. The veteran soldiers on the battlefield lit up with excitement when they saw that figure.
Suja is back on the battlefield again. Could it be another great war is about to break out? Voices of discussion rose one after another, filled with intense curiosity.
At this moment, the news of Suja advancing to the 8th rank had yet to spread. After all, many people have just returned to work after their annual leave. During the Spring Festival, many martial artists take turns to return to their hometowns.
The Daxia military also implements a rotation system. It happens to coincide with the defense rotation gap.
Some of the recently returned teams are still unaware. However, in the eyes of everyone on the South Sea battlefield, Suja is already considered top-tier combat power. 7th grade martial artists are already few and far between here. Suja noticed the fervent gazes of the crowd, but paid no attention. Went straight to find the military 9th rank stationed at the South Sea stronghold.
Yang Licheng.
Although there had been contact before, but it was the first time the two had an official face-to-face conversation.
Commander Yang, I represent the South Sea Martial Arts University to guard the stronghold.
Suja spoke first. His tone carried a sense of respect.
Didn't expect it to be you holding the fort. Yang Licheng showed a look of surprise.
He had long known that Nanhai Wuda was going to replace its guardian. The high-ranking officials stationed there previously had all been withdrawn.
But unexpectedly, the visitor turned out to be Suja.
After all, he knew how important Suja was to Nanhai Wuda. Fortunately, Yang Licheng quickly remembered that the other party had already been promoted to the 8th rank. As a 9th rank member of the military, he naturally had special channels to maintain contact with the outside world.
Major news is never delayed.
The sensational event of Suja's promotion to the 8th rank was, of course, already well known. The entire martial arts community of Great Xia was shaken by it. Suja's promotion speed is truly astonishing.
Even Yang Licheng had to admit it.
Back then, his own cultivation speed was worlds apart from this young man's.
Senior Yang, I am also a member of the South Sea Martial Arts University. Coincidentally, many high-ranking martial artists also need to go into seclusion. Suja spoke with a relaxed expression.
Fortunately, the South Sea Martial Arts University and the Daxia military, led by Yang Licheng, have jointly guarded the battlefield for many years.
There's no need to be overly formal.
Yang Licheng had not expected that he would be the one to guard it.
This is also reasonable.
After all, it wouldn't be too late to come to the battlefield at the late or even peak stage of the 8th rank. However, Suja personally heading to the battlefield right after breaking through is somewhat unexpected. It seems that Nanhai Martial Arts University is about to usher in a new round of improvement. Yang Licheng spoke slowly, his tone filled with undisguised admiration. Although he came from the Daxia military, resources were equally scarce, which was an unavoidable reality. High-grade resources were already rare, and the supply of mid- and low-grade resources was even more insufficient. The troops guarding the South Sea battlefield were counted in the tens of thousands.
The daily resource consumption can be described as astronomical.
To ensure the training needs of his subordinates,
Yang Licheng frequently applied for allocations from the Southern Border Governor's Office.
It's inevitable to feel a bit envious of the students at South Sea Martial Arts University. Although it was known that this martial arts academy was not well off in the past.
But times are different now. Senior Yang, may I ask what the regulations are for guarding the South Sea?
Suja timely changed the topic and asked.
This is indeed his first time officially guarding the South Sea battlefield.
Although he had set foot there in the past,
it had no substantial connection to guarding the South Sea.
After all, the battlefield situation would not change because of his presence or absence,
even when advancing to the 7th rank.
On the high-rank battlefield, it is merely a supporting role. Although 2 7th-rank opponents were previously defeated, it was mostly due to chance and coincidence.
Now advancing to the 8th rank is entirely different.
An 8th-rank expert can dominate the battlefield if they gain the upper hand.
They are capable of influencing the direction of the battle.
After all, an 8th-rank expert can easily hunt down 7th-rank opponents once they free up their hands.
Guarding the South Sea is usually nothing special. Just consider this a special training ground.
You only need to stay ready for battle at all times and cannot completely isolate yourself. Yang Licheng explained the situation of the South Sea stronghold in detail.
This is precisely the most inconvenient aspect. Unable to fully devote oneself to cultivation.
Mid- and low-grade martial artists can still take turns in seclusion. High-grade martial artists, however, do not have this convenience. The already scarce high-grade combat power. Maintaining daily defense is already insufficient, let alone rotations.
This South China Sea commander provided a rather detailed explanation.
If it weren't for Suja advancing to the 8th rank and showing astonishing potential, Yang Licheng might not have explained so meticulously.
After all, Suja has the entire Nanhai Martial Arts University backing him. It is always beneficial to establish goodwill in advance. Exchanging resources and the like, we might even discuss cultivation methods in the future.
Similar to Su Xingnian, Yang Licheng also found it difficult to predict when Suja would advance to the 9th rank.
But his intuition told him it wouldn't be long.
After all, Suja had repeatedly defied the skeptics' predictions. Before parting, Yang Licheng arranged a quiet room for Suja.
The concentration of spiritual energy in the room was no less than that of the high-grade training rooms at Nanhai Martial Arts University. This can be considered generous treatment in the resource-scarce South China Sea outpost. Buildings in the South China Sea outpost are generally low. The tallest structures are no higher than the city walls, as high-rise buildings are easy targets for attacks.
Therefore, it is difficult to achieve individual living spaces per capita here.
Most houses are primarily allocated to the Daxia garrison.
Some vacant rooms are used for external leasing. After all, foreign martial artists often operate in the South Sea battlefield.
Rent is also an important source of income for the base.
As for those martial artists who are stingy with spirit stones, they often meditate and cultivate in the open corners of the stronghold.
The effect is naturally far inferior to being indoors.
Therefore, this quiet room is already an excellent privilege.
A high-quality exclusive residence hides even more mysteries. Just as Suja expected.
Although this room is only a small space, the concentration of spiritual energy is 3 times that of the outside world.
It even surpasses the university's cultivation room.
The wall is also embedded with an advanced shielding formation.
Even high-level experts cannot probe the details.
Formation masters of the Great Xia are even rarer than high-level alchemists. The South Sea stronghold truly cost countless efforts. Suja sighed softly. From this, one can infer the myriad race pathways that opened even earlier. One can only wonder what kind of magnificent spectacle it must have been. After settling everything properly, Suja began a new round of ability extraction. Previously, it had been paused for over a month due to a critical breakthrough period. Moreover, stabilizing his realm required no additional ability support. The consumption of spirit stones over the past year could be described as massive, even making him feel slightly strained. Fortunately, I exchanged a large number of spirit stones before heading to the battlefield. The spirit stones obtained from the 2 high-grade wasteland tribe corpses earlier are nearly depleted. Fortunately, there is support from the high-grade marketplace and the school supplies. There are still some resources left suitable for 8th grade cultivation. Obtained Sword Bone Like a Dragon experience card, limited to 1 month, swordsmanship talent surpassing ancient prodigies. Gazing at the special talent card shimmering with multicolored radiance, Suja couldn't help but shake his head, as he primarily focused on the Way of the Blade. On second thought, he felt it might not be entirely useless. The Way of the Sword and the Blade share common principles. Moreover, he is not entirely without a foundation in swordsmanship. Drawing analogies might very well benefit his practice of the blade. Extraction successful. Why not give it a try? Anyway, this month is idle. Suja murmured softly, his words revealing a hint of eagerness to try. Moreover, this talent has other wonderful aspects. The most outstanding aptitude. Enough to make cultivation twice as effective. Unfortunately, it only lasts for 1 month, making a breakthrough in realms a mere luxury. Suddenly, I recalled that the South Sea base is not lacking in swordsmanship experts. For instance, Senior Yang, whom I just interacted with. Previously, during the intense battle, a glimpse was caught of their moves. In fact, there are quite a few in Daxia who practice the Way of the Sword. The number of those practicing with blades and swords is roughly equal, even if endowed with extraordinary talent. Suja is ultimately a beginner in swordsmanship. There is no need to deliberately seek guidance from others. Simply start studying from scratch. It is not intended to specialize in swordsmanship. Regard it as broadening your knowledge of martial arts. If you can draw inferences from it, that would be an unexpected delight. Subsequently, many martial artists at the various South Sea strongholds gradually noticed Suja's transformation. The main reason was that Suja would always step out of his room when practicing swordsmanship. The interior space of the room is indeed somewhat cramped. For swordsmanship practice, it inevitably feels restrictive. Suja has actually started practicing swordsmanship? I remember he previously specialized in blade techniques. The most crucial thing is, he seems to be practicing basic sword techniques? The faces of the onlooking martial artists were full of confusion, and they were discussing it fervently. Suja's actions were truly puzzling. It should be noted that his mastery of blade techniques was already quite impressive. Now, he suddenly switched to practicing swordsmanship. In fact, these discussions had already reached Suja's ears. The hearing of high-level martial artists is far sharper than that of ordinary people. Even without deliberately releasing spiritual power, they can clearly capture it. But Suja remained focused, completely indifferent to external opinions. The talent of Sword Bone Like a Dragon was indeed extraordinary. In a short time, he felt a rapid improvement in his swordsmanship. The morning of the 3rd day. A sharp sword intent burst forth from Suja's spiritual will. Mastery through analogy. Although it is unclear how the Way of the Sword benefits the Way of the Blade. Nevertheless, the current mastery of the Way of the Blade has indeed provided many insights for swordsmanship practice. Under the blessing of Sword Bone Like a Dragon, his mastery of swordsmanship could be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. The martial artists practicing swordsmanship around him sensed this sword intent and were all stunned on the spot. Comprehending sword intent in just 3 days? It should be noted that a few days ago, everyone clearly noticed. At that time, Suja's sword moves still appeared clumsy and unrefined. But now, in just the blink of an eye. From then on, the attention drawn by Suja's sword practice grew day by day. Numerous sword cultivators began to closely follow his cultivation progress. Every day, even before the first light of dawn appeared, the open space where he habitually practiced swordsmanship would already be surrounded by martial artists waiting to observe. What was even more surprising was that Suja was not stingy in offering guidance to others. In the process of imparting his insights, his own understanding of Kendo also grew increasingly profound. This level of talent is far more terrifying than expected. At first, Suja indeed had not anticipated this. It was originally intended to be a brief foray into the practice of swordsmanship. But now, progress has been rapid. Although catching up with the way of the blade may take some time,
it has already reached 70% proficiency.
This level is already quite high, at least surpassing the swordsmanship cultivation of most mid-grade martial artists. Unless encountering those exceptionally gifted swordsmanship prodigies. When Suja's sword practice at the South Sea base was about to become routine, the news of his promotion to the 8th grade finally spread throughout the entire base. The crowd gathering to watch grew even larger.
The questions raised by the crowd were no longer limited to the realm of swordsmanship. Do not forget, the warriors on the South Sea battlefield were not all from the academy system. There are also many self-taught practitioners from humble backgrounds.
These martial artists usually have no access to guidance from high-level experts.
The appearance of Suja, however, gave these self-taught practitioners hope. Suja did not reject this.
If these martial artists can improve their strength, it would naturally be a good thing.
Ultimately, the one to benefit would still be Great Xia.
This matter also brought him quite a bit of inspiration. He is considering whether to regularly organize academy-affiliated mid-grade martial artists to give lectures to rogue cultivators.
However, such matters can be entirely handled by Nanhai Martial Arts University.
There's no need to rush, it's not too late to discuss after the dean arrives. As time passed,
Su Xingnian's figure finally arrived late at the Nanhai base.
Previously, there were indeed numerous complicated matters to handle. He not only took on multiple commissions for refining high-grade elixirs. All of these need to be resolved one by one.
Although alchemy can also be performed within the stronghold. But the South Sea stronghold is ultimately not an ideal place for alchemy.
When Su Xingnian found Suja, he couldn't help but be stunned.
The crowd surrounding Suja was far larger than expected. What's going on here? A look of confusion appeared on his face. It was only after inquiry that the reason became clear.
This discovery unexpectedly led Su Xingnian and Suja to have the same thought. The group of rogue martial artists had long been neglected by Daxia,
always in an awkward situation where no one shows interest.
If Wuda University in the South Sea wants to expand its influence, this might not be a bad breakthrough point. Upon learning that Suja had recently switched to practicing swordsmanship, Su Xingnian's expression immediately turned peculiar. He clearly remembered that Suja had never been involved in swordsmanship before. In comparison, I have done some research on kendo. At this moment, Su Xingnian was not in a hurry.
Guarding the stronghold doesn't really depend on this bit of time.
He simply stopped to listen in on Suja's conversation with the rogue martial artist.
Who would have thought he had such eloquence?
Su Xingnian marveled as if he were meeting this colleague for the first time.
After all, during the routine teaching at Nanhai Wuda,
Suja had always been very reserved.
Fortunately, the Q&A session ended after about an hour.
Suja couldn't possibly spend all his time answering questions. Therefore, the time was strictly limited to 1 hour. For him, this was still within an acceptable range.
The Q&A session had just ended when Suja walked toward Su Xingnian.
In fact, he had already noticed Su Xingnian's arrival.
However, seeing that Su Xingnian hadn't sent a sound transmission to contact him, he naturally didn't rush to approach.
Horizontal and vertical, we have to stay at the stronghold for quite some time.
There will always be opportunities to communicate.
I didn't expect Su Xingnian to wait for so long.
Dean, I thought you would leave in a while. Suja got straight to the point.
The two had always been close, and their conversation was naturally casual. Usually, I don't see you taking on disciples or teaching.
Now, your guidance to everyone seems quite methodical. Su Xingnian spoke frankly about his confusion.
When students were mentioned, Suja's mind flashed with the image of Nan Xueqing. Since Nan Xueqing's return, there had been no further contact. Only a congratulatory message was received during his promotion to the 8th rank.
Suja did not pay much attention to this.
Originally, taking on a disciple was merely to trigger the disciple return mechanism. Indeed, it is truly difficult for rogue martial artists to cultivate.
Suja sighed lightly. Most of them lack background support. Can we make some moves within the rogue cultivator community? Su Xingnian's proposal made Suja glance sideways.
These words hit him right where it pleased him.
I have also considered this. Consider setting up off-campus auxiliary classes. Issuing special graduation certificates to independent cultivators who complete their studies. Even building dedicated forums and trading platforms. Suju explained his ideas point by point. Nanhai Wu University possesses channel resources.
Sharing a small portion with the scattered cultivator community is not a difficult task.
This move can also help Wu University accumulate prestige. It can also open up new channels of interest.
For example, it is difficult for rogue cultivators from different bases to exchange resources.
If Wuda can facilitate this matter,
it would benefit both the enhancement of influence and the development of rogue cultivators.
All belong to a win-win situation. Moreover, within the group of rogue cultivators, there is no shortage of late bloomers like Suja. Even if only 1 in 10,000 stands out. For Wuhan University, it's a guaranteed win. As Suja spoke, Su Xingyan's gaze grew increasingly bright.
Because he saw the opportunity for Nanhai Martial Arts University to catch up with the top martial arts universities.
Let's go. We'll take a leave and go back to talk to the principal. Su Xingyan did not hesitate, grabbed Suja's hand, and walked out while speaking.
Although stationed at the South Sea base, it does not mean he cannot leave when important matters arise.
It's just that the time spent outside cannot be too long. Generally speaking, it should not exceed half a day. Half a day is already enough. High-level martial artists can still handle many affairs.
If more time is needed, other high-level individuals can be asked to help take over.
Suja did not expect the dean to be so eager, but he still chose to follow.
Implementing the plan a day earlier would be more beneficial for the development of Nanhai Wu.
Yang Licheng did not intervene.
On one hand, the situation on the Nanhai battlefield has been stable recently. On the other hand, perhaps they do have something important.
Besides, the leave isn't very long. It's just a minor matter. Nanhai Martial Arts University.
Although Yu Xiong had the idea of secluding himself, he did not put it into action. Important matters such as new school year admissions all required his supervision. The Southern High School League is in full swing. Although it hasn't caused a nationwide sensation, it has captured the attention of the entire southern region.
Among them are geniuses from other regions. These top students are precisely the focus of competition among various martial arts universities.
Thanks to the rapid rise in the reputation of Nanhai Martial Arts University over the past 2 years, coupled with the significant improvement in the school's financial situation. Previously, the Southern Allied forces had unclear results on the Xian'an battlefield, but they indeed achieved significant gains on the South Sea battlefield. After the high-ranking strongman of the Wasteland tribe fell, the South Sea stronghold took the opportunity to eliminate a large number of mid- and low-ranking enemy forces.
As a participating party, South Sea Martial University received abundant spoils of war. The current admission conditions offered can now rival those of top-tier martial universities, and some benefits are even superior. This indeed attracted many geniuses to join.
When Yu Xiong saw Suju and Su Xingyan, he couldn't hide his surprise. These two should currently be guarding the South Sea stronghold.
Principal, there is an important matter that needs to be discussed. Su Xingyan spoke first.
Without waiting for Yu Xiong to ask, he fully repeated Suja's proposal.
Yu Xiong, who originally had a gentle expression, gradually became serious. He keenly realized that rogue martial artists are indeed a large group that has been overlooked. If this opportunity can be seized, Nanhai Wuda might achieve leapfrog development.
Yu Xiong immediately gathered many mid-level mentors.
They began to discuss the matter in detail.
The plan was mainly explained by Suja, while many mentors were responsible for taking notes.
For Suja, his mind is very active. After all, he has lived 2 lives. Nowadays, many people are part of the new generation born after the revival of spiritual energy. The current Great Xia is completely different from the time before the revival of spiritual energy. The thinking of most people is still limited.
Even though Suja had lived 2 lives, without status, it was difficult for him to make a difference. Now, however, it is different. As long as the plan proposed by Suja is practical and feasible,
the entire South Sea Martial Arts University will fully support. In a certain sense,
after advancing to the 8th rank, Suja's importance even surpassed Su Xingyan.
Although Su Xingyan is an 8th rank alchemist, but Suja represents the infinite possibilities of Nanhai Wuda's future.
Additionally, I suggest advancing this matter in secret.
If we make a big fuss, other martial arts universities will surely follow suit quickly.
During this time, we can completely seize the loose cultivator market in the southern region. If conditions permit, we can also expand to other regions.
You must know that many people still have a strong obsession with martial arts universities.
Suja added in conclusion.
Take Shin Xingyan as an example. Her obsession with martial arts universities is a typical case. The plan is easy to implement but also easy to replicate. It indeed requires strict confidentiality.
We can first conduct a preliminary screening of rogue martial artists.
Su Xingyan voiced his agreement. When the elimination system was first introduced, it was quickly imitated by various schools.
This time, the unofficial class must establish technical barriers. Yu Xiong nodded in agreement. He immediately arranged for mentors to go to various bases to carry out work. After all, rogue martial artists are mainly distributed across various bases.
After half a day of discussion,
Su Xingyan and Su Zhe set off to return to the South Sea stronghold.
They always remember their duty to guard.
As for the specific affairs of the unofficial class, they can be handled by mid-grade instructors.
High-grade martial artists simply don't have that much time.
What's more, the vast majority of rogue cultivators remain at the low-grade realm. Those who can advance to mid-grade among rogue cultivators are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns.
Its rarity even surpasses that of high-grade martial artists.
After all, truly talented rogue cultivators have long been recruited by major forces.
When dealing with most low-grade rogue cultivators, mid-grade mentors are more than sufficient. Less than half an hour.
Su Zhe and Su Xingyan have returned to the South Sea base.
Su Xingyan suddenly remembered something.
Su boy, I heard you've been studying Kendo recently?
Su Xingyan's gaze was intense, with a tone of inquiry in his voice.
Indeed, I have some insights into swordsmanship.
I've been practicing intermittently for over 20 days.
Su Zhe replied calmly. Although the sword bone like a dragon talent is about to expire. But the accumulated mastery of swordsmanship is already quite impressive.
Combined with his top-notch cultivation talent, his strength has further improved. This special ability, though unable to directly enhance cultivation, still stands as an excellent auxiliary skill. How about we spar a bit?
Suppress the realm to the 4th grade level.
Su Xingyan suggested enthusiastically.
A unique sharpness of a swordsman flickered in his eyes. In fact, hidden selfish motives. As Su Zhe was promoted to the 8th rank, even Su Xingyan, who is also at the mid-8th rank, does not dare to easily claim victory. After all, Su Zhe, who was at the 7th rank back then, could already fight across ranks against the 8th rank. Now that their levels are comparable, the outcome is even harder to predict. As an 8th grade martial artist specializing in alchemy, Su Xingyan admits his combat strength is inferior to battle-oriented prodigies. But in the field of swordsmanship, he has sufficient confidence. After all, he had immersed himself in swordsmanship for decades. His mastery could be described as at the Grandmaster level. It was only natural to want to regain some ground in his area of expertise.
Couldn't ask for more.
Su Zhe readily accepted the challenge. He was in need of real combat to break through his bottleneck. Recently, his swordsmanship had been improving at an astonishing pace, yet he encountered a hurdle. It must be noted that he possessed top-tier talent in the way of the sword. It is speculated to be caused by a rapid short-term increase. This competition was held at the Stronghold's martial arts arena.
The news couldn't be kept secret at all. The entire South Sea Stronghold has only this one arena,
exclusively for martial artists to compete or resolve disputes.
For example, when there is a dispute over the distribution of spoils, the best way is to step into the ring. The strong are revered.
Although there are some unfair aspects in stepping into the ring.
But where in the world is there so much fairness? From another perspective, this can also be considered a solution.
It can even motivate many martial artists to improve their own strength. Both of them are quite famous in the South Sea Stronghold. In a short time, the news spread throughout the entire stronghold. The South Sea prodigy is about to have a swordsmanship duel with Dean Su.
Both sides will suppress their cultivation to the 4th rank. An experienced grade 8 and a newly promoted grade 8, who will win?
As soon as the news broke, the martial artists immediately began to discuss it fervently.
However, most people still supported Su Xingyan. The reason is simple: this is a swordsmanship duel.
In this regard, this prodigy of the South Sea seems somewhat at a disadvantage. As more martial artists gathered, even Yang Liqing, the commander guarding the South Sea stronghold, made an appearance. It was evident that he was quite interested in this duel, though it was not a high-level duel in the true sense. But even with suppressed strength, this contest remains a height difficult for many South Sea martial artists to reach. For the high rankers stationed at the stronghold,
it is indeed an amusing matter.
Being suppressed to the 4th rank means it won't cause harm to the high rankers.
What's more, only Kendo can be used. Many high-ranking individuals are also happy to join in the fun.
After all, the entertainment options at the entire South Sea base are indeed limited.
For ordinary martial artists, life is even more unbearably dull.
Mid to high-grade martial artists are still accustomed to it. But being accustomed to it doesn't mean they like this monotony. Occasionally having some variety always brings joy to the mood. As for low-grade martial artists, there's naturally even less to say.
There are not many people who can endure monotony.
Therefore, apart from wartime, the Dacia military
basically adopts a rotation system. Personnel on the South Sea battlefield and in the rear are regularly rotated. Wartime is naturally a different matter. Now that there's excitement to watch, everyone naturally doesn't want to miss it. Countless martial artists have already gathered around the arena. Facing the onlookers, Su Xingyan and Su Jia didn't care much. The two directly had someone bring two wooden swords. After getting ready, Su Xingyan and Su Jia did not hesitate in the slightest. Su Xingyan, harboring a probing mindset, struck with utmost seriousness. Su Jia initially did not think too much. Responded rather casually, resulting in the sword move being suppressed on the spot. But as an 8th grade martial artist suppressed to the 4th grade, how could Su Jia be an ordinary fighter? Relying on his formidable mental cultivation and adaptability, he forcefully withstood the offensive. Fight! Is this old man Su serious? Su Jia secretly grumbled. Originally planned to take the opportunity to hone his swordsmanship. At this moment, he had no choice but to focus and respond, unleashing all the sword techniques he had painstakingly practiced for over a month. Even the sword intent that had been nurtured was unleashed without reservation. The sudden eruption of sword momentum actually forced Su Xingyan into a fluster. This kid's mastery of swordsmanship is actually this profound? He's only been practicing for just over 20 days? Su Xingyan secretly groaned in his heart. It wasn't just him, the high-ranking onlookers were equally shocked. The commotion caused by Su Jia's sword practice had already been heard of by the high-ranking individuals. After all, this matter had become a hot topic at the South Sea stronghold. The elites may often stay secluded, but their base is only a palm-sized territory. News naturally spreads quickly. Everyone originally thought Su Jia was just casually practicing. It is quite common for martial artists to train in multiple weapons. Who would have thought his swordsmanship had advanced to such a level? At this stage, even a mid-tier prodigy would find it hard to match. The most terrifying part is, from the moment he held the sword until now, it has been less than a month. Such talent is truly monstrous. The high-ranking individuals could only sigh in amazement. The South Sea outpost was mostly composed of elite experts from the Great Xia military, and they were previously unfamiliar with Su Jia. Only now did they realize the terrifying extent of this young man's talent. On the arena, Su Xingyan had already steadied his footing. In terms of swordsmanship foundation, he was ultimately superior. How could decades of immersion be compared to mere months of arduous practice? Gradually, he suppressed Su Jia's sword momentum. Su Jia, however, remained unfazed, madly absorbing insights into swordsmanship from the battle. The innate talent of the sword bone within the body, like a dragon, was once again awakened. Unknowingly, he entered a profound state of sudden enlightenment. Su Xingyan, who was fully focused on striking with his sword, was the first to notice something unusual. This kid has entered enlightenment again? Su Xingyan looked helpless and thought to himself. Could it be that he has some special ability? Why does every encounter with this kid trigger enlightenment? Although this time the enlightenment mainly involves swordsmanship, may not improve his cultivation much, but it still made him feel somewhat envious. It should be noted that previously, when faced with Su Jia's progress, Su Xingyan was still able to maintain a calm mindset. At this moment, however, his mentality was somewhat unbalanced. Although his emotions were surging, Su Xingyan still matched Su Jia's rhythm of enlightenment. After all, Su Jia's growth in strength was ultimately a good thing. Even if it was just sparring at the moment. The high-ranking spectators on the sidelines also noticed the anomaly, stunned for a moment before reacting. No one expected Su Jia to enter an epiphany state so easily. Many high-level practitioners never experience an epiphany in their entire lives. Yet Su Jia merely suppressed his cultivation to the 4th level to fight. While playing, they suddenly had an epiphany. After coming back to their senses, the high-ranking individuals sighed again. This talent is truly enviable. Not to mention Su Xingyan, even they felt a sense of imbalance. Actually, Su Jia himself was somewhat surprised. On second thought, it seemed reasonable. After all, he possessed the top-tier talent of sword bone like a dragon. Triggering an epiphany was only natural. Su Jia had no time to think deeply, seizing the fleeting moments of insight. The realm of swordsmanship continued to climb. At this moment, every move he made subtly aligned with profound mysteries. As time passed, he unexpectedly began to suppress Su Xingyan. It should be noted that there was previously a gap in swordsmanship between the two. Now, Su Jia actually seems to have the momentum to overtake. Su Xingyan felt a mix of emotions in his heart. Apart from high-ranking fighters, mid- and low-level martial artists were also closely watching the battle. They did not notice the anomaly of sudden enlightenment. However, they could see the change in the offensive and defensive stance.
Even in the state of sudden enlightenment, Suja still strictly adhered to the limitation of the 4th grade cultivation level.
This duel lasted for half an hour.
When Suja exited his state of enlightenment, the duel naturally came to an end.
The outcome itself no longer mattered.
Su Xingyan naturally wouldn't stop Suja from turning this enlightenment into his own foundation.
Although the arena battle was halted midway, no winner was determined. The martial artists watching had no objections to this. The level of strength displayed by Su Xingyan and Suja was convincing enough.
At least for most martial artists, this duel was exciting enough. Especially the special state Suja entered during his moment of enlightenment, which gave many sword cultivators some insights. Even without these, mid to low-grade martial artists dare not provoke high-grade beings.
The natural suppression formed by the gap in cultivation is far more awe-inspiring than imagined. Everyone dispersed to continue their cultivation.
10 days later,
Suja officially emerged from seclusion. This was merely a minor epiphany.
If not for the top-tier talent of Sword Bone like Dragon, the effect might not have been so remarkable. The monthly time limit was reached.
After the innate ability dissipated, Suja's aptitude returned to normal. He took the opportunity to end his secluded state. This epiphany was purely an unexpected delight.
Before stepping onto the arena, Suja had never dared to hope for the chance to trigger an epiphany. After all, such a mysterious state is something that can only be encountered, not sought.
Counting the 2 moments of epiphany, both were actually related to Su Xingyan. Could it be that this old man has a special aura? Suja pondered secretly. He was already planning to spar more with Su Xingyan in the future. The gains brought by sudden enlightenment far exceed expectations.
The mastery of swordsmanship has nearly reached 90% of the level of blade mastery. It must be noted that Suja's blade mastery had long since reached a profound realm. In comparison, the time spent practicing swordsmanship has been relatively short, and further progress in the later stages should have been increasingly difficult. This epiphany has significantly narrowed the gap. There has also been considerable progress in cultivation. Only half a step remains to reach the peak of the early 8th rank.
If another opportunity for epiphany arises, breaking through to the mid-8th rank is not impossible. Suja's soft words couldn't hide his anticipation.
Such thoughts are truly the norm for martial artists. Compared to hoping for sudden enlightenment, he looked forward more to the newly drawn talent ability. As the ability wheel spun, 7 colored lights suddenly burst forth. Obtained a reward for killing experience card. Killing living beings can yield random rewards. The stronger the target, the greater the reward. Limited to 1 month. Gazing at the description of the new ability, Suja's brows furrowed slightly. This ability seems to have astonishing potential. If given to low-level martial artists, it may help them grow rapidly. But for 8th grade martial artists, it seems somewhat awkward. To obtain high-quality rewards, one must emulate the ancients by fighting across levels. Targeting high-level ones. Extraction successful. As for creatures below high grade, Suja estimated that even if he killed them, not much good stuff would drop. Since he stepped into the 8th grade, there were already few things that caught his eye. There was another tricky problem. The battle of high quality is not easily triggered. Could it be that he has to charge alone toward the coastline? But he always remembered his duty to guard the South Sea stronghold. Without sufficient reason, the leave application would never pass approval. At this moment, it's too late to find an 8th grade replacement within the school. I discovered this during a brief return a few days ago. All 8th grade experts at South Sea Martial University have entered seclusion. Those deans of the Battle Weapon Academy immediately went into seclusion to cultivate as soon as they obtained resources. There was nothing Suja could do about it. In the end, he turned his gaze toward the South Sea battlefield. Initiate a major war? This thought swirled in his mind. Although it seems feasible, total war requires thorough preparation. Currently, half of the high-ranking individuals in the South Sea are still in seclusion. Rashly provoking a conflict is by no means a wise move. His gaze ultimately settled on the barbaric beast tribe. Only wild beasts can provide the space for execution. As for the wilderness tribe, no proper solution has been devised for now. But there is still ample time. The ability's effective period lasts for 30 days. Suja decided to first test the effects of this new ability. If it works well, it might solve the problem of the spirit stone shortage. With this in mind, he immediately took action. Relying on his 8th grade cultivation, he silently moved through the battlefield. Before taking action, do not forget to submit an outing report to Yang Licheng. It is normal for high-ranking martial artists to leave the stronghold,
especially since 8th grade experts need to travel extensively to comprehend the laws.
There is a tacit understanding of unwritten rules among high-ranking experts on the battlefield.
As long as covert actions remain undetected, the opponent usually won't pursue the matter. Moreover, the situation in the South China Sea is no longer what it used to be. The Wildlands tribe's offensive has sharply diminished after losing 2 high-ranking members.
Now they fear another surprise attack on their stronghold.
This created room for maneuver for Su Zhi. But Su Zhi still needed to plan how to take advantage of it.
While his thoughts were still churning, his figure had already appeared on the central battlefield. First, test the actual effect of the kill-reward mechanism.
He temporarily set aside complex schemes.
Only through actual combat can the potential gains of killing high-ranked opponents be assessed.
With his 8th rank cultivation, Su Zhi roamed the battlefield like a ghost. He secretly provided assistance during the battles between the Wilderness Tribe and the Stronghold warriors. For the warriors of the South Sea, the originally stalemated battle suddenly became unusually effortless. Only the warriors at the stronghold looked utterly confused. Their opponents would inexplicably drop dead at critical moments. Could it be that this Wasteland clan member has a hidden ailment? Did the hidden ailment suddenly flare up?
The warrior couldn't help but speculate, but more than that, he felt joy.
Because this was a trophy of war.
For many martial artists, being able to kill an opponent of the same level yields substantial rewards.
Especially for mid-grade martial artists, they can also obtain rewards corresponding to their grade. However, these martial artists are unaware that it was not due to the sudden outbreak of a hidden ailment among the Wilderness Tribe. It was Su Zhi who secretly manipulated things. To avoid revealing his identity, Su Zhi showed no interest in these spoils of war.
They were merely corpses below high grade. At this moment, Su Zhi was focused on examining the kill rewards. Kill a 3rd grade cultivator, reward 30,000 spirit stones.
Kill a 4th grade, gain a trace of mental power. Kill a 6th grade, reward a bottle of 6th grade blood essence pill. Kill a 6th grade, gain a trace of cultivation. After several experiments, Su Zhi roughly summarized the pattern. The grade of the target killed directly determines the grade of the reward. In terms of spirit stones, low-grade warriors drop less than 1 million, mid-grade ranges from 100,000 to 10 million, and high-grade is estimated between 10 million to 100 million. Although the amounts seem substantial, they hold little appeal to Su Zhi.
According to experience, mid to low-grade items may yield rare treasures.
However, the drop rate is truly pitiful. The trigger probability for cultivation rewards is not high.
And each time it is only a tiny amount, which is a drop in the bucket compared to the massive demand. For this reason, Su Zhi realized he still had to target the high-grade ones. The high-grade ones of the Wasteland Tribe were out of the question for now. But the high-grade ones of the Savage Beasts could still be considered.
The South Sea Stronghold and the Wasteland Tribe had an understanding. However, whether it was the Wasteland Tribe or the South Sea Outpost, there was no tacit understanding with the Savage Beasts.
Returning to the Savage Beast Forest, Su Zhi no longer held back and quietly began his actions.
He didn't want to cause too much commotion.
After slaying group after group of savage beasts, he deliberately left traces of the Wasteland Tribe.
These disguises are to avoid exposing oneself.
In just 10 days, Su Zhi had no idea how many savage beasts he had killed.
He especially targeted mid-grade savage beasts.
Only mid-grade savage beasts might drop cultivation resources.
For Su Zhi, this was an opportunity to accumulate bit by bit.
In addition, he also needed to gather spirit stones.
Most importantly, under his manipulation, the Wasteland Tribe and the savage beasts erupted into conflict. It even alarmed the high-ranking ones. A snipe and a clam fighting, only for the fishermen to benefit? Su Zhi suddenly had a new idea. He originally only wanted to frame the Wilderness Tribe.
Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain.
Since that's the case, why not make the conflict even more intense?
At this moment, the art of concealment proved to be of great use.
As an 8th grade martial artist, even those of the 9th grade would find it difficult to detect his whereabouts. What's more, Su Zhi is extremely cautious, striking once and then moving to a new location. He is not only active in the Wilderness Forest, but also often roams around the territory of the Wilderness Tribe.
When encountering a 6th grade opponent, he shows no mercy.
Focus on obliterating all traces. By calculation, Su Zhi has been navigating the edge of tacit understanding between the South Sea Stronghold and the Wildlands Tribe. The entire battlefield could erupt into large-scale conflict at any moment. But Su Zhi has his own considerations. A full-scale conflict will come sooner or later. At present, the Wasteland tribe is wary of the South Sea stronghold, making it the perfect opportunity to take advantage. Even if it gets exposed in the end, so what? In just 10 days, the gains far exceeded expectations. With the enhancement of cultivation and mental strength, he has already approached the mid-stage threshold of the 8th grade. This ability is stronger than expected. Of course, there are also drawbacks. Killing high-level beings is still difficult. The South Sea outpost detected unusual activity from the Wilderness tribe. With the help of technological means, they observed the abnormal actions of the Wasteland tribe. When have the Wasteland tribe and the savage beasts ever had such a major conflict? Yang Liqing's face showed confusion as he murmured softly. He immediately dispatched warriors to investigate. The intelligence was returned a day later. Over the past 10 days, the Wasteland tribe and the savage beasts have suffered heavy losses in their mid-tier combat forces. This timing. At the same time, Yang Liqing suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. He suddenly remembered. This was exactly the time when Suzhi was traveling. Could it be that kid who did it? As soon as the thought arose, Yang Liqing immediately called for Su Xingyan. He couldn't sit still and had to find someone who knew Suzhi to get a clear answer. This matter might actually be possible. Suzhi is not the kind of person who stays out of trouble, Su Xingyan said faintly after listening. In his view, Suzhi has always been very assertive. Many things in the past were proposed by Suzhi. If it is said that he is secretly scheming, it is indeed quite possible. But compared to Yang Liqing's anxiety, Su Xingyan appeared particularly calm. Suzhi never suffers losses. When have you ever seen him stumble? Even if he really did it, there must have been thorough planning. Yang Liqing noticed Su Xingyan's composed expression. Helplessly sighed. Although he was a 9th grade martial artist, 1 grade higher than Su Xingyan and Suzhi, the three belonged to different factions, so he had no authority to command these two 8th grade individuals. The reason is very simple. Even if this matter is confirmed, he has no right to criticize Suzhi. Old Yang, try to contact him first, Su Xingyan suggested. He had cooperated with Yang Liqing to guard the South China Sea battlefield for many years. It's the first time seeing the other party so anxious. Although battlefield communication is restricted, there are still special methods to deliver messages. Soon, Su Xingyan received Suzhi's plan. Instigate a full-scale conflict between the Wildland tribe and the savage beasts? And intervene at the critical moment? This kid actually wants to hunt down a high-ranking member of the Wildland tribe? Even Su Xingyan was taken aback. Suzhi explained the reasons in the plan. Right now is the best time to catch the Wilderness tribe off guard. This operation is a temporary raid. Only a small number of high-level combat forces are needed. It was even suggested that Yang and Su could also participate in the battle. The entire plan can be described as audacious. After all, how many high-level forces the Wilderness tribe will dispatch remains unknown. But Suzhi added, the cost of trying is extremely low. At worst, we just retreat to the South Sea base. Yang Liqing hesitated upon hearing this. Now, the number of warriors on the South Sea battlefield has sharply decreased. The survivors of the last great battle evacuated with resources. Old Yang, if you don't participate, I'll head back to Wuhan University in the South China Sea to gather people. Take down a few more high-rankers, and the school's resources will be secured. Su Xingyan spoke up without hesitation. Anyway, it's just testing the waters. Now the entire South Sea Martial Arts University has tasted the sweetness of hunting high-grade beasts. The two high-grade corpses from before brought tremendous support to the school. Su Xingyan actually harbored the intention of provoking Yang Liqing. Unfortunately, Yang Liqing still shook his head and refused. Unlike the autonomy of Nanhai Martial Arts University, if he were to take the initiative to act, he would have to report layer by layer. By the time the process is completed, the daylilies will have gone cold. Su Xingyan stared at Yang Liqing, clicking his tongue in frustration as if disappointed in him. Old Yang is good in every way, except he's too much of a stickler for rules. He simply ignored Yang Liqing and started calling people on his own. Specially picks those who are strong and not in seclusion. Even Yu Xiong, who was about to go into seclusion, was dragged out by him. This Suzhi, he's really bold. Young people are truly different. Yu Xiong held the proposal with emotion. He had already prepared the supplies for his retreat, but they were abruptly intercepted by Su Xingyan. However, this matter was of great importance, and he had to make this trip personally. If resources can be obtained, that would naturally be the best. What South Sea Martial Arts University lacks the most right now is resources.
Although resources are abundant this year, that may not be the case next year.
What's more, this operation, South Sea Martial Arts University has deployed multiple high-ranking experts. If the enemy sends out a 9th rank,
it will still depend on him to take action and stabilize the situation. Yu Xiong has essentially been forcibly tied to Suzhou. However, the message sent back by Suzhou only indicated that the school could participate if interested. It was not a mandatory requirement. But after being passed through Su Xingnian, the nature of it completely changed.
So if someone really has to take the blame, it would still be Su Xingnian.
When many high-ranking martial artists from South Sea Martial Arts University gathered around Suzhou, even Suzhou was a little dazed, because he hadn't expected there to be so many high-ranking individuals. Apart from Yu Xiong and Su Xingnian, there were also 3 others who were at least in the late stage of the 7th rank.
If he remembered correctly, these 3 should have been in seclusion before. So quick to come out of seclusion,
and headed straight to the battlefield upon emerging. The most crucial part is that these high-ranking individuals all have excited expressions. Clearly, they are very concerned about the matter of resources.
Is this being scared of poverty?
In the past, they wouldn't have dared to target high-grade items. But with Suzhou taking action, the situation has completely changed.
Dean Su, how are things now? A late-stage 7th rank expert couldn't help but ask. Everyone's eyes were focused on Suzhou. After all, this plan was entirely orchestrated by him. The great battle should erupt within the next few days.
I estimate that the Wasteland clan will send at least 2 or 3 high-ranking members. Suzhou did not hesitate and answered directly.
He briefly analyzed the situation over the past few days.
Under his scheming, the number of 6th-grade deaths among the Wasteland clan and the Savage Beasts was quite astonishing. The Wilderness Tribe will inevitably send high-ranking individuals to investigate. Currently, the other party has not yet detected the existence of the mastermind. Before the Southern Territory takes the initiative to attack, the Southern Sea Stronghold has always been on the suppressed side. In the past, it was always a direct confrontation, where overwhelming strength rendered schemes and intrigues unnecessary. The Wilderness Tribe naturally wouldn't think of these twists and turns at first.
Moreover, the incident this time occurred closer to the Wilderness Tribe's territory. It's equivalent to being on their own turf.
According to Suzhou's speculation, the Wilderness Tribe will most likely send a 7th-grade expert to investigate first.
This is exactly his moment to strike.
An 8th grade against a 7th grade, a quick victory is not a problem.
But high grades usually act in groups.
The reason is very simple. The Wilderness Tribe would never have expected that the high grades from the South Sea Stronghold would suddenly set an ambush here.
Although Suzhou's plan seems simple, he has a thorough understanding of the psychology of the Wildlands tribe. At least Yu Xiong and the others believe this plan is feasible. If too many high-ranking members of the Wildlands tribe arrive, they can choose to retreat at any time. As Suzhou stated in advance, retreat immediately if the situation goes wrong. Overall, the success rate of this operation is quite high, especially now with so much high-grade support from the Academy.
If we can take down a few more high-grade members of the Wasteland tribe this time,
wait until they fall here, the situation on the South Sea battlefield might completely reverse.
Suzhou's voice carried a hint of coldness.
The number of high-ranking members of the Wasteland tribe is not infinite,
even if they have beings above the 9th rank behind them. But those strong individuals are simply unable to enter the battlefield. If the losses of the Wilderness tribe become too heavy, they might ultimately withdraw from the South Sea battlefield. If the South Sea Stronghold can drive all the Wilderness tribe back to their original world, this achievement would be enough to shake the entire Great Xia. After all, no battlefield of the myriad races has ever achieved such a feat to this day. Fortunately, Suzhou also realized that he was thinking too far ahead.
For now, the focus remains on weakening the power of the Wilderness tribe.
Faced with Suzhou's conclusion, Yu Xiong and the others did not refute. Although reality may not fully develop as Suzhou envisioned,
it is still worth looking forward to.
Next, Suzhou and several high-ranking individuals stayed put in the Savage Beast Forest without taking any action.
To avoid exposing their whereabouts, Suzhou even ceased hunting activities. Let the conflict between the wild beasts and the Wilderness tribe naturally ferment. Suzhou and other high-ranking powerhouses directly entered a wait-and-see mode. 3 days later, everyone finally sensed 3 high-ranking auras from the Wilderness tribe approaching. These 3 high-ranking members of the Wasteland tribe showed no intention of concealment.
Clearly, they never expected an ambush.
The Wasteland tribe is actually this careless?
Even high-ranking individuals like Yu Xiong started complaining telepathically.
Principal, this is actually quite normal. Have you ever seen the South Sea outpost set up an ambush before?
Suja retorted with mental strength.
These words suddenly left Yu Xiong and the others stunned.
There has indeed never been a precedent for ambushes at the South Sea stronghold. After all, in the past, just defending against the attacks of the Wild Plains tribe was already exhausting. When it comes down to it, the South Sea battlefield has always had a weak presence among the many battlefields of the Great Xia.
Taking the initiative to attack?
It was something they never even dared to imagine before.
Ambush tactics were naturally out of the question.
No one spoke further, as the 3 high-ranking members of the Wilderness tribe were already within arm's reach.
An 8th rank and 2 7th ranks?
This lineup would indeed be tricky for Suja to handle alone, as the 8th rank alone could hold him back.
But the current situation is completely different.
There is a 9th grade expert present, along with 2 8th grade and 2 7th grade experts. Crushing 3 high-grade members of the Wilderness tribe is as easy as turning a hand.
Follow my command and strike simultaneously. Make sure to kill instantly, leaving no chance for resistance.
I'll handle the 8th rank, Su Xingyan and Suja will pin down the 2 7th ranks, and the remaining 7th ranks will finish them off. Withdraw to the base immediately after succeeding.
Yu Xiong's instructions were crisp and decisive. No one present raised any objections, not even Suja, who remained silent.
In fact, if all 3 high-ranking figures were killed by him,
the system rewards would undoubtedly be generous. But Suja understood the principle of safety first even better. As long as there is the slightest delay, it is possible to fall into the encirclement of the high-ranking members of the Wilderness tribe.
What's more, this operation involves several high-ranking members of Nanhai Wuda.
No mistakes can be made.
Suja suppressed the regret in his heart and locked onto his 7th grade target.
In any case,
being able to take down a 7th grade figure could still be considered a gain. At this moment, the 3 high-grade members of the Wilderness tribe were still leisurely patrolling.
Their mission this time was solely to investigate the mass deaths of high-grade beings in the Wilderness forest.
After all, losing too much mid-tier combat power is something the Wasteland tribe cannot afford. If it weren't for the significant casualties caused by the counterattack at the South Sea stronghold earlier, they wouldn't have specifically come to investigate.
Just as the 3 high-tier Wasteland tribe members were letting their guard down, Yu Xiong gave an order. The 5 high-ranking experts of Nanhai Martial Arts University unleashed their full power simultaneously.
The sudden explosive offensive caught the high-ranking members of the Wilderness tribe off guard.
Not to mention 9th rank crushing 8th rank, and 8th rank suppressing 7th rank. The iron law of rank suppression is unmistakably evident at this moment.
The 8th and 7th ranks of the Wilderness tribe barely managed to react. But it is meaningless in the face of absolute power. The chasm between the 7th and 8th ranks. The chasm between the 8th and 9th grades.
Take action.
Especially since the principal has long stood at the pinnacle of the 9th grade.
Violet energy ripples swept across the heavens and earth. Absolute strength suppression combined with a perfect ambush.
The 3 high-ranking figures had no chance to struggle and fell instantly. Yu Xiong swiftly gathered the 3 high-ranking corpses and shouted. Everyone moved without hesitation, turning into streams of light heading straight for the stronghold.
Who is it?
Sure enough, Yu Xiong and the others had just left not long ago.
A furious 9th grade spiritual force swept over.
Unfortunately, a long time had already passed by then.
Boom!
Enough for Suju and the others to escape to a distant place.
Even if the Wasteland tribe wants to investigate, it will take time.
Thus, Suju and the others successfully returned to the South Sea stronghold.
Retreat!
As they got closer and closer to the South Sea stronghold,
everyone's tense nerves gradually relaxed.
The Wilderness tribe suffered heavy losses this time.
Didn't expect the plan to actually succeed.
The Wilderness tribe ultimately had never suffered such a setback before, their defenses were too lax.
Who could have thought that the 9th rank principal would personally lead the ambush? After relaxing, the high-ranking martial artists of Nanhai Martial Arts University began discussing fervently.
Their words could hardly conceal their excitement. There was no longer any need to worry about resources for the new academic year. The corpses of 3 high-ranking members of the Wilderness tribe were enough to sustain the entire year's consumption. In fact, even these high-ranking martial artists did not expect the operation to go so smoothly.
The high-ranking members of the Wasteland tribe were indeed too overconfident. Will the Wasteland tribe launch a massive counterattack? Suddenly, a high-ranking member spoke up. Everyone turned their gaze toward Suja. Clearly, they wanted to hear his opinion. After the success of this hunting plan, everyone's evaluation of Suja had risen significantly. This young man not only had an astonishing talent for cultivation, the judgment of the situation and psychological control are highly methodical. This is precisely the quality most needed by Nanhai Martial Arts University.
After all, Suja can genuinely bring back resources. In this regard alone, no one can match him.
Retaliatory attacks will definitely be launched. 3 high-ranking figures have fallen, including an 8th-rank powerhouse. If there is no response, the prestige of the Wasteland tribe will be completely ruined.
However, they have already lost 5 high-ranking figures in the past year.
A large-scale war may not necessarily begin. Suja calmly analyzed. Inside the South China Sea stronghold, Yang Liqing suddenly frowned. He vaguely sensed the powerful aura erupting in the distance. But due to the great distance, it was difficult to determine the specific situation for the time being. The only thing he could be sure of was that it must be related to those high-ranking individuals from South Sea Martial Arts University. While pondering,
Yu Xiong and the others happened to descend from the sky.
Sound the alarm immediately. The Wasteland tribe's attack could come at any moment.
Yu Xiong spoke first, interrupting Yang Liqing, who was about to ask.
Yang Liqing knew the situation was serious and immediately accepted the order and left.
Although the alarm had not yet been triggered,
Yang Liqing still chose to trust this principle.
When the alarm sounded throughout the stronghold, martial artists within a 100-mile radius received the news.
The Wilderness tribe is attacking the city again? Retreat to the stronghold at full speed. The warriors were momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted.
They displayed astonishing coordination in their actions.
Perhaps there might be hesitation during an attack. Understood. But defense had already become instinctive.
The battlefield in the South China Sea has been ongoing for years, and defense has long been ingrained in the warriors' very bones.
After the entire stronghold entered a state of combat readiness, Yang Liqing finally had the opportunity to inquire about the details of this operation. 1 at the 8th rank, 2 at the 7th rank.
Su Xingnian was the first to speak with a boastful tone. The moment they heard the results of the battle, even Yang Liqing gasped in shock. No one expected Nanhai Wuda to reap such a bountiful harvest this time. Even he felt envious. Had I known earlier, I would have joined the operation to get a share. After all, resources are equally important to him. At this moment, he finally understood why the highest alert had to be initiated immediately. The Wilderness tribe suffered a heavy blow. It would be unusual to take no action at all.
Yang Liqing still did not forget to inquire about the course of action. Su Xingnian explained in detail afterward.
The gaze of this high-ranking military officer suddenly fell on Suja.
You should come to the military, Yang Liqing said faintly.
Suja remained silent, his expression unchanged.
The military was ultimately not his destination.
At this moment, the latest intelligence came from the front line. The main force of the Wasteland tribe has been detected moving toward the stronghold.
Additionally, multiple high-level energy reactions are approaching. The warrior in charge of reconnaissance reported urgently. Although most high-ranking members of the South Sea Martial University did not participate in the battle,
the Wilderness tribe also suffered heavy losses of high-ranking members.
In addition, they needed to leave people to guard their own city. The ambush at Nanhai Wuda taught them a harsh lesson.
Therefore, the number of high-ranking members of the invading Wilderness tribe did not form an overwhelming force. The defensive pressure on the Nanhai stronghold is still within controllable limits. There is no need to urgently recall the high-ranking martial artists in seclusion.
When the aura of the high-ranking Desolate clan approached,
the powerful individuals present released their pressure one after another. Only Suja remained motionless.
Everyone cast puzzled glances. Do you think the Wildlands tribe might not know that I have advanced to the 8th rank?
Suja suddenly spoke.
The Wildlands tribe and the cult martial artists might not necessarily share intelligence.
During the previous southern border clearing operation, the cult martial artists did not relay any information. There will inevitably be a rift between the two sides. In addition, the South Sea battlefield continues to purge the cult forces. The Wild Plains tribe is likely still unaware of his breakthrough. As soon as these words were spoken, all the high-ranking individuals present were stunned. After careful thought, it seemed quite reasonable.
It might really be possible.
Yang Liqing said softly.
Recently, cult martial artists haven't dared to approach the territory of the Wilderness tribe, afraid of being torn apart on the spot. After all, in the eyes of most Wasteland tribesmen, there is simply no way to distinguish between heretical martial artists and South Sea martial artists. Maybe I can take down another high-ranking one.
A glimmer of sharp light flashed in Suja's eyes. The aura of his entire body has been perfectly disguised as the 7th rank. If the cultist martial artist truly hasn't reported the news, the Wilderness tribe would never expect that he has already broken through to the 8th rank. let alone the fact that he previously slew that 7th rank figure.
He quietly advanced to the mid-stage of the 8th rank using the cultivation rewarded by the system.
Since the power was directly infused by the system, even experts of higher ranks did not notice his change. This filled him with confidence.
Let's give it a try. Even if the attempt fails, there is no loss. No one of high rank present opposed this proposal.
After all, even if the Wildlands tribe learns of Suja's true strength, it would merely result in a direct confrontation.
Just as Suja had an idea, the high-ranking members of the Wasteland tribe finally arrived.
At this moment, the high-ranking members of the Wasteland tribe were still filled with anger. They hadn't expected the high-ranking members of the South Sea Stronghold to be so insidious. In order to ambush the high-ranking members of the Wasteland tribe, they actually set up such a grand scheme. Those despicable people from the South Sea Stronghold.
This was the sentiment of the Wasteland tribe. However, despite their anger, the high-ranking members of the Wasteland tribe could only seethe in fury.
They knew very well that they couldn't do anything to the other side at the moment,
because the battlefield situation was changing extremely rapidly.
The South Sea Stronghold side had gradually gained the upper hand.
The high-ranking members of the Wilderness tribe were not completely unaware. But the problem is that they are unwilling to admit it.
This time, all the high-ranking officials are aware that the confrontation with the South China Sea Stronghold is destined to be a close match.
Even if burning with rage, it will be to no avail. The gap in strength has long determined the outcome.
The two sides have been at war for over 20 years. They are already well aware of each other's foundations. At this moment, these high-ranking individuals only need to show their stance. The formalities on the surface still need to be dealt with.
After the previous incident of 2 7th-grade beings falling,
this time, with 3 high-grade beings falling, the Wilderness tribe has been forced to accept reality. One high-grade being after another stood above the firmament. Several murderous gazes were directed at Suja.
Although the truth behind the fall of the 3 high-rank figures remains unclear,
the culprit behind the earlier fall of the 2 7th-rank figures is right before their eyes. Facing these gazes, Suja remained calm. If looks could truly kill, he would have died millions of times by now.
When a peak 7th-grade expert locked their aura on him,
a perfectly timed look of panic appeared on Suja's face. But he secretly laughed inwardly. The Wilderness tribe had clearly not yet received the critical information.
The high-ranking members of the South Sea Stronghold were secretly delighted.
They had not expected that there would truly be a rift between the Wilderness tribe and the cult martial artists. However, this was also within reason. After all, the two sides were fundamentally of different races.
More people are envious. Suja might be able to slay another high-ranking figure.
It can be foreseen at this moment.
This great battle is about to reach its conclusion. The balance of the high-ranking battlefield is about to collapse. Without hesitation, all high-rankers quickly locked onto their respective opponents. At the same time, the Wasteland tribe's army launched an assault on the South Sea Stronghold. Battles between high-rankers and mid-to-low rankers erupted simultaneously.
This was not the first time such a scene had occurred. Both the offensive and defensive sides have countermeasures and experience. Facing the peak of the 7th rank of the Wasteland tribe, Suja could have easily crushed them. But he feigned weakness, leading the battlefield to a slightly more distant area.
To ensure absolute safety, caution is never a mistake. It was just a matter of moments.
About 10 minutes later, battles had fully unfolded across all fronts. Suja and his opponent's figures gradually moved away from the South Sea Stronghold.
Fight!
Standing above the firmament, they were still within the observation range of the Stronghold's martial artists. Seeing no further disturbances around, Suja removed his disguise.
Wouldn't it be better to eliminate this peak 7th grade opponent in advance and support other battlefields?
Consider it as adding another victory for the South Sea Stronghold.
The sudden onslaught caught the opponent completely off guard. The chasm between the 7th and 8th ranks is not something easily crossed. 8th rank? The 7th rank peak of the Wild Plains tribe had no room to struggle. Only the frozen astonishment and unwillingness remained in their eyes. He couldn't figure it out until his death. When did Suja break through to the 8th rank?
Even more terrifying, this was definitely not the aura of someone who had just entered the 8th rank.
This question was completely extinguished along with the flame of life. The sudden incident drew everyone's attention. 8th rank? That's impossible. Boom!
The shock of the high-ranking member of the Wasteland tribe was completely unhidden.
Suja and the others clearly sensed this fluctuation. After dealing with this 7th grade opponent, Suja turned to lock onto another battlefield. Without hesitation.
It would be foolish not to take the opportunity to strike down another enemy at this moment. However, once his strength is exposed, the difficulty of the hunt will suddenly escalate. The Wilderness Tribe members are no fools.
Retreat quickly. The high-ranking member of the Wilderness Tribe finally reacted at this moment. The leading 9th rank immediately issued the order. The situation is now irreversible. With the fall of the 7th rank, the balance of the high-rank battlefield has been completely shattered. More critically, Suja has become an 8th rank. This means he can intervene in any battlefield at will.
The high-ranking members of the Wasteland Tribe were already well-versed in the retreat process.
The 7th rank member of the Wasteland Tribe targeted by Suja reacted extremely quickly.
In an instant, they burned their blood energy to perform a secret technique. There was no room for the slightest hesitation when fleeing for their life. Such a decision can be considered a correct example. When a 7th rank faces pursuit from an 8th rank, only a desperate gamble offers a sliver of hope. Suja gave up after a brief pursuit.
Quite decisive, indeed. There's still a high-ranking member of the Wasteland Tribe covering the rear. Forget it. It was regrettable not to have slain the second 7th grade entity. Suja still maintained a clear judgment. It's not worth taking the risk for this. This 7th rank has already paid a heavy price. It will be at least 3 to 5 years before combat strength can be restored. The Wilderness Tribe has effectively lost another high-level combat force.
In just one day, 4 high-ranking figures fell, and one was seriously injured.
It can be called a great victory in the South Sea.
The ground battlefield simultaneously collapsed. The Wilderness Tribe's army came swiftly and retreated even faster.
The entire process took less than half an hour. The warriors of the South Sea were quite taken aback by this anticlimactic attack.
The whole battle carried a sense of absurdity. Only the high-ranking figures at the South Sea stronghold had subtle expressions. The development of the battle turned out to completely align with Suja's prediction.
No matter what, the Wilderness Tribe suffered a severe blow this time. The most noteworthy aspect. South Sea Martial Arts University became the biggest winner. Congratulations to your school. The results far exceed those of previous battles. There will be no worries about resources for the next 2 years.
Discussions among high-ranking officers of the Daxia military rose one after another.
Nanhai Wuda slew 4 high-grade figures in this battle.
The entire Nanhai stronghold hadn't seen such achievements in years. Even more astonishing is that 2 of them were slain by Suja alone.
Many high-grade figures couldn't hide their bitterness. Looking at Nanhai Wuda dominating the scene, while he himself can't even get the leftovers.
Such a comparison inevitably stirs bitterness in one's heart. A high-quality corpse can be exchanged for the Great Xia army.
Principal Yu Xiong said with a hearty laugh. He still left some benefits for the Daxia army,
at least allowing the Daxia army at the South Sea stronghold to earn some profit margin. After this dramatic battle came to an end, Suja began to tally his gains. This time, the reward was a pill to enhance mental strength. Although it wasn't as valuable as a pill that directly boosts cultivation, it was still considered rare. After all, pills that enhance mental strength are inherently scarce. He can maintain such an astonishing cultivation speed partly because his spiritual power continues to grow. Without sufficient spiritual power as support, it would be impossible to control such vast forces of heaven and earth. For a martial artist, the importance of spiritual power goes without saying. Su boy, you've already killed 4 high-ranking members of the Wasteland Tribe. Even I, with these old bones, have never slain so many high ranks.
Su Xingyan appeared beside Su Zhu at some point and said, "Old Su, you still have the nerve to say that? How many years has it been since you advanced to high rank?"
Su Zhu returned to his senses from counting and responded leisurely. As his strength rose to the mid-stage of the 8th rank, he became increasingly casual when facing this dean. However, this attitude instead conveyed a sense of closeness.
Many high-ranking experts around them showed expressions of envy. "Wait, you've already reached the mid-stage of the 8th rank? I didn't misperceive the fluctuation of energy just now, did I?" Su Xingyan teased nonchalantly, his eyes burning as he pressed on.
After all, it hadn't been long since Suja advanced to the 8th rank. You must know that even for him, making progress at this level is as difficult as climbing to the heavens.
"With my cultivation speed, isn't reaching the mid-stage of the 8th grade only natural?"
Suja raised his eyebrows with a smile.
These words plunged Su Xingyan and the surrounding high-level cultivators into collective silence. Comparisons can be infuriating. At this moment, everyone's inner feelings were surprisingly unanimous. The good news from the South Sea battlefield quickly spread far and wide. The news of the fall of 4 high-ranking figures must be widely announced. Whether it is the Nanhai Daxia army or Nanhai Wuda, both are happy to see it happen. For both sides, this is both an achievement and a living advertisement.
The greater the battlefield's reputation, the more it can attract wandering martial artists to come. After all, most wandering cultivators prefer relatively safe battlefields. The current battlefield in the South China Sea clearly meets this condition. Several major battles have completely reversed the offensive and defensive dynamics here. As Su Shoshuan unfolded the latest battle report, his pupils suddenly contracted. The South China Sea battlefield has achieved significant gains.
4 high-grade powerhouses were slain by a high-grade expert from Nanhai Martial Arts University?
When he saw the news, Su Shoshuan doubted for a moment whether he had misread it.
He truly hadn't expected such results from the Nanhai battlefield.
It wasn't until he confirmed it several times that he dared to believe it.
Su Shoshuan also carefully reviewed the battle details.
After all, not to mention the South Sea battlefield, the entire southern region has rarely seen so many high-rank casualties.
Especially in the Xianan battlefield where he personally presides, there hasn't even been a single high-rank kill in recent years. South Sea Martial Arts University is truly crazy. After reading the battle report, Su Shoshuan couldn't help but sigh.
They actually dared to venture deep into foreign territory to ambush and assassinate high-ranking individuals.
Inside the Southern Territory Grand Governor's mansion. Even more outrageous was that they succeeded. What? He didn't know whether to call this audacious or an unconventional tactic. Su Shoshuan was deeply impressed by Su Zhe. This young man had none of the usual arrogance often seen in prodigies. This alone was enough to warrant special attention. Let alone his terrifying cultivation speed. Now that Su Zhe has advanced to the mid-stage of the 8th rank, in Su Shoshuan's view, the 9th rank is also just around the corner. Notify all prefectures in the southern region to widely publicize the victory news from the South Sea battlefield. After a moment of contemplation, Su Shoshuan issued an order to the adjutant. Though he knew this move would bring pressure to the Xianan battlefield. But as the Grand Governor of the Southern Territory, he must treat all battlefields fairly. Such a brilliant victory not only needs to be widely publicized but also richly rewarded. With the promotion of the Grand Governor's office of the Southern Territory, the news quickly spread across the entire region. It even attracted the attention of other territories within the Great Xia. After all, the battlefield of 10,000 races is not exclusive to the Southern Territory. However, the performance of other war zones is far less impressive than that of the South Sea battlefield. Most war zones have long been in a state of passive defense. Unfortunately, the insufficient number of high-grade martial artists is a common predicament. What's more, these war zones don't have an anomaly like Su Zhe. Killing high-level opponents not only requires raw strength but also clever strategies. This is precisely the tactic Su Zhe has repeatedly used with great success. Unfortunately, the brutality of the battlefield has stifled the creativity of many high-level warriors. Even if they have ideas, they may not dare to try. The courage of high-level martial artists is ultimately limited. After all, the slightest mistake could influence the entire battle. Even someone as strong as Su Zhe needs to analyze the situation on the South Sea battlefield before making plans. Not just reckless action. This time, the credit for the victory doesn't entirely go to him. At least 30% of the credit belongs to Dean Yuxiong. If the Dean hadn't personally overseen the operation, the ambush plan would never have succeeded. In the Wilderness Tribe's camp, there is an 8th grade expert holding the fort. Even if Su Zhe's combat power is slightly superior, as long as he is held up for a moment, the entire ambush circle would completely collapse. If the ambush fails, any subsequent counterattack against the Wilderness Tribe would be out of the question. It is entirely reasonable to attribute part of the credit to the principal. Su Zhe didn't mind this at all. He knew very well that the principal was never short of resources and support. This elderly man participated throughout purely to protect Nanhai Wuda. For this institution he personally founded, he poured in an immense amount of effort. It was precisely because of this that the principal gave his full support when Su Zhe proposed the plan. This operation gathered more than half of the high-ranking combat power of Nanhai Wuda. However, Su Zhe's reputation did not skyrocket because of this. But some warriors still obtained the information through special channels. He harvested 2 more high-grade heads. 4 high-grade kills. This number made countless warriors' pupils tremble. Of course, anyone with discernment can see the intricacies involved. These 2 kills carried a certain tactical and strategic flavor. As the Wild Plains tribe gradually grasped Su Zhe's combat style, it has become as difficult as climbing to the heavens to repeat the same trick. But people have clearly underestimated Su Zhe's growth rate. Now, his advancement speed in the 8th rank is even more astonishing than when he was in the 7th rank. He had just slain the 7th rank powerhouse.
Suja immediately began sweeping through the 6th rank beast hordes without pause. Although the rewards for mid-grade prey have shrunk, it's still better than letting the ability's duration expire. After all, the activation window for the slaughter domain vanishes in an instant,
before the time limit ends.
Suja is also unsure how many 6th grade barbaric beast corpses have accumulated in his spatial pouch.
In any case, he always remembered to leave the aura of the Wasteland tribe when making a kill. Savage beasts don't have high intelligence. Even if there are some high-grade beings, they wouldn't notice anything wrong with the aura.
As time passed, the duration of this ability finally came to an end.
Time to go back.
A glimmer flashed in Suja's eyes as he murmured softly. This month's gains from this ability have been quite substantial. As the number of kills increases,
his cultivation level is not only stable at the mid-stage of the 8th rank, there is even noticeable progress. With the pills he has in reserve, reaching the peak of the mid-stage 8th rank is not a difficult task. However, Suja is now beginning to consider the issue of comprehending the laws. The laws are not so easy to master. According to the principal's experience, it is best to choose a direction related to one's own characteristics when comprehending the laws. For example, the blade intent of the Mad God Blade technique mastered by Suja clearly has many connections with the fire attribute. Therefore, it is entirely feasible to consider comprehending the law of fire among the 5 element laws. Most warriors start with the 5 elements law. After all, the 5 elements law is a fundamental law and relatively easy to grasp. There are also numerous related elements in daily interactions.
The law of fire is the most outstanding among the 5 elements law in terms of destructive power.
Of course, it's just a thought. Even the most basic laws cannot be comprehended just because you want to.
You also need to acquire the ability to enhance your perception.
But such things cannot be rushed. The comprehension of laws is inherently a difficult process.
Countless 8th grade martial artists are stuck at this threshold. For now, Suja is not in a hurry to achieve success.
Even if the laws have not yet been comprehended, improving cultivation remains the top priority. After returning to the South Sea base, Suja took a short rest and then went to find Su Xingyan. Mainly because the principal had already returned to South Sea Martial Arts University.
The spirit stones exchanged for the 2 7th grade corpses earlier had long been credited to his account. This time, the main purpose of meeting Su Xingyan is to understand the recent situation.
This includes both the South Sea battlefield and the developments at the Martial Arts University.
Additionally, it's an opportunity to deal with the stockpiled beast meat, which is quite valuable.
Although Su Xingyan is stationed at the South Sea stronghold, he often travels due to the need for alchemy. Suja pondered silently. How many beasts have you hunted? Su Xingyan couldn't hide his surprise when he saw the stock in Suja's spatial bag. Not too many, just saving up some resources. My daughter will grow up in a few years.
Suja's tone was calm, naturally unwilling to reveal the reward mechanism.
In response, Su Xingyan rolled his eyes without any attempt to hide it. If other high-ranking individuals claimed poverty, he might believe it.
But he didn't believe a single word of what Suja said. Over the past year, the record of consecutively defeating 4 high-grade opponents has resulted in a significant accumulation of resources. Several spatial pouches of the 7th grade alone have been seized. Cultivation resources have likely already piled up like a mountain, not to mention the value of the corpses themselves.
Unfortunately, Su Xingyan is unaware of this.
This time, there weren't many cultivation resources in the 2 7th grade spatial pouches. There were only some high-grade materials. Suja casually stored them in his spatial pouch, preparing for future emergencies.
The two tacitly skipped over this topic.
Su Xingyan turned to introduce the current situation on the South Sea battlefield. First, the Wilderness Tribe has been unusually quiet, even strategically retreating from several areas. The South Sea stronghold has been on alert for days, suspecting the other side might be plotting some scheme. As for South Sea Martial Arts University, everything has been calm and peaceful.
During this period, both the mentors and students were exceptionally excited. This was because the school had significantly increased the supply of resources for them. Yu Xiong, the principal, was undoubtedly a man of great determination. It was evident that he intended to use an abundance of resources to forcibly elevate the school's overall strength. According to common sense, the resources currently obtained should be sufficient if used sparingly. Maintaining them for 3 years would be no problem at all. But the principal clearly doesn't think so. 3 years is indeed too long. Who knows what changes might occur in the meantime? Why not convert the resources into actual combat power in advance? Even if there is some waste, so what? Principal, you're brilliant.
In the end, Suja could only evaluate it this way. He does indeed approve of the principal's decision.
Don't be fooled by the Wasteland tribe's current show of weakness. But who can truly ascertain the real situation of the Wasteland world? They might counterattack at any moment. After all, although the Wildlands tribe suffered significant losses, their foundation should remain intact.
Suja did not dwell too much on this matter.
At least in the short term, the situation is relatively stable. Rather than worrying about the movements of the Wildlands tribe, it's better to focus on improving one's own strength. Old Su, have you gained any insight into the laws? Suja took the opportunity to ask about cultivation. After all, both of them were now at the 8th grade realm. Barely considered fellow travelers. Su Xingnian rolled his eyes again. Do you think everyone is as extraordinary as you? I'm completely clueless right now.
He shook his head helplessly and gave a wry smile.
Although stepping into the 8th rank allows one to attempt to comprehend the laws.
But that is for those with top-notch talent in perception. For someone like him, an ordinary genius, his perception is still far from sufficient.
Su Xingnian now only wants to focus on improving his cultivation.
Consider the issue of laws again when reaching the peak of the 8th rank.
This is also the choice of most 8th rank martial artists.
Usually, when cultivation reaches the peak of the 8th rank, the capacity for the power of heaven and earth will reach its own limit.
That would be the best time to comprehend the laws. However, Su Xingnian was quite confident in Suja's perception.
After all, he had personally witnessed the other party's enlightenment twice.
Such talent is truly enviable. I don't have any ideas right now. The time since advancing to the 8th rank is still too short.
Suja sighed softly. He places great importance on the issue of laws.
Because once the laws are successfully comprehended,
strength can no longer be measured by the conventional standards of the 8th grade. An 8th grade who has mastered the laws is a completely different concept from an ordinary 8th grade. Even if it's the early stage of the 8th grade, as long as the laws are comprehended. At the combat level, it is enough to rival an ordinary late-stage 8th rank. If the laws are comprehended now, it might not even lose against an ordinary peak 8th rank in battle. This is the terrifying aspect of the laws. Unfortunately, looking across the entire Great Xia, those who can comprehend the laws before reaching the peak of the 8th rank are extremely rare. Most martial artists at the peak of the 8th rank who comprehend the laws are preparing to advance to the 9th rank. Those who grasp the laws without reaching the peak are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Suja and Su Xingnian conversed for a long time. Before parting, Su Xingnian suddenly revealed an important piece of news.
At most 3 months.
We won't need to continue guarding the South Sea stronghold.
The main reason is that recently, high-level experts have been coming out of seclusion one after another.
These high-level experts have shown a strong interest in guarding the stronghold. Non-military high-rankers stationed at the South China Sea stronghold can earn a large amount of merit. Many precious resources need to be exchanged for merit points from the 10,000 races battlefield. Unlike martial artists like Su Zhou and his group, who have abundant resources, many high-rankers would love to be stationed at the South China Sea stronghold year-round. Apply immediately for the positions of the two after leaving customs.
Su Xingnian and Suja were happy to see this happen.
The guarding task was instead a constraint for them, who did not lack resources.
After returning to the residence,
the first thing Suja did was prepare to draw the ability for the new month.
Begin the draw.
Suja shouted softly in his mind.
The scarlet roulette spun rapidly.
9 dazzling rays of light suddenly burst forth.
The reason is very simple. Suja's pupils slightly contracted.
This was the first appearance of a 9-colored phenomenon.
In his understanding, 9 is the ultimate number. 9 colors are likely to represent the highest grade of the roulette.
It is also possible that there exists an even higher level of the 10 directions mystic light.
Golden text emerged above the golden wheel.
Obtain the Soul Sovereign of Craftsmanship experience card, all domain craftsmanship comprehension elevated to the heavenly Tao level, valid for 30 days. The light screen's explanation covers various crafts such as smelting and woodworking, but it has nothing to do with martial cultivation. He rubbed the gilded card in his hand. Although the status of a forging grandmaster is revered, it pales in comparison to the path of eternal life through shattering the void. His knuckles turned white from the pressure. The first triggered 9-colored opportunity turned out not to be a cultivation talent, leaving anyone feeling a sense of loss. The true energy of a 7th grade martial artist surged through the meridians. Suja closed his eyes to regulate his breathing, calming his mind in an instant. Martial artists must avoid being entangled by obsessions. Just as he was about to store the card in the storage ring, a sudden inspiration struck.
Refining tools requires fire control.
The art of alchemy also requires fire control.
Of course, this is just speculation. And the fire element laws.
He suddenly stood up, his inner energy shattering the teacup on the desk.
Extraction successful.
77 volumes of heavenly creations and secrets of 1,000 forgings were spread across the quiet room. Suja's lips curled into a bitter smile. The book pages moved without wind, and amidst the lingering scent of ink, the rhythm of the Tao flowed in Suja's eyes. With a light tap of his fingertip on the chapter of fire refining gold, refined iron in his palm turned into pliable softness. At this moment, he suddenly realized. The so-called heaven-defying comprehension was literally a gift from the heavens. Any challenge in craftsmanship, with a bit of thought, was as effortless as a butcher dissecting an ox. The meteoric iron hammer struck the black iron ingot, and the sparks outlined the patterns of the laws.
Suja's lips curved into a knowing smile.
Amid the trembling sound of the anvil, a trace of crimson Tao patterns quietly climbed onto the hammer's handle. 3 days were enough for Suja to prepare a complete set of artifact refining equipment.
As long as there were enough spirit stones, this matter was actually quite simple.
In a world where spiritual energy is reviving, many people lack spirit stones. After all, spirit stones are not only a form of currency but also a cultivation resource. Whether low-grade or high-grade, spirit stones have their uses.
3 days later.
For instance, when cultivating at the South Sea base before, Suja needed spirit stones every time he broke through.
Suja's first attempt at forging attracted quite a bit of attention.
I see. Mainly because there were too many forging devices, which could only be placed outdoors. Many warriors were quite puzzled when they first saw these devices.
After all, the South Sea stronghold is a battlefield, so why would anyone be forging here?
But when they discovered that the owner of the equipment was Suja, they immediately understood.
Clang! Suja's comprehension is truly extraordinary.
Maybe he also has a talent for crafting equipment. Or perhaps he was just bored at the base and made a set of equipment to pass the time. The warriors were talking among themselves, but their words were filled with support. After all, Suja's strength was extraordinary, so having some unique hobbies was perfectly normal. However, the vast majority of warriors knew nothing about forging and were purely there to watch the excitement. Suja paid no attention to others' thoughts and directly began his first forging attempt. He decided to start with low-grade long knives. Although his theoretical knowledge and understanding were thorough, he still made frequent mistakes during practical operations. The control of heat was unstable, the hammering force was uneven, and problems kept emerging one after another. Fortunately, with his extraordinary talent, none of the mistakes were repeated a second time.
Theory and practice gradually unify through repeated adjustments. First grade level? Suja's first experience in crafting felt pretty good.
Being able to forge a graded weapon signifies officially stepping into the threshold of a blacksmith. This is more due to his formidable perception and mental strength.
He can instantly identify and correct issues during forging.
Looking at the freshly forged long blade, Suja casually tossed it to the martial artist watching from afar. Weapons made from low-grade materials are useless to him, so he might as well treat them as a benefit. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, during which a first-rank martial artist swiftly grabbed the long blade.
"Thank you, Senior Su."
The other party's voice trembled with excitement. Suja nodded slightly and turned to begin the next round of forging. In just a few days, Suja became famous again on the South Sea battlefield.
He is giving away weapons for free.
For martial artists, a good weapon can significantly enhance their strength.
However, in Disya, a good weapon is quite expensive.
Low-grade martial artists often face the dilemma of resource shortages.
Suja deeply understands this.
After all, he himself had spent many years stagnating at a low rank. It is precisely because of this that he would give away weapons without concern for personal gain or loss.
Although it's unclear how many weapons can be forged, sending one more brings an extra glimmer of hope.
Perhaps a certain weapon could truly change the fate of a warrior. In the end, he simply seeks peace of mind. Other gains or losses are not within his scope of consideration at all. The high-ranking martial artists at the South Sea stronghold were puzzled, but no one stepped forward to stop him.
Firstly, this was Suja's personal action. Secondly, this move could indeed benefit the South Sea martial artists. The reason is very simple.
As time went on, Suja began challenging mid-grade weapons. With the blessing of extraordinary comprehension, low-grade weapons are no longer a challenge.
He can even easily forge weapons used by third-grade martial artists. Now, he is finally officially advancing into the mid-grade realm. The duration of the sole sovereign of craftsmanship is only 1 month remaining. Suja was unwilling to waste any time. His true goal was to forge high-grade divine weapons. As for comprehending the law of fire, it would require waiting for the right opportunity. He spent 10 days. Suja had reached a masterful level in crafting mid-grade weapons. The onlooking martial artists could hardly hide their astonishment. Could Suja really craft a mid-grade weapon so quickly? Even though they had never forged weapons themselves, they knew well that weapon forging was no easy task. Without more than a decade of skill, it is simply impossible to forge mid-grade weapons. Suja did not keep these mid-grade weapons. Instead, he found suitable owners for each weapon. His only requirement for gifting weapons was that the weapon's grade must match the warrior's realm. This is the only way to maximize the utility of the weapons. Avoid situations where they are resold. He naturally did not want to see the weapons he forged gather dust. However, these weapons did not take up too much of Suja's energy. As the refinement grade rises to mid-grade, flame control becomes particularly critical. In terms of flame manipulation, Suja has already accumulated considerable insights. This is attributed to his long-term interaction with flames. His extraordinary comprehension has played a crucial role. Suja had fatally touched the threshold of flame control. His understanding of the laws of flame grew increasingly profound. He began attempting to forge high-grade divine weapons. However, there was a world of difference between high-grade divine weapons and mid-grade weapons. The primary challenge is the scarcity of materials. Forging divine weapons requires heavenly treasures of corresponding grades. Fortunately, the previously accumulated rare materials are sufficient to support the experiments. The second issue is the lack of forging techniques and inheritance. Orthodox divine weapon forging always follows secret methods. The top weapon forging masters of the Great Xia strictly adhere to their lineage systems. Only a complete inheritance system can ensure the success rate of forging. But Suja possessed none of these. However, extraordinary comprehension is enough to make up for the shortcomings. The existing high-grade materials can still support trial and error. Even so, Suja remains extremely cautious. After all, high-grade materials cannot withstand repeated consumption. The first divine weapon attempt was declared a failure 3 days later. However, this attempt allowed Suja to grasp the key techniques. Although it did not become a divine weapon, it unexpectedly resulted in a peak 6th grade weapon. This was thanks to the exceptional quality of the high-grade materials. The power of this 6th grade weapon far exceeds the conventional standard. These weapons were directly gifted to the school by Suja. The school indeed has quite a few mid-grade level instructors. He naturally wouldn't forget to distribute benefits to the academy's instructors. The second divine weapon also failed without any suspense. This time, the forging took 3 days. But Suja had accumulated more experience in forging. The third and fourth weapons were forged one after another. Another 3 were destroyed in succession. A total of 5 failed products accumulated before and after, consuming a full half-month of time. The duration of craftsmanship supreme is about to expire. However, with repeated trial and error, Suja's eyes instead ignited with a blazing brilliance, as his heaven-defying comprehension had already deciphered 90% of the key principles. He had absolute confidence in breaking through the shackles during the next forging. At this moment, he truly felt the power of top-tier talent. If the heaven-defying comprehension were applied to martial arts cultivation, it is absolutely impossible to make such rapid progress within a month. But in the field of weapon forging, this talent can be described as terrifying. After a brief rest, a new round of forging began. This time, every step reached perfection. From flame control to forging frequency, everything is as precise as mechanical calibration. A mysterious premonition lingers in the heart. This furnace will surely produce a divine weapon. As the forging process advances, under the blessing of insight, it even brushes against the edge of enlightenment. Su Xingnian heard that Suja had recently become obsessed with forging and seemed to have gone astray. He came specifically to investigate the situation. But he happened to find the other party in a state of enlightenment. You call this going astray? Su Xingnian felt a bitterness rise in his throat. How long has it been since the last epiphany? He unexpectedly entered the realm of enlightenment again. This is clearly a monster that exists solely to crush others. The originally prepared words of admonition were instantly rendered useless, as if they had never come. It wasn't just Su Xingnian who was shaken. Several high-ranking powerhouses at the South Sea stronghold, relying on their formidable mental strength, they had long since grasped the situation on the scene. Looking at Suja's state, everyone fell into silence.
although high-grade martial artists are already at the pinnacle of the martial arts pyramid. At this moment, Suja was completely unaware of everyone's emotions. In a mysterious state, his comprehension of the flame law was rising at an astonishing speed. The forge's fire. In the midst of it all, Suja seemed to have touched the threshold of the laws. The law of fire is merely a broad direction, and the specific laws each person comprehends are different. For instance, some control the law of flames, while others master the law of crimson fire. These laws essentially belong to the branch category of the laws of fire. The same applies to the other 5 elemental laws. Upon careful consideration, this is quite normal. Each high-level expert's understanding of the laws is inherently diverse. Environmental impact and individual perception differences may cause distinctions. At this moment, Suja's core feeling toward the flame is intense heat. With the blessing of extraordinary comprehension, he perfectly integrates this intense heat into weapon forging. 3 days later, when this weapon is finally completed, Suja's face finally showed a long-lost joy. At this moment, the weapon in his hand had barely reached the level of a 7th-grade divine weapon, although it was still at the lower end of the divine weapon hierarchy. This meant that in the field of forging, Suja was worthy of being called a master. At the same time, the understanding of flames during the forging process became increasingly profound. Strike while the iron is hot. Suja continued forging without hesitation. The remaining duration of the craftsmanship supremacy ability was running out. This ability does not directly enhance cultivation. However, it allows Suja to take a unique path, making rapid progress in comprehending the laws. All things in the world are composed of laws, and this is no exception for artifact refining and pill concocting. On the day before the ability ceased to function, Suja successfully forged the 4th divine weapon. After that, he paused weapon forging. Instead, he used the last 12 hours to fully comprehend the profound mysteries of the laws. Burning, forging, tempering, countless elements intertwine and collide within consciousness. The comprehension of the law of fire continues to deepen. Combining the previously studied fire attribute techniques, the two insights gradually merge. But the blazing cognition gained during the forging process ultimately took the lead. Faint ripples of laws began to circulate around him. Relying on extraordinary comprehension, Suja finally crossed the threshold of the laws. Though it was merely a glimpse into the doorway, but has already paved the smooth path to the 9th rank. A person who comprehends the laws with mid-8th rank cultivation. Such individuals are few and far between in the entire Great Xia. The blazing law mastered by Suja is one of the branches of the fire element. This is thanks to the accumulation of the Mad God Blade technique. It also stems from a profound understanding of the essence of flames during forging. Both are indispensable. Comprehending the laws is far more difficult than imagined. Without extraordinary comprehension, even being just 3 days short would make success absolutely impossible. With the law in hand, heaven and earth are different. Suja gently stroked the sword's blade and whispered, the flickering firelight reflected in his eyes. Because of the initiation into the law, Suja could feel that his efficiency in absorbing the power of heaven and earth had increased by at least 3-fold. As for the growth and strength, there's naturally no need to elaborate. Now, he can at least rival an ordinary peak 8th grade cultivator. Apart from this, the power of laws has many other uses. For example, when forging weapons, if the power of laws is added, it can greatly enhance the power of divine weapons. It can be said that after mastering the basics of laws, even if Suja only has superior aptitude, the cultivation speed is no longer inferior to some geniuses or even prodigies. This is already extremely astonishing. Even if Suja doesn't extract any abilities in the future, he can still easily cultivate to the 9th rank. This obviously breaks the limit of aptitude. According to common sense, cultivating to a 7th grade martial artist is the limit for superior aptitude. Breaking through to the realm of high-grade martial artists is inherently fraught with difficulties. Only Suja managed to cheat the system. Since he had just started learning the laws, Suja did not rush to extract new abilities. Instead, he chose to go into seclusion. Taking advantage of the opportunity of just comprehending the laws, he continued to delve deeper into understanding them. Entering the basics of the laws does not mean there is no need for further study. After all, the scorching rule is just a branch of the fire rule. Moreover, warriors are not limited to comprehending only one rule. It is said that among those above the 9th rank, it is not uncommon to master multiple rules. Suja naturally would not be satisfied with just this. Of course, he hasn't thought that far ahead yet. But it is still necessary to study the scorching law more thoroughly. The improvement brought by the law far exceeded expectations.
It is almost an all-around enhancement. No wonder the previous principal was so effortless when killing the 8th grade of the Wasteland tribe.
It hardly took much effort. Suja directly went into seclusion for more than half a month. He only decided to come out when it became difficult to gain new insights,
defying heaven's comprehension. When he left seclusion, he was still marveling at that profound feeling of instant understanding and enlightenment.
This near-epiphany state left him captivated. If he could draw the 9-colored ability to assist in cultivation, it would undoubtedly yield twice the result with half the effort.
However, Suja had not been out for long. Su Xingnian hurriedly came looking for him.
Judging by his expression, it seemed he had been waiting for quite some time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been keeping such close watch on his movements.
Old Su, what happened? Suja asked directly. Normally, Su Xingnian wouldn't be this anxious.
There's an unexpected change on the Tianshan battlefield.
Requesting reinforcements from the Southern Territory. Su Xingnian's tone was grave.
Previously, the Southern Territory had also sought help from other regions. Mutual support on the battlefield is a common practice. Typically, requests for aid are not limited to a single region. In most cases, various parties will provide some level of support. Take the previous Great War in the Southern Territories as an example. Even if some regions did not send personnel, they still provided resource support. If reinforcements arrive, the southern region must provide them with cultivation resources. If the reinforcements perish in battle, the southern region must compensate their respective forces.
Therefore, unless the situation is critical, few regions would easily request reinforcements.
Back then, the southern region set aside its pride to seek help, solely to take revenge on the Wilderness tribe.
What exactly happened at the Tianshan base? What arrangements are there in the southern region? Suja showed a curious expression and asked aloud. Because Su Xingnian had specifically waited for him to come out of seclusion. The South Sea Martial Arts University naturally bears an unshirkable responsibility in this matter. Su Xingnian detailed the sequence of events.
A high-ranking warrior of an alien race actually broke through the spatial passage of the Tianshan base and infiltrated the territory of Daxia. This incident can be regarded as the most severe breach in the history of the Tianshan base.
High-ranking aliens infiltrating Daxia can cause immeasurable harm. They might leak Daxia's confidential intelligence or collaborate with aliens on other battlefields. The slightest mistake could trigger a chain reaction.
Especially if this high-ranking alien establishes contact with aliens on other battlefields. The entire Great Xia will face a crisis. Listening to Su Xingnian's account, Suja's expression grew increasingly grave. He was acutely aware of the severity of the situation. If mishandled, the oversight at the Tianshan base could threaten the very foundation of Great Xia. Suja was originally puzzled. The northwest region already had heavy troops stationed, and its military strength was not weak.
Why was there still a need to request reinforcements from other regions?
At this moment, he finally understood. It turned out that high-ranking members of a foreign race had broken through the defense line and infiltrated the territory.
No one knows the whereabouts or intentions of this high-ranking foreign being.
Martial artists in the northwest region were forced to conduct a comprehensive search, leading to a severe shortage of manpower.
Requesting reinforcements became a matter of course. Faced with a crisis of this magnitude, none of the major war zones would shirk their responsibilities. Everyone is well aware of the catastrophic consequences that may arise from the infiltration of high-ranking members of other races.
The southern region has already dispatched the first batch of reinforcements.
This includes 3 high-ranking warriors from the Xianan battlefield. The second batch of reinforcements will need to be reassigned from the South Sea battlefield. The specific plan will be decided through consultations between Nanhai Martial Arts University and the Nanhai Garrison. Su Xingnian explained the current support deployment.
Although the northwest region has been completely sealed off, satellites monitor every corner of the ground at all times. Track the movements of that high-ranking alien. However, the aliens on the Tianshan battlefield are extremely peculiar. Although their race has deformed bodies, they possess an exceptionally strong talent for disguise. The Great Xia has named them the mimicry race. It is precisely this talent that has caused a fatal flaw in the warrior's defenses.
Now, this high-ranking alien must be hiding among the crowd. Otherwise, the northwest region would not have mobilized such a massive manpower for the search. What is the strength of this alien? How is the school planning to respond?
Suja pressed for more specific details.
Strength is at the 7th rank level. Not particularly formidable, its hidden abilities are the key. The school plans to send us for support.
The mental power coverage of an 8th grade martial artist far exceeds that of a 7th grade. The current situation on the South Sea battlefield is stable. For now, it can be guarded by several 7th grade martial artists.
Of course, if you wish to continue your retreat, that's fine too. Su Xingnian gave a straightforward and decisive reply.
This was precisely the reason he had been waiting specifically for Suzhi to finish his retreat.
The second batch of reinforcements originally had no time limit requirements.
In addition, the entire northwest region has been placed under lockdown.
Time is relatively ample. That high-ranking foreign entity has clearly sensed the crisis. It remains dormant and has yet to appear. This matter, though extremely urgent, should not be handled hastily.
As long as the high-ranking members of the foreign race remain,
the lockdown order will not be lifted. Even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground, Great Xia must eliminate the hidden threat.
Suzhi decisively agreed. Although Su Xingnian did not insist, he understood the gravity of the situation.
Willing to contribute to the northwest defense line.
As his strength grew increasingly formidable, Suzhi did not mind occasionally aiding the world. Su Xingnian listened, his face still filled with joy. He always harbored a near-blind trust in Suzhi's strength and fortune.
Perhaps Suzhi might really be able to find it. Suzhi and Su Xingnian did not waste any time. They directly completed the handover with a 7th-rank martial artist from Nanhai Martial Arts University. Accompanying them was an 8th-rank expert from the Daxia military stationed at the Nanhai outpost. 3 8th-rank powerhouses gathered together.
If not for the slight easing of the situation on the Nanhai battlefield, it would have been impossible to deploy 3 8th-rank combat forces at once. The private jet was already fully prepared for departure.
The flight from the southern region to the northwest is not very far.
When the plane landed on the northwest land, the dry air rushed in.
After the revival of spiritual energy, the geographical environment of Daxia underwent significant changes. Go! Take the northwest region as an example.
The level of dryness has been increasing year by year, with the annual average temperature far exceeding other areas. This forms a stark contrast with the humid climate of the southern regions.
Even 8th-rank experts like Su Xingnian have noticed the discomfort caused by the surrounding environment.
The spiritual energy of the northwest carries restless elements.
The law of fire is exceptionally active in this place.
Suzhi, however, relaxed his brows and revealed a look of contentment. The newly comprehended scorching law made him naturally attuned to the fire attribute. In the northwest, his understanding of the laws is growing at a speed visible to the naked eye.
The arrival of the 3 8th-rank individuals was not announced in advance. Due to the complete lockdown of the northwest region, routine inspections are indispensable. Second batch of support personnel from the southern territory. 8th grade warrior Suzhi, 8th grade warrior Su Xingnian, 8th grade warrior Wang Xingqiu. When the identity verification was completed, the staff at the Tianshan Base Airport could hardly hide their shock. They knew that the first batch of support teams from the southern border already included several high-grade warriors. But they never expected the lineup of the second batch to be even more astonishing. In the martial arts world, the 8th rank is already a level capable of founding a sect. 3 8th-rank experts arrived together. Not only was the Tianshan Base shaken, but the entire Northwest War Zone would focus on this. The overall strength of the Northwest has always been superior to the southern region. Harsh environments give rise to more formidable warrior groups. The average combat power is a whole level higher than that of the southern region, which is an extremely terrifying advantage. Head directly to the governor's mansion. Northwest Grand Governor Kong Qinghu has been stationed at the Tianshan base for over 3 months. According to intelligence, there is a high probability that a high-ranking alien is lurking in this area. Su Xingnian skillfully planned the action route. It was evident that he had done his homework beforehand and was well-versed in the northwest situation. Tianshan Base. The entire base has entered a state of full lockdown. From the airport to the Grand Governor's mansion, Suzhi and the others saw many guards along the way. Each guard was equipped with various technological devices. These devices were primarily used to detect alien species. Since the revival of spiritual energy, related detection instruments have long been widely used. As long as a life form is detected that does not conform to human characteristics, it can be identified as an alien race. In special cases, a process of control first and verification later is adopted. It is said that in the decades since the invention of this instrument, only a handful of misjudgment cases have occurred. The accuracy has infinitely approached 100%. Unfortunately, the current equipment still hasn't locked onto the whereabouts of that high-ranking alien. Some even suspect that the target has already withdrawn from the Tianshan base. This is precisely the fundamental reason for the complete lockdown of the northwest region. Not only are all major bases strictly guarded, but the wilderness areas are also covered by surveillance networks. In addition to the guards, Suja also noticed many martial artists dressed in outfits from other regions. They should be reinforcements from other war zones. Some war zones are under immense pressure themselves, making it difficult to deploy high-level combat forces. Only mid-grade martial artists can be dispatched to form search teams. Such teams are still competent in carrying out field reconnaissance. However, they face extremely high risks when confronting high-grade alien races. A 6th-grade martial artist cannot withstand more than 3 moves against an 8th-grade opponent. However, once the target is discovered, high-ranking martial artists from the Northwest War Zone will immediately provide support. There is absolutely no possibility of allowing a high-ranking alien to escape. It is not that the Great Xia is unwilling to deploy powerhouses above the 9th rank. The key lies in the fact that this high-ranking alien is carrying a special shielding artifact. Conventional detection methods are completely ineffective against it, forcing Daxia to adopt the primitive strategy of carpet-style inspections. Everyone quickly arrived at the governor's mansion. The Tianshan base is not the core area of the Northwest. The governor's office in front is just a temporarily requisitioned command post. Northwest Grand Marshal Kong Chenghu had been waiting at the door for a long time. This 9th-grade expert personally welcoming them shows the importance placed on the reinforcements. When the news of the 3 8th-grade masters from the southern border arriving together came, Kong Chenghu was quite taken aback. He obviously did not expect the southern territory to be so generous. An 8th-rank martial artist is not an ordinary combat force. Even in the stronger Northwest War Zone, the number of high-rank individuals is extremely limited. Kong Chenghu carefully reviewed the files of the 3 individuals. Su Xingnian is considered an old acquaintance, and his status as a high-grade alchemist has many connections with the Northwest. Wang Xingqiu comes from the Daxia military. Although he has not served in the Northwest, his reputation in the military is quite high. Only Suja made him feel both familiar and unfamiliar. It wasn't until he opened the archival records that his memory suddenly became clear. Isn't this the prodigy renowned across the South Sea? The sensation caused by Suja earlier had already spread throughout the entire Great Xia. Although Kong Chenghu had heard about it, he was too preoccupied with the Northwest War to pay much attention. As the Grand Commander, he was already overwhelmed with handling daily affairs. At this moment, carefully reading Suja's resume, this 9th-rank powerhouse couldn't help but be amazed. The South Sea has actually nurtured such a true dragon. With such a terrifying rate of advancement, even 9th-rank powerhouses dare not underestimate him. It is indeed necessary to establish good relations with the South Sea. After all, the South Sea battlefield had just dealt a heavy blow to the high-ranking combat power of the Wilderness Tribe. Now, the Great Xia has established an overwhelming advantage in this war zone. If a crisis arises in the Northwest in the future, it may be possible to seek assistance from the South Sea. It was precisely due to multiple considerations that Kong Chenghu chose to personally greet them. Facing the Supreme Commander of the Northwest, Suja and the others remained calm and composed. It was not their first time dealing with a 9th-grade powerhouse. The gap between 8th grade and 9th grade was far less significant than the outside world imagined. After some pleasantries, Su Xingnian, as the team representative, went straight to the point. Commander Kong, which areas have not been inspected yet? We can commence the search at any time. They kept the core mission of this journey in mind. Hunting high-ranking aliens. Follow me. Kong Chenghu swiftly turned around and led the way. The Grand Marshal's brows revealed a trace of anxiety. The unexpected changes on the Tianshan battlefield far exceeded expectations. If it weren't for the need to oversee the command center, he would have already gone to the front lines himself. The assistant quickly presented 3 sets of specially designed communication devices. These devices serve 2 functions: real-time battlefield communication and an electronic map for marking search areas. The map clearly displays the number of inspections in each area. A single search is clearly not secure enough. That high-ranking alien possesses mobility. It is highly likely to double back and hide in the already searched area. With this device, Suja and the other 3 8th-grade cultivators immediately took action. As 8th-grade cultivators, the range they could search was much larger. Although many areas in the Northwest region are deserts. After the revival of spiritual energy, a large number of sandbeasts appeared. These sandbeasts are all social creatures. Once they spot a target, they will relentlessly pursue it until death. This situation greatly limits the activity range of martial artists below high rank. High-rank martial artists can tread in the high skies, so they naturally don't face such restrictions. Although some sandbeasts possess the ability to fly, their flight altitude is limited. They are fundamentally unable to reach the heights of the sky where high-grade martial artists reside. For high-grade martial artists, numbers no longer pose an obstacle. Kang Chenghu did not specify which area Su Zhu and the others must investigate. Just let Su Zhu and the others choose for themselves. After all, these three came to provide support and are not directly under the jurisdiction of the Northwest region. Su, my boy, you go in this direction. Brother Wang, you go in that direction. Su Xingyan quickly assigned their respective tasks. Su Jia and Wang Xingqiu did not raise any objections. There was no superior-subordinate relationship among the three. As 8th rank martial artists, they mostly respected each other. In terms of actual combat strength, Su Xingyan might be the weakest among the three. Wang Xingqiu, as an 8th grade warrior from the Daxia military, has experienced countless bloody battles. In terms of combat power, Su Xingyan might not even be able to surpass him. As for Su Jia, there's no need to even mention it. Even without comprehending the scorching rule, his combat power had already surpassed Su Xingyan. The three 8th grade experts quickly dispersed to take action. According to the plan, Su Jia arrived in the southern part of the Northwest region. The suburban area had already been searched, and he needed to head to more remote locations. For him, there is actually no difference between near and far. Nowadays, even if encountering a 9th grade existence in the entire Northwest region, he is confident he can retreat unscathed. However, after searching continuously for 5 days, Su Jia never found any trace of the high-ranking alien. Not just him, all the warriors involved in the search came up empty-handed. We've almost turned the entire Northwest upside down. Not even the slightest clue. This high-ranking foreigner is hiding too deeply. Many martial artists began complaining in the dedicated chat group. This was a group formed in the Northwest region for the pursuit operation. The group gathered high-ranking and mid-ranking martial artists. Su Jia and others were also added to the group. However, high-ranking martial artists have their own sense of reserve. They rarely speak in the group. On the other hand, many mid-ranking martial artists remain very active. Those who can become mid-grade martial artists basically belong to their respective factions. Most of them have had contact with high-grade martial artists. Therefore, they do not appear overly reserved. Many mid-grade martial artists noticed the three newcomers in the group chat, as they were high-grade martial artists. Moreover, it is an 8th grade existence, and 8th grade martial artists are already rare in the entire chat group. As for 9th grade, currently, only the Northwest Grand Marshal is in the group. It's not that there are no other 9th grade martial artists in the Northwest region. Rather, they are all stationed on the front lines of the myriad races battlefield and cannot participate in this search. The battlefield of all races in the Northwest region even exceeds the southern battlefield by 1. The pressure of defense is self-evident. Where on earth is this high-ranking alien hiding? Could it have already escaped the Northwest? Su Jia also frowned and fell into deep thought. Not only him, but all the martial artists participating in the search in the Northwest region shared the same doubts. The problem lies in this. After the Northwest region received the alarm from the Tianshan base, immediately initiated the highest level of lockdown measures. The satellite system has brought the entire Northwest under real-time surveillance. If high-level martial artists attempt to escape through unconventional means, they will inevitably be detected. All inbound flights must undergo strict inspections upon landing. However, nothing has been discovered so far. How about trying to extract a new ability? Maybe we can find a way to assist with tracking. Su Jia suddenly remembered that he hadn't performed ability extraction this month. If one could obtain a tracking ability like Eye of Insight, it might greatly assist in locating high-ranking members of other races. Multicolored light swirled within the consciousness space. Congratulations on obtaining the Insight Dice Trial Card. Roll the dice to gain a corresponding multiplier of Insight Enhancement, valid for 1 month. Su Jia looked at the result, feeling both amused and helpless. This time, he hadn't intended to acquire cultivation-related abilities. The auxiliary abilities drawn earlier had worked quite well. By normal reasoning, there should be a settling period next. He originally planned to gamble on a tracking-type ability. Obviously, he had been too presumptuous. The randomness of ability extraction far exceeded expectations. However, since he drew a cultivation enhancement, it could be considered an unexpected gain. Throw. Su Jia decisively activated this ability. Comprehension is crucial for advanced martial artists. Aptitude determines the lower limit of growth, while comprehension determines the height of the upper limit. The 6 sides of the dice correspond to 1 to 6 times the amplification. Thanks to the experience of living 2 lives, Su Jia already had a solid foundation of comprehension. Although not a peerless genius, he was far superior to ordinary martial artists. If his comprehension were truly extraordinary, he wouldn't have lingered in the first or second rank for years in his early days. The dice's spinning speed gradually slowed down. Extraction successful. It finally settled on a threefold amplification. Although this result is not the best, it is still acceptable. Originally, there was no expectation of obtaining a powerful cultivation aid ability. A threefold increase in comprehension was already an unexpected delight. The moment the amplification took effect, Suja clearly sensed the pulsation of the fire laws between heaven and earth. The dry and scorching environment of the Northwest was already an excellent place to comprehend the laws of fire. For Suja, who had already mastered the laws of heat, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Originally focused on searching, Suja decided to shift his focus at this moment. With the enhancement of triple perception, the efficiency of comprehending the laws greatly increased. This also contributes to the improvement of his realm. Since mastering the basics of the laws, Suja's cultivation speed had already accelerated significantly. Now, with the enhancement boost, breaking through to the late 8th rank is not impossible. After all, he has never lacked cultivation resources. Because Suja plans to go into seclusion in the Northwest region for a period of time, he first returned to the Tianshan base. A high-grade martial artist was replaced from the Tianshan battlefield. Subsequently, this high-grade martial artist was assisted in holding the battlefield. Now Suja's reputation is quite significant, and this matter proceeded smoothly. Logically speaking, Suja, as a support personnel and a high-grade martial artist, the Northwest region inherently has no authority to command him. Suja's assistance to the Northwest region is an act of kindness, not an obligation. This point must be made clear. Under such circumstances, the Northwest region naturally fulfills Suja's requests without hesitation. What's more, it is normal for Suja to have some insights. Many martial artists gain new understandings after changing their environment. For the martial artist community, this is not an unusual occurrence. This is precisely the principle of traveling 10,000 miles is better than reading 10,000 books. This principle also applies to the martial artist community. Suja's matter has even sparked heated discussions among martial artists in the Northwest region. How long has this prodigy from Nanhai been in the Northwest? I've long heard that his talent is extraordinary. Now that I've witnessed it with my own eyes, I realize how terrifying it is. The martial artists have always paid close attention to Suja. After all, his cultivation speed is truly astonishing. It seems as if he breaks through major realms every so often. Although there have been more extraordinary figures than Suja in the history of Daxia, but those are historical figures, while Suja is a contemporary. Even the martial artists rooted in the Northwest can clearly feel the brilliance of this prodigy from the South Sea. Su Xingnian learned the news a bit later. He shook his head with a wry smile, feeling helpless inside. It seemed that surpassing Suja was no longer possible. However, he was not surprised by Suja's breakthrough. Previously, he had been inspired multiple times by Suja's moments of enlightenment. Now having some realizations is nothing out of the ordinary. Not only Su Xingnian, but even Wang Xingqiu, an 8th-rank martial artist of the Nanhai Daxia army, was used to it. Isn't it perfectly normal for Suja to have realizations? If there were no response, that would be strange. Wang Xingqiu even discussed this matter with other high-ranking individuals. Although they were not acquainted before, they were both high-ranking members of the Daxia military. After getting in touch, they exchanged contact information, possibly to exchange resources in the future. At this moment, Suja was unaware that his actions had sparked heated discussions. He did not have a deep understanding of the Tianshan battlefield. However, the Tianshan battlefield had been unusually calm during this period. It was unclear whether they were confident that the high-ranking figure who emerged from the passage could resolve the issue, or if there was another plan in motion. However, no matter what, all of this has little to do with Suja. To put it bluntly, he is just a support staff. Even if the high-ranking alien cannot be found in the end, the outcome still depends on the decision of the Northwest Grand Marshal or Daxia. What is certain is that, no matter how much manpower and resources are spent, the investigation will continue. For Daxia, an unstable threat is absolutely unacceptable. Suja sat cross-legged in front of the Tianshan battlefield passage, cultivating. It is convenient for supporting the battlefield, and this happens to be the junction between the battlefield and Blue Star. The laws collide here. The law of fire is naturally more active. With the blessing of triple perception, Suja clearly sensed many changes in the laws. The laws of fire are particularly restless. The conflict of laws in the border area is especially intense.
It might not be the case at the passage of the South Sea battlefield. After all, the laws of the South Sea are relatively much gentler.
A month has passed in the blink of an eye.
Even Suja did not expect to spend an entire month in seclusion here. It was only upon regaining his senses that he understood the reason. The triple comprehension had immersed him in the study of the laws of fire,
causing him to forget the passage of time. Although he has not entered a state of enlightenment, he is infinitely close. This is the importance of comprehension. Now his blazing law has undergone a qualitative transformation. Called the scorching law would be more accurate. This is Suja's greatest achievement this month. Regardless of the name of the law, its essence remains a branch of the law of fire. Suja's mastery of the law has long surpassed the beginner stage, even comparable to the rule mastery of an ordinary 9th grade martial artist. In addition to the advancement in rules, cultivation has also improved, although not yet officially stepping into the late 8th grade. But with the aid of triple comprehension, it has already reached the peak of the mid-8th grade, only half a step away from the late 8th grade. Breaking through this barrier is not considered difficult. After all, Suja has already surpassed the mid-8th grade level in all aspects. Even forcing a breakthrough is not out of the question. But he felt there were still shortcomings, so he preferred to refine it for a few more days. After coming out, Suja naturally wanted to understand the Northwest situation this month. Still haven't found that high grade one.
Suja frowned and murmured. Even he did not expect this high-ranking foreigner to hide so well.
It must be noted that the other party is only at the 7th rank.
If it were him, he would have been exposed long ago.
The entire Northwest region could be described as an inescapable net. Even all kinds of technological means have been fully utilized. The concealment ability of this alien race is indeed extraordinary.
Previously, he had studied intelligence on the Tian Shan battlefield.
Although this alien race is not considered a top-tier powerhouse, their skill in disguise and ambush is truly troublesome. Sometimes it's even difficult to tell if a teammate is disguised as an alien.
Therefore, the Tian Shan battlefield often adopts a solo action mode.
If one's strength is insufficient during solo action, unexpected dangers are highly likely. After all, aliens may not necessarily act alone. Why not try drawing another ability? It must be known that this high-ranking alien was causing trouble. He couldn't even go home to reunite with his family for this year's spring festival.
Fortunately, Shen Xingyan and the others all expressed their understanding. The current situation in the Northwest is tugging at the hearts of countless people across the entire Great Xia. The people of Great Xia are not ignorant of worldly affairs. Everyone understands the gravity of this matter. This time, I won't end up drawing a cultivation support ability again, will I? Suja murmured softly, his tone filled with helplessness. The big wheel began to spin, and a tricolored light suddenly appeared.
Seeing this halo, Suja had a premonition that things would once again go against his wishes.
If it were a single colored light, perhaps he could still acquire a tracking ability. Congratulations on obtaining the impervious to all magic trial card, immune to all mental type spells, valid for 30 days.
Take a closer look at the new ability.
Suja's face already showed a helpless expression.
This ability has nothing to do with finding people.
But it must be admitted that this card is indeed practical.
After a warrior advances to a higher rank,
the use of mental power becomes increasingly frequent. Mental attacks are even a routine method for higher ranks.
Suja pondered silently.
Having this state is equivalent to crippling 30% of the opponent's combat power.
On the battlefield of Xianen, it can be considered a divine skill.
The innate ability of the Three-Eyed Tribe is essentially spiritual magic.
Half of their strength is tied to this path. If this long advantage is lost, their combat strength would not even surpass that of the Wilderness Tribe. What a pity! If it weren't for the matter in the Northwest, I could have gone to the Xianen battlefield to give it a try. Suja silently calculated. After all, with this ability on the battlefield of Xianen, the Three-Eyed Clan will have no power to resist. With his current strength,
it may not be impossible to kill an 8th grade member of the Three-Eyed Clan.
Extraction successful. His current comprehension of the laws far surpasses those of the same level, and his combat power enhancement is extraordinary. Even an ordinary peak 8th grade might not be its match. Currently, Suja's record still lacks an 8th grade opponent, although he had previously killed an 8th grade mutated falcon. The problem is that this falcon was killed by the combined efforts of many 8th grade powerhouses. Obviously, it cannot be considered a personal achievement.
Taking advantage of this trip out, Suja stopped by the Tian Shan base to purchase some local specialties. Since there was a space bag for storage, buying more to stock up wouldn't hurt.
due to the significant differences in local specialties and inconvenient transportation.
If the specialties of the Northwest are resold to the southern region,
earning double the profit is quite easy. Of course, Suja doesn't care about such petty gains. Rather than reselling goods, it's more worthwhile to hunt low-grade alien races. Purchasing local specialties is mainly to send them back home for friends and family to try.
Buying more is also considering that Shen Qingyan and others need to share with their friends.
This is no longer an era of peace. Now is the era of spiritual energy revival.
Most residents of the South Sea base spend their entire lives without ever leaving their birthplace.
Specialties from the Northwest are something they can only see in pictures, unless their family produces a martial artist. But even the lowest-ranked martial artist is not easily achieved.
Fortunately, the battlefield at Tianshan has been calm this month. Suja realized that he could peacefully retreat to comprehend, all thanks to the stability of the front line.
As his thoughts shifted, he suddenly noticed the abnormal mental state of the pedestrian ahead. He almost thought he was hallucinating. After all, the other party is just an ordinary person. How could there be a mental fluctuation? Suja immediately became interested. Could it be a genius with innate exceptional mental strength? Potential to become a martial arts star? Even though he was well-informed and experienced, he couldn't help but feel curious.
Back when he served as the chief officer of the South Sea base, Yi Linger's martial Dao heavenly sound greatly benefited his comprehension.
This special spiritual power is quite similar to the talents of the alien races. In the eyes of other races, aren't humans also considered foreign? Out of curiosity, Suja followed this special target. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have noticed anything unusual about an ordinary person. After all, the surrounding martial artists hadn't detected anything amiss. Perhaps it's the effect of being impervious to all methods? Suja attributed the reason to his newly acquired ability. However, more doubts were uncovered during the tracking process. The target seemed ordinary, yet gave off a strong sense of incongruity.
The surface appears normal, but the mental state is extremely unstable.
Could it be that they are not a gifted one, but rather a puppet invaded by a foreign mind?
Suja suddenly thought of that high-ranking alien who had disappeared. Perhaps the other party is still lurking in the Tianshan base,
hiding by mentally controlling ordinary people. Previous technological equipment failed to detect any anomalies.
If not for the protection of the invulnerability ability, even he would have been deceived.
This seventh-grade alien race is evidently more troublesome than expected. Or perhaps it's the unique racial talent at play.
After all, the battlefield of myriad races has only existed for a few hundred years.
The Great Xia has yet to fully grasp all intelligence on the alien races. Think from another perspective. It is perfectly normal for this high-ranking alien to possess special means. In any case, Suja immediately decided to follow this seemingly ordinary target.
According to his judgment, it is highly likely to be related to that high-ranking alien.
This alien is truly cunning.
After passing through the spatial passage into the Great Xia territory, no immediate action was taken.
Instead, a secret technique was used to control an ordinary person. Even technological methods failed to detect any anomalies. No wonder the Northwest region's continuous searches yielded no results. It can only be said that the hiding method is truly ingenious. Suja was certain that without the ability of impervious to all methods, he would not have been able to see through the clues. Tracking ordinary people is as easy as pie for an 8th-grade expert. Even if the other party deliberately detoured several places before returning, still unable to shake off Suja's pursuit, finally arrived in front of an ordinary residence. Suja cautiously released his spiritual power to investigate step by step, deliberately controlling the energy fluctuations. Avoid arousing the other party's suspicion.
At the same time, send an encrypted message to the Northwest Grand Marshal, Kong Qinghu. Inside the governor's mansion, Kong Qinghu showed a puzzled expression while reviewing the message.
This Southern Sea prodigy actually requested him to use 9th-grade spiritual power to cover the entire city. This matter is quite unusual. After a brief consideration, Kong Qinghu chose to trust Suja. Moreover, releasing spiritual power is merely a trivial effort.
The oppressive might of a 9th-grade expert suddenly enveloped the Tianshan base.
All the warriors instantly felt an oppressive atmosphere. Grand Commander, what does this mean? Could it be that traces of high-ranking foreign tribes have been discovered? Is there an unexpected situation? The warriors discussed in bewilderment.
Everyone believed the Grand Commander must have made a significant discovery, taking advantage of this mental storm as cover.
Suja quietly infiltrated his perception into the target building. If there is no interference from the 9-rank suppression, it is very easy to be detected by the other party. This action is based on the premise that Suja's inference is correct.
In the mental scan, a distorted figure gradually emerged.
Found it. Suja's pupils contracted slightly. This foreign race is actually playing tricks right under our noses.
They've been toying with the entire Northwest war zone.
Now they've finally revealed themselves.
Killing intent surged, but Suja restrained the impulse to act.
Capturing alive clearly holds greater strategic value. In recent years, Daxia has captured many members of other races from various battlefields. Boom! Unfortunately, they are all low-ranking beings.
These low-grade ones are completely incapable of providing effective intelligence.
In contrast, the value of this high-grade alien is entirely different.
Now that it is within the territory of Great Xia, even inviting a powerhouse above the 9th grade is not difficult. Such beings can subdue high-grade opponents in an instant. Perhaps important intelligence can be extracted from this beast's mouth. This is far more strategically significant than simply killing. After all, if Suja takes action, killing a 7th grade opponent is as easy as turning his hand. Thinking of this, Suja encrypted the detailed process and sent it to Kong Qinghu. The matter of being impervious to all methods was naturally deliberately concealed. Meanwhile, he maintained covert surveillance.
No one could guarantee whether the 7th grade entity would relocate.
This was purely a coincidence that uncovered the trail. If the opportunity is missed, the consequences will be unpredictable.
The target must not escape again.
On the other end, Kong Qinghu's pupils contracted sharply as he reviewed the information.
Found it?
This Grand Commander suddenly slammed the table after coming to his senses.
Even Kong Qinghu never expected this high-ranking foreigner to be hiding here. No wonder Suja had his mental power erupt earlier. Now everything can be explained.
However, when seeing Suja's suggestion, even Kong Qinghu couldn't help but marvel at Suja's meticulousness.
Normally, issuing the order to eliminate this 7th grade figure in the Northwest region is also feasible. After all, if the 7th rank alien resists, it should not be underestimated. Moreover, no one can guarantee whether the 7th rank alien has any hidden special means.
But now that its hiding place has been discovered, the feasibility of capturing it alive has indeed greatly increased.
Kong Qinghu reported to his superiors without hesitation. He did not immediately announce the discovery of this 7th grade item. After all, no one could guarantee whether the other party would notice. Therefore, it was better to maintain the status quo. About half an hour later, Kong Qinghu brought an elder to Suja's location. Though there were only 2 people, it was already enough. Especially when Suja felt a strong sense of threat from the old man, his pupils suddenly contracted. Above the 9th rank? Even Suja couldn't help but ponder secretly.
After all, even Kong Qinghu couldn't bring him such a strong sense of oppression.
The most crucial thing is that he actually felt suppression on the fundamental level of life.
If even a Grand Commander like Kong Qinghu is so respectful, one would have to be a fool not to notice something unusual.
Suja couldn't help but take another look.
This mysterious old man was very likely the most powerful being he had ever encountered in his life.
Young man, not bad.
The old man scrutinized Suja for a moment, a look of approval in his eyes.
Before coming, he had already reviewed Suja's file.
Postnatal awakeners are already rare, and those who can maintain such a mindset are even rarer. Only those who have experienced the struggle of limited aptitude can truly understand the value of an awakening opportunity.
The old man flatters me. Suja responded solemnly.
In the face of such an existence, age no longer matters.
He quickly reported the current situation. The next course of action depends entirely on this elder. This is Elder Su.
While the elder was probing spiritual power, Kong Qinghu cautiously transmitted a message to Suja.
Suja nodded in understanding.
Meanwhile, his mind was rapidly searching for Elder Su's identity. The rise of this existence may trace back to 100 years ago,
or even further back in time.
As a member of the new generation, Suja knows little about the secrets of the past. After the emergence of the battlefield of myriad races, information about high-ranking powerhouses was already tightly sealed, let alone those above the 9th rank. But in any case, the existence of this level was far beyond his reach at the moment. Suja carefully observed this person's actions.
Shockwave.
After using his mental power to investigate and confirm the situation inside the residence, Old Su acted decisively. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be stirred by an invisible force, visibly twisting. Kong Qinghu and Suja's pupils contracted slightly at the same time. It was evident that this person's mastery of the laws had reached perfection, to the point where even they could only catch faint traces of the fluctuations. And this was merely the lingering effect of Elder Su's casual action. The most crucial thing is that the fundamental laws he mobilized are by no means ordinary.
I'll leave the rest to you.
Before Elder Su's voice had faded, his figure had already vanished into thin air. Ripples appeared in Suja's eyes. The existence above the 9th rank can actually tear through space directly.
That was clearly a teleportation technique just now.
This is by no means comparable to ordinary high-rank powerhouses. However, most of the existences above the 9th rank in Great Xia remain in seclusion for years, and those who can walk the world are few and far between.
Suja composed himself and followed Kong Qinghu into the residence.
Whether it was an ordinary person or that 7th grade alien, all were unconscious and collapsed on the ground at this moment. Although the 7th grade alien was severely injured, the vigorous vitality of a high-grade powerhouse still sustained its life. The task of restraining the captive was naturally handled by Kong Qinghu.
After all, this high-ranking alien belongs to the Northwest battlefield. If taken back to the Southern Territory for interrogation and then transferred, it would only add unnecessary complications.
Suja, the entire Northwest owes you a great debt.
A generous gift will be presented later. Kong Qinghu solemnly promised.
To capture the 7th grade figure alive, Suja voluntarily gave up the spoils of the kill. This move not only allowed for extracting intelligence from the alien race but also secured the initiative for the Northwest.
The war zone would naturally not treat its heroes unfairly. Then I must thank Grand Commander Kong.
Suja accepted it calmly. He had never considered himself a saint. Receiving deserved rewards was only natural.
Resolved.
With this high-ranking figure captured, Kong Qinghu immediately relayed the news. After all, those involved in the search included not only local martial artists from the Northwest but also a large number of supporters.
The Northwest War Zone must provide an explanation. Found it? This high-ranking alien really knows how to hide. How was it discovered? The warriors could hardly contain their excitement.
The month-long Dragnet search had long caused frustration. It not only delayed training progress but also dampened morale. Now that the dust has settled, everyone feels relieved. The news was quickly revealed. It was discovered by the prodigy from the South Sea, right at the Tianshan base. Reportedly, it happened while he was purchasing Northwest specialties. This answer left everyone stunned. No one expected that the traces, which had eluded dozens of rounds of meticulous searches,
would be uncovered by Suja's unintended discovery.
The hypothesis of blind spots under the lamp had already been repeatedly tested, and the Tianshan base was even a key screening area.
Dozens of searches yielded no results, yet this young man stumbled upon the secret. He really hit the jackpot.
Su Xingyan stared at the report with a wry smile. Previously, he had joked about riding on Suja's luck, and now it had unexpectedly come true.
However, after the initial surprise, Su Xingyan also regained his composure. That is, this is indeed a good thing. They can finally return to the South Sea.
Having stayed in the Northwest region for a long time, Su Xingyan never quite adapted to the turbulent spiritual energy here.
Mainly because the cultivation technique he practices leans towards the wood attribute.
Usually, alchemists tend to choose gentler techniques like those of the wood attribute.
Such techniques can ensure stability during alchemy. In contrast, it is rare for cultivators to choose fire attribute techniques for alchemy, because this requires extremely strong mental control.
After all, the spiritual energy generated by fire attribute techniques is highly destructive. The situation in the Northwest region quickly spread throughout the entire Great Xia. Previously, many citizens of Great Xia were deeply concerned about the Northwest region.
Finally, good news has arrived. When people learned the specifics, their expressions became quite subtle. Once again, it's that South Sea prodigy. His luck seems to be extraordinary. Who among those who achieve greatness in martial arts hasn't had extraordinary opportunities?
No one expected the discoverer to be Suja. Today, this name already carries significant weight in Daxia.
Many martial artists even regard Suju as a role model.
Suja did not pay attention to the reactions caused in the Northwest region.
He was planning to return early. He didn't even intend to wait for Su Xingyan and the other person. The main purpose was to head to the Xianen battlefield to make arrangements. The current innate ability of being impervious to all methods is still effective.
It would be too wasteful not to go to the Xianen battlefield to harvest resources at this time. For this reason, he specifically sought out Su Shoshuan, the Grand Governor of the Southern Territory.
An assault on the Xianen battlefield? Su Shoshuan's face couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. If a high-ranking figure from Xianen had made such a request, it would have been understandable. But the person before him was clearly a high-ranking martial artist from Nanhai. Although both belong to the southern region, Xianen and Nanhai have always had a competitive relationship. Even as the Grand Commander, he was well aware of the subtleties involved. The southern region was originally won. Now the South Sea battlefield has just shown some progress. The Xianen battlefield might very well replicate the miracle of the South Sea. He naturally wouldn't admit that his true intention was to plunder resources. In fact, this time he shifted to the Xianen battlefield. Besides resources, there were deeper considerations. His cultivation was just one step away from the late 8th grade. Want to seize the opportunity of the Great War to achieve a breakthrough. Logically, the South Sea battlefield should be chosen. But Suzha has his own considerations. The Wasteland tribe in the South Sea battlefield has already suffered a major loss. I'm afraid they won't easily send out high-ranking individuals. If the other side remains in hiding, the South Sea side would also find it difficult to take the initiative to attack. Since there is little to be achieved on the South Sea battlefield. Moreover, the impervious to all laws talent still has a time limit. Suzha naturally turned his gaze to the Xianen battlefield. On one hand, the southern territory was inherently unified. If the pressure on the Xianen battlefield could be alleviated, it would benefit the entire southern territory. On the other hand, lend a helping hand now. If something happens in the South China Sea in the future, Xianen will naturally not be able to stay out of it. Setting the main battlefield in Xianen indeed has multiple advantages. If Suzha is still at the 7th grade cultivation level, it is indeed difficult to convince Su Shoshuan. But now Suzha's strength has far surpassed the mid-level of the ordinary 8th rank. Suzha calmly explained. His words naturally carry enough weight. Su Shoshuan still appeared hesitant. Previously, Xianen did not gain any advantage during the joint operations in the southern region. If it weren't for the South Sea battlefront diverting pressure, even as a 9th rank commander, he would have had to shoulder more responsibility. Now, a separate Xianen battlefield needs to be established. If the war goes unfavorably, the consequences will be truly unpredictable. I am confident I can at least slay one 8th grade three-eyed clan member. Suzha timely revealed the pressure of his laws. Su Shoshuan's pupils contracted sharply. A 9th rank expert can naturally recognize the fluctuations of laws. It is truly rare for an 8th rank to comprehend laws. What is even more astonishing, Suzha had advanced to the 8th rank just over a month ago. Its progress is actually faster than when it was at the 7th grade. What specific plans do you have? Su Shoshuan's tone clearly softened. There are no battles on the South Sea battlefield for now. Dean Su and Senior Wang can be dispatched to assist Xianen. Thus, 3 additional 8th grade combat forces are added. Suzha directly stated the strategy. The core tactic is simple and straightforward: call reinforcements. Waiting for the battlefront of Xianen to open. Reinforcements can launch a surprise attack as a special force. Although not a brilliant strategy, it perfectly suits the current situation. Now, the situation on the Xianen battlefield. Identical to the South Sea before Suzha reached high rank. All were completely suppressed by the Three-Eyed Clan. Given the arrogant nature of the Three-Eyed Clan, there is absolutely no reason to avoid a challenge. Convene the Xianen high-rank meeting. Before the words had faded, Su Shoshuan finally made a decision. Although this matter was initiated by the Governor-General, it still requires a vote by all high-ranking members. However, the majesty of the 9th rank cannot be taken lightly. Except for those in seclusion, all high-ranking individuals gathered at the governor's mansion within half a day. What is the reason for the sudden summons by the Grand Governor? Perhaps there will be a thunderous action. A dozen or so high-ranking auras intertwined, and undercurrents surged in the council hall. They had all been urgently summoned, without receiving any prior notice. Their confusion deepened, especially upon seeing Suzha. The high-ranking individuals present naturally recognized this prodigy of the South Sea. Isn't Suzha still providing support in the Northwest region? How did he suddenly appear in Xianen? Not even the slightest hint of news came out. Logically speaking, Suzha made great contributions in the Northwest. The local area should at least host a banquet to show hospitality. After all, this is a gesture of cross-regional support. Appearing on the Xianen battlefield at this moment is truly puzzling. Fortunately, the mystery was quickly revealed. What? Taking the initiative to attack the Three-Eyed Clan? This person has already mastered the power of laws? And even sent 3 more 8th grade experts to assist? This news greatly boosted the morale of the high-ranking individuals present. The crowd fell into a brief silence. Although there had been support on the Xian'an battlefield before, it was all at the 7th rank in strength. This time, the nature is completely different. Among the 3 newly added 8th rank individuals, there is an existence that comprehends the laws. The tide of the battle is likely to turn. The high-ranking members of Xian'an have long been envious of the South Sea's achievements in battle. The South Sea battlefield has repeatedly slain high-ranking members of the alien race. Those are all walking treasure troves, sharing the same plight as the South Sea. The warriors of Xian'an also suffer from a lack of resources. Who doesn't have some calculations in mind? Right now is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This time, I think Senior Su's suggestion is good. It's time to teach the Three-Eyed Clan a lesson. The plan still has a high chance of success. After some contemplation, many high-ranking members of Xian'an spoke up one after another. Clearly, these high-ranking members were no fools. So what if it was Suja who made the kill this time? If Suja eats the meat, they can still have some soup. Isn't the Nanhai Daxia army just like this? It's not the first or second time they've clashed with the Three-Eye tribe on the Xian'an battlefield. We can't possibly lack the courage to fight. As the high-ranking officials expressed their opinions one after another, Su Shoshuan gradually leaned toward a decision in his heart. Originally, many high-ranking members of Xian'an believed that some preparation time was necessary. But Suja said, "We are unprepared, and so are the Three-Eyed Clan." In fact, the Three-Eyed Clan, due to their innate abilities, can even gather intelligence from Xian'an warriors. Aliens also capture warrior prisoners. These races are not foolish, even without cult warriors. There are still ways to obtain intelligence about the Great Xia. It's just that this channel receives information relatively slowly. Just like before, Suja gambled on the fact that the Wilderness Clan was unaware of his promotion to the 8th rank. Suja's words still managed to convince the high-ranking individuals present. They realized that the more thoroughly they prepared, the more it often turned out to be futile. This time, it might be better to try Suja's idea. Only one day later, Su Xingyan and Wang Xingqiu, 2 8th rank officials, were urgently summoned to Xian'an. The two appeared puzzled. What important matter could Xian'an have that required their presence? It wasn't until stepping into the Grand Marshal's residence and seeing Suja that it suddenly became clear. It must be related to Suja. This was almost a consensus between Su Sheng and Yen. Logically, Suja should have returned with them. Now he has appeared in Xian'an, along with an urgent summons? Su kid, what trouble are you stirring up again? Su Xingyan asked bluntly. It was clear he had already concluded that Suja was up to something. Suja did not deny it. Jian Ming briefly explained the situation on the Xian'an battlefield. Su Xingyan and Wang Xingqiu were both stunned upon hearing this. They hadn't expected Suja to be so bold as to set his sights on the Xian'an battlefield. However, on second thought, it does make sense. After all, this person dared to single-handedly ambush a high-ranking member of the Wilderness tribe on the South Sea battlefield. Are you confident? Su Xingyan asked after pondering. At present, the plan does seem feasible. Perhaps there might truly be some gains on the Xian'an battlefield. It's just that they are quite familiar with the Three-Eye tribe. These alien races are extremely difficult to kill. Even if an 8th grade attacks a 7th grade, it is difficult to guarantee a kill. The strange talent of the Three-Eyed Clan can restrain even those 1 grade higher. A slight delay, and they can escape and flee. 90% certainty, Suja said confidently. Naturally, he wouldn't reveal his state of being impervious to all methods. But he still revealed a hint of the power of the laws. Sure enough, upon sensing the laws, whether it was Su Xingyan or Wang Xingqiu, their faces inevitably showed shock. As 8th grade cultivators, they were even more aware of the difficulty of comprehending the laws. Yet Suja quietly managed to comprehend them, directly surpassing the 2 senior predecessors. Su Sheng and Nian couldn't help but feel a bit conflicted. After adjusting their emotions, they still had full confidence in Suja. Suja was now at the peak of the 8th rank. Even against other 8th rank individuals who had yet to comprehend the laws, he would undoubtedly hold the advantage, if not outright dominate. In this way, the battlefield of Xian'an holds great potential. Su Xingyan and Wang Xingqiu would not complain about having too many resources. Moreover, both have interests tied to them. For instance, Su Xingyan has a prominent family backing him. However, many of Su Xingyan's descendants have developed in Shendu. Compared to Nanhai, Shendu is more suitable for young people. The resource competition environment there is considered top-notch in Daxia. Although the Su family is not a top aristocratic clan, it can still be regarded as first class.
just based on Su Xingyan staying in Nanhai to guard the area, even at the cost of leaving his family.
Suja held him in high regard. With the arrival of Su and Wang, the battlefield in Xianen began operating at full speed. All secluded high-ranking cultivators were urgently summoned.
As long as it's not about breaking through a major realm in a closed-door retreat.
All are summoned. The high-ranking cultivators forced out of seclusion were initially full of doubts.
After learning they were to join forces with Suja to launch a great battle,
suddenly, a sense of anticipation arose. In the southern region, Suja's name is well known.
Since his promotion to a high rank, he has achieved numerous remarkable feats on the battlefield of all races.
This time, he might truly change the dynamics of Xianen.
When it was learned that Suja had mastered the laws, 8th grade peak combined with the power of laws. With such strength, none can rival him unless a 9th grade appears. Even with the Three-Eyed Clan's strange talents, it would be hard to gain the upper hand. Not to mention the two 8th grade experts, Su and Wang, holding the line. With such expectations, the high-ranking individuals all prepared for battle, mainly replenishing consumables such as elixirs.
On the 10th day since Suja arrived in Xianen,
a large number of high-grade individuals poured into the battlefield.
The South Sea trio led by Suja had already entered the Xianen battlefield in advance,
although the three of Suja had already stepped into the 8th grade
at the same time, but has never set foot on the Xianen battlefield.
Even the two senior figures, Su Xingyan and Wang Xingqiu, are no exception. Previously, the South Sea battlefield was overwhelmed and struggled to resist the pressure from the Wilderness tribe.
Naturally, there was no way to spare high-ranking reinforcements for Xianen.
Therefore, Su Xingyan and the others have indeed never set foot in this place.
At this moment, the South Sea trio was discussing the battlefield in Xianen. Compared to the South Sea, this place is much gloomier. It's said that the Three-Eyed tribe prefers dark and damp environments.
It's not hard to understand, special environments always give rise to special abilities. The three of them appeared rather composed.
Although the environment was unfamiliar, 8th rank martial artists had extremely strong adaptability.
Over the past few days, they had studied the information on the Three-Eyed Clan and were quite confident in their martial will. Su Xingyan and Wang Xingqiu are highly experienced. Suja possesses the ability to remain impervious to all methods. This state can still be maintained for more than half a month.
It is sufficient to handle the Xianen battle situation.
Similar to the South Sea battlefield, a fortress was also built at the entrance of the passage. However, its scale far exceeds the South Sea stronghold, with an area more than twice as large.
This is not surprising. The Xianen battlefield opened much earlier than the South Sea. It is also necessary to guard against sudden attacks by the Three-Eyed tribe. Expanding the city is to block the passage of the approaching alien tribes. Like the Wasteland tribe, the Three-Eyed tribe is also a very vengeful race. As long as the Three-Eyed tribe suffers heavy losses on the battlefield, there is a high possibility of launching an assault on the Xianen battlefield.
Previously, the Xianen battlefield had sent mid-grade martial artists to launch a raid on the Three-Eyed clan.
To open the high-grade battlefield, the Xianen side even provided mid-grade martial artists with spiritual power recovery pills.
Previously, mid-grade martial artists had never enjoyed such treatment, especially since this pill has a restraining effect on the Three-Eyed clan. The special ability of the Three-Eyed clan is to weaken the spiritual power of martial artists. If spiritual power can be restored in time, most of the combat strength can still be preserved, minimizing the impact.
This time, it was indeed no different from before. After the Three-Eyed tribe discovered heavy casualties among their people, they immediately launched an assault on the Xianen battlefield. High-ranking powerhouses even descended directly without any concealment. It could be described as utterly arrogant. However, the Three-Eyed clan does indeed have the capital to be arrogant. Their special abilities are not only formidable. Each attack causes high-ranking warriors on the Xianen battlefield to lose a significant amount of cultivation time. After all, the recovery speed of mental power is extremely slow. The recovery speed of the Three-Eyed tribe's special abilities is astonishingly fast. The Xianen elites took the lead in the battle as planned. When the battlefield was fully engaged, the South Sea trio led by Suja seized the opportunity to strike. The three were not idle at this moment, observing the battlefield situation in secret. Although the Three-Eyed tribe had been understood through video materials before, seeing it in person is still astonishing. There truly is a third vertical eye on their forehead. The high-grade battlefield is fully launched. Suja and the other two each locked onto their targets. I'll choose that early stage grade 8-1. Suja fixed his gaze on a grade 8 expert. There is simply no possibility of killing an 8th grade expert. A 7th grade opponent is the reasonable choice.
In the past, high-grade fighters might have felt a psychological burden when attacking lower-grade ones. But after the baptism of the South Sea battlefield, the two had long since abandoned such vanity.
Resources are the real benefits. Act separately in 10 minutes. The three quickly finalized the timeline.
These 10 minutes are enough to create a divided situation on each high-grade battlefield.
Fight. He only has one chance. Now Suja's blade technique has advanced along with his cultivation and multiple insights. It is no longer what it used to be. It has even integrated the power of laws.
The blade's light at this moment was like the blazing sun, seemingly ready to burn everything in the world to ashes. Even warriors and the three-eyed tribe from afar could feel the terrifying power contained within. The two 8th grade powerhouses engaged in direct combat faced the deadly threat of this blade's radiance head-on.
The 8th grade warrior from the Xin faction appeared slightly more composed. He knew it was the South Sea prodigy taking action.
He himself was not the target of the attack. Even so, the aftermath still caused him immense pressure.
He had long known that the South Sea prodigy possessed astonishing strength,
but did not expect it to be so terrifying. In a daze, it seemed like facing a 9th grade powerhouse directly. That 8th grade three-eyed clan member, when Suja suddenly attacked,
had already instantly activated their innate ability.
However, in the state of being impervious to all methods, Suja was completely undisturbed. Without the blessing of innate abilities, this member of the three-eyed clan was merely an ordinary 8th rank. In fact, they were considered a rather mediocre 8th rank. The blade's light precisely pierced into the body of the 8th rank three-eyed clan member.
This is impossible?
This was the final consciousness fluctuation of the 8th grade member of the three-eyed clan. Even in death, it could not comprehend why its innate abilities had completely failed.
Mad God Blade technique. Even an 8th grade being who mastered the rules should have been affected. As the breath of life fades, the answer sinks forever into darkness. Suja slayed the 8th grade opponents simultaneously.
Su Xingyan and Wang Xingqiu, both 8th grade, also successfully killed the 7th grade member of the three-eyed clan.
8th grade against 7th grade can truly be called a dimensional suppression. In an instant, the three-eyed clan lost 3 high-ranking figures. A calculated move against the unprepared. Moreover, the three-eyed clan had dominated the Xin battlefield for decades. This led to considerable laxity in guarding against surprise attacks. The three-eyed clan on the Xin battlefield is quite similar to the Wasteland clan on the South Sea battlefield. The only difference is that the three-eyed clan is more confident. This is because the warriors of Great Xia are currently affected by special abilities. Except for the anomaly Suja, the battlefield situation was instantly reversed. The three-eyed clan suddenly lost 3 high-ranking figures, including an 8th rank existence. It was clearly difficult for them to accept such a heavy blow. The warriors of Xin, on the other hand, could hardly conceal their joy. Although success was anticipated, its ease was unexpected. After completing the first kill, boom!
Suja immediately dashed to the nearest 7th rank battlefield. Compared to the swift retreat of the Wasteland tribe, the reaction of the three-eyed tribe was ultimately a beat slower. There is no room for struggle. Even if the 7th grade being instantly activates its innate ability, the blazing blade light still strikes down with precision.
Killed on the spot. Nowadays, Suja's attack power has faintly surpassed the 8th rank level.
The root lies in his astonishing comprehension of the laws. Under such absolute suppression, no matter how the 7th rank erupts, it is to no avail. With the fall of this 7th rank, the three-eyed clan finally awakened.
Immediately chose to retreat.
The balance of the high-level battlefield tilted, and continuing to engage would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Despite the high-level three-eyed clan being filled with rage, reason still prompted them to make the optimal decision.
The high-grade battlefield has already been defeated. There is no need to mention the mid- and low-grade battlefield.
Naturally, they fled in panic. The speed of the three-eyed clan's defeat was even faster than their initial assault.
The warriors of Xin were unable to react in time. We won.
It was only after a long while that cheers erupted like thunder. For the warriors of Xin, this victory was extraordinarily significant.
Past battles mostly ended in a draw at best.
The previous southern raid also ended in a Pyrrhic victory.
But this time is completely different. Boom!
This is an undisputed great victory, with 4 high-ranking heads claimed.
On the battlefield of Xin, martial artists of all levels were exceptionally excited.
In contrast, the expressions of Suju and the other 2 members of the South Sea trio were relatively calm.
After all,
This was not their first time killing high-ranking martial artists. An 8th-rank warrior was not something they hadn't killed before, it was just that Principal Yu Xiong had personally taken action previously. This time, it was Su Zhi who personally took action. Su Zhi and the others did not continue the pursuit. After all, the strength of the Three-Eyed Clan was far more than this.
At least one 7th grade corpse must be left for XINN this time. Su Xingnian was the first to speak. Their ability to so smoothly kill high-grade opponents was also thanks to the efforts of many high-grade fighters from XINN holding them back. Leaving some spoils of war is only fair. Leave too.
I'll share some from my portion with you,
Su Zhi said after a brief moment of contemplation.
The main reason was considering that he might have to frequently visit the XINN battlefield in the future.
Nowadays, high-ranking warriors on the South Sea battlefield have become increasingly cunning, refusing to leave the city to engage in battle. They also cannot break the tacit understanding among high-ranking individuals by rashly attacking the low-level wildland tribes. After all, the South Sea stronghold also fears the wildland tribes fighting to the death. Therefore, Su Zhi naturally turned his attention to the Sinan battlefield. After all, the geographical location is close, and both belong to the southern region. Having connections with many local high-ranking experts makes coordinated actions more convenient. Under such circumstances, it is more appropriate to offer XINN some additional benefits. The corpse of a 7th grade fighter is of limited practical use to an 8th grade martial artist. Su Xingnian and Wang Xingqiu raised no objections. Although Su Xingnian appeared to be the leader among the three, Su Zhi had the highest actual combat strength. His proposals were rarely rejected. For instance, the layout of the XINN battlefield this time was almost entirely planned by Su Zhi. At this moment, the high-ranking experts of XINN gradually gathered around. The crowd looked at Su Zhi and the others with eyes full of gratitude. They had clearly heard the conversation just now. The value of the 2 high-ranking corpses was by no means a small amount. Every Nuan Gao pin can be allocated quite a few resources. Although XINN is the core battlefield of the southern region, resource supply has always been tight.
Originally, everyone thought that being allocated a 7th grade corpse was already rare. After all, the main contributors to this battle were Su Zhi and the other 2. Strictly speaking, XINN still owes the other party a favor. Even though the proposal was initiated by Su Zhi. No one expected this young powerhouse to be so generous. This move caused Su Zhi's reputation among XINN's high-ranking members to soar rapidly. Su Zhi, this time we owe it to you. Who would have thought the Three-Eyed Tribe would really fall for it?
The high-ranking members of XINN spoke one after another. Their words carried an unmistakable tone of joy.
Whether it is this victory or the spoils, they are worth their excitement.
Don't rush to celebrate. The Three-Eyed Tribe will never let it go. They might counterattack at any moment. That's the real tough battle. Su Zhi calmly reminded. The South China Sea battlefield is a cautionary tale. The Three-Eyed Tribe is even more ferocious than the Wildland Tribe. Often weighed down the entire XINN battlefield, making it hard to breathe. How could such a group easily admit defeat? With the success of the plan, Su Zhi's prestige on the XINN battlefield was already established.
As soon as these words were spoken, the high-ranking individuals present all restrained their smiles. The new Anwu warriors understand the nature of the Three-Eyed Clan better than Su Zhi. This vengeful race will surely retaliate madly.
A fierce battle is bound to follow. Have we not fought the Three-Eyed Clan enough times? Why not fight another battle?
Being able to defeat 4 high-grade masters is already a rare achievement.
Everyone quickly adjusted their emotions and responded in a deep voice. That's right. Fight if we must.
Su Shashuan's figure descended from the sky at this moment. This 9th-rank expert had just been confronting a same-level opponent from the Three-Eyed Clan. Both sides fought to a standstill.
There are 3 grade 9 battle zones on the XINN battlefield. This means that 3 grade 9 experts are stationed here year-round. However, Su Shoshuan, the Grand Commander of the Southern Territory, is part of the mobile forces. He is not only responsible for overseeing the XINN battlefield. It is also necessary to take into account the defense of the entire southern region. The position of Grand Commander is by no means an easy task.
However, as long as a 9th grade expert has sufficient longevity, they will most likely strive for this position. This is because serving as Grand Commander grants priority access to resources for breaking through the 9th grade barrier.
The position of Grand Commander in each war zone has always been fiercely competitive.
Whenever there is a possibility of promotion, the 9th rank officials will naturally strive for it with all their might. To ensure that the commanders fulfill their duties responsibly, the court has also established a stringent evaluation mechanism. If a major mistake occurs, dismissal could happen at any time.
For Su Shoushuan, this time he slew 4 high-grade three-eyed beings. It is truly an outstanding achievement.
At the very least, there's no need to worry about issues in the Grand Marshal's assessment.
Su Shoushuan was currently full of confidence.
With the battle achievements of 4 high-ranking members of the Three-Eyed Clan as a foundation, he naturally had no fear of starting a great war.
After the Grand Commander spoke, everyone's morale grew even higher. The high-ranking members of XINN were no fools. Make the most of your time to adjust your condition. Although the previous battle didn't last long, it still consumed a significant amount of energy and vitality.
After all, it is necessary to coordinate with Suzhou and the other's strategy.
Every move must be executed with full force. Su Shoushuan approached the 3 and spoke. Dean Su, the 3 of you will need to stay in XINN for a few days. I have already reached an agreement with Principal Yu Xiong. Su Xingyan and the others had no objections to this. This matter is closely related to them. They will never retreat in the face of battle. Moreover, there are no ongoing conflicts in the South China Sea battlefield at the moment. Precisely because of this, staying a few more days won't hurt.
Su and Wang still harbored some competitive thoughts.
Suja's strength advanced by leaps and bounds after comprehending the principles. The 2 8th-rank veterans also hoped to seize the opportunity for a breakthrough. Shifting the battle to XINN might offer a chance for fortune.
Suja was already regulating his breath and preparing for battle.
He certainly hadn't forgotten the original intention behind planning this fight. Besides obtaining resources to support XINN, he also aimed to use the momentum to break through his current realm. The previous strike was far from reaching the critical point. A suitable whetstone is still needed. It is certain that the Three-Eyed Tribe will not send an ordinary 8th rank to fight. With the Three-Eyed Tribe's army pressing in, the entire XINN battlefield is shrouded in a stifling atmosphere. This time, the Three-Eyed Tribe has clearly come prepared.
The number of high-grade martial artists has been replenished, and the overall scale is in no way inferior to that of XINN's side. It should be noted that this is still under the premise of them having lost 4 high-grade martial artists. From this, it is evident that the foundation of the Three-Eyed Clan is indeed extraordinary. However, differences can still be discerned from their aura. Some high-grade martial artists exuded an ancient aura, clearly reclusive experts who had been in seclusion for many years. Many of these gazes were fixed on Suja. This was not surprising. After all, Suja had once killed an 8th-grade martial artist with a single strike. Even though there was an element of ambush, an 8th-rank martial artist remains vigilant at all times during combat, so ambushing is no easy task. As for these hateful gazes, Suja had long grown accustomed to them on the South Sea battlefield. He didn't care at all.
Can growing a few more eyes kill someone?
Suja even used his spiritual power to easily transmit his voice, with an undisguised tone of contempt. This remark made the high-ranking members of the XINN faction unable to hold back their laughter, but it left the strong members of the Three-Eyed Clan furious.
However, anger could not change the course of the battle. The fight quickly reached a fever pitch. Suja's opponent was a peak 8th-grade warrior of the Three-Eyed Clan. He had originally thought he would face a formidable enemy who had comprehended the laws, but it now seemed he had overthought it. Among the 8th-grade members of the Three-Eyed Clan, none had currently mastered the laws. This was understandable.
This race is naturally endowed with special abilities, and if combined with extraordinary cultivation aptitude, it would be overwhelmingly powerful. Perhaps special abilities are an advantage at lower levels, but at higher levels, they might instead become a shackle.
3 days later, Suja did not dwell too much on this issue. He devoted his entire focus to the battle. The ability to remain impervious to all methods is still effective and has not been exposed previously. The special attacks of the Three-Eyed Clan are inherently formless and intangible, which is also the key to their advantage on the XINN battlefield. The unpreventable nature of this characteristic made it so that the spectators did not notice Suja's immunity to his opponent's abilities. Suja felt that he could make use of this trait to his advantage. The 8th-grade peak in front of him did not put too much pressure on him. It was just right to use for honing his combat skills. However, killing the opponent would not be easy either, as his current true cultivation level was only at the mid-8th grade. Although the power of the laws could enhance his combat strength, his recovery ability and other aspects were still inferior to the 8th grade peak. The blazing blade radiance illuminated the entire space. The laws of fire were continuously drawn in. This battle allowed Suja to fully unleash his cultivation. Since advancing to the 8th rank, he had experienced many battles, but most of the time they were one-sided victories. It can hardly be considered a true battle between 2 8th grade experts. Only at this moment did it finally feel evenly matched. Suja could finally push all his abilities to the limit. A peak 8th grade battle, second only to a 9th grade duel, naturally attracted much attention. Mid and low grade warriors on the Xin battlefield are also engaged in combat. However, the city's capacity is limited, making it impossible for all warriors to participate simultaneously. The South Sea battlefield alone has hundreds of thousands of warriors, while the entire Xin battlefield exceeds 1 million. It might even approach 2 million. Even the Xin side finds it difficult to accurately estimate the specific numbers. After all, this is the southern region's hub, with too many martial artists coming and going, making real-time monitoring impossible. Can Senior Su win? I heard he's fighting against an 8th grade peak expert. How do you know? News has long been spreading. Although Senior Su was only at the mid-stage of the 8th rank, his combat power rivals that of an ordinary 8th rank peak after mastering the power of laws. The martial artists discussed fervently, their words filled with admiration. Previously, they didn't know much about Suja. The South Sea and Xin are far apart, and most martial artists are stationed at fixed battlefields. Even rogue cultivators rarely change battlefields, as being familiar with the environment is more important than blindly pursuing battle achievements. As a result, past rumors about Suja remained only on paper. This time, however, it was different. They personally witnessed this man slay an 8th grade opponent. At this moment, he is directly confronting an 8th grade peak. What shocks the martial artists the most is his terrifying cultivation speed. Since Suja rose to fame, he has achieved astonishing breakthroughs almost every year. Especially after advancing to a higher grade, his growth rate has not diminished in the slightest. The warriors' discussions cannot affect the outcome of the battle. This great war was destined to be a hard-fought battle from the very beginning. Whenever the 3i tribe activated their special abilities, Suja would feign being strongly impacted. He completely concealed his ability to be impervious to all methods. Previously studied numerous cases. The resistance of warriors to the abilities of the 3i tribe varies greatly. Those with strong mental will are relatively less affected. This peak 8th grade opponent did not become suspicious. He always believed that Suja's true combat strength was overestimated, and that killing 8th grade opponents was more due to successful ambushes. So what if he comprehended the laws? He had absolute confidence in himself. This blind confidence led him to overlook many anomalies. For example, why can Suja still maintain a good state despite enduring a large amount of mental attacks? Mental damage should have been a fatal weakness for high-level martial artists. This is partly due to his own insufficient understanding of the laws. Mistakenly thinking that Suja relied on the laws to offset the damage. It was also mixed with an undeniable jealousy. This strong member of the 3-eyed clan had been stuck at the peak of the 8th grade for many years, unable to touch the threshold of the laws. Yet the mid-stage warrior before him had already mastered this power leading to the 9th grade. Jealousy often causes people to lose their judgment. Suja noticed the change in his opponent's mindset but remained completely unhurried. Unknowingly, the high-level battle had already lasted for 3 days. At this moment, Suja's aura seemed to have been completely restrained. The opponent, the peak 8th grade 3-eyed clan member, was clearly unaware. Suja seemed to be waiting for the opportunity to step into the late 8th rank. In a sense, this was precisely a display of ease and mastery. If the battle were strenuous, he would never be distracted by thoughts of a breakthrough. In the continuous battles, Suja felt that his spirit and energy were gradually merging into one. Now! At this moment, Suja's eyes flickered slightly as he whispered softly. His cultivation naturally advanced to the late stage of the 8th rank. In fact, he could have forcibly broken through long ago. But in order to solidify the foundation, a great deal of effort was deliberately spent on planning, including initiating the great battle on the Xin battlefield. Of course, Suja was well aware that this war was not solely for his own cultivation. It was also to lay the groundwork for future arrangements. The breakthrough in cultivation is just one part of it. After the breakthrough, Suja did not immediately erupt. This time, he decided not to hold back any strength. In previous battles, he had always used the law of heat rather than the law of burning. The power of the law penetrated the body of the peak 8th grade 3-eyed clan member along with the blade's glow. This alien stronghold could still suppress it for a short time. But as time passed, the suppressive force continued to weaken. Especially after 3 days of intense battle. The state of this 8th grade peak has severely declined, causing their reactions and movements to lag by half a beat. This half-beat gap is enough to be fatal. In fact, this member of the 3-eyed clan also noticed something unusual. Just as he was about to pull back and create some distance, It once again activated its most trusted innate ability.
But this time, Suja did not intend to continue pretending. The decisive move had already emerged.
After his cultivation breakthrough, Suja naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity. Flowing fire.
While his right hand swung the long blade, his left hand had somehow already gripped the divine sword weapon. His mastery of swordsmanship was slightly inferior to his blade techniques. The sudden sword move at this moment became the key to victory. The Three-Eyed Tribe, who was activating their innate ability, had no time to react. Frequent use of the ability caused a brief stiffness in the body. At their peak, this was merely a minor cost. But at this moment, it became a fatal flaw. What shocked this Three-Eyed Clan member even more was that Suja was completely immune to its innate influence. This peak 8th grade Three-Eyed Clan member was instantly severely injured. However, this was not the end. The accumulated combustion law within the body was suddenly triggered and erupted. Its vitality began to plummet drastically. Even Suju was surprised. The original plan was only to severely injure the opponent. Unexpectedly, this peak 8th grade figure was weaker than anticipated. Previously, too many laws had been forcibly suppressed. At this moment, the backlash erupted uncontrollably. This means he had slain another 8th grade figure.
Moreover, it was an 8th grade peak existence. Suja himself felt it was somewhat absurd. He indeed had no intention of killing the other party. But various coincidences kept piling up. If this three-eyed being doesn't use its innate ability, it might be able to avoid a fatal blow. Mad God Blade Technique. If it had retreated earlier, it wouldn't have accumulated the laws for too long. Ultimately, it brought about its own downfall. 8th grade Fallen. The battlefield's sudden change immediately drew attention from all sides. When they saw Suja strike down another peak 8th grade warrior, countless martial artists showed expressions of shock. Suja has killed another peak 8th grade warrior. Where exactly is his limit? This time, it was a direct kill with no tricks involved. Boom! Exclamations of astonishment rose one after another. Not only were the mid and low-grade martial artists shocked, even high-grade powerhouses were taken aback. The high-grade fighters still engaged in battle sensed the changes on the battlefield. No one expected Suja to actually slay an 8th grade peak. The high-ranking members of the Xinen camp showed expressions of joy. The strong warrior of the Three-Eyed Tribe, however, looked grim. This was already the second peak 8th rank expert slain by Suja. The balance of the battlefield was broken once again. After all, this is a presence second only to the 9th rank. Even within the Three-Eyed Clan, 8th rank peak individuals are extremely rare. Retreat. The spiritual fluctuations of the 9th rank from the Three-Eyed Clan swept across the battlefield. Although unwilling in heart, it clearly understands that continuing the entanglement will only increase the losses. We won again. The Xinen warriors erupted in cheers. Countless fervent gazes turned toward Suja. This was not surprising. He had almost single-handedly influenced the course of the battle. The achievement of consecutively defeating two 8th grade opponents. It has been many years since we last met on the battlefield of Xinen. The fall of a 7th rank is still considered commonplace. But it is extremely difficult to truly kill an 8th rank existence. As long as a 9th rank does not intervene, how could an 8th rank possibly fall? Even Lian Zishuksen couldn't help but show a look of surprise when he looked at Suja. Back when Suja explained the plan to him, Lian Zishuksen was actually very conflicted inside. Even though Suja demonstrated the power of the rules, he still couldn't determine his true combat strength level. But this time, Suja gave him a huge surprise. An 8th grade peak member of the Three-Eyed Clan was actually slain. At this moment, even Su Shoshuan, who was at the 9th grade, found it difficult to gauge Suja's strength. It should be noted that the peak of the 8th rank of the Three-Eyed Clan is by no means ordinary. And Su Shoshuan was unaware of the existence of the impervious to all laws. He simply assumed that Suja had resisted the special ability head-on. Naturally, he elevated his assessment of Suja's combat power infinitely. Suja naturally wouldn't take the initiative to explain. In any case, he would wait until the duration of the impervious to all laws effect ended. If there were no means to restrain the Three-Eyed Clan, he would no longer participate in the affairs of the Xinen battlefield. If it really doesn't work, then go into seclusion. As the Three-Eyed Clan gradually retreated, the warriors of Xinen could finally celebrate to their heart's content. The high-ranking powerhouses also couldn't hide their joy. This time, the Three-Eyed Tribe won't make a comeback anytime soon. A certain high-ranking individual confidently stated. 2 8th rank and 2 7th rank. It's a devastating blow for them.
Especially that peak 8th grade one, originally a 9th grade candidate. The other high rankers all nodded in agreement. Suja and the others did not participate in the discussion. The South Sea trio was discussing their return date.
They are ultimately not high-quality locals of Xianen. How about staying for another 7 days? Observe the subsequent movements of the Three-Eyed tribe. Su Xingnian proposed a prudent suggestion. Even if we retreat at this moment, the new defense line is still solid enough. After all, even without their support before, the defense line operated normally as well. But one should strive for a good beginning and a good ending. Wait until the Three-Eyed tribe's truce is fully confirmed before returning. Su Zhao and Wang Xingqiu naturally had no objections. By now, they had been away from the South Sea for quite some time. It won't make a difference to wait a few more days. News about the Xianen battlefield quickly spread throughout the southern region. Many martial artists showed expressions of keen interest. What? 2 8th grade experts have fallen on the Xianen battlefield. All of them were slain by that prodigy of the South Sea. When the confirmed news spread, countless martial artists couldn't hide their shock. If their memory serves correctly, this prodigy of the South Sea is merely at the 8th rank. Could he really defeat 2 equally ranked powerhouses in succession? As detailed battle reports from the Xianen battlefield emerged, the Grandmaster rankings were simultaneously updated with the latest results. Suja's ranking directly soared to 5th place on the 8th grade rankings. The reason he did not claim the top spot lies in the fact that several peak 8th grade powerhouses still occupy the top positions. These individuals have not only comprehended the power of laws but also have half of their bodies already stepping into the threshold of the 9th grade. Even so, this achievement still shook the entire Great Xia. Previously, Suja's ranking on the 8th grade list was only mid-tier, but now he has surpassed dozens of veteran powerhouses. This advancement speed is terrifying. Su Tianjiao's entry into the 9th grade list is probably just around the corner. The high-level cultivation barriers are like nothing to him. Perhaps only the chasm above the 9th grade can momentarily slow his pace. Throughout Daxia, discussions surged like a tide, with exclamations of amazement rising one after another. At the Divine Capital Martial Arts University, every time Suja breaks through, it always creates a unique atmosphere. Most students tacitly remain silent. It stemmed from the defeat of the prodigy of the Divine Capital, Pei Qingyu, several years ago. Although time has passed, that pinnacle duel remains etched deeply in everyone's memory. What is most lamentable is that the once prodigy Pei Qingyu has yet to reach a high rank to this day. And Suja had already defeated the peak of the 8th rank. In contrast, Pei Qingyu had been stuck at the peak of the 6th rank for many years. At the same time, such circumstances clearly indicate the signs of a growing inner demon. This led to the formation of an unwritten rule within the campus. Few people take the initiative to mention Suja's deeds. However, when the entire nation is fervently discussing it, the students of the Divine Capital ultimately cannot avoid it. Senior Pei was ultimately unlucky. Even the students who defended him the most had to admit it. No matter how gifted you are, encountering such a prodigy can only leave you overshadowed. Many veteran powerhouses have had their Dao hearts shaken by his cultivation speed. What's even more astonishing is that Suja not only cultivates at lightning speed but also excels in combat ability, surpassing others of the same level. The number of high-grade martial artists who have fallen at his hands has exceeded 10, and now he has added a peak 8th grade victory to his record. There is only one place that is filled with joy and inspiration whenever Suja delivers good news. That place is the South Sea base. As the strongest figure to emerge from this coastal fortress, Suja has become the most shining banner of the South Sea. In addition, the defensive system he established here in his early years and his massive donations have made his reputation soar to its peak. Suja's strength has improved again. Hopefully, Suja becomes even stronger. Maybe our South Sea base can also benefit from it. Many residents of the South Sea base still maintain a simple perspective. The presence of such a powerful figure means the safety factor of the base skyrockets. Even if a crisis arises, Suja will certainly not stand idly by. Informed martial artists understand the deeper connections. Suja's close relatives still reside in Nanhai. His family has shown no intention of relocating elsewhere to this day. The Nanhai base can be described as impregnable. While the outside world was in an uproar over the Xianen battlefield, the person involved remained unusually calm. Suja had long passed the age of being enamored with empty fame. The experience of 2 lifetimes has made him prefer a low-profile way of life. Fortunately, the activity range is mostly confined to the southern region. Sudden situations like those on the northwest battlefield are unlikely to occur again.
The Great Xia has comprehensively strengthened the guards at the passages of all the myriad race battlefields.
Frequent lockdowns not only consume resources but also restrict regional development. 7 days later, time quietly passed, and the battlefield of Xianen experienced a brief moment of peace. Although the Three-Eyed Clan lost several high-ranking members, they chose to swallow their pride. In the current battlefield situation, the Three-Eyed Clan is indeed at a disadvantage. The fall of 4 high-ranking figures, even a powerful clan needs time to recover its vitality. Compared to the Wild Plains Clan, the Three-Eyed Clan has a much deeper foundation. With ample reserves at the peak of the 6th rank, they can foster 7th rank individuals as long as they are willing to invest resources. However, the cultivation of 8th rank powerhouses is ultimately not something that can be achieved overnight. At this moment, Suja's team is ready to return. Having been away from Nanhai for a long time, the immunity ability is about to expire. He no longer has any attachment to the battlefield of Xianen. Master Su, please be sure to inform us in advance if you come to Xianen again. Battlefields in both regions should strengthen communication and collaboration. The Xianen elites were enthusiastic to the point of being overly attentive. This battle not only yielded abundant rewards but also dispelled the long-standing gloom. The reversal of the battlefield situation was entirely thanks to this prodigy of the South Sea. The perspective on the South China Sea battlefield has already changed. That poor relative who once needed support has long transformed into a benchmark of strong rise. If not now, then when is the right time to establish good relations? If such actions are taken from time to time, it might even reverse the situation on the Xianen battlefield. Compared to Suja's calm demeanor, Su Xingyan and Wang Xingqiu's expressions were somewhat peculiar. They were not unfamiliar with these high-ranking martial artists from Xianen. They had already interacted many times, but it was the first time they had seen the high-ranking figures of Xianen being so attentive. The two couldn't help but feel emotional. It should be noted that in the past, Xianen elites always had a competitive attitude towards South Sea martial artists. Suju and the other two did not stay in Xianen. They went straight back to the South Sea. For them, the South Sea is the true place of belonging. Even Suju was not in a hurry to return to the base. After all, traveling between the battlefield and the South Sea base is just a short distance. With his current cultivation level, he doesn't mind taking a bit more time. Although longing for the familiar place, they still chose to follow the team first. Only an hour later, the fighter jet landed at Nanhai Airport from the Xianen battlefield. In the school, a 7th rank expert was already waiting here. However, Suju was not familiar with this 7th grade expert, as he was not from the Pill Medicine Academy. Congratulations to the 3 seniors on your triumphant return to the South Sea. The 7th grade expert spoke with a face full of joy to offer his congratulations. Although some of the things Suju and the others appeared to do on the surface seemed unrelated to the South Sea, they know it full well. But every action enhances the reputation and prestige of the South Sea. Even a 7th grade expert finds it hard to avoid the allure of fame. Moreover, increased prestige can attract more attention. This brings tangible benefits to the entire South Sea. If certain regions do not receive attention, they often gradually decline. The South Sea battlefield is not likely to face such a situation. However, if Daxia implements new policies, the South Sea might receive priority consideration as a result. This could include receiving more favorable allocations during the distribution of special resources. All of this is thanks to Suja. Su Xingyan unhesitatingly pushed Suja to the forefront. Both are members of Nanhai Martial Arts University. Naturally, there's no need for polite concealment. Whether it was the Northwest operation or the Xianen affair, Suja played a pivotal role. At most, he can only be considered as helping with errands and miscellaneous tasks. Thinking of this, Su Xingyan couldn't help but feel a tinge of helplessness. In the end, it's just that his abilities are no match for others. The 8th rank powerhouse of the Nanhai Daxia army, Wang Xingqiu, nodded with a smile in agreement. This time, the harvest was abundant, and they all owed Suja a great favor. Let's talk more after returning to school. Suja directly interrupted the subsequent pleasantries. The group quickly returned to Nanhai Martial Arts University. Wang Xingqiu, as an 8th rank officer of the Daxia military, was the first to take his leave. After all, he was not part of the martial arts university system. Suju and Su Xingyan naturally did not try to persuade him to stay, as he needed to report back to his post as soon as possible. When returning to the campus, Yushun had already been waiting for a long time with several high-ranking experts. Everyone was eager to learn the detailed account of Suja's journey.
Although some information had circulated, the specific details still weighed heavily on the minds of all the high-ranking individuals.
Su Xingyan took the initiative to assume the role of narrator. At first, the search in the Northwest region was fraught with difficulties. Who would have thought it would ultimately turn out to be a case of overlooking what's right under one's nose? The crucial clue was clearly within reach, yet no one managed to uncover it. He briefly mentioned his long search in the Northwest. In the end, it was all in vain. The current level of understanding of the Northwest region has surprisingly far surpassed familiarity with the Southern territories. After all, there are many areas in the South he has yet to set foot in. Being able to find it was purely accidental. After Su Xingyan finished speaking, Suja took over the conversation. He detailed the discovery process. From contacting the Northwest Grand Marshal Kong Qinghu to encountering a presence suspected to be above the 9th rank, he revealed everything. These are not secrets that need to be concealed. Naturally, they can be openly discussed. Indeed. However, the high-ranking experts of South Sea Martial Arts University slightly changed their expressions upon hearing this. Above the 9th rank? Even for these high grades, those above the 9th grade remain legendary existences.
On the surface, it seems that the high grades and those above the 9th grade are not far apart. In reality, the gap is as vast as a chasm. Countless high grades spend their entire lives unable to reach the pinnacle of the 9th grade,
let alone the realm above the 9th grade. Those extraordinary beings have always been elusive. Who exactly is Mr. Su? Everyone's gaze instinctively turned to Principal Yu Xiong. If anyone is closest to being above the 9th rank, it must be the principal. If anyone can provide an answer, it must be this peak 9th rank expert. Old Su?
Perhaps it is Su Kaichen, the unparalleled prodigy who rose to fame 150 years ago from the Northwest Martial Arts University. Yu Xiong pondered for a moment before cautiously speculating.
This is the option with the highest probability.
Originating from the Northwest, with cultivation above the 9th rank.
Even though everyone present was of high rank, their pupils involuntarily contracted upon hearing this. 150 years ago.
In such a distant era, the name Su Kaichen was equally unfamiliar to them.
Could the principal tell us about this person's deeds? A certain 7th grade expert couldn't hide their curiosity and asked.
All the distinguished individuals present held their breath and focused intently, even Suja perked up his ears. After all, this pertained to secrets beyond the 9th rank. According to records, this person came from an ordinary background. Just a family of regular 3rd rank martial artists. Yet he broke through to the peak of the 9th grade at the age of 40.
Yu Xiong's knowledge is also limited and can only outline the general picture.
Information about beings above the 9th grade is strictly controlled. If it weren't for him reaching the peak of the 9th grade himself, Daxia would never open such files to him.
Even so, the information obtained is extremely vague.
This account still stirred the emotions of the high-ranking individuals present.
Reaching the peak of the 9th rank at the age of 40.
Such an achievement is beyond anyone's imagination here. It must be noted that most of them were only at the 6th rank when they were 40. Yet this person is already making a breakthrough toward the 9th rank and beyond.
The gap is nothing short of worlds apart.
Even Principal Yu Xiong's cultivation progress cannot compare to this legendary figure. Among those present, only Suja has the potential to match their cultivation speed.
Perhaps he could reach the 9th grade peak before the age of 40. Apart from his experiences in the Northwest, Suja focused on recounting the ins and outs of the Xian'an battlefield. The level of detail in this statement even surpasses the narrative of the Northwest region. It specifically mentions the negotiation process with Su Shoshuan, the Grand Governor of the Southern Territory. I never expected the Southern Territory conflict to have such a cause. If it weren't for Suja's insistence on mediating, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Su Shoshuan is indeed short-sighted, but fortunately, he stopped in time. The high-ranking members of Nanhai Martial Arts University expressed their opinions one after another. On the matter of the Xian'an incident, they fully supported Suja without reservation. As for the Grand Governor of the Southern Territory, Su Shoshuan? Sorry, no storm can truly be stirred up in the South Sea Territory. It should be noted that the Grand Governor's authority has always been focused on the Xian'an battlefield. The level of attention given to the South Sea battlefield is worlds apart. They even often throw tricky matters to the South Sea to handle. The previous incident at the South Sea base is clear evidence. All parties avoid this hot potato like the plague. It is hard to gain any tangible benefits, and if something goes wrong, they have to take responsibility and bear the blame. In the end, it all fell on the shoulders of the South Sea Martial Arts University.
Such actions naturally make it difficult to gain the favor of the high-ranking figures in the South Sea.
Moreover, the South Sea Martial Arts University has always maintained a high degree of autonomy.
Principal Yu Xiong's ranking on the Grandmaster list far surpasses that of this Grand Commander.
With multiple factors combined, there is naturally no need to give the other party full respect.
Even Su Zhi couldn't help but marvel at the school's strong support for him.
After the discussion on southern affairs was concluded, Su Xingyan and Su Zhi turned to inquire about recent developments in the South China Sea.
It's been unusually calm during this period. Now, many resources on the battlefield have been occupied by the South Sea martial artists. Many high-ranking individuals briefly discussed the current situation on the South Sea battlefield. It can be said that the South Sea stronghold holds an absolute advantage. The Wilderness tribe seems to be gathering strength to prepare for a counterattack. However, Su Xingyan was not careless and instead spoke up to remind.
Previously, our judgment was the same. The Wild Plains tribe is not to be underestimated. However, the South Sea outpost is also making preparations on all fronts.
The many high-ranking individuals present were very experienced and naturally could discern some clues.
Whether it was the Nanhai Daxia Army or Nanhai Martial Arts University,
they had all allocated numerous resources, hoping to cultivate more mid to high-ranking individuals. Su Zhi silently listened to the words of the many high-ranking individuals. He did not doubt these judgments.
Because the Wasteland tribe has always held grudges. It was only because the South Sea stronghold was powerful before that they temporarily retreated. If the right opportunity arises, the Wasteland tribe might launch a surprise attack. It's hard to say.
It specifically depends on the defense and vigilance of the South China Sea stronghold.
For Su Zhi, this matter is not critical.
The Wilderness tribe probably won't act so quickly.
At least 1 or 2 years of preparation are needed.
After all, cultivating high grades is not something that can be achieved in the short term.
Right now, it's better to quickly step into the 9th grade.
My cultivation has already reached the late stage of the 8th grade, just 1 step away from the peak.
With the comprehension of the law, advancing to the 9th rank will be effortless.
No matter what kind of turmoil the Wilderness tribe stirs up,
once he achieves the 9th rank, all problems will be easily resolved.
After all, the current South China Sea battlefield cannot accommodate beings above the 9th rank. Even if one advances to the 9th rank and is defeated, their life would not be in danger.
Unlike the 8th rank.
Although the 8th rank is considered an important combat force, there is still a risk of being killed. If no one restrains a 9th grade expert, attacking an 8th grade expert is not impossible. Previously, it was Yu Xiong and other 9th grade experts who helped block them. Su Zhi could sense that many 9th grade experts already saw him as a thorn in their side.
Overall, this matter is indeed important. Promotion to the 9th rank is no longer a challenge for him. He is even less lacking in resources. This time, the Xianan battlefield yielded abundant rewards.
If he doesn't seize the time to strive for the 9th rank, then he'd truly be a fool.
This time, you will first rest and recover at the Martial Arts University. You will not head to guard the South Sea.
Just as Su Zhi's thoughts were racing, Yu Xiong's voice rang out again.
After all, Su Zhi and his companion had indeed made significant contributions to the South Sea.
With the noticeable increase in the number of high-grade practitioners emerging from Nanhai Martial Arts University recently,
even quite a few newly promoted high-grade practitioners have been added.
It is evident that the other academies have been spurred on by the Pill Academy.
Coupled with the ample resources previously provided by the university, many 6th grade peak practitioners finally found an opportunity for a breakthrough. This is precisely due to the surge in the number of high-grade practitioners at Nanhai Martial Arts University.
Su Xingyan and the other person ended up not being needed to guard the Nanhai stronghold. Fortunately, neither Su Xingyan nor Su Zhi cared about this matter.
Su Zhi pondered silently. The resource reserves of the two could be considered the second best in the entire school, second only to Principal Yu Xiong. Even Vice Principal Tang Guantu might not be able to compare. Principal, how is the development of the unofficial class going now?
Su Zhi suddenly remembered this matter that had been put aside.
Busy with various affairs during this time, he indeed hadn't paid attention to the progress. It's a good opportunity to ask.
As the words fell, a smile appeared on Yu Xiong's face.
Obviously, the unofficial class has exceeded expectations. The development of the unofficial class is going quite smoothly.
It currently covers the entire southern region. Basically, all rogue cultivators are competing for admission slots, Yu Xiong said with a tone of emotion.
Although these rogue cultivators are merely low-grade martial artists, they can still enhance the reputation of Nanhai Martial Arts University.
Rogue cultivators graduating from the auxiliary class naturally feel a sense of closeness to the school.
Never underestimate this kind of emotion.
When the base number expands to the scale of hundreds of thousands, quantitative change will lead to qualitative change. What's more, the descendants of independent cultivators are very likely to choose to apply to our school because of this. Even if only a small conversion rate occurs, it would still be considerable.
The influence of Nanhai Martial Arts University is silently permeating.
Through the link of the non-staff class, it firmly unites the cohesion of the scattered cultivator community.
Although these scattered cultivators cannot temporarily provide combat support,
what the school currently needs is not short-term combat power,
but rather a subtle and imperceptible influence.
Today, the unofficial class has made the words South Sea Wooded deeply ingrained in people's minds.
The potential benefits are far richer than they appear on the surface. A look of gratification appeared on Suja's face. After all, this project also owes its success to his initiative. The school is currently expanding into the surrounding areas of the southern region. Maybe it can attract more talented individuals to join.
Yu Xiong's words continued. The distinguished individuals present are all in high spirits at the moment.
Currently, the South Sea Martial Arts University is not lacking in resources for the time being.
However, the shortage of talented students is quite significant. Although some promising candidates were recruited earlier, the number is far from sufficient.
Currently, there are only a dozen or so gifted students in the entire school. This number may seem considerable. In reality, these students only meet the minimum admission standards of top martial arts universities. The gap is self-evident.
The number of high-ranking martial artists at Nanhai Martial Arts University is indeed considerable.
It can barely make it into the ranks of first-class martial arts universities. However, the gap between first-class and top-tier martial arts universities is by no means negligible.
If it wants to become a top-tier martial arts university in Daxia,
the most critical condition is to cultivate beings above the 9th rank. Without someone above the 9th rank to preside, how can we talk about being top-tier? This is precisely the greatest bottleneck restricting the development of our school.
The influence brought by beings above the 9th rank is far beyond superficial data.
At present, the one with the most potential in the entire school is Principal Xiong.
After all, the principal is just one step away from a breakthrough.
It's just that no one knows how many years this threshold will continue to block. It's not surprising if it exhausts his lifespan.
How many at the peak of the 9th rank are forever trapped before this final chasm?
Suja did not continue to ask further. This high-rank meeting of the South Sea Martial Arts University has thus concluded.
Since there is no need to guard the South Sea stronghold,
he plans to return to the South Sea base to take a look. Going home to rest for a few days wouldn't be bad. Nowadays, as long as he doesn't travel far, a simple report is enough to proceed. Suja did not use resources like airplanes. He soared directly into the sky, speeding toward the South Sea base. During the flight, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't performed the ability extraction this month. Hopefully, a useful ability will appear.
Suja thought silently. What he desires most at the moment is undoubtedly the ability to enhance his cultivation. The 9th grade is just within reach, and it definitely cannot be delayed. When it comes to improving his cultivation realm, he never hesitates.
The ability roulette keeps spinning. One ability after another flashed by in succession. Finally, it stopped on a grid emitting 8-colored light.
Congratulations on obtaining a Leisurely Life Experience card. Gain cultivation insights simply by engaging in leisurely activities.
Valid for 1 month.
Upon seeing this new ability, a trace of a peculiar expression flashed across Suja's face. This ability can be considered the simplest among all his current abilities.
Even acquiring other talents requires self-cultivation to improve. But this ability is straightforward and direct.
As long as he engages in leisurely activities, he can directly gain cultivation insights. Suja immediately began to try, descending from high altitude to the ground. The pressure of an 8th grade expert enveloped the surroundings, and no mutated animals within 100 miles dared to approach. He leisurely admired the forest scenery. After the revival of spiritual energy, most of the wilderness had long turned into dense jungles. However, martial artists often focus only on the dangers in the jungle and rarely stop to appreciate the scenery.
Now that Suja possesses strength, he can leisurely enjoy this tranquility. To be honest, this scenery is better than many tourist destinations from my previous life. Unfortunately, for ordinary martial artists and common people, it remains a forbidden zone.
Suja murmured softly, with a hint of emotion in his tone. It was unclear how much time had passed. The host performed a leisurely action, cultivation level +1. A notification sounded in his mind, and Suja clearly felt his cultivation level increase significantly.
It's time to extract a new ability.
Compared to cultivating on his own, this method was far too effortless. But after multiple attempts, he discovered that it could only be triggered once every 3 hours.
Moreover, if he cultivated during this period, the interval would be extended. After repeated verification, Suja finally figured out the mechanism of this ability. The ability of the 8-colored light is indeed extraordinary. All cultivation improvements are directly infused, without any superficial feeling of consuming heavenly treasures. When Suja came to his senses, he was already within the South Sea base area. The ability testing had delayed quite a bit of time. It is exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Suja was in no hurry to return.
Extraction successful.
Under normal circumstances, Shen Xingyan and her daughter should both be at school at this time. He decided to take a look at the changes in the Nanhai base.
This is also a way to relax.
Of course, he did not forget to conceal his presence. Previously, Suja had formulated many plans at the South Sea base.
These included the base's planning and construction scheme. Today, the entire base indeed presents a completely new look. The most noticeable change is the residents' mental state. In the past, most people at the Nanhai base lived their days in apathy. Now, however, they have genuine hope for life. This spiritual transformation may stem from a fundamental change. The reasoning is actually very simple.
In the past, those who could become martial artists were mostly from affluent families or groups with heritage.
For example, Suja himself.
Although born to a widowed mother, his never-before-seen father was once a martial artist.
The martial arts manuals left behind played a crucial role in his admission to Nanhai Martial Arts University.
Even he struggled so much, let alone ordinary people with no background. Since Suja took charge of the Nanhai base, the situation began to turn around. The admission rate for martial arts college entrance exams has significantly increased.
Even those who fail the exams gain more options due to their enhanced vitality.
Joining the Dasha military is one such path. This army has its own rigorous selection standards. Mediocre individuals cannot even reach the threshold of becoming a martial artist, let alone join the military. Through the student support program promoted by Suja, many students have broken through their blood energy bottlenecks. In previous years, the recruitment efforts of the Dacia military in the local area always attracted little interest. However, in the past 2 years, the number of recruits has multiplied several times. With the continued expansion of the Dacia military, the admission quota for the South Sea base is still increasing. Let's go check out South Sea No. 3 High School first.
Suja muttered lazily to himself.
Affected by the leisurely life ability, he had completely paused his cultivation. After leaving the cultivation state, his mind naturally relaxed. At this moment, it was as if he had shed the aura of an 8th-rank martial artist. No longer the powerhouse overseeing the South Sea and overlooking the southern region. Instead, he seemed like an ordinary, unremarkable person.
Nanhai No. 3 High School is now vastly different from the past.
With some of Suja's information being revealed, this once obscure high school has now become highly sought after. Especially as Suja's strength continues to grow, the number of students applying to Nanhai No. 3 High School has surged.
For many students, just being able to have some connection with him is already enough.
Even if he himself may not have noticed these students. Thanks to the resource allocation of the High School Martial Arts League, the educational resources of various schools in the Nanhai base are now becoming more balanced.
Moreover, with Shen Xingyan stationed at Nanhai No. 3 High School, applying there is absolutely worth it. This has made the school's admission slots exceptionally sought after.
Many highly talented students choose to study here, planning to directly apply to Nanhai Martial Arts University after graduation.
This path is clearly modeled after Suja's trajectory. Although they cannot replicate his martial arts achievements, they can always receive some degree of attention.
After all, when Nanhai Martial Arts University recruits students, they are sure to prioritize checking their backgrounds. With Suja's status at the school, he can at least ensure a fair competitive environment.
Other martial arts universities are not so idealistic. The second-generation martial artists still hold too many advantages. As Suja was pondering, he suddenly caught sight of Shen Xingyan's figure. 3rd grade already. He murmured in surprise, his tone filled with astonishment. It was clear he hadn't expected Shen Xingyan to have already broken through to the 3rd grade realm. On second thought, it did make sense. Since she obtained top-level aptitude, her cultivation speed is no longer comparable to the past. Now, with abundant resources, achieving such accomplishments is only natural. Suja couldn't help but sigh. Back then, when he was 28 and stuck at the peak of the second grade, he had neither aptitude nor resources. Shen Xingyan suddenly furrowed her brows slightly. She keenly sensed a gaze from the shadows and immediately stopped to look around. Could it be a cult martial artist? Shen Xingyan instantly had this thought. After all, there are quite a few people who know her identity now. If she were targeted by cult martial artists, it wouldn't be entirely impossible. However, when Shen Xingyan saw the face of that figure clearly, she couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. Husband? She never expected Suja to show up at Nanhai No. 3 High School. At this moment, quite a few teachers and students happened to be gathered around, heading to the martial arts square to prepare for training and competitions. The vice principal's shout instantly left everyone frozen in place. Isn't her husband that person? Once served as the governor of the South Sea, and has now stepped into the 8th grade realm. Moreover, ranks among the top in the 8th grade sequence of the Grandmaster list. The students couldn't contain their excitement and discussed fervently. For most students at the South Sea base, even mid-grade martial artists are a rare sight. For them, a high-level martial artist is nothing short of a legendary existence. Not only are the students' hearts surging with excitement, but the teaching staff is equally stirred. Although some teachers from Nanhai No. 3 High School had seen Suja before. At that time, however, he had not yet achieved his current renowned status. At that time, although holding the title of a mentor at Nanhai Wuda, it ultimately lacked impact. Now, however, it is completely different. This person has already risen to legendary status. Shen Xingyan quickly stepped forward to greet. Why are you here? Her tone was gentle and cheerful, completely unlike her usual decisive and authoritative demeanor as the vice principal. With Suja's status rising, coupled with his previous actions in helping her improve qualifications and allocate resources, the relationship between this nominal couple had quietly changed. The change was initiated by Shen Xingyan. And Suja did not resist. It's been a long time since I returned. Just stopping by to see the changes at the South Sea base over the years. Unknowingly, I ended up at the entrance of No. 3 High School. Sensing your presence, I decided to come in and take a look. Suja's response was casual. Shen Xingyan suddenly realized that this was just a chance encounter. If she didn't come to school today, her husband probably wouldn't have made a special visit. Thinking of this, a warm feeling rose in her heart. Do you want to take a stroll around the campus? I'll show you the new atmosphere of No. 3 High School. Let's see how it differs from when you were studying. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Shen Xingyan's eyes. Mainly because the couple had too little time alone together. Even in the past, when Suja returned, either busy cultivating or guiding her daughter, the couple hardly had any chance to be alone together. At this moment, Shen Xingyan suddenly wanted to experience the daily life of an ordinary couple strolling through the streets. Such an experience was considered a luxury for her. Of course, Shen Xingyan understood clearly. Although Suja couldn't accompany her like an ordinary husband, he possessed the powerful strength to protect her and the authority to allocate resources. Gains and losses balanced. She couldn't say she envied ordinary couples, but occasionally, she would act a little foolish. Like right now. She regretted it the moment the words left her mouth. After all, she knew very well that Suja always valued his time like gold. Either cultivating or studying martial arts. Being able to come to school is already rare, I should be content. All right. Suja readily agreed. The reason is simple, this vacation has been reserved for a whole month. I had already reported to the principal that I would stay at the South Sea base for 30 days. After all, staying in Xianan would just be idle, so I might as well return to the South Sea for a visit. I just feel slightly guilty. After all, having just returned from reporting duties in Xianan, he quickly turned back to the South China Sea. He didn't linger long on the Wuda campus. Fortunately, President Yu Xiong is broad-minded. He didn't mind such trivial matters at all. After all, Suzhou is a key cultivation target of Nanhai Martial University. As long as no principled mistakes are made, the school will be accommodating. Moreover, this time it's just a visit to relatives and friends. Other high-grade martial artists would only refrain if their stations were too far to return. It might also be operated in this way. Senior officials of Nanhai Wuda rarely bring their families. The root cause lies in the turbulent situation of the Nanhai battlefield in earlier years. Even the interdimensional passage once faced a crisis. It's naturally inconvenient to bring the whole family along. Over time, everyone got used to it. Besides Su Zhe, this young high-ranking individual. Most high-ranking martial artists are already of grandfatherly age. Taking the entire family to migrate is also unrealistic.
Hearing Suja's agreement, Shen Xingyan was once again stunned. After much hesitation, she took the initiative to hold her husband's arm, leading him on a slow tour of the campus. The two, who were already the center of attention, lingered on without leaving. This made the students even more excited. Even if they couldn't strike up a conversation, just catching a glimpse from afar was enough. The students who were originally preparing for the competition trailed far behind the two. Even some teachers tacitly approved of this behavior, even secretly following along. The Su couple had long noticed the little tail following behind them, but no one pointed it out. From the moment he appeared, it was destined that he would become the center of attention. The news spread like it had wings. First, it swept through the Nanhai No. 3 high school campus. That person actually returned to Nanhai. Still at the school? Quick, take me to see. The entire school instantly erupted. The principal's office phone was ringing off the hook. The current principal Li hurriedly tidied up his appearance. It is said that he has quite a connection with Deputy Governor Li Chenggang. Li Chenggang's plan was straightforward: maintain relations with the Su family. When the former principal Fong was promoted, Shen Xingyan didn't even lift her eyelids. Anyway, no matter who became the principal, they would always treat her with utmost respect. The news rippled through the entire Nanhai base. After all, behind every student stands countless families. Martial artist families are particularly active. Inside the governor's mansion. He's back? Yan Jinxing lightly tapped the table with his knuckles, a hint of joy in his eyes. With Suja's promotion to a high rank, his whereabouts at Nanhai Martial University had become classified. Fortunately, the Yan family and the Su family had always maintained a good relationship. Back when Nanhai Martial University was considering the governor's rotation, Yan Jinxing gritted his teeth and bore the pressure. Bet correctly. Over the years, Suja has provided him with plenty of resources. After all, he is one of his own. Moreover, Suja has long-term plans for the South Sea base, so he naturally wouldn't be stingy. Yan Jinxing's life now is more comfortable than when he was at Wuhan University. However, stuck at the bottleneck of the fourth rank's peak, he always wanted to find an opportunity to seek guidance. It's just that Suja visiting right after his return seemed too blatant. He could only send someone to observe in secret. The other warriors at the South Sea base are not foolish either. At this moment, they are all holding back like Governor Yan, secretly observing. Suja on campus is still unaware that he has become the eye of the storm. Even if he knew, he would probably just laugh it off. Warriors admire strength, it is only natural. If you are merely a low-ranked warrior, wouldn't you want to associate with high-ranked experts? The answer is self-evident. Suja and Shen Xingyan walked for about 10 minutes. The number of onlooking students was already more than expected. Although these students did not disturb the two of them, the sheer number of people made it so crowded that not even a drop of water could pass through. It was now impossible to tour the changes in the school. This scene had actually been anticipated long ago. Neither Suja nor Shen Xingyan showed any signs of surprise on their faces. The only issue might be that Shen Xingyan felt the students had gathered too quickly. The rare time the two had alone together turned out to be so brief. When did I become so famous? Suja said with a relaxed expression, half-jokingly. Honey, it might be fine if it were outside the southern territory. Maybe no one would recognize you, but this is the South Sea base. Shen Xingyan gave him a playful glare. There were only a handful of people in the entire South Sea base who didn't know Suja. From core martial artists to ordinary citizens. Who doesn't know the name of Suja? Let's go. Suja shook his head and said, taking Shen Xingyan's hand. The next second, they directly stepped into the firmament. Since the ground was blocked, this was the only path left to take. This move surprised many people. After all, no high-level martial artist had ever appeared at the South Sea base. No one expected Suja to choose to travel through the air. Even Shen Xingyan was caught off guard. The moment of being lifted into the air. Shen Xingyan's face couldn't hide her excitement. This was her first time experiencing flight. Even if it required relying on Suja's strength. But whether warriors or ordinary people, they always have a natural yearning for the sky. Suja didn't expect his wife to be so elated. Then he recalled how he had tried flying when he first reached the 7th rank. Wasn't it the same? Let's go home first. Suja murmured softly, his words accurately reaching Shen Xingyan's mind. To let Shen Xingyan experience the feeling of flying, he deliberately slowed down the flying speed. Many sharp-eyed martial artists at the South Sea base could even clearly see the figures of the two. After the excitement, Shen Xingyan gradually regained her composure. After all, she was a third-rank martial artist. Although still considered low rank,
she could already be regarded as a formidable figure in the South Sea base. Even without the status of being the wife of an 8th rank expert. Did not release spiritual power. Naturally did not notice his wife's demeanor. It turned out to be quite a coincidence. As soon as they entered the house, Sue's mother looked at the two with a cheerful smile. Don't be fooled by Sue Mama's age, modern technology doesn't stump her. Electronic devices have been around for 500 years before the revival of spiritual energy. Passed down through generations, it has long become an essential skill. She had already learned about her son's return from the internet. Now, Mother Sue especially understands her son. Back then, her husband was the same. Reuniting after a long separation is not difficult, as long as no bad news is heard. In the past, she was most afraid of hearing bad news from the South China Sea. Now the son is already an 8th grade martial artist. Ordinary dangers can't harm him at all. In Great Xia, the fall of a 7th grade martial artist would cause a major upheaval. The authorities would definitely dispatch a special task force to thoroughly investigate the cause of death. What's more, Suja is such a grade 8 powerhouse. In recent years, there have been no records of grade 8 falling within the Great Xia territory. Naturally, Mother Sue doesn't need to worry so much. At present, the only thing on her mind is urging for offspring. Having only Su Xiaojin as a granddaughter is truly too few. Which of those high-ranking martial artist families isn't flourishing with numerous descendants? Suja smiled and stepped forward to greet. Though he has memories of 2 lifetimes. A mother's love in this life is always as warm as ever. Perfect timing, the food is all ready. Mother Sue didn't say much, just greeted warmly. This care has never changed. A martial artist of the 8th rank actually does not require food or drink. Suja responded without hesitation. Now, only Su Xiaojin has yet to return home. No one is worried either. That year, the purple lightning mouse, under the accumulation of resources, had already broken through to the 6th grade realm. Faster than Suja had anticipated. Mutant beasts ultimately rely more on innate talent and aptitude. Unlike martial artists, if one's comprehension is extraordinary, there might be even more opportunities. A 6th grade existence is enough to sweep through the entire South Sea base. Protecting Su Xiaojin is still quite effortless. While Suja was conversing with Su's mother, he mentioned some of his recent experiences. Whether it was matters of the Northwest region or those of Xianan. These topics all sparked a curious look in the eyes of Mother Su and Shen Qingyan. Of course, Suja deliberately chose the non-dangerous parts to narrate. As for the battle process, he simply glossed over it. Mother Su did not notice her son's deliberate omission. However, Shen Qingyan keenly noticed it. As a martial artist, she was well aware of the dangers of the battlefield of all races. The actual situation would never be as easy as Suja described. It should be noted that ever since breaking through to the 3rd rank, Shen Qingyan's clearance level has been elevated. She is now able to access some classified information. The average number of martial artists who die on the clan battlefield each year exceeds 1 million. Even when evenly distributed across each war zone of the Great Xia, the numbers are still staggering. Mom! This does not even include the chaos caused by cult martial artists and the casualties of martial artists in the wild areas. If everything were accounted for, the annual death toll of martial artists would be even more shocking. Shen Qingyan understood that her husband did not want to worry his mother-in-law. Naturally, she would not expose Suja's deliberate embellishment. At this moment, Su Xiaojin, who had just finished school, pushed the door open and entered. Dad! The moment she saw Suja, the little girl's eyes lit up. All right. In fact, she had already known her father had returned. At this moment, the entire South Sea base was abuzz with this matter. On the way home, she had already heard countless people discussing it. Xiaojin. Looking at his daughter, Suja's face broke into a smile. Today's Su Xiaojin is already a middle school student. Suja keenly sensed that his daughter's vitality value was approaching the 700 mark, getting closer and closer to the threshold of a martial artist. However, the later stages of cultivation become increasingly difficult. What's more, Suja and his wife do not intend for their daughter to become a martial artist too early. They focus more on solidifying the foundation. Since Suja advanced to the 8th rank, these parents have placed higher expectations on their daughter. At the very least, she must start at a high rank. For this reason, the groundwork must not tolerate the slightest negligence. Having experienced difficulties in cultivation herself, Shen Qingyan is particularly attentive to her daughter's cultivation progress. She constantly ensures that Su Xiaojin's cultivation path is absolutely correct. After that, the family became quite lively. Different from before.
After the meal, Suja surprisingly sat down to watch a TV show with his daughter.
This was absolutely the first time. Even Su Xiaojin was a bit surprised. What's going on with this old father of mine today? Wasn't he obsessed with cultivation before? Su Xiaojin was filled with doubt, but fortunately, she didn't ask. In fact, Su Xiaojin wasn't the only one who noticed this. Shen Qingyan also noticed something.
However, she didn't say much, as it was normal for Suja to take a break. At this moment, Suja was unaware of the thoughts in his wife and daughter's minds.
Host performed a leisurely action, comprehension +1. The host performs a leisurely action, cultivation +1.
Under the blessing of the leisurely life ability, Suja clearly perceives his cultivation continuously increasing. The originally late-stage 8th rank is steadily advancing toward the peak of the 8th rank. It must be noted that after reaching the 8th rank, each minor advancement requires years of accumulation.
How relaxed it is now. Suja estimated that by the end of this month, he would be able to break through to the peak of the 8th grade. After all, it was an 8-colored brilliance level ability. For ordinary martial artists, obtaining a 5-colored ability would already be considered extraordinary.
In the following days, the Su family increasingly noticed Suja's unusual behavior. Apart from occasionally receiving martial artists from the South Sea base, this head of the family even started taking his family on leisurely strolls around the city.
What surprised Shen Qingyan even more was that Suja never practiced his cultivation techniques the entire time. She was utterly puzzled. Meanwhile, the South Sea base trending list has been dominated by topics related to Suja.
Master Su suspected to be on vacation.
Morning exercise encounter with an 8th grade expert returning from grocery shopping.
Martial arts master appears at the market to guide stall owners on knife skills. The citizens were eagerly talking about these novel experiences. An 8th rank martial artist should have been vied for and revered by various factions, but such a down-to-earth demeanor was truly rare. In fact, the crowd was unaware that all of this was due to the judgment mechanism of the leisurely life.
Grocery shopping, walking, watching TV.
In the system's judgment, these relaxed daily activities are all considered valid actions. For Suja, this experience of getting stronger while lying down is truly wonderful.
Time flies.
Under Suja's guidance, Shen Qingyan gained a lot. Although Suja had previously organized insights on martial artists' cultivation at various stages, everyone's situation is ultimately different.
Shen Qingyan still had many doubts.
In the past, she always chose to study on her own and never bothered Suja on chat software.
Now that Suja was rarely free, she naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity. By the way, Nanhai Martial Arts University has established an external class. Reaching the 4th rank allows you to transfer to become a formal student.
Suja suddenly remembered this matter. He was supposed to inform Shen Qingyan earlier, but it was delayed and forgotten due to various affairs.
Now I finally remember.
The establishment of the 4th grade threshold was precisely his suggestion back then. It was mainly to create a pathway for talented rogue cultivators.
Why not choose the 3rd grade?
Only because most 3rd grade martial artists are older, with limited potential. It should be noted that becoming an official student of Nanhai Martial Arts University comes with numerous privileges. Shen Qingyan can now freely access the university's online library, consulting training materials for mid-grade martial artists at any time. She can also apply to learn exclusive martial techniques and methods. Able to access the internal forum and communicate with outstanding graduates. In the future, if you want to form a team, outstanding graduates are also the preferred candidates. For Shen Qingyan, who aspires to attend Martial Arts University, these benefits are highly attractive. An external class? A student identity of Nanhai Martial Arts University? Shen Qingyan was stunned for a moment and blurted out. Her eyes lit up immediately. This was indeed the opportunity she had been dreaming of.
Although she currently lacked neither resources nor guidance, the prestige of graduating from a top university was entirely different.
You must know that outside the South Sea base, 3rd rank martial artists are as common as dirt. But if you carry the title of a graduate from South Sea Martial Arts University, your situation will be entirely different. Especially in recent years, as South Sea Martial Arts University has risen to fame, the weight of its diploma has grown increasingly significant. I must reach the 4th rank. Shen Qingyan murmured softly, adding another motivation for her cultivation. Among the group of independent martial artists, those who can truly break through the 4th grade realm are extremely rare. Even though Nanhai Martial Arts University has established auxiliary classes, the teaching focus still leans towards basic cultivation guidance. The acquisition of actual resources still needs to be resolved by the students themselves. The breakthrough in realms before the middle grade relies on resources and aptitude, accounting for up to 70%. The South Sea Martial Arts University sets a 4th grade threshold, essentially screening for martial artists with genuine potential or background. However, geniuses with backgrounds have often already been admitted to formal martial arts universities, so how could they end up as independent practitioners? Cases like Shen Xingyan, who has both a background and has not been admitted to a prestigious school, are truly 1 in 10,000. You can first join the non-staff class to build up your resume. I've already contacted the person in charge of the non-staff class at the South Sea base and informed them.
You can just occasionally sit in on the courses, Suja calmly said, completely unsurprised by his wife's decision. Shen Xingyan did not resist such special arrangements.
In the end, human sentiment cannot be bypassed by law and reason. Whether in past or present lives, this rule has always existed. What's more, the rigid standard is clear: only by advancing to the 4th rank can one become a formal student. The unofficial class is akin to the outer disciples of a sect, while formal students are comparable to the inner disciples.
The treatment between the two is worlds apart.
Suji initially proposed establishing this system with the intention of preserving an upward path for rogue cultivators. For Nanhai Martial University, a martial artist who can break through to the 4th rank is already qualified to serve as a teaching assistant.
With the overall strength of the school improving, Principal Yu Xiong is considering raising the hiring standards for mentors to the 4th rank. This means that current 3rd rank instructors will lose their mentor titles and retain only their counselor status.
This aligns with the mainstream trend in the martial arts world. Top-tier academies generally require mentors to reach the 4th rank.
Only emerging or weaker institutions would hire 3rd rank martial artists as mentors. This matter had no impact on Suja.
He had long surpassed this level. But it dealt a significant blow to the 3rd grade instructors within the school. Considering the school is in a period of growth, the administration plans to retain the original benefits while only removing the title of mentor.
This is still acceptable for young 3rd grade instructors. They value practical resources more, with titles being secondary.
After all, graduates who can stay at the school have undergone strict selection, and reaching the 4th grade is not out of reach.
Currently, this plan is still in the discussion stage.
With Principal Yu Xiong returning with the spoils from the 10,000 races battlefield, Nanhai Martial University is entering a period of rapid development. As a senior member of the school administration, Suja naturally welcomes this with open arms. At this moment, he looked at Shen Xingyan, who was engrossed in her cultivation, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Nowadays, whenever his wife encounters a bottleneck in her cultivation, she decisively comes to seek his guidance.
Unknowingly, nearly a month has passed.
The ability Leisurely Life allowed Suja's cultivation to easily reach the late-stage peak of the 8th grade. Just one step away from stepping into the pinnacle of the 8th grade.
For Suja, it would take at most a month. He will surely be able to set foot.
This month, the South Sea has been quite calm. Suja was also sighing about one thing. Being able to remain leisurely is entirely thanks to the fact that there are indeed not many matters to handle in the South Sea.
If problems arise on the South Sea battlefield, then Suja definitely wouldn't be able to stay leisurely.
Between personal ability and the South Sea battlefield, he would surely choose the latter.
That day, Suja bid farewell to his family early and returned to Nanhai.
The Su family had now grown accustomed to Suja's pace of life. Compared to the previous years when he couldn't return even once and could only stay for a few days each time, the current situation was much better.
With the family's affluent financial situation, traveling back and forth is actually very convenient. In fact, it was the Su family who didn't want to disturb Suja's cultivation, so they didn't take the initiative to visit. Otherwise, visiting would have been a very simple matter. After Suja quietly returned to Nanhai Martial Arts University, he didn't alarm too many people. Directly greeted Principal Yu Xiong. Then entered a secluded state. This time, the ability of a leisurely life brought many insights. However, the ability's time limit had not yet ended before. Many insights were not digested immediately. Instead, they were deliberately suppressed by Suja. Now the leisurely life ability has already expired. Naturally, there is no need to continue suppressing them. This is precisely why Suja is confident he can reach the peak of the 8th rank within a month. This kid just returned to school and is already in seclusion?
Su Xingyan frowned slightly and muttered to himself.
He had originally planned to discuss the reward distribution for the Northwest and Xian regions with Suja,
as well as the matter of exchanging high-grade alien corpses for supplies. Previously, these affairs were all handled by Su Xingyan.
Even Su Xingyan had to admire Suja's boldness.
It should be noted that whether it was mission rewards or high-grade alien corpses from the Xianen region, Suja always took the largest share. As a result, Suja acted like an outsider, as if he didn't care about these resources at all. You should know that this batch of resources includes 2 8th-grade alien corpses, one of which is at the peak of the 8th grade. But Suja didn't take it seriously at all. Su Xingyan was momentarily at a loss for how to evaluate it. The main reason was still Suja's current strength, which had indeed reached an astonishing level. The 8th grade realm, for Suja, did not seem as unattainable as imagined. Thinking of this, Su Xingyan couldn't help but sigh. In terms of strength, even someone as proud as him had to admit it. He had been left far behind by Suja. Because not only had Suja surpassed him in cultivation, but he had also comprehended the power of laws. He could almost be considered a half-step 9th grade existence. Such strength is rare to find an equal even among 8th grade powerhouses. Su Xingyan even thought that Suja might truly be able to compete with 9th grade powerhouses. The reason is very simple. Back when he was at the 7th grade realm, Suja had already demonstrated the prowess to fight across levels. Now promoted to the peak of the 8th rank, and has also comprehended the power of laws. It may not be impossible to replicate the glorious achievements of the 7th rank. Of course, if Suja knew Su Xingyan's thoughts, he would only think the other party was overthinking it. Back then, he could fight across ranks at the 7th rank. Essentially, it relies on the combat power enhancement system. Without this special enhancement, Suja would at most be a genius-level peak of the 7th rank. Crossing ranks to fight is simply a fantasy. Even now, having advanced to the 8th rank and mastered the laws. At the same time, Suja could only hold an advantage within the 8th rank. It was absolutely impossible to contend with the 9th rank. Unless he could obtain a special ability that temporarily boosted his strength. Suja had indeed drawn such abilities a few times. But the problem was that these abilities appeared extremely randomly. The timing cannot be predicted at all. Therefore, Suja absolutely does not dare to shout the slogan of contending with the 9th rank. However, compared to before, if he can truly gain the ability to temporarily amplify his strength, Suja can completely coordinate the actions of the 2 battlefields in the South Sea and Xianen. Unlike before, even if there is a temporary boost, it is still necessary to wait for the right moment. If the timing is off, the boost effect will be wasted. In the blink of an eye, Suja had been secluded on campus for over half a month. The mentors and powerful experts on campus gradually learned of his return. Such a flexible schedule. But this is a privilege earned through strength. Many students and teachers at Nanhai Martial Arts University indeed envy Suja. Whether ordinary martial artists or high-grade powerhouses, they all yearn for his current lifestyle. Even those high-grade powerhouses still have to toil and struggle for resources. Of course, many high-grade powerhouses don't feel envious. After all, Suja's resources were obtained by slaying powerful beings of other races. This alone rendered many high-ranking individuals silent, because it was simply impossible to emulate. Although some of Suja's achievements relied on strategic planning and scheming. But for other high-ranking individuals, even using the same strategy might not necessarily work. They neither have Suja's solid foundation of strength nor that level of confidence. If something goes wrong, no one can bear the responsibility. Just like before on the Xianen battlefield. If the battle plan fails, the consequences will be unimaginable. After all, not everyone is like Suja. Both young and exceptionally talented, with unlimited potential. Even if there are occasional mistakes, it won't lead to complete downfall. But other high-grade talents don't have this kind of margin for error. As for low-grade martial artists envying Suja, that's even more understandable. Who in the entire Nanhai Martial University doesn't want to become the second Suja? However, awakening a hidden talent is ultimately something that can only be encountered by chance, not sought. The Great Xia might not produce a single exception in several years. This kind of thing is like buying a lottery ticket, entirely dependent on luck. Moreover, generally speaking, people with hidden talents often do not show their potential in the early stages and might not even get into a martial arts university. At this moment, Suja had fully absorbed all his insights. With the help of a large amount of rare 8th grade resources, he successfully broke through the realm. 8th grade pinnacle. This means Suja has already stood at the pinnacle of the 8th rank. If calculating the time it took him to go from the 8th rank to the peak of the 8th rank, he still maintains an astonishing speed. Now he has not only reached the peak of the 8th rank but also mastered the laws. Suja is fully qualified to call himself a true half-step 9th grade. Next, it's time to break through to the 9th grade. Suja pondered to himself, knowing that only by advancing to the 9th grade could one be considered top-tier combat power on the battlefield. He had long been looking forward to stepping into this realm, even thinking that it would be even better to draw a time-limited amplification ability at the 9th rank, based on the current strength foundation if temporary enhancement is obtained. Even if it can't dominate the 9th rank, it could at least enter the top tier. At that time, perhaps a counterattack on the South Sea battlefield could be considered. Maybe they can completely expel the Wilderness Tribe from this battlefield. As for venturing deep into the Wilderness Tribe's world, Suju is not considering it for now. The reason is very simple. There must be beings above the 9th rank in the Wilderness Tribe's world. Rashly venturing into the world of other races carries immense risks. However, if the South Sea battlefield can be fully controlled, expelling the Wilderness Tribe would be enough to shake the Great Xia. So far, no battlefield of the myriad races has achieved such a feat, whether within the borders of Great Xia or in other war zones beyond. Suju's thoughts did not last long. Breaking through to the 9th rank is the key for now. Although he has already comprehended the laws, stepping into the 9th rank is only a matter of time. However, Suju is not content with a slow advancement. At the current cultivation speed, it will take at least 1 or 2 years to successfully harmonize and step into the 9th rank. This speed is actually already astonishing. If it were any other peak 8th rank cultivator, learning that they could break through to the 9th rank in just 1 or 2 years, they would probably be overjoyed. After all, countless peak 8th rank cultivators remain stuck at the threshold of the 9th rank for their entire lives. However, Suju was still dissatisfied with the breakthrough speed. It should be noted that from the time he first entered the 8th rank to reaching the peak of the 8th rank, he had spent only a very short time. Now, having to spend even longer to break through was naturally hard for him to accept. Suju's gaze once again turned to the ability roulette. As long as I draw a powerful ability, breaking through to the 9th rank is highly possible. Hopefully, this time I can get a strong ability. He secretly hoped. He really didn't want to wait another month. The giant wheel spun with a roar. The 9-colored light finally froze. Even Suju was momentarily stunned. It's a top-tier ability. He never expected his luck to be so extraordinary this time. Based on past experience, after consecutively obtaining high-quality abilities, he was already mentally prepared to draw an ordinary ability. Who would have thought he would once again acquire a top-tier ability? But soon, Suju's expression became somewhat subtle. This ability seems a bit peculiar. Congratulations on obtaining the Intelligence Foresight Trial Card. Receive 3 pieces of unknown intelligence per week, valid for 1 month. At first glance, this ability seems to offer no help in improving cultivation. The allocation of 3 pieces of intelligence per week doesn't seem to match the specifications of the 9-colored radiance. But Suju knew well, since it was the 9-colored ability, it must have extraordinary qualities. Check today's intelligence. He decisively activated the ability, as the key must be hidden within the intelligence content. First intelligence, 3 days later, 15 kilometers east of the South Sea, the stone saint flower is about to bloom. Information 2, in 10 days, the South Sea battlefield will face a small-scale beast tide attack. Information 3, a new spatial rift has appeared in the sea area 18 kilometers north of the South Sea. After browsing the information, Suju's pupils suddenly contracted. Each piece of information is priceless. The sacred stoneflower is a top-tier heavenly treasure, even holding allure for those above the 9th rank. Its greatest effect lies in aiding individuals in comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. It can be said that if one were to obtain this heavenly treasure, it might not be impossible to achieve a breakthrough beyond the 9th rank. This is far rarer than the natural treasures that directly enhance cultivation. The second piece of news needs no further explanation. Although the information describes it as a small-scale impact, it may involve thousands or even tens of thousands of martial artists. This is by no means a trivial matter. With this piece of information, it is entirely possible to plan a counter-ambush. It could also yield substantial gains. For Suju, perhaps only high-grade resources can catch his eye. But for the many martial artists below the high-grade level, this impact is enough for them to make a fortune. With Suju's current strength and status, mobilizing mid-grade martial artists within the school is effortless. There is no need to provide extra explanations due to the special nature of the information source. After all, he is no longer the obscure figure he once was. In terms of strength, he is enough to rank second in the entire South Sea Martial Arts University. Even though his position may not match that of Su Xingyan and others. But even a veteran 8th grade powerhouse like Vice Principal Tang Guangtu shows him due respect. Extraction successful. This is the transformation brought by strength. The high-ranking experts of Nanhai Martial Arts University originally regarded him as the next-generation successor to be nurtured. Who would have thought that Su Zhi would suddenly rise? In a short period of time, he made consecutive breakthroughs, even overlooking many high-ranking figures. As for the final piece of news about the spatial rift, it is by no means a trivial matter. It must be understood that many of the myriad race passages initially evolved from spatial rifts. Before the passages were opened, the people of Daxia were utterly perplexed by the spatial rifts. It was not until the battlefield of the myriad races was opened that they realized these rifts connected to other worlds. Even Su Zhi did not expect this. In the South Sea, despite already having a battlefield of myriad races, a spatial rift has appeared again.
This is undoubtedly an extremely unfavorable situation for the entire South Sea.
Currently, neither in Daxia nor globally has there ever been two adjacent battlefields of myriad races. If this spatial rift evolves into a new battlefield,
the South China Sea may be forced to bear dual-line pressure alone. The pressure of a dual battlefield is self-evident.
But opportunities are also hidden within crises. At that time, the South Sea will become the only region with two battlefields of myriad clans.
Its overall strength is bound to experience a leap forward.
It may even have the potential to become another core area of the southern region.
South Sea Martial Arts University will benefit greatly from this.
Its foundation and resource accumulation may soon rival top-tier universities. It should be noted that those top martial arts universities rely on profound accumulation. The number of high-grade strong individuals is often several times that of ordinary first-class universities.
However, all of this is currently just Su Zhi's speculation. It ultimately depends on the actual situation of the spatial rift.
After all, forming a spatial rift at the level of the 10,000 races battlefield is no easy task. It may take several years or even over a decade to take shape.
No hesitation.
Su Zhi immediately took action upon receiving the message.
He chose to act alone without alerting anyone.
This matter must be kept strictly confidential. If a second 10,000 races battlefield truly appears,
at least sufficient preparation must be completed before making it public.
Otherwise, it may trigger large-scale panic on the South Sea battlefield.
The combined pressure of the two myriad race battlefields is absolutely not something ordinary warriors can withstand.
Following the guidance of the information, Su Zhi quickly arrived at the location of the spatial rift. Even with clear hints, it still took him a full 24 hours.
This crack is really well hidden,
Su Zhi muttered to himself as he gazed at the scene before him. The spatial rift was located in the depths of a cold pool beneath the canyon cliff.
This position can be described as extremely tricky.
If it weren't for his carpet search, it would have been impossible to notice any clues. The cliff canyon is also shrouded in some kind of mysterious power.
It completely blocks the leakage of energy.
It is precisely this shielding effect that kept the crack from being detected. If not for the special ability to foresee intelligence, I'm afraid it would only be exposed when the 10,000 races battlefield fully takes shape.
By then, let alone the South Sea war zone, the entire southern defense line will face total destruction. At least 3 more years are needed.
Su Zhi's mental power continuously extended, beginning to explore this spatial rift. Unfortunately, as soon as the mental power entered, it was blocked by a mysterious force. Therefore, Su Zhi could only make a rough judgment.
After a brief moment of thought, Su Zhi decisively sent a message to Principal Yu Xiong. This matter must not be concealed. It must be reported. Let professional instruments measure the formation time of this spatial passage. At the same time, have Daxia prepare in advance. For example, transform the surrounding area into a temporary camp.
All of this requires time to prepare. Principal Yu Xiong has recently been in a semi-secluded state due to school development matters. After all, he has already reached the peak of the 9th rank.
If he wants to break through, the seclusion period will inevitably be long.
When he received the message from Su Zhi, Yu Xiong's expression suddenly changed. The South Sea already has the 10,000 races battlefield. If another one appears, it will surely throw the world into chaos. Yu Xiong, as the principal, was naturally no fool and could see the crisis behind it. He immediately rushed to the location Su Zhi mentioned.
It's not about doubting Su Zhi.
The key is that such an important matter must be personally confirmed. Yu Xiong even unleashed his full speed. Only 3 minutes had passed since Su Zhi sent the message. His figure had already appeared beside Su Zhi. It's really a spatial rift. Yu Xiong gazed at the shattered space, a trace of astonishment flashing in his eyes as he murmured to himself. But soon, he regained his composure.
This matter has exceeded his decision-making authority. Nowadays, there is still enough capacity to guard one battlefield in the South China Sea. If another is added, there will definitely not be such capability.
After all, this is not a short-term defense,
but it requires long-term guarding.
Yu Xiong quickly sent an encrypted message to the special department.
Principal, how will Daxia make arrangements? Su Zhe asked. This is the first time two 10,000 races battlefields have appeared in the same region.
The two battlefields are too close to each other. Yu Xiong shook his head helplessly. His words carried a sense of helplessness.
After all, it was the first time such a situation had occurred, and he had no ideas either. Principal, I'll head back first. I'll leave this to you to handle.
I'm too lazy to deal with those people from Dixia.
Su Zhe nodded and said. He was going to wait for the stone saint flower to bloom. After all, he had already waited a day, with less than 2 days remaining. This was related to whether he could quickly advance to the 9th rank. If someone else intercepted it, he would definitely regret it.
At the moment, the spatial rift was not considered urgent. In any case, the passage will not open immediately. Compared to this, he is more concerned about improving his own strength. No matter what happens in the battlefield of the myriad races within the passage.
For the current Su Zhe, none of it matters.
Once you step into the 9th grade, it becomes the upper limit of the 10,000 races battlefield.
Su Zhe temporarily put the matter of the spatial rift aside.
He found the stone saint flower that had yet to bloom.
Around it, many mutated creatures were already lurking,
but instinctively aware of the benefits of heavenly materials and earthly treasures,
coupled with the inherently robust physique of beasts.
Even high-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures can be forcibly digested by them.
Su Zhe immediately released his own aura. Declare occupation of this territory.
The mutated beast horde instantly sensed danger and scattered in all directions. Clearly, they are not foolish.
I don't know.
Between heavenly treasures and their lives, they decisively chose the latter. Saved Su Zhe the trouble of cleaning up.
Next, we just need to wait.
Su Zhe sat cross-legged beside the stone saint flower.
A day passed in the blink of an eye. No accidents occurred during this period.
Only because Su Zhe enveloped the surroundings with the scorching rule.
Even high-grade mutant beasts dared not approach.
They could instinctively sense the deadly threat. Even a 9th grade mutant beast would still fear the power of the laws. Not to mention that in the entire southern region, there is only one known 9th grade mutant beast.
It usually lies dormant in the deepest part of the southern mountain range.
As for Su Zhe's current location, it is still far from the core of the mountain range.
The night falls, and the moonlight is like frost. The sacred stone flower emits a faint silver glow, greedily devouring the moonlight.
As the petals unfold, their beauty is breathtaking. Su Zhe gazes at the silver miraculous flower, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. The long wait finally bore fruit. He carefully picked the flower and immediately set off back to school.
Breaking through the 9th grade requires an immense amount of spiritual energy.
If he advances on the spot, it might drain the spiritual energy of the entire mountain range, causing ecological imbalance, even triggering a beast tide.
Su Zhe had no intention of creating such chaos. Su Zhe pondered silently.
In the school's high-grade cultivation room, the spirit stone reserves were sufficient to support a breakthrough. On the way back, he quietly scanned the campus with his spiritual power. It was discovered that all the 8th grade experts on campus were absent. Only the 7th grade ones remained on duty. It was evident that these 8th grade experts were all occupied by the spatial rift incident.
Su Zhe did not delay and directly sent a retreat notification to Yu Xiong. The duration of this retreat is unknown. It is more prudent to report in advance. Anyway, this month's ability is information recording. Information can be fully stored first and processed after the retreat.
He casually reminded about the small-scale skirmish in the South China Sea battlefield a week later. It only requires sending a few familiar mid-level instructors to lead the ambush.
It's just a trivial matter. Currently, the school's top high-level experts are all busy dealing with the new spatial rift issue. Who could still care about such a trivial matter as the South Sea battlefield?
In addition, Su Zhe did not forget to bring a large number of spirit stones and pills to replenish spiritual energy. After making all the preparations, Su Zhe consumed the stone saint flower and began his seclusion.
An endless stream of insights emerged, driving continuous improvement in cultivation.
The aura of the original 8th grade peak rises steadily, forcefully surging toward the 9th grade realm. The process is not easy, but with the help of the stone saint flower's power,
Su Zhe had pushed his comprehension to the limit.
It was akin to entering a brief state of extraordinary enlightenment.
For the breakthrough, it was enough.
While Su Zhe was undergoing his breakthrough, on the other side, many high-ranking members of Nanhai Martial Arts University were quite busy. Yu Xiong knew the importance of the matter. He only informed those who had reached the 8th rank. As for the 7th rank, they were not qualified to know. Su Xingyan and the others had very serious expressions, even they had not expected this.
A spatial rift will also appear near the South Sea. This is the rhythm of doom.
After all, every time a spatial passage opens, it is bound to trigger a great battle. Regardless of what happens in the otherworldly realm, the South Sea is sure to suffer losses. Su Xingyan and the others had experienced the battle when the South Sea battlefield passage was opened.
Back then, quite a few high rankers had fallen. Thinking of this, even they couldn't help but have somewhat grim expressions. In addition to the high rankers from South Sea Martial Arts University, there were also high rankers from the Great Xia military.
Yang Liqing's face was now filled with a wry smile. Originally, the situation on the South Sea battlefield was quite favorable. At least there was no need to stay so tense, and he had just enjoyed a few leisurely days. But now, another spatial rift has appeared. Although it is unclear how much time remains before it opens, it certainly won't be easy. Currently, it will likely take about 2 to 3 years for the spatial rift to form a passage. By then, a new battlefield for all races will take shape. However, the possibility of some unexpected situations causing the battlefield to open earlier cannot be ruled out. A researcher from Daxia spoke solemnly. Currently, the number of martial artists in Daxia is already quite limited,
especially the number of high-grade ones.
Now, with the addition of a battlefield for myriad races, it brings an unknown amount of pressure.
This matter is somewhat a blow to the entire South Sea. It is certain that the South Sea will have to take responsibility for this spatial rift.
Both Yu Xiong and Yang Liqing actually know this very well in their hearts.
Let's get ready first.
At least prepare for the possibility of a crisis occurring in this spatial passage.
In the end, it was Su Xingyan who spoke up first.
No matter what, for now, we should do our best to prepare to defend this passage.
After Su Xingyan spoke, many high-ranking individuals also voiced their opinions. That's right, no matter what, we definitely need to defend.
It's just that the spatial passage hasn't fully formed yet. For now, it's mainly detected as a prototype. The current defense of the South Sea still primarily relies on the original battlefield of the myriad races in the South Sea. The high-ranking individuals in the South Sea are all very clear-headed. Next, many high-ranking individuals, except for Yang Liqing, returned to the South Sea battlefield to oversee the situation.
The other high-ranking individuals assisted some people in Daxia with setting up defensive camps. Because the location of this spatial rift is rather awkward. Therefore, setting it up still requires considerable effort. Some formations require the assistance of high-level practitioners. After all, formations are considered relatively intricate. They require individuals with strong mental strength to assist. Yu Xiong and other high-level practitioners from Nanhai Martial Arts University were busy for nearly half a month. Just laid the foundation for the entire formation. Of course, Su Xingyan and the others were also a bit puzzled as to why Suzhi wasn't present. After all, Suzhi is also an 8th rank martial artist from Nanhai Martial Arts University. This place was discovered by Suzhi. It's just that Suzhi's cultivation has also reached a critical moment. Yu Xiong helped explain for Suzhi. If it were other high-level cultivators, delaying their cultivation time wouldn't matter much. After all, it doesn't make much of a difference. But Suzhi is different, time is extremely precious. So even if Suzhi didn't send him a message, Yu Xiong didn't plan to involve Suzhi. Compared to the matter of the spatial rift, Suzhi's cultivation is currently more important. As for Yu Xiong's explanation, Su Xingyan and the others didn't question anything. Instead, the focus was placed on the word key. Is Suzhi about to step into the 9th rank? Su Xingyan immediately reacted and spoke out. In his memory, Suzhi shouldn't have been this fast. During the Xian battlefield, he was merely at the late 8th grade at most. And now he's about to step into the 9th grade? Apart from Su Xingyan, the gazes of many high-ranking individuals also fell on Principal Yu Xiong. It was very clear they wanted to know more information. Information about Suzhi, he is very eager to know. I do know that Suzhi's current cultivation is at the peak of the 8th rank. He probably hasn't stepped into the 9th rank yet. Even if he has comprehended the laws, it will still take some time to step into the 9th rank. Yu Xiong pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Earlier, based on Suzhi's aura, he had also discerned Suzhi's cultivation level. Already at the peak of the 8th grade? Su Xingyan and the others still took a deep breath and spoke. To know how long it has been since the events at the Xian battlefield concluded. Even if one hasn't reached the 9th rank so quickly, it is still something unattainable for many of the 8th ranks present. However, 3 days later, a vast and scorching aura emanated from the South Sea Martial Arts University.
The faces of many high-ranking individuals present involuntarily revealed expressions of astonishment.
9th-grade aura. This aura belongs to Suja. Suja has really broken through to the 9th grade? Especially, Principal Yuxiong's expression looked a bit awkward. Because earlier, he had said that Suja wouldn't reach the 9th rank so quickly.
The aura of Suja stepping into the 9th rank was not so easily concealed.
Even with a high-grade cultivation room.
After all, this is a major breakthrough, with a relatively wide impact. With the help of Shi Shenghua, Suja finally achieved the breakthrough, officially stepping into the 9th rank. First, the laws changed once again, shifting from scorching heat to the law of flames.
Secondly, the advancement in strength is even more terrifying.
Compared to when he was originally at the 8th rank, he is at least several times stronger. At the very least, Suja feels that the 9th rank can still crush his former self at the peak of the 8th rank. As for ordinary 8th ranks, there's no need to say much more.
Finally stepped into the 9th rank.
Suja murmured softly, his words filled with deep emotion.
Once upon a time, the 9th rank was unimaginably distant for him. It was even a realm he could only look up to.
The main reason is that those above the 9th rank are elusive and rarely seen. The ones appearing in front of many people are mostly 9th rank beings.
For many martial artists, their goal is to reach the 9th rank. After all, in the entire Great Xia, many matters are handled by 9th rank martial artists. You can look up to the realm above the 9th rank, or retreat to become a regional lord. This is the status of the 9th rank. Because of the breakthrough, Suja did spare a bit of attention to the information from the past 2 weeks. Retreat has already lasted for more than half a month. Information foresight has also refreshed twice. Information 1, a mid-grade exotic beast will be seriously injured 30 kilometers west of the South Sea in 5 days. Information 2, in 8 days, a cult martial artist will infiltrate the South Sea battlefield. Information 3, 10 days later, a spiritual plant will emerge 12 kilometers away from the South China Sea stronghold on the South China Sea battlefield. This is the news brought by the first refresh. Each piece of information carries abundant intelligence. Unfortunately, Suja missed it due to his seclusion to break through to the 9th grade. So the first and second pieces of information are completely useless. Only the third piece made Suja's eyes flicker. Spirit plant. For now, it doesn't matter what kind of spirit plant it is, if it can be transplanted, it will undoubtedly become the family's treasured possession. Even if it provides even a slight benefit to cultivation, it can be described as priceless. Its value reaching tens of billions of spirit stones is not impossible. After all, this is something that can be passed down through generations. Moreover, they are fixed resources that can help the family develop. Normally, spiritual plants and pills are different. Using pills for cultivation and the like will have some side effects. For example, limited usage to prevent the body from becoming dependent on the pills. Spiritual plants do not have this kind of side effect. In fact, many people, if given the choice, would opt for some spiritual plant fruits that assist in cultivation, rather than choosing pills. For Suja, no matter what kind of spiritual plant it is something he cannot afford to miss. If he misses it, he believes it won't be so easy to get another chance. Compared to the first refresh, the second refresh contains more information, mostly about the southern region. Either it's too far away, or it doesn't hold much value for him. For example, one piece of information is about the movement trajectory of high-grade mutated beasts. However, Suja did not want to provoke a conflict between the mutated beasts and the southern region at this moment. In theory, the strength of the Great Xia is superior to that of the mutated beasts. But no one knows whether there are beings above the 9th grade among the mutated beasts. After all, since the revival of spiritual energy, the evolution speed of mutated beasts has been significantly faster than that of humans. Secondly, keeping these mutated beasts serves another purpose. That is to instill a sense of crisis in the various bases. If they can't even handle the mutated beasts, there's no need to mention the even more terrifying sea beasts in the ocean, or the alien races on the battlefield of the myriad races. Calculating the time, the spiritual plant is about to emerge. Suja thought silently. Originally, he had planned to continue his seclusion for a while. The plan to stabilize his 9th grade realm could only be set aside. But for Suja, as long as he doesn't court death recklessly, his realm won't fall. Without hesitation, Suja quietly left seclusion and headed straight to the South Sea battlefield. Even though he had already reached the 9th rank, but only high-grade beings can truly perceive its realm fluctuations. The South Sea battlefield did not immediately notice Suja's breakthrough.
Thus, it did not cause a stir. If the high-grade beings on the battlefield were aware of this, it was inevitable to pay a visit and offer congratulations. The news of Suja's promotion to the 9th rank began to spread within the Great Xia territory. The monitoring instruments set up by the Grandmaster Ranking Management Department detected breakthrough fluctuations. After verification with high-ranking individuals from various schools, the conclusion was quickly reached. The Grandmaster ranking has been updated in real time.
Countless people exclaimed in shock upon witnessing the changes in the rankings. What?
That prodigy from the South Sea has already advanced to the 9th rank. The threshold for the 9th rank is so challenging, yet he crossed it so effortlessly.
How long did it take to go from the 8th rank to the 9th rank? Many martial artists couldn't hide their shock. Suja's cultivation speed was truly astonishing. Such a breakthrough in the high-rank realm was unstoppable, unparalleled in the world. Although there are some exceptionally talented individuals among the younger generation,
they are separated by an age gap from Suja and do not belong to the same tier. Therefore, people do not compare them to him. Many martial artists recall the first time they heard the name Suja. It dates back to the battle at the Divine Capital Martial Arts University, where a 6th grade prodigy swept through the competition. Who could have predicted that the prodigy of the Divine Capital, Pei Qingyu, would suffer a crushing defeat at the hands of an unknown figure? After this battle, the prodigy of the South Sea rose like a hidden dragon soaring into the abyss. In contrast, Pei Qingyu had been silent for a long time. Not even news of breaking through to a higher grade had been heard. He still held the top position on the 6th grade rankings. But in the eyes of many, this top spot had lost its value. When the forum heatedly discussed the topic, when will Pei Qingyu be promoted to a higher rank? Pessimistic voices dominated the mainstream. The plight of the once #1 prodigy of the Divine Capital truly reflects the saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. By the standards of a peak 6th grade martial artist, he wasn't considered bad. But for a prodigy from a top-tier academy, this performance was clearly failing. Could it be that his Dao heart has already shattered? Many people within the Great Xia secretly speculated. Although tinged with some malicious speculation, it does align with common sense. The main reason is that after that battle, Pei Qingyu completely fell silent. At this moment, within the Divine Capital Martial Arts University, the campus atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The heated discussion about Xia has already topped the trending list. Students scroll through their phones, not daring to discuss it loudly. After all, Pei Qingyu himself is on campus. This is not the first time he has been lashed by public opinion. But the students of Shindu are equally curious. When will this senior finally advance to a higher rank? Even if he can't catch up with Suja, at least he could narrow the gap. Unfortunately, even the students of his own school lack confidence in him. This is not surprising. Since that defeat, Suja's rise has been despairingly fast. The prodigies of the same generation have long lost the courage to catch up. The gap is now like a chasm. In the secluded chamber, Pei Qingyu was experiencing his 4th failed attempt to break through to a higher grade. In 3 years, this was already his 3rd setback. Suja had clearly become his inner demon. As the news of the 9th rank breakthrough spread, Pei Qingyu felt a deep sense of despair. Even though he had not yet advanced to a higher rank, he was well aware of the difficulty of cultivation. If the advancement from the 7th to the 8th rank could still be attributed to luck, the gap between the 8th and 9th grades is a genuine boundary of realms. Forget it. Pei Qingyu murmured to himself, his tone carrying a sense of relief. Perhaps letting go of oneself is the wise choice. Not only the Divine Capital Martial University. Those who had interacted with Suja were equally shocked. Northwest Grand Marshal Kong Chenghu held the latest battle report. This regional official could hardly conceal his astonishment. He clearly remembered when Suja first arrived in the Northwest. He was only at the mid-stage of the 8th rank. There was still a gap to the peak of the 8th rank, let alone stepping into the 9th rank. Suja is very likely to step beyond the 9th rank. Even Kong Chenghu couldn't help but think this way. After all, Suja is still very young now. Many people in the Great Xia Kingdom have high hopes for Suja, especially those who had already advanced to the 9th rank and were expected to break through beyond it. The astonishment of the Northwest Grand Commander was still within reason. Su Shoshuan, who had frequent interactions with Suja, was even more filled with emotion. When Su Shoshuan first heard Suja's name, it was merely a few years ago. For a 9th grade expert, a few years of time is truly not considered long. Perhaps a single retreat could span several years. At that time, Suja was merely at the 5th grade of cultivation, serving as the governor of the South Sea.
Who would have thought that in just a few short years, Suja would already stand on equal footing with him?
Although he has just entered the 9th rank, his strength may be slightly inferior.
But presumably, the gap won't last long.
However, in Su Shaoxuan's Sai, there was more a sense of relief. The southern region has finally gained another 9th rank powerhouse.
Moreover, he had long been aware of the spatial rift in the South Sea. Upon hearing the news, Su Shaoxuan immediately felt the pressure multiply.
Due to the strain on martial forces across various regions, Daxia had explicitly stated that it was difficult to allocate more martial artists for support. This was by no means good news for the southern border. Although the situation on the southern battlefield has slightly improved recently, if a new battlefield is added, the pressure will multiply. Now that Suja has been promoted to the 9th rank, it has finally allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief.
It's just that Su Shaoxuan never expected.
If Suja truly breaks through beyond the 9th rank, it will be difficult for him to appear on the battlefield again.
Unless the battlefield undergoes a full-scale escalation. Suja is temporarily unaware of the commotion outside. At this moment, he is following the guidance of the information and has discovered this spiritual plant at the designated location. This is a small tree less than half a meter tall.
If Suja hadn't carefully identified it, he might have mistaken it for an ordinary wild fruit tree.
However, the spiritual energy flowing on its leaves reveals its identity as a spiritual plant.
It's just that its specific effects are not yet known. Suja carefully transplanted the spiritual plant into a specially designed container.
He had long prepared a dedicated flower pot and top-grade nutrient substrate.
With his current financial resources, everything he used was of the highest quality.
Though the spiritual plant shouldn't have been this fragile.
But to ensure absolute safety. After all, it concerns the important task of inheritance.
Moreover, if this spiritual plant proves to aid cultivation, Xin Qingyan and Su Shaojin will surely be the first to benefit.
After obtaining the spiritual plant, Suja immediately withdrew from the South Sea battlefield.
At this moment, there were no ongoing battles on the battlefield.
Therefore, no one noticed his actions. After leaving the battlefield of all races, Suja conducted an inspection of the spiritual plant's fruit.
To ensure confidentiality, the entire testing process was personally handled. The Pill Academy is fully equipped with testing devices.
These instruments are specifically used to analyze the components of pills refined by students. After all, it is not uncommon for students to accidentally turn pills into poison due to operational errors. When Suja served as a counselor, such cases were commonplace. Excessive addition of medicinal ingredients and disorderly steps were frequent occurrences. As an inspector, he was already highly skilled. The properties of fruits and pills were similar, and analyzing their components and effects was not a difficult task. But when Suja saw the inspection report, his pupils suddenly contracted.
Unknown fruit slightly enhances mental power.
The cold mechanical conclusion made his breathing quicken. After reaching a high rank, Suja rarely experienced emotional fluctuations. At this moment, however, he could hardly contain his excitement. The root lies in the fact that resources to enhance spiritual power are extremely rare.
Humans are vastly different from mutant beasts.
The latter rely on their formidable physical bodies to dominate the mid-tier domain. For example, the purple lightning mouse of the past. If humanity wishes to break through its boundaries, the threshold of mental strength always stands in the way. Suja's mental strength growth relies entirely on the accumulation of resources. Without this, it would be impossible to achieve such rapid breakthroughs. However, the mental resources at hand that could help Xin Qingyan break through to the 4th grade are already running low. This mysterious spiritual plant came just in time to fill the gap.
Advanced spiritual plant. Suja gently stroked the leaf and whispered. In the Daxia rating system, any resource involving spiritual power is rated as advanced at the minimum. This plant is still in its juvenile stage. If it fully matures, its grade might reach an even higher level. A dilemma arises: where should the spiritual plant be placed? The growth of a spiritual plant requires a place abundant in spiritual energy. The South Sea Wuda campus is still acceptable, but if placed at the South Sea base, it would require the consumption of spirit stones for maintenance. The base environment is sparse in spiritual energy, and the level of protection also appears insufficient. If the spiritual plants are exposed, they will inevitably attract the covetous attention of 9th grade powerhouses. With Suja's current strength, defense would be quite challenging. After careful consideration, he decided to temporarily stay in the campus villa. Only after breaking through to above the 9th rank would he consider moving to the South Sea base. By then, with his cultivation level improved,
traveling back and forth across the southern regions would be as easy as turning his hand.
Security issues would naturally be resolved effortlessly.
To ensure everything is foolproof, Suja specially purchased a small concealment array to set up in the villa.
Preventing prying eyes is always a necessary measure. Let's call it the blue blood tree then.
Suja decided on a name for this mysterious spiritual plant. Many spiritual plants in the Great Xia were born after the revival of spiritual energy. Some also emerged due to the collision of the laws of the two realms on the battlefield of myriad races.
Discoverers are allowed to name them.
After verification, Suja found that this small tree had no records of similar spiritual plants.
Currently, there is only one of its kind in all of Daxia. The faint blue veins flowing between the leaves are the origin of the name blue blood tree.
After settling it properly, Suja immediately focused on stabilizing his cultivation. This spiritual plant has already consumed much of his time. Now that everything is settled, it is time to focus on cultivation.
In seclusion for over a month. Even the intelligence foresight ability has passed its cooldown period. After stabilizing his realm, Suja did not rush to leave seclusion.
It was obviously to retaliate for the previous crackdown operation.
If you think about it,
Suja really had no good feelings toward the cult martial artists. When cult martial artists launch attacks, they never distinguish between martial artists and ordinary people.
This alone is enough to make Suja utterly detest them. Will the South Sea base also be attacked? Suja thought silently.
The current information does not specify the exact number of attackers, but it is certain that the number is absolutely significant.
It seems I must make a trip to the South Sea base. Interestingly, the information shows that although the cult warriors launched an attack on the southern border,
they still dare not touch bases like Xanan and South Sea, which have the presence of the 10,000 races battlefield.
Their targets are always ordinary bases. This time, let the southern territory prepare in advance. Prepare some surprises for the cult martial artists.
Suja murmured softly, his tone carrying a chilling coldness. After advancing to the 9th rank, his status and position had already changed.
Influence is no longer limited to the scope of Nanhai Martial Arts University.
In the past, Suja often needed to rely on the strength of the school.
After all, 7th and 8th grades are not uncommon in Xianan City, and it is difficult to gain enough attention based solely on personal strength.
But after breaking through to the 9th grade, the situation completely changed.
The 9th rank is already the pinnacle existence that ordinary martial artists can reach. After this breakthrough, even Su Shoshuan personally sent a congratulatory message. This had never happened during the 7th or 8th rank stages.
Therefore, mobilizing the strong in the southern region to encircle and suppress the cult's martial artists is not a difficult task.
This piece of information happens to still be valid.
Most of the other information consists of resource intelligence. Some of the expired resources may have already been devoured by mutated beasts, as many resource points are hidden deep in the mountains and forests.
Suja plans to first check the locations that have not yet expired.
These resources are not only of high quality but also quite precious. Even if he can't use them himself, leaving them for Xin Qinyan and the others would be good. However, before setting off, he decided to talk to the principal first.
The primary issue is to confirm the current state of the spatial rift.
Although a preliminary judgment was made earlier, official confirmation is still needed.
At the same time, it is necessary to understand Daxia's subsequent plans for this spatial rift.
After all, if a stable passage is formed, as a martial artist of the South Sea, one must contribute. Additionally, I would like to consult the principal about the future direction of cultivation.
Returning to the space rift, it was found to be vastly different from the initial exploration. A strict perimeter has already been established. However, the warriors of the South Sea mainly focus their efforts on the battlefield of 10,000 races, so few people come to explore such remote areas. As a result, this area is still relatively safe for the time being.
Suja's appearance made the station high-grade martial artists' eyes light up.
This is a newly promoted 9th grade powerhouse. But he walked straight to the position where Yu Xiong was. Principal, how is Daxia planning to handle this spatial rift? Suja got straight to the point and asked.
The situation is not optimistic. The support that Daxia can provide is limited, especially in terms of the number of high-ranking martial artists. However, a large amount of resources has been approved for Nanhai Martial Arts University. Yu Xiong briefly explained the situation, looking helpless.
Even with ample resources, high-grade martial artists are not something that can be obtained at will.
Fortunately, it still takes time for the spatial rift to transform into a passage. Nanhai Martial Arts University still has room to prepare. Nowadays, the amount of resources allocated by Daxia to the South Sea is already on par with the Xayan base.
There's no other way.
The addition of a new battlefield affects everything. The 10,000 races battlefield cannot tolerate even the slightest mistake. Each spatial channel is like a key piece on a chessboard. Any issue at a node could trigger a chain collapse. Nanhai Wuda briefly experienced a sense of resource surplus. Of course, these resources are not allocated free of charge. Daxia has explicitly required Nanhai Wuda to maintain a base number of high-grade martial artists. Currently, the school authorities are negotiating with the southern region.
The plan is to transfer peak 6th grade martial artists from various locations.
What they lack most right now is not resources, but peak 6th grade martial artists on the verge of a breakthrough.
Compared to the conditions of other bases, this requirement is still acceptable.
After all, as long as high-grade combat power isn't withdrawn, everything is negotiable.
The various regions aren't foolish either.
If high-grade warriors are really transferred, it basically means permanent stationing on the 10,000 races battlefield.
Most high-grade martial artists, once sent to guard, often stay for decades. They might even guard for a lifetime. Deploying peak 6th grade martial artists is still within acceptable limits.
Resources for cultivating high-grade martial artists are already limited in various regions. This time, Nanhai Wuda received special support due to a spatial rift.
A new phase of development is bound to follow.
However, internal competition may arise. The main issue lies in the allocation of resources between the existing personnel and the newly emerging forces. But these have nothing to do with Suzhou. As a 9th grade powerhouse, even if the newly arrived 6th grade peak breaks through to the 7th grade, it is still not worth mentioning in front of him. Daxia is indeed in a difficult situation. Suzhou sighed softly, his tone filled with emotion. As a high-ranking martial artist, he was aware of many inside stories.
In recent years, the danger levels of several battlefields had increased.
In other words, combat power above the 9th rank was also required to be deployed to the battlefield. The scope of the battlefield has continued to expand over the years.
The demand for high-level martial artists has naturally risen accordingly.
However, Suzhou quickly set aside his concerns. The decision of Daxia has provided Nanhai Martial Arts University with massive resource support.
But resources and responsibilities are always proportional.
Anyway, there are still a few years of buffer time before the spatial channel takes shape.
Perhaps the situation will take a turn for the better. Suzhou is more concerned about the direction of 9th grade cultivation.
The pinnacle of the 9th rank requires a deep analysis of the essence of laws. As for breaking through beyond the 9th rank, first, one must construct a domain of laws, then merge the power of heaven and earth to reshape the body. Finally, the laws must be materialized.
It's not merely about comprehending the law, but about completely mastering a specific law. After the transformation, the level of life will be completely elevated.
Achieving the title of Martial Marquis signifies a qualitative leap in the level of life, making one as different from ordinary people as clouds are from mud. Yu Xiong explained in detail, placing particular emphasis on the comprehension of laws. Of course, the cultivation of mental strength and vital energy cannot be neglected. These two are the vessels for accommodating laws and the forces of heaven and earth.
The more solid the foundation, the higher the capacity. There is no fixed pattern for 9th grade cultivation.
The key lies in the speed of comprehending the laws. The faster the comprehension, the quicker the improvement in realm.
Suzhou understood that this path was not easy to tread.
He currently found it difficult to even quantify his progress in comprehending the laws. Fortunately, Yu Xiong helped him access the exclusive Real Name Forum for 9th grade practitioners. The forum contains a wealth of cultivation materials. Not only are there discussion posts from 9th grade experts, but occasionally even powerful figures at the Marquis realm leave comments. It is clearly a core platform established by the high-ranking officials of Daxia.
There is a wealth of literature on the 9 grades of cultivation.
You can even find insights shared by Marquis-level experts on breakthroughs.
However, experience is ultimately just experience.
Everyone's martial foundation and affinity with the laws are different.
These materials can only be used as a reference. If copying them directly could lead to breakthroughs, the number of 9th grade experts in Daxia would have already doubled. As for Marquis-level powerhouses, they are few and far between in the entire Daxia. On this forum, many of Suzhou's doubts were resolved. He was not in a hurry to return to Nanhai Martial Arts University.
With Yu Xiong, a peak 9th grade expert, it would be a waste not to seek some guidance.
This made Su Xingyan and other 8th grade martial artists from Nanhai Martial Arts University extremely envious.
In fact, they also wanted to participate in the discussions of the 9th grade.
The problem is that they haven't even comprehended the rules. Even if they want to join, there's no way. For a 9th grade practitioner, the 8th grade is indeed a threshold.
As for why Suja broke through so quickly, even they can't understand. In the end, it could only be attributed to the gap in talent. Many 8th grade martial artists secretly made up their minds that after Suja finished talking with the principal, they must ask if there is a method to comprehend the rules. When Suja finished seeking advice and took a short break, the school's 8th rank martial artists began to take action. Even Su Xingnian quietly followed behind. This scene made Suja find it somewhat amusing. Old Su actually had a day of hesitation. However, it is understandable, most likely, they can't swallow their pride. The gap between the 8th and 9th ranks is indeed significant. Even Su Xingnian is somewhat hesitant and cautious. Su Xingnian actually has quite a lot of feelings about it. A few years ago, when Suja had just stepped into the 3rd rank, he only felt that this student had potential to be nurtured, at least capable of becoming a pillar of the school. Who would have thought that in just a few short years, Suja's strength had surpassed his by an entire level? Su Xingnian suddenly felt a bit dazed. This moment is indeed a bit awkward. Old Su, why are you still hiding? Suja's words made Su Xingnian the center of attention. The 8th grade martial artists present weren't foolish either. They all smiled as they looked at the old dean. They understood Su Xingnian's awkwardness, but if Suja were in their own academy, they would accept it even if it was embarrassing. Su kid, I wasn't avoiding you. Su Xingnian, in a fit of temper, shouted directly. The casual conversation between the two made the other 8th grade cultivators envious. This kind of casualness could only be achieved by Su Xingnian. After all, during Suja's growth, Su Xingnian indeed provided him with a lot of convenience. These bonds of friendship have always been remembered by Suja. Fortunately, he didn't continue teasing the old dean and instead began answering questions about the comprehension of laws. After addressing some of the questions, Suja continued. Comprehending laws might involve going to other regions in batches for exchanges, or even applying to Daxia for support for Nanhai Martial Arts University. After all, the South Sea is about to have a second battlefield for all races. This sentence made the eyes of the high-ranking martial artists present light up. Even Yu Xiong was no exception. The principal was never a pedantic person to begin with. When it's time to act, he will never hold back. The great Xia does have some foundation, and treasures that assist in comprehending laws do indeed exist. For example, the fruit of laws can aid in comprehending laws. Of course, such resources are extremely scarce. If it were in the past, applying to Nanhai Martial Arts University multiple times would have been futile. After all, the territory of Daxia is vast, and there are countless applicants. Factors such as contribution level and regional safety also need to be considered. But this time, Nanhai has a compelling reason. In addition, this spatial rift has not yet fully formed. The laws are currently in an unstable state. It happens to be the most suitable place for cultivating the laws. Suja continued to remind. Even he plans to stay by the rift for long-term cultivation. As the words fell, Su Xingnian and the others were stunned. This group of high-ranking martial artists was worrying about defensive arrangements around the rift. Yet no one realized this was a prime feng shui location. After being pointed out, everyone realized they had acted foolishly. Yu Xiong was also stunned for a moment, clearly overwhelmed by the rush. This was not their fault. Over 20 years ago, when Yu Xiong came to Nanhai, the spatial passage had already fully formed. At that time, it was the main force of Daxia stationed there. Now, however, the situation is completely different. Once the many 8th grade cultivators realized, they scrambled to seize advantageous positions and began cultivating. Suja did not mind. Although some schools' 8th rank martial artists are not well acquainted, there are still quite a few who are well known. Faced with the temptation of a breakthrough in cultivation, these 8th rank martial artists ultimately couldn't hold back. Suja didn't plan to stay long. Although he had considered going into seclusion here, he remembered there was still intelligence that needed to be handled. He immediately rushed around to verify the locations of the resource points marked in the intelligence. Then he contacted Su Shoshuan. Originally, personnel from Nanhai Wuda could have been arranged to assist, but since the entire school is now dealing with new fissures, it was decided not to trouble them. Su Shoshuan did not hesitate and promptly dispatched personnel to various bases. If the cult martial artist causes a big commotion, it would be extremely unfavorable for him as the Grand Governor of the Southern Territory. He had never doubted Suja's source of intelligence. The credibility of a 9th grade expert is entirely different. If Suja were still at the 8th grade, perhaps there will be further deliberation. Suja returned to the South Sea base, which also helped alleviate the manpower allocation pressure in the southern region.
Didn't expect to be back at the base so soon.
Suja murmured softly, with a hint of emotion in his tone. Previously, due to the influence of the leisurely life ability, he had stayed at the South Sea base for quite a while. But this time upon his return, he was unusually low-key. He did not disclose the news to anyone. Even the South Sea base didn't know he had returned. It wasn't until Shen Qingyan brought Su Xiaojin home that she discovered the familiar figure in the living room.
The mother and daughter happened to return together. The school was already close to home, and now Shen Qingyan was quite dedicated to teaching.
Speaking of coincidences, this teacher, who often missed work due to cultivation, happened to be at school both times Suja returned.
Honey? The mother and daughter's voices burst with surprise and joy. They had thought that with Suja advancing to the 9th rank, it would be difficult to see him again in the short term. Since the news of Suja's breakthrough spread, the South Sea base has already been in an uproar. All the residents are proud that such a powerful figure has emerged from their hometown. Especially since this powerful figure has never forgotten his roots and always cares for his homeland. Now, Suja's reputation at the base is at its peak.
As Shen Qingyan and her mother were close relatives, the benefits they received naturally went without saying. Many people became more polite and attentive toward Shen Qingyan.
The Su family members are now top figures at the South Sea base.
Any connection with the Su family is regarded by others as a source of pride. Even Shen Qingyan found it a bit hard to adapt to this excessive enthusiasm. The main reason was still the overwhelming influence brought by Suja's breakthrough to the 9th rank. Of course, Shen Qingyan and the others were genuinely proud of Suja.
This time, the main reason for coming back is the matter of the cult martial artists.
Suja slowly began to speak. If his family were not at the South Sea base, he might not have chosen to return. It was more out of concern that the high-ranking cult martial artists might shift their attention to his family. Although the Great Xia had long established regulations, cultists rarely risked attacking the families of high-ranking martial artists.
After all, the authorities' retaliation against such incidents is extremely tough and they will never accept any threats. But it's better to be safe than sorry. For Suja, his family is his only concern.
If an accident truly happens, it would surely lead to endless regret. Hearing these words, Shen Qingyan and the others were initially a bit stunned, but quickly came to their senses. With Suja in charge, the cult martial artists were simply not to be feared. After all, Suja was now a 9th grade powerhouse.
However, his reputation indeed brought some hidden dangers. If he still remained as obscure as before, the cult martial artists might not have noticed him. Yet, after that battle, Suja's name spread throughout Xia. Although he gained more fortune and influence because of this, it also brought potential risks. Having just broken through to the 9th rank, Suja did not rush to extract new energy but focused on consolidating his realm. He combined his cultivation with combat techniques, striving to unleash even greater combat power. At the level of 9th grade, it is no longer realistic to expect rapid progress in the short term. However, as long as one does not actively court danger, it is almost impossible for a 9th grade expert to fall. Dad. This confidence significantly eased the pressure on Suja.
However, the pursuit of greater strength has never wavered. It's just that there is no longer the same urgency as before. Even after returning to the South Sea base, Suja still has many matters to handle. Most of the resources predicted in the intelligence are located in the southern region, and the coordinates have now been mostly confirmed. It only requires arriving in advance at a specific time. In the past few days, he had gradually gathered a considerable amount of resources, all thanks to the guidance of his foresight ability. As time passed, the day of the anticipated attack by the cult warriors finally arrived. Suja quietly extended his mental power to cover the entire South Sea base. Earlier, he had already informed the base's guard forces to arrange personnel disguised as civilians to monitor every corner. This inescapable net is laid out solely to wait for the prey to walk into the trap. These cult martial artists are indeed skilled at hiding. Suja gazed into the distance and murmured in admiration. Before being exposed, cult martial artists are almost indistinguishable from ordinary martial artists. If they don't actively release their aura, it's impossible to distinguish them. Their techniques are generally tainted with demonic blood energy, and their cultivation methods are even more unconventional and extreme. It is said that the Great Xia once specifically studied the techniques of cults. The results revealed that they were all methods of overextending potential, akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, devious and unorthodox paths. Today's Suja naturally looks down on this type of martial art. The mere fact that no 9th grade powerhouse has ever emerged among the cult's martial artists is enough to illustrate the problem. Not to mention that these martial arts are extremely prone to causing inner demons.
Otherwise, they wouldn't be so deranged. Suja's gaze suddenly sharpened as he sensed a strange 7th grade aura approaching from afar.
He had met all the high-grade martial artists registered in the Southern Territory, and their information was already committed to memory.
However, this aura did not belong to any of them.
Clearly, this was the long-awaited cult martial artist. Although he had anticipated that the other side would send someone to act, he was still surprised to see a 7th grade expert. Even without him guarding, it would still be no easy task for the cult martial artists to abduct family members. The spiritual power of a 9th grade expert can briefly descend through a pet.
This is a new ability gained after the breakthrough.
A 6th grade battle pet, combined with Suja's mental strength, is enough to hold off a 7th grade martial artist for a moment.
And it would take him only 5 minutes to rush back to the base from the South Sea at full speed. Without a moment's hesitation, Suja's figure had already appeared on the outskirts of the base. He must not allow this 7th grade figure to step into the city and cause chaos.
Although the cult martial artist remained highly vigilant, it was meaningless in the face of absolute strength. To a 9th grade powerhouse, a mid-7th grade opponent was no different from an ant. Even if the opponent was a prodigy capable of fighting across levels, they couldn't stir up the slightest ripple at this moment. Suja paid little attention to this 7th grade martial artist and casually swung his blade. The cult's 7th grade martial artist instantly felt a fatal crisis.
When he recognized Suja's figure, the blazing blade light had already severed all vitality. As for killing 7th grade martial artists, Suja was already well versed. The 7th grade cultist before him was even inferior to the same level strongmen of other races. In fact, even ordinary martial artists are at a disadvantage compared to the alien races.
Take the robust physique of the South Sea Wild Plains tribe and the special talents of the 3i tribe as examples.
Human martial artists are inherently not in an advantageous position.
With the fall of this 7th grade cultist, the cultists lurking within the South Sea base began to reveal themselves. However, they had just exposed their presence. When they were immediately captured on the spot by the well-prepared base warriors.
The entire commotion did not cause any disturbance.
Similar results from battle reports of other southern bases also came in one after another. In the Southern Territory Governor's office, Su Shoshuan let out a long sigh as he reviewed the battle reports from various regions. This time, thanks to Suja for delivering the intelligence in advance.
Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
He rubbed his temples and gave a wry smile. The cult's malicious intent toward the Southern Territory truly never dies. As the region with the most rampant cult activities within Daxia, the Southern Territory, due to its dense population and critical strategic position, has always been a heavily infiltrated area by cults.
They're here.
These gutter rats stir up trouble at the slightest opportunity, which is truly frustrating.
For this reason, Su Shoshuan even specifically sent a message of thanks to Suja.